When you touch someone, you can gain their lifetime wealth. Who is the person you most want to touch? You just walked around the street, and you directly received 200,000 cash. As you touch more people, you also received a Lamborghini, a big bull and 3 school district buildings. At this moment, you finally understand how the system works. As long as you touch someone, you can gain their wealth. Doesn't that mean the more people you touch, the more money you get? You start racing wildly down the street, and your wealth keeps accumulating. Soon, you have achieved a small goal of 100 million. Looking at the balance on your phone, you feel an overwhelming excitement. This joy is something you want to share with your family, so you drive the Lamborghini to your sister's school. When your sister Chuyu gets in the car, she looks confused and asks, "Bro, what's going on? Where did this car come from?" Although Chuyu is a girl and not very familiar with cars, she knows this is a supercar, and supercars are expensive. As you drive, you smile and say, "I'm just lucky, I won the lottery. I just bought the car, and I also transferred 5 million cash to our parents. Now, Big Brother is taking you shopping." You had already thought of an explanation. You won the lottery. You just saw the news about a young guy in the city who won 300 million and quickly claimed his prize. The news report is out, and when you see the photo of that young guy, you can't help but think he really looks a lot like you. Hearing her brother say he won the lottery, Chuyu furrows her brow, unsure if she should believe it. You winning the lottery sounds too unbelievable. Is it true? How much did you win, bro? You don't say anything and just hold up 3 fingers. 30 million. Chuyu gasps in surprise. It's 300 million, you tease without elaborating, directly stating that you won 300 million. Now, after finally calming her excitement, your sister is completely unsettled. 300 million? Otherwise, how could your big brother afford to buy a 10 million supercar? Having been tempered by society, you can tell lies without batting an eye, smoothly delivering one after another. Before she could process her brother winning 300 million, she hears you mention that this supercar is worth over 10 million, and Chuyu feels stunned. Bro, am I dreaming? Chuyu feels like she's in a dream. Winning the lottery can't be this easy, especially a 300 million jackpot. Sitting in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini worth over 10 million, this feeling is just too surreal. Now that I have money, our family's future will only get better. You smile slightly at the still stunned Chuyu and say, "Bro, you really won 300 million? Am I not dreaming?" Chuyu still finds it hard to believe. It's real. You really won, and this isn't a dream. You look at your sister affectionately and smile. But bro, even though we have money now, this windfall means we should be rational. Chuyu remains calm, knowing that mentioning this now may seem inappropriate, but she feels it's important to remind herself for a better future. Don't worry, big brother. You know I'm looking out for you. Chuyu's implication is clear. Now that they have money, don't waste it foolishly. Stay low-key. But then again, only you know your real situation. This isn't about winning the lottery, you are exploiting a system. You've always cared for your sister. They say an elder brother is like a father. With your parents not in the city, as the elder brother, it's your duty to take good care of your sister. You take Chuyu to the mall to shop, buying her skincare products and clothes that you couldn't afford before. Bro, that's enough. Look, I can barely carry all this, Chuyu says, struggling with the bags in her hands. Seeing you wanting to buy more, Chuyu quickly refuses, saying, "Bro, this is enough for me for a year. Alright, by the way, I just transferred 1 million cash to you. You've been working hard at school, so spend it freely and treat yourself well." Looking at your sister, you ask with concern, "You've lost weight again, haven't you?" "I have lost a bit of weight, but I'm fine," Chuyu replies, thinking about how she previously struggled with living expenses. She could only spend 10 yuan a day on food, and the memory brings a wave of sadness and grievance. Seeing tears glistening in Chuyu's eyes, you quickly reassure her, "That's all in the past. Our lives will only get better from now on." Chuyu nods in agreement, "Yes, it will get better." After leaving the mall, you put the purchased items in the car and say, "You must be hungry, bro. Let's go have a feast." "Yeah, I didn't need much for lunch, and after shopping for so long, I'm definitely hungry," Chuyu replies. After all, in the city, as long as you have money, there's no shortage of delicious food. You take Chuyu to a seafood restaurant. You order all kinds of seafood that you usually want but can't afford, such as sea cucumbers, abalone, king crab, and Australian lobster. "Bro, did you order too much? It's okay if we can't finish it. If we can't finish, we can take it home. If you like it, I can bring you here every day," you say affectionately. Your sister chuckles and says, "But if we eat too much of this expensive stuff, it's not good for gout, and it can get boring. This meal cost 5,800 yuan. As you pay, Chuyu glances at the bill, feeling particularly pained. "Bro, we spent so much on one meal. That's too extravagant. 5,800 could cover my living expenses for a year. After leaving the restaurant, she quietly adds, bro, sometimes it's okay to splurge. Besides, all this seafood was only 5,800. It's not expensive, you say, knowing your sister is used to being frugal. She might find it hard to accept spending like this, so she quickly agrees. Splurging occasionally is fine, but bro, just eating the legs of that huge king crab is really extravagant. Chuyu is still reminiscing about the king crab they just had. I must say, that king crab porridge was indeed delicious. By the time they finish eating, it's nearly 8 p.m. You drive Chuyu to the entrance of the university, reminding her to take care of herself. If you have any difficulties in life, just let me know. If you need more money, just ask me. Chuyu rolls her eyes at you, bro, you've given me too much money. How could it not be enough? After all, you just transferred 1 million to her. Even as a university student, she won't spend that much money anytime soon. Plus, your sister is naturally frugal and can live modestly. As long as she doesn't spend recklessly, that amount will last her a long time. Alright, head back now. Get some rest early, your health is important. I got it, brother, you should go back quickly. You watched your sister walk into the school, then drove away. And after her sister Chuyu returned to the dormitory, she found herself being cyberbullied. The campus forum was going crazy with the news that the school belle, after rejecting Lu Jianhao, turned around and got into a rich second-generation's Lamborghini. No matter how he explained, it was useless. So Chuyu picked up the phone and directly called you. I had a small problem on my side. Chuyu briefly explained this matter, and you understood what was going on halfway through. Are you okay now? Your voice is low. With a dark face, I asked with concern. I'm fine, just sigh. I know my younger sister's personality well. Under normal circumstances, she would not contact me. Now the younger sister contacting herself indicates that the situation is very serious, and she can't solve it by herself. Yeah, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. You were originally planning to go to the bar for a bit, to see if you could meet a few rich second-generation kids. Get some more rewards. The car had just driven halfway when I received a call from my sister. You didn't hesitate and directly turned the car around at the next intersection. Family is your bottom line. You must never allow anyone to harm your family, regardless of who they are, and you must make them pay the price. You don't like to cause trouble, but you are definitely not afraid of it, driving a supercar straight to the gate of Magic City University. You are sitting in the car, first going to the Tiaba of Magic City University, browsing around the forum, and marking out those who specifically criticize Chuyu. Liu Jianhao is the most active and also the culprit. Although you don't know Liu Jianhao, after browsing the forums, you have also learned some things. Of course you have seen it, the clarification post that my sister posted had little effect. In cases of online violence, you can't reason with them. Mindless trolls don't care about so much, they are simply brainless. Even those who have been through the grind of society find it hard to cope with online violence, let alone college students like Chuyu. The best way to deal with this kind of online soft violence is to use violence to counter violence, to deal with those who lead online bullying, striking a decisive blow to prevent 100 punches from being wasted. Are you sure Lu Jianhao is the one who caused trouble? Naturally, he won't let him off easily, so act quickly. Be ruthless in your actions. Must let those people understand the consequences of spreading rumors, what they think and how to act after that. You are also planning to drive into the school. The security at the school gate has actually noticed your Lamborghini Huracan a long time ago. Came over in the afternoon, then just now sent Chuyu back and came again. Now it's only been a little over half an hour since I went over, and I've come back again. Although it's known that people who can afford such luxury cars are definitely not simple, for safety reasons, the security guard at the school gate still stopped you. You see, the school does not allow outside vehicles to enter. Sir, please be accommodating. My sister is studying at university here, and she just messaged me saying she has a stomach ache. I'm anxious to take her to the hospital. You say that, and the security guard was also taken aback for a moment. Sir, you see me driving this car, I can't just run to the school to cause trouble, right? You added another sentence. The old man heard you say that and thought about it. It really is the case. Originally, the security guard didn't want to provoke a rich second generation like you, but now that he has heard you say this, he has directly let you go. Thank you, sir. Seeing the security guard let you through, you stepped on the gas and directly entered the campus of Magic City University. Although it is almost 10 p.m. now, there are still quite a few students walking outside on the campus of Magic City University. The Lamborghini Gallardo is so flashy that many people can't help but take a look. You need to find Lu Jianhao now, but after all, you are not a student of Magic City University and are not familiar with this area. When you parked the car by the roadside, thinking about how to find Lu Jianhao. Two girls running at night just happened to come by. "Hi beauty, can I ask you something?" You are about to find someone to inquire. When you were browsing the forum, you also learned the name Lu Jianhao, and you knew that he is the president of the student council at Magic City University. If it's an ordinary person, probably not many would recognize him, but since Lu Jianhao is the student council president, I guess quite a few people know him. The girl running at night stopped, looking at you sitting in the driver's seat, and couldn't help but blush, mainly because you are very handsome. "And just now I called him beautiful. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Do you know Lu Jianhao? He's the president of your student council. Do you know which dormitory building he lives in?" "Lu Jianhao, I know, I just saw him earlier. He is over there by the basketball court. It should not have left yet. Luck is really good. You didn't expect that just by casually finding a passerby, you could directly ask where Lu Jianhao is. Thanks." You drove directly towards the basketball court, and parked after reaching the destination. After casually picking up a glass cup from inside the car, I got out of the car. When I saw those boys playing basketball, they all looked over at you. You walked straight up, looked at those people, and shouted loudly, "Which one of you is Lu Jianhao? I heard that the person you are looking for is Lu Jianhao." The boys who play basketball also exchanged glances. "Do Lu Jianhao and the others know the student council president?" "I just saw him over there on a date with Chen Shanshan, and among them was a relatively honest and simple-minded boy who pointed his hand towards Lu Jianhao." You looked in the direction he was pointing, and indeed found a man and a woman standing up preparing to leave this place. Lu Jianhao didn't notice you drove over just now, but he naturally heard your loud shout. He turned his head to look at you, and his heart suddenly jumped in shock. It seemed like he was here looking for trouble. Don't be fooled by Lu Jianhao's usually bold demeanor. In fact, he is particularly timid and is really the kind of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Seeing your fierce appearance, he turned around and wanted to run. However, you are not very far from him. Taking 3 steps as 2, you directly blocked in front of Lu Jianhao. You looked at the girl next to Lu Jianhao, and then directly fixed your gaze on Lu Jianhao. "You are Lu Jianhao. I am the one who slandered my sister Chuyu. You must first find the right target." Your gaze is fixed fiercely on Lu Jianhao. Asked while suppressing anger. "Chuyu, Lu Jianhao can feel the pressure on you, and when you speak, your voice is very soft and makes a buzzing sound." "That's right, it's you," you chuckled. The next moment, directly pick up the glass in hand and smash it hard on Lu Jianhao's head. Chen Shanshan, who was next to Lu Jianhao, was so scared that she took a few steps back and shouted out loud. The incident happened suddenly, and Lu Jianhao didn't react at all before you hit him on the head. He fell down to the ground. You directly stepped forward and glared fiercely at Chen Shanshan. "Shut up!" Chen Shanshan was still screaming, but you scolded her. Quickly closed his mouth, covered it with his hand, his whole body was trembling. Lu Jianhao slumped down on the ground. You stepped forward and kicked him hard in the stomach twice. "Daring to bully my sister, are you looking for death?" Although there are not many people on this side of the basketball court, such a big incident has instantly attracted a lot of people. Wow, big news, the student council president, Lu Jianhao, got hit on the head with a glass cup on the basketball court. That person seems to be the rich second generation who drove a Lamborghini in the afternoon to pick up Chuyu, and the news about Lu Jianhao getting hit on the head quickly spread. And Chuyu learned in the dormitory that you had beaten Lu Jianhao, so she quickly left the dormitory and ran towards the basketball court. Understand your temper, this will be late if you go. It may cost someone's life. On this side of the basketball court, Lu Jianhao didn't dare to move at all. He originally wanted to resist, but after you pressed his head down and knocked it on the ground a couple of times, he immediately became obedient. Because of this incident, more and more people have gathered to watch the excitement at this point. This is the effect you wanted. Since you've decided to use this means to seek justice for your sister, you should not be afraid of making things bigger. The more people come, the better. It's best to let those brainless haters take a look at what happens to those who bully their own sisters. The dormitory of the main agreement is not far from the basketball court. He ran out of the dormitory building and jogged for about 5 minutes to get here. When he saw Lu Jianhao with blood all over his head, sitting on the ground like a lost dog, he breathed a sigh of relief. He is just afraid that you might act impulsively, and if you really hurt Lu Jianhao badly, then in that case, brother won't be able to escape the legal consequences. "Brother, are you okay?" Chuyu rushed to your side and asked with a concerned expression. "Brother is fine." You see Chuyu coming, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, revealing a hint of a pampering smile. "Go out and apologize to my sister." When you turned around, you glared fiercely at Lu Jianhao, and a scolding nearly scared him out of his wits. Where would Lu Jianhao dare to have any other thoughts now? He walked to Chuyu with his head down, crying and looking mournful, and said in a very low voice, I'm sorry, didn't you eat? Speaking so softly. I can't hear you scold. Lu Jianhao almost knelt down. Sorry, I was wrong. Lu Jianhao gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. Where did it go wrong? You sneered and continued to ask. I shouldn't spread rumors about Chuyu without knowing the situation. Lu Jianhao is not stupid. Now he already knows what mistakes he made and who he offended. If you let me know that you dare to slander my sister again, next time it won't just be a warning. I'll directly kill you. I mean what I say. You are not afraid of him retaliating against you. Even if you give him 10 times the courage of a dog, he wouldn't dare. You did this, and the public's opinion of Chuyu instantly flipped to two extremes. As for the student council venue of Lu Jianhao, it has directly become a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting to beat it. However, the matter is not over yet. You see those onlookers around. I directly said that I am Chuyu's biological older brother, and my name is Chu Jiang. Today I came here to seek an explanation for my sister, and I hope those who slandered my sister can stand up and apologize. I have taken screenshots of those posts that slander my sister. Before noon tomorrow, if I don't see your apologies, then don't blame me for being rude to you. As soon as the words fell, many people beside her stood up directly and apologized to Chuyu. I'm sorry, Chuyu, I was too thoughtless. I shouldn't have followed the crowd. Chuyu, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have slandered many people present without understanding anything. Directly apologize to Chuyu in person. As for those who were not present, when they learned that you might really trouble them, they were also scared and quickly posted an apology. In a moment, in the forum of Magic City University, most of the posts slandering Chuyu have been deleted, replaced by countless apology posts. On this side of the basketball court, you blared at Chen Shanshan, and you took her to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses. If you want to settle privately, I will give you 50,000 yuan, said Lu Jianhao, staring blankly. If you want to go public, that's fine too. Let's go to the police station now. Hearing you say that, Lu Jianhao said with a mournful face, I want to settle this privately. First of all, he is at fault, and secondly, he has no idea what background you really have. After all, they are driving a Lamborghini Aventador. How could a college student possibly provoke them? The three things you gave are really too much. It's just that I was hit on the head and kicked twice. I can't believe you are going to give him 50,000 yuan to settle privately. What is he hesitating about? Even if he hesitates for a second, it is a disrespect to that 50,000 yuan. 1 yen, you directly made Lu Jianhao earn 50,000 yuan. After getting the money, Lu Jianhao didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. With Chen Shanshan's support, he limped away from the basketball court. The onlookers around gradually dispersed. You sent your sister back to the dormitory, comforted her a few words, and then drove away from Magic City University. You took out your phone to check the time. It was already past 10 p.m. At this hour, you didn't have any other thoughts. You just wanted to find a place to take a nap. Although the nightlife in the Magic City is rich, the area of the Magic City is so large that there are always some places that will be quieter late at night. The university in the Magic City is not in the city center. The roads are relatively spacious, and at this time, there are not many cars on the road. You are driving a Lamborghini Aventador, feeling very comfortable. Once upon a time, you also envied those rich second-generation wealthy people. You have 1,000 thoughts, and suddenly you see 7 or 8 supercars speeding towards you from the rearview mirror. Well, speaking of which, you seem a bit anxious. Although he drove a Lamborghini all day, he was just making do with it. His driving skills are really quite average. With so many rich second-generation kids racing behind, you just happen to be blocking the road in the center, which must have caused some impact on those behind. As you think this, your foot unconsciously presses down on the gas pedal. The supercar behind was about to catch up, but then I saw you step on the gas hard, and the speed shot up to 150 miles per hour. The big bull in front is not our car, right? No, it's not. What does he mean by stepping on the gas like that? Does he want to race with us? I don't know, it's interesting. Catch up. Wang Tsong drove a Porsche 918. The new recruit drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, followed by those people behind. They are all very famous and popular figures in the Magic City. They rarely encounter such things, and plus they mistakenly think you are provoking them by racing, so they all became spirited. One by one, they all stepped on the gas fiercely, turning the originally quiet night into an instant cacophony of supercar roars. You are also fierce. You actually want to go faster, and then find a spacious place to stop in front, letting those supercars behind make way. But who knows, this road is very long, and there is no particularly suitable place to give way ahead. Plus, your current speed is very fast, and those supercars behind you are also very fast. If you stop, you might just get hit by a supercar. You definitely don't want to make the headlines tomorrow because of something like this. If a life is lost, it will be serious. Isn't it true that I haven't even enjoyed life before having to go in? You didn't think much about it. Fortunately, this road is really well built and very straight. After driving at high speed for about 20 minutes, you finally found an opportunity to stop. The supercars behind saw your Lamborghini stop, and they all slowed down and came to a halt. You, sitting in the car, were stunned for a moment. What's going on? Are they going to gang up on me? Wow, are you sure you really don't know? This group of rich second-generation individuals driving supercars. The car leading behind is Wang Tsong's Porsche 918, and behind it is the red Ferrari LaFerrari. Wang Tsong got off the car with Qin Bin. You saw that they all got out of the car, and you couldn't just act timid, you also opened the car door and got out. Hi brother, what's going on with you? Why did you suddenly stop? Wang Tsong shouted at you. Originally, the night was dim, and the cars across the street had their headlights on, facing the light. You naturally cannot see Wang Tsong in them clearly. However, when you hear Wang Tsong asking you if something happened to the car, you also breathed a sigh of relief. At least these. The rich second generation has no hostility towards him. Tsong Xiao, when you walked to Wang Tsong's side, you recognized Wang Tsong at a glance. Qin Bin, Qin Xiao, besides Wang Tsong, among so many people present, you also recognized Qin Bin. You are Wang Tsong, confirming with Qin Bin that you do not know each other, exchanging a glance. I couldn't help but ask you a question. I'm sorry, I was trying to find a spacious place just now to make way for you. Who knows this road is built so straight? You scratched your head and smiled at Wang Tsong and them. We thought you wanted to race with us, that's what I said. Why did you suddenly stop? Haha, by the way, you are a local of the Magic City. I haven't seen you before. Qin Bing looked at you and casually asked a question. I am not a local of Magic City. My name is Chu Jiang, Xinge, and Songge. Nice to meet you. Making friends with top wealthy second-generation individuals like Wang Tsong and Qin Bing, you definitely won't casually give up such a good opportunity. Brother Chu, you are quite handsome. Wang Tsong reached out his hand to shake yours and casually teased you a bit. The misunderstanding here has been cleared up, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. You take out a pack of cigarettes and hand one to everyone present, taking the opportunity to get to know each other. It doesn't matter how deep the friendship is, the main thing is that you want to take the opportunity to gain some rewards. First, obtain a Lamborghini Veneno, obtain a villa at Dongjiano. 1 courtyard, obtain 20 million cash, obtain 50 million cash. Previously, you worked hard all day to collect those rewards, and now you have met Qin Bing, Wang Tsong and the others, 7 or 8 people, and the value of the rewards they collected is several times more than what you collected before. It seems that the more wealthy people you get to know, the higher the value of the rewards you can gain. You couldn't help but murmur to yourself. Immediately decided that no matter what is said today, I must get to know Wang Tsong, Qin Bin, and the others well. Song, brother Qin has long heard of the reputation of the 2 older brothers and has always wanted to find an opportunity to get to know them. I didn't expect to meet both of you brothers in this way today. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. You are lowering your own posture so much. In an instant, he won the favor of Wang Tsong and Qin Bin in their group. In the middle of the night, a group of rich second-generation driving supercars stopped by the roadside, chatting and making noise. Occasionally passing vehicles can't help but glance over here a few more times. Brother Chu, let's go to the bar to have fun later. Do you want to come along? After a conversation, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin have a good impression of you and even directly invited you to go to the bar with them. Wang Tsong personally invited you, you can't possibly not give Wang Tsong face. Alright, just right, I don't have anything to do right now either. You agreed to it in one bite. A group of people drove 8 or 9 supercars, grandly heading towards the newly opened bar in the Magic City. It was just past midnight when we arrived at the bar, and this time is also the busiest time for the bar. Originally, Qin Bin said he would treat, but in the middle, you took the opportunity while going to the bathroom to secretly settle the bill. After learning that it was you who settled the bill, Qin Bin suddenly looked at you. After talking all night, Qin Bin had quite a good impression of you. Brother Chu, you are quite good. Next time I will treat you, you can't secretly settle the bill again. Otherwise, I might get angry. Qin Bin put his arm around your shoulders and said with a chuckle, you have quite a rich harvest tonight. Just in cash you picked up 5 or 600 million. A pile of luxury cars, plus 2 sets of villas worth more than 300 million. The expenses you settled are nothing compared to the rewards you picked up. They are just a drop in the bucket. Coming out of the bar, the group walked somewhat unsteadily. After drinking so much, they naturally couldn't drive. There are quite a few hotels nearby, and Qin Bin has already arranged everything properly for Brother Chu. The restaurant Qin Shi Mingyu is run by me. I have already reserved a room. Let's make do at my place tonight. You heard Chinbin say this, and you nodded in agreement, saying aloud yes, having drunk so much alcohol, definitely can't drive. And now it's already past 3 a.m. By the time I get home it will probably be dawn. I've been partying all night. After reaching the time of the bright moon in the Qin dynasty, you simply washed up and then lay on the bed, reminiscing about today's achievements in battle. My gains tonight are quite substantial, with 600 million in cash, 13 supercars, and 2 standalone villas. As for other rewards, for example, Patek Philippe has 3 pieces, and Richard Mille also has 2 pieces. Everything is stored in the system space, and as long as you have a thought and think about extracting a certain reward, the reward can be extracted by you. Of course, for villas and the like, you extract the property certificate. As for cash, it is all directly deposited into the bank account. As for rewards like wristwatches, they will directly appear in front of you, and you have organized the rewards you picked up. When you saw that Richard Mille worth 20 million, you also directly extracted it. Indeed, it is a world-class watch that is highly sought after by young people. When you wear the watch on your wrist, you can't help but admire it. It is said that the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. When you think that this watch is actually worth 20 million, you can't help but exclaim, isn't this just wearing a house in the Magic City on your wrist? You are still very satisfied with this Richard Mille, blue and white interspersed, looking quite refreshing. Lying on the sofa, a wave of drowsiness surged up, and before long, I fell asleep directly. After waking up from a sleep, it's already almost noon at 12 o'clock. You stretch your body, and after a wash-up, your phone rang. I checked the caller ID and it turned out to be Wang Song calling. What's up, brother Song? Why did you leave, brother Chu? Woke up early, had a bite to eat and then went back, you smiled and said. By the way, brother Chu, do you have time later? I'll take you to a nice place. It's a good place. You don't have anything to worry about. You don't have to worry about money now, you can just lay flat. Hearing Wang Song say he wants to take you to a good place, you immediately became interested. What high place is it? Have you heard of Tsongge Yangfu Palace? Yangfu Palace, the first private club in Magic City, to be honest. You really have heard about it before. Well, it's quite lively over there today. Qin Bin and I are planning to go join in the fun. What do you think, brother Chu? Do you want to come along? Wang Song invited you, so you readily agreed, mainly because Wang Song just mentioned that it is quite lively over there today. The liveliness indicates that there are many people, and with many people, you can get a lot of good things. Okay, I'll send you a location, let's meet at the gate of Yangfu Palace in a while. After hanging up the phone, Wang Song immediately sent you the location of Yangfu Palace. Yangfu Palace is located in the western suburbs of the Magic City. Although it is somewhat remote, the environment has indeed improved quite a bit. The former Emperor's Palace is now used to provide leisure and enjoyment for the wealthy in the Magic City. Indeed quite attractive. There is a large parking lot near Yangfu Palace, and it is already full of luxury cars. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Lamborghini you drive costs over 10 million when it hits the ground. It can be considered a luxury car, but parked in this parking lot, it really doesn't mean much. There are countless luxury cars worth tens of millions, and the Lamborghini Aventador is not at all eye-catching among these luxury cars. There really are many rich people in the country, which makes you involuntarily exclaim. However, your emotions haven't changed much. If the Lamborghini Gallardo is nothing special, then your Lamborghini Veneno is the same. There are only 3 Lamborghini Veneno cars in the entire Hua country. After all, there are only 14 units globally, and the price has been inflated to over 10 million to 20 million on the black market, with prices available but no market. If a car owner really puts poison up for auction, the price will definitely not be lower than this price. Some things cannot be bought with money. When you came out of the parking lot and walked to the entrance of Yangfu Palace, Wang Song and Qin Bin were already standing there, waiting for you to come over. There are also 3 young people standing beside them. Without thinking, those who can appear here must definitely be rich second generation. They were not here last night, so they don't know you, but they are considered the followers of Wang Song and Qin Bin. Wang Song and Qin Bin are both standing here waiting for you to come over. They can't possibly not give you this face, right? Brother Song's love song makes the brothers wait. It's really a sin. You stepped forward and said a polite phrase. You still understand this rule. Moreover, Wang Song and the other person are quite a bit older than you, so it's reasonable to call them brother. Brother Chu will introduce you to Zhou Yang, whose family sells jewelry. Zhou Xingtang is his family's business. This Fang Jun, his family deals in imported luxury cars, as long as the money is in place. Even a Lamborghini Veneno is not a problem. This Xia Guanyu, his family is also engaged in real estate development. 1/3 of the luxury apartments in this Magic City are developed by their family. Except for my younger brother, if you want to invest in real estate in the future, you should get to know him better. After a round of introductions, you can be considered acquainted with the three of them. After you shake hands with them and get to know each other, a system starts to sound in your ear. Listening to ding receives cash 30 million, receives cash 40 million, touches to receive cash 60 million. How refreshing. You appear calm and composed on the surface, but inside you are exceptionally excited. After all, this is just the beginning, and you have already picked up such a rich reward. Wang Song said that it is very lively here today, and if I get to know a few wealthy second-generation rich people later, that would be really great. You haven't had the chance to check how many good things you've picked up. Just in cash alone, you've picked up nearly 200 million. As for luxury cars and mansions, you really don't care about them that much anymore. After all, you currently have 300 school district houses in your hands, and there are also 2 villas worth over 300 million. There are countless luxury cars. Of course, when I heard that I actually picked up a Koenigsegg Wang, you are still very happy. You followed Wang Song and the others into Yangfu Palace, and you finally witnessed what a top-tier private club is like. This place is almost a replica of the Forbidden City in the imperial capital. Wow, today I really have my eyes open with a little knife pulling at my butt. You can't help but feel shocked inside. If it weren't for Wang Song and the others being here, your expression would probably have lost its calm long ago. This Yangfu Palace is indeed worthy of being the #1 private club in the Magic City. Just this imperial palace alone, I'm afraid no private club can compare to it. You looked at Wang Song and said to Qin Bin, "That's natural." Wang Song also nodded and responded with a sound. "This is a private club, and ordinary people can't come in at all." Wang Song chuckled and said, "If you want to come here to play, you first have to become a member here. Moreover, the entry threshold here is very high. To become a member, one must first verify their assets, and the minimum net worth must be at least 1 billion. You are also shocked to hear Wang Song say this, although you are already very rich now, with cash alone almost approaching 1 billion. But hearing Wang Song say that to become a member of a club requires a net worth of 1 billion, still feels a bit unbelievable. This really shows that the joys and sorrows of people do not connect. 1 billion, an ordinary person, even if they work hard for a lifetime, could never earn so much money. But even the lowest market value of any random member is this number. How about it, Brother Chu, are you shocked? Wang Song said with a smile, but I don't come here often, mainly because of that kid Qin Bin. Guess how much he spends here throughout the year? How much? You subconsciously asked. Last year he seemed to have spent 1 billion. With such a large amount of 1 billion, even if you were calm before, you can't hold it together at this moment. I prefer playing with gambling stones, and there happens to be a gambling stone venue here, so the spending is relatively high. Qin Bin is also standing aside explaining. Gambling on stones has both wins and losses. Last year, although I spent 1 billion here, I actually made over 200 million from gambling on stones. Now that Qin Bin has said this, you understand. When it comes to gambling stones, Qin Bin excitedly said, "It's so lively today. Mainly, there is a batch of raw stones coming from northern Myanmar, and many people came over to join in the excitement as soon as they got the news. You know about gambling stones, but in real life, you really haven't played it. One cut is poor, one cut is rich, one cut splits the burlap." This saying is exactly about gambling stones. Ordinary people gamble on stones to become rich overnight, while these rich second-generation individuals gamble on stones purely for the thrill. And if luck is on your side, you can really make a lot of money. Just like Qin Bin, spending 1 billion a year on stone materials. In the end, I can still make 200 million. Although you don't understand gambling stones, since you're here, it won't hurt to take a look. A group of people walked directly towards the gambling stone site. To be honest, it is really lively here. In a square of about 3,000 square meters, there are actually over 100 gambling stone stalls. There are indeed quite a few people coming over to join in the fun. At a glance, there are probably at least a few hundred people. Members can bring their families to have fun. It's so lively here today, many people have brought their families to play. Wang Song saw the confusion on your face and naturally knew what you were thinking, so he quickly explained. "I see," you nodded and murmured a sentence. "How about it, Brother Chu? Do you want to give it a try? Newbies usually have pretty good luck. Maybe it will be cut up," Qin Bin said to you excitedly. "Brother Chu, don't listen to Qin Bin's nonsense. It's not that easy. Just because he says it's going to rise doesn't mean it will." Wang Song also reminded you with a smile. He just doesn't like playing with gambling stones, mainly because his luck isn't very good. Previously, he spent several million here to buy 2 pieces of stone material, and they all collapsed, completely going to waste. Angry, he vowed never to play with this thing again, but Qin Bin was still very much interested in gambling stones. The diligent soldier has spent a long time playing and has figured out some tricks on his own. Moreover, his pocket money is much more than Wang Song's. Hundreds of thousands to millions are nothing to him. You have only heard of gambling stones before, but you have never encountered them in real life. For you, gambling stones are a fresh novelty. Since you're here, it doesn't hurt to play around. Today's stones all came from the northern part of Myanmar, which indeed attracted many wealthy people to come here. Before long, the area beside the stall was surrounded by Wang Song and Chin Bin. They are both top assistants, and everyone present who knows them came over to greet them. Along with that, Wang Song and the two of them also introduced you to their acquaintances. In the process of shaking hands and getting to know each other, you actually made a fortune. Ding received 10 million in cash, received 30 million in cash, received a set of large flatted tangchenipin. Ding, you have received a pair of golden eyes. Although Chu Chin didn't carefully check how many good things he had picked up, the system's prompt sound was still there. When he heard that he had picked up a pair of golden eyes, Chu Chin was momentarily stunned. Golden eyes? What the hell? Since obtaining the system, Chu Chin had picked up hundreds of transparent spheres, either cash or luxury cars and mansions. Now, suddenly being notified that he had picked up golden eyes left him at a loss. He quickly found the golden eyes he had just picked up from the system space, and after understanding it, Chu Chin was completely shocked. Isn't this just X-ray vision? Having read thousands of novels, Chu Chin understood immediately. The so-called golden eyes were indeed X-ray vision. Extract. In this situation, the X-ray vision of the golden eyes was simply perfect. According to the system's introduction to the golden eyes, Chu Chin also learned how to use them. As long as he stared at an object for 3 seconds, the golden eyes would activate, allowing him to see through the object's surface to its inner condition. Oh, isn't this our young Master Chin? A sharp voice reached Chu Chen's ears. He looked up and saw a flamboyantly dressed person accompanied by 7 or 8 sycophants, all similarly ostentatious. Young Master Chin, your little girlfriend has quite a nice figure. By the way, she's really tight. The newcomer was very arrogant, looking at Chin Bin and laughingly saying a few words. Chin Bin's expression immediately turned unnatural. Sun Yuan Tao, you better not cause trouble. Wang Song also stepped forward and directly scolded the newcomer by name. Hee, Song Xiao, don't act smart with me here. Who do you think you are? Sun Yuan Tao was very arrogant, completely disregarding Chin Bin and Wang Song. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Chu Chin couldn't help but frown. He instinctively disliked this arrogant rich second generation in front of him. If you have any personal grievances, resolve them privately. This is Yangfu Palace. Just as both sides were about to clash, a clear voice like a silver bell rang out. As the voice came, everyone on both sides calmed down. The previously arrogant Sun Yuan Tao immediately backed down, and Chin Bin and Wang Song also settled down. Chu Chin was puzzled and looked in the direction of the voice. A woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a tight qipao, walked over. Stunningly beautiful, exuding great charisma. Sister Tao. Upon seeing her, both Wang Song and Sun Yuan Tao immediately lost their bravado, and as the woman approached, everyone called out Sister Tao. It was Chu Chen's first time here, so he naturally didn't know who this woman was. But someone who could scare Wang Song and the others into submission with just a word was definitely not an ordinary person. Sister Tao. When the woman walked up to Chu Chen, he also softly called out, Sister Tao. New here, haven't seen you before. Sister Tao looked at Chu Chen, a slight smile on her lips as she asked, is this your first time here to have fun? Chu Chen was unclear about who she was, so he felt no pressure in speaking. Sister Tao nodded, stared at Chu Chen for another moment, and then walked between Chin Bin and Sun Yuan Tao. I don't care what personal grievances you have, but this is Yangfu Palace. If you want to cause trouble here, don't blame me for throwing you out. As soon as Sister Tao finished speaking, Sun Yuan Tao quickly smiled and said, Sister Tao, how could I dare to cause trouble in Yangfu Palace? Good to know. Sister Tao snorted coldly. She was well aware of what kind of person Sun Yuan Tao was. Chin Bin also lowered his head and approached Sister Tao, saying, Sister Tao, don't worry, we all understand your rules. Sister Tao looked at Chin Bin and nodded, saying nothing more. It wasn't until Sister Tao left with her people that everyone let out a sigh of relief. Chu Chen was relatively fine, although he felt that Sister Tao had a strong presence. It shouldn't be enough to scare these rich second-generation kids into silence, right? Brother Song, who is this? Sister Tao? Chu Chen was also curious about Sister Tao's identity, so after she walked away, he leaned closer to Wang Song and asked quietly, Chu, you mustn't provoke Sister Tao, or no one will be able to protect you. Wang Song frowned and said seriously, once, a young master from a prominent family in the capital came to Yangfu Palace to play, and he made some lewd remarks to her. Guess what happened? Wang Song looked at Chu Chen and asked back, What happened? Shu Chen asked, intrigued. That young master ended up having his limbs severed and was thrown to Southeast Asia to beg. Hiss. Shu Chen couldn't help but gasp at this. A young master from the capital? Didn't his family do anything? Shu Chen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Heh, they better dare. Wang Song sneered, is a young master more important or the entire family? They know how to prioritize. With Wang Song's words, Shu Chen understood. And that was one of the 8 great families of the capital. Xinbin said with a bitter smile, don't be fooled by our wealth and power, some people are not to be offended. Xinbin was certainly right, and Shu Chen nodded, non-committal. The entire human society is like this, the weak are prey to the strong, and only the strong are worthy of speaking. Who is that Sun Yuantao? Shu Chen glanced at Sun Yuantao, who was standing not far away, and asked quietly, damn, that guy is really something. His family is in the mining business, with operations all over the world, but his character is terrible. Xinbin gritted his teeth and said. Just now, when Shu Chen heard Sun Yuantao's words, he knew that Xinbin had a grudge against him. If Sister Tao hadn't suddenly appeared, they might have really fought. After this little episode, Sun Yuantao temporarily behaved himself. However, just as Xinbin was about to bid 20 million for the stone he had his eye on, Sun Yuantao came right up and said to the stall owner, I'll offer 30 million. What Qin Shao wants is definitely a good thing. Seeing Xinbin bid, Sun Yuantao directly raised the price by 10 million to cut him off. Xinbin frowned, looking at the disgusting Sun Yuantao, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. 35 million. I'll take it. 40 million. Xinbin raised his bid to 35 million, but unexpectedly, Sun Yuantao didn't even blink and jumped straight to 40 million. First, he had plenty of money and didn't care about these tens of millions. Second, he wanted to annoy Xinbin. Third, he knew that Xinbin had some skill in gambling on stones. Since Xinbin was interested, he figured he wouldn't lose. Of course, Xinbin's reputation as the Emperor of Shanghai wasn't for nothing. Seeing Sun Yuantao raise the bid to 40 million, he immediately called out, 45 million. Everyone around gasped in shock. A stone that started at 20 million was now bid up to 45 million. If it turned out to be good, that would be fine, but if it collapsed, it would be a huge loss. When Sun Yuantao heard Xinbin call out 45 million, he hesitated for a moment. Seeing this, Xinbin directly mocked him, if you don't have the money, don't come here to show off, what a joke. Xinbin's words indeed provoked Sun Yuantao. Heh, it's just a few tens of millions, a small amount. I'll offer 50 million. Sun Yuantao was indeed not short on money. 50 million, while not a small sum, was not much for him. Of course, 50 million isn't much for Xinbin. When he heard Sun Yuantao directly bid 50 million, he didn't hesitate, and just as he was about to raise the bid again, he was stopped by Chu Chen. Brother Qin, I think we should just let it go. Since young Master Sun likes it, let's give it to him. Chu Chen winked at Xinbin. Although Xinbin didn't understand what Chu Chen meant, he hesitated for a moment. This young brother has good insight, haha. Sun Yuantao looked at Chu Chen and couldn't help but laugh. What's this, young Master Qin is backing out. Seeing Sun Yuantao's smug expression, Xinbin frowned, but Chu Chen stepped forward. We don't want it anymore. This stone belongs to young Master Sun. Xinbin's face darkened. He couldn't quite understand Chu Chen. He could still afford this amount of money, and backing out now would only encourage others' arrogance. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Brother Qin, just watch. Chu Chen's lips curled slightly as he looked at Sun Yuantao. Congratulations, young Master Sun. With such a large stone, why not open it right here? It would be great for us to see what a 50 million stone can yield. Having just acquired the golden eye, Chu Chen directly used it to examine the stone. There's some green, but not much, and the quality of the jade isn't very good. There's also a long crack on it. For a stone like this, let alone 20 million, it wouldn't even be worth 100,000. Chu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. By the time he came back to his senses, Xinbin had already raised the bid to 45 million. Fortunately, Sun Yuantao was provoked by Xinbin's words and directly raised the bid to 50 million. Otherwise, if Xinbin really spent 45 million to buy this, it would be a total loss. Seeing that Xinbin still intended to bid, Chu Chen quickly stepped in to stop him. Hearing what Chu Chen said, Sun Yuantao chuckled. Young Master Qin, your friend is quite interesting, huh? Sun Yuantao's words were purely to annoy Xinbin, and upon hearing them, Xinbin couldn't help but frown. Boss, open it for me. I want young Master Qin to appreciate it properly. Sun Yuantao wanted to irritate Xinbin. If this stone yielded green, doubling the value wouldn't be a big deal. The half-person high stone was directly sent into the stone-cutting machine, and the surrounding crowd was packed. A 50 million stone looks quite good. If it yields green, it could be worth over 100 million. Why is young Master Qin backing down? Who is that young guy next to him? I've never seen him before. Don't know, never seen him. If it yields green, hee hee. Qin Bin's expression was also not good. He looked at Chu Chen and couldn't help but frown. Brother Chu, what's going on? Brother Qin, just watch, this stone will collapse. Chu Chen didn't keep it a secret anymore and directly told Qin Bin that this stone would definitely collapse when cut. This old pit stone looks quite good, it should yield green. To be honest, the probability of it collapsing is really low. Qin Bin's tone was somewhat stiff. To be honest, he was a bit angry that Chu Chen stopped him from bidding. Brother Qin, how about this? Let's make a bet. If this stone appreciates, I'll pay you whatever it sells for. If it collapses, you can give me one stone from the stone market, how about that? When Chu Chen said this, Qin Bin couldn't help but be moved. Wang Tsong and a few other rich second-generation heirs also couldn't help but glance at Chu Chen. They didn't understand. Where did Chu Chen get the confidence to say this stone would definitely collapse? However, it must be said that Chu Chen was very good at handling people and situations. This bet, for Qin Bin, absolutely posed no risk. If the stone appreciated, he could make a big profit. If it really collapsed, he wouldn't lose anything either. After all, if you really spend 50 to 60 million to buy a piece of worthless material, that would be a huge loss. Brother Chu, your words are enough for me, I trust you. Qin Bin had initially felt a bit resentful towards Chu Chen, but upon hearing him say this, he felt relieved and looked at Chu Chen with gratitude, saying, if this stone really collapses, Brother Chu, you can choose any stone from the entire gambling stone market, and I'll foot the bill. Driven by love, I ask all the readers for a small gift. Your small effort can let me enjoy some meat sandwiches. Here, I kneel in thanks to all the readers. When Chu Chen mentioned the stone collapsing, he deliberately raised his voice to ensure that Sun Yuantao, not far away, could hear. Sun Yuantao, however, was unimpressed. I bought this raw stone for 50 million, and you say it collapsed just like that? Who do you think you are? Sun Yuantao chuckled, his expression quite arrogant. The stone cutting machine finally stopped working, and the stone cutter opened the hatch of the machine. As the raw stone was pushed out, Sun Yuantao was still quite smug. Qin Shao, just regret it. Ha ha. Hearing his mockery, Qin Bin's expression turned serious, but he did not respond directly. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this raw stone worth 50 million. If such a large raw stone could yield green, it would definitely be worth over 100 million. I'll do it. Sun Yuantao excitedly walked to the raw stone and pushed aside the cut stone pieces. In an instant, the excitement on Sun Yuantao's face vanished. Collapsed? Sun Yuantao was stunned. The raw stone he bought for 50 million just collapsed? Damn, if this piece cut off doesn't yield green, it really has collapsed. This 50 million raw stone is just this? Shoo, the price of this raw stone was originally worth 20 million. Sun Yuantao forced it up to 50 million, and if it collapses, he has to take responsibility. Phew! Qin Bin also let out a long sigh of relief. Before seeing the cut surface of the raw stone, he was a bit nervous. Mainly because, if it really did yield green, that little bastard Sun Yuantao would definitely laugh at him about it in the future. But now, the raw stone bought for 50 million was cut down in one stroke. This cut at least slashed off 45 million. The raw stone bought for 50 million was now worth at most 5 million. It couldn't be more. Ha, Sun Shao, how about this? Since your stone has collapsed, I'll offer you 1 million, sell it to me? Qin Bin stepped forward to annoy Sun Yuantao. What are you dreaming about? I can still cut this. Upon hearing Qin Bin's words, Sun Yuantao's expression froze. Then I wish you good luck, but if you cut it again and it collapses, I estimate no one will want it for even 500,000. Qin Bin laughed heartily, and seeing Sun Yuantao lose so much money instantly lifted his spirits. As for Sun Yuantao, he turned and shouted angrily at the stone cutter, keep cutting for me. The stone cutter had wanted to advise Sun Yuantao, but seeing his attitude, he remained silent and directly placed the remaining stone back into the cutting machine. More than 10 minutes passed. When the stone cutting machine opened the hatch again, Sun Yuantao still had some expectations. He couldn't believe that the raw stone he bought for 50 million had just collapsed like that. It would be hard for anyone to accept. I'll do it. Sun Yuantao pushed aside the stone cutter and directly pushed aside the stone pieces. It yielded green. Seeing a hint of green, Sun Yuantao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. But the next second, the words of those around him left him dumbfounded. Wow, it really did yield green, but the quality of this jade is too poor, right? There's such a big crack in the middle, it's worthless. Just now, it seemed like it could be worth 3 to 5 million, but now it looks like at most 1 million, tops. Useless, useless, this kind of jadeite won't fetch a price. Put. When Qin Bin saw the cut surface of the raw stone, he couldn't help but laugh out loud in front of Sun Yuantao. Young Master Sun, look, this is the consequence of not listening to advice. This raw stone is completely useless. I could have offered you 1,000,000 just now, but now I can only give you at most 500,000. Qin Bin's words made Sun Yuantao extremely uncomfortable. He could have enjoyed watching Qin Bin make a fool of himself, but instead, he spent 50 million and ended up being the one laughed at by Qin Bin. It's just 50 million, I have plenty of money, it doesn't matter. Although Sun Yuantao said this, the thought of losing 50 million made him feel miserable all over. Of course, just 50 million, it naturally can't catch your eye, young Master Sun. The more Qin Bin spoke, the more he enjoyed it. At such a time, how could he not mock Sun Yuantao a bit to justify the 50 million he spent? Brother Chu, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you stopping me from continuing to bid, I was just about to shout out 60 million. Qin Bin deliberately raised his voice, wanting Sun Yuantao to hear him. Brother Chu, as I said earlier, any raw stone here that you fancy, I'll give it to you. Qin Bin was in a good mood and spoke generously. Brother Qin, then I won't be polite. We're brothers. Why would you be polite with me? Speaking of which, Chu Chen really did save him. If it weren't for Chu Chen holding him back, he would have continued to clash with Sun Yuantao. Although tens of millions or even hundreds of millions weren't much to him, in this situation, it was mainly about losing face. Spending tens of millions on a pile of worthless stones would be something to be laughed at for a whole year. That one, it looks pretty good. Chu Chen casually pointed, and following the direction of his finger, everyone saw the raw stone tossed in the corner. It was the size of a basketball and looked quite unremarkable. How about it, Brother Chu, why don't you pick another one? No need to change, this one will do. Chu Chen shook his head and said directly, Boss, please help me open it. The raw stone Chu Chen chose had nothing special about it. Its quality and color weren't good, and its size was small. Even if it produced green, it wouldn't be worth much. Qin Bin wanted Chu Chen to pick a larger one, but Chu Chen was very determined, so he just went along with him. What good thing can come out of a stone worth only 10,000? He. Sun Yuantao also chimed in sarcastically from the side. He had initially found Chu Chen quite likable, but thinking about how Chu Chen had stopped Qin Bin from bidding, causing him to lose 50 million for nothing, Sun Yuantao immediately held a grudge against Chu Chen as well. Young Master Sun, how about we make a bet? Chu Chen said to Sun Yuantao, if my stone produces green and is valuable, you give me whatever it's worth, but of course, the jadeite has to be mine. And if it's not valuable? Sun Yuantao asked with a cold laugh. If it's not valuable, then the 50 million you just spent counts as mine. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuantao was stunned. He didn't know Chu Chen, so he wasn't aware of his identity or background. But since Chu Chen was with Qin Bin and Wang Song, he figured he must at least be a top-tier rich second generation. Qin Bin, hearing what Chu Chen said, became anxious. Brother Chu, you. Qin Bin wanted to persuade Chu Chen not to bet with Sun Yuantao. After all, that raw stone was practically worthless, and even if it did produce green, it would probably only be worth 100 or 200,000, hardly anything. If he lost, he would really have to reimburse Sun Yuantao for that 50 million. However, before Qin Bin could finish his sentence, Sun Yuantao directly agreed. If you want to give me money, I have no reason to refuse. I'm betting with you. The stone cutting machine had already started operating, and Qin Bin frowned, feeling very confused. Qin Gu, don't worry. I may not have many other strengths, but when it comes to gambling, I always win. Chu Chen was very confident, because he was on a roll. He had already used his golden eye to examine that raw stone, and the quality of the jadeite was exceptionally pure, with a significant proportion of jadeite present. Although he didn't have much research on jadeite, such a pure green color could definitely not be a substandard product. Upon hearing Chu Chen say this, and with the gambling match already set, Qin Bin felt it was inappropriate to say anything further. Sigh. Qin Bin sighed and stood by, waiting. He really didn't have high hopes for the raw stone that Chu Chen had chosen. Not only did Qin Bin not have high hopes, but the people around them also shared the same sentiment. What? Is he crazy? I can understand the bet with Qin Bin, but what does he mean by this bet with Sun Yuantao? Isn't this just giving away money? Wow, having money makes one reckless. What good material can come from such a stone? Is this person foolish? Sun Yuantao never dreamed he would have such good fortune. What a lucky guy. Everyone was skeptical, thinking that Chu Chen was just handing money to Sun Yuantao. Young Master Sun, we agreed that if you lose, you can't play tricks. As soon as the stone cutting machine stopped operating, Chu Chen looked at Sun Yuantao and smiled. Don't worry, what kind of person do you think I, Sun Yuantao, am? Would I play tricks on you? Sun Yuantao completely dismissed it, standing aside with a sneer. With so many people around, if Sun Yuantao really wanted to cheat, he could forget about mingling in the circles of Magic City in the future. The hatch of the stone-cutting machine opened, and as Chu-Chen slowly revealed the cut stone, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Hiss! What the hell? Is this glass-type Imperial Green? Is this volume really that large? Does that mean 2/3 of this raw stone is of this quality? Struck it rich. Struck it rich. This is really striking it rich. This young man is impressive. No wonder he dares to bet against Sun Yuantao. Such a large piece of glass-type Imperial Green, isn't it worth over 100 million? Shinbin was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Chu-Chen, then at the raw stone in his hand, feeling as if he were dreaming. Sun Yuantao was also stunned. How could he have imagined that this raw stone, casually tossed in a corner, contained such treasures? If 2/3 of it was glass-type Imperial Green, its value would easily exceed 100 million. You tricked me. Sun Yuantao directly questioned Chu-Chen. Young Master Sun, let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's agree to the bet. Chu-Chen smiled, clearly having tricked him. What could he do about it? The news of the glass-type Imperial Green spread quickly, and the wealthy patrons at nearby stalls all gathered to see the excitement. Immediately, someone offered a price to Chu-Chen. I offer 50 million. I want this raw stone. 50 million? Are you still half asleep? Little brother, I offer 80 million. Sell it to me. I offer 100 million. I offer 130 million. 150 million. I offer 200 million. Zhou Yang directly shouted out the astronomical price of 200 million. The previously bidding wealthy patrons shook their heads upon hearing someone bid 200 million. The item was undoubtedly good, but 200 million was simply too high. After deducting various costs, 200 million would barely break even, but it certainly wouldn't yield any profit. Zhou Yang's family was in the high-end jewelry business, and Zhou Xingtan was from their family. Chu-Chen had no intention of selling. He wasn't short on money, and such a good item was certainly better kept for his own collection. Young Master Zhou, I plan to keep this for my own collection, Chu-Chen said to Zhou Yang, slightly apologetic. No problem, I understand. However, young Master Chu, if you trust our Zhou Xingtan, I hope you can hand it over to us for processing. I don't need a processing fee, just display it in our shop for a week. Zhou Yang, after all, was also one of the top rich second generation in the country, so he could naturally understand Chu-Chen's thoughts. 200 million may be a lot, but for them, it wasn't much. Although he wasn't clear about Chu-Chen's identity and background, he thought that since Chu-Chen could call Wang Tsong and Qinbin brothers, he surely wasn't short of this little money. Such a large glass-type Imperial Green was indeed too rare. For wealthy people like them, it was definitely something they wanted to collect and enjoy. This is indeed possible. Chu-Chen chuckled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Sun Yuantao was completely stunned. He still couldn't believe that one person's luck could be this good. A 10,000 yuan piece of rough stone could yield a glass-type Imperial Green, and such a large one at that. 200 million. Young Master Sun, sorry to interrupt, but how do you plan to pay this 200 million? Chu-Chen walked over to Sun Yuantao and politely inquired. But the more polite Chu-Chen was, the more it felt to Sun Yuantao like a stab to the heart. Losing 50 million earlier had already made him unhappy, and now, because of a gambling game, he had to lose another 200 million. 200 million. That was 4 times 50 million. Sun Yuantao remained silent, his face dark. Young Master Sun, you wouldn't really want to play tricks, would you? Qinbin also stepped forward. In such a situation, he certainly wouldn't forget to add fuel to the fire. Heh, it's just 200 million, not much. Sun Yuantao said it wasn't much, but inside, he was already bleeding. After all, it was 200 million. How could it not be much? This is a 200 million check. Today, I admit I'm unlucky. Sun Yuantao wrote a check while gritting his teeth. Chu-Chen smiled as he took the check from Sun Yuantao's hand. Thank you, young Master Sun, for your generosity. Oh, when will this gambling charm of mine that guarantees a win be broken? Chu-Chen stretched lazily, looking quite smug. Humph. Until we meet again. Let's go. In this situation, Sun Yuantao could only admit defeat. After dropping a harsh remark, he left with his few lackeys in a huff. Chu-Chen flicked the check with his fingers and called out to Sun Yuantao's retreating figure. Young Master Sun, this check is real, right? It can be cashed, right? Sun Yuantao hadn't walked too far. With Chu-Chen's loud voice, he wasn't deaf and could naturally hear. Hearing Chu-Chen say this, Sun Yuantao stumbled slightly, paused for a moment, said nothing, and left directly. Brother Chu, don't worry, if this check can't be cashed, we'll go straight to his house to demand the money. Wang Tsong chimed in. Wow! Brother Chu, you are truly amazing. I'm stunned. Glass-type Imperial Green. Qinbin was very excited. The key is that we got 200 million from that turtle Sun Yuantao. This wave is really comfortable. Good luck, good luck. Shu Chen grinned. He hadn't expected that this glass-type Imperial Green could be worth such a sky-high price of 200 million, let alone that he had won 200 million from Sun Yuantao in a gambling game without any effort. Naturally, he was very excited. Brother Chu, you just said you always win at gambling? Amidst the excitement, Shinbin suddenly remembered what Chu Chen had said about always winning at gambling. Something like that, I've never lost. Well, Brother Chu, a year ago, I lost 300 million at the MGM in Macau, and I'm planning to go back in a few days. Hee, how about it? Are you interested in accompanying me to Macau? Don't worry, all expenses are on me. Shinbin looked at Chu Chen as if he had seen the god of wealth, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. Let's go to the door of the bay. Sure. Chu Chen responded without much hesitation. He had never been to the bay before. In the past, it was because he was poor and couldn't afford to go out and have fun. Now that he had money, besides enjoying life, he was also planning to find a time to go out and explore. After all, the world is so big, who wouldn't want to see it? The author doesn't earn much from writing, and is currently doing it out of love. I hope the lovely readers, considering that I type until 3 in the morning every day, can click on the free update videos and the free donation videos. A humble author, I kneel in gratitude here. Sun Yuantao angrily left after making a harsh remark. As for Chu Chen, he didn't care. Oh, this is simply a double blessing. Shinbin said with a smile, Brother Chu, I was supposed to treat you to a meal today, but with this. Shinbin looked at Chu Chen, not finishing his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Wang Song and the others also looked at Chu Chen, and he couldn't help but understand what they meant. He came here and easily earned 200 million, and he also got a large piece of glass-type Imperial Green raw stone for free. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't treat them. I'll treat. Naturally, Chu Chen was going to treat. Others saw him getting 200 million from Sun Yuantao, but who knew that today he had picked up cash exceeding 1 billion. Luxury cars and mansions were countless. The main thing was that he seemed to have unlocked new content in the picking system because he had picked up the golden eye. Compared to directly picking up cash, luxury cars, and mansions, the golden eye was more like a skill. This was very important information. If he could pick up more skills, it would definitely be good news for him. He still understood the principle of teaching a man to fish rather than giving him fish. Just like now, with the exploration ability of the golden eye, even if he couldn't pick up any rewards in the future, he wouldn't worry about making money with this ability. Yangfu Palace, as the top private club in the Magic City, naturally had hotel services. Moreover, the chefs here were all inheritors of imperial cuisine. As long as you had money, even a full Manchuhan banquet was not a problem. Chu Chen and his group of 6 ordered 18 dishes and drank 4 bottles of Moutai, spending a total of 260,000. If it were before, Chu Chen had only seen in the news that rich second-generation kids spend hundreds of thousands on a meal, and he used to wonder if they were eating gold. Now it was his turn. However, sometimes, if you are not in it, you don't know the joy. I have to say, this meal that cost hundreds of thousands was indeed different. If at first Wang Song and Shinbin had some distance from Chu Chen, after today's scene at the gambling stone site, everyone regarded Chu Chen as a brother. Moreover, Chu Chen's personality matched well with theirs, being generous goes without saying, and his loyalty truly made Wang Song and Shinbin see Chu Chen as a real friend. Chu Chen didn't expect to integrate so easily into Wang Song's circle. After all, becoming friends with these top rich kids was not a simple matter. First, you had to have similar strength, otherwise, why would they consider you a friend? After eating and drinking to their fill, Shinbin shouted to take everyone to a health spa. Originally, Shinbin didn't plan to go, but he couldn't resist Shinbin's enthusiasm. Brother Chu, if you don't go, you're not giving me face. Shinbin put his hand on Chu Chen's shoulder, leaning in to whisper in his ear, you aren't still a pure little virgin, are you? No, I'm just a bit tired. Chu Chen quickly explained. Come on, let's go for a massage. I'm telling you, the girls here are quite good. Whatever type you want, even stars from the entertainment industry, if the price is right, it's not impossible. Shinbin wouldn't let Chu Chen explain and directly dragged him towards the health club of Yangfu Palace. He's determined to lead me astray. Chu Chen thought to himself with a bitter smile. Under the influence of alcohol, Chu Chen felt dizzy as he followed Shinbin and the others to the health club. No wonder they say Yangfu Palace is the best private club in the Magic City. Here, as long as you have money, you can enjoy treatment like an emperor. No, it should be treatment that surpasses that of an emperor. Since he was already here, Chu Chen didn't resist as much. It must be said that even the reception staff here had impressive looks and figures. Chu Chen had just drunk a whole bottle of mutai by himself, and now, feeling the effects of the alcohol, he was quite dazed. In his haze, he seemed to hear Shinbin say to the head waiter, "Get my brother a virgin." Chu Chen instinctively wanted to refuse, but in his muddled state, he was directly taken to a private room by Qin Bin and the others. The lighting in the private room was somewhat dim, and Chu Chen lay on the bed, breathing comfortably. So nice. Having drunk too much, he unknowingly fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, when Chu Chen opened his eyes and saw a girl lying in his arms, he was completely stunned. What's going on? He had almost blacked out the night before, only remembering that Qin Bin insisted on taking him for a massage. Right, last night, Qin Bin seemed to have said something about getting his brother a virgin. What happened afterward, Chu Chen truly had no memory of at all. The girl in his arms looked quite innocent, but her features were delicate, her skin snow-white and fine, her beauty was undeniable. She would definitely be the campus belle in any university. Chu Chen stared closely at the girl's face, noticing 2 tear streaks on her flawless cheeks. What on earth happened last night? How could he have no impression at all? Chu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking, looks like I need to drink less in the future. If I say something wrong after blacking out, that could be troublesome. As he tried to pull his arm back, the girl seemed to sense his movement and slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were large, double-lidded, and he could vaguely see the glimmer of tears. When she saw Chu Chen staring at her, her face instantly flushed. Chu Xiao. Her voice sounded a bit hoarse, mainly because of what had happened last night. What's your name? Since the deed was done, Chu Chen was quite calm about it. He sat up, leaning against the headboard, and pulled out a cigarette. The girl quickly lit it for him. Li Zihui. Li Zihui bit her lip and replied softly. Zihui thinks of me, lifting her skirt to wade through the stream. Taken from the Book of Songs, Zhengfeng, it seems your family elders are cultured too. Chu Chen had read quite a few ancient texts during his university days, and as a classic, he had naturally read the Book of Songs many times. Girls take from the Book of Songs, while boys take from the Songs of Chu. The name Zihui sounded gentle and virtuous, indeed a good name for a girl. Moreover, seeing her obedient and sensible, he couldn't help but frown. You look quite young, a college student? Yes, I'm 19 this year, a freshman. Li Zihui nodded and replied softly. Hearing that she was only 19, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. This is not a place for you. Chu Chen frowned and took a deep drag from his cigarette. I know. Li Zihui pressed her lips together, lowering her head. Young Master Chu, you don't understand. People have to live. Money is easily obtainable for someone like you, but for me, aside from coming here, what other options do I have? The hemp rope always breaks at the thinnest point, and misfortune always entangles the unfortunate. Chu Chen could empathize with Li Zihui's feelings. Is your family in trouble? I lost my father when I was young and have relied on my mother ever since. Last year, my mom was diagnosed with kidney failure. Besides needing dialysis, the best option is a kidney transplant. Li Zihui hadn't intended to say much. Although she felt Chu Chen was a good person, he was a wealthy young master, and even if he felt pity for her, how could he possibly help her for no reason? But since Chu Chen asked, she told him everything. Was last night your first time? Seeing Li Zihui nod, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. You shouldn't come here anymore. I'll help you with your mother's situation. Chu Chen got up from the bed and glanced at the sheets. A deep red stain was quite eye-catching. Normally, Chu Chen wouldn't have to get involved. After all, last night was consensual, and they both got what they needed. But as a man, upon learning he was Li Zihui's first, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. Just as Li Zihui said, money wasn't a big deal for them. But for an ordinary person like Li Zihui, money wasn't so easy to earn. Li Zihui was stunned to hear Chu Chen say this. She hadn't expected him to help her like this. After all, to him, she was just a stranger. You don't need to be surprised. This is what you deserve. Chu Chen got dressed and looked at the confused Li Zihui, saying, however, there are some conditions. Upon hearing this, Li Zihui nodded obediently. She wasn't an innocent girl anymore. She understood what Chu Chen meant when he said he needed her. Alright, add me on WeChat, then send me your account details, and also send me your mother's hospitalization information. Li Zihui nodded heavily and added Chu Chen on WeChat. Go back now, you shouldn't come here anymore. It wasn't that Chu Chen was overflowing with compassion, it was just that this place really wasn't suitable for a 19-year-old girl like her. As Chu Chen looked at the hospitalization information Li Zihui sent, he didn't hesitate and directly transferred 2 million to her account. I've sent the money, it should be enough for now. Hearing this, Li Zihui's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Young Master Chu, from now on, I will be your woman. No matter what you want me to do, I won't refuse. To Chu Chen, she might be insignificant. But to Li Zihui, he was everything. You don't need to say that. I told you, this is what you deserve. Chu Chen was completely unconcerned, 2 million was just a drop in the bucket for his current wealth. Leading Li Zihui out of the room, they walked into the hall where Qin Bin and Wang Song were having breakfast. "Young Master Chu, over here." Qin Bin waved at them as he saw Chu Chen and Li Zihui come out. Chu Chen looked over at Qin Bin and couldn't help but smile wryly. Li Zihui followed beside Chu Chen, still a bit awkward from the events of last night. She kept her head down, her face flushed, not daring to look up. Chu Chen gently wrapped his arm around Li Zihui's waist, causing her body to tense up quickly. These two don't need much introduction. "Wang Song, Qin Bin, from now on, just call me Song Gu and Qin Gu." Chu Chen held Li Zihui close and briefly introduced her to Wang Song and Qin Bin. Of course, Li Zihui knew who Wang Song and Qin Bin were. She was somewhat shocked. When she came over last night, she only knew that the person she was to serve was the distinguished Chu Xiao. But she truly had no idea that Chu Chen was so close to Wang Song and Qin Bin, calling them brothers. As top-tier rich second-generation individuals in the country, Wang Song and Qin Bin were quite well known. If Chu Xiao is friends with Wang Song and the others, then Chu Xiao. Li Zihui couldn't help but think this in her heart. She knew that someone like her, even if she gained Chu Chen's favor, would definitely not become his other half. But she also understood that if she could become Chu Chen's woman, even if she would never be exposed to the public eye, her life would surely be one of luxury and comfort. Moreover, she had no other options now. Furthermore, becoming Chu Chen's woman was not a humiliation, rather, it was an opportunity for her to rise to greatness. Qin Bin and Wang Song couldn't help but glance at Li Zihui again. Although they didn't say much, as men, seeing how Li Zihui walked just now, they unconsciously revealed the unique smile of a lecherous man. After breakfast, Chu Chen drove Li Zihui to the hospital where her mother was admitted. "You still need to go to university, your mother worked hard to support your education." After learning that Li Zihui was attending Fudan University in the Magic City, Chu Chen looked at her earnestly and said, "You don't need to worry about money, just spend it. If you run out, just let me know." "Chu Xiao, I don't really spend money recklessly," Li Zihui murmured softly. "It's not about whether you spend recklessly or not. Some expenses are necessary, you should buy yourself some clothes, bags, and so on. If you don't have enough money, I'll give you more." Chu Chen was not the kind of irresponsible man. Since Li Zihui was now his woman, her matters naturally became his. "In the future, I might take you to some gatherings, don't embarrass me." Hearing Chu Chen say this, Li Zihui, who had originally wanted to say something, simply pressed her lips together and nodded gently. Got it. Go take care of your mother. If I have time in a couple of days, I'll come back to see your aunt." Chu Chen smiled gently, his lips curving slightly. "Okay." Li Zihui got out of the car and watched as Chu Chen drove away in the Lamborghini. Once the car was out of sight, she sighed and turned towards the inpatient department. For her, meeting Chu Chen was undoubtedly the luckiest thing. Compared to the rich second-generation individual she had learned about privately, Chu Chen appeared young and, importantly, was very good-looking. Moreover, Chu Chen treated her very well. When she had decided to go to Yangfu Palace, she had already lost hope in life. But now, a glimmer of hope reignited in her eyes. Writing books for love on tomato is not very profitable. Dear readers, all you need to do is move your little fingers, click to urge updates, and watch the update videos to bring a glimmer of hope to this humble author. After playing outside all night, when Chu Chen returned to the villa, he was stunned. "Welcome back, young master." Chu Chen looked around, and all he saw were young girls in maid outfits with long legs. He didn't count how many there were, but at a glance, there were at least 20 or 30. Xin Xingwei had also changed into a professional housekeeper's outfit, looking quite the part. "Young master, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Xin Xingwei walked up to Chu Chen, her lips slightly curved, and asked with a slight bow. Satisfied? Could Chu Chen say he was not satisfied? After all, it was he who had told Xin Xingwei to find more maids and servants. "What's with their maid outfits?" Chu Chen frowned and said with a wry smile. "It's a work uniform. Standardized clothing for easier management," Xin Xingwei replied. "Young master, we have hired a total of 30 maids and servants, with a monthly salary of 20,000 each, all holding at least a bachelor's degree." Xin Xingwei continued reporting to Chu Chen. "We have 8 chefs from the 8 major cuisines, 2 Western chefs, each earning 50,000 a month. There are 3 drivers, also earning 50,000, and a security team of 12, with a monthly salary of 50,000. Chu Chen sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He knew Xin Xingwei was efficient, but he didn't expect her to be this efficient. With so many people, his villa couldn't accommodate them all. Fortunately, among the numerous rewards he picked up yesterday at Yangfu Palace, there was a set of sandalwood villas, which was even twice the size of this one. "Young master, the monthly salary expenditure for the maids and servants is 600,000, the monthly salary for the 10 chefs is 500,000, and the monthly salary for the security and drivers is 750,000. Excluding my salary as your private steward, the total monthly salary expenditure for these people at home is 1,850,000. Listening to Shin Xingwei's report, Chu Chen couldn't help but cross his legs. How about this? I'll give you a monthly salary of 150,000, to make it a round number, totaling 2 million a month. Shin Xingwei was taken aback and looked at Chu Chen, who was smoking, and said, "Young master, am I really only worth 150,000 a month?" Chu Chen didn't expect Shin Xingwei to say that. He thought she would at least be grateful for the offer. That's the base salary, not including bonuses. That's still not much. Shin Xingwei murmured softly, but she didn't say anything more. A monthly salary of 150,000 amounts to 1,800,000 a year, and even with bonuses, it would barely exceed 2 million. For an average person, that was indeed a lot. But for Shin Xingwei, it was somewhat beneath her. After all, she was a PhD from Stanford University, and she could easily become an executive in any domestic company. With her capabilities, her annual salary would start at least from 3 million. Of course, at Shin Xingwei's level, money wasn't her only pursuit. The reason she agreed to be Chu Chen's private steward was because she recognized him as a person. With so many people, we can't fit them all. Chu Chen said to Shin Xingwei, "From now on, let the maids and servants stay here, and I'll live in the adjacent villa number 8. Ha! Shin Xingwei was directly stunned when she heard Chu Chen say that. Villa number 8 next door? She looked at Chu Chen in confusion. What's wrong? Villa number 8 next door is also mine. Chu Chen chuckled and said, "Villa number 8 is a bit bigger, I find it too big." Hearing this, Shin Xingwei couldn't help but roll her eyes. Seriously, is that something a person would say? Disliking a villa for being too big? If you don't like it, don't buy it. But then again, villa number 8 next door is indeed much larger than this one. Shin Xingwei realized she couldn't see through Chu Chen at all. This was Sandalwood Palace. Any villa here costs over 100 million. Their villa alone was worth 360 million, and the adjacent villa number 8 was even larger, so it must be worth 7 to 800 million? How much money does one need to spend over $1 billion on villas here? Previously, Shin Xingwei thought Chu Chen must have at least tens of billions, but now, hearing him say that villa number 8 next door also belonged to him, she reassessed his wealth. At least 100 billion in assets to be able to do something like this, right? However, the more capable Chu Chen was, the more Shin Xingwei felt her choice was correct. Who says a PhD from Stanford being a steward is shameful? It depends on whom you are serving. As for Chu Chen, he was quite comfortable now. At first, he might have felt a bit restrained when spending money, but after visiting Yangfu Palace yesterday, his mindset had unknowingly changed. How many years of youth are there? If one can enjoy life, then one should definitely enjoy it to the fullest. 2 million? For an ordinary person, that is indeed a lot. But for Chu Chen now, 2 million was truly negligible. Spending a few million each month could significantly improve his quality of life, so naturally, Chu Chen didn't mind. Sitting on the sofa, watching the young girls in maid outfits with their long legs, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel pleased. This is going to challenge a man's weakness. After all, Chu Chen was a vigorous young man. Facing so many young girls in maid outfits all day long was indeed a challenge to a man's weakness. But then again, Shin Xingwei really understood. Chu Chen had her hire some maids, without specifying any requirements, just told her to arrange it as she saw fit. Not to mention, the quality of the maids Shin Xingwei hired was genuinely high. Just in terms of education, they all had at least a bachelor's degree. Of course, the monthly salary was not something an ordinary maid could compare to. With a monthly salary of 20,000, even in the Magic City, without some solid strength, one really couldn't earn such a high wage. Chu Chen didn't care about spending money. After all, he had picked up over $1 billion in cash alone. People without money think about how to save and cut costs, while wealthy people, especially those with fortunes in the tens or hundreds of billions, spend their days thinking about how to spend their money. When money reaches a certain level, it becomes impossible to spend it all. Just talking about the money in Chu Chen's account, the interest alone could yield over 100,000 every day. If Chu Chen didn't spend recklessly, he could earn over 3 million in interest in a month. Of course, to the current Chu Chen, this was just a small amount. He could easily pick up cash from a few rich second-generation heirs, and it would be more than this. Life is really a bit dull and boring. Chu Chen sat on the sofa smoking, while the long-legged maid in a maid outfit brought him a pot of tea. "Young master, please have some tea." The maid half-squatted, holding the teacup with both hands and presenting it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen glanced at her, especially at her chest. Since they were wearing maid outfits, the upper part was a black lovi design, and the faintly visible cleavage. Chu Chen just took a quick glance, then straightened up, cleared his throat, and asked, "What's your name?" In response to the young master, "My name is Lin Shower, you can call me Shower. Shower, alright, I got it, you can go about your business." Shu Chen nodded, took the teacup, and sipped the green tea. Good tea. This tea was personally purchased by Xinxingwei, this year's freshly harvested premium Westlake Longjing, priced at 500,000 a pound, equivalent to 1,000 yuan per gram, 3 times the price of gold. But for the wealthy, who cares about the price when drinking tea? Moreover, such premium Westlake Longjing isn't something that just anyone can drink, even if they have money. High quality, low yield, although it costs 500,000 a pound, it is still in short supply in the market. If it weren't for Xinxingwei's good luck, she really wouldn't have been able to buy such good tea. This is life. Although a bit boring, the enjoyment was real. Drinking tea, eating freshly cut fruits, and having so many long-legged girls in maid outfits serving him, this kind of life was definitely what every man dreams of. The maids at home were also quite attentive to Chu Chun, and naturally, after seeing him, they couldn't help but discuss him privately. "Our young master is really young. And he's so handsome. I feel he's much more handsome than those little fresh meats in the entertainment industry. Young master looks so kind. His words are so gentle. Do you think young master has a girlfriend? With young master's conditions, he shouldn't be lacking in girlfriends, right? By the way, if any of you can attract young master and successfully rise to the top, don't forget about us. That's tough. Don't forget about Butler Shin. I see the relationship between Butler Shin and young master, TSK, it's not that simple. Women are naturally fond of gossip, especially when it comes to a young and handsome rich second generation like Chu Chun. Xingwei, come with me to take a look next door?" Chu Chen had nothing to do at the moment, and since he was planning to live in the adjacent Villa No. 8, he naturally wanted to check it out first. "Okay, young master." Xingwei put down her work and walked over to serve Chu Chen. Although it was next door, the distance between the villas in Tang Palace was still quite far. It took them over 10 minutes to walk there. Upon entering the villa, it had to be said that Villa No. 8 was much larger than Chu Chen's Villa No. 9. It had an enormous private garden filled with various precious plants. "Young master, you really are wealthy." Xingwei couldn't help but softly exclaim as she stood inside the villa. "A villa this big must be worth at least 8 or 900 million. This is Tang Palace. Having a villa here is already enviable wealth, let alone owning 2. Aha! This is considered wealthy? I still have 2 villas over at Dongjiano. 1. I also have several large flats in Tangchun Yipin. By the way, I think I have 3 school district buildings over at Guanshan Hanlin, about 300 school district apartments." Shu Chen was in a good mood and chatted a bit more with Xingwei. After all, she was now his personal housekeeper, so she wasn't really an outsider. As a personal housekeeper, besides taking care of his daily life, she also had to help him manage these assets. Make the most of people's talents and resources. After all, Xingwei was a PhD in management from Stanford University. It would be a waste to let her just manage trivial matters in the villa. This was the first time Xingwei heard Chu Chen mention his assets, and she was left dumbfounded. 2 villas in Dongjiano. 1. Several large flats in Tangchun Yipin. 300 school district apartments. This is Magic City, the most economically developed city in the country, where housing prices are sky high. Ordinary people work themselves to death here and still can't afford a single house, living under immense pressure. But Chu Chen effortlessly owns what others pursue their whole lives. "Xingwei, your young master is a bit lazy, and these properties are just sitting idle. Can you find some time to help me manage them?" The villas in Dongjiano 1 and the large flats in Tangchun Yipin were fine to leave as asset allocations, but those 300 school district apartments would be a waste if not rented out. Chu Chen didn't have the time to manage these houses now. While collecting rent was nice, nothing compared to mingling with the rich second generation and reaping those rewards. How about this, you first rent out those 300 school district apartments, and you have full responsibility for this matter. You'll get 10% of the rent. Chu Chen saw that Xingwei didn't respond and directly threw her a bombshell. "Ha!" Xingwei finally snapped out of her shock. "Young master, you really have shocked me. The properties Chu Chen mentioned added up to at least several billion, right? Especially those 300 school district apartments, which sounded even more astonishing. Haha, what I said is just the tip of the iceberg. To be honest, I'm not even very clear about the specifics myself." Chu Chen said this not to show off, it was indeed the truth. But if it wasn't showing off, then that was even more terrifying. Young master, are you really giving me 10% of the rent? That's 300 school district houses. Moreover, she had looked into the school district houses in the Guanshan Hanlin area. They were high-end properties, with an average price of over 100,000 per square meter. In terms of rent, any single unit would cost at least 20,000 a month. 300 units. Just calculating at 20,000 per unit, the monthly rent would be 6 million. That's 72 million a year. 10% of the rent would be at least 7 million. That's much more than the salary Chu Chen gave her. A promise made is a promise kept. Your young master is a man of his word. Would I go back on it? Chu Chen chuckled. He had considered this matter while drinking tea earlier. It was clearly unrealistic for him to manage this himself. After all, the rent would only amount to over 70 million a year. With his busy schedule, when would he have time to manage these properties? Letting Shin Xingwei handle the properties, while also giving her 10% of the rent as a reward, would not only showcase his strength to her but also motivate her to work harder for him. Wasn't that killing two birds with one stone? Faced with such enormous benefits, Shin Xingwei found it hard to refuse. Alright, young master, I understand. I'll take care of this. Chu Chen nodded. By the way, there's something else. I've been feeling a bit bored lately and want to do something. You're a PhD from Stanford. What do you think would be good to pursue in the current environment? Hearing Chu Chen's question, Shin Xingwei couldn't help but furrow her brows, looking at him in confusion. Young master, isn't enjoying life more appealing? Why think about starting a business? Shin Xingwei's words weren't wrong. After all, with Chu Chen's wealth, he could live a life of indulgence without a care in the world. In Shin Xingwei's view, with so much money, no matter how extravagant he was, he could never spend it all. But young master, I'm still young. Isn't it not good to just lie flat now? Chu Chen grinned. Your young master is not someone who lacks ambition. It must be said that Villa No. 8 was much more luxurious than Villa No. 9. After all, it was a super mansion worth 900 million. Not many people in Huagui could afford such a villa. Just the silk carpet at the entrance was impressive. Shin Xingwei recognized its value at a glance. Persian silk carpet, 60,000 per square meter. This carpet is at least 10 square meters. Shin Xingwei murmured softly, unable to help but marvel at the extravagance of the wealthy. It's only 600,000. Compared to the value of this villa, it's nothing. Chu Chen noticed Shin Xingwei's shock and couldn't help but chuckle. Have them all come over here. I'll be living here from now on. They can stay over there for now. Okay, I'll tell them to come over right away. Shin Xingwei nodded, casually turning her back to make a phone call to arrange it. The maids and servants in the villa were all dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that their young master had a standalone villa here in Tangong, just next door to the much larger Villa No. 8. Isn't the young master too rich? I want to know which prominent family he belongs to. This is just too extravagant. If I could catch the young master's eye, I'd be willing to be his mistress. You really dare to dream. Do you think the young master would even look at us? A group of people lined up and walked towards Villa No. 8, and along the way, the tall girls in maid outfits couldn't help but start chatting among themselves. Chu Chen directly extracted the luxury cars he had picked up, and with a thought, the underground garage was instantly filled with them. His underground garage was particularly large, with 50 parking spaces alone. In the past 2 days, he had picked up quite a few luxury cars, and with so many, he naturally thought about taking turns driving them. They hadn't even reached the underground garage yet, and it was also Shin Xingwei's first time here, so she was naturally unaware of the situation in the garage. For Chu Chen, extracting luxury cars was just a matter of thought. This villa hasn't been lived in since I bought it. I bought it just to give my luxury cars a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Xingwei, come on, the young master will take you to visit the underground garage, Chu Chen said with a slight smile, looking at Shin Xingwei. Although Shin Xingwei had already seen a glimpse of her young master's icy demeanor, hearing him say he bought the villa just to park his luxury cars made her lips twitch involuntarily. If Chu Chen weren't her boss, she might have already started cursing. Is this what people say? Following Chu Chen to the underground parking garage, Shin Xingwei was mentally prepared, but when she saw the neatly parked luxury cars filling the space, she was completely stunned. This is a Porsche 918 Spider. It was over 13 million when I bought it, and now the market price is at least 20 million. This one is impressive, Xingwei, do you recognize it? Chu Chen pointed to a super cool supercar in front of him and asked. Koenigsegg 1? Impressive, that's right, it's the Koenigsegg 1. And this car is now worth about 130 million. Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at these cars. The worst of them were all supercars worth over 10 million. Any one of them here is a dream for every man. Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Shin Xingwei's gaze was fixed on a black Lamborghini, and she looked at Chu Chen thoughtfully as she asked. That one? No, but the green one next to it is a Lamborghini Veneno. Chu Chen followed Shin Xingwei's gaze and then chuckled. In addition to the supercars, there were also 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans parked in the garage. If you need a car, just use those 5 Cullinans, they're just sitting there anyway, Shuchen said, implying that the Cullinan was too low end for him, and since he wouldn't use them, they were free for anyone to take. This statement came off a bit pretentious, considering it was a Cullinan. The purchase price was at least 7 to 8 million, right? But thinking about it, with the luxury cars in this garage, any one of them would be worth more than a Cullinan. Xingwei, if you need a car, feel free to use any of them here, Shuchen added. After all, you're different, you're my personal housekeeper, and when you're out, you represent my image. I can't have you embarrassing me. Xingwei bit her lip, feeling a bit hesitant. She really couldn't see through Chu Chen, but she understood in her heart that her choice was right. Following Chu Chen was definitely better than working as a senior executive in some multinational corporation. After all, even the presidents of those multinational companies couldn't possibly afford to drive a Lamborghini Veneno, right? After coming up from the underground garage, Chu Chen, feeling bored, sat on the sofa waiting for lunch. Xingwei had hired chefs from the 8 major cuisines and 2 Western chefs. No matter what Chu Chen wanted, as long as he instructed, they could make it. After lunch, Chu Chen went straight back to his bedroom to sleep. He hadn't rested well the past 2 nights, so taking advantage of the time he had this afternoon, he took a good nap. He woke up from his nap to find that it was already dark outside. As he stepped out of the bedroom, Chu Chen couldn't help but stretch his waist. Ah, that feels good. I've been exhausted these past couple of days. Xingwei stood beside him and couldn't help but pout upon hearing this. She didn't know where Chu Chen had gone last night, but this morning he returned reeking of alcohol, not to mention there was a faint, delicate fragrance lingering on him. That fragrance was definitely from a perfume that only girls would use. As for the night before, it certainly wasn't just a late-night party at a bar until 2 or 3 in the morning. So young and already living such a nightlife, how can your body handle it? Xingwei muttered to herself, though she didn't dare to say it out loud. Xingwei, I'm leaving the matter of those 300 school district houses to you. Come to my study later, and I'll give you all the property certificates. Okay, young master. Xingwei nodded in response. Also, I've been thinking about finding something to do recently. Look for a small business opportunity that doesn't require a huge investment, just a few $100 million will do. Chu Chen had mentioned this to her in the morning, and at first, she thought he was joking, so she didn't pay much attention. But now that he brought it up again, she took it to heart. Young master, are you sure that a few $100 million isn't a lot for an investment? Xingwei wasn't trying to argue with Chu Chen, she just felt that a few $100 million was definitely not a small investment. What else could it be? Chu Chen chuckled and said, just look into it and come up with a few plans. I'll see if they work. Since Chu Chen said so, Xingwei understood he wasn't joking. Alright, young master, I understand. As a private butler, one must have the awareness of a private butler. Since Chu Chen had given the order, she would follow it. Chu Chen walked into the study and directly pulled out all the property certificates for the 300 school district houses. Looking at the mountain of certificates, his mood lifted with excitement. He casually flipped through the certificates. The smallest units were at least 100 square meters, and some were even 200 square meters. With 300 school district houses, the market value was at least 4 billion. After organizing the certificates, he called Xingwei in. As soon as Xingwei entered the study, she saw the 3 piles of property certificates. Xingwei, I'm leaving this matter to you. Rest assured, young master, I will ensure the task is completed. Xingwei was naturally very invested in this matter. After all, if she managed these houses well, she would earn 1/10 of the rent. She had calculated before that even with just 1/10 of the rent, she could earn at least 7 million a year. That was much higher than the salary Chu Chen paid her. You go ahead and get busy. I'm going to play some games. Chu Chen had slept all afternoon and was feeling quite energetic. Unlike other rich second-generation heirs who enjoyed the nightlife, he had already drunk quite a bit over the past 2 nights, and his body couldn't take much more. Finally able to rest at home, Chu Chen thought about playing some games. However, just as he opened League of Legends on his phone, it suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Wang Tsong calling. Hey, brother Tsong, what's up? Chu, do you have plans for tonight? Not really, I was just about to play some games. Chu Chen chuckled. What game are you playing? Tonight, our supercar club in Modu is having an offline meetup. Are you coming? I'll introduce you to a few friends. Oh, is that so? Sure, I don't have anything else to do. Brother Tsong, send me the location and I'll head over right away. Chu Chen hadn't planned to go out tonight, but upon hearing that Wang Tsong wanted to introduce him to a few friends, he didn't hesitate to agree. After all, in gaming, how can picking up rewards be more important? Moreover, since this is an offline gathering of the Supercar Club, those who come are definitely the wealthy second-generation elites of Magic City, and getting to know them will be greatly beneficial for his future development. Although Chu Chen is exceptional, those ordinary rich kids might not necessarily be of much help to him. But as the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. And even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Getting to know them and picking up some rewards from them can accumulate into something substantial. After hanging up the phone with Wang Song, Chu Chen changed into a new outfit and prepared to head out. I have something to do, so keep an eye on the house, Chu Chen instructed Xin Xingwei before driving away in his Koenigsegg One from the Tandong villa. With so many luxury cars, even if he changed one every day, it could last him a month or two. His Lamborghini Aventador was already impressive. After all, it's a supercar worth over 10 million. Anyone who could buy that car couldn't be considered an ordinary rich kid. However, after spending a couple of days with top-tier wealthy youths like Wang Song and Qin Bin, he felt that if he continued to drive the Lamborghini, it would seem a bit out of place. Moreover, when making friends with people like Wang Song, it's important to occasionally showcase one's own strength. It must be said that the Koenigsegg One, valued at over 100 million, is indeed extraordinary. Driving this car on the road guarantees a full turn of heads. Wow! Wow! That car up ahead. Huh? Isn't it just a supercar? Why so excited? You idiot, what do you know? That's a Koenigsegg One. Only 6 in the world, worth 130 million. Of course, you can't just buy this car with money, got it? The young man driving the BMW M2 was thrilled. He never expected to be so lucky today to encounter such a godly car worth over 100 million on the road. What Porsche 918, what Lamborghini Aventador, all pale in comparison to this level of divine vehicle. Huh? You said it costs 130 million? The woman in the passenger seat nearly dropped her jaw. Her knowledge of cars was limited to BMWs, Mercedes, and Audis. Hearing her man say this car costs over 100 million left her completely stunned. After all, it's a Koenigsegg One, and there are only 6 in the world, possibly just one in all of China. To be honest, those who can recognize this car are all supercar enthusiasts. In fact, most people just think this supercar is different from others and incredibly cool. As for what kind of car it is, 99% of people in the country wouldn't recognize it. However, this does not include the wealthy second-generation elites attending the supercar club gathering today. After all, ordinary people can only see cars on various websites, while these rich kids deal with supercars every day. Following the location Wang Song provided, Chu Chen arrived in half an hour. The Magic City SSCC Supercar Club was established in 2008, centered in Magic City, and is a self-organized supercar club by supercar owners from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Shanghai, and South China. Currently, there are about 300 members. Although the entry threshold is not as high as that of the Yangfu Palace members, it still requires a net worth of at least 100 million. Chu Chen certainly meets the criteria for membership. Since today is the offline gathering of the Supercar Club, all the wealthy second-generation elites in Magic City who have nothing else to do have come. The wealthy second-generation elites are also ranked. Those like Wang Song and Qin Bin are naturally top tier. The next tier of wealthy second-generation elites have family assets of at least hundreds of billions or even over a trillion. The next tier down must have family assets of at least 100 billion. Of course, just because a family is wealthy doesn't mean these rich kids are rich, but at the very least, they are much more glamorous than ordinary people. Luxury cars gathered at the scene, with supercars worth tens of millions visible everywhere. There were even hundreds of supercars worth millions. Young master son, I heard you recently got a McLaren Senna? Just bought it, not expensive, just hard to get. It cost me over 30 million to bring it back. Sun Yuantao was also a member of the Supercar Club, and since his family was wealthy, they were willing to spend money on him. Therefore, he owned the most limited edition supercars in the entire club. Qin Bin had quite a few cars as well, but in terms of luxury, his collection was still slightly lacking. Sun Yuantao drove his newly purchased Senna over today, instantly captivating many people who flocked around him, flattering him. Look at him showing off. What's the big deal? It's just a McLaren Senna, right? Qin Bin couldn't help but mutter quietly as he saw Sun Yuantao proudly flaunting his new McLaren Senna. I say, let's not stoop to his level. Brother Chu should be arriving soon, let's go pick him up. Wang Song chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, there was a stir not far away, and with Chu Chen arriving in a Koenigsegg One, all the rich second-generation heirs turned their attention to him. Wow, am I seeing things? Is that a Koenigsegg One? Who's so impressive to get that car? A new car, never seen one before. I thought the McLaren Senna was impressive, but compared to this car, the Senna is on a whole different level. Everyone was looking at the Koenigsegg One, with such a divine car around, who would still pay attention to the McLaren Senna. Sun Yuantao had just started to show off, and in an instant, all the attention was stolen by the Koenigsegg One, causing his expression to darken. When Chu Chen parked the car, opened the door, and stepped out, Wang Song and Qin Bin were also momentarily stunned. Wow! I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, Brother Chu. Seeing it was Chu Chen, Qin Bin quickly approached. Wow, you managed to get such a divine car? Just picked it up. Someone contacted me earlier about this car, but I thought the price was a bit high, so I didn't take it. But since I got 200 million from Sun Yuantao yesterday, I went back and ordered this car. Chu Chen spoke loudly, and naturally, Sun Yuantao, standing not far away, heard what he said. Initially, he was in a good mood while showing off, but after the Koenigsegg one stole his thunder, he felt quite frustrated. Now hearing that the money for the car came from him, he instantly felt terrible. Chu Chen's words were like a dagger to the heart. Chu Chen said this simply to annoy Sun Yuantao, as anyone with a brain knows that for such top-tier supercars, it's not just about having the money to get one immediately. Sun Yuantao wasn't a fool, he was just angered by Chu Chen's words. Now, all the attention in the room was on Chu Chen's Koenigsegg one, and those who had just been flattering Sun Yuantao were now flocking to Chu Chen like reeds in the wind. Sun Yuantao had come to show off, but now all the spotlight was taken away. To be fair, the McLaren Senna was quite impressive, but it depended on what it was compared to. In front of the Koenigsegg one, the Senna could only be a little brother. Sun Yuantao's face darkened, and he drove away. Staying there would only be self-inflicted humiliation. That bastard Sun Yuantao really knows when to back off, running away so fast. Qin Bin had originally wanted to mock Sun Yuantao to his face, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Brother Chu, impressive. In our Huagua, this is the only one. So damn cool. Xinfen circled around the Koenigsegg one twice, resting his hand on Chu Chen's shoulder, and couldn't help but say enviously, "It's not that I can't afford this car, after all, it's just 130 million. I can easily spend over 100 million on a game, so this amount doesn't really bother me. However, this is a world-class supercar, limited to only 6 units globally, something that money alone can't buy." Xinfen is indeed a top-tier rich second generation in the country, but on a global scale, there are many who are far more impressive than him, and he simply doesn't rank. It's one thing for Chu Chen to have the money to buy a car, it's another to actually be able to purchase it. After all, 130 million is an amount that many rich second generations present could afford. But do they have the purchasing qualifications? To be honest, they really don't. Without a solid identity or background, they shouldn't even think about it. Who exactly is Chu Chen? To be honest, Qinfen and Wang Song aren't very clear either. They've only known him for 2 or 3 days. Their first meeting was at a bar, where Chu Chen celebrated Qinfen's birthday with a lavish spending spree. The second time was just yesterday, when Chu Chen's unbeatable gambling skills helped them teach Sun Yuantao a lesson. The third time is now. Qinfen and Wang Song are also a bit bewildered. To be honest, they find Chu Chen very mysterious. To be able to buy such a high-level car, what kind of solid background must he have? I was lucky to run into one, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to buy it, Chu Chen said with a smile, and I also bought a Lamborghini Veneno. Chu Chen casually mentioned it, but it shocked Wang Song and Qinfen. What did you say, Brother Chu? You bought a Lamborghini Veneno too? Wang Song and Qinfen spoke over each other. They wouldn't normally react this way, but Chu Chen truly astonished them. One Koenigsegg one is already impressive, but now there's also a Lamborghini Veneno? Owning one of these top-tier supercars could be a bragging point for years, let alone that Chu Chen has two. Compared to the Koenigsegg one, the Lamborghini Veneno is even more well-known. Although there are only 14 units globally, the number of wealthy people who covet it is overwhelming, making it much hotter and harder to obtain than the Koenigsegg one. When Chu Chen said he was lucky, Qinfen and the others naturally didn't believe it. This isn't just a matter of luck, after all, as soon as such cars appear on the market, they are immediately snatched up by wealthy buyers with cash in hand. Regardless, the Koenigsegg one is certainly eye-catching. Even with a crowd of rich second generations present, they all gathered around to take photos. Not to mention these rich second generations, even Qinfen and Wang Song secretly took out their phones to snap a few pictures. There are only 6 of these top-tier supercars in the world. How could you not take a picture if you see one? Not only take a picture, but also post it on social media. Wang Song casually posted on his social media. Tonight at the SSCC Supercar Club offline exchange meeting, I didn't expect Brother Chu to give everyone such a big surprise. Brother Chu said he has an even more impressive car. Can you guess what it is? Wang Song rarely posts on social media, and he has almost never posted anything to show off wealth. After all, there really aren't many people in his circle that he envies. But today, he made an exception because of Chu Chen. Not only did he post a wealth-showing update, but one could even sense a hint of envy in his words. Damn! Brother Chu is amazing. I missed out because I had something else to do tonight. Zhou Yang was the first to like Wang Song's post. He had something to do that night and didn't come, and now seeing Chu Chen's Koenigsegg one, he felt quite regretful. This is a top-tier supercar. Even if I can't test drive it, sitting inside to feel it out should be fine, right? The day before, he met Chu Chen at Yongfu Palace, and he thought Chu Chen was quite extraordinary. Now it seems he really has a good eye for people. However, with so many people in Wang Song's social circle, not many know Chu Chen. So when most people saw Wang Song's post, they all had a question in their minds. Who is the young master Chu that Song Xiao mentioned? The circle is just that small, and it's normal not to know who Chu Chen is when he suddenly pops up. But from now on, Chu Chen can be considered to have officially entered this circle. After all, a man who can make Wang Song envious must have a status that is not simple in the eyes of others. The offline exchange meeting of the Supercar Club was originally just a bunch of rich second-generation kids showing off their supercars, which wasn't particularly meaningful. However, today was a bit different, mainly because there was a charity auction happening. Rich people? They don't lack money, just fame. For these wealthy individuals, doing charity is definitely something they enjoy. Whether they are genuinely doing charity or not is debatable, but they do donate real money. Compared to some charity organizations embezzling funds, like Miss Bao and such, that absolutely does not exist among them. After all, those who can become part of the SSCC Supercar Club in Magic City are all rich second-generation kids, and they value the reputation that charity can bring them even more than money. If anyone embezzles charity funds, they can forget about mingling in this circle. Chu Chen arrived driving a Koenigsegg one, and for a moment, he was the center of attention. Although Chu Chen doesn't particularly like being in the spotlight, as fame often brings trouble. But his purpose was to meet more rich second-generation kids, and because of his Koenigsegg one, quite a few people came over wanting to get to know him. Chu Chen was also welcoming. As long as they didn't come with hostility, he generally chatted amicably with them. Young Master Chu, you're amazing. There are only 6 Koenigsegg once in the world, and we didn't have a single one in our country before. Young Master Chu, I'm getting married soon. Could you lend me this car for the occasion? I want to use it as the lead car. Young Master Chu, I'm from Sichuan. If you ever come to Sichuan, you must remember to look me up. Young Master Chu. Chu Chen was relatively young here, and he had a good temper. As long as they didn't seem arrogant, he added WeChat with them. In no time, he added dozens of WeChat contacts. As for the floating transparent orbs, there were so many that he couldn't count them. Naturally, Chu Chen wouldn't waste them. He picked them all up into the system space one by one. Ding! You picked up cash of 10 million. Ding! You picked up cash of 20 million. Ding! You picked up an entire floor on the 99th floor of the Magic City Center building. Ding! You picked up God-level driving skills. A whole bunch of rewards, and Chu Chen didn't have the time to carefully check how many he had picked up. However, there was a constant stream of system notifications in his mind, and cash, luxury cars, and mansions went without saying. What really caught Chu Chen's attention were the entire floor on the 99th floor of the Magic City Center building and that God-level driving skill. He definitely knew about the Magic City Center building, the tallest building in Magic City, right next to the Oriental Pearl Tower, which is also a landmark. Located in the most prosperous Dongpu New district of Magic City, the Magic City Center building is the most expensive office building in all of Magic City, and even in the whole of China. Many well-known domestic and foreign companies choose to operate here, and the rent is about 20 yuan per square meter per day. The area of the 99th floor that Chu Chen picked up is 5,000 square meters, which means that if he doesn't use it himself and rents it out, at this price, the daily rent would be a full 100,000 yuan. 3 million a month. That's 36 million a year. If he were to buy it, the average price per square meter is 300,000, so for 5,000 square meters, the selling price would definitely be over 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. In a small city, that could directly build an office building. Chu Chen never expected to be so lucky to have picked up an entire floor in the center of the Magic City. Moreover, it's the 99th floor, such a high level. He doesn't have a company yet, but he has already asked Shin Xingwei to start preparing. Since he wants to start a business and open a company, he definitely needs an office in a building. Chu Chen thought to himself that it's better to keep such a good location for himself rather than renting it out to others. Of course, he might lose 30 to 40 million in rent, but for Chu Chen, he really doesn't mind. Just from the rewards he picked up earlier, the cash alone amounts to over 1 billion, not to mention the countless luxury cars and mansions. 30 to 40 million in rent is truly negligible for him. Since his company also needs an office building, it must be reserved for himself. Besides the reward of the office building in the center of the Magic City that excited Chu Chen, there's also the skill of God-level driving. He has picked up over 200 rewards in total, but so far, he only has 2 skill rewards. The first is the coveted golden eyes that all men dream of. The second is this God-level driving skill. Although Chu Chen's driving skills are decent, he hasn't driven much before, so he can only say he gets by. His driving skills are hardly remarkable. God-level driving skills, comparable to a driving god's technique. Extract God-level driving skills. With a thought, Chu Chen felt as if a wealth of driving techniques suddenly filled his mind. That feeling was subtle, something to be understood rather than described. At 9 o'clock in the evening, most people had arrived, and the host announced that tonight's charity auction was officially starting. It was Chu Chen's first time attending an auction, and he felt very engaged. The first auction item was a Tang Dynasty MO knife, with a starting price of 1 million, and each bid had to increase by no less than 100,000. Chu Chen was the first to bid, directly calling out 1 million. When the crowd saw that it was Chu Chen who made the bid, those who had been interested in the Tang Dynasty MO knife immediately gave up. First, Chu Chen was a newcomer, and they certainly wanted to give a newcomer some face. Second, the collectible value of this Tang Dynasty MO knife was clear. At most, it was worth 150 to 60,000. Third, although they weren't very familiar with Chu Chen, who in the room didn't know that he was definitely not short on money? After all, he had even bought a Koenigsegg one, a car worth over 100 million. A few million was nothing to him. As a result, Chu Chen managed to secure the first auction item for 1 million. Subsequently, Chu Chen bid 5 million for a painting by Zhang Daqian and 10 million for 5 bottles of shipwrecked fine wine. By the end of the charity auction, Xin Bin and Wang Tsong, who sat next to Chu Chen, hadn't spent a single penny, while Chu Chen had spent 30 to 40 million. Of course, Chu Chen didn't really care for these collectibles. Namely, he considered that this was a charity auction, so spending a little money could be seen as giving back to society. After all, the proceeds from tonight's auction would be injected into the charity foundation of the Supercar Club, contributing to the education sector in the western regions of the country. It's worth noting that the reason Chu Chen was able to bind the picking system was also triggered by his donations on the Water Drop fundraising platform. Chu Chen's principle of life since childhood has been, when poor, one should cultivate oneself, when rich, one should benefit the world. When he had no money, he helped a little whenever he saw someone in need. Now that he has money, Chu Chen feels that it is only right to do more within his means. The entire charity auction lasted for over an hour, during which 28 collectibles were auctioned off, and Chu Chen alone acquired 8 of them. Thank you to all the guests present today. Next up is the moment for the free dance party. The host, being quite perceptive, directly announced the end of the event. Ha! What's this free dance party about? Chu Chen, seeing the excitement of the rich second generation around him, looked at Wang Tsong and Xin Bin with some confusion. Have you heard of the Hai Tian Shangyan? I've heard of it. Chu Chen replied non-committally. It's similar to that, but the quality of the girls is higher, from socialites to various supermodels. Ah, why say so much? You'll know soon enough. Xin Bin chuckled, his expression unconsciously a bit flirtatious. When Chu Chen heard Xin Bin mention Hai Tian Shangyan, he guessed something, and now seeing his infatuated expression, how could he not understand? Ah, this. Chu Chen's lips curled up, teasingly saying, Brother Tsong, Brother Qin, I've been living it up these past few nights. As a poor kid, I'm about to fall behind on my nutrition. Stop joking. Chu, if you're a poor kid, then what are we, beggars? Wang Tsong couldn't help but laugh heartily. In the circle of top rich second generation in the Magic City, Chu Chen truly witnessed the high quality of the girls today. However, Wang Tsong seemed less interested. These fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged models were not really his type. Brother Tsong, you look a bit uninterested. Brother Tsong likes internet celebrity faces. These girls aren't your type. Wang Tsong didn't speak, but Xin Bin eagerly answered. GNMD. Wang Tsong laughed and cursed, but Xin Bin didn't mind. Everyone around understood and shared a knowing smile. Chu Chen wasn't particularly interested either. He had 2 or 3 dozen fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged girls in maid outfits in his villa. Although homegrown flowers may not smell as sweet as wildflowers, Chu Chen wasn't the type to indulge in wine and women. As for the others, they were like wolves, eagerly pouncing on those women. Tonight's gathering was at the Tianji Mountain Villa Hotel, with about 70 to 80 rich second-generation attendees. However, over 200 girls showed up. In an instant, the garden of the Tianji Mountain Villa Hotel turned into a large selection ground for these rich second-generation men. It wasn't just the rich second generation who were eager. In fact, these girls were even more desperate. After all, they were all rich second generation. What kind of women did they not want? In contrast, those women, if they could seize the opportunity tonight, might just soar to new heights. Although the probability was low, it wasn't impossible. Especially in recent years, many young and beautiful ordinary girls had successfully risen to prominence, giving these Cinderella-like girls great confidence. Moo Yunxi was a newcomer in the entertainment industry, somewhat well-known, and had a decent rapport with the public. However, due to her lack of background, she couldn't access good resources, remaining in a lukewarm state. She was quite diligent and had no intention of relying on a rich second generation as a support. The reason she came today was mainly because her company sent her. She had signed with the company for a year, and being young and naive at the time, she signed a bet contract. If she couldn't bring in 5 million in revenue for the company within a year, she would have to accept various commercial arrangements from the company. Otherwise, the penalty for breach of contract would be as high as 20 million. When she first entered the entertainment industry, she thought earning 5 million in a year would be easy. But after spending half a year in the entertainment industry, she realized just how difficult it was for a small star without any identity or background to earn 5 million a year. With no money coming in, she certainly couldn't afford the 20 million breach of contract penalty, so she could only obediently follow the company's arrangements to participate in commercial activities here. To be honest, Moo Yunxi didn't expect that today would be anything more than a simple commercial event. If she had known that today was actually a program for rich second-generation heirs to choose a bride, she wouldn't have come even if you killed her. Unlike those other girls who fawned over the rich heirs, she sat quietly in a chair, head down, playing on her phone. After all, the company only asked her to come. They never said she had to charm these rich heirs. "Brother Chu, since you're here, don't be so reserved," Wang Song said to Chu Chen with great interest. "Brother Chu, the one sitting over there looks pretty good. Want to give it a try?" Wang Song glanced at Moo Yunxi and then said to Chu Chen, "Brother Song, if you like her, you go for it." Chu Chen shot Wang Song a glance. "That's not my type. I have a date lined up. I'm leaving soon." As soon as Wang Song finished speaking, his phone rang. After chatting casually for a moment, he grabbed his coat and exchanged a few words with Chu Chen before hurriedly leaving. Chu Chen heard him say, "Baby, wait for me, I'm on my way." Previously, someone had said Wang Song was a sycophant, and Chu Chen didn't believe it, thinking how could a top rich heir in the country be a sycophant? But now, he was starting to believe it. Once Wang Song left, Chu Chen found himself sitting alone and feeling a bit bored. He glanced at Moo Yunxi and then got up to walk over to her. "Are you Moo Yunxi?" Chu Chen had seen the drama where Moo Yunxi acted, but she played a maid beside the female lead. The reason Chu Chen remembered her was that the maid she portrayed was even more beautiful than the female lead, and crucially, her acting skills were much smoother, something even an outsider like Chu Chen could see. Speaking of the actress who played the female lead, it seemed she had been rejected from one project after another. If it weren't for her ex-husband being a big name in the domestic entertainment industry, no one would have cast her as the lead. However, after the divorce news broke before the new year, her resources in the entertainment industry had significantly decreased. Back to Moo Yunxi, Chu Chen had even specifically looked her up. When he talked about the drama with friends, he mentioned Moo Yunxi, saying that in a few years, she had the potential to become a top star in the entertainment industry. However, Moo Yunxi disappointed him. Not only did she not become famous, but he also hardly saw any new works from her. When Moo Yunxi heard Chu Chen call her name, she was momentarily taken aback. She looked up at Chu Chen, puzzled, as everyone here was a rich heir, yet someone actually knew her, this lukewarm little star. "Hello, I'm Moo Yunxi." Moo Yunxi quickly stood up, smiled slightly at Chu Chen, and said, although she hadn't tried to win over the rich heirs, she also didn't dare offend them. Even though she didn't know Chu Chen, no one who could come here was an ordinary person. "Don't be nervous, just sit and talk. I've seen the drama you acted in, so I have a bit of an impression of you." Chu Chen sat down next to Moo Yunxi, smiled at her, and said, "I think your acting is quite good. If you work hard, you might become a popular actress in the future." "Thank you, you're too kind." Hearing Chu Chen praise her like this made Moo Yunxi feel a bit shy. "But what's been going on with you lately? It seems like you haven't had any new works released?" "Sigh, the entertainment industry is tough. I don't have any identity or background, so I can't get any resources." Moo Yunxi was still quite innocent. Seeing that Chu Chen had no ill intentions, she sighed and said, "So, you came here to find a backer?" Chu Chen looked at Moo Yunxi and asked in return. "Mainly, the company sent me here. I didn't know what the specific event was beforehand. The company just told me it was a business event. I signed a betting agreement with them before." Hearing what Chu Chen said, Moo Yunxi pursed her lips and explained with some frustration, "If I had known it was like this, I wouldn't have come even if you killed me." Moo Yunxi forced a bitter smile, "Sigh, maybe I'm really not suited for the entertainment industry. If that's the case, your company's boss is really too much." Upon hearing Moo Yunxi say this, Chu Chen understood. He said angrily, What future can such a company have? It's too much of a scam. If I were you, I would terminate the contract with them. Hearing Chu-chin say this, Mu Yunchi couldn't help but smile bitterly. The penalty for breaking the contract is 30 million. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, where would I get the money to terminate the contract? 30 million for a breach of contract? Your company signed such a high penalty with a newcomer? Chu-chen was also puzzled. Our Jige Media Company is one of the top 3 entertainment agencies in the country, having made at least over 100 entertainment stars famous. As long as someone is chosen by Jige Media, the initial penalty for breach of contract is this high. We want to be famous, and Jige wants to keep people, each getting what they need. Seeing that Chu-chen looked a bit confused, Mu Yunchi explained the situation to him. I see. Chu-chen pondered. You have pretty good potential. Why doesn't your company promote you? No backing. There are always plenty of good-looking and talented people in the entertainment industry. Without identity and background, you can't get good resources. Mu Yunchi shook her head helplessly. Why am I telling you all this, you rich second generation, Sai? How do you know I'm a rich second generation? Isn't it obvious? Who else could come here today if they weren't a rich second generation? Mu Yunchi looked around and said, that's true. Chu-chen did not deny it. Although he wasn't a rich second generation, being here at least proved he wasn't an ordinary person. Will you dance with me? Chu-chen stood up, extending his hand to Mu Yunchi, asking in a gentlemanly manner. Mu Yunchi looked up at Chu-chen and then placed her hand on his. She didn't dislike Chu-chen. After all, being alone here was boring, so since Chu-chen had invited her, she agreed. Holding Mu Yunchi's soft waist, Chu-chen leaned close to her ear and whispered, I'm not very good at this, you won't mind, will you? Mu Yunchi was still quite sensitive. She rarely got this close to a man, and with Chu-chen holding her so closely, her cheeks instinctively flushed. Just follow my rhythm. Mu Yunchi bit her lip, looking shy, which made her appear quite alluring. After finishing a dance, Mu Yunchi insisted on not dancing anymore and walked back to sit at a table in the corner. Chu-chen followed her over. I think you're really great. Chu-chen stared at Mu Yunchi, making her face turn red. She instinctively pouted her red lips and said, I think I'm great too. How about this? Let me be your backer. Chu-chen continued to gaze at Mu Yunchi. You? Is that okay? Mu Yunchi's tone was somewhat skeptical. She didn't know Chu-chen, and seeing that he was young, she thought that even if he was a rich second generation, he might not be able to help her much. You can't say no to a man. Whether I can do it or not, you have to try to find out. Chu-chen leaned closer to Mu Yunchi, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said softly with a smile. Mu Yunchi felt her face flush all the way to her ears upon hearing Chu-chen's words. She was no longer a little girl. How could she not understand that Chu-chen was teasing her? A man's words are just lies. I've seen through you men. You simply crave our women's bodies. Mu Yunchi bit her lip and looked up at Chu-chen as she spoke. How about this? I've been wanting to find something to do lately. I hadn't thought about what to do before, but now I think starting an entertainment media company sounds pretty good. Chu-chen chuckled. He didn't refute what Mu Yunchi had just said, but he also chose to ignore it. He looked at Mu Yunchi and said, I'll help you terminate your contract with Jige Company, and at the same time, I'll sign you to my new company. With your talent, as long as there are resources, becoming famous is just a matter of time. Chu-chen was confident in his judgment. Since Jige Media was letting go of this potential star, he would take her. Even though Mu Yunchi's termination fee was 30 million, if she could become a top star, that money could be earned back in less than half a year. Moreover, it's well known that the entertainment industry in the country is lucrative. After all, with a population of 1.4 billion in Huagua, the market is enormous. And as the economy grows, people's wallets get fatter, making the pursuit of entertainment essential. The potential of the entertainment industry is evident to anyone with eyes. Chu-chen had money now, and since making money was easy for him, he wasn't afraid to spend it. If others could engage in the entertainment industry, why couldn't he? While others feared losing money, he wasn't afraid. Although the domestic entertainment media companies were relatively fixed, with only a few strong players, if someone was willing to invest without counting the cost, it would be quite easy to carve out a place in the domestic entertainment scene. Of course, Chu-chen didn't decide to pour money into the entertainment industry just to make Mu Yunchi famous. He had his own ideas about the entertainment industry. If he could become a giant in Huagua's entertainment circle, making money would be quick. Money, after all, is something no one would ever have too much of, and Chu-chen was no exception. Of course, he valued Mu Yunchi not just for her potential but because she was genuinely excellent. But that's 30 million. Upon hearing Chu-chen say he could help her terminate her contract, Mu Yunchi was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. She knew Chu-chen was a rich second generation, but she wasn't aware of the extent of his capabilities. 30 million was not a small amount for an ordinary person or even for those rich second generations. It's just 30 million, you're worth that much, Chuchen said casually. Since Jige Media is neglecting this potential star, I have no reason not to take you. You're not joking with me, are you? Mu Yunqi was still quite guarded. She couldn't just believe Chu Chen's words because he said them casually. Do you think I'm joking with you? Chu Chen countered, staring at Mu Yunqi. But why? We just met. So what? It's just 30 million, is that a lot? Mu Yunqi was stunned by Chu Chen's question. Yes. 30 million, is that a lot? For a newcomer in the entertainment industry like her, 30 million was indeed out of reach. But for those rich second generations who never lacked money, 30 million, while not a small sum, was it really a lot? Don't overthink it. I'm not that bored to joke with you about 30 million. Chu Chen chuckled and said, besides, I was already looking at the entertainment industry. Taking you on is entirely because I believe in your future. I trust my judgment. Just as Mu Yunqi was still pondering whether to believe Chu Chen, Xinbin came over, flanked by two scantily clad girls. Chu, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Xinbin came over to greet Chu Chen and then led the two girls away. As he left, he unconsciously glanced at Mu Yunqi. Chu, your luck with the ladies is impressive. How come I didn't notice earlier that there was such a treasure of a girl here? Xinbin murmured softly, but soon he dismissed the thought and left with the two beauties by his side. Although Mu Yunqi wasn't very familiar with these rich second-generation kids, Xinbin was, after all, one of the top rich second-generation individuals in the country, and he had been active online. While he wasn't as well known as Wang Song, his title as the Emperor of Shanghai was not just for show. Are you close with him? Mu Yunqi asked, looking at Xinbin's back and then at Chu Chen, unable to hold back her curiosity. Close enough, I guess? Chu Chen replied non-committally. Although he had only known Xinbin and Wang Song for 3 days, he was relatively closer to them in this circle. No wonder you don't care about money. If you're close with Xinbin, you must also be one of the top rich second-generation kids, right? Mu Yunqi said with a hint of envy. Being born with a golden key is a skill, who wouldn't want that? I have money, but to be precise, I'm really not a rich second-generation kid. Chu Chen chuckled and looked at Mu Yunqi. Not a rich second generation? Then are you a first-generation entrepreneur? Mu Yunqi countered, looking at Chu Chen, who even seemed younger than her. So young and already so wealthy, a first-generation entrepreneur? How could that be? Faced with Mu Yunqi's skepticism, Chu Chen chose not to say anything further. He understood the principle that too many words can lead to mistakes. Besides, he couldn't exactly tell Mu Yunqi that he was so wealthy because he was bound to assist him, could he? If one were to say that Chu Chen had other thoughts about Mu Yunqi, it couldn't be denied. After all, there were many people with potential, yet he had chosen Mu Yunqi. Although it was a coincidence, how could he help her break her contract with 30 million without any ulterior motives? I'll take you home. With Xinbin and Wang Song gone, there was no point in Chu Chen staying here any longer. Mu Yunqi had long wanted to leave, and upon hearing Chu Chen say he would take her home, she quickly nodded. Okay. Is this your car? Mu Yunqi was once again shocked when she saw the Koenigsegg one. When she had come over earlier, she had overheard those women talking about the Koenigsegg one in the backstage. After all, the purpose of their visit today was quite simple, to accompany these rich second-generation kids. With Chu Chen suddenly appearing in everyone's sight driving the Koenigsegg one, those women on the periphery had heard their companions mention it to some extent. Anyone who could afford a supercar worth over 100 million was undoubtedly a top-tier rich kid. Those women had been chatting excitedly about it, discussing how if they could win over this guy, it would be like soaring to the top. When Mu Yunqi heard them say that, she couldn't help but scoff a little. But she truly didn't expect that she would inadvertently get involved with Chu Chen. Well, it couldn't be said that they were involved, but at least they had met. Do you know this car? Hearing Mu Yunqi's question, Chu Chen smiled slightly and asked. I don't know it, but I just heard them say that tonight there's a main character whose car is the Koenigsegg one worth over 100 million. They also said they wanted to win you over tonight. Mu Yunqi said with a grin, looking at Chu Chen. Having escaped that environment, Mu Yunqi felt much more relaxed. With your personality, to be honest, you really aren't suited for the entertainment industry, Chu Chen said as he looked at Mu Yunqi while sitting in the car. How chaotic the entertainment industry is, naturally, didn't need Chu Chen to elaborate. To thrive in the entertainment industry, one doesn't have to be morally corrupt, but at the very least, one should not be tainted by the muck, right? For someone like Mu Yunqi, without any identity or background, surviving in this big vat of the entertainment world and not being able to tolerate its various chaos makes it nearly impossible to become popular. Of course, if there's a backer, that's another story. If someone is supporting you and throwing money for resources, even a pig could become famous for a while, right? Naturally, Moo Yunshi's personal abilities are quite good. If Jige Media Company had been willing to invest money to pave the way for her, with her looks and talent, she might have been able to secure a place in the entertainment industry. It's getting a bit late today, let's talk tomorrow morning. You just added me on WeChat, so I'll contact you tomorrow morning. Please let your manager know in advance, so your company is prepared and doesn't waste my time. As Chu Chen drove, he explained this to Moo Yunshi. Oh, Moo Yunshi nodded and replied. After a few seconds, she looked at Chu Chen's profile and said, let's wait until tomorrow when you come over. I'm just a small fry at Jige, they'd be more than happy for me to terminate my contract. Moo Yunshi naturally had her own concerns. If she said something now and Chu Chen didn't contact her tomorrow, where would she go to find him? Although it was unlikely that Chu Chen would play tricks on her, she still needed to be cautious about such matters. Hearing Moo Yunshi say this, Chu Chen paused for a moment and then smiled. That's fine. He understood perfectly well what Moo Yunshi was worried about. Putting himself in her shoes, if he were Moo Yunshi, he wouldn't easily trust others either. Chu Chen didn't take it too seriously. To gain someone's trust, one couldn't just rely on words, one had to show some real substance. Anyway, there was no rush. Moo Yunshi wasn't a local in the Magic City, she rented a place there. Although she was in the entertainment industry, she was just a small fry. After a year, her salary was at most 400,000 to 500,000. She didn't rent a particularly nice neighborhood, just an average one. I didn't expect you, a star in the entertainment industry, to live here. Xu Xiao, please don't look down on me. Moo Yunshi had already learned Chu Chen's name and shot him a glance. I only earn 20,000 to 30,000 a month. The cost of living in the Magic City is so high, and I still have to spend money on myself. How could I afford to live in a nice place? That's true. Chu Chen nodded and said, when you come to my side, if you can become a top star in the country, I'll gift you a house. Hearing this, Moo Yunshi couldn't help but brighten up. However, the light in her eyes dimmed again almost immediately. Becoming a top star wasn't that simple. Although she believed her abilities were decent, becoming a top star required not only talent but also a good amount of luck. It wasn't enough to just have someone supporting you, at the very least, you had to be well liked by the public. What's wrong? Lost your confidence? Honestly, a bit, lacking in confidence. Moo Yunshi bit her lip and said softly, I have a lot of confidence in you. Don't overthink it. I have plenty of money. As long as you're willing to work hard, I can throw money at you until you're everywhere. Moo Yunshi didn't quite understand what Chu Chen meant and was momentarily stunned. Look at the Magic City, there are advertisements for celebrity endorsements everywhere. If all of those were replaced with yours, wouldn't you be everywhere? Chu Chen explained with a chuckle. Ah, how much would that cost? Moo Yunshi was shocked by Chu Chen's words. How much it costs is my business, you don't need to worry about that. Chu Chen stared at Moo Yunshi and said, I've already spent 30 million on the termination fee. If I don't make you famous and turn you into my money-making machine, wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Just a second ago, Moo Yunshi was quite touched. The next second, hearing Chu Chen say this, she couldn't help but snort in her heart, as expected. Capital just wants to make you a money-making machine. But no matter what, if Chu Chen was really willing to terminate the contract and invest money to support her, she was still very touched. This was definitely an opportunity she couldn't miss. I won't see you up, make sure to rest, Chu Chen said as he rolled down the car window to give Moo Yunshi a few instructions before stepping on the gas and leaving. By the time he returned to his villa, it was already past 10 at night. When Xin Xingwei saw that Chu Chen had actually come back, she was momentarily stunned. Young master, you actually returned. What do you mean by that? I can't be out all night every day, can I? Chu Chen replied with a smile. Sitting on the sofa, the beautiful maid in a maid outfit quickly served Chu Chen freshly brewed tea and freshly cut fruit. Enjoying the meticulous service, Chu Chen felt quite pleased. By the way, Xingwei, I'm planning to invest in an entertainment media company. Prepare a project proposal. Ah, Xin Xingwei was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but she quickly responded, okay, young master, I understand. As a private butler, one must have the awareness of a private butler. This was Xin Xingwei's new realization from her work over the past 2 days. So, young master, should I continue thinking about other startup projects? After all, Chu Chen had instructed her to come up with several suitable startup projects in the afternoon. Now that he suddenly mentioned wanting to start an entertainment media company, Xin Xingwei naturally needed to clarify. These two aren't in conflict. As long as the projects are good and can make money, investing a few $100 million is no big deal. Xin Xingwei finally witnessed what it meant to be financially extravagant. However, she also understood Chu Chen's intention. Got it, young master. Get some rest early, Shu Chen said with concern as he glanced at Shin Xingwei. However, Shin Xingwei didn't actually go to rest. She stood not far away. If she, as the butler, went to rest while Shu Chen was still awake, how would that look? Shu Chen was quite comfortable, leaning back on the sofa, his feet resting on the coffee table, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. After sipping tea and eating some fruit for a while, drowsiness hit, and Shu Chen stood up to stretch. Time to sleep. It was only a little past 11 at night. For a young person to sleep at this hour was indeed quite good. Shu Chen no longer had the pressure of life. As long as he didn't indulge in debauchery outside, he wanted to sleep early. Not to mention, staying up late for too long harms the liver and kidneys. He didn't want to be rich but have a failing body. What good was having money if he had no place to spend it? He was still so young, with at least 60 or 70 years ahead of him, and he wanted to enjoy life as much as possible. However, before sleeping, Shu Chen also sorted through the rewards in the system space. The cash rewards went without saying. Just from tonight's exchange meeting, he had collected over $1 billion in cash. There were also quite a few luxury cars and mansions. He had already extracted over 50 luxury cars, clearing out all the luxury cars in the system space, and now, there were more than 50 luxury cars added back in. In terms of mansions, there were 3 more sets of the Tangchen Yipin large flat, plus 4 school district buildings, with 400 to 500 school district houses. Shu Chen was already numb seeing such rewards. It was simply too much, he couldn't muster any interest. However, the entire 99th floor of the central building in the Magic City was still a pretty good reward. As for skill rewards, since he bound the system until now, he has only received 2 in total. One is the Golden Eye, and the other is the God-level driving skill. He immediately extracted and learned these skill rewards, as they are quite rare. After organizing these rewards, Shu Chen felt at ease and went to sleep. He had a dreamless night and slept quite comfortably. The next morning, he woke up at 9 o'clock. When everyone is in school, they have a dream of counting money until their hands cramp and sleeping until they wake up naturally. However, as an adult entering society, after experiencing the harsh realities of life, one can understand how distant those school dreams are. But for Shu Chen now, this is no longer a dream. As long as he wants, his money can indeed allow him to count it until his hands cramp. Breakfast was a carefully cooked king crab meat porridge, and just this meal cost over 10,000 yuan. The king crab was flown in from abroad to Magic City, extremely fresh, and of course, quite expensive. Since it was specially delivered for the wealthy of Magic City, the quality of these king crabs is undoubtedly excellent. At 8,888 yuan per pound, ordinary people would find it extravagant just to glance at it. The king crab Shu Chen had for breakfast weighed 3 pounds, costing around 20 to 30,000 yuan. However, Shu Chen didn't say much about it. Spending money to improve his quality of life made him happy. If it weren't for Shin Xingwei, he wouldn't be able to enjoy such royal treatment alone. It must be said that Shin Xingwei, as his personal housekeeper, truly understood what Shu Chen was thinking. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Shu Chen asked with concern while drinking the crab meat porridge. "Not yet." Shin Xingwei had been busy since she got up in the morning and indeed hadn't had breakfast. "That won't do. A person is made of iron, and meals are made of steel. Breakfast must be eaten." Shu Chen smiled and said with a hint of reproach in his tone, "Lin Xiaoer, go serve a bowl of porridge for housekeeper Shen." There were too many servants in the house, and Shu Chen didn't know many names. Lin Xiaoer was one of them, and she happened to be standing next to him, so he instructed her. "Yes, young master." Lin Xiaoer quickly went to the kitchen to serve the porridge upon hearing Shu Chen's command. It would be impossible for Lin Xiaoer to say she wasn't envious of Shin Xingwei, but she was self-aware. First, Shin Xingwei was the young master's personal housekeeper, and in the villa, apart from Shu Chen, she had the most power. Second, Shin Xingwei's abilities were evident to everyone. Third, Shin Xingwei was also very beautiful, at least in the entire villa, there was no one more beautiful than her. Of course, the most important thing was that as a personal housekeeper, they could all feel Shu Chen's considerable trust in Shin Xingwei. Shin Xingwei felt a bit at a loss. Theoretically, as a housekeeper, even if Shu Chen trusted her, she didn't have the right to eat at the same table as him. "Come sit down and eat together," Shu Chen said with a smile at the suddenly somewhat reserved Shin Xingwei. "If you wear yourself out, where will I find someone as excellent as you to replace you?" It must be said that someone as capable as Shin Xingwei is indeed hard to find. Shu Chen also didn't expect that the Shin Xingwei he casually picked up at the bar would turn out to be a PhD in management from Stanford University. After finishing breakfast, Shu Chen finally contacted Mu Yunxi. As for Mu Yunxi, she hadn't rested well the previous night either. Just thinking about how Shu Chen would help her terminate her contract with Jige Media today made her feel a bit excited. Although Jige Media is one of the top 3 entertainment media companies in the industry, they have helped promote at least 100 artists. But then again, no matter how good Jige Media Company is, what does it mean for her? She has no identity, no background, and cannot access good resources. The shining moments of a female artist are only during these young years. Once this period passes, it becomes even harder to become famous. She arrived at the company early this morning, glancing at her phone from time to time, feeling very anxious inside. Mu Yunxi, did you leave early last night? Hearing the voice, Mu Yunxi frowned and looked up at the woman speaking. Mu Yunxi, didn't I tell you? If you want to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry, there are some things you have to sacrifice. Hong Jia looked at Mu Yunxi, speaking with a tone of disappointment. She was Mu Yunxi's manager and usually took good care of her. But she was just a small manager. Even though she had high hopes for Mu Yunxi, the company simply wouldn't provide her with resources, and she felt helpless. As a manager, she knew very well that for an artist without any background, it was impossible to obtain good resources. But honestly, with Mu Yunxi's personality, she really wasn't suited for the entertainment industry. Hong Jia, there's something I want to tell you. Mu Yunxi looked at her manager and couldn't help but bite her lip. What is it? Hong Jia paused for a moment, seeing that Mu Yunxi looked troubled, and she spoke with some concern. Well, Hong Jia, I want to terminate my contract with the company. What? Hong Jia thought she had misheard and looked at Mu Yunxi in shock. Mu Yunxi, are you crazy? The contract you signed with the company is for 5 years, and the termination fee is 30 million. Where are you going to get that much money to terminate the contract? Hong Jia frowned, staring at Mu Yunxi. Yunxi, I know you feel wronged, just hold on a little longer. I'll help you fight for more auditions this year. Before Hong Jia could finish her sentence, Mu Yunxi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and quickly answered the call. Mr. Chu, yes, I'm at the company. Okay, I'll send you the location. After hanging up, Mu Yunxi immediately sent the company's location to Chu Chen. Confirming that Chu Chen would be coming over soon, Mu Yunxi looked directly at Hong Jia and said, Hong Jia, I met a rich second-generation guy yesterday. He thinks I'm great and is planning to promote me. However, he's going to start his own media company, so he will help me pay the 30 million to terminate my contract with Jige Media. Hearing this, Hong Jia was momentarily stunned. She stared at Mu Yunxi for a long time without speaking. Sigh, Hong Jia sighed. To be honest, she felt it was a pity that the company didn't value Mu Yunxi. Hong Jia still valued Mu Yunxi a lot. She believed Mu Yunxi had great potential to become famous. First, Mu Yunxi was fair-skinned and beautiful. Her looks were naturally outstanding. Even in the entertainment industry, where beauties abound, Mu Yunxi's looks could easily outshine many. Second, Mu Yunxi's acting skills were quite good. Although she couldn't compare to those seasoned actors, among newcomers, her acting was very impressive. Third, Mu Yunxi had always had a good rapport with the public. Even though the company hadn't deliberately promoted her, over the past year or two, Mu Yunxi's followers on Weibo had already surpassed 1 million. She had recommended Mu Yunxi several times, but the company had ignored her. Sigh, what a pity. Hong Jia sighed again. Hong Jia, if possible, I want you to come with me. Mu Yunxi looked at her manager sincerely. Hong Jia was an experienced manager at Jige Media, but since she was getting older, the company had thoughts of marginalizing her. Mu Yunxi had heard Hong Jia mention wanting to leave Jige Media before. Come with you? Hong Jia couldn't help but feel her heart flutter when Mu Yunxi said that. Yunxi, you said you met a rich second generation last night? Who is he? Do I know him? Chu Chen, does Hong Jia have an impression? Chu Chen? Never heard of him. Are there any wealthy people with the surname Chu in Magic City? He seems to be quite familiar with Qin Bin and Hong Jia. His vehicle is a Koenigsegg one. After all, Hong Jia was in the entertainment industry and was quite familiar with luxury cars. She knew about Koenigsegg, and she knew about the Koenigsegg one. However, when she heard Mu Yunxi say that Chu Chen's vehicle was actually a Koenigsegg one, she couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled. There are only 6 Koenigsegg ones in the world? You must be mistaken, right? I don't think there's this car in Huagua. I'm not mistaken. When I got there last night, I heard a lot of people talking about young Master Chu. Mu Yunxi briefly recounted what happened last night to Hong Jia, who was left momentarily stunned. Young Master Chu just called me. He said he's coming over soon. The headquarters of Jige Media Company was located in the Magic City Central building. However, they were renting it. The entire 56th floor cost over 40 million a year just in rent. Jige Media Company was one of the top 3 entertainment media companies in the country, with 7 or 8 first-tier stars under its wing, and countless second and third-tier stars. Their net profit last year was $1 billion, so spending $40 million to rent a floor in the Magic City Central building to enhance the company's profile was quite necessary. Shu Chen was momentarily taken aback when he saw the location Mu Yunqi sent him. The Magic City Central building. He had been thinking about finding a time to check on his office there, and this was a perfect opportunity to take a look. Xingwei, are you coming out with me for a bit? Ah, okay. Xingwei didn't ask what they were going out for, but since Chu Chen said so, she couldn't refuse. Yesterday he drove the Koenigsegg one, and today Chu Chen wanted to switch to a Lamborghini Veneno. If it were any ordinary rich second generation, having a Lamborghini Veneno and a Koenigsegg one, they probably wouldn't take them out on the road. These supercars are collectibles, their value for enjoyment far exceeds their practical value. However, Chu Chen really didn't mind. After all, the car was something he picked up easily, so he didn't cherish it as much. Moreover, in Chu Chen's view, cars are meant to be driven, and it would be a shame not to take such a cool supercar out for a spin. Driving the Lamborghini Veneno, he took Xingwei from Tandong towards the Magic City Central building. Didn't I tell you last night that I'm planning to start an entertainment media company? Today, we're going to sign our first artist. Chu Chen glanced at Xingwei and said, The first artist, who is it? A newcomer who just entered the entertainment industry not long ago, Mu Yunqi. Do you know her? She is now a signed artist with Jige Media Company. Mu Yunqi? I haven't heard of her, but I know about Jige Media Company. Xingwei pondered for a moment and said, Young master, from what I understand, there are issues with the contracts at Jige Media Company. The penalty for breach of contract in their contracts with newcomers starts at a minimum of 30 million. After Chu Chen mentioned this to her last night, Xingwei immediately looked into the current entertainment media companies in the country. Since Jige Media Company was one of the top 3 media companies in the country, Xingwei naturally did a bit more research on it. I have to say, Xingwei's abilities were indeed impressive. Yes, the penalty for breach of contract is 30 million. Chu Chen chuckled and said, however, Mu Yunqi has quite a bit of potential, what she lacks is an opportunity. Jige Media Company didn't recognize her, Speaking of which, I consider myself to have picked up a bargain. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Xingwei couldn't help but furrow her brows. Why did it feel like something was off? To take 30 million in breach of contract fees from Jige Media for a newcomer in the entertainment industry, and he actually thought he had gained something, that he had picked up a bargain? Is this Mu Yunqi really that talented? Xingwei couldn't help but mutter in her heart. If she could be made famous, then spending 30 million wouldn't be a loss. After all, even if she couldn't become a top star, becoming a second-tier star would still make the 30 million breach of contract fee a non-issue. It's common knowledge how lucrative domestic entertainment stars can be. If it's a top star in the country, their various incomes combined would amount to at least 200 to 300 million a year. For second-tier stars, while their income isn't as high as first-tier, they could still earn several tens of millions a year. If luck is on their side, earning over 100 million in a year isn't too difficult. But becoming a second-tier or even a first-tier star isn't that simple. However, if Chu Chen is willing to spare no expense to invest money and resources into her, then becoming a second-tier star wouldn't be hard. As for becoming a first-tier star, that would truly require some real talent. By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. I have an entire floor of office space in the Magic City Center building, the 99th floor, which we can use as our media company's office, Chu Chen casually said while driving. She was still pondering whether Mu Yunqi had the capability to become a first-tier star when she suddenly heard Chu Chen mention owning an entire floor in the Magic City Center building. Even though she knew Chu Chen was quite capable, she was once again shocked. That was the Magic City Center building, the most upscale office building in the entire Magic City, located in the Dongpu New District, right next to the Oriental Pearl Tower. Xingwei didn't need to guess how expensive the rent was for that office space. But what did Chu Chen just say? He has an entire floor of office space? And on the 99th floor, their Jige Media Company's headquarters is in the Magic City Center building. Perfect, let's first finalize the contract termination for Mu Yunqi, and then we can check out the 99th floor, Chu Chen said casually, but Xingwei felt a bit dazed. She felt like Chu Chen was an iceberg with only the tip visible. What she could see was just a tiny bit, but what lay beneath was beyond her imagination. That was the office space in the Magic City Center building. An entire floor would have at least 4,000 to 5,000 square meters. At 30,000 per square meter, it would take at least 1.5 to 2 billion to acquire, right? Young master, I want to know, just how much real estate do you have? I can help you manage it all. Xingwei was currently helping Chu Chen manage his properties, and he had promised her an extra 10% of the rent as a reward. Seeing Chu Chen say this, she was somewhat teasing. However, when Chu Chen heard her, he frowned slightly. Now that you mention it, I do remember I have 4 school district buildings over at Yujing Academy, probably around 400 to 500 school district apartments. I'll give you the property certificates later, and you can manage them all. Same old rule, you get 10% of the rent. Shen Xingwei had just casually mentioned it. Who would have thought Chu Chen would casually mention 4 school district buildings and 400 to 500 school district apartments? She was stunned. Shen Xingwei was completely dumbfounded. Hiss. She gasped. Indeed, the more she got to know Chu Chen, the more she felt she didn't truly understand his real capabilities. Young master, I give up. Shen Xingwei didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. That was 400 to 500 sets of school district housing. For an ordinary person, being able to buy a set of school district housing in Magic City with a loan in this lifetime is already quite impressive. But compared to Chu Chen, well, there's simply no comparison, because those houses of Chu Chen's are counted by the building. Driving a Lamborghini Veneno on the road is definitely more eye-catching than a Koenigsegg one. The main reason is that the Koenigsegg one is too rare. Aside from those supercar enthusiasts who can recognize it, most ordinary people don't even know what a Koenigsegg is. But the Lamborghini Veneno is different. Most people can recognize the Lamborghini logo, and at least a third of them can directly identify it as a Lamborghini Veneno. Wow! Drive slower, let me take a picture first. Lamborghini Veneno? Wow! There's actually this car in Magic City? Am I seeing things? This supercar is so cool. Honey, when your project payment comes in, let's buy a supercar like this. Ha! Are you dreaming? With our 2 to 3 million project payment, we can barely afford a wheel for it. No way, is it that exaggerated? Yes. This is a Lamborghini Veneno. Do you know how much this car costs? Let me put it this way, there are only 14 Lamborghini Venenos in the world, and in the black market, it was once traded for 120 million to buy a Lamborghini Veneno, but unfortunately, this kind of top-tier supercar is priceless. Those who own it are all top tycoons and big sharks, and ordinary people can't buy it no matter how much money they have. Wow, yesterday I saw a Koenigsegg one, and today I saw a Lamborghini Veneno again. There are really a lot of rich people in Magic City. Driving such a top-tier supercar on the road, the rate of people turning their heads is something you don't even need to guess. Anyway, on the way here, whether they knew it was a Lamborghini Veneno or not, most people would take a second glance. Tang Palace is in the western suburbs of Magic City, and driving to the Dongpu district, even with good road conditions and no traffic, takes more than half an hour. By the time Chu Chen parked the car and walked to the Magic City Central building, it was already close to 10:30. Mu Yunxi was also quite anxious waiting. However, more anxious than Mu Yunxi was her manager, Hong Jia. When Mu Yunxi mentioned wanting her to go with her, she was also tempted. First, she believed in Mu Yunxi. She felt that as long as Mu Yunxi could access good resources, her future would definitely be limitless, and becoming a first-tier star in the country was not out of the question. Secondly, the person interested in Mu Yunxi, in her view, was definitely a super-rich top second-generation heir. After all, to her, Chu Chen had only known Mu Yunxi for a day, yet he was willing to spend 30 million to help Mu Yunxi terminate her contract with Jige. What does this indicate? It indicates that the person interested in Mu Yunxi is definitely wealthy. In the entertainment industry, as long as you have money to spend, there are basically no problems. There's a saying that money can solve 99% of the problems in the world, and as for the remaining 1%, it requires double the money to solve. In other words, money is basically omnipotent. 30 million among ordinary people like them might take a lifetime of hard work to earn. But for Chu Chen, who drives a Koenigsegg one, it's really just a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. Hong Jia had been a manager at Jige Media for nearly 20 years, but the company not only didn't give her enough compensation but was also preparing to marginalize her. If she could leave Jige with Mu Yunxi, that should be good. Has he come yet? Where is he? He wouldn't not come, would he? Hong Jia was even more anxious than Mu Yunxi. Every 10 minutes, she would ask Mu Yunxi once. Mu Yunxi was also very anxious, but she didn't dare to ask Chu Chen and could only comfort Hong Jia, telling her not to worry. Fortunately, Chu Chen wasn't just playing with her. As soon as he arrived at the bottom of the central building in Magic City, he called Mu Yunxi directly. Yunxi, I'm here. Your company is on the 56th floor? Young Master Chu, I'll come down to meet you. Alright, I'll wait for you downstairs. After hanging up the phone, Mu Yunxi hurriedly took the elevator down with her manager, Hong Jia. When Hong Jia saw Chu Chen for the first time, she was stunned. He was so young. He looked no more than just over 20. However, she could clearly feel the extraordinary aura emanating from Chu Chen. Especially with Shen Xingwei standing beside him, holding a briefcase, it was instantly apparent that Chu Chen's background was not ordinary. Mu Yunxi was also momentarily taken aback when she saw Shin Xingwei next to Chu Chen, but she quickly straightened herself and walked confidently in front of Chu Chen. "Young Master Chu, this is my manager. I've already informed her of the situation, and I want to take her with me to leave Jige Media." "Hello, young Master Chu." Hong Jia followed Mu Yunxi and quickly greeted Chu Chen. "No problem. Does she need a termination fee? I can settle that together." Chu Chen's wealthy demeanor left Hong Jia in shock. She was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, "Young Master Chu, I don't need a termination fee with Jige, I just need to resign." Chu Chen nodded, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "Yunxi, let me introduce you. This is my personal housekeeper, Shin Xingwei, and she will also be the president of our Chumen Entertainment Media Company." Shin Xingwei was slightly taken aback by Chu Chen's introduction. She was indeed busy. Now she was the president of an entertainment media company. However, she believed that those who could do more should do more. "Hello, Miss Mu Yunxi. I've heard from the young master that you are very outstanding. I hope we can work well together in the future." Shin Xingwei extended her hand to Mu Yunxi with a slight smile. "Hello, President Shun. I will rely on you for guidance in the future." Mu Yunxi shook Shin Xingwei's hand, also exchanging polite words. Hong Jia, standing aside, couldn't help but take a closer look at Chu Chen. So young, but he looks very mature. A young and wealthy man, he's like a character straight out of a novel. Hong Jia had a keen eye, especially when she noticed the Richard Mille watch on Chu Chen's wrist, a watch worth over 20 million. Who exactly is this young Master Chu? Hong Jia couldn't help but mutter to herself, but she didn't dare to ask. Over the years, she had dealt with many rich second-generation heirs and understood their temperaments well. Hong Jia led the way, with Chu Chen and Shin Xingwei following behind. "Our Chumen Entertainment Media Company is also located here, but we are on the 99th floor." Chu Chen chuckled and casually mentioned. Mu Yunxi and Hong Jia were both taken aback. "Young Master Chu, did you say you rented the 99th floor? That rent isn't cheap. I have a friend whose multinational company rented the 98th floor for 60 million a year." Hong Jia spoke up, but before she could finish, she realized she might have said something wrong. Since young Master Chu could easily take out 30 million to help Mu Yunxi terminate her contract, it showed he had plenty of money and didn't care at all. Fortunately, Chu Chen didn't mind and instead smiled, saying, "I've already bought the 99th floor, no rent is needed." Hiss! Both Hong Jia and Mu Yunxi gasped in surprise upon hearing Chu Chen's words. He bought it? Originally, their company, Jige Media, was located here, so they had some understanding of the office buildings in the center of the Magic City. Just look at the rent to know how expensive it is. Buying an entire floor of an office building would cost at least 1.5 to 2 billion, right? Hong Jia knew that Chu Chen was a rich second generation and super wealthy. However, she really didn't expect Chu Chen to be this rich. "It's not that shocking, it's just an office floor, not worth much. In the future, I plan to build a building for our Chu Men group." Chu Chen chuckled, unable to resist casually boasting. Regardless of whether Chu Chen's boasting was intentional or not, he truly had the capability. Moreover, Chu Chen was not joking. A high-end group must have its own headquarters, right? Last night, Chu Chen had already conceived the name of his group. It would be called Chu Men. According to Chu Chen's vision, the Chu Men group would be a highly integrated conglomerate, involving various industries in the future. For such a large group, it was only reasonable to have its own headquarters. Chumen Entertainment Media Company was the first project of the Chumen Group, and Chu Chen took it seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally come to help Mu Yunxi terminate her contract. He could have just handed it over to Shin Xingwei. The domestic economy in the past decade could be described as soaring, which is not an exaggeration at all. As people's wallets grew fatter, they naturally spent more on entertainment projects. Chu Chen was quite optimistic about the entertainment industry. As long as it was done well, it could earn billions a year. Of course, the initial investment was also quite substantial. After all, the enormity of the domestic entertainment industry had basically been established, and wanting to carve out a piece of the market from them without spending big money was nearly impossible. Chu Chen had his own plans. No matter the industry, it couldn't be accomplished overnight. Step by step, slowly, he wasn't in a hurry. For a business, no matter what it does, as long as it can form a closed-loop industrial chain, it is quite simple to grow and strengthen. Of course, helping Mu Yunxi terminate her contract with Jige Entertainment Media Company was the first step. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jige Entertainment Media Company, Hong Jia directly expressed Mu Yunxi's intention to terminate her contract to the company's executives. Fan Yong was the general manager of Jige Entertainment Media Company, and when he learned that an unknown small artist under his company wanted to terminate her contract, he couldn't help but frown. Can she really come up with 30 million in termination fees? Fang Yong naturally didn't know who Mu Yunqi was. After all, Jige had many first-line stars, and the number of second and third-line stars was countless. Mu Yunqi? A small artist he had never heard of. How could she possibly come up with such a sky-high termination fee? Manager Fong, it seems she has met a wealthy second generation. The money is provided by that rich second generation. Oh. Fang Yong couldn't help but respond when he heard his assistant say this. Alright, I understand. It's just a small artist. As long as they can come up with 30 million in termination fees, we can just follow the procedure. Fang Yong didn't pay much attention. Although it had never happened that a newcomer terminated their contract with the company since Jige was established, after all, the exorbitant termination fees of Jige were indeed not something an unknown small artist could afford. But if they could really come up with that much money, Jige wouldn't hold them back on the contract. Moreover, it was clear that this girl named Mu Yunqi had found someone to back her. A rich second generation who could casually spend 30 million to help a small artist terminate a contract could not possibly be an ordinary person. Although Jige Entertainment Media Company was considered a giant in the entertainment industry, it was nothing in front of many big shots in the country. Offending someone over such a trivial matter was not worth it. Fang Yong had spoken, and the matter of the contract termination was naturally handled. After all, Jige Entertainment Media Company was a giant in the industry, and their legal department was quite well established. Chu Chen directly transferred 30 million to Jige Entertainment Media Company's account, and after they confirmed receipt, they quickly signed the contract termination with Mu Yunqi. Please announce on Weibo that Mu Yunqi has terminated her contract, Chu Chen said. Bringing Shin Xingwei along was indeed the right choice. After all, Shin Xingwei was the one handling the negotiations with Jige. We have already informed our colleagues in the publicity department. The people from Jige were also impressed by Shin Xingwei's presence, speaking very politely. Firstly, Shin Xingwei had a strong aura. Secondly, the people at Jige knew that she had power and connections behind her. Thirdly, with 30 million in termination fees, they didn't even blink before handing it over, so a bit of respect was necessary. After Mu Yunqi signed the termination contract, Hong Jie also directly signed her resignation contract. Although Hong Jie was an experienced agent, she had been marginalized by the company, and when she decided to resign, the HR department didn't think twice and approved it immediately. The news of Mu Yunqi's contract termination spread quickly within Jige. Have you heard? Mu Yunqi has terminated her contract with the company, and the termination fee is 30 million. The contract has been signed. Who is Mu Yunqi? A newcomer? 30 million in termination fees. How does a newcomer have that much money? She is indeed a newcomer. She has appeared in a few dramas, but only in supporting roles. I heard she got involved with a rich second generation, and the 30 million termination fee was covered by him. Oh, I see. I'm really envious. I just checked on Mu Yunqi. She is indeed very beautiful. No wonder she has the rich second generation so smitten. Sigh, from now on, she'll be soaring high, no longer one of us. After all, it was indeed unbelievable for a newcomer to terminate a contract with Jige for 30 million, and for a moment, all the employees of Jige Media Company were gossiping about it. On Chu Chen's side, the four of them had already exited Jige Media Company. How do you feel? Are you happy? Chu Chen asked, smiling at Mu Yunqi. I am quite happy, but there is still a bit of disappointment, Mu Yunqi said softly, pursing her lips and smiling. She had not been valued at Jige, had almost no resources, and was essentially sidelined. Moreover, due to the previous betting contract, she had to participate in some company-arranged commercial activities. Now that she had terminated her contract with Jige Entertainment Media Company, she felt liberated. Naturally, there was some disappointment. When she was signed by Jige, she was filled with joy. After all, who in the entertainment industry didn't know Jige? As a giant in the entertainment circle, Jige Entertainment Media Company had made at least 100 people famous. Mu Yunqi had thought she would definitely become popular, but contrary to her expectations, once she stepped into this circle, she realized one thing: without status and background, there were no resources. Without resources, no matter how hard one worked, it was useless. Don't be disappointed, because you will soon be the top artist under our Chu Men Entertainment Media Company. Chu Chen laughed heartily. Work hard, I believe in you. Without needing Chu Chen to say much, Mu Yunqi was determined to work hard. Opportunities were hard to come by, and with Chu Chen believing in her, she didn't want to let him down. Let's go see the headquarters of our Chu Men Entertainment Media Company. The four of them took the express elevator up to the 99th floor. Wang Chao, the property manager of the Magic City Center building, had been waiting there for a long time. Chu Chen had already contacted him when he came over. Hearing that the mysterious buyer Chu Chen was coming, Wang Chao didn't dare to be negligent. Although Chu Chen is not his boss, one must understand that a person who can spend over $1 billion to buy an entire floor of office space is someone he cannot afford to treat poorly.
Hello, young Master Chu, I am Wang Chao, the property manager here.
Seeing Chu Chen and his group approaching, Wang Chao hurriedly walked up to Chu Chen, wearing a flattering smile and slightly bending his waist, looking somewhat obsequious.
Hello.
Chu Chen nodded. I happen to have some business here, so I came to take a look. I will need to use this place soon.
Yes, young Master Chu, would you like me to show you around?
Sure. This was naturally Chu Chen's first visit. After all, this was also a reward he had received.
The entire floor of office space was indeed very large, and since it was on the 99th floor, the view was even more expansive. Standing in front of the tempered glass, one could see the entire Huangpu River in the distance. This feeling is quite addictive.
Chu Chen took out a cigarette and lit it, muttering to himself. The entire floor had been finely decorated, but since no one had ever used it, there wasn't even a chair. Xingwei, find a renovation team to arrange this place.
Okay, young master. Xingwei followed Chu Chen, nodding in agreement. Well, then I'll leave Chumen Entertainment Media in your hands for now.
Chu Chen had few people he could rely on, and since Xingwei was capable, he naturally let her take on more responsibilities. Don't worry, young master. Xingwei was indifferent. She was already brainstorming how to build the leadership team for Chumen Entertainment Media.
It's also time for lunch, let's go eat something. Chu Chen checked the time, it was almost noon.
He casually found a nice Chinese restaurant nearby, and led Mu Yunqi and the others to have a simple meal.
Yunqi, take a good rest in the next few days. Once things get busy, there won't be much time to relax.
Chu Chen smiled at Mu Yunqi as he spoke.
Thank you for your concern, young Master Chu, but I still think being a bit busy is better. It makes me feel more secure.
Mu Yunqi was speaking from the heart. After all, wanting to become famous and make money, how could one not be a little busy? Your thinking shows I didn't misjudge you.
Chu Chen nodded, then looked at Xingwei and said, Xingwei, find a time to sign the contract with Yunqi, and also, our Chumen Entertainment Media can sign a few more newcomers in the early stages to strengthen the team.
As for resources and such, you don't need to worry about it, leave it to me.
Chu Chen chuckled. Although it was also his first time stepping into the entertainment industry and he didn't know much, what did that matter?
He had money in hand. At worst, he could invest in a few big IPs himself. With money in hand, Chu Chen's confidence was different. As long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, it was not a problem for Chu Chen. Yunqi, you should cancel the rented apartment. I have a few large flats in Tangchen Epin, you can stay there. After finishing the meal, Chu Chen suddenly thought of something and looked directly at Mu Yunqi.
Ah, young Master Chu,
Mu Yunqi instinctively wanted to refuse, but was directly interrupted by Chu Chen's smile. I'm doing this for your safety. You are now the chief artist of our Chumen Entertainment Media, and in the future, at least a first-line star.
Your personal safety must be guaranteed.
Although the community where Mu Yunqi rented was not that bad, the various supporting facilities were definitely lacking. Of course, as Chu Chen said, in the future, Mu Yunqi would be the artist they promoted at Chumen Entertainment Media, so she had to be protected in every aspect. Hong Jia was also taken aback. She was sitting next to Mu Yunqi and saw the hesitation on her face, so she quickly spoke up to agree for Mu Yunqi.
Then thank you, young Master Chu.
Chu Chen glanced at Hong Jia, a slight smile on his lips as he said, it's not a big deal. I don't live in the apartment at Tangchen Epin either, it's a waste to leave it there. Upon hearing that Hong Jia had already helped her, Mu Yunqi no longer hesitated.
Thank you, young Master Chu. I will definitely work hard and not let you down. After finishing their meal, Chu Chen directly took Mu Yunqi to Tangchen Epin.
He had 7 or 8 large flats there, and as he said, leaving them empty was a waste.
I have 1 unit in this building, the view is quite nice. Shall I take you up to have a look?
Okay.
Mu Yunqi nodded obediently. Living here was something she had never even dared to dream of. How could she be picky?
With Hong Jia by her side, she was also impressed by Chu Chen's strength.
This was Tangchen Epin.
Each large flat here was worth at least tens of millions, if not over 100 million.
An ordinary person would never be able to afford even 1 unit after a lifetime of hard work, but Chu Chen? From what he said, he had bought several units here. The key was that he didn't even live in them. What did this indicate? It showed that he simply looked down on this place. Although Tangchen Epin was considered a high-end residential area in Mo-do, it was true that real wealthy individuals didn't think much of it. After all, compared to the truly top-tier luxury homes like Tangong, places like Tangchen Epin were hardly on the same level. However, this was all relative. No matter how one looked at it, Tangchen Epin was still considered a luxury residence in all of Mo-do.
Hong Jia looked at Chu Chen, her thoughts drifting unconsciously. Yunchi has really endured hardships to get to this point. Meeting someone like young Master Chu, her future is bright. Hong Jia couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She had great confidence in Mu Yunchi's potential. As Mu Yunchi's manager, Hong Jia was undoubtedly the person who understood her best. If Jige Entertainment had paid more attention to Mu Yunchi, with her acting skills, she would at least be a second or third tier star by now, easily earning the company 20 to 30 million a year without any problem. Moreover, Mu Yunchi had a very good rapport with the public, as evidenced by her million followers on Weibo. The moment Mu Yunchi terminated her contract with Jige Entertainment, she posted a statement on Weibo, which quickly garnered support from many fans. Great! Our Yunchi has finally terminated her contract with that stupid company, Jige. I just don't understand what those idiots at Jige were thinking, ignoring such an outstanding artist like Yunchi. Look at what they've promoted in the past 2 years. Is there anything worth watching? Exactly. Yunchi's decision to leave Jige was the right choice. Looking forward to her new works. Wow. Support, support. I've said it for a long time, if Yunchi wants to be famous, she must terminate her contract with that stupid Jige. It must be said that for a small star like Mu Yunchi, usually, when someone terminated their contract with a company, it wouldn't attract much attention. But Mu Yunchi was different. She had 1 million followers on Weibo, and they were very active. The termination of her contract, which was originally a minor issue, was pushed into the top 20 trending topics by her lovely fans. After arranging everything for Mu Yunchi, Chu Chen left with Xin Xingwei. Once Chu Chen was gone, Mu Yunchi and Hong Jia sat on the sofa, momentarily stunned. Hong Jia, I feel like I'm dreaming. It feels so unreal. After a long while, Mu Yunchi timidly said to Hong Jia, Yunchi, you've made it big. Meeting someone like young Master Chu, you must seize this opportunity. Hong Jia said excitedly as she looked at Mu Yunchi. And besides, Chu Xiao is really good to you. This flat in Tangchenipin is truly luxurious. A house this big must be worth over 100 million, right? Hong Jia stood up and took a tour of the house, looking at Mu Yunchi with a hint of envy as she said, Yunchi, Chu Xiao must have feelings for you. You're single now, why not try being with him? Hong Jia was an old hand. She understood that a man couldn't be so good to a woman for no reason. Chu Xiao was wealthy, but if she said he had no other thoughts about Mu Yunchi, she definitely wouldn't believe it. Hong Jia, Chu Xiao isn't that kind of person. Yunchi, just be honest with me. What do you think of Chu Xiao? Seeing the shy blush on Mu Yunchi's face, Hong Jia chuckled and asked, Oh, Hong Jia, what time is it? You're still teasing me. Mu Yunchi felt a bit embarrassed. Although she didn't say it, the flush on her face was obvious. After all, Chu Chen was young, handsome, and wealthy, plus he had a good personality. It was hard not to be moved by a man like him, right? Sigh, Hong Jia, there's a big gap between us, we're not from the same world. Yunchi, what era is this? If you like him, you should go after him. Happiness has to be grasped by yourself. As someone who had been through it, Hong Jia felt anxious hearing Mu Yunchi say that. After arranging Mu Yunchi's matters, Chu Chen directly returned to the villa. Xin Xingwei started to get busy. Besides taking care of Chu Chen's daily life, she also had to manage the tasks he assigned her. Even with her strong abilities, she couldn't handle everything alone. Fortunately, the maids she had hired were all well-educated college students. After observing for 2 days, Xin Xingwei selected 5 of the 30 young and beautiful maids whom she thought were quite good to be her assistants. Of course, Chu Chen had no objections to this. There were enough maids in the villa, and they usually didn't have enough work to do. Lin Xiaoer was lucky, because she was hardworking and willing to endure hardships, and she would communicate with Xin Xingwei whenever she had questions. She was the first to be called over as an assistant. You all have performed well these past 2 days. I've been watching. When I hired you, I told you I wouldn't let you be maids for a lifetime. Xin Xingwei directly called Lin Xiaoer and the others to the meeting room. The young master has established an entertainment media company, and the company is short on staff. I plan to send you over. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoer and the others quickly spoke up. We will follow whatever manager Xin instructs. During their 2 days as maids in the villa, they had learned how much power Xin Xingwei, the private housekeeper, held. No one wanted to be a maid for life. Although being a maid here was quite easy, there was even a chance to get close to Chu Chen and soar to new heights. But they also understood that such opportunities were rare. Although Chu Chen treated them well, he hadn't done anything out of line with any of them since they arrived at the villa. Moreover, they didn't think their young master would take a liking to them. The story of a Prince Charming falling in love with a Cinderella only existed in fairy tales and was unlikely to happen in reality. To stand out, they had to rely on themselves. Even working for Chu Chen, Xin Xingwei's status was far above theirs. Because Xin Xingwei was not just a pretty face, her abilities were evident to everyone. Alright, let me arrange your upcoming work.
Shin Xingwei was always decisive and quickly organized the preliminary tasks. Xingwei, come here for a moment. I'll give you the other property certificates, you can look over them and arrange things. Shu Chen waited until Shin Xingwei had arranged her work, then he stood up, stretched, and smiled at Shin Xingwei as he spoke. All right, young master. In the study, Shin Xingwei looked at the mountain of property certificates and no longer felt the shock she had experienced yesterday. After witnessing Chu Chen's immense power, she felt almost numb. She even developed a delusion that if Chu Chen didn't produce a few hundred property certificates, that would be abnormal. She had already started handling these properties, since they were all in good school districts, the locations were excellent, and there was no worry about renting them out. She had a college classmate who was now a manager at a real estate agency in the Magic City, and she had set a time to meet. If everything went well, she would hand the matter over to her. After all, Chu Chen had brought out 700 or 800 properties, and it was definitely unrealistic for her to handle all of them. Of course, she had reported this to Chu Chen, who had no objections and simply told her to handle it as she saw fit. For Chu Chen, these properties were just sitting there, renting them out would bring in some rental income, and he certainly had no objections. Moreover, all 700 or 800 of these school district properties were in high-end communities, with monthly rents starting at no less than 20,000. Even with 800 properties, that would mean 16 million in rent for just 1 month. Over a year, that would be nearly 200 million. Although he still had to give Shin Xingwei 10% of the rent, compared to the 1 or 200 million he could earn in a year, giving Shin Xingwei 10 or 20 million as a reward was no problem at all. Shin Xingwei had arranged a time with her classmate and went out directly. As for Chu Chen, he was feeling quite bored. Sitting on the sofa, smoking and drinking tea, while scrolling through short videos on Douyin, it was comfortable, but he felt utterly unmotivated. In the past, when he had no money, he often heard wealthy people say that the life of the rich was dull, boring, and tedious. At that time, Chu Chen thought they were just being pretentious. But now, having truly experienced this kind of life, he genuinely found it dull, boring, and tedious. He felt he had no interest in doing anything. He used to be keen on making money, but now, money was just within reach for him, and it had lost its meaning. Just as he was thinking about calling Wang Tsong and the others to hang out, Xinbin called him first. Shu, do you have time this afternoon? Want to go out and have some fun? Xin, don't say that. I'm so bored this afternoon that I'm thinking of going to sleep. Shu Chen couldn't help but complain, he was really too bored. I guessed you'd be bored. Hee, no more talking, I'll send you the location. Xinbin was quite impatient and hung up the phone directly. Not long after, Xinbin sent a location to Chu Chen. Chu Chen checked the location and immediately headed to the underground parking garage. After more than an hour's drive, Chu Chen finally arrived. He was almost out of the Magic City. The location was quite remote, but it was nestled by the mountains and water, and the environment was very nice. This was a private villa built on the mountainside, looking grand and particularly impressive. Shu, you finally made it. Xinbin greeted him excitedly, but when he saw that Chu Chen was driving a Lamborghini Veneno, he couldn't help but show a look of envy. Shu, there hasn't been anyone in the entire Magic City that I envied before, not even Brother Tsong. But now that I know you, I really envy you. Wang Som also walked over, saying with envy, Shu, with your Koenigsegg 1 and Lamborghini Veneno, you really make us brothers envious. To be honest, when Xinbin and Wang Tsong said they were envious, it was not a lie. They couldn't afford supercars worth over 100 million, nor could they even buy them. Whether it's a Lamborghini Veneno or a Koenigsegg 1, without a solid identity and background, one simply doesn't qualify to own them. If the brothers like it, just take it out and play with it for a couple of days. Chu Chen didn't care, some things, once owned, truly become irrelevant. Besides, he had dozens of luxury cars in his garage. Although they weren't as valuable as these two, any one of them was worth over 10 million. Shu, didn't you say last time that you always win when you gamble? Xinbin looked at Chu Chen, his expression excited. Ha? Chu Chen looked at Xinbin, puzzled. I was originally planning to take you to Macau for a few days, but I have quite a few things to handle in the Magic City recently. But even if we can't go to Macau, being here is just as good. Xinbin turned to look at the Tianshui villa ahead and chuckled. Shu, whether we can dominate today depends on you. Xinbin loved to gamble, and Chu Chen had heard about it before. However, he really didn't expect that there would be such private casinos in the country. But thinking about it, there are so many wealthy people in the country, they can't all go to Macau when they want to gamble, right? As for this Tianshui villa, one glance was enough to tell that its background was not simple. Don't worry, Shu, those who come here to play are all prominent figures, and the higher-ups are aware of it. With Wang Tsong's assurance, Chu Chen had no reason to hesitate. Although Chu Chen had never been involved in gambling, with his golden eye, how could he possibly lose? Brother Chin, you don't really think I always win at gambling, do you? No way.
That day, I just wanted to annoy that bastard Sun Yuantao.
Although Chu Chen wouldn't lose, he certainly couldn't keep winning.
Otherwise, anyone with eyes would notice something was off with him.
Chu, I'm not that foolish. If you really always wanted gambling, wouldn't you be the king of gamblers? Shinbin chuckled, I just thought you were bored at home, and since we had nothing to do, we might as well come and have some fun. The three of them walked into Tianshui Villa, chatting and laughing.
By the way, there's an underground boxing match here tonight, very exciting, just right for you to experience, Brother Chu. When it came to the underground boxing match, both Qin Bin and Wang Tsung's faces lit up with excitement. Although Chu Chen had never seen underground boxing, he had heard of it. The level of bloodshed and violence in underground boxing matches was definitely not comparable to regular competitions. Men, after all, tend to be more invested in thrilling experiences. Help me exchange 30 million in chips, 1 million per box, and separate them. Shinbin was clearly irregular here. He directly handed his bank card to the staff in the casino.
Alright, young Master Chin, please wait a moment.
The staff respectfully took the bank card and hurried off to exchange chips for Shinbin. Brother Chu, today's games are on me. If I lose, it's my loss. If we win, we split it 50-50, okay?
Shinbin asked Chu Chen.
Of course, no problem.
What problem could Chu Chen have?
After all, he didn't have to spend any money, and besides, with his golden eye, he really couldn't lose.
The casino wasn't small, and there were many people.
Chu Chen glanced around. He recognized quite a few faces, but there were also many he had never seen before.
Besides the locals, there were quite a few foreigners in the casino.
Once he got the chips, Shinbin eagerly sat down at a table to play. Chu Chen, unfamiliar with the game, sat beside Shinbin and watched.
Brother Chu, you haven't played Baccarat before, have you?
No. Chu Chen didn't hide it, he simply hadn't played before.
No worries, it's simple. Just watch a couple of rounds, and you'll get the hang of it.
Shinbin was a bit surprised, but he quickly smiled and said, but then again, my luck isn't great today. Since I sat down, I've already lost 3 rounds. Damn it, betting on the banker and then on the player, today is really strange,
Shinbin said angrily.
However, at the same table, there was a little guy who had won 3 rounds in a row. Shinbin bet on the player while he bet on the banker, clearly treating Shinbin as a beacon.
Damn it, Park Guk-ki, what the hell do you mean? Are you treating me like a beacon?
Shinbin, who knew Park Guk-ki, shouted at him with a cold face. However, when Chu Chen heard Shinbin call his name, he couldn't help but chuckle.
Park Guk-ki? Wait, doesn't he have an older brother named Park Guk-chang? Chu Chen thought to himself.
The little guy across the table clearly recognized Shinbin, and upon hearing him say that, he arrogantly replied, Shin Xiao, today I'm treating you as a beacon, what can you do about it?
Shinbin couldn't stand this provocation.
He had just lost 3 million chips in 3 rounds, and with 10 million chips, he was left with only 7 million. He directly threw all his chips on the banker. I'm betting 7 million, if you have the guts, don't be a coward. This table had a single bet limit of 1 million, and Shinbin betting 7 million was clearly unreasonable. But Shinbin's intention was very clear, he was ready to gamble this round against the little guy, Park Guk-ki.
Park Guk-ki was the direct descendant of the Park family, a financial conglomerate, and had been arrogant since childhood, looking down on everyone.
Although he knew that Shinbin was a top second-generation rich kid from Huagua, in terms of family wealth, the Park family might not be worse than the Qin family.
Just 7 million, I bet you,
Qin Xiao, are a bit unlucky. Saying this, Park Guk-ki directly took out 7 million chips and threw them on the player. An unexpected incident occurred, and many people quickly gathered around.
Wow, playing so big. Don't you see who it is?
One is the young Master Qin from the country, and the other is a financial tycoon's son.
7 million is nothing to them. That little guy is so arrogant. He really looks like he needs a beating. Don't be impulsive. That's the second son of the Park family from the West.
What?
Park Guk-ki. Although Park Guk-ki was from the West, his Chinese was quite good.
He also knew what his name meant in Chinese, and upon hearing someone say that, his expression darkened.
Chu Chen used his golden eye to investigate and couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, when the cards were revealed, Park Guk-ki's player had a natural 9. Seeing that he had a 9, Park Guk-ki jumped up.
Shin Xiao, I'm sorry,
you lost another 7 million. Although Shinbin hadn't revealed his cards yet, he had basically lost all hope.
The moment he saw Park Guk-ki had a 9, his face turned ashen. 7 million wasn't much, but today he was losing face.
Brother Chin, let me reveal the cards for you. Maybe we also have a 9.
Shu Chen chuckled, reached out, and slammed the cards on the table. One card was a 5, and the other was a 4, adding up to exactly 9. Shin Bin, who had been in despair, suddenly came to his senses. Wow, it's a tie. Brother Chu, awesome. Shin Bin jumped up, unable to contain his excitement. Shu Chen indeed didn't understand how to play cards, but just now, he had acquired a god-level gambling skill and immediately extracted and learned it. Earlier, he had used his golden eye to check Shin Bin's cards, which were a 5 and a 6, adding up to only 1 point. With the opponent having a natural 9, Shin Bin was supposed to lose this round. However, the moment Shu Chen revealed the cards, he directly used the skill Steal the Sky and Change the Sun to swap the 6-point card for a 4-point card. A tie? Xiao Shiba Pugwa Ji was originally ready to get up and collect his chips, but when he saw Qin Fun at 9 o'clock, he was instantly stunned. Ha, I can't lose this. Looks like I'm turning my luck around. Qin Fun was quite excited. A hand that was supposed to be a sure loss unexpectedly turned out to be a win. Brother Chu, that was your card just now, you choose for this round. Qin Fun said to Chu Chen, clearly thrilled. Chu Chen, however, remained non-committal and directly placed Qin Fun's 7 million chips along with his own 10 million chips on the player side. Wang Song, watching from the side, said nothing and also placed his 10 million chips on the player side. Pu Guiji, seeing that Chu Chen and the others had directly bet 27 million chips, couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated, frowning and hesitating whether to join in. Chu Chen noticed Pu Guiji's indecision and couldn't help but laugh. Pu Guiji, right? I heard your family is the second financial conglomerate, but it seems a bit overrated now. You can't even afford 27 million. What are you pretending for in our Huagua? As soon as Chu Chen spoke, he successfully provoked Pu Guiji. It's just 27 million, fine, I'm in. Saying this, he directly bet all his chips on the banker side. As he received his cards, he mimicked Chu Chen's earlier gesture and slammed the cards down on the table. One card showed 6 points, another 2 points, and the third card was an 8. Wow! 8 points, not bad. Now the pressure is on Qin Xiao and the others. Who is that young man next to Qin Xiao? I've never seen him before. That's young Master Chu. You must know that Koenigsegg one, right? It's his. Wow, he shouldn't be so impulsive. He's probably going to lose badly now. The onlookers sighed as they saw Pu Guiji reveal 8 points. However, Chu Chen remained completely unfazed, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. I always win when I gamble. I've never lost. Qin Fun was already quite nervous, but hearing Chu Chen say this in front of so many people, for some reason, he felt inexplicably calm. Chu Chen didn't touch the cards. He turned to the young and beautiful dealer in front of him and said, "You deal? Get a 9, and this is yours." As he spoke, he casually waved a 1 million chip in front of the dealer. The dealer, feeling excited by Chu Chen's words, couldn't help but tremble. The first card flipped was a community card, and the crowd couldn't help but murmur. But the next second, everyone was stunned. Because the second card was, astonishingly, a 9. Chu Chen remained calm, while Qin Fun jumped up, pulling all the chips on the table towards himself. Chu Chen casually tossed the 1 million chip in front of the dealer. Well done, this is yours. In that moment, everyone present, except for Pu Guiji and his group, thought Chu Chen was incredibly cool. If it weren't for Chu Chen asking the dealer to deal, Pu Guiji would have thought Chu Chen was cheating. 2 consecutive 9s, Chu Chen's luck was truly unmatched. Pu Guiji, however, remained rational and directly got up to leave. Losing 27 million, although he could afford it, reason told him he couldn't play anymore. Qin Fun didn't even have time to mock him a bit before Xiao Shiba Pu Guiji scurried away with his tail between his legs. Xiao Shiba is just Xiao Shiba, losing so little and he's already scared. Qin Fun chuckled as he stacked his chips, mocking him a bit. Winning 27 million in one round, Qin Fun was in a good mood and decided to stop playing. He transferred 6 million to both Chu Chen and Wang Song, and he himself still won 11 million. Among them, 1 million was tipped to the dealer by Chu Chen. The key was that this money was won from the Little Western Eighth's national princess, and that feeling was just too exhilarating. Brother Qin, why did you transfer me 6 million? Shouldn't it be 5 million? Chu Chen was momentarily stunned when he saw the bank notification of 6 million and casually asked Qin Bin. It's the money won from the Little Western Eight, happy, right? Qin Bin chuckled. What do you think? Ha, brother Qin, then I'll gladly accept this money. Chu Chen was indifferent to this unexpected income of 6 million. To him, it was even better to know a few rich second-generation heirs and casually pick up some rewards. However, since this money was won from that Little Western Eight princess, it was another matter. Qin Bin was done gambling, and neither Chu Chen nor Wang Song had much of a gambling addiction, so the three of them left the casino and ordered their most expensive afternoon tea set in the garden nearby. Sipping tea and chatting, they unknowingly watched the sky darken. At night, the Tian Shui Villa became even livelier. Tonight's underground boxing match featured the underground boxing king of Magic City, Chen Shen, against the underground boxing king of the Little Western 8, Du Mintai. Little brother Chu, this Chen Shen is impressive. He's already on an 18-match winning streak. If he wins this match, he'll break the record for the underground boxing arena in Magic City. Chu Chen and the others had entered the boxing arena, and looking around, every seat was filled. Wang Song knew it was Chu Chen's first time watching this, so he directly introduced it to him. So he's quite formidable. Chu Chen felt the weight of the situation. 18 consecutive wins was indeed impressive. However, Chen Shen's opponent is Du Mintai, the underground boxing king of the Little Western 8. This guy is also tough. I've heard he's a mercenary and has wiped out several small countries in Africa, with a heavy killing aura. Qinbin frowned, unable to hide his concern. In tonight's underground boxing match, there are no wins or losses, only life and death. Ha! Chu Chen was shocked to hear Qinbin say this. No wins or losses, only life and death? Yes. Qinbin nodded. Do you know how much the prize money is for winning this match? 1 million? Chu Chen had never been involved in underground boxing, but he had some understanding of formal competitions. He didn't dare to guess low, but it was clear that he still underestimated it. Little brother Chu, guess higher. 10 million? Chu Chen frowned, thinking that 10 million was about right. 50 million. Qinbin's lips curled slightly as he said with a soft laugh, 50 million in prize money. So much? I just checked, the external betting amount has already exceeded 3 billion. The two fighters are about evenly matched, with odds of 1 to 1. With such high odds, neither side can afford to throw the match or concede. If they want to leave here alive, there's only one way, to kill the other with their fists on the stage. With Qinbin's explanation, Chu Chen could understand. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Survival of the fittest, that's how this world works. Moreover, they sign a life and death contract before the match. In matches of this level, even if someone dies in the ring, their family will be well taken care of for life. Wang Song explained to Chu Chen with a smile. Besides, this is their own choice. No one is forcing them to fight in this underground boxing match. That's true. Chu Chen nodded, non-committal to Wang Song's words. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the atmosphere on site reached its peak. Many people were shouting Chen Shen's name. After all, they were in Magic City, and many present were domestic tycoons. They weren't supporting Chen Shen, they were just grateful for the money he had helped them earn with his 18 consecutive wins. Chen Shen was indeed very strong. Although he wasn't tall, he was muscular, and his bare upper body was covered in scars, which also indicated his impressive record. Chu Chen sat in the front row VIP seat, and when Shenzhen walked past him, Chu Chen shouted a word of encouragement. Shenzhen turned back to look at Chu Chen and smiled broadly. Chu Chen noticed a transparent small ball floating in front of him, which was left behind when Shenzhen walked by. Ding, you have picked up the skill unmatched martial arts. When Chu Chen heard the system's prompt, he couldn't help but be taken aback, and then he felt a surge of joy. I actually picked up another skill reward. And unmatched martial arts sounds so awesome. Without a second thought, Chu Chen extracted and learned the skill. In an instant, his mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge about martial arts, and he felt a significant change in his physique. Chu Chen was already quite strong, but after extracting and learning the unmatched martial arts skill, he felt as if his body had undergone a transformation. When Shenzhen stepped onto the ring, the boxing champion from the small Western 8 nations, Du Mintai, also entered the boxing arena. Most of the audience were Chinese, so it was impossible for them to cheer for a small Western 8. However, Park Guoji began to dance around excitedly, casting a fierce glance at Chu Chen, and then shouted in Chinese, Du Mintai, hit him hard, beat that Chinese pig to death. Park Guoji was very arrogant, but he seemed to have forgotten that he was currently in China. His words immediately drew the displeasure of many people present. However, he was the direct descendant of the Park family, the second largest conglomerate in the small Western 8 nations, and ordinary people really couldn't afford to provoke him. Chu Chen had no intention of provoking Park Guoji. After all, it was better to avoid trouble. He was still not fully developed, and if he really got into trouble with the second largest conglomerate of the small Western 8 nations, it would indeed be a bit troublesome for him. But Park Guoji's earlier remarks directly annoyed Chu Chen, and he stood up and walked towards Park Guoji. Although Qin Bin and Wang Song were also displeased with Park Guoji's comments, they had more concerns and didn't dare to act rashly. But Chu Chen had no such worries. In China, even gods and demons had to abide by the rules. How dare a small Western 8 act so arrogantly? If the Chinese disliked the well-off islanders because of national grievances, then the disdain for the small Western 8 was truly ingrained. Chu, don't be impulsive. Qin Bin saw Chu Chen heading straight for Park Guoji and quickly followed him. However, his warning came too late. Chu Chen reached Park Guaji and, without saying a word, directly punched him in the face. Chu Chen's punch was swift and fierce, and Park Guaji's bodyguards didn't even have time to react. By the time they did, Park Guaji was already knocked to the ground, with several teeth knocked out by that punch. Seeing this, Park Guaji's bodyguards quickly surrounded Chu Chen, but in the next moment, Chu Chen struck out, taking down all of Park Guaji's bodyguards in a matter of seconds. This is China, not a place where you small Western 8 can run wild. Chu Chen stepped forward, grabbed Park Guaji's hair, and slammed his head into the ground hard twice, saying, "If I hear you speak disrespectfully again, it won't just be a beating next time." After saying this, Chu Chen kicked Park Guaji hard in the stomach, causing him to curl up and immediately wail in pain. Chu Chen suddenly exploded in anger and gave Park Guaji a thorough beating. The people present were taken aback by Chu Chen's ferocity, but seeing Park Guaji from the small Western 8 being beaten, the Chinese audience erupted in excitement. Well done, the small Western 8 deserves a beating. Damn, this is so thrilling. It's getting my blood boiling. Beating up the small Western 8, isn't this better than Bo Ran? Let that little West 8 talk back. Xu Xiao is right, within the borders of Huaxia, gods and demons are forbidden to act. You, a little West 8, dare to be arrogant? This place is originally an underground boxing arena, a place filled with bloody violence. The main event hasn't even started yet, but Chu Chen has already given Park Guaji a good beating. Park Guaji, who was beaten, didn't dare to fight back. After all, this isn't their little West 8 country. Even if he wanted to take revenge on Chu Chen, he would need the ability to do so. The bodyguards around him are all retired special forces from their little West 8 country. Who would have thought that Chu Chen effortlessly took out all of his bodyguards? Park Guaji, enduring the pain, fled from here, and seeing the little West 8 retreat in disgrace, the scene erupted into warm applause. Xin Bin and Wang Song were stunned by Chu Chen's skills. Damn! Chu bro, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Those bodyguards around Park Guaji are no joke. They say they're all retired special forces from the little West 8 country, capable of taking on 10. But why do I feel like they couldn't last a single move against you? Damn! Chu bro, that punch you threw just now was so awesome? Xin Bin and Wang Song truly didn't expect Chu Chen to be this formidable. They were left dumbfounded. Beating a few little West 8s is nothing difficult? Chu Chen's voice was a bit loud, which made Du Mintai, who was already standing on the ring, very unhappy. When Chu Chen had just beaten Park Guaji, he had already set his sights on Chu Chen. Now hearing Chu Chen say that beating a few little West 8s is nothing difficult, he was furious. Du Mintai understood Chinese and caught the contempt in Chu Chen's words. Hey, you, do you dare to come up and fight me? Du Mintai pointed at Chu Chen, declaring war on him in his broken Chinese. Hearing Du Mintai declare war on him, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback, frowning. Fight you? I'm afraid I might kill you. Du Mintai is strong, but just strong. Forget it, they weren't wrong. Huagua people are all soft eggs who bully the weak and fear the strong. Du Mintai cursed loudly, clearly intending to provoke Chu Chen. Chu bro, don't stoop to his level, he's just a little West 8, don't be impulsive. Wang Song was also worried about Chu Chen. After all, Du Mintai is not like Park Guaji's bodyguards. This guy is genuinely ruthless. But as soon as Wang Song finished speaking, Chu Chen directly leaped up onto the ring. If he wants to seek death, Chu Chen certainly wouldn't stop him. Moreover, he had already found this group of little West 8s displeasing. Chen Chen was also dumbfounded. He walked over to Chu Chen. He's very strong. You're not his opponent. Just let it go. I'll fight him. Being from Huagua, Chen Chen naturally stood by Chu Chen's side. Moreover, Du Mintai is indeed very strong. Chen Chen could sense the heavy killing intent emanating from him. When Chu Chen had just taught Park Guaji and his men a lesson, he had been resting with his eyes closed and hadn't seen Chu Chen in action. But he felt that even if Chu Chen is strong, he absolutely couldn't be Du Mintai's opponent. You should get down. Chu Chen chuckled, looking at Chen Chen. Since he wants to seek death, how could I possibly stop him? Hearing Chu Chen say this, Chen Chen was also stunned. He thought to himself, how can this rich second generation not listen to advice? Do these rich second generations really think that just because they've learned a bit of mediocre martial arts, they can be invincible in the world? But at this moment, Chen Chen didn't want to say much. He glanced at Chu Chen and then jumped down from the ring. However, he stood right by the side, ready to intervene if Du Mintai were to go all out. But the next second, Chen Chen was completely dumbfounded. The 1.80 meter tall Du Mintai was actually sent flying by a single punch from Chu Chen. Bajiquan? Chen Chen immediately recognized that the punch Chu Chen just threw was Bajiquan, and its level was profound, definitely higher than his. No wonder he dared to go on stage. I misjudged him. Chen Shen murmured to himself as he watched Du Mintai, knocked down by a single punch, lying on the ground, his body heating up uncontrollably. All his organs shattered, and he turned out to be a master? Chen Shen had learned martial arts from his grandfather since childhood, especially excelling in Baji Quan. It was rumored that a master could split mountains and shatter stones with a single punch. The power was unimaginable. He suddenly recalled a line from a movie he had seen, "This punch, 20 years of ability, who can withstand it?" Clearly, Du Mintai couldn't withstand it. Chu Chen also didn't expect the power of Baji to be so great. He charged up a punch and sent Du Mintai flying. Moreover, this punch directly shattered Du Mintai's organs, causing him to faint instantly. Everyone present had been anticipating an epic battle, but who would have thought it would all be over in less than a second? They didn't even see clearly what Chu Chen had done. In any case, Du Mintai flew far away and crashed heavily onto the ring. Then, this fierce little Western 8 lay motionless on the stage. Hiss! So strong! Chen Shen couldn't help but gasp in awe. As for the others, they were all dumbfounded. What the hell? No way? It's over? Wasn't this Du Mintai a mercenary, exceptionally fierce? How could he not withstand a punch? What the hell? Is he really that weak? I feel like I could do it too. Is this for real? What just happened? I didn't see clearly. The scene was in an uproar. Chen Shen stood respectfully at the edge of the ring, bowing slightly to Chu Chen, Sr. I didn't expect you to be a master of martial arts. I was rude just now. Please forgive me. Chen Shen lowered his head, showing great respect for Chu Chen. As the saying goes, the accomplished are teachers. Although Chu Chen looked young, he was a master, and calling him senior was not shameful. Speaking of which, Chu Chen also didn't expect his punch to be so powerful. This person, senior, don't worry, he has signed a death contract. To die at your hands is his honor. Chen Shen looked at Chu Chen, enviously saying, with your Baji punch, splitting mountains and shattering stones is nothing. He, a mere mortal, no matter how strong, couldn't withstand your punch. With all his organs shattered, he couldn't possibly survive. Hearing Chen Shen say this, Chu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. He truly hadn't expected that he would kill Du Mintai with a single punch. Even though Chu Chen had a high psychological quality, seeing Du Mintai lying motionless on the ring still startled him. Jumping down from the ring, Chu Chen finally calmed his emotions. What the hell? Brother Chu, you are too amazing. That was Du Mintai. He wasn't killed by your punch, was he? The king of mercenaries is like this? Qin Fun and Wang Tsong surrounded Chu Chen, each speaking in turn, their tones filled with admiration. With Du Mintai dead and having lost his opponent, Chen Chen naturally couldn't continue the underground boxing match. Senior, thank you for your help. Speaking of which, if Chu Chen hadn't suddenly intervened to deal with Du Mintai, Chen Chen felt that he might have been the one to die on the ring today. He had just felt clearly how powerful Du Mintai was. If he had fought Du Mintai, there was an 80% chance he would have been directly killed. He never expected that Chu Chen, who seemed like a rich second generation, was actually a master. Thinking back to what he had just said about Chu Chen not being Du Mintai's opponent, Chen Chen wished he could slap himself twice. Don't say it's just a little punk like Du Mintai. Even if you tied 10 Du Mintais together, they wouldn't be enough to withstand a master's blow. A sudden turn of events left everyone on the scene dumbfounded. Where's the so-called king of mercenaries? Where's the fiercest person from the little punk country? How could he not even take a single punch? Damn it, is this it? I even bet on him to win, 3 million. Damn it, give me my money back. Refund, refund, refund. No one at the scene cared about Du Mintai's life or death, they were all shouting for their money back. If Chen Chen had killed Du Mintai with one punch, they would have accepted it. The key point is, it was Chu Chen who made the move. The crowd was furious, and the person in charge of the underground boxing arena had to quickly come out and issue a statement. Everyone, please remain calm. The money will definitely be refunded. They had no choice but to refund the money. As for causing trouble for Chu Chen, don't be ridiculous, they weren't that stupid. Du Mintai provoked Chu Chen himself. How could he blame others for getting beaten to death? Moreover, to cause trouble for the newly rich young master of Magic City over a dead little punk, wouldn't that be brainless? And, for someone as ruthless as Chu Chen, who could kill Du Mintai with one punch, they would need the strength to cause him trouble. Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to hide it so well. What was that punch just now? The power was incredible. Shinbin was very excited. He always liked thrills, and he wanted to learn a punch that could send a strong man flying. 8 extremes burst. Chu Chen chuckled, clenched his fist, and threw a punch in front of Shinbin, the speed so fast it even created a sonic boom. This punch, 20 years of skill, can split mountains and shatter rocks. Who can withstand it? Chu Chen's lips curled up slightly, looking quite excited. After leaving Tianxue Villa, Wang Tsong also approached Chu Chen and said, "Brother Chu, this is troublesome, you beat up Park Guoji, and the Park family definitely won't let it go." Although he knew Chu Chen was strong, there's a saying that 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. If the Park family really wanted to retaliate against Chu Chen, they would definitely hire professional killers. At that time, the enemy would be in the dark while he was in the light. He would have to be on guard. "Don't worry, Brother Tsong, I'll be careful." Chu Chen certainly knew the consequences of beating up Park Guoji today, but if he could do it all over again, he would definitely not hesitate to beat him up once more. "Well, but luckily you're in the country, they probably won't act rashly." This was indeed true. Huagua has always been known as the graveyard of mercenaries. No matter what level of mercenary, as long as they dare to enter Huagua territory with a gun, they can be sure they'll come here alive but leave without a life. Chu Chen wasn't particularly worried. After all, this was Huagua. As long as he didn't go abroad now, those little punks couldn't do anything to him no matter how powerful they were. After leaving Tianxue Villa, Chu Chen didn't go with Wang Tsong and the others. His mood was quite complicated. The bloody and violent scenes of the underground boxing arena kept swirling in his mind. He felt a bit exhilarated, but more so, he felt suppressed. Mainly because he had just killed Do Mintai with 1 punch. Although he was a little punk who sought his own death, it was still a living life. Chu Chen felt an urgent need to vent the suppressed emotions within him. Driving past the 9th People's Hospital in Magic City, he suddenly thought of Li Zihui. A super cool Lamborghini Veneno was parked at the hospital entrance, and Chu Chen sat in the car lighting a cigarette. After taking a deep puff, he directly dialed Li Zihui's number. "Where are you?" Li Zihui had been taking care of her mother in the hospital for the past few days, looking very tired, but at the same time, the frown on her face had disappeared, replaced by joy. The issue of medical expenses had been resolved, and a suitable kidney source had been matched. They were just waiting for the surgery. However, these past few days, she has felt a bit anxious because after Chu Chen gave her 2 million, he has not contacted her at all. How should she put it? Li Zihui's feelings are quite complicated right now. On one hand, she hopes Chu Chen will reach out to her. On the other hand, she is afraid of him contacting her. A young, handsome, and wealthy second-generation rich kid, it's hard to imagine any woman being able to resist him, let alone her. Especially after that night, Li Zihui can say she gave her body and soul to Chu Chen. But she also understands that a rich kid like Chu Chen could never genuinely like a Cinderella like her, right? Today, Li Zihui's cousin also came from their hometown to visit her aunt. The family was happily reminiscing in the hospital room. Just then, Li Zihui's phone suddenly rang. Li Zihui's phone was charging on the bedside table, and her cousin Zhou Biting happened to be standing next to it, so she picked it up and took a look. "Sister, your phone, it's a contact for young Master Chu." When Li Zihui heard the words young Master Chu, her expression instantly became a bit unsettled. Biting, can you keep an eye on things here? I need to step out to take a call." As she spoke, Li Zihui took her phone and walked out of the hospital room. Zhou Biting frowned at her cousin's hurried demeanor and muttered, "What's up with my cousin? So strange." Once Li Zihui was out of the hospital room, she quickly answered the call. "Where are you?" Chu Chen's calm yet somewhat melancholic voice came through the phone. "I'm at the hospital." Li Zihui bit her lip and replied softly, "I'm at the hospital entrance, I'll give you 10 minutes. I'm waiting for you." After saying that, Chu Chen hung up the phone, not giving Li Zihui a chance to refuse. Of course, Li Zihui didn't dare to refuse him. She clasped her hands together, lowered her head and thought for a moment, then turned back to the hospital room. "Mom, a friend needs me for something, I'm stepping out for a bit," Li Zihui explained to her mother, then looked at Zhou Biting and said, "Biting, can you keep an eye on things here? In a few days when I have time, I'll take you to Disneyland." After giving a brief explanation, Li Zihui hurriedly ran out of the hospital room. She quickly made her way down from the inpatient building to the hospital entrance. She checked the time, 8 minutes had already passed. Taking a breath, she looked around but didn't see Chu Chen's Lamborghini. However, she did spot an even cooler Lamborghini Veneno. She paused for a moment. Although she wasn't familiar with cars, she remembered that the last car Chu Chen drove was purple, while this supercar was black. Chu Chen also saw Li Zihui and honked the horn. Instinctively, she walked over to him. Chu Chen rolled down the window and said to Li Zihui, "Get in." Li Zihui didn't dare to go against his wishes and timidly got into the car. Chu Chen didn't say much, just pressed the gas pedal and turned the car around. There was a 5-star hotel nearby, and Chu Chen drove the car there. Although Li Zihui was young, she was a college student and an adult. In the dead of night, with just the two of them, how could she not understand what it meant for Chu Chen to bring her to a hotel? After getting out of the car, Chu Chen wrapped his arm around Li Zihui's waist and walked straight into the hotel.
Last time at Yongfu Palace, Xu Chen had been drunk and remembered nothing afterward. This time, he truly felt the thrill of intimacy between a man and a woman. After the clouds and rain of Wushan, the depression in Xu Chen's heart was finally released. Sitting on the bed, he lit a cigarette and looked at Li Zihui, who was sprawled on the bed, and a sense of guilt arose in his heart. "How is your aunt's illness?" Xu Chen had not communicated much with Li Zihui until now. It was only after he vented the depression in his heart that he returned to normal. To be honest, he didn't even know what was wrong with him. Looking at Li Zihui, who was slumped on the bed, he felt a surge of guilt. Li Zihui sensed that something was off with Xu Chen today. She did not resist and was quite obedient. Hearing Xu Chen inquire about her mother's condition, Li Zihui struggled to turn over. "My mom is having surgery in a couple of days. A suitable kidney source has already been matched." Her voice was a bit hoarse, but it sounded somewhat alluring. Is the money enough?" Xu Chen nodded and asked Li Zihui. "It's enough. The surgery will cost about 500,000, and the 2 million you gave me is more than enough." Li Zihui nodded, speaking very obediently. "Alright, after your aunt's surgery, I'll come by to see her." Xu Chen's lips curled slightly as he smiled softly. "Just now, did I hurt you?" It's fine." Upon hearing Xu Chen say this, Li Zihui's face instantly flushed with shyness. The last time, Xu Chen had been drunk, and the room had been pitch black. Just now, he was very sober, and the lights in the room were fully on. "This is for you." Xu Chen got up and took out a Patek Philippe lady's watch from his clothes. He had just extracted it directly from the system space. "Your skin is fair, this suits you perfectly." Without giving her a chance to refuse, Xu Chen took Li Zihui's hand and put the Patek Philippe on her right wrist. Li Zihui was just an ordinary girl from a regular family. She naturally couldn't recognize Patek Philippe, but she wasn't foolish either. She could tell that the watch was quite valuable. "Xu Xiao, Li Zihui instinctively wanted to refuse, but Xu Chen pulled her into his embrace and whispered in her ear, "As my woman, you need to learn to enjoy these luxuries." Li Zihui couldn't help but shiver slightly, her whole body unconsciously heating up. For a moment, Xu Chen also felt the change in Li Zihui, and smelling her faint, alluring fragrance, how could the young and strong Xu Chen resist? After a round of passion, it was already the early hours of the morning. When Li Zihui woke up the next morning, she was lying on Xu Chen's chest, sleeping soundly. As Xu Chen moved, he inadvertently woke her up. "I'll take you to the hospital later." Xu Chen held Li Zihui and gently kissed her eyelids. Li Zihui bit her lip and nodded slightly. Having not returned home for a night, even though she had informed her mother before leaving yesterday, to avoid worrying her family, Li Zihui still needed to hurry back. "If the money isn't enough, just tell me. Once your aunt is better, let her rest more here in the Magic City. I have a few apartments in Tangchen-Epin, you can move there directly." Xu Chen gently stroked Li Zihui's hair, speaking tenderly. "Xu Xiao, the apartments are just sitting there empty, it's a waste otherwise." Seeing that Li Zihui wanted to refuse, Xu Chen quickly added, "Alright, be good, listen to me." Li Zihui's greatest virtue was her obedience. Since Xu Chen had said so, she nodded with pursed lips. After leaving the hotel, Xu Chen drove Li Zihui to the hospital entrance. As Li Zihui got out of the car and looked at Xu Chen's handsome profile, she couldn't help but feel her heart race. She stood up and, taking advantage of Xu Chen's momentary distraction, secretly kissed him on the cheek. Xu Chen smiled slightly. "Go back quickly, don't let Auntie worry about you." Opening the car door, Li Zihui stepped out from the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Veneno, feeling the envious gazes of those around her. Instead of heading directly to the hospital building, she watched as Xu Chen drove away. Once Xu Chen's car was out of sight, Li Zihui finally came to her senses, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. She had never imagined that one day she would soar to great heights, even though she had become Xu Chen's woman. After all, she was just a girl from an ordinary family, and she felt that she was not worthy to stand by Xu Chen's side. But on the other hand, she knew what she had to do. Becoming Xu Chen's woman, even if it couldn't be made public, she was more than willing. Women naturally like strong men. Without a doubt, Xu Chen was a strong man. Most girls her age would dream of a fairy tale romance. Li Zihui had dreamed of it too, but in the face of reality, she knew what was right. Being Xu Chen's woman would at least guarantee a life of luxury. After experiencing a man like Xu Chen, there were very few men in this world who could catch her eye. Standing at the hospital entrance, Li Zihui couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. "Cousin?" Suddenly, the call of cousin snapped Li Zihui back to reality. She turned around to see her cousin, Zhou Biding. Their eyes met, and there was a hint of awkwardness. "Cousin, it really is you." Zhou Biding's face was filled with gossip. She had just seen Li Zihui get out of Xu Chen's car while coming out to buy breakfast. At first,
She thought she was seeing things, but she didn't expect it to really be her cousin. Although Joe Biding didn't know much about cars, she recognized that the car was a supercar and very expensive. Connecting the dots from the night before when Li Zihui had hurriedly left the hospital after receiving a phone call, and now seeing her get out of such an expensive supercar, Joe Biding's face was full of curiosity.
Don't say anything reckless. Li Zihui was startled and quickly pulled Joe Biding closer, saying, "Cousin, don't worry, you know me, I can keep a secret." Joe Biding chuckled, "Cousin, that guy must be my cousin-in-law, right?"
Hearing this, Li Zihui quickly replied, "Don't talk nonsense, he's just a friend."
"A friend?" Joe Biding looked at Li Zihui's flushed face and laughed, "Cousin, don't lie to me, you know I can see through you. When you lie, your face turns red. Look at you, you're blushing like you've been drinking."
"He's really just a friend," Li Zihui said softly. "Biding, you mustn't tell anyone about this, just pretend you didn't see anything." Li Zihui was worried that her issues might affect Chu Chen, so she was very cautious. Unless Chu Chen came forward to clarify their relationship, she would never mention anything about it to anyone.
"Ah, alright, but, sis, your friend must be quite wealthy, right?" Joe Biding's eyes sparkled as she linked her arm with Li Zihui's, speaking affectionately, "Why don't you introduce him to me as my boyfriend?" Hearing this, Li Zihui couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. "What are you talking about? You're not even an adult yet." "Not for long.
I'll be an adult in 2 months."
Joe Biding was more lively and cheerful than Li Zihui.
They were close in age and had grown up together, sharing a special bond.
Whether Li Zihui lied or not, Joe Biding was very clear about it. "Cousin, she seems a bit off." Joe Biding couldn't help but murmur to herself. However, seeing Li Zihui's serious demeanor, she understood what she needed to do.
Chu Chen drove directly back to the Tangong villa. Upon seeing him return, the maids in their uniforms hurried over to attend to him.
Serving tea and water was the most basic service.
Xin Xingwei, knowing Chu Chen was back, quickly walked to his side. "Young master, you're back." Chu Chen sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and nodded.
"Young master, I met with my classmate yesterday.
Everything is fine on her end, all the school district houses have been listed on the rental website."
"Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. I trust you." Chu Chen smiled, he recognized Xin Xingwei's capabilities. "By the way, I've also registered the Chumen Entertainment Media Company, and we've signed the contract with Mu Yunqi."
Xin Xingwei briefly reported her work situation, and Chu Chen stretched lazily, "Find a way to sign a few promising artists. Also, keep an eye on the big IPs in the market, if there are good ones, we must acquire them."
Chu Chen lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and added, "Money is not an issue." "Okay." With Chu Chen's assurance that money was not a problem, Xin Xingwei could boldly tackle her tasks. After all, as long as there was money, they could invest and secure a top position in the entertainment media industry. "For lunch, I want something spicy, so let's prepare Sichuan and Hunan cuisine." Chu Chen crossed his legs, scrolling through Douyin while chuckling. "Alright, young master, I'll go arrange it." Xin Xingwei nodded and went off to get busy. Chu Chen, however, started to feel bored again.
After playing a few rounds of games, winning one and losing another, he found it rather uninteresting. With nothing to do, Chu Chen sat on the sofa and began reading a novel. Ever since binding the system, he hadn't really read much in the past couple of days.
Found another new book about a rich guy?
Chu Chen had previously downloaded a reading app that had many wealthy protagonist novels he enjoyed. Since his reading preference was urban rich guy novels, the system recommended various types of them.
It's actually a pickup system? Chu Chen was stunned.
He didn't expect someone had really written a novel about binding a pickup system to become a wealthy urbanite.
The writing is good, and the plot is rich, it's a pretty decent rich guy novel.
Without saying much more, just for the fact that the protagonist in this book had a pickup system, Chu Chen couldn't hold back from tipping. In the past, when he read novels, he would occasionally tip his favorite ones. He had also tried writing novels himself, and to be honest, who would write novels if they had a skill?
Not to mention the fierce competition, many people write novels just for the love of it.
Becoming a literary god is a luxury. Usually, after writing tens of thousands of words, there are only a handful of readers. After a hard day's work writing 10,000 words, he would look at the manuscript fee and see it was only $2 or $3, making him think twice about buying a meat bun. To give authors the motivation to keep writing, Chu Chen would always send free gifts when reading, and occasionally tip $10 or $8. Of course, now that Chu Chen had money, he naturally didn't care about such small amounts. He quickly caught up to the latest chapter of the book, feeling a bit unsatisfied.
This book is well written. Chu Chen felt a sense of empathy, just in time to see the author begging for tips at the end of the chapter, saying that if he received $100 in gifts today, he would add another chapter. And it was an unlimited stacking kind. Looks like he has quite a few drafts on hand. Chu Chen liked this arrogant author. He directly topped up 100,000 yuan on the Tomato app. The most expensive gift on Tomato is only 99 yuan? At this rate, my 100,000 yuan will take forever to be rewarded. Chu Chen found it a bit hard to understand. However, he still gave that rich novel 100 master certifications. 100 certifications only cost 9,900 yuan, not even 10,000. After finishing the gifts, Chu Chen left a comment at the end of the chapter, 100 master certifications sent, author, please update quickly. In fact, Chu Chen didn't really expect the author to add 100 more chapters. After all, even if each chapter was 2,000 words, 100 chapters would amount to 200,000 words. Even if the author had some drafts saved, it was highly unlikely they could have saved that many chapters. In an apartment building in Wushi, Huagua, a disheveled, emaciated man stared blankly at his author back end. He was the author of the new rich novel, and he hadn't stepped outside for a month to write this book. How to put it, he had always been a failed author, earning at most a little over 2,000 yuan in royalties a month. But he was determined not to give up. He decided to write another book for love, and if it flopped again, he would resort to scavenging. In a month, he had saved up nearly 200 chapters, over 400,000 words. Today was the day of his debut, and the results looked decent. Looking at the back-end data, he let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to shut down the computer and take a good rest, he refreshed the back-end data, and he was completely stunned. Just now, a fan named Chumen Dishao had given him several master certifications in one go. One master certification was 99 yuan, and he counted carefully from top to bottom exactly 100 master certifications. He had been writing on Tomato for almost a year, and this was the first time he received such a gift of master certifications, and it was 100 at once. Holy crap! Did I encounter a rich fan? His heart raced, and he almost fainted from excitement. 100 master certifications meant 9,900 yuan, almost 10,000. He quickly took a screenshot of the backend and immediately ran to their author group to show off. He threw out a screenshot of the rewards, instantly blowing up the entire author group. Holy crap! The master is amazing. Which book is this? So impressive? All master certifications? What's going on? I'm seeing stars. How many master certifications is this? So envious. What's going on? Tomato has such a rich fan? He didn't say much in the group. Instead, he directly started adding more chapters. With 100 master certifications, he added 100 chapters. Although he had already uploaded them to the writer's assistant draft box, just publishing those 100 chapters took him over an hour. In the end, he also posted a single chapter to thank Chu Chen for the rewards. Chu Chen had just finished his lunch, which was prepared by a chef specializing in Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. He had to say, the chef was extraordinary, far better than those outside. After eating and drinking enough, Chu Chen originally planned to take a nap, but just as he lay down, the novel notification updated. 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 50 chapters, 100 chapters, a full 100 chapters. Chu Chen was stunned to see that the author had really updated 100 chapters. Holy crap, there really are that many saved drafts. Nice, nice. Chu Chen hadn't looked at the content yet, but seeing that the author had actually uploaded 100 chapters, he immediately rewarded another 100 master certifications without hesitation. Moreover, he flipped to the last chapter, saw it was a single chapter thanking him, and left a comment right away. Awesome, awesome, I'll give you another 100 master certifications as a reward for your efforts. Keep it up, I'm counting on you. Chu Chen didn't expect that a casual word of encouragement from him would actually inspire a writing fanatic, but that's a story for later. After reading for a while, Chu Chen went straight to sleep. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. Since he was bored, he figured it was better to sleep a bit longer. After waking up, Chu Chen came out of his bedroom, sat on the sofa, had a sip of tea, smoked a cigarette, and then continued reading his novel. I have to say, this wealthy protagonist story is definitely the best one he has read recently. The writing is sharp, the pacing is tight, and it feels incredibly satisfying. Without hesitation, Chu Chen sent out another 100 master certifications as a tip. So enjoyable, keep up the good work. For Chu Chen, tipping 300 master certifications only cost him 30,000 yuan. But for the disheveled, gaunt author living in the apartment building, that 30,000 yuan was a fortune. I will definitely work hard. I can't let you down. He was filled with fighting spirit, opening his computer and typing away furiously. He had 100 chapters saved up, but he didn't plan to upload them all at once. After all, uploading 200 chapters and 400,000 words at once would affect the future performance of his book.
But he decided that starting today, he would update at least 10 chapters daily and write at least 20,000 words. Now that he was full-time, 20,000 words was just a 10-hour job for him. As long as he didn't get distracted, he could manage it. By the time he finished reading the additional 100 chapters, it was already past 10 at night. Since he had slept too long in the afternoon, he felt energetic and not at all sleepy. Go out for a breeze? He checked the time, it was almost 10 at night. Maybe not, it's rare to have a break. Over the past few days, Chu Chen's nightlife had been quite colorful. Tonight, with nothing much to do, he planned to relax at home. Xin Xingwei, on the other hand, was busy as ever. As Chu Chen's personal housekeeper, she had to take care of his daily life and had also been given quite a few tasks by him in the past couple of days. However, those who can do more work, and Xin Xingwei had never complained to Chu Chen about anything. Watching Xin Xingwei bustling around, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. I really picked up a capable assistant. To be honest, the way he picked up Xin Xingwei at the bar still made him laugh. With nothing to do at night, Chu Chen lay in bed and scrolled through Douyin for a while. He had a dreamless night, and the next morning, he woke up early. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Chu Chen stretched and felt energized for the day ahead. Today was the weekend, so he sent a WeChat message to his younger sister, Chu Yu. Do you have class today? Are you free tonight? He hadn't contacted Chu Yu in the past couple of days. First, she was in class, and second, he had been quite busy. Today, with rare free time, he thought about taking Chu Yu out to relax. Coincidentally, there was a concert by Su Song tonight, and he remembered that his sister was a loyal fan of Su Song, so they could go see the concert live. Su Song, once comparable to the superstar Zhou Luanjie, had a fan base mostly made up of young people. Moreover, Su Song had a great reputation. Whenever he held a concert, tickets were hard to come by. For ordinary people, it was indeed difficult to get a ticket, but for the wealthy, it was hardly a problem. He had already discussed this with Wang Tsong yesterday, and Wang Tsong had simply said he would take care of it. At this point, Chu Yu was already in the school library studying. Not only was Chu Yu beautiful, but she was also known for her diligence in her studies. She understood one thing from a young age: for ordinary people to turn their lives around, studying hard is definitely the most effective way. Although her brother is wealthy now, Chu Yu has not lost her original intention and continues to study diligently. Of course, her life has indeed improved a lot in the past couple of days. Chu Chen transferred 1 million to her, so her living expenses are definitely not a problem anymore. However, given Chu Yu's personality, even with money, she wouldn't spend it recklessly. That said, there have been things recently that made her want to spend money. Su Song's concert. Being a fan of Su Song, she really wanted to see a live performance. However, she couldn't grab tickets on Demai, and scalper tickets were just too expensive. Even for seats at the back, a ticket from a scalper would cost 2,000 yuan. It was too expensive. Even though she really wanted to see the concert live, she still couldn't bring herself to spend that much. Seeing a message from her brother, Chu Yu quickly replied, "It's Saturday, no work. I have time tonight, brother, what's up? You study so hard every day, I thought I'd take you out to relax. By the way, you like Su Song's songs, right? He's having a concert at the Olympic Sports Center tonight. How about I take you to see it live?" Upon reading Chu Chen's message, Chu Yu couldn't help but feel excited. "Brother, did you get tickets for Su Song's concert?" "Not exactly, but your brother has his ways. Just tell me, do you want to go see the concert live?" Chu Chen sent a voice message, and after listening to it, Chu Yu quickly replied, "Of course I want to go, brother. Do you really have a way?" "Yes. By the way, I mentioned treating your 3 roommates to dinner last time, but I've been busy these days and didn't have the chance. Perfect timing. I'll bring them along tonight, and after the concert, I'll treat you all to a big meal to improve our diet." Chu Yu had a good relationship with her roommates, who had taken care of her before. This was a good opportunity for Chu Chen to properly thank them. "Okay, I'll let them know." Hearing Chu Chen say this, Chu Yu didn't think much and directly sent a message in the dorm group. "Are you all free tonight? My brother is taking us to see Su Song's concert and treating us to a big meal." As soon as Chu Yu's message was sent to the dorm group, her 3 roommates replied immediately. "Wow! Wow! Wow!" Each one replied with a wow, clearly shocked. What else is there to say? It's Su Song's concert. I couldn't grab tickets before. Yeah, what's going on? Your brother got so many tickets for Su Song's concert? Well, I had plans to go shopping with my boyfriend tonight, but since it's Yeya's brother treating, I definitely have to go. I guess I'll have to ditch my boyfriend. Chu Yu's roommates instantly became excited. They were all fans of Su Song, and how could they refuse the chance to see a live concert? After getting replies from her roommates, Chu Yu immediately told Chu Chen, "Brother, all 3 of my roommates are free. Do you really have that many tickets? After all,
Tickets for Susong's concert are notoriously hard to come by. Even if her brother is rich now, it wouldn't necessarily mean he could get that many tickets, right? She didn't know what Chu Chen's situation was. If she knew that he was good friends with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, she wouldn't have thought that way. Yes, tickets are not a problem. I'll pick you up at the school gate around 5 this afternoon. Okay. Shuyu was also very excited. After all, she had liked Susong's songs since she was young and had always wanted to see a concert live. But reality was harsh. She had never been able to grab a ticket. As for scalper tickets, they were simply not within her consideration. After all, the cheapest scalper ticket costs over 2,000, and her living expenses for the entire year were only 5,000. This was not something she could afford. Initially, when she got up in the morning, she was still contemplating whether to spend money on a scalper ticket, but reason ultimately triumphed over desire, and she decided to spend the whole day reading in the library. However, now that Chu Chen told her he would take her to see Susong's concert live in the evening, she was naturally quite excited. Even a top student has times when they can't focus on their studies. Just the thought of seeing Susong live made Chuyu particularly happy, and she completely lost interest in her books. Wang Song did not disappoint Chu Chen and directly got him 10 VIP tickets for the inner circle. It's worth noting that even on the official website, a VIP ticket for the inner circle costs 8,800 yuan each. As for the scalpers, they were being sold for 30,000 each, and even then, they were hard to come by. Thanks, Brother Tsong. Chu Chen took the concert tickets from Wang Tsong and smiled, saying, Brother Tsong, how much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. Little brother Chu, that's not right. What are we talking about money for among friends? Wang Song said seriously, besides, I didn't pay for these tickets. If I were to ask you for money, that wouldn't be right. Chu Chen was taken aback when he heard Wang Song say he didn't spend any money on the tickets and responded with a hum. Su Song is from Dai Hai Music Company, and I'm buddies with their young master, Bai Feng. Asking him for a few concert tickets is a piece of cake. Hearing Wang Song say this, Chu Chen understood. This is the benefit of having a wide network. Chu Chen couldn't help but murmur to himself. Alright then, Brother Song, when you have time, let's invite your friend out, and I'll treat everyone to a meal. That sounds great. That kid said he could only arrange 5 tickets for me, but when he heard it was you, he immediately gave me 10. Wang Song laughed. That kid is just in Magic City right now, so how about this, after the concert tonight, we all go out to eat together. Tonight? Well, I promised to treat my sister and her roommate to dinner. What's the problem with that? Just bring them along. Perfect, let him invite Su Song too. Is that appropriate? What's inappropriate about that? Let's say it's settled. I'll talk to that kid by phone. Alright then. Seeing Wang Song so eager, Chu Chen smiled and agreed. If you knew she could have dinner with Su Song after the concert, she'd probably be even more excited, right? Although Chu Chen wasn't a fan, he understood what it felt like to dine with a favorite singer or star. Hey, Yu, the plan has changed. When Chu Chen returned to the villa, he sent a message to Chu Yu. Ah, brother, don't scare me. What happened? When Chu Yu saw that Chu Chen said the plan had changed, her first reaction was that something bad had happened. Probably that her brother didn't get the concert tickets. No, I didn't say I'd treat you to dinner, and I've recently made a few friends. How about I take you all along tonight? Is that appropriate? Your friends won't mind, right? When Chu Yu heard it wasn't about the concert tickets, she breathed a sigh of relief. As for dinner, any time was fine. If you guys don't mind, then it's no problem. We don't mind. We'll just focus on eating. During the day, Chu Chen had nothing much to do at home, just sipping tea, smoking, and casually reading novels. To be honest, the author of the novel he tipped yesterday seemed to be on fire, updating 20 chapters in one go today. Chu Chen saw that the novel had been updated, and with nothing else to do, he spent more than 10 minutes finishing the latest chapter. So satisfying. After reading the recent updates, Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim how enjoyable it was. Firstly, this novel was a typical wealthy fantasy story, a mindless pleasure read. Secondly, the author's writing was quite good, with a tight pace that gave a feeling of being unable to stop. Feeling very pleased, Chu Chen casually rewarded the author with 100 Great God certifications. So enjoyable, here's 100 Great God certifications, please keep up the good work. 100 Great God certifications amounted to only 10,000 yuan, which was just pocket change for Chu Chen. At the same time, in an apartment building in Wusher, the author of this book was rarely tidying himself up. The payment for yesterday had come in, and just from the rewards, after splitting with the platform, he had earned 21,000. The reading income was also 1,800. Yesterday, his total earnings had astonishingly exceeded 20,000. For a top author, this might not be much, but he was an underdog. He excitedly took a screenshot of his earnings and posted it on his social media. Instantly, his social media exploded. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Shuchen arrived at the entrance of Moda University in a Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Riding in a Rolls-Royce was definitely a more comfortable experience. Fortunately, Shin Xingwei had considered this beforehand and helped Shuchen arrange for 3 experienced drivers, which came in handy at this moment. The Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the entrance of Moda University immediately attracted a lot of attention.
Wow, a Rolls-Royce. There are so many rich people in Modu.
A few days ago it was a Lamborghini, and now it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom.
When will I also become rich? So envious.
Probably here to pick up a girl from our school, sigh, the world is going downhill. Many people were discussing this privately, their words tinged with envy.
After all, who doesn't want to be rich? Who doesn't want to drive a Ferrari with one hand? Who doesn't want to arrive in a Rolls-Royce to pick up a girl at the school gate?
Chuyu and her 3 roommates also walked out of the school. It must be said that as soon as Chuyu appeared, many boys' gazes were drawn to her. Firstly, Chuyu's looks were naturally undeniable, she was called a pure goddess for a reason.
Secondly, ever since that incident, who in Moda University didn't know that Chuyu had a brother who drove a Lamborghini?
Initially thought to be a campus beauty from a humble background, she was now undoubtedly a rich and beautiful girl. Currently, the most discussed topic among all the boys in the dorms at Moda University was how to win the favor of the goddess Chuyu. In the past, whoever could pursue Chuyu would at most get to embrace the beauty. Now it was different. Besides embracing the beauty, one would at least have to work hard for 30 more years. Chuyu and her 3 friends walked out of the school, and Su Jing linked her arm with Chuyu's. Yeah, call your brother and ask if he has arrived. As she was about to call Chu Chen, she saw him getting out of the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Yeah, over here.
Brother! This time, Chuyu was clever. From over 10 meters away, she called out to Chu Chen. Originally, both Chuyu and the Rolls-Royce Phantom were the center of attention, and now, the 2 focal points had merged into one.
Yeah, your brother's car is a Rolls-Royce, right? I recognize the little golden figure on the front. Wow, yeah, your brother is really rich.
Yeah,
you still say you're not a rich second generation? I don't believe it. Your brother has both a Lamborghini and a Rolls-Royce. Yeah, I'm so envious of you, your brother is amazing.
S roommates were naturally very envious of her. After all, having such an amazing brother who dotes on her so much is truly a blessing.
I'm really not a rich second generation.
Shot a glance at her roommate, but she was also quite frustrated. She wasn't clear about S' current situation either. All she knew was that her brother had won 300 million in the lottery.
But then again, if you have 300 million, buying 2 or 3 luxury cars wouldn't be a big deal, right?
Meanwhile, the driver quickly got out of the car, opened the back door, and stood respectfully beside it.
Once and her 3 friends were seated, the driver closed the door and drove away from the Magic City University.
Bro, this car was a bit confused and lowered her head to send a message.
I bought it.
Couldn't help but smile when he saw his little sister secretly messaging him.
Bro, don't spend money recklessly. Frowned and sent another message to.
She wasn't clear about S' true situation and felt it necessary to remind her brother. After all, they only had 300 million, and they really couldn't be that extravagant.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Understood S' meaning and chuckled, saying, by the way, we're lucky today, we have front row VIP tickets. Directly changed the subject, holding up 5 tickets. Wang Sung had given him 10 tickets, and he was passing 5 to Shin Xingwei, keeping 5 for himself.
Wow, are these inner VIP tickets?
Su Jing looked at excitedly.
Yes, inner VIP tickets. That's awesome.
The price for inner VIP tickets on the official website is almost 10,000, and I checked with scalpers before, the lowest is 35,000 each. Took the tickets from, looking at her brother in disbelief.
Bro, how did you get so many inner VIP tickets? Found it hard to believe.
Just a month ago, when the tickets were released on Demai, tens of thousands of tickets were sold out in less than a second.
Since didn't grab the tickets from the official website, how did he manage to get so many inner VIP tickets?
I recently met a few new friends, and I'm treating them to dinner tonight, so they gifted me these, casually said. Though spoke casually, and her roommates were left dumbfounded.
They were actually gifts from someone else? This was inner VIP tickets.
And it was for Susong's concert. If these tickets were sold, they could easily go for 30,000 each.
Bro, the friend you know is really wealthy.
These 5 tickets must be worth at least 150,000.
Couldn't help but exclaim.
The young master of Dai Hai Music Company, how could he not have money? Thought to himself, not mentioning that he was going to have dinner with Su Song tonight, he wanted to surprise and her friends.
The concert started at 8 in the evening, and it was only 6 in the afternoon. But the area around the Magic City Olympic Center was already congested. Su Song is one of the few musicians in China who genuinely puts effort into his music. Although he usually keeps a low profile, so much so that many people think he is a has-been, whenever he holds a concert, his tickets are almost instantly sold out. Today, the crowd was filled with young people, many of whom actually didn't manage to grab tickets. But to catch a glimpse of Su Song, many had been waiting here for half a day. Since and the others drove over, the traffic was even worse. Thank goodness we arrived early, otherwise I really wouldn't know how long we'd be stuck in traffic. Chu Chen looked at the hundreds of cars ahead and couldn't help but exclaim, "A Rolls-Royce Phantom. That model looks amazing. Don't be envious, driving a luxury car isn't that impressive. Aren't we all stuck in traffic?" Next to Chu Chen, a man driving a Jetta chimed in after hearing his girlfriend's words of admiration. However, the next moment, when they arrived at the parking lot of the Olympic Sports Center, Chu Chen and his friends were directed by the staff to drive straight into the VIP lane. Being rich is impressive. Sigh. The man in the Jetta said this, but inwardly he felt a pang of envy, thinking, damn, being wealthy really is enjoyable. The services can't be compared. Chu Chen also personally experienced the joy of being rich. Aside from a brief wait outside the Olympic Sports Center, once they entered, staff members were there to guide them. The VIP lane was indeed smooth and unobstructed. Not only was driving easy, but even entering the venue was seamless. There were staff leading the way all along. This kind of joy is something only the wealthy can truly feel. Wow, this is so awesome. Having staff guide us the whole way, this treatment is amazing. Yeah, if your brother takes you out to play next time, you can't abandon us. Shu Yu and her 3 dorm mates walked together, their faces filled with excitement. After all, they were just ordinary university students. Without Chu Chen, how could they experience such thoughtful service? Chu Chen was fine, as he had recently frequented high-end social venues, whether it was Yangfu Palace or Tianxue Villa, where the service truly made one feel that the joy of the wealthy is not something ordinary people can enjoy. There were only 200 VIP seats in the inner venue, and Chu Chen's group was seated in the innermost area, less than 3 meters from the stage. Such a close position was definitely the best place to experience the concert. To be able to watch the concert from this position is just amazing. So close, we should be able to see everything clearly, right? It's not even 7 o'clock yet, and the concert venue is already packed. Of course, our squirrel's popularity has always been high. Shu Yu and her dorm mates sat together, excitedly taking photos of the concert venue with their phones. Su Jing even directly posted a Weibo. Su Song's national tour concert in Magic City, benefiting from my roommate's luck, came to watch with her brother. Su Jing uploaded 9 photos from the concert venue and paired them with this text, posting it directly on Weibo. After all, it was the day of Su Song's concert, and as long as she tagged it Su Song Magic City Concert, even posts from bystanders would get considerable traffic. In no time, Su Jing's Weibo post went viral. Looking at the photos posted by the blogger, this should be an inner venue VIP ticket, right? I'm so jealous, why don't I have such a wealthy roommate? I've been hanging my roommate up for 3 days and nights, and he still won't admit he's a rich second generation. What should I do? Wow! I'm so jealous, this position is just too awesome, right? Just looking at this ticket, it must cost at least 50 to 60,000 yuan. Don't argue with me, because I am a scalper. The position from which Chu Chen and his friends watched the concert was indeed very expensive. Of course, generally speaking, such positions are not even sold, they are reserved for company executives to give as gifts. If it weren't for Chu Chen, Su Jing and her friends might never have the chance to experience sitting in such an inner venue VIP position to watch a concert in their lifetime. After all, even if I have money in the future, it doesn't mean I can buy such a position just by spending. At 8 o'clock, the concert started on time. The atmosphere at the venue instantly ignited. As the most low-key singer in the country, Su Song has a multitude of fervent fans, and it must be said that he is a very successful artist. Chu Chen is also a young person. He often listened to Su Song's songs when he was in school. It must be said that the feeling of watching a concert now is indeed different. Even the usually quiet Chu Yu became exceptionally excited. Seeing his younger sister so relaxed today made Chu Chen very happy. Due to their family's previous financial difficulties, his sister had to be more mature and sensible than most girls from a young age. It's not that this is a bad thing, but compared to her peers, she seemed to lack some vitality. Now, seeing his sister at the concert, able to scream and cheer for her favorite singer like everyone else, Chu Chen felt genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Of course, there would be even more joy later. As a surprise, it should naturally be revealed at the most appropriate moment to truly be a surprise. Su Song's concert was a large-scale event, with 50,000 seats in the entire venue, all sold out. To put it this way, there are really not many in the entire Chinese music scene who have this kind of strength. Moreover, there were at least tens of thousands of fans outside the venue who couldn't buy tickets. Originally, this concert was planned to last 150 minutes, 2.5 hours, but due to the fans' overwhelming enthusiasm and Su Song's indulgence towards his fans, he added another half hour after finishing the last song. Now the fans were shouting that it was worth the ticket price. The concert started at 8 and ended at 11 at night. When it was time to disperse, Chuyu and the others suddenly remembered that the girls' dormitory had an 11 o'clock curfew. "Oh no, brother, it's over, it's over." Chuyu frowned and said to Chu Chen, "What's wrong?" "Brother, our dormitory has an 11 o'clock curfew. It's already past 11, we can't go back tonight." Chuyu pouted. We still need to go eat later. How about this, you all come to my place to stay tonight, and I'll take you back to school tomorrow." Chu Chen thought it was a big deal and was startled. "Chu Gu, is it appropriate for us to go to your house?" Su Jing looked at Chu Chen and said with pursed lips, "It's fine, I have plenty of rooms at home, there's enough space." Chu Chen didn't mind, after all, his villa has 12 guest rooms, not to mention sharing a room. Even if they each had their own room, there would still be enough space. "Don't worry about it." The 5 of them came out of the venue, and when passing by the restroom, Chu Chen also went inside to smoke a cigarette. Chu Chen had quite a smoking habit, and 3 hours of concert really made him feel pent up. After coming out of the restroom, Chu Chen looked around and saw Chuyu and the others waiting for him, so he walked over to them. However, subconsciously, he glanced behind Chuyu. It was fine not to look, but once he did, he noticed something. Less than 5 meters away from Chuyu and the others, there was a man wearing a baseball cap, holding a DSLR camera, sneaking a watchful eye on Chuyu. Chu Chen frowned and, while approaching, walked straight towards the man without making a sound. The man in the baseball cap was completely focused on Chuyu and didn't notice Chu Chen approaching him at all. As Chu Chen walked up to him, he directly grabbed the man's collar. The man was startled by Chu Chen and instantly became a bit agitated. "Who are you? Let go of me." After being startled, the man shouted angrily at Chu Chen. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been intimidated by him, but Chu Chen was someone who could knock out the boxing champion, Du Minte, with a single punch. "Just because you shout doesn't mean you're right." Chu Chen scolded the man in a low voice. "Now tell me, who are you? What's your purpose in secretly filming my sister?" Chu Chen wasn't unreasonable, but since the man was stalking Chuyu, no matter what his purpose was, Chu Chen couldn't just ignore it. He grabbed the man's collar with one hand and snatched the DSLR camera from his grasp with the other. The man, seeing his camera taken away by Chu Chen, twisted his body in an attempt to break free from Chu Chen's grip. However, despite his strong physique, he couldn't escape Chu Chen's control no matter how much he struggled. Realizing he couldn't get away, the man started shouting, "Help! Someone's robbing me!" Chu Chen didn't expect the man to be so shameless, but he had ways to deal with shameless people. He threw a punch into the man's stomach, and instantly, the man stopped shouting and became compliant. At that moment, Chu Chen let him go. Although he hadn't used much force, an ordinary person would essentially lose their ability to move after such a hit. The man, released by Chu Chen, collapsed to the ground, curling up and howling in pain. "Shut up! Do you believe I'll hit you again?" Chu Chen coldly snorted at him, and upon hearing this, the man immediately quieted down. With the sudden commotion, Chuyu and the others hurried over, cautiously standing behind Chu Chen. The man's shouting had attracted quite a few onlookers. The bystanders, unaware of the truth, saw Chu Chen being so fierce and began to criticize him. "Why are you hitting people? What's wrong with you? Can't you talk it out?" "Yeah, brother, don't be scared. There are cameras here, I'm recording everything." "Brother, can't you just talk it out? This is a society governed by law. If you hit him, you'll be legally responsible." Chu Chen was too lazy to respond to these people and directly started flipping through the man's camera. Sure enough, he had been following Chuyu. Just in photos alone, from different locations and angles, he had taken over 30 shots. Looking at these photos, Chu Chen sternly glared at the man and scolded, "How do you explain this? What do you mean by stalking my sister?" Chu Chen's voice was loud enough for the onlookers to hear. Now, those who had just criticized Chu Chen for hitting someone fell silent. "Oh, so the one who got hit was a stalker. That changes everything. Good job. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I didn't know she was your sister," the man in the baseball cap said awkwardly. "So you mean, if she weren't my sister, you would be able to stalk and secretly film a young girl?" Chu Chen was almost amused by his reasoning. No, that's not what I meant." Seeing Chu Chen's clenched fist, he was genuinely scared. He still hadn't recovered from the punch Chu Chen had given him. "Then what do you mean?" In Chu Chen's eyes, even if he beat him up, it wouldn't matter if it ended up at the police station. "Well, actually, I'm a talent scout. When I saw your sister just now, I was struck by her beauty. I happen to be selecting amateur actors for a film crew, so I. The man hurriedly pulled out his business card as he spoke. The card had his name on it, Lu Minghui. It also had the name of his company, Ziyuan Entertainment Media. Speaking of which, Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company is one of the three major entertainment media companies in the industry, and its strength is significantly greater than that of Jige Entertainment Media Company. Moreover, in the past 2 years, Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company has been highly efficient in training new talent, with 1/3 of the artists who have exploded in popularity in recent years being nurtured by them. Of course, this is partly because Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company has strong capabilities, abundant resources, and a clear attitude towards training newcomers. Additionally, they have the largest number of talent scouts. Speaking of talent scouts, their job is to discover ordinary people with potential in real life and turn them into stars. Are you really a talent scout? After realizing that he meant no harm to his sister, Shuchen softened his tone and asked, I really am a talent scout. If you don't believe me, you can call our company to inquire, Lu Minghui replied with a wry smile. I should have explained my intentions beforehand. After saying this, he quickly took out a business card and handed it to Chuyu. Madam, I think your temperament perfectly fits the role of the second female lead in our new drama. By the way, our new drama is directed by Zhang Mao. If you are willing, with your qualifications, I believe that in a few years, you could become a nationwide sensation and a star admired by all. Lu Minghui was not only a talent scout but also had a particularly sharp eye for talent. Several female artists he discovered have indeed become second and third-tier stars. Chuyu was the most qualified ordinary person he had ever seen, and he believed in his judgment. If Chuyu was willing, he truly felt that in less than a year, she would definitely become a sensation. However, Chuyu did not accept his business card. She frowned and firmly rejected Lu Minghui. No, thank you. Chuyu's refusal was so decisive that it left Lu Minghui quite surprised. He had used this line when scouting female artists before, and hardly any girl could resist the temptation of becoming a nationwide sensation. Even those who rejected him had never done so as straightforwardly as Chuyu. Lu Minghui immediately thought that perhaps Chuyu was too young to understand what it meant to be a nationwide sensation. He quickly explained, We are Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company, one of the three major entertainment media companies in the country. If you can become a top female artist, your future will be bright. Not to mention, the salary for a new drama starts at least 10 million. After saying this, Lu Minghui felt relieved, thinking that when Chuyu heard about the salary starting at 10 million, she would surely be tempted to take his business card. But he was mistaken. Chuyu showed no signs of being swayed by his words. I've said it before, I won't act, and I don't want to be a star. Chuyu's personality was indeed not suited for acting or being a star, and as a top student from Magic City University, her future prospects were limitless. Becoming an entertainment star was not part of her life plan. Lu Minghui was taken aback. He found it hard to understand. However, the next second, Chu Chen chuckled and said, I respect my sister's wishes. Since she doesn't want to be a star, then she won't. As for you, I'm taking your DSLR camera for now, and I'll return it to you after I delete all the photos inside. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Lu Minghui also let out a wry smile. Sir, I still think you should reconsider. This is a rare opportunity. The director of this new drama is Zhang Mao, a renowned director in our country. Moreover, Director Zhang particularly likes to use newcomers. Your sister has such great potential. As long as I take you over, Director Zhang will definitely be satisfied. I say, how can you not understand what I'm saying? Chu Chen was also amused by him and said with a smile, Did you not hear what my sister said? Honestly, do you really think everyone wants to be a star? After confirming that Lu Minghui was indeed a talent scout, Chu Chen's hostility towards him lessened. He looked at him and chuckled, saying, Besides, if my sister wants to be a star, she doesn't need your Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company to support her. I run my own entertainment media company, I can support her myself. Chu Chen casually mentioned this, which not only stunned Lu Minghui but also left Chuyu in shock. When did my brother start an entertainment media company? Chuyu thought to herself. Lu Minghui was still somewhat unconvinced. He felt this was Chu Chen's way of rejecting him. Sir, our Ziyuan Entertainment Media Company is really powerful. Would you like to reconsider? Before he could finish his sentence, he was completely taken aback. Because he saw Wang Song, Xinbin, and Bai Fong walking towards them. Wang Song and Xinbin were top-tier rich second-generation individuals in the country, and he naturally recognized them. As for Bai Fong, he was the young master of Dai Hai Music Company and a talent scout, so he knew Bai Fong as well. Little brother Chu, we've been waiting for you, we're almost starving. Xinbin walked up to Chu Chen and laughed heartily. Originally, the onlookers had dispersed,
but as soon as Qin Bin and Wang Song arrived, many people gathered around again.
Wow! Is that Wang Song, along with Qin Bin? Oh my god, I actually ran into Principal Wang here. What's going on? Principal Wang and Qin Bin came here to watch the concert too? Hey, who's that young man Qin Bin is greeting? He's so handsome. He really is handsome. He looks like he must be a rich second generation too?
When Qin Bin and Wang Song approached, especially when Qin Bin warmly greeted Chu Chen, it was something Chu Yu and her friends did not expect. Chu Yu's roommates were completely stunned, gently tugging at her. Yeah, no way, your brother actually knows Wang Song and Qin Bin? And you said you're not a rich second generation? I'm really not. I don't know. How does my brother know Wang Song and them? Chu Yu whispered, her face full of confusion. As for Lu Minghui, he was dumbfounded. He felt that his earlier behavior and words made him look like a fool. They actually knew Wang Song and Qin Bin, and their relationship seemed quite familiar? No wonder when I mentioned $1 million fee earlier, they were unfazed.
Turns out the clown was me.
Lu Minghui felt very dejected, watching Chu Chen and the others leave, looking quite lonely.
Let's set up a bonus plan. For every 1,000 prompts, we'll add a chapter. If the number of people sending free gifts exceeds 200 daily, we'll add another chapter. How could Lu Minghui not feel dejected? He finally found a potential star, but it seemed like they were a rich second generation. Just thinking about how he mentioned $1 million fee earlier made him laugh at himself. Someone who was on good terms with Wang Song and Qin Bin, would they lack $1 million fee? Forget $1 million fee, even if they could earn several hundred million a year. What would that mean to someone like them, a top-tier rich second generation? Moreover, he couldn't help but smile bitterly when he recalled Chu Chen saying he also had an entertainment media company.
Chu Yu and her 3 roommates obediently followed behind Chu Chen. The 4 little girls were all bewildered.
Chu Yu was actually bewildered too. She felt like she was dreaming. How did her brother know someone like Wang Song and Qin Bin, the top-tier rich second generation in the country? Didn't he say he won the lottery? Even if he won 300 million, that wouldn't necessarily mean he could know people like Wang Song, right? Although 300 million is an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary people, for those truly wealthy second-generation heirs, 300 million isn't much, right? Despite her doubts, she didn't ask or say anything at that moment. Chu Yu was quite sensible. She was afraid that her careless words might get her older brother into trouble. Since Chu Yu remained silent, her 3 roommates were even less likely to speak up. However, they had completely come to believe that Chu Yu was actually a super-rich heiress. After all, her brother Chu Chen was quite familiar with top-tier wealthy heirs like Wang Song and Qin Bin. After leaving the Olympic Sports Center venue, Chu Chen headed towards the parking lot. We're going to have dinner soon, and there's a little surprise, Chu Chen casually mentioned while sitting in the car. Hearing the word surprise, Chu Yu was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, as long as it's not a scare, brother, you've really left me completely bewildered today. On the other hand, Chu Yu's 3 roommates were very excited and filled with anticipation. After all, they felt like they had discovered something extraordinary. Chu Gu, what's the surprise? Su Jing, who was closest to Chu Yu, had sat next to Chu Chen during the concert and had excitedly hugged him several times throughout the event. I can't say for now, you'll find out when we get to the restaurant, Chu Chen said with a slight smile. Since Chu Chen didn't elaborate, it only made the girls even more curious. After all, the fact that Chu Chen knew Wang Song and Qin Bin was already shocking enough, and now he mentioned a surprise? What could it be? Although it was Chu Chen treating them to dinner, the restaurant was booked with Wang Song's help. Hong Yuxuan, a top private kitchen restaurant in the Magic City. It was called a private kitchen restaurant because Hong Yuxuan was not open to the public. They only served the wealthy of the Magic City, and those with a net worth of at least 1 billion. Those with less than 1 billion wouldn't even dare to dine here. Hong Yuxuan was located in a villa worth 1 billion, and they only hosted 1 table of guests each day. No matter when you came, you would experience supreme-level service. Of course, the cost here was also high. A casual meal here would easily cost several hundred thousand. Naturally, for the wealthy, spending hundreds of thousands or even millions was nothing. Since Chu Chen was treating, he certainly couldn't lose face. He asked Wang Song to find a high-end private kitchen restaurant, and Wang Song immediately thought of Hong Yuxuan. However, he also told Chu Chen directly that while Hong Yuxuan definitely met the requirements, the costs there were a bit on the high side. Wang Song was quite tactful in his wording, but Chu Chen didn't care at all. A bit expensive? How expensive could it be? Since Wang Song thought it was a good place, Chu Chen became interested and decided right then to treat them to dinner at Hong Yuxuan. If Chu Chen didn't mind spending a little more, Wang Song, who was just tagging along for the meal, cared even less.
He knew the owner of Hong Yuxuan and directly called to reserve the dinner for that evening. When Chu Chen saw the private kitchen restaurant, he was shocked, let alone Xu Yu and her roommates, who were still in their ivory tower as university students. If they hadn't come out with Chu Chen, they would have never had the chance to dine here in their lifetime. Such a luxurious and extravagant villa is actually being used as a restaurant? This must be the kind of private kitchen restaurant that only serves the wealthy, right? Good thing I didn't go out with my boyfriend, otherwise, I would have missed out big time. Xu Yu's 3 roommates displayed expressions of someone who had never seen such grandeur. Not to mention them, even Chu Chen was very interested in this private kitchen restaurant that Wang Tsong praised so highly. When Chu Chen and the others arrived, Wang Tsong and his group had also just arrived, and at the same time, Su Song was bringing his manager over. In fact, Su Song rarely attends private banquets, but this time is different. This time, it was Bai Fong, the young master of the butterfly sea music, who invited him. He could ignore others' feelings, but he couldn't disregard the young masters. If he did, he might find himself in a difficult position later. Of course, Bai Fong directly told him that a friend of his had a sister who was a fan of Su Song, and they were all gathered tonight, so he was hosting dinner for them. Since Bai Fong said so, and given Su Song's high emotional intelligence, how could he not understand what was going on? It was just a meal, so he agreed right away. However, when he arrived at Hong Yuxuan, he was taken aback. To be honest, he had dined at most high-end restaurants in the Magic City, but this was his first time at such an upscale place as Hong Yuxuan. This young master's friend is impressive. He actually booked a meal at Hong Yuxuan. Su Song didn't know much about Hong Yuxuan because he didn't pay attention, but its reputation in the entertainment industry was quite loud. When Su Song's manager, Shi Qi, arrived at Hong Yuxuan, she also reminded him not to provoke anyone during dinner. Su Song smiled wryly and nodded. I understand social etiquette. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here tonight. As Su Song got out of the car, Chu Chen immediately spotted him. Meanwhile, Xu Yu and her friends were all focused on the villa in front of them. Ahem, the surprise I mentioned is here. Chu Chen lightly coughed and then smiled. Xu Yu was the first to react. When she turned around and saw Su Song, she was completely stunned. Next were Xu Yu's 3 roommates. Yeah, what's wrong? Oh my. Wow. Su Song? I'm not seeing things, right? It really is Su Song. Suddenly encountering their idol at such close range, Xu Yu and her friends were exceptionally delighted. However, they quickly became more reserved. Mainly, in this situation, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to ask for autographs or photos. Most importantly, they couldn't embarrass Chu Chen, could they? In fact, Su Song was quite cautious. Not to mention he was a top singer with millions of fans. In front of these real big shots, he was just a singer. Chu Xiao, we met just now. Bai Fong walked over to Chu Chen and extended his hand. Chu Chen looked at Bai Fong and shook his hand. Thanks to Bai Xiao, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten the concert tickets. More friends mean more opportunities, and while shaking hands with Bai Fong, Chu Chen inadvertently picked up 5 floating transparent balls from beside him. Ding! You picked up cash worth 100 million. Ding! You picked up a yacht. Ding! You picked up a Patek Philippe watch. Ding! You picked up 2 luxury apartments in Thompson Riviera. Ding! You picked up a stock market trend card. With 5 consecutive system prompts, cash, luxury cars, mansions, and watches need not be mentioned. Just from the Thompson Riviera apartments, he picked up at least 10. However, 2 of these 5 rewards were quite special. A yacht was relatively conventional, being a luxury item, but it was the first time it appeared. And then there was that stock market trend card. Not only was it the first time it appeared, but just from the name, it was clear it was something extraordinary. Chu Chen was momentarily stunned and directly checked the specifics of this stock market trend card. It can accurately display the stock market trends for the upcoming week, helping you become a stock market genius? Chu Chen muttered to himself. Although the introduction to the stock market card was just a single sentence, he wasn't foolish. He instantly understood the value of this stock market card. Wow, this is really a good thing. If used properly, in just a week, it could at least multiply my assets tenfold? Chu Chen couldn't help but think this way. Right now, he had over $1 billion in cash, which seemed like a lot, but compared to real wealthy people, it was still somewhat lacking. For example, Xin Bin had previously flaunted his bank account balance of 9 billion online. As for Wang Song, there was no need to say more. Yida Group collected 80 billion in rent from Yida Mall every year. Although Yida Group had faced some crises in the past 2 years, with Wang Song's father's iron-fisted methods, they managed to keep the building from collapsing. Moreover, Wang Song was an only child, the sole heir to Yida Group, with a net worth of at least several hundred billion. As for Chu Chen, if he counted his fixed assets, he could barely rank among the top wealthy second-generation heirs, but compared to Wang Tsong and the others, he was still somewhat lacking. Who would ever complain about having too much money? With this stock market card, even if it could only predict the market for the next week, that would be enough. Shu Qin was quite satisfied with having picked up 5 rewards from Bai Fong in one go. The group entered the villa under the guidance of the waiter. Although it was a private kitchen restaurant, to be honest, it felt like a small museum. The villa was filled with various antiques, each worth a fortune. There was no doubt that these collections were all genuine. To be honest, after seeing them, Shu Qin couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the owner of Hong Yuxuan. Not to mention anything else, just the standalone villa of Hong Yuxuan, built in the 1920s, was worth at least $1 billion. Moreover, the sheer number of collectibles in this villa left him in awe. Shu, are you shocked? Wang Song saw Shu Qin silently admiring the collectibles and couldn't help but laugh. The owner of Hong Yuxuan is a friend of mine. He recently bought 2 oil mines in South Africa. He's over there, otherwise, I could introduce you. Hearing Wang Song say this, Shu Qin nodded. Sure, I can meet him if there's a chance. Naturally, he welcomed Wang Song's offer to introduce him to resources. First, by getting to know these people, he could pick up a lot of rewards. Second, as the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Speaking of which, Shu Qin couldn't help but sigh that wealthy people weren't as friendless as ordinary people might think. On the contrary, wealthy people had many friends. Moreover, most of the time, wealthy people supported each other. This was also a realization Shu Qin had after interacting with Wang Song, Qin Bin, and the others over the past few days. The private room was quite large, at least over 200 square meters. Order whatever you want, Shu Qin said with a smile, looking at Shu Yu and the others. As for Wang Song and his group, they opened a deck of playing cards, and while waiting to order, the 4 of them sat down to play a game of Jiajin. We're all brothers here, so let's not play big. The minimum bet is 1,000, and we double the cards. The limit for concealed cards is 10,000, and the limit for revealed cards is 20,000. Wang Song spoke, and naturally, the other 3 had no objections. Shu Qin had a good hand and won 3 consecutive rounds, raking in about 50 to 60,000. Bai Xiao, do you believe in Chu Xiao's ability to win every gamble now? Ha, yesterday at Tianshui Mountain Villa, we won 2,700,000 from Xiao Shiba Pu Guiji in one round. That was really exhilarating. Xin Bin laughed heartily. Although he had just lost over 30,000, that amount was hardly enough for him to buy breakfast, so he naturally didn't take it to heart. Just lucky, that's all. Shu Qin humbly smiled and said, Bai Xiao, why are you frowning just because you lost over 10,000? It can't be that serious, right? Wang Song looked at Bai Fong's troubled face and couldn't help but tease him. Brother Song, you're joking. I don't care about this little money. Ah, it's mainly because of the chaos in the US stock market. Bai Fong said with a bitter smile. Last month, I went to the US stock market with a friend and invested about 200 million USD. It started off well, making $1 million or 2 every day. But since the day before yesterday, I've lost both my principal and interest. Now there's only 60 million left in my account. No wonder Bai Fong wasn't in a good mood. In just 2 days, not counting the previous profits, he had directly lost 140 million USD. He naturally didn't care about 10 or 20,000 Chinese yuan, but 140 million USD, converted to Chinese yuan, was 880 million. Moreover, he had secretly taken this money from his company's public account. If discovered, he would face serious consequences. Damn, you're playing that big? 200 million USD? Even Wang Song and Xin Bin were shocked when they heard Bai Fong. It was pretty stable before. I don't know what happened the day before yesterday, I just got trapped. Sigh, at this rate, I feel like I won't be able to keep that 60 million USD either. Talking about this made Bai Fong even more dispirited. Bai Xiao, forgive me for being blunt, but you might have been tricked by that friend of yours. Upon hearing Bai Fong, Shu Qin felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Shu Qin casually said this, and Bai Fong replied that it couldn't be, but deep down, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that I really got tricked? During the day, he worked, and only had time to type at night. After midnight today, there would be another update. He didn't have to work tomorrow, so he aimed for 3 updates. As for today's extra update rules, whether he was really tricked or not, others might not know, but Bai Fong certainly did. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had been set up, and he was quite furious. The friend who got him into stock trading was a female classmate from university. They hadn't been in touch for many years. However, just 2 months ago, at a private gathering, Bai Fong unexpectedly ran into this university classmate. Her name was Yi Qianru, and according to her, she was currently a trader at a securities company on Wall Street in the US. She returned to the country to invite some domestic clients to make money in the US stock market. Yi Chanru was charming, sweet-tongued, and with her promise of at least 15% profit a year, Bai Fong, confused, invested $1 million with her. That night, Bai Fong played poker with Yi Chanru at the hotel for the whole night, and just 2 days later, Yi Chanru told him that his $1 million had made a killing, earning over $500,000 in just 2 days. Moreover, she directly transferred $1,500,000 to Bai Fong. Although $500,000 was only over 3 million Chinese yuan, which Bai Fong, as a top-tier rich second generation, didn't care about, he had only invested $1 million, and in just 2 days, he made $500,000. What was the difference from picking money off the ground? It was simply too exhilarating. After finishing poker with Yi Chanru that day, Bai Fong didn't think much and directly reinvested $5 million with her, including the principal and interest. This time, about a week later, Yi Chanru came back with the money. This time, $5 million had turned into $8 million. He directly made $3 million. Converted to Chinese yuan, that was about 18 to 19 million. Even if Bai Fong is one of the top rich second-generation heirs in the country, he certainly wouldn't think that 18 or 19 million is a small amount. Moreover, he made $3 million in just 1 week, along with the 500,000 he earned before, which adds up to over 20 million Chinese yuan. People are inherently greedy. At this point, Bai Fong was gradually losing himself. He knew that the stock market was risky and that one should be cautious when entering it, but at the same time, earning $3 million in a week had directly changed some of his perceptions. After playing poker with Yi Chanru once again, he directly transferred $200 million from the company account to Yi Chanru's account, taking advantage of his position as the young master of Dai Hai Music Company. After the previous 2 experiments, he was completely confident in Yi Chanru's abilities. He didn't expect too much, he just hoped that this $200 million would earn him a few tens of millions in 10 days to half a month, and he would be satisfied. The initial weeks of profit were quite good, with daily gains. However, the day before yesterday, Yi Chanru informed him that all the money was trapped, and now the account balance was only $60 million. At this moment, Bai Fong was completely dumbfounded. $200 million had dwindled to 60 million? If his father found out, wouldn't he beat him to death? He had originally planned to withdraw the funds in a few days. After all, he had already made a profit of 20 to 30 million which would be enough for him to splurge for a while. But who would have thought that Yi Chanru's news hit him like a bolt from the blue? A loss of 140 million such a huge hole, even he couldn't solve it. He hadn't suspected that Yi Chanru would set him up, but after Chu Chen's reminder, he suddenly realized it really could be a setup. Bai Fong stood up, no longer in the mood to play poker, and directly called Yi Chanru. However, the number that had been reachable yesterday had now turned into a disconnected line. If he still didn't understand what this meant, he would truly be as foolish as they come. Damn it! Bai Fong cursed with a dark face. Bai Fong was really losing his composure. How could he not see such a simple scam? What's going on now? Qin Bin looked at Bai Fong, momentarily stunned. The number has become a disconnected line, Bai Fong said, and the others present understood why he had just cursed. $200 million. Bai Fong was heartbroken. He had been scammed out of $200 million just by playing a few rounds of poker with a foolish woman. If this got out, the rich second generation in the Magic City would laugh at him for a whole year. Of course, the worst situation now was that this $200 million was misappropriated from the company account. If discovered, even if he was the only son of his family, he would probably have his legs broken. Although he was considered one of the top rich second-generation heirs in the country, enjoying all the luxuries, $200 million was a different story. He could think of ways to deal with 1 or 200 million Chinese yuan, but $200 million he truly had no way out. Brother Tsong, save me. Bai Fong had a good relationship with Wang Tsong and gave him a bitter smile. Don't look at me, I'm even poorer than you. You don't know our family's situation right now? Even if Wang Tsong wanted to help, he was powerless. Xingu, save me. Bai Fong turned to Qin Bin again. $200 million. Do you think I have that much money? Qin Bin might have that much money, but he would absolutely never lend it to Bai Fong to fill the hole. Not to mention whether Bai Fong could pay it back. The key was that Qin Bin's relationship with Bai Fong wasn't good enough to lend him $200 million. In other words, even if Qin Bin had money, he wouldn't lend it. After all, 200 million mi gold is indeed too much. Bai Fong had been repeatedly rejected by Qin Bin and Wang Song, and among everyone present, the only one capable of helping him was Chu Chen. However, he had just met Chu Chen, and their relationship could only be described as acquaintances. He looked at Chu Chen, hesitating to speak, not knowing how to start. Actually, it's not impossible to save you. Bai Fong never said anything to Chu Chen, but seeing his troubled expression, Chu Chen naturally understood what he was thinking. Since you're too embarrassed to speak, I'll just say it directly. Upon hearing Chu Chen say this, Bai Fong, who had been in despair, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect that the Chu Chen he had just met would be so righteous. That was a whole of 200 million mi gold. To Chu Chen, he was just a stranger. If Chu Chen didn't help him, he couldn't blame him at all. Young Master Chu, just tell me what conditions you have, Bai Fong said, as if he had grasped a lifeline. His attitude towards Chu Chen was much more respectful than before. The US stock market is not bad. I happen to be planning to go there in the next few days. How about this, you take out 300 million mi gold from your company account, and I'll take you to the US stock market to make that money back, Chu Chen said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Bai Fong was completely stunned. Does this person think I'm stupid and wants to scam me? Bai Fong's expression instantly fell, and he thought to himself, looking at Chu Chen with a mournful face, Young Master Chu, don't joke with me at a time like this. I'm not joking, I'm serious, Chu Chen said with a straight face. However, you have to give me half of all the profits. I guarantee I'll help you earn back that 200 million mi gold you lost. Chu Chen was indeed not joking with him. After all, he held a stock market trend card, which allowed him to predict changes in the stock market within a week. If Bai Fong truly had the guts, he wouldn't mind helping him earn back that 200 million mi gold. I will not watch dramas, travel, or fall ill. I will not play games or chat aimlessly. I will work hard to write, life and death as such. I am the keyboard in the dark, the guardian on the great wall of web literature. Resisting the cold flames, the light at dawn. I dedicate my life and glory to writing. Tonight is like this, and every night will be the same. Seeking updates by watching a video, seeking free small gifts, asking for 5-star reviews from the great authors reading this. The rules for extra updates remain the same as before. Of course, Chu Chen wasn't helping him for free, he would take half of the profits. Now it all depended on whether Bai Fong had the courage. After all, if he took out 300 million mi gold, that would mean he had secretly transferred 500 million mi gold from the company account. 500 million mi gold, converted to Huagua currency, would be 3,100,000,000 Huagua currency. Their company, Daihai Music, only earned about 10 billion a year. 500 million mi gold was definitely not a small amount. But did he have any other choice now? Wang Song and Qin Bin definitely couldn't help him, and as for Chu Chen, he wasn't familiar with him. However, he thought that with Chu Chen's strength, he wouldn't go so far as to scam him. He was now very anxious, frowning as he looked at Chu Chen and asked, Young Master Chu, can we really make a profit? There's an 80% chance. Chu Chen naturally didn't make any absolute promises. The stock market is unpredictable, and even a stock god can't guarantee profits. An 80% chance is already quite high. Bai Fong gritted his teeth and made up his mind, saying, Alright, Young Master Chu, I'll trust you this once. He had no other options left. For now, he could only believe that Chu Chen could save him. Young brother Chu is so confident that we can make money in the US stock market? Wang Song couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that he made all this money in the US stock market? With this thought in mind, he chuckled and said, Brother Chu, I've been a bit tight on cash lately, but I can still invest 10 million in US dollars. As for the dividends, just treat me like Bai Shao. Upon hearing Wang Song's words, Qin Bin chimed in, then I'll invest 10 million in US dollars too. Chu Chen naturally welcomed them. With the stock market situation in hand, the more capital, the better. The four of them were discussing how to make money in the US stock market, and Chu Yu, more or less, overheard some of it, wondering when her brother started trading stocks. In fact, Chu Yu was filled with questions. She felt that her brother was hiding many things from her. After all, he was now on such friendly terms with top-rich second generation like Wang Song and Qin Bin, which she found hard to believe. However, some things were better left unthought, as long as life was getting better. The chef at Hong Yushuan was said to be a descendant of imperial chefs, and the dishes were indeed exquisite in color, aroma, and taste. However, the consumption here was quite expensive, with a meal costing nearly $1 million. If it weren't for Chu Chen's easy money, he would genuinely feel pain to spend over $1 million on a meal. During dinner, Su Song also sang a few songs live to liven up the atmosphere, instantly elevating the mood. Shu Yu and her friends were initially quite reserved, but after the meal, they all gathered around Su Song for photos. By the time they finished eating, it was already past 1 in the morning. When Chu-chin brought Chu-yu and her friends back to the villa, it was already past 2. When the driver pulled into the Tangong Villa area, Chu-yu and her 3 roommates were all stunned. This was Tangong, the most upscale residential area in the entire Magic City. Just one villa here costs over 100 million. When they entered the villa, their expressions were equally shocked. The only thought in everyone's mind was how big and luxurious this villa was. Moreover, at this hour, there were no less than 10 maids in maid outfits coming to serve them. This was too extravagant. Yeah, it's getting late. You should hurry up and rest. Chu-chin had drunk quite a bit that night, and now feeling the effects of the alcohol and drowsiness, he instructed the maids to arrange for Chu-yu and her friends before heading straight to his bedroom to sleep. As for Chu-yu and her friends, they were initially a bit sleepy, but now, being in such a luxurious villa, their drowsiness vanished instantly. The villa had more than 10 guest rooms, and under the guidance of the maids, each of them had their own room. A few minutes later, they started chatting in their dorm group. This guest room is so big, and the facilities are really luxurious. An oversized bathtub, smart toilet, and the TV is huge. Yeah, I just checked. The average price of a villa in Tangong is 300,000 per square meter. Your brother's villa is so big, it must be worth at least 7 or 800 million, right? Yeah, just admit it. You must be a rich second generation. Yeah, does our brother have a girlfriend? Look, I could be your sister-in-law. The girls were all very excited. After all, they had just followed Chu-chin to enjoy Su-song's concert, and they had VIP seats in the inner area. They thought that was the greatest happiness of the day, but who would have thought that after the concert, they could sit down and have dinner with Su-song? And at the same table were big shots like Wang Song and Qin Bin. Now, they were staying in the most top-notch Tangong villa in the Magic City. That feeling of happiness was truly beyond words. However, Chu-yu was completely confused. She couldn't figure out what was going on. She thought her brother had won 300 million in the lottery, but now it seemed that Chu-chen was hiding a lot from her. Without mentioning how my brother got to know Wang Song and the others, just talking about this Tanga villa, it's not something an ordinary person can afford. However, Chu-yu was quite understanding. Since Chu-chen didn't tell her, she wouldn't ask. After a dreamless night, Chu-chen only came out of his bedroom around 9 the next morning. As for Chu-yu and the others, they were already sitting at the dining table having breakfast. This morning's breakfast consisted of French meat jelly and millet porridge cooked with Boston lobster. Just the value of this breakfast is more than what many people earn in a month. Young master. When Shin Xingwei saw Chu-chen, she quickly walked over to attend to him. Chu-chen stretched lazily, walked to the dining table, and soon a maid brought over his breakfast. So, how did you sleep last night? Chu-chen looked at Chu-yu and the others, a slight smile on his lips. Chu-gu, it was comfortable, but it makes it hard for us to go back to the dorm later. Su-jing, who had a good relationship with Chu-chen, replied when she heard his question. The others nodded in agreement, even though they didn't speak. If you all have nothing to do on weekends, I'll have the driver pick you up to play for a couple of days. Chu-chen chuckled, sometimes I'm busy and might not be home, so don't be polite when you come over. Just tell the maids what you want to eat or drink. They'll take care of it. Chu-chen didn't mind the money at all, saying it casually with a smile. In fact, Su-jing was just saying that, if they were to come over every weekend, they would feel embarrassed. Of course, if it was Chu-yu who wanted to come to the villa and they followed along, that would be another story. After all, Chu-yu is Chu-chen's biological sister, so she could at least be considered half the owner of the villa, right? However, Chu-yu frowned, looking as if she had something on her mind. Naturally, she was worried about her brother. After all, the changes were too drastic, and she was having a hard time accepting it. From the beginning, she had been skeptical about her brother winning the lottery. After all, how could it be that easy to win? Moreover, according to what Chu-chen said, he only won 300 million. Not to mention the luxury cars, the key issue is how to explain this Tangu villa? This place has an average price of 300,000 per square meter. Such a large villa must be worth at least 7 or 800 million. Even if her brother used all the lottery winnings to buy the villa, it wouldn't be enough. She wasn't afraid of anything else. She was mainly afraid that her brother had done something illegal. Brother, I have something to tell you. After seeing Chu-chen finish his breakfast, Chu-yu walked over to him, biting her lip and speaking softly. She glanced at Chu-chen and then at her roommates, indicating that she wanted to talk to Chu-chen alone. Chu-chen could tell what Chu-yu was thinking. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. Xingwei, brew a pot of tea and bring it to my study. Also, prepare some fruits and snacks for these 3 young ladies. Okay, young master. Shin Xingwei, standing nearby, nodded in response. Hey, Chu-yu, come with me for a moment. Chu-chen smiled gently at Chu-yu. Chu-yu obediently nodded and followed Chu-chen to the study. The study was very large. Chu-yu's first impression upon entering was that it was too big. Ask whatever you want, Chu Chen said, sitting in the chair at the desk, pulling out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and placing it on the table. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Brother, what's going on? Chu Yu asked directly. Well, I recently came into some money, so I decided to try my hand at stock trading. I heard people say that the U.S. stock market is profitable, so I just jumped right in. Don't say that. My brother's talent is comparable to that of the stock god. As time goes by, money keeps coming in. Chu Chen naturally couldn't tell Chu Yu the truth. Fortunately, he had a stock market trend card, which could serve as a stand-in for the stock god. Ha, brother, are you saying that this money is all earned from the stock market? It's earned from the US stock market, all foreign money, and it feels great. Chu Chen chuckled. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I haven't done anything illegal, and even if I were to rob a bank, I couldn't get this much money. Yeah, do you know how much this villa is worth? How much? Chu Yu was naturally curious. She estimated it to be around 7 or 800 million. This villa is the largest in the Tang Palace Villa area, with a building area of 3,000 square meters, worth 900 million. Hiss. When Chu Yu heard that the villa was worth 900 million, even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but gasp. 900 million. For an ordinary person, that was an astronomical figure. So, if I really made this much money through illegal means, wouldn't I have been caught long ago? Chu Chen grinned. Just focus on your studies, and when you graduate from university, come help me. Hearing this, Chu Yu nodded vigorously. If her brother needed her, her first choice would definitely be to help him. Go out. I'll accompany your roommate to the villa area later. Okay. Chu Yu replied and turned to leave the study, just in time to bump into Xin Xingwei, who was bringing tea. Hello, miss. Xin Xingwei naturally knew that Chu Yu was Chu Chen's sister, so it was only right to greet her. Chu Yu quickly responded, hello, butler Xin. Although Chu Yu had just arrived at the villa, she knew that Xin Xingwei was her brother's personal butler. Moreover, she also knew that Xin Xingwei was a PhD in management from Stanford University. In every aspect, she held Xin Xingwei in high regard. Xin Xingwei walked into the study with the tea. Chu Chen leaned back in his chair, comfortably scrolling through Douyin. Seeing Xin Xingwei come in, he smiled at her. Xingwei, can you help the young master open an account in the US stock market later? US stock market? Xin Xingwei was momentarily taken aback by Chu Chen's words and instinctively asked, young master, are you planning to enter the US stock market? Yes, the US stock market is a place to make quick money. I'm planning to operate a few waves and earn some money from the Americans, Chu Chen casually said, sounding very confident, making Xin Xingwei feel that he would definitely profit. However, having lived in the US for several years, she had some understanding of the US stock market. How should she put it? The US stock market is not only America's stock market but also the world's stock market. It is vast, and there are indeed many myths of overnight wealth in the US stock market. However, due to the T+0 trading mechanism and the absence of price limits, the US stock market is also a battleground for financial giants from around the world. Of course, the Americans are particularly adept at reaping profits from the US stock market. The young master thinks making money in the US stock market is easy, but it's not that simple. Xin Xingwei couldn't help but think to herself. Seeing that Xin Xingwei was a bit hesitant, Chu Chen smiled and said, mainly because I have insider information, you just need to take care of opening the account, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Since Chu Chen had said so, Xin Xingwei naturally wouldn't go against his wishes. Okay, young master, I understand. Xin Xingwei nodded in agreement. Today is Sunday, while in the United States, it is Saturday. The U.S. stock market opens from Monday to Friday, and there is a 12-hour time difference between the U.S. and China. When it is noon on Monday in China, it is still early morning on Monday in the U.S. Right now, it is U.S. Standard Time, with market hours from 10:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., which corresponds to 10:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next day in China. This means that even if Xin Xingwei opens the account now, the earliest he can enter the U.S. stock market for trading is tomorrow night at 10:30 p.m. However, Chu Chen is not in a hurry. Chu Chen is not anxious, but Bai Feng is definitely anxious. After returning home last night, he once again confirmed Chu Chen's strength with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. Although Wang Tsong and Qin Bin are not very familiar with Chu Chen's background, the only thing they can be sure of is that Chu Chen is definitely not as simple as he appears. Bai Xiao, to put it bluntly, now you have no choice but to trust Chu Xiao, right? Qin Bin said with a smile, somewhat displeased with Bai Feng's doubts about Chu Chen's abilities. Although Qin Bin's words made him feel a bit unhappy, it is the truth. Alright, I understand. Bai Feng gritted his teeth and made up his mind.
Xin Bin is right, he has no choice now. Bai Fong really has no choice. With a 200 million US dollar hole, how could he possibly fill it? For now, he can only trust Xu Chen. Bai Fong is also an impatient person. As soon as he woke up in the morning, he directly contacted Xu Chen. Xu Xiao, give me an account, and I'll transfer the money to you. No rush, the U.S. stock market is still closed, and the earliest trading time will be tomorrow night. It's fine, I've already got the money, and I'm transferring it to you right now. Alright, I'll send you the account via WeChat. Xu Chen chuckled and continued, Bai Xiao, I need to say this up front, the stock market isn't a sure win. Although I'm very confident, if there are losses, you can't blame me. It's better to say the unpleasant things up front. Although he has the market trends in hand, Xu Chen definitely won't lose, but some things still need to be said. Bai Fong naturally understands, but now only Xu Chen can save him. He really has no other way but to take a gamble. Don't worry, if there are losses, I'll accept it. At most, I'll obediently go back and admit my mistake. Although 500 million US dollars is a lot, he is still the only son in his family. Even if his father might beat him half to death, at least he won't really kill him. Bai Fong let out a bitter laugh and couldn't help but tease himself. Actually, Bai Xiao doesn't need to be so pessimistic. The U.S. stock market is quite good, it's very easy to make money from the Americans. Xu Chen's words served as a reassurance for Bai Fong, calming his anxious heart instantly. After hanging up with Bai Fong, Xu Chen also sent his account number to him via WeChat. In less than half an hour, Bai Fong had already transferred all the money over. Sai, really the foolish son of a landlord, so easily trusting others, no wonder he got scammed out of so much money. Xu Chen sighed, thinking to himself that he was lucky not to be a scammer, otherwise, wouldn't Bai Fong have lost another 300 million US dollars? But then again, Xu Chen is not helping him for free. If there are losses, they will naturally be counted against Bai Fong. However, if there are profits, he will take half of the earnings. In the U.S. stock market, there is a T+0 trading model, and there are no limits on price increases or decreases. As long as he operates properly, doubling his capital overnight is definitely not a problem. Xu Chen has this much confidence. He may not be a stock god, but he has his advantages. As long as he uses the stock market trend card, he can clearly grasp the market trends for the entire week ahead. Under these circumstances, it can definitely be said that it's like picking up money in a sack. It was still early, so Xu Chen didn't take this matter too seriously. Sipping tea, smoking, scrolling through Douyin, and reading novels, Xu Chen's life was quite pleasant. Around 11 o'clock, Li Zihui sent him a message. Xu Xiao, my mom just finished her surgery, and it was very successful. Thank you. Seeing that the message was from Li Zihui, Xu Chen smiled knowingly. That's great. Are you at the hospital? I happen to have some free time right now. I'll go visit your mom in a bit. At the inpatient department of the 9th People's Hospital in Magic City, Li Zihui had actually hesitated for a long time before sending this message to Xu Chen. For her, it was Xu Chen who provided the money for her mother's surgery, making him a benefactor. Moreover, Xu Chen had been really nice to her. What girl doesn't have a crush? Faced with a young, handsome, and wealthy young master like Xu Chen, Li Zihui naturally couldn't help but feel the same. However, Li Zihui was very well behaved. She never took the initiative to contact Xu Chen. She knew very well the gap between herself and Xu Chen, and she understood that to have a place in Xu Chen's heart, she had to be very well behaved and sensible. However, Xu Chen had previously told her to let him know when her mother was having surgery, and he would come to visit. This morning, when Li Zihui's mother was wheeled out of the operating room, her anxious heart finally felt at ease. But at the same time, she hesitated about whether to tell Xu Chen. After much consideration, Li Zihui decided to inform Xu Chen. When she saw Xu Chen's reply, she was momentarily stunned. She had thought that when Xu Chen said he would come to visit her mother, he was just saying it casually, but unexpectedly, he was serious and would be coming soon. In the hospital room, Li Zihui's mother, Zhou Shudong, lay on the bed, looking much better than before the surgery. Such a major operation had brought her uncle's family from their hometown to be by her side. Uncle, aunt, my friend is coming over later. Li Zihui greeted her uncle and aunt in advance. Sister, it wouldn't be Xu Xiao, would it? Zhou Baiting immediately thought of Xu Chen when she heard Li Zihui mention a friend coming over. Xu Xiao? Li Zihui's uncle was also taken aback, murmuring to himself. Li Zihui nodded but shot Zhou Baiting a glance, signaling her not to say more. Zhou Baiting realized she had spoken too much and quickly shut her mouth, turning to take out the trash. Xu Chen stepped out of his study. Yeah, I have to go out for a bit. You all stay here and play for a while. If I'm not back, just let Xingwei take you back to school. Okay, brother, I got it. Shu Yu nodded in response. After giving a few simple instructions, Shu Chen drove his Lamborghini Veneno directly out of the villa. By the time he arrived at the 9th hospital, it was almost noon. Shu Chen had spent some extra time buying some supplements at the mall. 2 roots of wild ginseng from the 1950s, each worth 300,000. Besides the wild ginseng, there were also 2 boxes of premium bird's nest, each costing 200,000. Although it wasn't much, it still cost over $1 million. After all, Li Zihui was his first woman, and it was quite reasonable for him to visit her mother in the hospital. As for the money spent, Shu Chen didn't really mind. $1 million wasn't much to him. Parking the car in the space outside the 9th hospital immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, it was a supercar, and a Lamborghini at that, making it the center of attention wherever it went. Shu Chen didn't mind the gazes around him and directly carried the boxes of supplements towards the inpatient department building. There are definitely more rich people in big cities. Is that a Lamborghini? Back in our hometown, a Porsche Cayenne is considered a luxury car. Let me tell you, compared to this car, a Porsche Cayenne is nothing. Anyone who can drive this car must be a rich second generation. Li Zihui's uncle and aunt had just returned from getting food and happened to see Chu Chen getting out of the Lamborghini. Once Chu Chen had walked a little further away, Li Zihui's uncle whispered a few words to his wife, mostly expressing envy. As a man, who wouldn't like supercars? Even though Li Zihui's uncle was already in his 40s, seeing a luxurious supercar like a Lamborghini inevitably excited him a bit. By the way, Hui said her friend was coming, but why hasn't she arrived yet? This is a bit much. I heard Bai Ting mention Chu Xiao, and when Hui was talking, her expression was strange. I think her friend probably isn't an ordinary person. Li Zihui's uncle said with a bitter smile, think about it, Hui is just a college student. Where would she get so much money for her mom's surgery? Hui is pretty, and she's a student at Fudan University. If she wanted to find a rich second-generation boyfriend, it shouldn't be too hard, right? Although Li Zihui only mentioned a friend, to her uncle and aunt, it sounded like her boyfriend was coming over. That's why Li Zihui's aunt had some opinions about Chu Chen being late. Hui is unfortunate, I just hope she doesn't compromise herself. Li Zihui's uncle couldn't help but smile bitterly. After all, he had watched her grow up, and as her uncle, he was quite fond of his niece. In fact, Li Zihui's uncle had guessed a bit about the situation, but at such a time, how could he bring it up? Moreover, Li Zihui was an adult, and there were some things he shouldn't pry into too much. When Chu Chen arrived at the bottom of the inpatient department building, he suddenly remembered it was his first time here and had no idea which ward Li Zihui's mother was in. I'm at the bottom of the inpatient department, come down to meet me. Chu Chen sent a message to Li Zihui. Li Zihui felt a bit nervous when she learned that Chu Chen was coming, but after an hour had passed and he still hadn't arrived, she occasionally checked WeChat. Li Zihui's mother had already woken up, but since it was a general anesthesia surgery, she still couldn't speak much. As Li Zihui's mother, she could naturally sense if her daughter had something on her mind. Looking at Li Zihui, she couldn't help but frown. She could feel her daughter was a bit anxious. At that moment, Li Zihui's phone vibrated, and she quickly glanced at it. Seeing it was a message from Chu Chen, Li Zihui stood up from her chair. Bai Ting, I'm going down for a bit. Keep an eye on things here, I'll be back up soon. After telling Zhou Bai Ting, Li Zihui didn't dare to waste any time and walked out of the ward. When she arrived at the bottom of the inpatient department, Li Zihui looked around and immediately spotted Chu Chen. After all, at a height of 185 meters, he stood out in the crowd. Li Zihui jogged over to Chu Chen, breathing a little heavily. She was already a bit nervous, and now that she was in front of Chu Chen, she didn't know what to say. Chu Xiao, seeing Li Zihui's pale face, Chu Chen looked at her gently and said, you must be exhausted these past few days. Fortunately, I just haven't rested well. Li Zihui pursed her lips and said softly, let's go, take me to the ward. Chu Chen didn't say anything more, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. On the other side, the scene of Li Zihui running over to Chu Chen like a little wife was clearly seen by her returning uncle and aunt. Isn't that Hui? That guy, isn't he? The rich second generation who just drove the supercar? Li Zihui's uncle and aunt were both stunned. They had just seen Chu Chen get out of the supercar, and he was so handsome that they couldn't help but look at him a couple more times. They had been envious of how young Chu Chen was to be able to drive a Lamborghini, but they never expected that Chu Chen was the friend Li Zihui mentioned. Shu, lower your voice. Li Zihui's uncle shot a glance at his wife. Hui is beautiful, so it's natural for her to attract rich second-generation types. In fact, if Li Zihui really did find a rich boyfriend, that wouldn't be too bad.
As the saying goes, it's better to marry well than to study well. If she could marry into a wealthy family, it would be like flying up to become a phoenix. Moreover, if Li Zihui became successful, she surely wouldn't forget her uncle, right? Are you saying this rich second generation is our Hui's boyfriend? Li Zihui's aunt asked, stunned. Most likely. Didn't you see how red Hui's face was just now, like she had been drinking? Li Zihui's uncle chuckled. Besides, if they were just friends, with his status, how could he come to the hospital to see us common folks? Come on, let's hurry back. Seeing Chu Chen and the others get into the elevator, Li Zihui's uncle pulled his wife into the adjacent elevator. After all, he was Li Zihui's uncle, it wasn't too much to make his presence felt. In the hospital room, Chu Chen saw Li Zihui's mother lying on the bed, along with Li Zihui's cousin, Zhou Biding. Auntie, I heard from Zihui that you had surgery here. I've been too busy these days and haven't had time to come see you. Today I finally have some free time, and since Zihui said you just finished your surgery, I thought I'd bring some supplements to help you recover. Chu Chen was quite easygoing, smiling as he spoke and placing the supplements on the bedside table. Li Zihui's mother had just had surgery and couldn't speak yet, but she made an effort to smile at Chu Chen and nodded. My mom just had surgery, so she can't talk yet. Li Zihui quickly explained, and Chu Chen naturally didn't mind. It's okay, auntie, you need to rest more after your surgery. As Chu Chen was talking, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt pushed the door open and walked in. Li Zihui hurriedly introduced Chu Chen. This is my uncle, and this is my aunt. Li Zihui's uncle and aunt looked at Chu Chen and smiled foolishly. After learning that Chu Chen was a rich second generation, they felt a bit nervous. Hello, uncle, hello, aunt, I'm Zihui's friend. I had some free time today, so I came to see auntie. Chu Chen greeted them with a smile, showing no airs. Speaking of which, Chu Chen was so easygoing that Li Zihui's uncle and aunt were a bit surprised. They knew Chu Chen was a rich young master, so they instinctively thought he would be arrogant and pretentious. After all, in their hometown, those with money were often proud and haughty. But with Chu Chen, he was just too amiable. This made Li Zihui's uncle and aunt have an even better impression of him. Indeed, the second generation rich in big cities are different, their quality is truly high. Both of them couldn't help but think this in their hearts. Chu Chen, however, was unaware that they had thought so much. After standing in the hospital room for a while, he directly said, Auntie, Uncle, Aunt, I have something to do later, so I'll be leaving now. Chu Chen had only been there for about 10 minutes, and upon hearing that he was leaving, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt quickly stood up. Uncle, Aunt, you don't need to see me off. Zihui, you stay here to take care of Auntie, I'll head out first. After saying this, Chu Chen walked straight out of the hospital room. To be honest, Chu Chen didn't really like the hospital environment, he always felt a bit suffocated. Once he left the hospital room, all eyes turned to Li Zihui. We're just ordinary friends, don't think too much about it, Li Zihui said, a bit flustered, her face turning red under their gaze. Wow! This is premium bird's nest. I saw this online before, it's really expensive. Zhou Biding, while putting away the supplements that Chu Chen had given, particularly noticed the 2 boxes of premium bird's nest and couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the brand. Premium bird's nest? How much is it? Li Zihui's aunt leaned in to ask. She knew that Chu Chen was from a wealthy family, so she wanted to see how expensive the supplements he gave were. If I remember correctly, this box costs this much. Zhou Biding held up 2 fingers. If this is real, this box is worth 200,000. What? 200,000? Even though Li Zihui's aunt already knew that Chu Chen was from a rich family, she was still shocked. Some casually given supplements are that expensive? By the way, what about the box? He seemed to say there were 2 50-year-old wild ginseng roots. Li Zihui's aunt asked in a daze. One premium bird's nest costs 200,000? What about the 50-year-old wild ginseng? Wouldn't that be even more expensive? Chu Chen came out of the hospital room and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag as he walked to the hospital entrance. To be honest, he really didn't like the hospital environment, it always felt a bit oppressive. There was a drainage ditch outside the 9th hospital in the Magic City, over 3 meters wide, and the water looked deep. At the entrance of the 9th hospital, there was a bridge with many pedestrians passing by. Just as Chu Chen reached the bridge with a cigarette in his mouth, he suddenly heard a splash, followed by shouts from the crowd, "Help! Someone has fallen into the water!" Without thinking much, Chu Chen quickly walked to the edge of the bridge and saw a little boy struggling in the water. At that moment, he didn't hesitate, he didn't even have time to spit out the cigarette in his mouth and jumped directly into the water. Chu Chen was a good swimmer, and rescuing a child in such a small ditch was quite simple. In less than a minute, he had pulled the drowning boy to the shore. The crowd around them quickly gathered, and upon seeing that the boy was okay, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With one hand holding the boy, the little boy tightly grasped Chu Chen's arm with one hand while clutching snacks with the other. However, even though Chu Chen was soaked, miraculously, the cigarette in his mouth was still dry. Taking a deep drag, he used his other hand to hold the cigarette and shouted to the people on the shore, "Can someone give me a hand and take the child?" As soon as Chu Chen shouted, several people on the shore quickly reached out to take the child. Seeing the little boy rescued, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. The crowd on the shore began to applaud. Chu Chen looked young and handsome, and at that moment, the way he held the cigarette made him look incredibly cool. Chu Chen was quite low-key. After climbing ashore, he didn't linger and headed straight for the parking lot. Soaked to the skin, he drove directly to the villa. It was only 5 minutes after the incident that the little boy's mother arrived. Seeing her son drenched and hearing from the concerned crowd that he had accidentally fallen into the water, she was relieved that a kind young man had intervened. The consequences could have been dire. The young mother was terrified, tears streaming down her face. She desperately wanted to thank the person who saved her son, so she asked those around if they had Chu Chen's contact information. However, after rescuing the boy, Chu Chen had said nothing and left, so the people nearby had no way of contacting him. Fortunately, someone had recorded the scene and stepped forward, saying, "I filmed that handsome young man saving your son. I can send it to you, it might be useful?" "Okay. Thank you so much." The young mother repeatedly thanked the concerned crowd. When she saw Chu Chen with a cigarette in his mouth, one hand pulling her son towards the shore, tears involuntarily flowed from her eyes. "I must find him and thank him in person." After all, from the video, it was clear that Chu Chen had jumped into the water immediately to save her son. His clothes were soaked, and his phone and wallet were probably waterlogged too. Although he did a good deed without seeking recognition, she couldn't just do nothing and let the good person feel unappreciated. When Chu Chen returned to the villa, Xin Xingwei was stunned to see him drenched. "Young master, is it pouring outside?" Xin Xingwei frowned and asked, but looking at the clear sky outside, it was a beautiful day. "I just saved a little boy who fell into the water," Chu Chen said with a wry smile. Chu Yu and the others rushed over when they saw Chu Chen come back. "Brother, what happened to you?" Chu Yu asked curiously upon seeing him soaked. I need to take a shower and change clothes first. I feel terrible." Back in his bedroom, he rushed into the shower and took off his wet clothes. After a quick rinse, he changed into a clean outfit. "I went out for something and ended up saving a little boy who fell into the water. It was an emergency, so I jumped in without thinking." Chu Chen briefly explained what had happened to Chu Yu, who finally felt relieved upon hearing this. "Aren't you all hungry? Let's eat first." It was almost 1 o'clock, and they were indeed a bit hungry. The lunch was particularly lavish, featuring both Chinese and Western dishes, quite nice indeed. "Brother, we need to head back." After finishing their meal, Chu Yu told Chu Chen, "Aren't you going to stay a bit longer?" Chu Chen looked at his sister affectionately and asked with a smile, "It's getting late, and we have classes tomorrow. We also plan to review the material for tomorrow's lessons tonight." Chu Yu smiled and said, "Besides, we've been playing all day. All right, I'll drive you back to school." Chu Chen had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he planned to drop Chu Yu and the others off before heading to find Wang Tsong and the others for some tea and a chat. They traveled in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was not only high-end and classy but also very comfortable. "If you want to come over to play on the weekend, just let me know. If I have time, I'll come pick you up. If not, I'll send someone to get you." Chu Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to smile at the girls. Thank you, Brother Chu, for your hospitality these past few days. We are truly so happy." Chu Yu's 3 roommates quickly expressed their gratitude to Chu Chen. "What are you thanking me for? Just call me brother, and I'll be even happier. My sister is at school, so you all take care of each other, and if anything comes up, just contact me, okay?" Chu Chen smiled casually as he spoke. Su Jing and the other 2 nodded in agreement upon hearing Chu Chen's words. When they reached the entrance of Magic City University, Chu Chen smiled and said, "I won't walk you in. Yeah, if you want to eat or wear something, just buy it directly. If you run out of money, just tell your brother, and I'll transfer you more." "Oh, brother, I got it. Then we're off." Chu Yu quickly replied with a smile upon hearing her brother say this. Watching Chu Yu and her friends walk hand in hand into the school, Chu Chen then called Wang Tsong. "Hey, brother Tsong, where are you?" "Oh, it's nothing, really. I just wanted to find you for some tea and a chat." Chu Chen chuckled. At this time, he didn't expect Wang Tsong to actually be drinking tea. There's a place called Bamboo Mountain Residence in Magic City, a quaint little tea house. Following the location Wang Tsong provided, Chu Chen drove over. The address was quite remote, taking over an hour to reach by car. However, the environment was lovely, nestled between mountains and water, with fresh air and beautiful scenery. Bamboo Mountain residence was located at the foot of the mountain, built in a traditional courtyard style. To be honest, Chuchen didn't believe that a rich second generation like Wang Tsong would have the leisure to come here for tea. In his view, Wang Tsong preferred the nightlife of bars. But indeed, Wang Tsong was here drinking tea, and he was alone. "Brother Tsong, what's wrong? Feeling emo?" Chuchen walked into Wang Tsong's private room and couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Tsong's slightly melancholic expression. "Little brother Chu, I'm just getting used to the environment. Here, try their Jiangshan Xiaozhong. Everyone who's had it says it's great." Jiangshan Xiaozhong is a type of black tea. Chuchen had rarely drunk black tea before, but since it was highly recommended by Wang Tsong, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. "This tea is really good." Chuchen savored a sip. It has a natural floral aroma, but it's not too strong. The taste is delicate, rich, and refreshing. It's very pleasant to drink. Not to mention, recently, the teas Chuchen had been drinking were all good quality, and he could tell just by tasting. "So, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Wang Tsong laughed heartily. "There are plenty of tea houses in Magic City, but none can compare to this Bamboo Mountain residence." Of course, drinking tea wasn't the main focus. The highlight was enjoying tea while listening to music and watching the graceful dance of Yuji. Honestly, it's no wonder even a rich young master like Wang Tsong, who spends all his time in nightlife, is enchanted by this place. Chuchen also quite liked it here. The environment was tranquil, sipping tea, listening to music, and enjoying an alluring dance. This kind of life, one must say, who wouldn't be captivated by it? "Brother Tsong, I get it now. No wonder you come all this way alone for tea." Chuchen couldn't help but tease. "Next time, remember to bring me along." Wang Tsong smiled without saying a word, but a knowing smile appeared on his face. "By the way, little brother Chu, are you really that confident about making money in the U.S. stock market?" Wang Tsong looked at Chuchen, seemingly casual but actually quite intentional in his question. "Pretty much, the U.S. stock market is doing well." Chuchen chuckled softly. "I have some insider information. I should be able to make some money." Upon hearing Chuchen mention insider information, Wang Tsong's eyes lit up. "Little brother Chu, is it reliable?" "Of course it's reliable. This time, even if Bai Xiao doesn't invest any money, I'm prepared to put in 200 million USD. Opportunities to reap profits from the Americans are rare, so we must seize them." Chuchen took a sip of tea, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. "With you saying that, I'm relieved. How about this? I'll invest 200 million USD, and I'll trust you for once." Wang Tsong also lit a cigarette and casually said, "But don't tell Bai Feng. If he asks, just say I only invested 10 million USD. Wang Tsong let out a bitter laugh and said, "Actually, this money is borrowed too. You know, I'm also just putting on a strong front. I don't have much cash on hand." "Don't worry, brother Tsong, I understand that," Chuchen chuckled. "But brother Tsong, even though our relationship is good, we should be clear about the accounts. Let's agree that if there are losses, they can't be counted on me. If there are profits, I want to take half. It's important to lay the groundwork for potential issues. Although it's unlikely that Chuchen would incur losses, the stock market is unpredictable. Who can guarantee profits?" "Of course." Wang Tsong paused for a moment, then chuckled. By the time they returned to the villa from Jushan residence, it was already past 8 in the evening. As soon as they arrived at the villa, Chuchen received a call from Qinbin. "Brother Chu, I heard from brother Tsong. How about this? I agree with him. I'll also invest 200 million USD. Making money from the Americans, 10 million USD feels a bit shabby." "Alright, brother Qin, but we need to agree first. If we lose, don't blame me." "Brother Chu, saying that makes it sound like you look down on me. It's just 200 million USD. This money is mine. I won't feel bad if I lose it." Unlike Wang Tsong, Qinbin actually had money. 200 million USD isn't a small amount, but he wouldn't be overly concerned about it. When Bai Feng previously asked to borrow money from him, he definitely wouldn't lend it. That was 200 million USD. If he lent it to Bai Feng, when would Bai Feng ever pay him back? Of course, investing in Chu Chen's operation in the U.S. stock market was a different matter. He trusted Chu Chen, especially after witnessing Chu Chen's ability to win every gamble. He was even more convinced that Chu Chen could make money in the U.S. stock market. Naturally, Wang Tsong and Qinbin weren't fools. They had only known Chu Chen for a few days, yet they were so willing to entrust such a large sum of money to him. In fact, they had already investigated Chu Chen privately. While some things were hard to investigate, the properties under Chu Chen's name were easy to find out. 2 villas in Tangon, 2 villas in Dongjiano, 1 courtyard, and 15 luxury apartments in Tangchenipin. Just these luxury homes were worth tens of billions. Plus, there were at least 800 school district houses, all in high-end neighborhoods, with a total value of at least 100 billion. This was just the tip of the iceberg of what they could investigate. Who knows how much more there is that they couldn't find. With Chu Chen's personal strength evident, they naturally believed he could lead them to make money in the U.S. stock market. Moreover, they were willing to trust that Chu Chen could indeed make money in the U.S. stock market because he appeared very confident, and he didn't pressure them to join in. Chu Chen's attitude was clear: if they wanted to invest, they could; if not, he wouldn't force them. Furthermore, he wanted half of the profits. Although it seemed like a lot, if Chu Chen really had the ability to profit in the U.S. stock market, what would it matter to give him half? As for Qin Bin and Wang Song each investing 200 million USD, Chu Chen wasn't particularly concerned. However, he was happy that they were willing to trust him. Losses, of course, would not happen. With the market trends in hand, as long as the operations were done properly, they could at least double or triple their investment within a week. The U.S. stock market is not just a market for Americans, it is a market for the entire world. This is a market with a valuation of at least 30 trillion U.S. dollars. Chu Chen currently has 300 million U.S. dollars transferred from my phone, plus Qin Bin and Wang Song each have 200 million U.S. dollars. Just the three of them contribute 700 million U.S. dollars. He himself also has about 300 million U.S. dollars, so the total funds he can operate with reach 1 billion U.S. dollars. 1 billion U.S. dollars is roughly equivalent to 63 billion Chinese yuan. It can definitely be considered a huge sum. However, in the U.S. stock market, which has a total market value exceeding 30 trillion U.S. dollars, Chu Chen's 1 billion U.S. dollars, to be honest, would just make a sound and not even create a splash. Of course, Chu Chen wouldn't dump all 1 billion U.S. dollars into a single stock. Otherwise, even though the U.S. stock market doesn't have a limit up or limit down mechanism, doing so could very well flip the entire market. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Chen smoked a cigarette while sipping tea, contemplating how he should operate tomorrow night. At that moment, Shen Xingwei walked over to Chu Chen, leaned down, and whispered in his ear, "Young master, you're trending." Hearing Shen Xingwei say this, Chu Chen couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Chu Chen was puzzled. How did he end up trending? You were too high profile? Well, these past few days, it's been Lamborghini Veneno and Koenigsegg 1. It's possible you could trend. Chu Chen thought to himself, his frown deepening. For him, if it was because of flaunting wealth, that wouldn't be a good thing. Although it wasn't a major issue, it could still be a bit troublesome. He was still not fully established. If he really caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives, it would be quite a headache. Young master, you saved a drowning child at noon, and that's the reason. Now Douyin is filled with your video, it's gone viral, and in just half a day, the likes have surpassed 1 million. Shen Xingwei pursed her lips and chuckled softly. Young master, I have to say, your pose while smoking is really cool. Upon hearing that Shen Xingwei was referring to this incident trending, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He really hadn't thought about it in that way. When he saved the child at noon, it was a reflex. Since he encountered the situation, he had to step in to help. However, when he saw that the drowning boy was fine, he just left directly. He hadn't thought much about it. Who would have known he would trend for such a small matter? You mean someone filmed me saving the child and uploaded it to Douyin? Chu Chen asked with a slight smile. Yes, young master, you're really too cool. Speaking of which, Shen Xingwei's impression of Chu Chen increased significantly. In her eyes, Chu Chen was indeed different from other rich second-generation heirs. From the moment he picked her up from the bar when she was drunk and didn't take advantage of her, she felt he was different. Later, after becoming Chu Chen's personal housekeeper, she had spent several days with him, and the more she understood his capabilities, the more she felt he was truly impressive. A young man with a fortune of over 10 billion, who could unhesitatingly jump into the water to save a child, made her feel that Chu Chen's character had transcended. Young, handsome, and wealthy, but these qualities became less important in the face of Chu Chen's kindness and sense of responsibility. Interesting, I'll go see what's going on. Chu Chen didn't think that saving a drowning child would become a trending topic, but he found it somewhat amusing. To be honest, as soon as he opened Douyin, it immediately pushed a video of him rescuing the drowning little boy, just like a parasite in his belly. In the video, he had a cigarette in his mouth and was pulling the little boy towards the shore with one hand. The video was short, only about 30 seconds, but it captured the entire scene of Chu Chen saving the boy. Moreover, this video was posted by the boy's mother, whose intention was to find Chu Chen and thank him in person. Well, in fact, Shuchen didn't care about this, otherwise, he wouldn't have slipped away quietly at that time. To be honest, although the video was a bit blurry and you couldn't even see what Shuchen looked like, the whole scene put together made him seem very heroic, especially since he left quietly afterward, which led everyone to label him as someone who does good deeds anonymously. This heartwarming and positive little video instantly attracted the attention of netizens across the country, especially after the People's Daily reposted it and highly recognized Shuchen's actions. The video completely went viral. When Shuchen saw the video, the likes had already surpassed 2 million, and the comments were over 300,000. Shuchen clicked on the comments directly. He wanted to see what the netizens were saying. The cigarette didn't drop, elegance never goes out of style. This cigarette has a cinematic feel, awesome. Those who do things with a cigarette in their mouth are always the big brothers. First time I found the pose of holding a cigarette so cool. I'm moved to tears, still holding the cigarette. Isn't that just too cool? You can keep your phone in your pocket, you can keep your clothes on, but the cigarette must not go out. Parents should buy 2 packs of cigarettes for the benefactor. Oh my, this is so touching. Looking at the comments, Shuchen finally understood why something as simple as what he did could trend. He really didn't expect that his pose with the cigarette would shock so many netizens. To be honest, from this video, it really looks quite cool to be holding a cigarette at that time. Shuchen's lips curled up slightly, smiling, and he couldn't help but narcissistically say a line. Young master, what should we do now? The whole internet is looking for you. Shin Xingwei couldn't help but chuckle. As Shuchen's personal butler, she could naturally see that he didn't want to be too high profile, but in this situation, it was impossible not to be. You can only blame the young master for looking too cool while smoking, Shin Xingwei murmured softly, and Shuchen shook his head helplessly upon hearing it. What else can we do? Let it be. At this time, Shuchen naturally didn't want to step forward. First, the domestic netizens were all focused on this matter. If he stepped out, he would truly be under the gaze of millions of eyes. Second, he didn't expect the boy's parents to thank him. After all, in Shuchen's view, anyone would have made the same choice in that situation. However, the speed at which things escalated often didn't go in the direction you expected. Originally, Shuchen had stopped paying attention to this matter, but who knew that just as he was about to sleep, he accidentally came across a short video posted by the boy's mother. This time, it mainly contained the content of a phone interview, and it was some words from the boy's mother. The video content was not complicated, it was just the boy's mother posting a missing person notice online, along with her phone number. As a result, after a whole day, not only did Shuchen not find the boy, but he also attracted a bunch of scammers calling, claiming to be the rescuer. Moreover, those scammers had a simple goal: to ask the boy's mother for money. Fortunately, the boy's mother was very smart and recognized those scammers at a glance. However, after the scammers failed to get money, they actually used technical means to expose the boy's mother's phone number to take revenge on her. After watching this short video, Shuchen was truly left speechless by these scammers. Indeed, with such a vast world, there are all kinds of birds. Shuchen suddenly felt that he might need to step up. Otherwise, the warm-hearted and positive things he was doing would be muddled by these few rotten apples. Xingwei, can you help me shoot a short video? I'll say a few words. Shuchen called Shin Xingwei over to him. Oh, sure, young master. Shin Xingwei nodded in response. It was just a small matter, and I didn't expect it to trend. At the time, saving someone was just a reflex. I didn't think too much about it. I already know the boy's mother's gratitude, and that's enough for me. I'm a rather low-key person and don't want to be in the public eye, so let's keep my face out of it. One last question, do I really look cool when I smoke? The video was very short, lasting less than 20 seconds. After recording, Shuchen smiled at Shin Xingwei and said, remember to blur my face before posting. Hearing this, Shin Xingwei smiled and gave Shuchen an okay gesture. Editing the video was simple, and it was no challenge for Shin Xingwei, a PhD from Stanford University. In just a few minutes, she sent the video back to Shuchen for a look. Okay, go ahead and post it. Since it was just a small matter, Shuchen naturally didn't mind too much. The video was posted from Shin Xingwei's alternate account, and because it specifically tagged the mother of the boy who fell into the water, the video's popularity soared right from the start. Within an hour of uploading, the likes surpassed 100,000. The comments also reached over 10,000. I told you, the big guy doesn't care about this at all. He left quietly because he thought saving someone was just a small matter. Everyone disperse. The big guy said he doesn't want to be in the public eye. The way the big guy smokes is really cool. Wow. Guess what I saw? If I'm not mistaken, the watch on the big guy's wrist should be the Richard Mille RM53-02 Blue Sapphire Polo Tourbillon. Ha? What's wrong? Is that watch expensive? Have you heard of the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches? This is Richard Mille. It's a billionaire's entry ticket, and this model is limited to only 10 pieces worldwide, priced around 20 million. Wow! What watch could be worth 20 million? Let me check. No wonder the big guy doesn't care, turns out he's a real big shot. Some recognized Chu Chen's Richard Mille, while others deduced from the decorations in Chu Chen's study that his background was not simple. Since Chu Chen had stepped up, the boy's mother also specifically expressed her gratitude in the comments below the video. This matter passed just like that. Chu Chen really didn't care about it. He was currently lying in bed enjoying a novel. Of course, after enjoying it, tipping was inevitable. He casually sent 100 verified tips. After all, he had charged 100,000 last time, and there was still quite a bit of money left in his account. Supporting original authors and igniting their creative passion was essential to motivate them to keep writing. After finishing the novel, it was already past midnight, and Chu Chen turned off the lights and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wang Song and Qinbin transferred the money to Chu Chen. Today was Monday, while it was still Sunday in the U.S. The U.S. stock market wouldn't open until 10:30 that night. Wang Song and the other two had 700 million U.S. dollars, and with his own, it added up to exactly 1 billion. Xingwei, have you set up the account for me in the U.S. stock market as I asked yesterday? After finishing breakfast, Chu Chen sat on the sofa, sipping tea and smoking, and asked Xingwei, who was standing nearby, with a light smile. The matter you instructed has naturally been taken care of. Xingwei nodded in response. Well, the US stock market opens tonight, and I have 1 billion Nijin here. Find a time today to deposit the money. Chu Chen said it casually, but Xingwei was taken aback. She knew that Chu Chen was planning to take a look at the US stock market and that if he made a move, the funds would certainly be substantial. However, she really didn't expect Chu Chen to play so big. 1 billion Nijin. Converted to Huagua currency, that's 63 billion. But soon Xingwei regained her composure. Okay, young master, I understand. She was just Chu Chen's personal butler, and she only needed to follow his orders. Moreover, 1 billion Nijin was indeed a lot in her eyes. But in her young master's eyes, it might not even be worth noticing. Depositing money isn't difficult, the challenge lies in the enormous amount. After all, that's 1 billion Nijin. Xingwei took Chu Chen's bank card and personally went to the bank. When the bank president heard that Xingwei wanted to deposit 1 billion Nijin into the US stock market, he was so shocked that he personally came out to greet her. At first, the bank president was somewhat reluctant, mumbling some official phrases. But he was facing Xingwei, and when she looked at him and smiled slightly, she said, "Please make sure to complete the deposit before 5 o'clock this afternoon. My young master needs it tonight. If that's not possible, we don't mind transferring all the money to another bank." Xingwei's assertiveness was clearly not in line with her age. The bank president couldn't help but chuckle bitterly upon hearing her words. "Miss Xin, you must ensure that the follow-up funds remain with us. You can rest assured, as long as my young master makes a profit, it will definitely stay with you." Hearing Xingwei's assurance, the bank president personally took charge of the matter. After all, this was in the Magic City, and it was the headquarters. 1 billion Nijin, while a huge sum, was not impossible to handle. With the headquarters president personally overseeing it, the deposit issue was quickly resolved. Besides the deposit, Chu Chen also asked Xingwei to find 3 traders. With 1 billion Nijin at stake, he couldn't handle it alone. Moreover, although he had dabbled in stocks, it was merely dabbling. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After all, this was the Magic City, and finding traders was not difficult. Plus, Xingwei offered a high reward, 100,000 Huagua currency for one night's work. With such a high reward for short-term operations, Xingwei easily selected 3 excellent traders. "I've already arranged for you to take leave, you'll be staying with us for a while." Xingwei said to the 3 in front of her, "Remember one thing, you are traders, and I don't need to say much about professional ethics, right? When my young master tells you what to do, you just do it. Understood?" "Understood," the 3 replied in unison. They were not newcomers and naturally understood the rules. As excellent traders, their salaries were not low, but facing a reward of 100,000 for one night, they were naturally very tempted. After all, 100,000 was roughly equivalent to their 2 months' salary. "Brother Feng, I wonder which big spender is so generous to give 100,000 for a night." Behind the scenes, Feng Lei excitedly said to Xia Feng, who was also selected, "Shoo, don't talk nonsense. If someone hears you, be careful not to get in trouble. Besides, this is clearly someone preparing to dive into the US stock market for a big haul. 100,000 for a night is a lot for us, but for them, it's just a drop in the bucket." Xia Feng whispered. "Lu Xiuyu, the only female operator among the chosen ones, couldn't help but nod in agreement when she heard Xia Feng say that. Brother Feng is right, we should do less talking and more action. Everything was ready on Xin Xingwei's side, and she led Xia Feng and the other two directly to the villa. The three of them had been speculating about Chu Chen's identity and background, and when they learned that he actually lived in the Tangong Villa area, they were momentarily stunned. This was Tangong. Not to mention that they knew about Tangong while living in Modu. Anyone who frequently browsed the internet in the entire Huagua had heard of Tangong to some extent. The top luxury residence in Modu, each standalone villa in this area was worth several hundred million. Brother Feng is right. Feng Lei whispered to Xia Feng. Anyone who could live in a place like this was either rich or noble, hundreds of millions didn't even matter to them. When the three of them arrived at the villa and saw so many beautiful maids in revealing outfits, they were completely shocked. They couldn't help but marvel at how extravagant the wealthy truly were and how well they enjoyed life. Xu Chen sat on the sofa, drinking tea and smoking, with a beautiful maid standing behind him, giving him a shoulder massage. Xin Xingwei brought the group before Chu Chen, slightly bending at the waist and respectfully saying, "Young master, everything you instructed has been taken care of." Xu Chen nodded and looked up at Xia Feng and the others. "Butler Xin should have told you that tonight we will be operating in the U.S. stock market. You just need to listen to me when the time comes." Understood. The three of them quickly nodded in response to Chu Chen's words. To be honest, they were even more shocked to see how young Chu Chen was. After all, he looked incredibly young, at most just over 20. "Take them to the side to rest for a bit." "Okay, young master." Xin Xingwei nodded and said to Xia Feng and the others, "Follow me." The three of them dared not say much and followed Xin Xingwei closely to the adjacent villa No. 9. They were even more shocked than before. This was Tangong. How rich must one be to buy 2 villas here? However, these thoughts remained unspoken. Xin Xingwei smiled slightly at their astonished expressions, saying nothing, as she had experienced the same shock just a couple of days ago. She understood that feeling. "You can rest here for a while. If you have any requests, you can tell the maids." Okay. The three of them nodded eagerly in response to Xin Xingwei's words. Once Xin Xingwei left, they gathered together to whisper, "Wow, this is way too extravagant. This is Tangong Villa. They actually bought 2 at once? The key is, he's so young and so handsome." Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but say with a starry-eyed expression. No matter what kind of girl it was, seeing such an outstanding Chu Chen would inevitably make her heart flutter, right? Brother Feng, you're right. To these top-rich second-generation heirs, a reward of 100,000 for one night is nothing. We should really do less talking and more action. If we offend them, we might really be in trouble. Feng Lei muttered quietly. Yeah, less talking and more action. Didn't Butler Shen just say that we should do as the young master instructs? That's all we need to do. Xia Feng nodded, agreeing with this sentiment. On Chu Chen's side, he was quite relaxed, sipping tea and smoking, and of course, he had also checked the U.S. stock market in advance. The total market value of the U.S. stock market is at least over 30 trillion U.S. dollars. Xu Chen came this time with 1 billion U.S. dollars, which seems like a lot, but in reality, if not handled properly, there might not even be a chance to hear a sound. Although having a stock market card in hand is beneficial, it's always wise to understand the market in advance. Since the U.S. stock market operates on a T+0 trading mechanism, and aside from the overall market circuit breaker mechanism, individual stocks do not have any so-called limit up or limit down mechanisms. Because of this, some so-called demon stocks occasionally pop up in the U.S. stock market. It's not that the parent company's market value is high or its prospects are good. In fact, these demon stocks are mostly junk stocks. In a single day, the increase can even reach 200%. Of course, where there are gains, there are losses. If luck is not on your side, it's very possible to lose all the money in your account in just one day. After all, it's not uncommon for a stock to drop by 100% in a single day. They say the U.S. stock market has long bull runs, but whether it's the domestic A-shares or the U.S. stocks, those who can truly make money from trading stocks are few and far between, like a phoenix among chickens. People are inherently greedy. When prices are high, they wish for them to go even higher, and when prices are low, they rush to buy the dip. If trading stocks were really that profitable, there wouldn't be so many poor people in the world. Xu Chen didn't plan to get rich through stock trading, but since he had obtained the stock market card, it would be a waste not to make good use of it. Moreover, the thought of harvesting the Americans' money is exciting enough. The U.S. stock market is currently in a trading halt, so Xu Chen casually browsed through the market conditions. After dinner, Chu Chen called Wang Song, Xin Bin, and Bai Fong to inform them that he would be making moves tonight and to ask if they had time to come over and observe. After all, 700 million of the 1 billion US dollars came from the three of them, so it was only reasonable for them to come and watch. Upon hearing this, the three of them readily agreed. After all, they had invested heavily this time and were eager to see how Chu Chen would operate. Young Master Chu, don't forget, if Bai Fong asks, just say I invested 10 million US dollars. Wang Song reminded Chu Chen again before hanging up. Chu Chen naturally understood what to say, smiling as he replied, don't worry, brother Song, I have it in mind. That's good. I'm just afraid that Bai Fong might misunderstand. Ha ha. Wang Song chuckled awkwardly, but the money wasn't even his. He certainly wouldn't borrow money to cover Bai Fong's losses, right? Chu Chen sent them the location, and they didn't waste any time. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the three of them arrived together. Young Master Chu really knows how to enjoy life. The three of them couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the beautiful maids in the villa, all dressed in maid outfits and showing off their long legs. They knew that Chu Chen lived in the Tangong villa, although he hadn't mentioned it before. They had privately investigated. It's still early. Shall we have some tea and smoke a cigarette first? When Wang Song and the others arrived, Chu Chen personally stood up to greet them. However, their arrival shocked the household staff. The young master, he's actually friends with Wang Song and Xin Bin? What's so strange about that? Our young master is low-key. In terms of strength, he's not inferior to Wang Song and Xin Bin. That's true. I heard our young master not only has 2 villas in Tangong but also 2 more in Dongjiano, 1 courtyard, and over 10 large flats in Tangchenipin. As for school district houses, I heard there are over 800. The key is that our young master is younger and more handsome than them. When Wang Song and the others came to visit their villa, it was only natural to treat them well. Young Master Chu, this tea is quite good. Top grade Longjing, 100,000 per tael. No wonder they say enjoying life is all about our young Master Chu. Wang Song and the other two were singing praises, making Chu Chen feel a bit embarrassed. It's mainly because I have a good housekeeper. All of this was arranged by her. Chu Chen smiled slightly, looking at Xin Xingwei who was standing beside him. Xin Xingwei, my personal housekeeper. Wang Song glanced at Xin Xingwei, scrutinizing her, feeling that she looked somewhat familiar but couldn't recall where he had seen her. However, Xin Bin remembered Xin Xingwei. Young Master Chu, isn't this the drunken girl you saved at the bar that night? As soon as Xin Bin said this, Wang Song instantly remembered. Xingwei is a PhD in management from Stanford University. That night, she was just in a bad mood and drank a bit too much. Upon hearing that Xin Xingwei was a PhD from Stanford, Wang Song and the others immediately became somewhat respectful. After all, people with real talent and knowledge deserve respect. They didn't doubt Xin Xingwei's credentials. After all, someone recognized by Chu Chen must have considerable ability. While drinking tea and smoking, it was already 10 o'clock at night. There was still half an hour until the U.S. stock market opened, and Chu Chen remained calm, not mentioning stocks at all. However, Bai Fong was becoming increasingly restless. After all, he had already lost 200 million USD, and now he had secretly transferred 300 million USD from the company account. If this 300 million USD got trapped again, he would truly be doomed. Wang Song and Xin Bin occasionally brought it up, as both had invested 200 million USD each. 200 million USD, converted to Chinese currency, that was nearly 1.3 billion. Even for top-tier rich second-generation individuals like them, 200 million USD was no small amount. To say they didn't care would definitely be a lie. It's about time, shall we head over? Chu Chen finished a cigarette and smiled at Wang Song and the others. Aren't we operating here? Bai Fong was unaware that the adjacent Villa No. 9 also belonged to Chu Chen, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion. We're going to the adjacent villa, that one is also mine. I've already had the trader prepare over there, just waiting for us to go now. Chu Chen chuckled and casually explained. Upon hearing that the adjacent Villa No. 9 was also his, Bai Fong couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. As expected of young Master Chu, he's taken down 2 villas in Tang Palace with one move. Even someone like Bai Fong, a top-tier rich second generation, couldn't help but envy Chu Chen. How expensive the standalone villas in Tang Palace are might be unclear to ordinary people, but they, as rich second-generation individuals, certainly knew. Each villa was worth at least 300 million or more. They had just visited Villa No. 8, the largest villa in the entire Tang Palace area, and they weren't foolish, they could definitely tell. Bai Fong had been thinking that for Chu Chen's villa, it would definitely take at least 7 or 800 million to acquire. Now that Chu Chen told him that the villa next door was also his, Bai Fong was exceptionally envious. If it were an ordinary villa, it would be one thing, but this was Tang Palace. It's worth noting that several well-known business tycoons in the country had bought villas here. To be precise, just having money doesn't guarantee you can buy a villa here. But Chu Chen owned 2 sets all by himself. Bai Fong was genuinely envious, and of course, Wang Song and Qin Bin were also very envious, but they didn't show it due to face. Although Villa No. 9 is just next door, the distance between each standalone villa is still a bit far. If one were to walk over, it would definitely take at least 5 or 6 minutes. Now, it was already past 10 in the evening, and to avoid delaying the important matters of the night, everyone drove over directly. In the conference room of Villa No. 9, Xiaofeng and the other 2 were also poised and ready. They had taken a nap in the afternoon and were now full of energy, just waiting for Chu Chen to arrive and give orders. Chu Chen and his group headed straight for the conference room, and when Xiaofeng and the others saw Wang Song and Qin Bin, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Although they didn't know Chu Chen and Bai Feng's identities or backgrounds, they certainly recognized Wang Song and Qin Bin. While they knew that Chu Chen's background was not simple, they really didn't expect him to be so familiar with Wang Song and Qin Bin. The conference room was large, and upon seeing Chu Chen and his group enter, Xiaofeng and the others quickly stood up. Dealing with a group of top-tier rich second-generation individuals inevitably made them a bit nervous. There's no need to be formal, just follow my instructions later. Chu Chen noticed their tension and smiled softly as he spoke. Okay. The 3 nodded heavily in response. Chu Chen directly extracted and used the stock market trend card, as it only had a week of usage time, and he didn't want to waste it. According to the system's instructions for the stock market trend card, Chu Chen successfully saw the changes in various stocks in the U.S. market for the upcoming week. As long as Chu Chen thought about the news related to the U.S. stock market, an app similar to Tiger Securities would appear in his mind, which not only displayed the trends of various stocks but also listed them in order of their price increases. Naturally, Chu Chen wasn't very familiar with those stocks in the U.S. market. But having seen the future price increases, familiarity became less important. The first stock, TKAT, is currently priced at 2.25 million gold per share, by 1 million hands directly. 1 hand is 100 shares, so 1 million hands is 100 million shares. At a price of 2.25 million gold per share, 1 million hands would amount to 225 million gold. The second stock, CSSE, is currently priced at 7.99 million gold per share, by 500,000 hands directly. 500,000 hands means 50 million shares. At this price, the purchase would cost 399,500,000 gold. The first and second stocks together cost 645 million gold. While staring at the computer screen, Chu Chen continued to issue orders. The third stock, MN, is currently priced at 9.11 million gold per share, by 400,000 hands. 400,000 hands, at 9.11 million gold per share, means 4 million shares, costing 364,400,000 gold, bringing the total investment to 988,900,000 gold. With 1 billion gold, there was little left. In just 1 minute, Chu Chen named 3 stocks, while Xiaofeng operated the account, and Fang Lei and Lu Xiaoyu assisted him. Upon hearing the stocks Chu Chen mentioned, Xiaofeng didn't hesitate and immediately bought them all as instructed. Phew! After finalizing the last stock transaction, Xiaofeng took a slight breath. They were all quite skilled traders, but this was their first time handling such a large transaction of 1 billion gold at once. After confirming that the transactions were successful and accurate, Xiaofeng turned to Chu Chen and said, "Young Master Chu, the transactions are all successful." Chu Chen calmly nodded, "All right, just wait." After speaking, he lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. As for Wang Song and the others, seeing Chu Chen complete the transactions so swiftly left them momentarily stunned, and soon all 3 lit a cigarette and began to smoke. "Chu Xiao, I see that the 3 stocks you've chosen are not quality stocks at all?" Bai Feng had also been studying the U.S. stock market in recent days. He glanced at the trading panel and saw the 3 stocks selected by Chu Chen, feeling quite unfamiliar with them. They were all types he had never even heard of before. Playing in the U.S. stock market, of course, you have to play with speculative stocks. These 3 stocks are today's speculative stocks. Chu Chen chuckled and said, "Bai Xiao, just rest assured." Chu Chen spoke with great confidence, which calmed Bai Feng down quite a bit. Moreover, he noticed that Chu Chen's account balance was $1 billion, while he himself had invested $300 million. As for Wang Song and Qin Bin, he knew they each had $10 million. So, in his mind, Chu Chen had put in $680 million to operate alongside him. If Chu Chen didn't have a sure win, why would he take out so much money to operate?
Wang Song and Qin Bin were also a bit nervous, but not as visibly as Bai Feng. Fortunately, the US stock market had already opened, and their attention was fully focused on these three stocks. The first stock, TKAT, opened at $2.25 per share, which was also the lowest price of the day. Xu Chen had carefully checked the specific situation of these three stocks from the analysis panel. Take TKAT for example. After opening, the price per share remained stable at $2.60 for 4 hours. Then, at 1:30 p.m. US time, around 1:30 a.m. domestically, the stock price began to soar, reaching $29 per share. The price per share increased by $2.04, with a maximum increase of 91%. Xu Chen currently held 100 million shares of TKAT, and if he could sell them all at the peak, he would net $204 million just from this 100 million shares. As for CSSA, the buying price was $7.99 per share, and today's closing price was $11.49, with an increase of 43.8%. It's rising, it's rising. Xia Feng and the other two stared intently at the screen. The last purchase of 40 million shares of MN had seen the stock price soar to $12.80 per share right after opening. Their buying price was $9.11 per share, and the price per share had surged by $3.69. The increase was as high as 40%. What a great start! Xia Feng's voice trembled slightly with excitement, and upon hearing Xia Feng say it was rising, Bai Feng quickly gathered around, eagerly asking, "How much has it risen?" Bai Feng was genuinely nervous, his nerves taut, and suddenly hearing Xia Feng say it was rising made him excited as well. MN, after opening, the price per share surged by $3.69, with an increase of 40%. Xia Feng quickly explained. Although he wasn't sure whether a rise of $3.69 per share was a lot or not, hearing that the increase was as high as 40% made Bai Feng involuntarily gasp. Hiss! Now, clear out MN immediately. Xu Chen remained calm as always, giving orders. Ha! Clear out now? Xia Feng couldn't help but question. With his years of trading experience, he felt this stock was likely to continue rising today. They had only bought in less than 5 minutes ago, and now they were clearing out? Hearing Xia Feng's inquiry, Xu Chen frowned. Don't question me. Clear out. Xu Chen's tone was very firm, leaving no room for doubt. Xia Feng felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this and immediately replied, "Okay, I'll clear out right away." Xia Feng promptly sold 40 million shares at the value of $12.80 per share. Due to the surge at opening, these 40 million shares were almost instantly traded successfully as soon as they were listed. Alright, Xu Xiao, the transaction was successful. Xia Feng reported the results to Xu Chen at the first opportunity. 40 million shares, with a net profit of $3.69 million per share, between buying and selling, a net profit of $147 million. Previously, there was still 11 million in the account, and now after selling MN, the remaining amount has reached 523 million. The transaction incurred a stamp duty of over $1 million. What a huge profit! Bai Feng was also shocked by Xu Chen's operation. In less than 5 minutes since the market opened, he had already made over 140 million. The speed of making money was simply faster than printing it. This is just the beginning. Bai Xiao, you can relax now, right? Xu Chen chuckled. Relax, relax. Bai Feng was now very confident. He felt that perhaps tonight, Xu Chen would successfully help him recover his losses. The fourth stock, HUSN, is currently priced at $1.93 million per share. Use all the remaining money to buy this stock. This time, Xia Feng dared not question Xu Chen anymore. Upon hearing Xu Chen's words, he immediately went to execute the stock purchase. With 523 million remaining in the account, at 100 shares per lot, Xu Chen now held over 2,700,000 lots. That is, he held over 270 million shares. Although the price increase of this stock was not as high as the previous three, it still reached an astonishing 36% by the close. Moreover, the highest price during the day even reached $3.19 million per share, with a net increase of $1.26 million per share. The increase was as high as 65%. The key point was that Xu Chen discovered through the data on the system panel that this stock would start to surge in half an hour, and he certainly would not miss this opportunity to harvest the wallets of the Americans. Xingwei, bring me a bottle of the shipwreck wine I got from the auction last time. Seeing that Xia Feng had completed the transaction, Xu Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then turned to Xingwei and instructed. The moonlight was just right tonight, and they had just made over 100 million. How could they not have fine wine to celebrate at such a time?
Okay, young master, I'll go get it. Xin Xingwei bit her lip and immediately agreed, then left the conference room to fetch the bottle of shipwreck wine worth over 1 million. The shipwreck wine auctioned at Yongfu Palace cost over 100,000 per bottle. After Chu Chen brought it back, he simply tossed it into the wine cabinet for storage. Tonight, Wang Song and the others were coming over, and since they had just made a profit off the Americans, they naturally had to celebrate with good wine. If it were ordinary wine, Wang Song and the others really wouldn't be in the mood to drink. After all, each of them had invested 200 million in the U.S. stock market, and they were now fully focused on the trends of those 3 stocks. However, if it were the shipwreck wine worth over 1 million, that would be a different story. Xin Xingwei brought the wine, followed by 2 beautiful maids holding wine glasses. This was a bottle of shipwreck red wine with over 100 years of history, and the moment the cork was pulled, the rich aroma of the wine spread out. What a good wine! Even for Wang Song and the others, who had tasted countless fine wines, this century-old brew was a rare sight. To be honest, for a wine of this quality, 1 million per bottle is really not a loss. Wines of this quality are meant for collection. If you really want to drink it, it's quite a luxury. If it weren't for you treating us, I really wouldn't be willing to spend 1 million on a bottle of red wine. The beautiful maid personally handed the wine glasses to them, and Chu Chen swirled the red wine in his glass, murmuring, "What a good wine. The Romani Conti I had before pales in comparison." Drinking wine and chatting, Bai Feng's mood had eased considerably. "By the way, Xu Xiao, I heard them say you have a Koenigsegg one. I'd like to see it." "This is easy to say. After we finish in a bit, I'll take you to check out my garage," Chu Chen said, and Wang Song and the others brightened up, all agreeing. While talking, Chu Chen glanced at the time and then checked the data on the system panel in his mind. "It's almost time," Chu Chen murmured, standing up and walking towards Xiaofeng. Seeing Chu Chen get up, Wang Song and the others followed. Xiaofeng and his companions were also on edge, having been closely watching the market trends. Although they had only bought 3 stocks, it was important to note that the total value of these 3 stocks exceeded $1 billion. "Young Master Chu, these 3 stocks aren't fluctuating much?" Bai Feng looked at the computer screen and couldn't help but mumble to Chu Chen. "No rush, it's stock trading, where's the hurry?" Chu Chen waved his hand and smiled. "I'm very optimistic about these 3 stocks, and my insider information tells me they will definitely rise today. And it will be a big rise. Even if the insider information isn't reliable, don't forget, I have the buff bonus of winning every gamble. Tonight, I'm definitely cutting into the American wallets, not even Jesus can stop it." With that, Wang Song and the others calmed down a bit. "It's rising. It really is rising." Just as Chu Chen finished speaking, Bai Feng shouted loudly while staring at the computer screen. After buying over 2.7 million shares of HUSN, about half an hour had passed, and the stock price had been fluctuating around the buying price of $1.93 per share, with not much movement. But just now, the price per share jumped from $1.94 to $2.01. Bai Feng's eyelids twitched, and his heart couldn't help but race. Even though it only rose a little, they were holding over 27 million shares. What does that mean? Even if it increases by $0.01 per share, the floating profit would be nearly $300,000. Why did it drop below $2 again? If I had known, I should have sold earlier. Bai Feng was the typical type who, seeing a rise, wanted to hold on, and seeing a drop, wanted to sell immediately. "Bai Xiao, I'm not saying you, but with you like this, you might as well not play the stock market anymore. Stay calm, Chu Laodi hasn't even spoken yet." Bin couldn't help but roll his eyes at Bai Feng's words. "No rush, it's still early." Chu Chen chuckled, took a sip of red wine, and said softly, "Since we're going to cut the American leaks, we need to cut a bit more." Sure enough, as soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the price per share rose to $2.03. In the following half hour, although the stock price fluctuated up and down, the price per share kept climbing. Wang Song and the others were quite excited, staring at the computer screen. "Wow! Young Master Chu, you're amazing, it's gone up again. This is too exhilarating. Hold on. It's about to break $3 per share. This rise is a bit scary. I feel it can still rise. At this momentum, the price per share will at least double today." Wang Song and the others were quite excited. After all, they had bought over 27 million shares at today's lowest price. If it really doubles, that would easily mean a profit of $40 to $50 million. However, just as the stock price broke through to $3 per share, Chu Chen directly said to Xiaofeng and the others, "When the price reaches $3.10, just clear out this stock." Xiaofeng didn't dare to question Chu Chen anymore. After all, he had witnessed Chu Chen's abilities. "Okay, young Master Chu,
I understand. While talking, Xia Feng quickly set the selling price. Wang Tsong and the others were somewhat confused, as they saw the growth momentum. It should at least rise to 4 million gold per share. Although Qin Bin and the others didn't speak, seeing their frowning expressions, Chu Chen knew what they were thinking. The biggest taboo in stock trading is greed. This price is already very close to my expected price. If it goes any higher, while I might not necessarily lose, it's not worth the risk. Chu Chen lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and continued. When others are greedy, I am fearful. When others are fearful, I am greedy. To be honest, making money in stock trading is incredibly difficult. What Chu Chen said sounded a bit like showing off to Qin Bin and Wang Tsong. They agreed that it was hard for others to make money in stock trading. But to say that it was hard for Chu Xiao to make money in stock trading was just nonsense. How long has it been? The U.S. stock market had only been open for about an hour, and after several rounds of trading, Chu Chen's account showed a floating profit of over 200 million gold. Just as the three were chatting, Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Chu Xiao, the trade was successful. This stock has been completely liquidated. Xiaofeng immediately reported the situation to Chu Chen. The selling price was 3.10 million gold per share, a net increase of 1.17 million gold from the buying price. They held over 27 million shares, and after this round of trading, minus the taxes and fees, they netted 31 million gold. Adding in the cost, the available balance in the account had reached a staggering 554 million. Chu Xiao is amazing. Bai Feng glanced at the data and quickly praised Chu Chen. After all, he not only wanted to recover his losses but also wanted to make some extra pocket money with Chu Chen. Bai Feng saw hope. At this rate, they could make a fortune tonight. The long night wore on, and Wang Tsong and the others were too excited to sleep. They felt that stock trading was far more thrilling than going out to bars and chasing girls at night. Chu Chen, however, felt a bit drowsy. In the early hours, around 4 in the morning, he decisively liquidated all the stocks he held. The first stock, TKAT, had 100 million shares, with a buying price of 2.25 million gold per share and a selling price of 4.25 million gold per share. An average net profit of 2 million gold per share, with a growth rate of up to 89%. 100 million shares, netting 200 million gold. Just from this stock, the total return including principal and profit was 420 million gold. In between, Chu Chen also traded 3 other stocks, all with growth rates above 30%. There's half an hour until the market closes. I'm done for now, going to rest. Chu Chen stretched lazily, feeling quite content. Xia Feng and the others were already numb. At first, they might have doubted Chu Chen, but now, they all admired him immensely. Tonight, they had traded a total of 7 stocks, with the highest growth rate over 90% and the lowest at 30%. The total profit reached a terrifying 800 million gold. This was not stock trading at all. This was simply robbing money. Wang Tsong and the others were naturally very excited. Not only did they have a good start, but they also witnessed Chu Chen's stock trading prowess. 800 million gold. Converted to Huagua currency, that was 5 billion. Wang Tsong and Qin Bin invested 200 million gold, and according to a 50-50 split, they could each get 10% of the profit. Bai Feng could get 15% of the profit. Calculating this way, just from tonight, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin could each earn 80 million gold, which converted to Huagua currency was about 500 million. Bai Feng would have a profit of 120 million gold, which converted to Huagua currency was 750 million. Songgood, Qingge, Bai Xiao, it's getting late. Let's rest and continue the fight tomorrow night? Sure. We'll battle again tomorrow night. Wang Tsong and the other two were so excited that they weren't tired at all. It was now 5 in the morning. Chu Chen had originally prepared guest rooms for them, but the 3 of them unanimously decided to go out and have more fun. Chu Chen knew exactly what they were thinking. When one is well fed, desires arise. At this hour, how could one sleep without a beautiful woman by their side? Chu Chen didn't try to keep them, a slight smile on his lips as he said, just drive slowly, safety first. After Wang Tsong and the others left, Chu Chen returned to Villano. 8 to sleep. He had made the most money tonight. He could take 65% of the profits, which was 800 million US dollars, equating to 520 million US dollars, or over 3 billion in Chinese currency. So satisfying. Lying in bed, Chu Chen stretched comfortably. He had to admit, making money in the U.S. stock market was truly exhilarating. Previously, he had worked hard to get to know various rich second-generation heirs, and he had only managed to collect over 2 billion in cash. In just one night, he had directly harvested 800 million US dollars from the Americans, which could be said to be a crazy kill. Earning over 3 billion in one night still left Chu Chen a bit excited.
The novel updated 20 chapters today? Shu Chen planned to finish reading the novel before sleeping, but he didn't expect the author to be so diligent today, releasing 20 chapters. Finished reading, author, you really are short. He teased the author for being short, but considering that the author had released 20 chapters today, Shu Chen generously rewarded him, directly giving all the remaining 20,000 yuan in his account to the author. In Wushi, in an apartment building, the author had just finished washing up and climbed into bed. He had been particularly energetic in his writing these days. After all, besides Shu Chen's daily rewards, the performance of his book was also quite good. After struggling for so many years, he finally had a book that was taking off, so he was naturally working hard. He was already 29 this year, a single dog, and his family wasn't wealthy. If he wanted to marry and have children, he could only rely on his own efforts. He had been staying up late writing until now, and just as he was about to sleep, he saw that Shu Chen had rewarded him with over 200 verified rewards. The author, who had originally been very sleepy, quickly got up and specially opened a chapter to thank Shu Chen. As for Shu Chen, he slept until afternoon, around 12. Thank goodness it's only a week, otherwise, if I keep this up every day, no matter how good my health is, I won't be able to handle it. Shu Chen muttered to himself, stretching and walking out of the bedroom. For lunch, there were sea cucumbers, abalone, and wild ginseng chicken soup, specially arranged by Xinxingwei to nourish Shu Chen's body. By the time they finished lunch, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Shu Chen had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he sat on the sofa, drinking tea and smoking, while casually scrolling through Douyin videos. Without the pressure of life and not having to worry about making money, he was living quite comfortably. Xinxingwei, on the other hand, was still very busy. In addition to taking care of Shu Chen's daily life, she also had to manage the Chumen Entertainment Media Company as its president. Shu Chen had made it clear that he wanted to be a hands-off manager. As the president of the company he designated, who else would be busy if not her? Following Shu Chen's requirements, Xinxingwei had been keeping an eye on high-profile IPs recently. If she could secure the rights and develop them herself, that would be the best outcome. Since the Chumen Entertainment Media Company had just launched, there was only one artist under the company, Mu Yunxi. Many of the IPs Xinxingwei was focusing on were suitable for Mu Yunxi to play the female lead. Of course, Xinxingwei also knew that Shu Chen intended to promote Mu Yunxi, otherwise, no matter how much potential Mu Yunxi had, it wouldn't warrant spending 30 million to have her break her contract with Jige Media. Shu Chen had been quite busy these past 2 days and hadn't contacted Mu Yunxi. However, this afternoon, with nothing much to do, he thought of her. How have you been settling in these past 2 days? Shu Chen sent a message to Mu Yunxi. Upon seeing it was from him, Mu Yunxi didn't hesitate and quickly replied. Thank you for your concern, young Master Chu. It's very comfortable living here. After all, she was staying in a luxury flat at Tangcheniping, and this particular flat was an ultra-large one, with super luxurious decor. The entire house was equipped with custom smart home technology, and this flat alone was worth 1 to 200 million. Just the lavish decoration alone would cost at least 100 million. Not to mention, she was just an up-and-coming newcomer in the entertainment industry. Even those first-tier artists who had already achieved fame and success might not have the money to live in such a luxurious mansion. If she wasn't satisfied with these conditions, that would really be unreasonable. Well, our company has just been established, so things are still relatively easy. But don't slack off, take this time to learn more and solidify your basics. Shu Chen sent her a voice message. Okay, young Master Chu, don't worry, I will work hard. I have high hopes for you, so there's no need to be too nervous. Once our company has more resources later on, you'll definitely be busy. Ha, the entertainment industry is still very profitable in the future. Although Shu Chen wasn't short on money, he wouldn't refuse to earn a bit more. Establishing a foothold in the entertainment industry, Chumen Entertainment Media Company was just a starting point. He would definitely invest a large sum of money later on. As long as the funds were sufficient, resources would naturally follow. Mu Yunxi had great potential, she just needed an opportunity. If Jige Media had been willing to provide her with a bit more resources earlier, she would probably already be at least a second or third tier artist by now. Shu Chen believed in his judgment. It wouldn't be long before Mu Yunxi would definitely become a first tier artist known nationwide. In the afternoon, Shu Chen had nothing much to do at the villa. Since he was going to battle in the US stock market that night, after chatting with Mu Yunxi for a while, he went straight to bed. When he woke up, it was already dark. Seeing Shu Chen come out of the bedroom, Xinxingwei quickly instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner. By the time they finished eating, it was already past 8, and Wang Song and Xin Bin had also rushed over. Young Master Chu, can you take us to see your garage? Sure. Shu Chen was non-committal. He had mentioned taking them to his garage yesterday, but it was too late then, so they didn't go. Now that he had time, it was just right to show them around. A few of them followed Chu Chen to the underground garage. Upon arriving, they saw dozens of luxury cars parked neatly, and even top-tier rich second-generation kids like Wang Tsong couldn't help but exclaim in awe. "Brother Chu, you could hold a large car exhibition with all these cars in your garage." Even Qin Bin, who bought luxury cars as easily as drinking water, couldn't help but express his envy at that moment. "Wow! This is so cool! The Koenigsegg one, it's so handsome! Young Master Chu, haha, can I borrow your car for a couple of days to have some fun?" Bai Fong was in much better spirits today. After all, he had made so much money just last night, and he now completely believed that Chu Chen could help him recover. "Sure, no problem. You can take any car here except for the Koenigsegg one and the Lamborghini Veneno. Feel free to drive any of the others." Chu Chen smiled slightly, his lips curling up. "Ha! Young Master Chu, you." As a top-tier rich second generation, Bai Fong had driven all types of cars except for the Koenigsegg one and the Veneno. Chu Chen's response had completely shut down his thoughts. "Ha, just joking. If young Master Bai likes it, we can play with it for a couple of days." Chu Chen laughed and said, "It's just a car." He wasn't that stingy. At 10:30 p.m., inside Villa No. 9 of the Tan Palace, Chu Chen began issuing orders again. The first stock, SBFM, buy-in price 26 million gold per share, buy directly 3 million lots. 100 shares make 1 lot, so 3 million lots is a total of 3 billion shares. At 26 million gold per share, 3 billion shares amount to 78 billion gold. Young Master Chu, are we really buying this much of the first stock? Bai Fong was still a bit flustered. Although there were still over a billion gold in the account, Chu Chen had just spent nearly 700 million gold on one stock. "Don't panic, just watch. The momentum of this stock is off. I feel it will skyrocket," Chu Chen said calmly, his eyes fixed on the screen. In fact, he had already seen the stock's trend for tonight. It was beyond description. It was incredibly strong, like it had taken a stimulant. Since Chu Chen said so, Bai Fong fell silent. He might not believe others, but he couldn't doubt Chu Chen. He was counting on Chu Chen to help him recover his losses. "Don't worry, young Master Bai, once this wave is over, you'll be back on your feet." As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the stock price on the computer screen began to rise sharply. "What the hell? What's going on? Why is it rising so fast?" Wang Tsong and the others were all dumbfounded. They had just bought in at 26 million gold per share, and after a surge, the stock price shot up to 3 million gold per share. They were holding 3 billion shares. Even if they sold now, they would net 74 million gold per share, which means they could make over 220 million gold. "Young Master Chu, should we sell now?" Xia Feng also asked excitedly. "Don't rush, this is just the beginning. Let's wait a bit." Chu Chen was naturally not in a hurry. He had already seen the stocks increase over the next half hour on the system panel. It was as high as 200%. This is where the U.S. stock market is more attractive than the domestic A-share market. There are no limits on price increases or decreases, and the trading model is T+0, so with his ability to foresee future stock price trends, he could definitely make a fortune. Sure enough, the stock price kept climbing, and within half an hour, it had soared from the buy-in price of 26 million gold per share to 26 million gold per share. Bai Fong and the others were all stunned. "Damn! This stock is too amazing. The increase has already reached 176%. Damn, we're really making a killing. I just want to say, young Master Chu is awesome." Chu Chen stood by, chuckling. Calm down, don't get too excited." While saying this, Chu Chen calmly directed, "Set to sell all at 70 million gold per share." "Yes, young Master Chu." Xia Feng didn't dare hesitate and quickly set the selling price. The stock price was rising rapidly. Just as Xia Feng set the selling price, it had already surged to 52 million gold per share. At this rate, it would reach the set selling price in no more than 5 minutes. Wang Tsong and the others were glued to the screen, not daring to breathe. At such a critical moment, they couldn't afford any mistakes. Although the stock price was on an upward trend, it would also fluctuate. Just when the stock price broke through 5 million gold per share, it suddenly dropped sharply, scaring Wang Tsong and the others. "Don't drop. Rise. We're almost there. Damn. This is too thrilling. I feel like my heart can't take it. Xu Xiao, it really has to be you. You're way too calm." Wang Tsong and the others watched the stock price fluctuate, their hearts in their throats. If it weren't for Chu Chen overseeing the situation, they probably would have liquidated their positions long ago. A casual fluctuation could mean hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. Who could handle that? Don't panic, everything is under control, Chu-Chen said with a slight smile, his lips curling up. He was naturally unperturbed. He had compared every fluctuation of the stock price on the system panel, and he could say it was spot on. Just as Chu-Chen finished speaking, the stock price quickly rebounded, shooting straight up to the previously set sell price. After all, this was the U.S. stock market, and the trading volume was astonishing. Although there were 300 million shares, it took less than 20 seconds to clear them all. Watching the transaction complete, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Awesome! Bai Fong had been extremely tense just moments ago, and now he could finally relax. Quick, let's see how much we made on this trade. Wang Song and the others were also eager. After all, they held 300 million shares. The increase was close to 200%, and they had made a killing on this trade. After taxes and fees, we made $13 billion on this trade. Xiaofeng pulled up the account interface, equally excited. $13 billion? Damn, that's over 80 billion in Chinese currency? As expected of Chu Xiao, the speed of making money is faster than printing it. Following Chu Xiao to eat meat and drink soup is truly enjoyable. Wang Song and the others couldn't help but gather around Chu Chen, showering him with praise. Although Chu Chen would take half of the profits, they still stood to gain a lot. Mainly, the money came in too easily. Even robbing a bank wouldn't be this fast, right? A single trade netting $13 billion. That definitely counts as a hefty cut from the Americans. The account balance soared from $18 billion to $31 billion. Of course, in the eyes of Wang Song and the others, the undefeated Chu Chen was now a bona fide stock god. It was still early, and Chu Chen continued to operate on 7 more stocks. Although the increases weren't as large as the first stock, they averaged over 30%. This left everyone present dumbfounded. At 5:30 in the morning, after clearing the last stock, the account balance reached a staggering $60 billion. Wang Song and the others were all smiles. Having made so much money, their excitement was palpable. The principal was only $10 billion, and in just 2 days, they had made a whopping $50 billion in the U.S. stock market. Even though their commission wasn't high, they still walked away with a fortune. Wang Song and Xin Bin each could take home $5 billion, while Bai Fong would get $7.5 billion. After accounting for the $2 billion on the company account, he had still made $5.5 billion from following Chu Chen in trading stocks. Chu Chen made the most, a staggering $32.5 billion. Converted to Chinese currency, that was over 200 billion. Now that we have too much capital, starting tomorrow, we'll begin with a $10 billion principal, and then I'll withdraw the money. Once it arrives, I'll transfer it to you. In the stock market, what matters is securing profits. Until the profits are secured, no amount can be considered real earnings. Bai Fong naturally agreed with Chu Chen's statement. After all, he had transferred $500 million from his company's account, and with so much money, it was likely his boss would notice tomorrow. Being able to distribute the profits now was certainly a good thing. He had just calculated that with a profit of $50 billion, he would get $7.5 billion. After putting $500 million back into the company account, he would still have $2.5 billion left. Of course, the 300 million Mi gold from the principal is now his. Wang Song and Xin Bin naturally didn't mind and readily agreed. As for the principal, even if they lost everything later, based on the current profit situation, they wouldn't be facing any losses. Alright, it's settled then. Chu Chen smiled and then looked at Xiaofeng and the others, saying, "You all worked hard tonight, and once this week is over, I'll give each of you a big red envelope." Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng and the others quickly stood up to thank Chu Chen. Speaking of which, they finally understood why someone could offer a sky-high commission of 100,000 for a single night. After all, they had made 5 billion Mi gold in just 2 nights, and 100,000 in commission was nothing compared to that. After a busy night, Chu Chen returned to Villano, ate and went straight to sleep. As for the 30 billion Mi gold he earned over the 2 nights, surprisingly, he wasn't as excited as he had imagined. After all, he really didn't lack money at the moment. Of course, no one would ever complain about having too much money. Chu Chen certainly wouldn't. When he woke up, it was already past 1 in the afternoon the next day. After 2 nights of hard work in the U.S. stock market, he was indeed exhausted. After eating a few bites of lunch, he received a call from Bai Fong. "Young Master Chu, didn't you say you established a Chumen Entertainment media company? I happen to know a producer who has a good IP looking for investment. Do you want to get to know him?" Bai Fong, after all, was the young master of Dai High Music Company and could be considered a semi-big shot in the entertainment industry, so it wasn't surprising that he knew producers. During their previous conversation, Shu Chen had mentioned this matter somewhat casually. Resources shouldn't go to waste. Shu Chen had said it offhandedly, but Bai Fong had taken it to heart. So after he returned, he asked around to see if there were any good IPs needing investment. Coincidentally, there was indeed a producer looking for investors for a good IP. Since Bai Fong had helped Shu Chen recover a large sum, it was only natural for him to help solve a small problem in return. Sure, no problem, I have time this afternoon. Hearing that Bai Fong called for this reason, he readily agreed. After agreeing on a location, Shu Chen took Xinxingwei and drove directly to the location Bai Fong provided. Xing'an Cafe was one of the more upscale cafes in Magic City, far superior to those Starbucks and similar places. After driving for just over half an hour, when Shu Chen arrived, Bai Fong and his producer friend were already there. Seeing Shu Chen approach, Bai Fong and the producer quickly stood up to greet him. Young Master Chu, let me introduce you. This is Yu Bo, a well-known producer in the film and television industry. Mr. Yu, this is young Master Chu I mentioned to you. As long as your IP is good enough, I believe young Master Chu won't disappoint you, huh? Yu Bo couldn't help but size up Chu Chen. To be honest, Bai Fong had told him that Chu Chen was very young, but seeing him in person still shocked him. He looked no more than 20. However, Yu Bo was also a seasoned player and naturally understood that one shouldn't judge a person by their appearance. With Bai Fong treating Chu Chen with such respect, he understood that Chu Chen's identity and status were probably not that simple. Chu Chen smiled slightly at him. Mr. Yu, it's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. After shaking hands, Chu Chen also picked up 3 rewards from beside Yu Bo. Ding, you have picked up 100 million in cash. Ding, you have picked up a Lamborghini Gallardo. Ding, you have picked up a luxury flat in Thompson Riviera. The long-awaited system notification sound, although it was just a daily reward, it's better than nothing. Young Master Chu, this IP I have in hand is quite good. It's adapted from the most popular fantasy novel on Tomato Novel, Godslayer, with over 100 million fans. The novel that Yu Bo mentioned, Shu Chen had read it too, and it was indeed very good, a top-tier presence on Tomato Novel. I've read this book, and it really is popular. I didn't expect it to be adapted into a film and television series. That's great, Shu Chen said, and Yu Bo let out a sigh of relief. Godslayer is indeed a very good IP. I wonder how much investment you still need. Shu Chen got straight to the point, which left Yu Bo a bit stunned. After all, it's adapted from a fantasy genre novel, and the special effects really cost a lot. Yu Bo chuckled and continued, currently, we are still short about 200 million. If young Master Chu was willing to invest, you could take a 50% stake. 200 million, huh? Shu Chen frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. Seeing Shu Chen frown, Yu Bo quickly added, if you think that's too much, it's fine to invest a little less. How about this, I'll invest 500 million, but I have 3 requirements. Hearing Shu Chen say this, Yu Bo was completely stunned. What? Invest 500 million? Yu Bo's face instantly filled with excitement. Forget 3 requirements, even if there were 3 more, they would do their best to meet them. Young Master Chu, please go ahead. Yu Bo finally believed what Bai Fong had said, this person in front of him was indeed wealthy. First, I hope to take 70% of the total investment. That's not too much, right? When Yu Bo heard Shu Chen say this, he was momentarily taken aback but quickly agreed, that's reasonable, not excessive. After all, Shu Chen was directly investing 500 million. They had only spent 10 million to buy the rights, and the total investment was barely 100 million. If Shu Chen really invested 500 million, he would agree to 70%, and even 80% would be fine. Second, I want this money to mainly improve the special effects level. A common issue with domestic fantasy dramas is the poor special effects. I hope to hire a top international special effects team for post-production. If the funds are insufficient, we can add more later. Today, Yu Bo finally witnessed what it meant to be wealthy. Hearing Shu Chen say he wanted to hire a top international special effects team for post-production, he had no objections. After all, if there was that much money, improving the special effects level was a must. Third, I currently have a female artist under my Chumen Entertainment Media Company with great potential, and I hope to reserve a suitable position for her. After hearing Shu Chen's 3 requirements, Yu Bo almost immediately agreed to all of them. The person was investing 500 million in the production, and bringing along a female artist was completely reasonable. Since there are no issues, Mr. Yu, I wish us a pleasant cooperation in advance. Shu Chen smiled slightly at Yu Bo. Yu Bo,
feeling a bit apprehensive, replied, "Young Master Chu, pleasant cooperation. By the way, this is my personal housekeeper, Shin Xingwei. She will be fully responsible for the subsequent signing matters on my behalf." As the president of Chumen Entertainment Media Company, Xu Chen naturally wanted to put her in the spotlight, while he would take on a behind-the-scenes role. There was no need to worry about money. He had been making a killing in the U.S. stock market these past few days. The funds he requested in the early morning would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Yu Bo also left Shin Xingwei's contact information, and after Chu Chen left with Shin Xingwei, Yu Bo finally regained his composure. "By Xiao, this Chu Xiao is really generous." Yu Bo couldn't help but exclaim, suddenly feeling as if he had returned to the days of coal bosses investing in film production 20 years ago. Although Chu Chen had put forward 3 requirements, to be honest, these 3 demands were really not excessive at all. This is just the beginning. 500 million is nothing. For Chu Xiao, it's hardly a big deal. Bai Feng also said sincerely. After witnessing Chu Chen's ability to win every gamble, he was completely convinced. In just 2 nights, he had made 5 billion US dollars in the U.S. stock market. Frankly, in his eyes, 500 million Chinese yuan was really nothing for Chu Chen. Shin Xingwei naturally wouldn't say much. Although investing 500 million was indeed a bit much, she could see that Chu Chen had his own ideas. However, to be honest, Chu Chen hadn't thought much about it. If he had any thoughts, it might just be that he wanted to throw money into making a big production. In recent years, it had indeed become popular to adapt fantasy and xianxia novels into major IP productions. However, the results had been quite disappointing. They claimed to have spent huge sums to create top-notch special effects teams. But what was the outcome? All were criticized for having cheap effects. Since Chu Chen wanted to enter the entertainment industry, it was certain that he couldn't be stingy with money. 500 million wasn't much. If Chumen Entertainment wanted to become a top entertainment company in the country, there would be plenty of opportunities to invest more in the future. "Xingwei, I'll leave this matter to you," Chu Chen said with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work." "Serving the young master is not hard work," Shin Xingwei replied promptly, understanding the situation. "By the way, notify Mu Yunqi later to pay attention to the novel Zhanshan. The opportunity is given to her, whether she can seize it depends on her." "Okay, young master, I understand." Shin Xingwei nodded, mentally noting the task. Back at the villa, Chu Chen went straight to his bedroom to rest. When he woke up, it was already past 9 in the evening. Tonight, Wang Song and the others had also made excuses not to come over, but Chu Chen didn't mind. After all, their presence was just for show, to cheer him on. After sipping some tea and eating some fresh fruit, Chu Chen drove over to the neighboring villa. With the experience from the previous 2 nights, Xiaofeng was now much more skilled in his operations. Tonight, Chu Chen focused entirely on short-term trades, and within less than an hour of opening, he had successfully traded more than 10 times. Chu Xiao is really amazing. Xiaofeng and the others looked at the trading records, filled with genuine admiration. Each stock was bought at the lowest point and sold at the highest. The key was that, so far, the lowest increase had been over 30%. After another night of hard work, 10 billion US dollars had directly turned into 28 billion US dollars, with a profit of 18 billion US dollars. Looking at the floating profit of 18 billion US dollars, Chu Chen's heart had already become completely unperturbed. He casually took a photo and sent it to their small group, then went back to Villa No. 8 to sleep. When he woke up, the small group was buzzing with conversation. Chu Chen casually flipped through a few pages, all filled with praises for him. It seems the money has arrived," Chu Chen murmured upon seeing a bank account notification. He then said in the small group, "Just woke up, found that over 300 billion has arrived in my account. Send me your card numbers privately, and I'll have Xingwei transfer money to you later." As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the small group fell silent for a moment. 666, Chu Xiao is awesome. Following Chu Xiao, I eat 9 meals a day. Chu Xiao, I want to have your baby. Chu Chen, get lost, get lost. According to the previously agreed division, Chu Chen transferred 500 million Mi gold each to Wang Song and Qin Bin. Bai Feng received 750 million Mi gold, and the remaining 3,250 million Mi gold naturally belonged to him. Over 3 billion Mi gold, converted to Huagua currency, amounts to over 20 billion. With money in hand, he naturally felt confident. Chu Chen directly transferred 2 billion cash to Shin Xingwei. "Xingwei, I just transferred 2 billion to you, check it out." "Okay, young master." When Shin Xingwei heard that Chu Chen had transferred 2 billion to her, she surprisingly didn't feel too shocked. After all, she had witnessed Chu Chen's massive gains in the US stock market over the past 2 days.
Not counting the profits from last night, he had already secured nearly 20 billion. Xin Xingwei suddenly realized that 2 billion now felt like a small amount to her. Although this money wasn't hers, she certainly had the right to manage it. Find a time to sign the contract with General Yu. Since we promised them, we should also put their minds at ease. Also, since Chumen Entertainment Media has just been established, we can't have just one artist under our name. See if we can sign more potential artists. Of course, if we come across good IP, don't hesitate to spend a little money to buy the rights back. Chu Chen smiled slightly, looking at Xin Xingwei, and said, if the money isn't enough, we'll talk about it then. Got it, young master. Alright, you can go back to your work now. Chu Chen sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and felt quite relaxed. The young master makes money impressively, but he also spends it impressively. Xin Xingwei couldn't help but mutter to herself. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, Chu Chen took the rare opportunity to rest. Sipping tea and reading a novel, he was enjoying himself when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback and answered the call directly. Dawei, what's up? What made you think of calling me today? Wang Wei was from the same village as Chu Chen, a childhood playmate. However, Wang Wei didn't go to college and got married early. He had heard that he was developing in moda with his wife. Chu Chen hadn't been in touch with Wang Wei for several years, mainly because they were both busy. So when he saw Wang Wei's call, he was a bit surprised. Chu Chen, I've gotten into a bit of trouble here in Modu. Sai, I heard from my mom that you're doing quite well now, so I thought. On the phone, Wang Wei spoke hesitantly, sounding a bit embarrassed. Chu Chen frowned. Wang Wei was a straightforward person, and if he wasn't facing some special trouble, he definitely wouldn't call him. Dawei, just tell me what's going on. What kind of relationship do we have? It's like this morning my wife's water broke, so I drove her to the hospital, but on the way, a rich second-generation kid in a Porsche cut me off. At that moment, I didn't think much and yelled at him a couple of times, and now that rich kid is blocking the hospital entrance with people. After hearing what Wang Wei said, Chu Chen was immediately furious. Is this for real? Which hospital are you at? Is your wife okay? Don't panic, I'm coming over. I want to see why that rich second-generation kid is acting so arrogant. My wife is fine, she has already given birth to a daughter. Chu Chen, I didn't want to trouble you, but they are still in the hospital, and I'm worried about what will happen if something goes wrong with them. Dawei, don't say that, you're being too polite. Send me your location, and I'll head over right away. Not to mention anything else, Wang Wei had grown up with him, and now that he was being bullied in Modu, Chu Chen naturally had to step in. Moreover, it was clear that the rich second-generation kid in the Porsche was being unreasonable. I want to see what kind of person a rich second-generation driving a Porsche really is. Chu Chen directly drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards the M-City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. At the entrance of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, a Porsche Panamera was parked. Inside the car sat two young men wearing sunglasses, looking quite arrogant. Country bumpkins are really full of themselves. I'll just block him here today. If he dares to come out, I'll beat him up first. The young man driving looked to be in his mid-20s, with dyed blonde hair, exuding a rebellious vibe. Up until now, they had no idea they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. It took Chu Chen just over 30 minutes to drive over. Originally, the Porsche Panamera parked at the hospital entrance would attract some attention from passers-by. However, when Chu Chen drove up in his Lamborghini Veneno, all eyes were on the Veneno. After all, it was a Lamborghini. Even if not everyone could recognize it as a Lamborghini Veneno worth over 100 million, they all understood that such a flashy supercar was definitely valuable. As Chu Chen approached, he saw the Porsche Panamera parked at the hospital entrance and without a word, he drove straight into it. The rich second-generation young man in the car hadn't even noticed the Lamborghini Veneno until it suddenly collided with them, startling them instantly. What the hell is going on today? The rich second generation immediately got out of the car, cursing loudly, but when he saw that it was a Lamborghini that had hit him, his arrogance was instantly extinguished. When he realized that this Lamborghini was a Veneno, he was too scared to speak, trembling in fear. Technically, it was Chu Chen who rear-ended his Porsche, so the responsibility lay entirely with him. But one must understand, this was a Lamborghini Veneno. He couldn't afford to provoke someone driving a Lamborghini, let alone a Veneno. Generally, anyone with money could buy a regular Lamborghini. But a Lamborghini Veneno? That was not just something you could buy with money. Hey, you! Are you blind while driving? The young man in the passenger seat had no sense of danger and shouted at Chu Chen. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the rich second generation slapped him on the head, trembling as he looked at Chu Chen and said, "I'm sorry, my cousin doesn't know any better. Please don't blame him." Chu Chen remained silent, coldly staring at the two of them.
What? Driving a Porsche makes you feel important, huh? Why didn't you tell me you know who I am? Is it because I'm driving a Lamborghini? You think you can't provoke me? The blonde-haired rich second generation understood the implication of Chu Chen's words immediately. Especially the question, do you know who I am? That was exactly what he had just said to that outsider. What? Just because you drive a Porsche Panamera, you don't know who you are anymore? Chu Chen sneered at him. Why don't you say you're doing better than me? Upon hearing this, he realized that Chu Chen was the person he had sought help from earlier. He no longer dared to act arrogantly. He was self-aware. After all, the other party was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Not to mention, the price of a Lamborghini Veneno is over 100 million, and there are only 14 in the world. Without a powerful background, who could buy such a car? He had no doubt that this Lamborghini Veneno was not something Chu Chen borrowed, because even someone who could borrow such a car was not someone he could provoke. The circle in M City was that small. Although he was just an inconspicuous little rich second generation, he had recently heard a bit about Chu Chen. He heard that a super wealthy and well-connected rich young man had recently appeared in the Magic City, and his rides were either a Koenigsegg 1 or a Lamborghini Veneno, with the least being a Lamborghini Aventador. Moreover, he had a particularly good relationship with Wang Tsong and Qin Bin behind the scenes, and his identity and background were extremely mysterious. Are you Chu Xiao? The rich second generation was so scared that he hesitated for a long time before daring to speak. What? You know me. Chu Chen chuckled, his tone filled with mockery. Chu Xiao, this matter was my fault. You misunderstood me. I just learned that there was a pregnant woman in his car and I deeply reflected on my mistake. I was actually waiting here to apologize to him. I meant no harm. The young rich man was quite quick-witted. Seeing the situation was not right, he hurriedly claimed he came to apologize. Chu Chen understood that he was changing his tune on the spot, but to be fair, his purpose was actually achieved. A little intimidation to this arrogant rich second generation. He surely wouldn't resort to violence over this matter, right? Moreover, this was right at the hospital entrance, under the watchful eyes of many. If it came to blows, the impact would be too great. When my brother comes out, you can apologize in front of him. As for whether he forgives you or not, that's up to him. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Wang Wei also walked out of the hospital. When he saw Chu Chen, he was completely stunned. The change was just too great. The biggest change in a person is the change in temperament. Chu Chen had gotten used to a life of luxury these days, and the people he mingled with were all top-tier rich second generation, so his temperament naturally gravitated closer to Wang Tsong and the others. Of course, what shocked Wang Wei the most was the Lamborghini behind Chu Chen. That was a Lamborghini. He didn't recognize it as a Lamborghini Veneno, but he still had some knowledge about supercars. Such a flashy Lamborghini must start at least in the millions, right? But seeing the Lamborghini had actually collided with a Porsche Panamera, he felt a surge of emotion. Finally, a good brother he had grown up with. Brother Da Wei, how is sister-in-law? Chu Chen kindly stepped forward to greet Wang Wei, partly to say hello and partly to bolster Wang Wei's courage. The rich second generation looked miserable and timidly said to Wang Wei, I'm sorry, it was my fault earlier. I didn't know there was a pregnant woman in the car. I've realized my mistake and came over just to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. I will cover all the expenses for sister-in-law's hospitalization. Hearing the rich second generation say this, Wang Wei, being simple-minded, felt a lot of his anger dissipate. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have been so angry. As for the expenses, forget it, I can afford this little money. Wang Wei didn't want to stir up trouble. Since this rich second generation had apologized to him, he didn't want to pursue it further. When the rich second generation heard that Wang Wei didn't want his money, he was almost in tears. To be honest, he didn't care about spending this little money at all. If Wang Wei didn't want his money, then in his view, it meant he was still angry. If because of this, Chu Xiao were to find trouble with him again. Immediately, he looked at Chu Chen with pleading eyes, then turned to Wang Wei and said, Brother, today this matter was really my fault. If you don't want my money, I'll feel uneasy. Wang Wei was also confused. Why was it that not wanting money was a problem now? Chu Chen understood what the rich second generation was thinking and lightly coughed. Brother Da Wei, he almost harmed sister-in-law earlier, it's only right for him to pay some money. As soon as Chu Chen said this, the rich second generation quickly echoed, yes, I should spend some money, it's only right. Wang Wei was taken aback when he heard Chu Chen say that, especially seeing the eager rich second generation. Then give me 20,000, and I'll give you an account, you can just transfer the money directly to me. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, the rich second generation let out a sigh of relief. After getting the account, he immediately transferred 50,000 yuan to Wang Wei, saying, Big brother, I just transferred 50,000. I thought about it, and my earlier behavior startled sister-in-law,
this money is to buy her some supplements. It must be said that although this rich second generation had been a bit arrogant before, he wasn't completely devoid of humanity. Alright, let's leave it at that, Chu Chen said, and only then did the panicked rich second generation calm down. Since he was here, he naturally wanted to visit Wang Wei's wife. When Chu Chen and Wang Wei walked into the hospital, the rich second generation quickly slinked away. Chu Chen, you're doing really well now. That car of yours is a Lamborghini, right? Such an expensive car. Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim, then looked at Chu Chen sincerely and said, Chu Chen, I really have to thank you for today. If you hadn't come, that rich second generation definitely wouldn't have been so honest. Wang Wei was honest and simple, he wasn't foolish, and he certainly didn't really think that the rich second generation was blocking him at the hospital entrance to apologize. If it weren't for Chu Chen coming to intimidate him, how could he have obediently apologized? I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything. Chu Chen laughed and said to Wang Wei, if you say that, I might just be so ashamed I'd want to find a hole to hide in. Wang Wei chuckled at Chu Chen. Big Wei, congratulations. You're already a father. Seeing Wang Wei's daughter, Chu Chen sincerely congratulated his brother. You need to hurry up too. Get married soon. Me? I'm not in a hurry. I'm just starting to enjoy the colorful world. How can I get married so early? As Chu Chen spoke, he amused Wang Wei's little daughter. To be honest, this little girl had been making a fuss earlier, but as soon as Chu Chen appeared, she quieted down and even giggled at him. Big Wei, you're a little girl and I have a connection. How about you make her your daughter? Is that possible? It must be said that Chu Chen really liked this little girl, mainly because she stopped crying and started laughing as soon as she saw him. Of course, no problem. By the way, brother, I'm just a rough guy with no education. I haven't even named her yet. How about you, as her godfather, give her a name? Ah. Chu Chen hesitated for a moment and softly said, how about Wang Shiqing? A crane soars above the clouds, bringing poetic feelings to the azure sky. Alright, then we'll call her Wang Shiqing. Wang Wei had nothing else to do, and Chu Chen also gained a goddaughter, making it a joyful occasion for everyone. However, since she was now his goddaughter, Chu Chen, as the godfather, couldn't be too stingy. Little Shiqing is really good. Here, this is for you. Chu Chen took out a jade pendant of the Maitreya Buddha from the system space. This was a reward he had picked up at Yongfu Palace before. It was a piece of emerald, quite valuable. However, for Chu Chen, it was just a piece of jade. When Wang Wei saw the emerald guanine jade pendant in Chu Chen's hand, he was momentarily stunned. Brother, what are you doing? This thing is too precious, we can't accept it. I'm not giving it to you, I'm giving it to my goddaughter. Chu Chen chuckled and said, it's just a small trinket, not worth much. Consider it a gift for our meeting. Don't wait until Xiao Shiqing grows up and then blame me for being too stingy as her godfather. Since Chu Chen had said that, Wang Wei no longer hesitated. De Wei, I have things to attend to, so I'll head back first. Let me know when your sister-in-law is discharged, and I'll come by then. Wang Wei personally saw Chu Chen to the hospital entrance. Watching Chu Chen drive away in the Lamborghini, he couldn't help but sigh, looks like I really need to go to college. Only by going to college can one have a future. Wang Wei didn't know what had happened to Chu Chen, but it was a good thing that he could think this way. Chu Chen didn't have much going on. He mainly felt a bit awkward staying in the hospital room, not very comfortable. Once he left the hospital, he couldn't help but think of that girl, Li Zihui. Mainly because he hadn't seen her in the past couple of days, and as a passionate young man who had just tasted the forbidden fruit of life, it was impossible not to miss her. Just in time, passing by the Ninth People's Hospital in Magic City, Chu Chen directly called Li Zihui. Li Zihui's mother had been recovering quite well recently, looking much better than before the surgery. Besides Li Zihui, her cousin Zhou Biting had also been taking care of her. However, if we were to talk about it, it was definitely Li Zihui, the daughter, who was the most considerate in her care. At that moment, Li Zihui was sitting in a chair reading when her phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was a call from Chu Chen, she was momentarily stunned, then quickly answered. Are you at the hospital? Can you come out? I can. Li Zihui glanced at her cousin Zhou Biting and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll be at the hospital entrance in about 10 minutes, waiting for you. After hanging up, Li Zihui stood up and walked over to her mother. Mom, a friend is looking for me about something. I'm stepping out for a bit. If there's anything, just tell Biting. After saying that, Li Zihui turned to Zhou Biting and said, Biting, I'm going out for a bit, please take care of my mom. Zhou Biting had guessed from Li Zihui's expression when she answered the phone that it was Chu Chen coming to pick her up. Immediately, she stood up and smiled at Li Zihui. Sister, don't worry. As she spoke, she walked over to Li Zihui and leaned in to whisper, Sister, is it brother-in-law who's coming?
Li Zihui couldn't help but roll her eyes at Zhou biting. Don't say that, we're just friends.
Yet, as she said this, Li Zihui thought to herself, in his heart, I probably am not even a friend. Speaking of which, Li Zihui felt quite insecure.
Especially in front of Chu Chen, she became even more self-conscious.
After leaving the inpatient department, just as they reached the hospital entrance, Chu Chen had just driven over. When Li Zihui saw the Lamborghini Poison approaching, she couldn't help but take another look at the front of the car.
Sitting in the passenger seat, the atmosphere was noticeably awkward.
Xu Xiao, I saw the front of your car. I had a minor bump earlier, just a small issue, nothing serious. Xu Chen chuckled, how has your mom been these past couple of days? Much better, the doctor said to observe for another week, and if all is well, she can be discharged.
That's good to hear. If you come out, is there someone to take care of her?
My cousin is here. Li Zihui bit her lip and said softly, looking down.
Looking at your complexion, you haven't been resting well lately, have you?
Chu Chen gently placed his hand on Li Zihui's chin, and she couldn't help but lift her head. The look of vulnerability on her face indeed made Chu Chen feel a surge of compassion.
Take a break for yourself tonight, come over to my place and rest well.
Chu Chen originally wanted to do some indescribable things with Li Zihui, but seeing her so exhausted, his little thoughts vanished completely.
Young Master Chu,
Hearing Chu Chen say to come over to his place, Li Zihui was momentarily stunned, wanting to say something but hesitating.
Be good, listen to me. If Auntie gets better and you fall ill again, are you going to let Auntie take care of you then?
Chu Chen said softly, stepping on the gas and driving Li Zihui towards his villa. Arriving at the villa with Chu Chen, to be honest, Li Zihui was indeed shocked by the luxurious and extravagant place. She knew Chu Chen was wealthy, but she never imagined he would live in the largest villa in the Tangu Palace. Suddenly, Chu Chen brought back a woman from outside, and in no time, everyone in the villa knew about it.
The woman the young master brought back, could she really be the young mistress? She doesn't look like it.
Although she's quite beautiful, she doesn't have that aura.
I think so too,
but she is indeed the first woman the young master brought back, not counting the young lady and her roommate.
I still support Butler Shin as the young mistress. Honestly, don't you think the young master and Butler Shin are the best match? I don't see the point. Who the young master likes isn't something I can decide. I wish the young master liked me too, but is that possible?
Women are so gossipy. Within half a day, the household servants were all privately discussing what the relationship between Li Zihui and Chu Chen really was.
Chu Chen didn't care what others said and directly took Li Zihui to his bedroom. Young Master Chu, don't speak, you need to sleep now.
Chu Chen looked at Li Zihui's fair little face and said, get a good sleep, and we'll talk when you wake up. After saying that, Chu Chen left the bedroom, leaving Li Zihui alone inside. The household servants saw Chu Chen come out of the bedroom alone and were quite curious. But after all, this was Chu Chen's private matter, and even if they were curious, they didn't dare to ask.
Li Zihui was bewildered. Chu Chen actually brought her back to his villa, and the key point was that he did nothing but let her sleep well? To be honest, at first, Li Zihui really couldn't fall asleep. But she had been too tired these days, and since Chu Chen had locked her in the bedroom, she didn't dare to go out. Lying by the bed, she unconsciously fell asleep. Chu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room playing LOL mobile game. At first, he won one game and lost another, stuck at Emerald Eye and couldn't get to Diamond. To be honest, that feeling was really uncomfortable, so angry that Chu Chen directly went to Douyin to watch live streams. However, while scrolling, he saw a streamer who specialized in playing LOL mobile, ranked as the strongest king. The key point was that for a plain gift, you could enjoy the happiness of being carried by 4 kings for 3 games. A plane cost 300 yuan, and you could be carried by 4 king-ranked experts for 3 games. To be honest, this price was a bit expensive for an average person. But for Chu Chen, it was simply too cheap. A plain gift meant 3 games, and without hesitation, Chu Chen directly gifted the streamer 10 planes. 10 planes meant 30 games. To be honest, being carried by 4 king-ranked experts felt completely different. No matter what position Chu Chen played, it didn't matter how bad he was, with 4 king-ranked experts on his team, to put it bluntly, even a dog could win today. Each game averaged about 10 minutes, and after more than 3 hours, Chu Chen won a total of 20 games in a row. The key is that these 4 kingpins are very understanding, always giving way in terms of position, resources, and kills. Their goal is simple, to make their benefactor, Chu Chen, have a good time. I'm tired. I'm not playing anymore today. Let's continue tomorrow when I have time. After saying this, Chu Chen directly exited the game. Back in the Douyin live stream room, Chu Chen immediately sent the host 10 carnivals. Each carnival is worth 3,000, equivalent to the value of 10 planes. 10 carnivals amount to 30,000. Let's book 10 days of companionship. As soon as the 10 carnivals were sent, all the fans in the live stream room flooded the screen with 666. The host was also stunned, taking more than 10 seconds to recover before standing up to thank Chu Chen. Thank you, young Master Chu, for the 10 carnivals. Chu Chen didn't linger in the live stream room and casually swiped away. It was still early, and he had nothing much to do. After playing over 20 games in one go, he came to Douyin to watch some live streams and relax. Chu Chen's Douyin username is Young Master Chu. These days, when he's bored, he scrolls through Douyin to watch live streams. Of course, he doesn't just take without giving. When he sees interesting hosts, he generously tips them. At first, he didn't spend much, but as he played, he ended up spending nearly 200,000 Huagua coins. Currently, his account level is 42, and he needs another 30,000 to reach level 43. Douyin started live streaming relatively late, and the number of big shots isn't as high as on other domestic platforms. However, Douyin has a large traffic volume, many hosts, and most importantly, its local live streaming is very strong. So many big shots are active in Douyin live rooms now. In Douyin live streaming, generally speaking, it's quite easy to level up in the first 20 levels. Spending reaches 3,800 sound waves, which is 380 Huagua coins, to level up to 20. But the higher you go, the harder it gets to level up. To reach level 30, you need to spend 60,000 sound waves, which is 6,000 Huagua coins. With 900 million Douyin users and a daily active user count reaching 700 million, there are naturally quite a few big shots. However, to be considered a big shot on Douyin, you must at least have an account level of 40 or above. To reach level 40, you need to spend at least 890,000 sound waves, which means at least 89,000 Huagua coins. Chu Chen's current account level is 42, but he has already spent 1.7 million sound waves, which is 170,000 Huagua coins. However, it's worth mentioning that Chu Chen directly recharged 1 million Huagua coins. If he spends all the sound waves in his account, 10 million sound waves would just be enough to raise his account to level 49. Although the wealthy big shots on Douyin are not as many as on other live streaming platforms, there are still quite a few overall. However, the highest account level on Douyin is 60, which requires spending 200 million sound waves to achieve. 200 million sound waves equate to 20 million Huagua coins. For an average wealthy person, spending tens of thousands or even over 100,000 in a year on Douyin live streams is understandable. But to recharge over 10 million or even more, to be honest, 90% are likely to be shills for the live streaming companies. Of course, there are real big shots. After all, 20 million is a lot for an ordinary person, but for top-tier rich second-generation individuals like Wang Tsong and Qin Bin, it's really nothing. Chu Chen is also just starting to play live streaming, and his tips are all random. If he finds someone pleasing to the eye or interesting, he casually tips a few small gifts. It's not much, it's just a way to pass the time and alleviate boredom. Yeah. As Chu Chen casually flipped through a few live rooms, just as he was about to leave, he accidentally discovered that his sister, Chuyu, was live streaming with her roommate. What's going on? Since it was his sister, Chuyu, Chu Chen decided to stay in the live room. We are students from Magic City University and don't often do live streams. We're not doing this live stream to make money. Our school has a charity fundraising event recently, and after much thought, our dormitory decided to use this month to raise some money through live streaming to support education in the western regions of our country. That's right, we promise that all the money earned from this month's live streams will be donated entirely to our school's charity foundation. After staying in the live stream room for a few minutes, Chu Chen figured out the situation. To be honest, he didn't oppose Chuyu doing live streams, but he wouldn't really support it either. First of all, Chuyu is still a college student and should focus on her studies. In fact, their financial situation has improved, and they are not short on money at all. If Chuyu needs money, he can give her as much as she wants. However, if the live stream is for charity fundraising, then Chu Chen is very supportive. It must be said that Chuyu's looks attracted a lot of people. Of course, most of them are students from Magic City University. There are now over 2,000 people in the live stream room, and the bullet comments are flooding in with messages like "I like you, Goddess Chuyu." Since it's a live stream, there's naturally no shortage of connecting for PK battles. To be honest, even though Chuyu and her friends are just starting out, for various reasons, the live stream room is trending. After all, with over 2,000 people in the live stream, those who can connect for PK battles are certainly not small streamers. Wow! They actually connected with a Ning? Oh my! Douyin is stirring things up. How did they connect with a Ning? Oh no, this PK is probably going to lose. The opponent isn't Ning. No way? Really connected with a Ning? In Chuyu's live stream room, the bullet comments are crazily flooding in, saying the opponent isn't Ning. To be honest, Chiyu really doesn't know who Ning is, and of course, Chuchen isn't very clear about who Ning is either. However, when Chuchen saw Ning, he had a bit of an impression. Isn't that the girlfriend of Tsong-gu from before? No wonder, Chuchen murmured, while the big shots in Ning's live stream room had already started sending him carnival gifts. In contrast, there are also quite a few people sending gifts in Chuyu's room, but they definitely can't compare to those big shots in Ning's livestream. After all, most of the people willing to send gifts in Chuyu's livestream are students from Magic City University. How could they possibly compete with those social big shots in Ning's livestream? The PK in Douyin livestreams lasts 5 minutes, and Ning also found it strange why she would connect for a PK with a small streamer who only has over 2,000 fans. But since it was system matched, she just took it as a welfare opportunity. She had already won 31 consecutive PKs today, and connecting with a small streamer like Chuyu was, in her view, a welfare opportunity arranged by Douyin. The big shots on her side were very supportive. As soon as the PK started, they had already sent in 3 carnivals. One carnival is 30,000, so 3 carnivals would be 90,000. In contrast, Chuyu's side, under crowdfunding, only had a little over 2,000, which was hardly enough to watch. The PK progress bar was also being crushed, leaving just a tiny bit. Of course, Chuyu wasn't thinking about winning the PK, she wasn't live streaming to make money. Chuyu was very laid back. When someone sent gifts, she would just thank them. The big shots in Ning's live stream room saw such a huge disparity in strength and also stopped. 3 carnivals are enough. The opponent is just a small streamer with over 2,000 fans. What big shots would send gifts? The streamer on the other side looks really good. No more talking, I'll go follow her first. Why do I feel like the streamer on the other side is prettier than Ning? Oh my! The girl on the other side is actually the campus belle of Magic City University. No wonder she's so beautiful and has such good temperament. Campus belle. No more talking, I'm going to follow her first. Not to mention anything else, Chuyu's collaboration with Ning has indeed brought her a lot of traffic. The number of viewers in Chuyu's livestream jumped from over 2,000 to more than 4,000 in an instant. After all, Ning is currently one of the top 3 streamers on the popularity chart, with over 100,000 viewers watching live. On Chuchen's side, he had just lit a cigarette and hadn't even had the chance to send gifts. Seeing the big shot in Ning's livestream start off by sending 3 carnivals, to be honest, it really stirred up the damned competitive spirit in him. If it were any other small streamer, Chuchen wouldn't have bothered to help them win a PK. But since it's Chuyu, his own sister, it would be unreasonable not to support her. Besides, Chuyu is also raising funds for charity, so sending money as gifts is not a loss. Just because he sent 3 carnivals, he thought he had it in the bag? Chuchen took a puff of his cigarette and casually threw 10 carnivals into the mix. In Chuyu's livestream, the carnival effects instantly started to flood the screen. Chumen Deshao sent Carnival X1, Chumen Deshao sent Carnival X2, Chumen Deshao sent Carnival X3, Chumen Deshao sent Carnival X10. In an instant, 300,000 sound waves crushed the PK bar back down. Everyone in Chuyu's livestream was stunned. Of course, the big shots in Ning's livestream were also left dumbfounded. It was only then that everyone realized that there was actually a level 43 big shot hidden in Chuyu's livestream. Chuchen had been just 30,000 sound waves away from leveling up, and with those 10 carnivals thrown out, he directly leveled up to 43. What the hell? Who is Chumen Deshao? So domineering? 10 carnivals? 666, Big Brother is mighty, Big Brother is awesome. Who says our little streamer has no big brother to protect her? Don't you see who we are? This is the goddess Chuyu. 10 carnivals? What a rich person. Wow, a level 43 big shot. How much money did he spend to get that? The bullet comments in Chuyu's livestream suddenly increased, partly because many fans from Ning's livestream had come over. Secondly, it was also because Chuchen had suddenly sent 10 carnivals. The big shot in Ning's livestream couldn't sit still anymore. What does the other side mean? Want to go head-to-head with me? The one speaking was the number 1 big shot in Ning's livestream, whose online name was Chiha, and he was a level 53 big shot. Don't be fooled by the fact that level 53 is just 10 levels higher than level 43. The higher the level, the more sound waves are required to level up. For level 53, the minimum consumption is 31 million sound waves, which is 1 million Chinese yuan. As for Chuchen at level 43, the minimum consumption is 200,000 Chinese yuan, so the difference is quite significant. Chiha, the number 1 big shot on the other side, is called Chumen Deshao, just leveled up to 43. Chiha, what should we do? Should we teach the other side a lesson? Chiha, this is clearly a provocation. There are still 3 minutes left in the PK, and they obviously want to go head-to-head.
In Ning's livestream, many fans were spamming the bullet comments, setting the tone. What they wanted to see most in a livestream wasn't just a beautiful female host. After all, there are thousands of beautiful hosts, which one isn't worth watching? What they really wanted to see was the scene of these wealthy big shots behind the streamers throwing money around and competing against each other. Shiha's real name is Gao Xiang, a rich second generation from Manhwa province, with a family fortune of at least $1 billion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent over $3 million just to play a livestream. Recently, Shiha has also become Ning's #1 supporter. When Ning started her stream today, he boldly declared in the livestream that he would help Ning achieve a record of 50 consecutive PK wins. To this end, he even directly charged 50 million sound waves, totaling 5 million Chinese yuan. The 31 consecutive wins had already cost over 10 million in sound waves. He originally thought this PK was a welfare match arranged by Douyin's daddy and was planning to save some sound waves. However, Chuchen casually threw out 10 carnivals, instantly stirring his emotions. Interesting, he murmured, and without a second thought, he sent Ning 20 carnivals. In an instant, Ning's PK progress bar surged back. Adding the previous 3 and the gifts from fans in the livestream, Ning's PK sound waves soared to over 700,000. Just as Chi-He had just stopped, Chuchen immediately began sending carnival screens without hesitation. Taking advantage of the downtime, Chuchen had just recharged 200 million sound waves, which was 20 million Chinese yuan. Since he was going to help Chuyu with the PK, how could he not recharge more sound waves? With less than 2 minutes left in the PK, both Chuyu's and Ning's fans were completely stunned. Because Chuchen's carnival screens showed no signs of stopping. Xumen Deshao sent a Carnival X1, Xumen Deshao sent a Carnival X2, Xumen Deshao sent a Carnival X3, Xumen Deshao sent a Carnival X200. Everyone was dumbfounded. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan. 200 carnivals, that's 600,000. And Chuchen had no intention of stopping. The speed of the carnival screens was increasing. By the time Ning's top fan Chi-He reacted, it was already too late. In both live streams, almost everyone was stunned. Especially those big brothers in Ning's livestream. They never expected that a small streamer with just over 2,000 followers could have such a wealthy supporter. Sending carnivals like little hearts? Xumen Deshao? Where did this rich big brother come from? With less than 30 seconds left in the PK, even if Ning's top fans all sent carnivals, they couldn't catch up. As the PK entered the countdown phase, the big brothers on Ning's side all gave up. As for Chuchen, he still hadn't stopped sending gifts. Xumen Deshao sent a Carnival X456. In Chuyu's livestream, the number of viewers skyrocketed. Chuchen sent out 500 carnivals in one go before stopping. Wow! This is a real big brother. He sent 500 huazi in one breath? 1,500,000 just to reward the streamer? What kind of family conditions does he have? So extravagant? I've never seen such a wealthy big brother playing like this. I'm shocked. This big brother is worth getting to know. He really sends gifts when he has money. Just now, the big brother just leveled up to 43, and now he's already at level 51? He leveled up 9 levels in one PK? Shuyu and the others were also shocked, but despite their astonishment, at first, Shuyu wasn't sure if Xumen Deshao was Chuchen, but now she was 80% sure this was her brother Chuchen. First, Xumen Deshao, she remembered her brother mentioning he had started an entertainment media company called Xumen. Second, Xumen Deshao, indicating his surname was Chu, and if he really didn't know her, would he silently send her so much money? Chuyu directly messaged Chuchen. Bro, is that Xumen Deshao in the live stream you? How did you know it was me? Bro, I'm not stupid, a stranger wouldn't just give me so much money for no reason. That's true, haha, it really is my brother. Chuyu looked at her roommate and said somewhat helplessly, and then the entire live stream's bullet screen exploded. WTF? The big brother sending gifts to the streamer is your brother? Wow, I should have thought of that. Our goddess Chuyu is a rich beauty. Her brother drives a Lamborghini. Not just that, there's also a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, just a few days ago, something happened that left the students of Magic City University with a deep impression of Chuyu's brother. And Ning, on the other hand, was a bit unhappy about losing the PK, mainly because her 31 consecutive wins had been broken, and she lost to a small streamer with only a little over 2,000 fans. However, she didn't blame her top supporter Chi-He, but it was a bit embarrassing for Chi-He. This PK is my fault, I underestimated the opponent. How about this, and Ning, you challenge that streamer to another PK, and I'll definitely help you win this time. With the winning streak broken, Chi-He no longer thought about helping Ning achieve 50 consecutive PK wins. However, she had to regain her lost face. she felt that the reason for losing the last PK was underestimating the opponent's big brother's abilities. He still had over 38 million audio waves in his account, worth over 3 million Huagua currency. After another PK, he felt he could definitely win. Ha! Another PK against the opponent's big brother? Hearing her top supporter say this, and Ning, who was initially a bit unhappy, instantly brightened up. As a streamer, the outcome of these daily PKs didn't really matter. What she wanted to see most was her own top supporter competing with the big brothers from other streams. After all, the one who benefits in the end is definitely herself. Then should I connect for another round? Although Ning asked, as soon as she finished speaking, she had already connected with Chuyu for another PK. Chuyu had seen someone wanting to connect for a PK with her and, without paying attention, directly agreed. It was only after connecting that she realized it was Ning again. I wasn't satisfied with losing that last round, let's have another PK. And Ning said with a smile. Ha! Chuyu was taken aback for a moment upon hearing Ning's words, how about we skip it? Mainly because, before Chuyu could finish her sentence, and Ning's top supporter Chi-He had already started sending gifts. 10 carnival gifts sent in a row. One carnival gift is worth 30,000 audio waves, so 10 is 300,000 audio waves. The PK progress bar was directly crushing Chuyu's side. Moreover, Chi-He was not careless, every second he sent a carnival gift, and although his speed wasn't as fast as Chu Chen's, it still shocked many fans in the livestream. Ha! As soon as Chu Chen returned to Chuyu's livestream, he saw Ning had connected for a PK with Chuyu again, and they had already sent over 100 carnival gifts. The PK audio waves had reached over 3 million. So this is a hard fight. Chu Chen chuckled softly to himself. There were still over 3 minutes left in the PK, enough time for him to catch up. Thinking this, Chu Chen also started sending carnival gifts. Young Master Chu Men sent a Carnival X1. Young Master Chu Men sent a Carnival X2. Young Master Chu Men sent a Carnival X268. Young Master Chu started the carnival screen flood again, and the speed of sending gifts was incredibly fast. 5 carnivals per second. It left everyone dumbfounded. Wow! Our young Master Chu Men is amazing. He turned the carnival into little hearts? Amazing! Amazing! All I can think of now is how amazing this is. The other side must be dumbfounded, right? The other side clearly looks intimidated. They really are intimidated, although the opponent's top supporter is also very strong. Facing our young Master Chu Men, they clearly lack confidence. Chu Chen didn't pay attention to what the bullet comments were saying. After all, supporting his little sister to win the PK was the main thing. Besides, with hundreds of millions at stake, he didn't care at all. The number of viewers in Chuyu's livestream also began to surge dramatically. Aside from the fans in Ning's livestream, it was mainly Douyin's algorithm that brought traffic to Chuyu's stream. Many new fans entered the livestream and were stunned when they saw the carnival effects scrolling across the screen. I'm new here, what's going on? Can someone explain? Wow! The carnival effects are causing lag, this is ridiculous. Did they just send 1,000 carnivals? What the heck is going on? Is that Ning on the other side? Wang Tsong's ex-girlfriend? She's basically been turned into a background character, right? With 30 seconds left in the PK, and Ning's top supporter gave up. I concede, I really can't compete with the guy on the other side. Damn! Where did this Chu Men young master come from? Is he really that impressive? 1,000 carnivals sent, and he shows no sign of stopping. That's 3 million already. Is he just throwing money around? If the principal were here, maybe there would be a chance to win against him. When the bullet comments mentioned Wang Song, he happened to enter in Ning's livestream. Although she was his ex-girlfriend, it was well known that Wang Song maintained a good relationship with his exes even after breaking up. The reason Ning had been so popular on Douyin recently was mainly because Wang Song had been supporting her for the past few days. Ha! Getting crushed this badly? Let me see who the opponent is. Damn! The moment Wang Song saw Chuyu, he understood why Ning was losing so badly. He didn't even need to look to know who the top supporter on the other side was. There was no way to win this PK. On Chu Chen's side, the carnival effects were being sent at a rate of 5 per second, and even in the last 30 seconds, he sent about 150 to 60 more. Even with Wang Song on Ning's side, this PK was a lost cause. However, the bullet comments in the livestream started to cheer for Wang Song to help Ning win a round. Even Ning's previous top supporter was sending comments hoping Wang Song could help win a PK. After all, being crushed for 2 rounds in a row was a feeling that was hard to bear. Forget it, we can't win, let's not play anymore. Wang Song directly admitted defeat, and he wasn't joking, he really couldn't win. The top supporter on the other side is my brother, way richer than me, how can we compete? Wang Song sent a bullet comment to explain, the streamer on the other side is his little sister, so don't get carried away. By the way, you can go over and follow her. I won't say more, I'm going to say hi. Instead of helping Ning with the PK, Wang Song followed the PK link and entered Chuyu's livestream. Everyone in Ning's livestream was stunned by what Wang Song said. The bullet comments were all flooding in with symbols like, and so on. However, now they finally understood who the Chu-men young master was. No wonder. The top supporter on the other side is a top-tier rich second generation. The principal just said that Chu-men young master is richer than him? Damn, that's impressive. I won't say more, I'm going to follow her too. Does that mean the streamer on the other side is actually a rich second generation? A white, rich beauty? The streamer on the other side seems to be the campus belle of Magic City University, and it looks like all the income from this livestream will be donated to the charity foundation of Magic City University. At first, I thought it was just hype, but now I realize my perspective was too narrow. I have to say, even though Wang Song only said a couple of simple sentences, he instantly drew away many viewers from Ning's livestream. And Ning felt a bit like crying, but she was a very smart woman. Seeing what Wang Song said, she naturally understood that the little streamer on the other side was indeed not someone she could provoke. In Chuyu's live broadcast room, as soon as Wang Song entered, he immediately started sending out carnivals. Those who often watch live streams naturally know who Wang Song is. Just a moment ago, Chu Chen had sent thousands of carnivals in the live stream, leaving everyone in Chuyu's room utterly shocked. Now, as soon as Wang Song came in, he began to flood the screen with carnivals, sending out 100 in one go. Although it wasn't as many as Chu Chen, one must remember that it was Wang Song sending gifts now. What the hell? What's going on? Is that Wang Song? Isn't he Ning's ex-boyfriend? Why is he here sending gifts? I just came from Ning's livestream, and it won't hurt to tell you guys, the principal said that Chu-men's young master is his brother, and the host is his brother's biological sister. What the hell? So that's how it is. The host sister is definitely a rich beauty. No wonder. I thought, even if someone is rich, they wouldn't send so much money to a stranger host, right? Chuyu saw the screen filled with comments about Wang Song and the principal, and she naturally knew that this big brother who had just sent her 100 carnivals was indeed Wang Song. Thank you, brother Song, for the carnivals. I thank you on behalf of the children in the western region of our country. No need, with your brother here, it's just a small token of appreciation, no need to thank me. Wang Song's words sounded a bit overly humble, didn't they? For a moment, everyone in Chuyu's livestream was stunned. Due to Chu Chen's previous crazy flooding of carnivals and Wang Song's arrival bringing in a wave of momentum, Chuyu's livestream directly topped the charts, with the number of viewers surpassing 100,000. On Chu Chen's side, he helped Chuyu and the others with a few rounds of PK. With Chu Chen around, there was simply no such thing as an unwinnable PK. No matter who the top brother on the opposing host's side was, Chu Chen kept flooding the screen with carnivals. With such play, who could withstand it? In no time, users watching Douyin livestreams during this period all knew about Chuyu's existence. The most exaggerated part was that Chu Chen got so addicted to playing like this that he spent all the 200 million sound waves he had previously recharged. 200 million sound waves equate to 20 million. The account of Chu Men's young master directly leveled up to level 60, maxed out. Get some rest, I'm leaving. Around 10 o'clock at night, Chu Chen also exited the livestream. The U.S. stock market was about to open, and he drove directly to the neighboring Villa No. 9. Xiaofeng and the other two were also in high spirits. Although they had been battling for 3 consecutive nights, they had been resting during the day. The main thing was that they could cut into the flesh of the Americans in the U.S. stock market with Chu Chen. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Are you all ready? As soon as Chu Chen arrived, he looked at Xiaofeng and the others and smiled. We're just waiting for you to give the orders, young Master Chu. Then let's get started. Chu Chen sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then began to direct. In less than half an hour after the U.S. stock market opened, Chu Chen directly cleared out all 28 billion U.S. dollars in his account and purchased 16 U.S. stocks. In the following hours, Chu Chen continued to act like a war god, going crazy in the U.S. stock market. Among these 16 stocks, the highest increase reached 90%, and the lowest was still 30%. By the time the U.S. stock market closed, Chu Chen had also liquidated all the stocks he held. It was another bountiful night. The 16 stocks brought Chu Chen's account balance to a staggering 70 billion U.S. dollars. After deducting the principal of 10 billion U.S. dollars, Chu Chen had made a profit of 60 billion U.S.
over 2 nights. Let's do something big tomorrow night, and then we can rest. This time, Shuchen didn't choose to cash out. Instead, he was preparing for another big move. Based on the profit rate of the past few days, tomorrow night, his $70 billion should at least double. Cutting into the flesh of those Americans, it must be done fiercely to feel satisfying. With an account balance of $70 billion, that translates to over 440 billion Chinese yuan. For 4 consecutive days, Shuchen has made over $10 billion in the US stock market. Although Shuchen's operations have always been very discreet, he was still discovered. In a conference room of a securities exchange on Wall Street, a dozen blonde-haired, blue-eyed Americans gathered together. It's that detestable Eastern rat again. He has been tailing us for 4 days. Why is it that he can see through our every move? I feel like he has installed cameras on us. It's too infuriating. This greedy Eastern rat, I must trap him. Make him spit out all the money he stole. The leaders were gritting their teeth in anger. Their plans over the past few days had not only failed to earn them money due to Shuchen's interference but had even resulted in heavy losses. In the 8th villa of the Tango Palace in the Magic City, Shuchen stretched his lazy body. It had been another busy night, and he had cut a hefty sum from those Americans. What a pity, although there's a week left, the weekend is a break, and there's only 1 trading day left. Although Shuchen was not short of money, he would never complain about having too much. Moreover, he was spending lavishly now, and the cash he had picked up might not be enough. He wanted to build a powerful Chumen group, and there were many places where money was needed. Fortunately, the money earned in the US stock market these days could be supplemented. When he returned to the bedroom, he suddenly remembered that Li Zihui was here. At this hour, he thought Li Zihui would be sound asleep, but as soon as he entered the bedroom, Li Zihui woke up. She had slept all afternoon yesterday and only woke up around 11 at night. Coming out of the bedroom, the household servants had also prepared a late-night snack for her. After all, she was the first woman brought back to the villa by the young master, and they didn't dare to act high and mighty in front of Li Zihui. Li Zihui was actually quite timid. After finishing her late-night snack, she returned to Chu Chen's bedroom. Although she was unsure where Chu Chen had gone, she knew she couldn't wander around. In the dead of night, Li Zihui drowsily fell asleep again. When she woke up again, Chu Chen happened to push the door and enter the bedroom. "You're awake?" "Yeah, I slept too long. You look much better." So, Chu Chen looked at Li Zihui on the bed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he chuckled softly. After all, Chu Chen was a vigorous young man. Although he had been busy in the US stock market all night, it didn't hinder him from expending his excess energy in the tender embrace of his surroundings. He slept until noon. "I'll take you back after we finish eating." "Okay." Li Zihui nodded obediently. Speaking of which, Li Zihui could feel that Chu Chen treated her very well. As Chu Chen's woman, she felt very happy. As for other aspects, Li Zihui had no further demands. After lunch, Chu Chen personally took Li Zihui back to the hospital, and on the way, he also visited Li Zihui's mother in her ward. Unlike the last visit, due to the successful surgery and recent improvements in nutrition, Li Zihui's mother was recovering quite well, and her complexion was much better than before. "Auntie, when you are discharged, I'll have Zihui take you to stay in the Magic City for a while. The conditions here are good. If there's anything you want to eat or drink, just let me know, and I'll arrange it for you." Chu Chen, being the son of a wealthy family, was already well known to Li Zihui's family. As for the relationship between Li Zihui and Chu Chen, they had asked Li Zihui before, but she did not admit to being Chu Chen's girlfriend. However, now it no longer mattered whether Li Zihui admitted it or not. Since yesterday afternoon, Li Zihui had been out with Chu Chen and only just returned. With such a long time spent together, a man and a woman alone, what could they have done? After all, Li Zihui's mother had been through this herself. How could she not understand? To be honest, she wasn't very optimistic about her daughter being with Chu Chen. The disparity in their backgrounds was too great, and they were not a good match. Her daughter could easily be wronged. But on the other hand, Chu Chen had been very polite during his 2 visits to the hospital, so Li Zihui naturally had a good impression of him. Chu Chen didn't stay at the hospital long. He really didn't like the atmosphere of hospital wards. After leaving the hospital, he drove straight back to the villa. After all, he had only gone to bed around 8 o'clock the night before and woke up at noon. He was planning to make a big move in the U.S. stock market that night, so he needed to rest properly. As for the hospital, Li Zihui was pulled aside by her cousin, Zhou Biding. "Sister, you were with your brother-in-law all day yesterday, right?" Zhou Biding whispered, gossiping. No. It's not like that." "Don't say things randomly." Biting Li Zihui bit her lip, unsure of how to explain certain things. "Sister, you can't deny it. Your brother-in-law is really good to you.
That watch he gave you is a Patek Philippe, right? Why aren't you wearing it? Chu Chen had previously given Li Zihue a Patek Philippe watch, and when she found out it was worth 390,000, she put it away. Such an expensive watch, what if it got damaged? That one's too valuable, Li Zihue said, biting her lip. Biting, there are some things I don't know how to say. Sigh, I actually don't know what my relationship with him really is. Please don't spread it around. Joe Biting had more or less guessed some things, and hearing Li Zihue say this, she quickly assured her, sister, don't worry, I won't say anything. But, sister, I think he treats you really well. And he's so handsome and rich, even if he can't marry you in the future, as long as you're his woman, that's enough. Joe Biting said softly. Sister, trust me, if you miss out on him, do you really think you can find another man you like? And can you really guarantee that another man will love you sincerely for a lifetime? Joe Biting was younger than Li Zihue and had a more open mindset, but in fact, what she said wasn't wrong. Chu Chen returned to the villa, first having a cup of tea and smoking a cigarette while casually reading the novels that had been updated yesterday. He then went straight to his bedroom to rest. He slept until after 9 in the evening, had a few bites of dinner, and then headed straight to Villa No. 9. Tonight, let's fight hard again. After tonight, who knows when the next time will be. Chu Chen smiled at the eager Xiaofeng and the others. Does this mean you won't be trading in the U.S. stock market anymore, young Master Chu? One shouldn't be too greedy. I've made over 100 billion in the U.S. stock market this week. That's enough for me to spend for a while. If I keep going, they might start targeting me. Chu Chen said this, but in his heart, he chuckled. After this week, the stock market's card will expire, and it will be hard to kill it like this in the U.S. stock market again. However, one thing Chu Chen didn't say wrong was that he was indeed being watched. In the U.S. at a certain securities exchange on Wall Street. Tonight, we must catch that damn Eastern rat. The bait has been set, we just need to wait for that rat to take the hook. As long as he dares to follow through today, no matter how much money he has, let him come and go without return. They were very confident, and in order to find a way to trap Chu Chen, they were willing to invest heavily this time. In the Magic City, inside Villa No. 9 of the Tan Palace, Chu Chen's expression was somewhat serious. For the first time, the stock market fluctuations in his mind actually showed a change. He had already looked at the stock market fluctuations for tonight, and according to the previous trends, he should at least double his earnings tonight. However, now he found that all the stocks he had marked were plummeting half an hour after the market opened. What the hell? How am I supposed to play this? Chu Chen was stunned. Someone's got their eyes on me. Chu Chen wasn't a fool. He knew there was a pit and still wanted to jump in. 2 minutes later, Chu Chen directly decided to call it a day. The money he had earned definitely couldn't be given back, and aside from the stocks he had marked, the overall trend of other stocks was also unsatisfactory, with low operability. Although he could still make a profit based on the charts in his mind, earning a few $100 million in a night after working hard was meaningless. It was better to take a good rest. Young Master Chu, the market has opened. Here, Xiaofeng reminded Chu Chen that the market had opened. He was ready for one last big kill in the U.S. stock market with Chu Chen, but the next second, Chu Chen chuckled and said, the situation is changed, we're done for tonight, time to rest. Ha! Xiaofeng and the others were also stunned. Just a moment ago, they were talking about making a big move, so why suddenly stop and call it a day? However, although they were puzzled, the money was ultimately Chu Chen's, and if he said he was done and wanted to rest, they naturally had no objections. You all have worked hard these past few days. Chu Chen smiled at Xiaofeng and the others, then said to Xin Xingwei beside him, give each of them $1 million, the extra will be their bonus for these days. No amount of sweet talk could compare to giving money directly. When Xiaofeng and the others heard that Chu Chen was giving them $1 million each, they instantly beamed with joy. They had only worked 4 nights in total. Usually, living and eating in the villa, even though they worked at night, they didn't feel tired at all working alongside a stock market genius like Chu Chen. According to the previously agreed payment, the salary for one night was 100,000, and even with tonight included, they had only worked 5 days. Chu Chen giving them $1 million each meant an extra 500,000 in compensation for each person. Thank you, young Master Chu. Xiaofeng and the others quickly stood up to thank Chu Chen. If I need you in the future, I'll have Xingwei contact you again. Chu Chen chuckled and said, but for the events of these past few days, I hope you won't talk about it when you go back. Although there was nothing wrong with speaking about such matters, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chu Chen reminded Xiaofeng and the others once more. Upon hearing this, the three quickly nodded in agreement. Even if Chu Chen didn't emphasize it, they would never speak carelessly. First, Chu Chen's identity and background were such that they couldn't afford to offend him.
Second, they naturally wanted the opportunity to come back and navigate the U.S. stock market with Chu Chen, reaping profits from the Americans.
$1 million each, 3 people only amounted to $3 million. For Chu Chen, $3 million was a small sum, hardly worth mentioning. He directly instructed Xin Xingwei to withdraw all the money from the account. Xin Xingwei, standing beside him, quickly nodded in agreement.
Half an hour after the market opened, on Wall Street in the U.S., a group of big shots were dumbfounded. Why didn't that damn Eastern rat take the bait? Impossible. Did he see through our plan? Too cunning. That damn Eastern mouse has run away. They were all sharp-minded. They knew that since Chu Chen had not fallen for their tricks today, it would be even more impossible to catch him next time. Of course, what they didn't know was that Chu Chen was very likely not to set foot in the U.S. stock market for a long time. Back in Villa No. 8, Chu Chen lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. It was a bit regrettable, to be honest. After all, he had planned to make a big move tonight, ideally earning another 100 billion in U.S. dollars. But since he had been targeted, and the overall trend of the U.S. stock market was also unsatisfactory, Chu Chen's choice was still the right one. Money can never be earned endlessly, one shouldn't be too greedy. Knowing that something is unachievable yet still trying to do it is definitely not the way to go. Let them know. After finishing a cigarette, Chu Chen said in the small group of 4. I was originally planning to do something big tonight, but the trend in the U.S. stock market isn't good, so I've decided not to play today and call it a day. Besides, I've made quite a bit in the past few days, so I must have been targeted. For now, I'll take a break. The total amount, including principal and profit, is 70 billion U.S. dollars. Once the money arrives tomorrow, I'll transfer it to you. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the small group became lively. Xu Xiao is awesome. Ai Fong replied instantly. In this situation, he had clearly become a loyal fan of Chu Chen. No matter what Chu Chen said or did, he would just say one thing: Xu Xiao is awesome. Wang Song and Xin Bin also quickly expressed that there was no problem. Of course, there was no problem. They had made a huge profit following Chu Chen in the U.S. stock market. Each of them had already received 500 million U.S. dollars. Once this wave of money arrived, in addition to their principal of 200 million U.S. dollars, they would also share 600 million U.S. dollars in profit. It had only been a few days. They had made a profit of 1 billion U.S. dollars following Chu Chen. Saying 1 billion U.S. dollars might not sound like much, but 1 billion U.S. dollars converted to Chinese currency was nearly 7 billion. As for Bai Fong, he had earned even more. A whopping 1,450 million U.S. dollars. Following Chu Chen not only helped him recover his losses but also made him worth over 100 billion. Xu Xiao, the weekend is coming up. Should we go out and relax? How about we go tuna fishing? Tuna fishing? To the South China Sea? Yes. How about it? Just to relax. I have no problem. Alright, then it's settled. We'll go tomorrow night. 2 days of fun should be fine, right? I'm good with that. Xu Chen naturally had no issues and agreed with a smile. He could easily arrange his time, not to mention 2 days of fun, even a week would be no problem. Since he didn't have to fight in the U.S. stock market tonight, it was a rare opportunity for him to rest well. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, sipping tea, smoking, and casually browsing Douyin livestreams. After spending 20 million in Chu Yu's livestream earlier, he had directly leveled this account to 60. A level 60 big shot would definitely make any streamer scream when entering their livestream. Moreover, the account of Chumen Deshao was so eye-catching that everyone knew he was the real deal, especially since it had been personally verified by Wang Song. Chu Chen didn't have a habit of sticking to any particular streamer's livestream. Except for Chu Yu, after all, she was his younger sister. As for other smaller streamers, if he found them pleasant to watch, he would casually drop a carnival support, which was perfectly reasonable. A carnival support was only 3,000 yuan, which was nothing to Chu Chen. However, for those small streamers, it's likely the first time someone has sent them a carnival gift. 10 sound waves for a frog croak? Chu Chen casually scrolled to a local game streamer named XANXIN, a very pretty and soft-looking girl. There weren't many viewers in her livestream, just a dozen or so people watching her. However, when Chu Chen entered her livestream, her top supporter had just sent her a plane worth 3,000 sound waves, and she was currently imitating a frog croaking. According to the rate of 10 sound waves for one croak, 3,000 sound waves would mean she had to croak 300 times, but to be fair, her croaking had quite a rhythm to it.
The moment Chu Chen entered, XIN noticed that a level 60 super rich guy had come into her livestream. Welcome, young Master Chu Men, to the livestream, ribbit with so many level 60 rich guys on Douyin, it's impossible for everyone to know who's who, right? XIN didn't know young Master Chu Men. However, some of the other viewers in the livestream recognized Chu Chen. Wow! XIN, you're going to hit it big. It's young Master Chu Men. This guy is really a super rich guy. Where did all these rich guys come from? There are so many level 60 guys on Douyin, and 99% of them are studio accounts. Of course, there were also people who didn't recognize Chu Chen, and when they saw someone praising him as a super rich guy, they chimed in. This guy can't be. Didn't you watch the live stream the day before yesterday? He leveled up to 60 in just one day. Even the principal said he's richer than anyone else. Is that true? Did the principal tell you that personally? Others just follow the crowd. The internet is a deep place. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Although there were only a dozen people in the livestream, the bullet comments were quite lively. So, 10 sound waves for one croak, right? Chu Chen found the streamer quite interesting and wanted to tease her a bit. Since the rich guy had spoken, XAN quickly replied with a smile, yes, ribbit counts as 20 sound waves, ha, got it. Chu Chen smirked and casually tossed a carnival gift into the stream. The moment XIN saw the carnival effect, she was completely stunned. She was just a new streamer, and the most expensive gift she had received before was only a plane worth 300 yuan. She never imagined receiving a carnival gift. Ah, thank you, young Master Chu Men, for the carnival. Ribbit, one carnival is 30,000 sound waves, which means 3,000 croaks. Chu Chen confirmed with XIN. XIN didn't dare to say otherwise and obediently nodded. Alright, then let's start with 100 of them. Chu Chen sent a bullet comment. When XIN saw that Chu Chen actually said to start with 100, she didn't react at first, but by the time she did, the livestream was already filled with carnival effects. Since sending carnival gifts had the effect of promoting the livestream across the entire platform, in an instant, thousands of casual fans flooded into XIN's livestream. Wow! I thought it was someone else, turns out it's young Master Chu Men. That's fine then. Lucky little streamer, you're really too happy. Just arrived, can someone explain what's going on? Wow! As expected of a man even the principal feels inferior to, this lavish spending is not something an ordinary rich second generation can handle. How many carnivals did he send? Little streamer, what exactly did you do to make young Master Chu Men send you so many carnivals in one go? The bullet comments in the live stream exploded. As more and more casual fans entered, many recognized the ID of young Master Chu Men. Alright, 100 carnivals, one croak is 3,000 sounds, so 100 means 300,000 sounds, croak. I'm watching. Chu Chen directly floated the bullet screen, and now the confused bystanders understood what was going on. Wow! Is young Master Chu this playful? 300,000 sounds, how long will that take? Wow! Even a pervert like me thinks young Master Chu is really perverted. Ah, I can only say that the little streamer must be feeling both pain and joy right now. If it were me, not to mention 300,000 sounds, I wouldn't feel at ease with just a few thousand sounds. 100 carnivals. Young Master Chu just casually gave away 300,000. What's this? Didn't you see the live stream the day before yesterday? One person challenged a whole bunch of big shots on the Ning leaderboard. The principal came in the end, but that person directly went to the leaderboard next to young Master Chu's sister. Speaking of which, XIN was indeed feeling both pain and joy right now. That was 100 carnivals. Even if the platform took half, there would still be 150,000 left. After deducting 20% for taxes, she would still have at least 120,000. She was just a small streamer, and usually earned less than 10,000 a month from streaming. 120,000, she probably wouldn't earn that even in a year? The wealthy brother would definitely be satisfied. Moreover, the 10 sound waves per sound was set by her. If she couldn't keep up, who would play with her in the future? And she also understood that this was her opportunity. Because now the number of people in her livestream had surged to 100,000. She was just a new small streamer, and without such an opportunity, she would probably just treat her streaming career as a hobby for her whole life. But now, with over 100,000 online viewers, she was not inferior to any big streamer. Quack quack, quack quack quack, quack quack quack, quack quack, quack 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 quack, quack quack quack. Hey, you can't do this. Quack a bit more cheerfully, can you do the Lone Brave? Just follow the tune of the Lone Brave and quack for me. Chu Chen floated another bullet screen, and after seeing it, XIN immediately started quacking to the tune of the Lone Brave. For a moment, over 10,000 people in the entire livestream accompanied Chu Chen to supervise the little streamer XIN. It was rare for Chu Chen to stay in a livestream for such a long time, and the little streamer XIN didn't dare to slack off. In fact, ever since she quacked the tune of the Lone Brave, she had an epiphany. For a while, she quacked through many of the trending songs on Douyin, such as Crossing Mountains and Rivers, Mirage, Diving. Don't slack off, I'm going out for a bit. I'll come back to see if you've been lazy. Chu Chen sent a bullet screen and then exited the little streamer XIN's livestream. After scrolling through some Douyin short videos, he finished reading the updated novel for the day, and when he looked at the time, it was already past midnight. Rarely needing to stay up late to battle the US stock market, Chu Chen stretched and went straight back to his bedroom to sleep. As for the little streamer XIN, who he had teased, she indeed didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Although Chu Chen left the livestream and never returned, the number of online viewers dropped from 100,000 to less than 10,000, but there were still 7,000 or 8,000 people monitoring her in the livestream. Some even made statistics for her. On average, she quacked 6 times per second, which meant 360 sounds per minute, and 21,600 sounds per hour. Chu Chen had rewarded 100 carnivals, so she had to quack 300,000 sounds, and even without resting, she would have to quack for 14 consecutive hours. Adding in time for breaks and drinking water, it would take at least 16 hours to finish those 300,000 sounds. To be honest, at first, XIN still felt it was quite easy, but after quacking for an hour, she felt like her throat was starting to smoke. After 3 hours of quacking, she clearly felt she could no longer quack. After quacking all night, she felt like she was in bad shape. The number of people in the livestream was decreasing, but even so, XIN persevered. The host is really pushing it, right? Her voice is hoarse. Maybe you should take a break. Chu Men is clearly just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. I feel sorry for the host. Oh my. Host, you're really pushing it. Chu Men clearly didn't take it seriously. He probably just thought it was fun at the time. On the bullet screen, more and more fans began to feel sorry for her, urging her to end the stream and take a break. XIN was touched to see the comments, but she had already been streaming for almost 10 hours. To be honest, victory was right in front of her, and she really didn't want to give up. Thank you, everyone, I can still do it. Her voice was completely hoarse, and after streaming all night, her energy was clearly running low. However, she was the kind of stubborn person who believed that since she set the rules, she had to see it through, even if it meant crying. In the Tandong villa, Chu Chen woke up from a nap, stretching comfortably. After breakfast, he sat on the sofa in the living room, lit a cigarette, while a beautiful maid served tea and fresh fruit on the coffee table. You have to enjoy life. This is so comfortable. Chu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, then opened Douyin to scroll through some short videos. As soon as he opened Douyin, he saw that XIN was still live streaming. What the hell? Chu Chen was taken aback. She can't have streamed all night, right? Without hesitation, he clicked into XIN's live stream. He casually sent a few question marks. Don't tell me you've been streaming all night? Before XIN could reply, the fans who had been accompanying her in the live stream spoke up for her. Yeah. Her voice is hoarse. She's done 300,000 calls. So intense XIN is really hardworking. Xu Xiao, you should persuade her to take a break. Chu Chen was also stunned. To be honest, he was just joking and never thought she would actually do 300,000 calls, let alone finish and then end the stream. But she really took it seriously. She really is a stubborn little girl. Chu Chen chuckled, directly clicking on the carnival option and casually tipping 100 carnivals. In an instant, the number of people in the live stream began to surge again. What the hell? What's going on? The host has been streaming all night? Chu Men is really generous, but seriously, another 100 carnivals? Are you trying to make the host collapse? What the hell? This is really extravagant. New here, what's going on? XIN was completely dumbfounded. She was about to end the stream, but now, with Chu Chen casually tipping her 100 carnivals, that meant another 300,000 calls. Well, let's consider the previous ones done. You still owe me 300,000 calls, take a break, and when I come back to your livestream, you can give me the calls. To be honest, Chu Chen really admired this girl. Her stubbornness was something many people lacked. Let's leave it at that. If you don't take a break, I might just have the officials ban your account. Chu Chen sent a bullet screen, and only then did XIN, with tears in her eyes, choke out, "Thank you, Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao is amazing. Go take a break, be obedient, okay?" Chu Chen comforted her and watched as XIN ended the livestream before leaving. Although XIN ended the livestream, this incident propelled her straight to the Douyin trending list, gaining countless fans in an instant. Of course, as the instigator, Schumann also made it to the trending list. However, Xu Chen didn't care about that. The money he withdrew from his US stock account had already arrived. Xu Chen did not hesitate and directly asked Shin Xingwei to transfer the money to Wang Tsong and the others. In just a few days, Wang Tsong, Qin Bin, and the others had followed behind Xu Chen and could be said to be completely stuffed. After receiving the money, Wang Tsong and the others hurriedly praised Xu Chen again. "Young Master Chu, let's take a private jet over tonight, we've all brought our girls." "Ah, are you sure this is for fishing? Just for relaxation. What's the point of a few big guys going out to sea?" "Exactly. The weather in the South China Sea is just right, we can take the yacht to the islands over there." Among the small group of four, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin were already looking forward to this trip to the South China Sea. "You all brought girls?" Xu Chen asked again. "Of course. Young Master Chu, you're not going without a girl, are you?" "No way." Bai Fong chimed in the group. "How could that be?" Xu Chen certainly couldn't say that he really didn't know a few girls. He could have brought Li Zihui, but her mother was still in the hospital, and she had to take care of her there. Bringing Chu Yu would be somewhat inappropriate. Bringing Shin Xingwei didn't seem right either. After thinking it over, Xu Chen thought of Mu Yunxi. "Are you free in the next couple of days?" Xu Chen sent a WeChat message to Mu Yunxi. Yes. Young Master Chu, what do you need?" Mu Yunxi almost instantly replied to Xu Chen's message. "Well, we're planning to go to the South China Sea Islands for some relaxation in the next couple of days, would you like to join us?" Although Xu Chen asked in a questioning tone, Mu Yunxi thought that she could not refuse no matter what. Sure. Mu Yunxi didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "Get ready, we have a flight tonight." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Mu Yunxi felt her little heart racing. She had actually been mentally preparing for this in the past few days, mainly from her perspective, as Xu Chen had spent 30 million to help her break the contract with Jige Media, and then lent her this luxury apartment worth over 100 million to live in. If it were just because she was a potential star, it seemed a bit unlikely. There were many newcomers in the entertainment industry with more potential than her. Why did Xu Chen single her out? In the past few days, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but overthink, and after much contemplation, she felt that young Master Chu had taken a liking to her. There was nothing wrong with her thinking this way, but to be honest, Xu Chen really had no other intentions in this regard. He simply wanted to help Mu Yunxi. As for inviting her to the South China Sea Islands for a vacation, it was also because Wang Tsong and the others had brought their girlfriends, and after thinking it over, he could only think of Mu Yunxi. After hanging up with Mu Yunxi, Xu Chen called Shin Xingwei over and gave her a few instructions. "Take care of things at the company, I'll be resting for 2 days. If anything comes up, we'll talk when I get back." "Okay, young master. By the way, I just transferred 50 billion to you. If there are any promising newcomers in the entertainment industry, don't hesitate to spend money, just bring them over. And for IPs, in the current domestic entertainment industry, whoever holds the IP has the strength to become a giant in the industry." Xu Chen wasn't afraid to spend money. After all, it was easy to come by, and he wouldn't feel too pained to spend it. Since Xu Chen wasn't afraid to spend money, Shin Xingwei was even less afraid, as the money wasn't her own anyway. Of course, she wouldn't spend it recklessly. Rest assured, young master. Shin Xingwei was quite capable. In just a few days, she had organized the personnel structure of Chumen Entertainment Media Company. Of course, this was also because Xu Chen had given her enough money. In this place known as the Magic City, talents are as numerous as fish crossing the river. As long as you have money, what kind of talent can't you lure over? Xu Chen lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. In the evening, Xu Chen was driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick up Mu Yunxi from the Thompson Riviera to take her to the airport. Mu Yunxi only knew that Xu Chen said he would take her to the Nanhai Islands for a vacation, so she prepared some clothes and skincare products. At the entrance of Thompson Riviera, Mu Yunxi stood by the roadside with a pink suitcase. When she saw Xu Chen's car approaching, she hurriedly pulled her suitcase over. Xu Chen didn't get out of the car. The driver got out to open the door and helped put Mu Yunxi's suitcase in the trunk. After Mu Yunxi got in the car, she saw Xu Chen sitting upright and quickly greeted him with a smile. "Hello, young Master Chu. Don't be so formal. This time we're just going on a simple vacation at sea, maybe do some fishing or something." Seeing that Mu Yunxi seemed a bit nervous, Xu Chen smiled gently and said, "By the way, Xingwei should have told you that our company invested in the IP Godslayer. I managed to get you a role. Have you looked into the Godslayer IP recently?" Xu Chen directly shifted the topic to this matter. Hearing him say this, Mu Yunxi nodded. "Butler Shen has already told me. I've been reading the original work recently, but I haven't finished it yet. No rush." Xu Chen smiled and said, "The crew is still in the preparation stage. It probably won't officially start filming for another month or two. Just take some time to read more during this period. Okay. When they arrived at the airport, there were special guides to receive Chu Chen and the others. They walked through the VIP passage. Although there was security check, it was handled by dedicated personnel with excellent service attitudes. Is this a private jet? As soon as Mu Yunqi asked this question, she realized she might have said something wrong. It was obviously a private jet. Chu Chen didn't mind and responded with a smile. Once on the plane, Wang Song, Xin Bin, and Bai Feng were already there. Each of them was accompanied by a beautiful woman. As Chu Chen brought Mu Yunqi over, Wang Song and the other two quickly stood up to greet him. Young Master Chu, we've been waiting for you. There was a bit of traffic on the way, so I was a little late. Is that okay? No problem, it doesn't matter, we still have over 20 minutes before takeoff. Although it was a private jet, it wasn't just flying around carelessly. The probability of an accident on a plane is very low, but if something does happen, the survival rate is almost zero. The direct flight from the Magic City to Nanhai International Airport takes about 3 hours. On the plane, the four of them were playing a game of Texas Hold'em, while Mu Yunqi and the other girls were playing mahjong together. By the end of the flight, Chu Chen's side had won against the other three, raking in 5 to 6 million. However, Mu Yunqi's side lost to the other three, losing over 1 million. At first, Mu Yunqi didn't intend to play since she wasn't very good at mahjong. But with 3 hours to kill and one player short, she had no choice but to join in. Chu Chen knew what Mu Yunqi was thinking and leaned over to whisper in her ear, just play casually, if you lose, I'll cover for you. With Chu Chen saying that, Mu Yunqi nodded in agreement. Oh no, we are really terrible. I told you, you really can't play cards with young Master Chu, he wins every time he gambles. Thank goodness we're playing small stakes, if we were playing for bigger amounts, we could lose hundreds of millions. Wang Song and the others were completely convinced. Young brother Chu, we have to take you to Macau sometime. I lost quite a bit there before, you have to help me win it back. Sure, Chu Chen chuckled and said. By the way, Xu Xiao, I see you're trending again. The young master of the Chu family. You're second on Douyin's hot search. TSK, when it comes to playing, it has to be our Xu Xiao. Well, last night I was bored, and while scrolling through a livestream, I found it interesting, so I sent a few gifts. I didn't expect that little girl to be quite persistent, chatting all night. Chu Chen smiled helplessly. The 3-hour flight was neither long nor short. The plane safely landed at Nanhai International Airport, and as soon as they exited the airport, a young man walked over to them. Brother Song, Brother Qin. Yi, my brother, it's so late, and you still came to pick us up, thank you. Wang Song smiled at the newcomer and then introduced him to Chu Chen. Chu, this is Yi Kan, the young master of the Yi family in Nanhai. Yi, this is the Chu Chen I mentioned, Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao, now that you're in Nanhai, we're all friends. If there's anything lacking in hospitality, just let me know. You're too polite, Yi Xiao. Chu Chen looked at Yi Kan, and with a slight smile, he picked up 3 transparent balls. Ding, you picked up 200 million in cash. Ding, you picked up a seaside villa. Ding, you picked up a Pearl cruise ship. Picking up cash and a seaside villa was naturally normal. As for the Pearl cruise ship, after learning about it from the system, he was quite surprised. The Pearl cruise ship, worth 12 billion, is one of the 5 most luxurious cruise ships in the world. While talking, the group also exited the airport. 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were parked at the airport entrance, attracting quite a bit of attention. Xu Xiao, my family is in long-distance trade. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Yi Kan had recently heard Wang Song mention Chu Chen, the newly emerged top rich young man from Magic City, with a very mysterious background. The Yi family is one of the top families in Nanhai, primarily engaged in long-distance trade. Although the Yi family can't compare to Wang Song and Qin Bin's families, they are still among the top wealthy families in the country. Alright, if I need anything, I'll have to trouble Yi Xiao. Chu Chen had been learning about social etiquette recently, knowing what to say to whom, and he understood that well. Although it was already quite late, Yi Kan still arranged for everyone to have a big meal. In Nanhai, seafood was naturally abundant. After dinner, they headed straight to the dock. It would take another 6 hours to sail from Nanhai dock to the Nanhai Islands, and it was just right to go over at night without wasting time. If it were an ordinary yacht, the experience of sleeping inside wouldn't be particularly good. However, Yi Kan's yacht was very large, priced at 300 million, with 6 guest rooms, each about 50 square meters. There was also a living room close to 100 square meters. With such a large yacht, to be honest, it couldn't even be called a yacht, it was practically a small cruise ship. Sailing on the sea, feeling the salty sea breeze, Chu Chen felt quite comfortable. Speaking of which, if it weren't for being bound to the system, he probably would never have had the chance to board such a luxurious yacht for a vacation in his lifetime. By the time they boarded the yacht, it was already past 1 in the morning. Wang Song and a few others took their girlfriends to their rooms to play poker. As for Chu Chen, he felt a bit awkward. If Mu Yunqi were Li Zihue at this time, there would be no need to say much. He would definitely have pulled her to the room to play poker. But she was, after all, Mu Yunqi. It's getting late, young Master Chu, we should. Chu Chen looked at the blushing Mu Yunqi. At this moment, with just the two of them, to be honest, the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. A lonely man and a woman in a room. Although the guest room was quite large, the ambient lighting felt extremely suggestive. Before Chu Chen could finish his sentence, the yacht swayed slightly, and Mu Yunqi lost her balance, falling onto Chu Chen. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, her soft body pressing against him, and he felt a small flame igniting within him. In such a situation, what normal man could resist? After all, Chu Chen was a young man full of vigor. Inhaling the fresh fragrance from Mu Yunqi, he immediately pulled her closer. Young Master Chu, I. Before she could say more, he silenced her with a kiss. As the night sailed on the sea, waves came one after another. In the bedroom, Mu Yunqi felt as if she were floating in the air, the sensation coming in waves. Around 4 in the morning, Chu Chen and Mu Yunqi finally fell asleep. By 9 the next morning, when they woke up, they had already arrived at the South China Sea Islands. This area of the South China Sea Islands is currently only open to Chinese citizens, with crystal clear blue waters and rich biodiversity, making it a great place for leisure and vacation. Chu Chen had previously seen beautiful pictures of the South China Sea Islands online and thought they were just photo tricks, but upon arriving, he was truly captivated by the scenery. Young Master Chu, isn't it nice here? Not just nice, it's absolutely wonderful. Chu Chen smiled and said, it's really beautiful here. On the yacht, Yikan had prepared a lot of things. Besides swimsuits, there were diving equipment as well. Since they were here for vacation, they definitely planned to have a good time. After lunch, Chu Chen and the others directly followed Yikan to go diving. Diving wasn't particularly difficult. Chu Chen picked it up fairly quickly and soon became adept at it. By the end of the day, he truly felt the joy of being wealthy. After all, just that set of professional diving gear cost over 200,000 yuan. Ordinary people really couldn't afford to play like this. As night fell, the group landed on an uninhabited deserted island. Barbecuing and cooking outdoors was quite interesting. Yikan had specially brought 2 barbecue chefs along, so they didn't even have to lift a finger. They could just sit and wait to eat. After a whole day of fun, everyone was tired. After finishing the barbecue, they all returned to the yacht to sleep. Chu Chen held Mu Yunqi, and after a round of passion, they quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, they changed to another sea area. Diving, fishing, barbecuing, they had a great time. In the evening, Chu Chen and the others deliberately took the yacht to a spot suitable for tuna fishing. Previously, Chu Chen had seen many tuna fishing videos online, and now that he was here, he was eager to try it out. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed, but with Yikan guiding him, he quickly got the hang of it. After all, isn't it said that every man loves fishing? Since Chu Chen caught his first tuna, he had already become addicted to the thrill. Young Master Chu, amazing. This should be the 8th one, right? Young Master Chu, I really can't imagine you're a beginner. Your aptitude is truly impressive. Ha, Yi Xiao, you haven't seen young Master Chu's other skills yet. When we went stone gambling together, it was Chu Chen's first time, and he casually opened a glass-type Imperial Green. Also, young Master Chu wins every gamble. You wouldn't believe it, but if you get the chance to play a few rounds with him, you'll see. Qin Bin chuckled and praised Chu Chen. Incredible. Young Master Chu, if you like fishing, feel free to come to Nanhai whenever you have time. As long as I'm free, I'll definitely accompany you to fish. Ha, then it's settled. Chu Chen replied without hesitation. When Yi Xiao goes to Modu, you must let me know so I can treat you well. Fishing for tuna at sea, to be honest, that thrill really gave Chu Chen a sense of excitement. No wonder some say fishing is more enjoyable than anything else. They weren't lying. Since Chu Chen was having such a great time, Wang Song and the others stayed with him. They fished until late at night, and when Chu Chen saw that a few of them were starting to tire, he reluctantly packed up his fishing rod. If I had known fishing for tuna was this enjoyable, I should have come over last night. Chu Chen chuckled. Although it was Chu Chen's first time fishing at sea, his luck was truly remarkable. Wang Song and the others only caught 3 tuna together, while Chu Chen alone managed to reel in over 10. Around 10 in the morning, the yacht had already docked at the Nanhai Pier. The group disembarked, and their flight was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. Young Master Chu, your trip here was too rushed. Not only Chu Chen, but even Yikan felt a bit unsatisfied. Normally, when he went out to sea, it would be for at least a week. It was indeed a bit short, but no worries, I'll come back often when I have time. Chu Chen smiled slightly. Then young Master Chu, we've agreed that next time you come to Nanhai, you must stay a few more days. I'll make proper arrangements. Definitely, definitely. After getting off the yacht, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were waiting for them at the shore. At noon, Yekin arranged a lavish meal at his 5-star hotel. By the time they finished eating, it was almost 2 o'clock, and Yekin personally took Chu Chen and the others to the airport. The private jet landed at Modu Airport around 6, just in time for dinner. Previously, when they went out to play, there were several occasions where Chu Chen picked up the tab. This time, however, he didn't spend a single cent. Even back in Modu, it was Wang Song who paid, and they all gathered again for a big meal. After eating and drinking to their fill, it was already past 9. Wang Song suggested going to a bar for a while, but Chu Chen felt a bit tired. Brother Song, Brother Chin, I won't go. I didn't sleep well last night and plan to go home for a good rest. After all, Chu Chen had been fishing until after 3 in the morning, and he hadn't slept well on the yacht. Alright then, I'll go have some fun with Qin Xiao for a bit. Yeah, my driver has also arrived. After leaving the restaurant, Chu Chen first had the driver take Mu Yunqi home. Since you're not too busy right now, you should take the time to enrich yourself. Mu Yunqi nodded in agreement. Although she was now Chu Chen's woman, she didn't dare to take advantage of his affection. Moreover, Mu Yunqi didn't want to be just a decorative vase by Chu Chen's side. She never thought about marrying into a wealthy family, but at the very least, she wanted to have a place in Chu Chen's heart. There were plenty of young and beautiful women in the entertainment industry. Her looks were indeed decent now, but relying on beauty to keep someone was simply unrealistic. After a few years, when she aged, she didn't believe Chu Chen would still be as infatuated with her looks as he was now. Of course, she also didn't dare to think that Chu Chen would marry her. Good girl, go home. Chu Chen gently kissed Mu Yunqi on the forehead and said softly. After dropping Mu Yunqi off at home, Chu Chen returned to the Tangong villa. As soon as he arrived, the beautiful maids in the house all showed excited expressions. Welcome home, young master. It has been 2 or 3 days since Chu Chen went out, and to say they haven't seen him, they really miss him. Xin Xingwei also promptly reported to Chu Chen about the work done in the past 2 days. The company's office has already started renovations, hiring the best construction team in the Magic City. Of course, although the office won't be ready for at least another month, Xin Xingwei didn't let the newly hired employees sit idle. Since the internal structure of the company has been well established, she assigned them some preliminary tasks they could handle. After all, they were hired with money, so they should work a bit more. Young master, the company has recently signed 10 new contracts and purchased the copyrights for 5 classic IPs. Spending 85 million. Got it, that's not too much money. Chu Chen chuckled. Young master, not every new hire requires a 30 million termination fee. Xin Xingwei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chu Chen. The 10 new signings, the most expensive one only cost over 2 million. This 85 million, over 60 million was spent just on purchasing IP copyrights. You can arrange that as you see fit. Chu Chen smiled. After all, you are the president of Chumen Entertainment Media Company. Chu Chen was determined to be a hands-off manager. Besides, he didn't have the time to deal with these matters. By the way, I'm planning to go back to my hometown in the next couple of days. The Qingming festival is coming up, and I want to go back to pay respects to my ancestors. Chu Chen hadn't returned home since he became wealthy, mainly because it hadn't been long, not even 10 days. Just in time for the Qingming festival, he planned to go back then. There's a saying, a rich man who doesn't return home is like a brocade-clad figure walking at night. When Chu Chen decided to stay in the Magic City to build his career, he thought that if one day he succeeded, the first thing he would do was buy a luxury car to drive back home and show it off. It wasn't about bragging, he mainly wanted to satisfy his parents' vanity. Of course, at that time, Chu Chen had a bit of vanity himself. After all, who wouldn't want their relatives and friends to know they were doing well outside? However, now, Chu Chen's mindset had changed significantly. To be honest, he wasn't very concerned about showing off his wealth anymore. That's just how people are. When they don't have it, they think about when they will have it and must post on social media to show off. But once they truly have everything, the desire to flaunt it diminishes quite a bit. That said, Chu Chen wasn't trying to deliberately act poor. After all, that wouldn't make much sense. Chu Chen looked at Xin Xingwei and smiled. You go withdraw 2 million tomorrow. No, make it 5 million in cash. And also buy some good cigarettes and liquor. There are quite a few people in the village, and all 3 generations are relatives. Now that I have money, it wouldn't be right not to send some cigarettes to the elders. Okay, young master, I'll arrange that. Such small matters were naturally handled by Xin Xingwei. Chu Chen stretched and sat back on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, feeling quite comfortable. Although he had been out for 2 or 3 days, the time was a bit tight, and he was still a little tired. He didn't feel it while playing, but once he returned to the villa and relaxed, the fatigue hit him all at once. The joy of the wealthy lies in the ability to spend money without hesitation while enjoying life. Just like before, when Chu Chen only dared to smoke the 10 yuan per pack Huanghalu, now that he had money, he smoked Huazi. Now that he was in Wang Tsong and their circle, he was smoking Fuchin Mountain Residence. As a special supply for Li Kun, Fuchin Mountain Residence is hard to find on the market. The price of 20,000 per carton is not something an ordinary person can afford. When Wang Tsong and the others came to Chu Chen's house before, they naturally couldn't come empty-handed. They knew that Chu Chen smoked, so each of them brought him 20 packs of Fuchin Mountain Residence. Just the Fuchin Mountain Residence, worth 20,000 a pack, had been hoarded by Chu Chen to 60 packs. To be honest, if it weren't for Wang Tsong and the others giving it to him, Chu Chen might not have had a channel to buy it. Averaging it out, a pack of cigarettes costs 2,000 yuan, and a single cigarette costs 100 yuan. How could an ordinary person afford that? Of course, the tea that Chu Chen drank was even more unaffordable for ordinary people. The top-grade Westlake Longjing costs 100,000 yuan per tael, not to mention ordinary people, even those wealthy small bosses in Magic City can't afford it. The improvement in quality of life is multifaceted, but then again, all of this costs real money. Sitting on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, sipping tea, and having a beautiful maid standing behind him to give him a massage and relaxation. This life is quite enjoyable. Due to going out to play in the past few days, Chu Chen hadn't read novels for several days. Opening Tomato Novel, he found that the diligent little author had updated more than 40 chapters, averaging more than 10 chapters a day. Damn, the relentless writing machine. I love it. Reading novels is supposed to be for fun, and although there are many unreasonable parts and brainless plots, it's still mindlessly enjoyable. Just for your update speed, I recharged 100,000 in cash. Chu Chen rewarded the novel author with 100 Great God certifications and casually commented at the end of the chapter. I have to say, Chu Chen's rewards are the little author's motivation. After finishing the recently updated novel, it was already past 10 at night. Chu Chen was a bit sleepy at first, but after reading the novel, he felt invigorated and not sleepy at all. I haven't played games in a long time. Since he couldn't sleep, he definitely had to find something to do. Before going out to play, Chu Chen had been directly carried by 4 kings, and he had also spent lavishly, rewarding that little streamer with 10 carnivals in one go. At that time, he played 3 games with a plain companion, and this one carnival was 30 games. 10 carnivals meant 300 games. However, at that time, Chu Chen hadn't showered his sister with gifts yet. The little streamer with the king rank thought Chu Chen was a big spender but had no idea he was such a wealthy super spender. After rewarding 10 carnivals, Chu Chen casually mentioned reserving a companion for the next 10 days, but several days had passed, and he hadn't logged into the game even once. However, the 4 king-ranked companions he had before chose to take turns watching for Chu Chen to log in. After several days, since Chu Chen hadn't logged in, they thought he wasn't planning to play this game anymore. However, they didn't give up. Someone was always online, ensuring that as soon as Chu Chen logged into the game, they could provide him with quality companion services. After all, in the Douyin streamer circle, who doesn't know the super wealthy Chu Men? Not only is he rich, but he also spends lavishly. In a gaming studio, a scruffy young man eating instant noodles accidentally glanced at his phone. Damn! Chu Men is online. What? Is that true? Hurry, invite him to the game. Notify the other 3, get online quickly, get online. When the big spender is online, they are naturally quite nervous. Oh, you're all here? Chu Chen was surprised to see that the 4 people who had played games with him last time were all online. Yeah, bro, do you want to play a few games? Come on, let's go, carry me for a few games. With a god to carry him, Chu Chen was naturally happy. Having 4 top-tier kings playing games together is an experience like no other. Moreover, these 4 have a clear goal: to do everything possible to help Chu Chen level up and secure kills. As long as Chu Chen is having fun, their own happiness is irrelevant. Nice play, bro. Your moves are impressive. Bro, you take this kill, you take it. Bro, pentakill, pentakill, pentakill. After several games, the 4 strongest kings transformed into the strongest babysitters in the canyon, ensuring that Chu Chen continuously earned 5 MVPs in a row. Actually, my skills are pretty good. Chu Chen, somewhat carried away, looked at his stats and couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that a given? Of course, bro, with your skill level, you're definitely at the king rank. 666, taking off. The banter made Chu Chen genuinely believe that his gaming skills were indeed top-notch. Alright, let's call it a day. I'm tired and ready to rest. You 4 played well, add me on WeChat, and I'll send you a little red envelope. However, in a moment of clarity, Shu Chen realized something. These little guys really know how to flatter. If he didn't know his own gaming level, he might have thought he was the strongest king. After all, in those games, the 4 kings were doing everything they could to help him secure kills and dominate. With 4 top kings as teammates, honestly, even without him, winning the game wouldn't be that hard, right? Sure thing, bro. You get some rest too. After exiting the game, the 4 who played with Shu Chen each added him on WeChat. Shu Chen was generous, directly transferring 5,000 yuan to each of them. Let's play again tomorrow, I'm off to rest. Transferring 5,000 yuan as a reward to one person means a total of 20,000 yuan for 4. When Shu Chen mentioned sending them red envelopes, they didn't think much of it, as the maximum for a single WeChat red envelope is only 200 yuan. But when they saw Shu Chen actually transferring 5,000 yuan to each of them, they were all stunned. Wow! Chu Xiao just transferred me 5,000. Me too, 5,000. Awesome! Truly a super rich guy. After playing 5 games, Chu Xiao just sent us 20,000? No need to be so surprised. He's Chu Men's young master. The only super rich guy on Douyin who leveled up to 60 in less than a day. 20,000 yuan is nothing to Chu Chen. He usually tips more than that while watching live streams. These 4 stayed up late to play games with him, and just for their service attitude, a 20,000 yuan tip is well deserved. After returning to his bedroom and washing up, Chu Chen went straight to bed. He slept soundly until around 8 the next morning. He had fun these past few days, but he hadn't really rested well. Last night's sleep was truly refreshing. Feeling great, a beautiful day starts now. Chu Chen stretched and murmured softly. After getting dressed and walking from the bedroom to the living room, he had breakfast and then sat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Since coming into money, Chu Chen's life has become increasingly comfortable. Mainly, money comes to him easily, so he doesn't have to worry about not making enough. Plus, he's happy to spend money to improve his quality of life. After all, most of life's pleasures can be satisfied if one is willing to spend. Early in the morning, Xin Xingwei had already taken care of the tasks Chu Chen assigned yesterday. Such matters didn't even require her to handle them personally. The servants in the villa each had their own responsibilities. For example, every morning at 5 o'clock, a servant would go out to purchase daily supplies, and Xin Xingwei could simply assign this task to them. Young master, according to your instructions, I have purchased a total of 300 bottles of Feitian Mutai and 300 cartons of soft cigarettes. 5 million cash has also been withdrawn. Chu Chen didn't specify how much alcohol and cigarettes to buy, but he did mention to buy a bit more. Xin Xingwei didn't think too much about it and directly bought 300 bottles of Feitian Mutai and 300 cartons of soft cigarettes. A bottle of Mutai costs 3,500 yuan, and a carton of soft cigarettes costs 650 yuan, totaling 1.24 million. If it weren't for being in Magic City, it would be hard to buy so much Mutai and soft cigarettes all at once. Young master, if this isn't enough, should I instruct them to buy more? Ha! That's enough. We won't use that much. Our village only has about 100 households. Just load 150 cases onto the car, and keep the rest in stock. Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback by Xin Xingwei's report, but he didn't blame her for spending money recklessly by buying so much alcohol and cigarettes. After all, it was just over 1 million, and that amount of money didn't really matter to Chu Chen. Besides, alcohol and cigarettes are hard currency and consumables. It's fine to stock up a bit more. Okay, young master. Xin Xingwei nodded and silently noted it down in her mind. You can go back to your work now. I'll call you if I need anything. Chu Chen took a sip of tea and lit a cigarette. By the way, also get 20 cartons of Fujian Mountain Residence. Chu Chen's dad smokes, so such good cigarettes should naturally be brought out as a tribute to his father. Got it, I understand. Xin Xingwei turned to get busy, and Chu Chen sent a message to his younger sister. Hey, sis, you have a holiday for Qingming Festival, right? I'm planning to go home. Will you come back with me? Chu Yu had just finished class and saw the message from Chu Chen. She quickly replied, Sure, brother. I was just about to ask if you were coming home for Qingming Festival. Ah, great. I'll send someone to pick you up at the villa tomorrow night, and we'll drive back the day after. Okay, sounds good. Brother, I have to go now. I have another class. Alright, go to class. After confirming with his sister, Chu Chen had nothing else to do. He called up those 4 friends with king rank to play games with him for the rest of the morning. To be honest, playing games alone is quite different from playing with 5 people. Especially since the 4 people playing with him were all high-level experts, and they made sure to give him all the resources they could in every match to please him. It's time to eat, we can play again later. After finishing the last match, Chu Chen told them and directly exited the game. After lunch, Chu Chen took a nap.
When he woke up, Li Zihui sent him a message. Young Master Chu, my mother is being discharged this afternoon. In the inpatient ward of the 9th People's Hospital in Magic City, Li Zihui hesitated for a long time before sending this message to Chu Chen. Mainly because Chu Chen had told her several times before to inform him when her mother was discharged. Although Li Zihui felt that Chu Chen might have just said it casually, now that her mother was being discharged, if she didn't tell Chu Chen, he might blame her for not informing him. After much hesitation, Li Zihui decided it was better to let Chu Chen know. Just after waking up and seeing the message from Li Zihui, Chu Chen quickly replied, "Is she being discharged this afternoon? That's good, the hospital environment can be a bit oppressive. Being discharged will improve her mood and be more beneficial for her recovery. Just right, I have nothing to do this afternoon. You guys wait at the hospital, and I'll come to pick you up for discharge." When Li Zihui saw Chu Chen's reply, to be honest, tears started to well up in her eyes uncontrollably. "Mom, Chu Chen said he would come to pick you up for discharge soon, so let's wait a little longer." Li Zihui's mother had recovered well after the surgery and could now walk. Upon hearing her daughter mention that Chu Chen was coming, she first smiled, but then couldn't help but softly say, "Ah, Chu Chen is quite busy too, why don't we not trouble him?" Although Li Zihui didn't explicitly state her relationship with Chu Chen, her mother, having been through similar experiences, could somewhat see through it. Even though her daughter was excellent, she could tell that her daughter felt quite inferior in front of Chu Chen, who was from a wealthy family. He's already on his way, so let's just wait a bit." Li Zihui hadn't seen Chu Chen for a few days and actually missed him a lot. Seizing this opportunity to see him, she naturally wouldn't say something like, "If you're busy, you don't have to come." At the Tandong Villa, Chu Chen drove 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms to the hospital. After more than half an hour, the 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked downstairs at the inpatient department, attracting the attention of many passers-by. If it were just any luxury car, it wouldn't be a big deal, but 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, with their shiny little golden statues on the hood, were indeed eye-catching. Is that a Rolls-Royce? No wonder it's the Magic City, there are really a lot of rich people. So what if they're rich? When they get sick, they still have to come to the hospital. Sigh, but when rich people see a doctor, they really have no burden. That's true, but fortunately, the country is strong and responsible now. Medical insurance has reimbursed a lot for us ordinary folks. Otherwise, we really couldn't afford to see a doctor. Li Zihui's mother was discharged, and her uncle's family also rushed over. When they walked out of the inpatient department and saw the 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked in front of the building, they were momentarily stunned. Chu Chen got out of the car and, upon seeing Li Zihui's mother, smiled and walked over without hesitation. "Auntie, congratulations on your discharge." As he spoke, the driver beside him handed over a bouquet of flowers. Li Zihui's uncle quickly took the flowers, but his focus was entirely on Chu Chen. "Let's get in the car." The group directly got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Auntie, I told Zihui before that after you are discharged, you should rest more here in the Magic City. I have a lot of houses here, and usually, no one lives in them, so you can stay there and rest well." Hearing Chu Chen say this, Li Zihui's mother frowned slightly. "Well, Chu Chen, I might not go." "Sister, you should just listen to what this kid Chu Chen has arranged." Li Zihui's uncle, fearing to offend Chu Chen, quickly added, "You just had surgery, although you're recovering well, the doctor said you need to rest more. And if anything unexpected happens, being in the Magic City means you have medical support." "Yes, Auntie, what Uncle said makes sense." Chu Chen smiled slightly. "Besides, Auntie, I usually don't stay in that house, so if you live there, it might bring some life to it." Since Chu Chen had said this, if Li Zihui's mother refused again, it would seem a bit disrespectful. All right then. After picking up Li Zihui's family, Chu Chen instructed the driver to head towards Tangchenipin. Li Zihui's mother and the others didn't quite understand what Tangchenipin meant, as they were older, didn't go online much, and weren't locals of the Magic City. But Zhou Baiting knew. When she saw the 4 big characters Tangchenipin, she was completely stunned. "Ah, this community looks quite upscale, huh?" Zhou Baiting's dad said. Although he didn't know how expensive Tangchenipin was, he could tell that it was definitely a high-end community in the Magic City. "Well, the environment here is quite nice, and it's also close to the Bund. We can take a stroll there in the evening when we have nothing to do," Chu Chen replied with a smile, then looked at Li Zihui and the others, saying, "I've already had the house tidied up, so let's head up directly." Li Zihui nodded, looking like a well-behaved little wife. The accompanying driver helped carry the luggage, and Chu Chen walked ahead with Li Zihui, while Zhou Baiting tugged at her dad and mom's clothes, signaling them to slow down. "Dad, this is Tangchenipin, the most upscale residential area in the Magic City. I heard the average price here is 300,000 per square meter,
and a large flat can easily cost tens of millions or even over 100 million, Joe Biden whispered to her dad. Hearing this, Li Zihui's uncle and aunt were completely stunned. Hiss. The two of them couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is it really that expensive? Of course. Those who can afford to buy a house here are all dignitaries and wealthy people in the Magic City. But from what my brother-in-law said, it seems he doesn't think much of this place. Joe Biden mumbled, making her parents feel a bit anxious. It seems Chu Chen is really good to your sister. Of course. I need to have a good talk with my sister and make sure she doesn't lose this brother-in-law. When the Li Zihui family entered the elevator and saw the nearly 800 square meter large flat, they were all shocked. Huge. It was simply too big. Ordinary families have never seen a mansion close to 800 square meters, right? To be honest, even those mansions often seen in TV dramas pale in comparison to Chu Chen's large flat. Is this house too big? Li Zihui's uncle couldn't help but mutter to himself. He remembered Joe Biden saying that the price here was 300,000 per square meter, so such a large mansion would cost 1 or 200 million, right? But then again, if someone doesn't live in a mansion worth 1 or 200 million, what does that mean? It means they have better places to live. Chu Chen, this house is too good. If we live here, we might mess it up. Li Zihui's mother felt a bit anxious now. Such a nice house, to be honest, she didn't dare to live here. Auntie, I have more than a dozen similar houses in this community. You can rest assured to live here. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll arrange it. Chu Chen said casually, but the Li Zihui family was all stunned. More than a dozen such mansions? No one doubted that Chu Chen was lying because there was no need to. Brother-in-law, how come you bought so many houses here? Others didn't speak, but Joe Biden couldn't help but be curious and asked Chu Chen. Moreover, she had just called him brother-in-law. Saying it was unintentional was actually intentional. However, Chu Chen didn't seem displeased. He looked at Joe Biden and smiled slightly, saying, I had some spare money before, so I took it out for asset allocation, and it turned out quite well. Made quite a bit. With what Chu Chen said, the Li Zihui family understood. If an ordinary person had some spare money, they would make some small investments, like saving in a bank or buying some government bonds or funds. Wealthy people, like Chu Chen, would definitely prioritize real estate investments in recent years. Especially in first-tier cities like the Magic City, property prices can easily triple in 5 years. And, I still have some matters to attend to today. After settling Li Zihui's family, Chu Chen didn't linger and left directly. Once Chu Chen was gone, Li Zihui's family finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had indeed felt a bit constrained while he was there. Zihui, that Chu Chen is a good kid, you must hold on to him well. Li Zihui's aunt called her over and reminded her. In her view, if Li Zihui could be with Chu Chen, wouldn't their whole family benefit from it? One person achieves success, and the whole family rises. There's truth in that. Moreover, Chu Chen gave off the impression of being very capable and generous. From the very beginning, he brought gifts worth millions when visiting the hospital, and now he had arranged for Li Zihui's mother to stay in a mansion worth over 100 million. To be honest, if Chu Chen were her son-in-law, she would probably wake up smiling from her dreams. However, after coming down from upstairs, Chu Chen didn't go straight home but headed directly to Mu Yunqi's building. Mu Yunqi was taken aback by Chu Chen's sudden visit, but then she joyfully leaped into his arms. After a passionate encounter, Mu Yunqi hugged Chu Chen, her face gently resting on his chest. What brings you here all of a sudden today? I'm preparing to go back to my hometown for Qingming Festival to pay respects to my ancestors, so I won't be able to see you for a while, Chu Chen said, and Mu Yunqi nodded like a well-behaved kitten. In the evening, Chu Chen took Mu Yunqi out for a romantic Western dinner and then instructed the driver to take her home. As for himself, he returned directly to the Tangong villa. When he got home, Chu Yu was already there. Brother, you're back. Seeing Chu Chen return, Chu Yu hurried over to greet him. Have you eaten? Not yet. I was waiting for you to come back to eat together. Ah, I already ate outside. Chu Chen smiled softly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Just tell the kitchen what you want to eat. I have several chefs here. Chinese or Western cuisine is fine. Ah, brother, you already ate. Chu Yu pouted. Well, then I'll just eat something light. I had a lot for lunch, so I'm not very hungry now. You need to eat on time in the future. Otherwise, it's not good for your stomach. Chu Chen looked at his sister with affection and reminded her. Got it. Chu Yu nodded in response. You play for a bit, I'm going to the study for a while. As Chu Chen spoke, he lit a cigarette and walked toward the study. Speaking of which, ever since he bound the system, Chu Chen hadn't properly planned his future. Besides wanting to build his own Chu Men Group, he hadn't really thought through how to construct it. Currently, the only company under Chu Men Group was an entertainment media company,
which was definitely not enough. Xingwei, come here for a moment. Chu Chen called Xin Xingwei into his study. Young master, you called.
Xin Xingwei stood respectfully in front of Chu Chen, slightly leaning forward as she spoke.
I asked you to think about some good investment projects before. I was busy and didn't ask you at the time. Now that I have time, I want to hear your thoughts.
Hearing that Chu Chen was asking about this, Xin Xingwei cleared her throat and said, Young master, I have selected 3 projects that are suitable for future development.
3? Let's hear them.
The first is, of course, a new energy project.
The second is a biotechnology project.
The third is a smart home project.
Elaborated,
and Chu Chen listened attentively. He felt that the 3 projects selected by Xin Xingwei were indeed suitable for investment. Young master, but if we invest in these 3 projects, it will require a lot of money. Not to mention anything else, just the new energy project alone would need at least 100 billion to make any significant progress.
The costs for the laboratory, research personnel, and experimental equipment would easily exceed 10 or 8 billion.
Moreover, with the current level of technology, to develop high-quality new energy that is green, environmentally friendly, and sustainable is indeed a particularly costly endeavor. The gold-consuming level of the biotechnology project is no less than that of the new energy project. As for the smart home project, compared to the new energy and biotechnology projects, it might be the one that burns the least money. However, that said, relatively speaking, if we want to create our own brand of smart home products, we still need at least a competent research team. Fortunately, what Chu Chen lacked the least right now was money. Previously, he had crazily harvested over $100 billion from the US stock market, and now he had over 400 billion Huagua coins in his account. This was cash.
Then let's go ahead with these 3 projects.
Chu Chen was very optimistic about the 3 projects Xin Xingwei mentioned and immediately decided to proceed with them. Young master, if we are to undertake these 3 projects, I suggest our company set up in the provincial capital, Huayue City, in Huizhou province.
Tell me your thoughts. Chu Chen, being from Huizhou province, was naturally familiar with Huayue City.
Huayue City has developed rapidly in the past decade, and Huagua University of Science and Technology is located there, making it a renowned technology city both domestically and globally. Our 3 projects have high requirements for research teams, and we will need to recruit a large number of researchers. What I mean is, if we can collaborate with Huagua University of Science and Technology, we might have better development prospects. Xin Xingwei said with a smile. Moreover, as far as I know, the leadership in Huayue City should be very supportive of investors like us, so we won't have to worry too much about various policies. I must say, what Xin Xingwei said aligned well with Chu Chen's thoughts. Alright, just in time, I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. You take a group of people to Huayue City to meet with the local leadership.
Once I handle things back home, I'll also make a trip to Huayue City. Okay. Xin Xingwei nodded and readily agreed.
Recruit some talented individuals from the relevant fields. As long as they have the capability, salary won't be an issue. When it came to money, Chu Chen was quite generous. Of course, that being said, the reason Chu Chen agreed to place these 3 projects in Huayue City, Huizhou province, was indeed due to the reason Xin Xingwei mentioned. Additionally, as a true Huizhou native, he carried a bit of the refined character of Huizhou merchants.
Having money and not developing his hometown would be somewhat unreasonable. If I could get to know more relevant research talents, would I be able to acquire some related technologies? After Xin Xingwei left the study, Chu Chen lit a cigarette and couldn't help but think this way. He hadn't been bound to the system for long, and most of the people he had encountered were second-generation rich, mostly picking up cash, luxury cars, and mansions. However, he had also picked up some special rewards. For example, he had previously acquired a golden eye while gambling at Yongfu Palace, and subsequently picked up skills like divine gambling techniques, unparalleled national martial arts, and stock market trends. Up until now, he really hadn't interacted much with genuine researchers. If he could acquire relevant research technologies, just like in those urban novels he read, picking up some cutting-edge technology would be truly amazing. Once I finish my business at home, I'll have Xingwei invite those research bigwigs over to get to know them. If we can really pick up some black technology, then establishing the Truman Group will be no problem at all. Since he had to set off back to his hometown early the next morning, Chu Chen went to bed before midnight that night. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Chu Chen woke up. After breakfast, a total of 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms hit the road together. In fact, 4 of them were heading back to Shoucheng with Chu Chen, while 2 were with Xin Xingwei going to Huayue City. The journey from the Magic City back to his hometown would take 5 hours if they drove on the highway the whole way. The uniform fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms traveled on the highway, maintaining a safe distance of 100 meters between each car, and the speed was not fast, only around 100 kilometers per hour. With this setup,
Anyone with eyes could tell it was not something to mess with. Although it's not far, sitting in the car for so long still makes me feel quite tired. When they reached a service area, Shu Chen got out of the car to smoke a cigarette and stretch. Young master, after we leave the service area, we'll head straight to Haiyue City, Xin Xingwei said softly beside Shu Chen. Once I finish my business here at home, I'll make a trip to Haiyue City on the way. Xingwei, you've worked hard during this time. I'll give you a little vacation in July or August, and we can go relax on an island. Shu Chen smiled slightly, looking at Xin Xingwei. Serving the young master is not hard at all. Xin Xingwei understood well and replied directly. After leaving the service area, Xin Xingwei led 2 cars off the highway ahead. As for Shu Chen and the others, they still had over an hour's journey left. Bro, don't you think this is a bit too high profile for us to go back like this? Shu Yu knew her brother had made a lot of money recently, and his spending in the Magic City was quite extravagant. However, the relatives and friends back home were not very clear about how extravagant Shu Chen was in the Magic City. But now, with Shu Chen returning with 4 Rolls-Royces worth millions, it did seem a bit too ostentatious to Chu Yu. Be low-key in life, but high-profile in work. We're not stealing or robbing, so what's wrong with being a bit high-profile? Shu Chen chuckled. I'm just worried that our relatives and friends will find out you have money and then come asking to borrow some. Shu Yu pouted. Bro, your money didn't come from the wind. If they really come to borrow money, it will be you who has a hard time. Shu Yu's concern was valid, and Shu Chen had considered it before. However, that said, Shu Chen was not someone without a sense of humanity. He had also thought about directly giving them money. He had prepared 5 million in cash, enough for 100 households in the village, with each family getting 50,000. 50,000 was a small amount for Shu Chen, but for an ordinary family, it could be a year's income. He had more money, but he couldn't give more than that. As for helping the village become prosperous, Shu Chen had certainly considered that too. The idea of getting rich first and then helping others was something a wealthy person should understand. What's that saying? If the rich don't return home, it's like wearing fine clothes at night. As long as they're not too excessive, I'll help my relatives and friends when I can. Shu Chen chuckled, not too concerned. That's true. Shu Yu nodded in agreement upon hearing her brother say this. She didn't say much more. Her brother had his own considerations in everything he did, and she could only offer small suggestions, with the final decision still resting with Shu Chen. Shoucheng, as a 1,000-year-old ancient town, was the capital of the Chu state during the Warring States period and the site of the famous Battle of Feishui. With its rich historical culture, it was a place of contention in ancient times. However, as modern times approached, Shoucheng gradually lost its status as a battleground for military strategists, transforming into a historical and cultural city. Located north of the Yangtze River, its economy was not as developed, but in recent years, the county government has been vigorously promoting tourism, which has helped lift the entire county out of poverty. Although Shoucheng is a small city, it is quite livable. With no heavy industry, the ecological environment here is still quite good. As China's economy soared, highways were built nationwide, and in recent years, Shoucheng's economy has improved significantly compared to over a decade ago. 4 Rolls-Royce Phantoms exited the highway, leaving the toll booth staff in awe. Wow, which big shot is back? 4 Rolls-Royces, what a scene! Looking at the license plates, they came back from the Magic City. There are only a few people from Shoucheng who are doing well in the Magic City. Is it Sun Quanqing from the Sun family, or Wang Limin from the Wang family? It shouldn't be either, right? They came back for the new year before. I remember their license plates, and besides, they don't have such a grand display. Just look at those 4 Rolls-Royces. Did you see their license plate numbers? All consecutive. As soon as they exited the highway, Shu Chen's convoy of Rolls-Royces attracted attention. After all, Shoucheng is that small. Many people in the county have some knowledge of who is doing well in the Magic City. Moreover, everyone has a gossiping heart. In a small city like Shoucheng, the sudden arrival of 4 Rolls-Royces worth millions is indeed eye-catching. After getting off the highway, it took less than 10 minutes to drive directly into the new district of Shoucheng. The city is divided into an old district, mostly filled with ancient buildings, and a new district, which is quite well planned and constructed. Wow! Rolls-Royce? All Rolls-Royces, 4 of them, came from the Magic City. Is there some important investment promotion happening in the county recently? Wow, this boss must be worth at least a few billion. A few billion? Who do you look down on? Look at those license plates, all consecutive. Their worth is probably at least in the tens of billions. The Rolls-Royce convoy caused a stir among the residents of this small county, with many people immediately taking out their phones to snap pictures. In no time, Shu Chen's 4 Rolls-Royces appeared in many people's social media feeds. Shu Chen's hometown is not in the new district, but it is relatively close. Driving through the new district, they headed straight to Chujia village. Due to the county's requirement for public transport to reach every village, the previously narrow rural cement roads have become much wider than before. When the 4 Rolls-Royces reached the entrance of Chujia village, it was exactly noon, a time when many people were just returning from their work. Seeing the 4 black Rolls-Royces, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to these luxury cars. These cars look quite luxurious. They seem even better looking than the village chief's BMW. Of course, this is a Rolls-Royce. Did you see the little golden figure on the front? Wow, which big shot is visiting our remote place? Rolls-Royce? Is it very expensive? It could probably buy dozens of the village chief's BMW. Do you think it's expensive? Most villagers do not recognize a Rolls-Royce. The luxury cars they are familiar with are just BMWs, Mercedes, and Audis. The village chief's family is somewhat better off. A couple of years ago, they spent over 300,000 on a BMW 1 Series, which made the villagers envious. A 1 Series BMW is still a BMW, and to them, any BMW is definitely a luxury car. However, upon realizing that one Rolls-Royce could be exchanged for dozens of the village chief's BMWs, curiosity filled everyone's eyes. Which big boss took a wrong turn? Maybe. I saw the license plates are from the Magic City. Wow, a big boss from the Magic City, a wealthy person. However, when the car stopped in front of Chu Chen's house and they saw Chu Chen and Chu Yu getting out of the car, everyone was stunned. Chu family village isn't large, just 100 households, and the Chu siblings are among the few college students to have come from the village, having grown up under everyone's watchful eyes. Am I seeing things? Is that really Chu Chen and Chu Yu? It really is. Wow, they've struck it rich. I heard that one car costs over 10 million. With 4 cars, that's over 40 million, right? College students really have prospects. Look at those siblings. They've only been in college for a few years and have made so much money. Naturally, there are many gossipers in the village. They initially thought a big boss from the Magic City was coming, but they never expected it to be Chu Chen and his sister, which made everyone in the village envious. Previously, the villagers didn't place much importance on education. In their minds, if their children weren't cut out for studying, they wouldn't force them. Generally, after finishing junior or senior high school, they would send their children to work in factories to earn money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only a few college students in the village. Moreover, they didn't think much of college students. In their view, they might not even earn more than those working in factories. But now, seeing the Chu siblings return in a Rolls-Royce, it was a glorious homecoming, and everyone couldn't help but change their views on education. The commotion outside also caught the attention of Chu Chen's parents. As they walked from the house to the yard, they happened to see Chu Chen and Chu Yu getting out of the car. Chu Chen hadn't informed his parents in advance about his return. He just wanted to surprise them. However, when Chu Chen's mother saw the 4 Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked at the entrance, there was little joy, but a lot of surprise. Mom! Chu Yu, seeing her mother come out, quickly ran over and affectionately linked her arm with her mother's. Why did you suddenly come back? Chu Chen's mother finally regained her composure, a joyful smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Mom, we missed you and Dad. Since we had a holiday for Qingming Festival, we came back. Chu Chen said with a slight smile as he approached his mother. What's with those cars outside? Chu Chen's mother asked, coming to her senses and looking at Chu Chen. Mom, my brother has made a lot of money recently. Those cars are all bought by him. Before Chu Chen could speak, Chu Yu chimed in. At that moment, the villagers who had come to join the excitement also gathered around, and upon seeing Chu Chen's mother, they all complimented her, saying, Xiao Yu, you are truly blessed. Your children are so successful. Xiao Yu, I remember Chu Chen isn't dating yet, right? Just in time, my niece is at the age for marriage. How about you arrange for them to meet sometime? Xiao Yu. In an instant, the threshold of the house was almost trampled by the crowd that had come to join in the fun. Chu Chen's father had just returned from work and, seeing 4 Rolls-Royces parked at his doorstep and so many villagers standing in his yard, thought something must have happened. Dad! Dad! Chu Chen and Chu Yu hurried to greet their father upon seeing him return. I thought something was wrong. Why do you two have time to come back? What's with those cars outside? Dad, those are all bought by my brother. Ha? All of them? That car is a Rolls-Royce, right? I recognize the little golden figure on the hood. Dad, I didn't expect you to know so much. Chu Chen chuckled. Other cars are unclear, but how could a Rolls-Royce not be known? Why did you buy so many cars? Just because you have money doesn't mean you can waste it. Chu Kejun frowned and said to Chu Chen, Dad, I'm just starting a business in the Magic City. A company has to have a few luxury cars to save face, right? Chu Chen chuckled and explained. Besides, The money I've earned recently is enough to buy dozens or even hundreds of Rolls Royces, Chu Chen muttered quietly afterward. Be low-key. How many times have I told you to be low-key? Don't brag. Naturally, Chu Chen's dad heard what he just said and shot him a glare, saying it softly. As for what Chu Chen just said, his dad certainly didn't believe it. One Rolls Royce costs over 10 million. Dozens or hundreds would mean over a billion, right? He knew his son won the lottery, but he was still somewhat skeptical about Chu Chen's claim of making money from starting a business. How long has it been? What company can make so much money in such a short time? I know, Dad, how could I forget your esteemed teachings? I'm just thinking of bringing glory to our ancestors, just this once. Next time I will definitely be low-key. Chu Chen quickly assured him, but then again, given Chu Chen's current wealth, this little display wasn't really exaggerated. In no time, the news of Chu Chen returning in a Rolls-Royce spread throughout the entire Chu family village, and even some people from neighboring villages knew about it. But thinking about it, that was a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions. One is one thing, but the key is that he brought back four. Someone who can spend 40 million on cars must have a net worth of at least a billion, right? In the entire Shoucheng, he hadn't heard of any big shots worth over a billion. Uncles, aunts, I just got back and haven't eaten yet. I brought some small gifts for everyone. After I finish eating, I'll go door to door to deliver them. As soon as Chu Chen said this, everyone who had rushed over to join the excitement wore satisfied smiles. I've known since I was little that this kid Chu Chen would be successful. This kid Chu Chen is capable. It was worth it for us to help him with his college tuition back then. Exactly, I said back then that our village hadn't produced a college student like Chu Chen in years. We definitely have to support him. Speaking of which, Chu Chen's family wasn't well off back then. The tuition for his first year of college was pulled together by everyone in the village. One should never forget the well digger when drinking water. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain. 5 years ago, each family in the village gave him 50 yuan. Now, he is returning 50,000 yuan to each family. Is that excessive? With great ability comes great responsibility. Besides giving money, Chu Chen also planned to help the entire village become prosperous. The rich should help the poor. Chu Chen is not the kind of person who is rich but unkind. Since he has this ability, he naturally has to take on the corresponding responsibility. Moreover, the villagers have more or less helped his family. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain. Over here, Chu Chen had his subordinates unload the cigarettes and alcohol he brought back from the car. In Chu family village, with 100 households, each household received 50,000 yuan, a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, and a bottle of flying mutai. Just in cash, there were 5 large suitcases shining brightly. One suitcase is 1 million, and all the money was freshly withdrawn from the bank. This directly left Chu Chen's dad in a daze. Although he was shocked by the 4 Rolls Royces outside, that shock was far less than the overwhelming sight of these 5 suitcases filled with 5 million in cash. So much money? Chu Kejuan murmured, looking at Chu Chen with some confusion. It's just 5 million, not much. Chu Chen's lips curled slightly. 5 million was nothing to him now. 5 million is not much? I see you, kid, just getting inflated. Your old man has never made a million in his life. When Chu Chen's dad heard him say that 5 million wasn't much, he shot Chu Chen a glance, but then revealed a wry smile. Well, of course, my son should be better than me. Chu Kejuan murmured softly, realizing that his son was now wealthy and successful, which should make him happy. Dad, when I went to college, every household in our village contributed money. I've always remembered that kindness. So, this time I'm back, I plan to give each family 50,000. You don't mind, do you? It's your money, you can spend it however you like. What can I say? Although Chu Kejuan felt that 50,000 for each family was a bit much, he thought, since his son said so, he couldn't stop him. Otherwise, if others found out, wouldn't they say he was petty? Seeing that his dad had no objections, Chu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Less than an hour after returning home, everyone in the village knew. Mainly because the 4 Rolls Royces parked in front of Chu Chen's house were just too eye-catching. After dinner, Chu Chen took Chu Yu alone, visiting each household. On one hand, as a younger generation, he indeed needed to pay respects to the elders in the village. On the other hand, Chu Chen also personally delivered the gifts he brought back. Second uncle, how have you been lately? What did you say? I'm old, can't hear clearly. I said, are you doing well? Chu Chen raised his voice, wearing a respectful smile. Oh, I'm doing alright, just getting old. It's not easy to move. My hearing isn't good either. If you speak softly, I can't hear. Second uncle puffed on his cigarette, coughed softly a few times, and looked at Chu Chen and his sister with a comforting smile. In the afternoon, Chu Chen and his sister visited every household in the village. 50,000 for each family, plus cigarettes and alcohol. This trip home cost him nearly 7 to 8 million just for the villagers. At first, when Chu Chen went to give out the money, everyone refused, but after Chu Chen's insistence, they reluctantly accepted it. I told you, this kid Chu Chen is definitely going places. I could tell since he was little, he's someone who can achieve great things. The key is he's loyal and righteous. This kid is great. Our little broken village has produced a golden phoenix. Studying is good. My grandson is in the first year of junior high this year. He needs to buckle down. If he can achieve half of what Chu Chen has, I'll be burning incense in gratitude. The village was so small that now every household was talking about Chu Chen. Just as Chu Chen and his sister returned home and hadn't even sat down to rest, they were surrounded by a group of middle-aged men in suits. Chu Chen was taken aback. Who are these people? You must be Mr. Chu Chen, indeed, a young talent. And you are? Chu Chen frowned and asked the middle-aged man who spoke, as he had no impression of him. My name is Zhang Jia, the county party secretary of Shoucheng. I heard Mr. Chu has returned home today, so I came to congratulate you. Zhang Jia got straight to the point, introducing himself. Upon hearing he was the top official in the county, Chu Chen's attitude softened instantly. Secretary Zhang, I didn't expect your esteemed presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. After all, he was the top official in the county, and Chu Chen had to give him that respect. Of course, that said, Chu Chen wasn't one to flatter a county official. However, he still had to say the polite things. Mr. Chu, you're too kind. Zhang Jia really didn't have any official airs. Besides, when he learned that Chu Chen was also considered a top tycoon in Magic City, how could he dare to put on any official airs in front of him? Moreover, Zhang Jia had come today with a request, so he couldn't possibly disregard Chu Chen's face. Secretary Zhang, let's not beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it directly. After some pleasantries, Chu Chen looked at Zhang Jia and spoke straightforwardly. He wasn't a fool, after all. Zhang Jia was the top leader of the county. Suddenly bringing so many people to visit him and adopting such a low posture, if there wasn't something he needed from him, that would indeed be strange. Brother Chu, then I'll speak plainly. After the pleasantries, Zhang Jia directly changed his address to Brother Chu. Feel free to speak. Chu Chen smiled slightly and replied. Brother Chu is a native of Shoucheng, and I believe you hope your hometown can get better more than anyone else. Of course. Chu Chen didn't deny it, and he more or less understood Zhang Jia's intentions. Brother Chu, our Shoucheng has developed quite well in recent years, but compared to other cities, we still fall short. What I mean is, could you consider investing in a project here in Shoucheng to boost the economy? Zhang Jia finished in one breath, revealing a hint of embarrassment on his face. After all, Chu Chen had just returned, and they weren't acquainted before. It was somewhat unreasonable to rush over and ask him to invest in a project. However, after hearing this, Chu Chen smiled slightly. Brother Zhang, you really are a public servant. He paused and continued, now that I'm back, I do have some ideas in this regard. Let's put it this way, I love this land more than anyone else. I love the mountains and rivers here, and I love the local folks. I once heard a saying, if even your own people are unwilling to return home to build it, then this city is surely doomed. Brother Chu, with your words, I can rest assured. Zhang Jia breathed a sigh of relief. He truly hadn't expected Chu Chen to be so agreeable and directly agree. How about this? I don't have much spare cash on hand, and I have a few new projects that are quite costly. Well, for Shoucheng, I'll invest 2 billion first, and we'll see about the later stages. Brother Zhang, what do you think? 2 billion? Zhang Jia was instantly stunned. Not just Zhang Jia, but everyone who came with him was also bewildered. What did Chu Chen just say? He didn't have much spare cash and couldn't invest much? So, he was only going to invest 2 billion at the start? Is this Versailles? Or is 2 billion just pocket change to such a wealthy person? But no matter what, Chu Chen had indeed just mentioned preparing to invest 2 billion in Shoucheng. Zhang Jia, being the top leader of the county, was initially taken aback when he heard that Chu Chen was going to invest 2 billion, but after calming down, he became excited. Brother Chu, I didn't mishear, did I? You just said 2 billion? Zhang Jia, filled with excitement, quickly confirmed whether Chu Chen really meant 2 billion. After all, this was 2 billion. For a small county like Shoucheng, 2 billion was definitely a huge investment. In the entire history of Shoucheng County, an investment of 2 billion was unprecedented. Yes, 2 billion. As for what projects to invest in, we'll have to take a closer look. Chu Chen chuckled lightly and said, after all, involving an investment of 2 billion, especially for the development and construction of his hometown, Chu Chen naturally had to think it over carefully. Of course. Brother Chu, no matter what project you invest in, our county will definitely give you a green light all the way. If you need people, we will provide them. If you need land, we will give you land. Chu Chen was not stingy with his money, and naturally, the county could not let him feel disheartened. His money did not come easily, investing so much always required some return. As long as the county could provide what Chu Chen needed, they would definitely support him wholeheartedly. Of course, Zheng Jia was also looking at the long term. If Chu Chen made money here, he would surely continue to invest more in the future. Moreover, Chu Chen's friends were some of the wealthiest people in the country. If they could also come over to invest in a few projects, how could Shoucheng not develop? In fact, even if Zheng Jia hadn't come today, Chu Chen was already considering investing in projects in Shoucheng. After all, it was his hometown. If he didn't build it up, could he really expect outsiders to come and do it? 20 billion might be an astronomical figure for others, but for Chu Chen, it wasn't much at all. He had over 400 billion in his account. Although he had asked Xin Xingwei to manage 3 projects that burned through cash, he was also making money at a fast pace. At worst, he could just connect with a few more rich second-generation individuals. With the right connections, money was truly not a problem for him. Brother Chu, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I've booked a private room at Jufu restaurant. I'm treating you to a welcome dinner. Ah, how can I accept that? Chu Chen hadn't really thought about going out to eat, but since Zheng Jia was the top official in Shoucheng, it would be somewhat disrespectful to refuse outright. Brother Chu, don't mention it. The development of Shoucheng in the future will rely heavily on you. Then I shall graciously accept. After thinking it over, Chu Chen agreed. He certainly had to give face to the secretary. He briefly informed his family and then took a car with Zheng Jia and the others to Jufu Restaurant. Jufu Restaurant, the best in Shoucheng, was a century-old establishment. Although it couldn't compare to the hotels in the Magic City, it was quite impressive for a small county like Shoucheng. Inside Jufu Restaurant, what's going on? Is there some big shot coming today? I don't know. I just saw Chairman Chu personally welcoming someone at the door. Wow, it seems there really is a big shot coming to eat. Did you notice, there are several police cars outside? This is quite a scene. Could it be that the owner of the Rolls-Royce is coming to eat? Have you checked the social media? 4 Rolls-Royces came to our county today. What a sight, so enviable. Now that you mention it, it really could be. I heard those Rolls-Royces have license plates from the Magic City, and they all have consecutive numbers. That's impressive. Our county really is hiding dragons and crouching tigers. I didn't expect there to be such a big shot. How do you know that person is from our county? What if they are just passing through? Haha, let me tell you, that person is definitely from our county. I have a classmate who just posted on social media that the mysterious rich man is from their village. I heard he's a young guy, graduated from university not long ago. Chu Chen and the others had not yet arrived, but Jufu Restaurant was already bustling. When Chairman Chu Jian learned that Zheng Jia was hosting a banquet for Chu Chen that evening, he immediately became fully alert. He didn't know Chu Chen, but he knew Zheng Jia. As the top official of Shoucheng, he had to treat him well. Moreover, a guest important enough for Zheng Jia to personally host a banquet for was undoubtedly a big shot. He had also heard some news about what was happening in Shoucheng today. For Rolls-Royce Phantoms, just the cars alone must be worth 40 to 50 million, right? He, Chu Jian, could be considered one of the wealthiest in Shoucheng, with his family running hotels for over 100 years, and his fortune likely in the hundreds of millions. But to be honest, he understood that his wealth was nothing compared to those tycoons. Moreover, as someone in the hotel business, which is a service industry, he had no delusions of grandeur. He immediately arranged for a VIP room and summoned the best staff from the hotel. As for himself, he was waiting at the entrance of Jufu Villa with more than 10 managers from the hotel. When the Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared before everyone, their emotions were quite heated. Indeed, that mysterious tycoon is really coming. Getting to see the style of a wealthy person, I can brag about it to my friends when I go back today. I heard this mysterious tycoon is quite young. I wonder if he's handsome, but that doesn't matter. After all, he's really wealthy. The waiting staff at the entrance were also quietly exchanging whispers. Over here, the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop, and when Chu Chen stepped out of the car and appeared before everyone, many couldn't help but gasp. They knew Chu Chen was young, but honestly, they never expected him to be this young. Why is it him? A beautiful manager behind Chu Jian was momentarily lost in thought upon seeing Chu Chen, softly murmuring, "Manager Ning, do you know him?" Chu Jian asked, slightly taken aback. "Yeah, Chu Chen, my high school classmate." Ning Kor bit her red lip, responding absent-mindedly. Ning Kor didn't expect her old classmate to be doing so well now. Just looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom and their boss's attitude, it was clear that Chu Chen's status was much higher than their chairman, Chu Jian. Moreover, after the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop, several official vehicles followed closely behind. When Ning Kor saw the people getting out of the cars, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. As the lobby manager of Jufu Villa, Ning Kor recognized quite a few dignitaries. Shocheng was small, and there were only a couple of hotels that could host such events. Public events and banquets were usually held here. With just one glance, she recognized several high-ranking officials from the county. Of course, she also recognized Zhang Jia. When Ning Kor saw Zhang Jia surrounded by a group of people around Chu Chen, she couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. In fact, Ning Kor had a good relationship with Chu Chen back in school. Especially in their senior year, they had been deskmates for a semester. If there weren't so many people around, she would have definitely gone up to greet Chu Chen. But in this situation, if Chu Chen didn't acknowledge her, she certainly couldn't approach him. I didn't expect him to be so impressive now. Ning Kor couldn't help but murmur to herself. Chu Jian quickly led the people behind him toward Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, your presence truly brings glory to our humble establishment. Chu Chen looked at Chu Jian, frowning slightly, but when he saw Ning Kor behind him, his brow immediately relaxed. Zhang Jia quickly introduced Chu Chen. Brother Chu, this is Chu Jian, the chairman of Jufu Villa, and he is also a well-known entrepreneur in our county, a big boss. Chu Chen habitually nodded towards Chu Jian, who, upon hearing Zhang Jia praising him, quickly responded politely, where, I can't be considered a big boss at all. Compared to Mr. Chu, I'm just a small fry. Chairman Chu is being modest. Chu Chen naturally understood the ways of the world, especially since he had received several rewards from Chu Jian. Ding, you have picked up 10 million in cash. Ding, you have picked up a Maybach S680. Ding, you have picked up 2 school district apartments in the Binyang South Expansion Community. Ding, you have picked up a villa in Linha Ancient Town. Chu Chen knew about the school district apartments in the Binyang South Expansion Community. They were currently the best located school district apartments in Shocheng, with an average price of 9,000 yuan per square meter. A single building has at least 50 households, so 2 buildings would have at least 100 households. The estimated value of the 2 school district buildings was around 100 million. As for the villa in Linha Ancient Town, it was the highest-end residential area in Shocheng, with an average price reaching 31,000 yuan per square meter, and the smallest unit was 400 square meters. The villa rewarded by the system was a full 1,000 square meters, worth over 30 million. As for the 10 million cash and the Maybach S680, Chu Chen didn't really care. He had 3 to 4 billion in cash in his account. If 10 million were deposited, to be honest, he wouldn't even notice a change in his balance without looking closely. The Maybach S680, a luxury car worth 2 to 3 million, was considered top tier in a small city like Shocheng, but compared to his other luxury cars, it was nothing special. Perfect, I'll leave this car for Dad to drive. It wasn't that Chu Chen was unwilling to give his father a better luxury car. It was just that at noon, when he suggested leaving a Rolls-Royce for his dad, his father outright refused. He felt that driving a Rolls-Royce in Shocheng was too ostentatious and could attract unwanted attention. Chu Chen couldn't force his father to accept it, so now that he had picked up a Maybach S680, which he wouldn't use himself, it was just right for his dad. Having picked up quite a few rewards from Chu Jian, although their total value might not even reach 200 million, it was still better than nothing. Chu Jian welcomed him with a smile, and naturally, Chu Chen couldn't disregard his face. Chairman Chu, I'm a true Shocheng native. Since I was young, the thing I've looked forward to the most is coming here to enjoy a banquet with you, Chu Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone nearby looked at him with disbelief. After all, in their eyes, Chu Chen was a billionaire, and places like Ju Fuzhuang were probably beneath him. But to be fair, what Chu Chen said wasn't just flattery, it was indeed something he had longed for since childhood. After some pleasantries, Chu Chen turned to Ning Kor, who was standing behind Chu Jian, and smiled. Ning Kor, what's wrong? You see an old classmate and don't even say hello? Ning Kor had been quietly standing behind Chu Jian, not daring to look up at Chu Chen, mainly because in such a setting, she didn't feel bold enough to greet him. Moreover, they hadn't seen each other for 4 or 5 years, and she wasn't sure if Chu Chen still remembered her. What if she went up to greet him and he asked, "Who are you?" That would be even more awkward. How could that be? You men are talking. What right do we women have to interrupt? When Ning Kor heard Chu Chen speaking to her, she quickly looked up, her eyes slightly smiling, forming 2 crescent moons. It's been 4 or 5 years since we graduated from high school, right? Time really flies. But one thing hasn't changed, you're still as beautiful as before. You've become much stronger than before. Ning Kor bit her lip, her heart involuntarily stirred. Speaking of which, when they graduated from high school, the relationship between Ning Kor and Chu Chen was somewhat delicate. To put it simply, they were friends but not quite lovers. However, later on, because they attended different schools, their connection gradually faded. But now, upon seeing him again, Ning Kor's thoughts suddenly became lively. Over the years, Ning Kor had remained single, not because she wasn't attractive, on the contrary, her looks could easily outshine many in the entertainment industry. Throughout these years, she had never lacked suitors, but without exception, she had turned them all down. It wasn't that she was picky, in fact, Chu Chen had always held a significant place in her heart. Yet, seeing him again, a hint of inferiority crept into her mind. He had become so outstanding, could she still be worthy of him? Ning Kor gently bit her red lips, her thoughts drifting in this direction. Just lucky, made some money doing a small business, nothing much, Chu Chen said with a smile as he looked at Ning Kor. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here. How about we grab a meal together? Ning Kor immediately thought of declining, but Zhang Jie directly chimed in with a smile. Yeah, it's rare, old classmates meeting, we should sit down and have a good chat. Chu Jian also understood the situation and immediately added, Manager Ning, you must take good care of your old classmate. This kind of gathering, if it weren't for Ning Kor being an old classmate of Chu Chen, she, as a hotel lobby manager, wouldn't have the qualifications to participate. Not to mention her, even Chu Jian would only be there to flatter from the sidelines. Everyone else envied Ning Kor. After all, having a super rich old classmate was definitely something to brag about for a whole year in their social circles. Under Chu Jian's guidance, Chu Chen and his group walked into the VIP room. As expected, Chu Chen sat at the head of the table, with Zhang Jie on his right and Ning Kor on his left. Once Chu Chen was seated, the others finally took their places. Chu, my brother, how long are you planning to stay this time? Zhang Jie asked with a smile. Isn't it the Qingming festival? I'm mainly back to pay respects to my ancestors. I've been busy lately, so I probably won't be able to stay at home for long, Chu Chen replied with a chuckle. Indeed, Chu Chen couldn't stay at home for long. His career was just starting, and there were many things he needed to oversee. Besides, he wasn't alone. Although his Chumen group had only been established for a short time, it already had nearly 1,000 employees. With so many people relying on him for their salaries, how could he afford to stay in his hometown for long? Don't worry about things here, my brother. All the policies in the county will lean in your favor. If you have any requests, just bring them up. We will do our utmost to meet them. As the head of Shouqing, Zhang Jie had this kind of authority. Moreover, for attracting investment, if the benefits weren't in place, why would anyone come? And Chu Chen's investment wasn't a small amount, it was 20 billion. For a small county like Shoucheng, there had been investment attraction before, but such a huge sum was unprecedented. Furthermore, Chu Chen had made it clear that the 20 billion was just the initial investment. If the returns were good, he would add even more later. With Chu Chen saying this, it would be unreasonable for Zhang Jie not to take him seriously. Ning Kor sat beside Chu Chen, her breath slightly quickening. After all, everyone dining here today was basically a person of real power in Shoucheng. What kind of directors of the inn are they? Usually, aren't they all exuding dominance? But at this dinner table today, they all became mere background figures, barely managing to say a couple of words. She secretly glanced at Chu Chen. After all, she knew a bit about his family situation, which was just an ordinary background. His changes over the past few years are really significant. Ning Kor sighed inwardly, and then couldn't help but think that the gap between her and Chu Chen was growing larger, giving rise to a feeling of inferiority within her. At the dinner table, drinks were being passed around. Zhang Jie and the others had one goal, to ensure that Chu Chen was well entertained, absolutely not allowing him to feel even a hint of dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Chu Chen's drinking capacity was no joke. After downing a bottle of mutai, he seemed completely unfazed. By the time the meal ended, apart from Ning Kor, who hadn't drunk, only Chu Chen remained sober at the table. As for Zhang Jie and the others, they were either slumped over the table, drowsy, or had rushed to the restroom to vomit. Chu Chen, are you okay? Ning Kor asked softly, linking her arm with his. She couldn't help but smile wryly when she glanced at the empty bottles on the table. I'm fine, but they... Oh, Chu Chen chuckled, they kept toasting me, and I didn't expect them all to end up like this. Your drinking capacity is really impressive. Ning Kor felt relieved seeing Chu Chen still clear-headed. She had been by his side the whole time, and she had seen how much he drank. Just Chu Chen alone had downed 3 bottles of mutai. The key was, despite drinking so much, he seemed completely unaffected. Hee, I'm not bragging, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Another round is no problem, Chu Chen said with a laugh. After the meal, Chu Jian rushed over immediately. When he saw Chu Chen single-handedly take down the entire leadership team of Shoucheng while remaining unfazed, his admiration for Chu Chen grew even more evident. Indeed, achieving so much at such a young age must mean he has extraordinary qualities. This kid's drinking capacity is terrifying. Chu Jian thought to himself, though he didn't say it out loud. You see, leaders are expected to hold their liquor. The fact that Chu Chen managed to take down the entire leadership team at the table would surely become a laughingstock for leaders from neighboring counties if it got out. Chu Jian didn't dwell on it too much and quickly called the waiter to take care of Zheng Jie and the others. Ning manager, I have a task for you, please take Mr. Chu back. Chu Jian understood the situation well and immediately granted Ning Kor a half-day leave. With the leaders all incapacitated, the responsibility of looking after Chu Chen fell on him. If he didn't arrange this properly, he would face the consequences when the leaders blamed him later. Moreover, he could see that Chu Chen and Ning Kor had a good relationship. Chu Jian, being perceptive, was quite clear about some things. Ning Kor didn't refuse. First, although Chu Chen looked sober now after drinking so much, it was still alcohol, and if the aftereffects kicked in, it could be serious. Second, Chu Chen was her old classmate, and she had to take good care of him. To the Linha ancient town villa area, Chu Chen said as he got into the car, directly addressing his driver. After drinking so much, he reeked of alcohol, and if he went home like this, his mother would surely scold him. Just then, Chu Chen had picked up a set of villas in Linha ancient town from Chu Jian, so he thought he wouldn't go home tonight and would stay at the villa instead. Your home is in the Linha ancient town villa area? Hearing Chu Chen mention going to the villa area in Linha ancient town, Ning Kor couldn't help but ask, didn't you just come back from the magic city? Are you thinking of adding some property in your hometown? The villas in Linha ancient town are quite nice, so I bought one. Chu Chen's lips curled up slightly as he chuckled softly. Rich people, Ning Kor said with a hint of envy. Although it was a villa in a small city like Shoucheng, one must know that in this county where the average housing price is only 6,000 to 7,000 per square meter, the villas in Linha ancient town are selling for 31,000 per square meter. Moreover, the smallest units there are 400 square meters, so any villa easily costs over 10 million. To put it simply, anyone living in the villa area of Linha ancient town is either wealthy or noble in all of Shoucheng. It would be impossible for Ning Kor not to feel envious. Linha ancient town is situated between the new and old urban areas, close to a tributary of the Huai River, making its geographical location excellent. A villa area has been built along the river, known as Linha Villas, with stunning scenery, and the high prices are certainly justified. There are only 12 standalone villas in the entire area, and those who live here are all the wealthy of Shoucheng. A Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the villa area, and under Chu Chen's guidance, the driver directly parked the car in the villa's yard. Looking at the villa before her, Ning Kor was naturally filled with envy. However, Chu Chen's driver wore a calm expression. Compared to the villas his young master owned in the Magic City, this so-called Linha villa was indeed quite low-end. Want to come in for some tea? Since she was already there, Ning Kor didn't refuse. Although she was from Shoucheng and naturally knew about Linha villas, she had never actually visited one. Your place is really big. Upon entering the villa, Ning Kor couldn't help but exclaim. It's average, I guess. Chu Chen chuckled lightly, his tone slightly dismissive. If this villa had been in the past, Chu Chen would have dreamed of owning it. But now, to him, it was just okay. After all, he usually lived in the Sandalwood Palace Villa, which was 2 to 3 times larger than this one and worth dozens of times more. In terms of luxury and extravagance, there probably aren't many villas in the country that can compare to the Sandalwood Palace Villa, right? Chu Chen and Ning Kor sat on the sofa, and the driver, being perceptive, temporarily acted as a servant, quickly brewing a pot of tea for Chu Chen. The tea leaves were naturally brought by Chu Chen himself. Xin Xingwei knew that Chu Chen loved tea, so besides the high-quality tea stocked in the villa, she also specially equipped each Rolls-Royce with a small jar of tea leaves. All the servants and drivers in the villa were aware of this. The enjoyment of the wealthy has always been this extravagant. Ning Kor also enjoyed practicing tea art, and she could tell a good tea by its color and aroma. Good tea. After swirling the tea on her tongue, Ning Kor immediately felt a brightness before her eyes. She had tasted quite a few good teas, even some that cost thousands per 2 ounces, but compared to this tea, they were far inferior. This is the top-grade Longjing freshly fried after the rain in West Lake, which is hard to find on the market. Even I don't have much of this tea. Chu Chen chuckled, took a sip of tea, and with interest, looked at Ning Kor and asked, so, old classmate, after all these years, have you resolved your relationship issues? Hearing Chu Chen's question, Ning Kor was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh, still single. What about you? You're so successful now, you must have quite a few admirers around you? Ah. Chu Chen neither confirmed nor denied it. Currently, he had confirmed relationships with Mu Yunxi and Li Zihui. As for those who wanted to be his women, there were certainly not a few. Chu Chen smiled and quickly changed the subject. It's been so many years since we last met, and you're still as youthful and beautiful as in high school. I knew you had a sweet tongue, but I haven't seen you pursue anyone, Ning Kur said with a slight smile, playfully chiding him. It's not too late to pursue now. Chu Chen grinned as he gazed at Ning Kur's delicate, water-like face. Upon hearing this, Ning Kur's breath quickened. In the entire villa, it was just the two of them, and as soon as Chu Chen spoke, the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Ning Kur lowered her head and didn't respond, but her youthful cheeks seemed to glisten, and a shy blush quickly spread to her ears. Although Chu Chen wasn't drunk, he had consumed 3 gin of liquor, and as the saying goes, alcohol gives one courage. Seeing that Ning Kur didn't refuse, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Ning Kur gently squirmed, but it didn't seem like a rejection. The soft sound she made only heightened Chu Chen's senses. He gently lifted Ning Kur's chin with his finger. She shyly closed her eyes, and her breathing was noticeably more rapid than before. In this atmosphere, it was only natural for Chu Chen to take control of the situation. In the early morning, as a ray of sunlight streamed into the bedroom, Chu Chen opened his drowsy eyes. Ning Kur, lying in his arms, turned over comfortably, her hands casually resting on his chest. Chu Chen instinctively held her close and gently kissed her forehead. The next moment, feeling the movement, Ning Kur slowly opened her eyes. As their gazes met, she wrapped her arms around Chu Chen's neck. I still want to. Ning Kur's lips brushed against Chu Chen's ear as she softly blew, igniting a heat within him. The maid helped the delicate and weak girl, who had just received new favors. With cloud-like hair and flower-like beauty, adorned with golden ornaments, she spent a warm spring night in a hibiscus tent. Was it just like this? It was almost 11 o'clock when Chu Chen finally got out of bed. Kur, resigned from the job at Jufu Manor, Chu Chen said tenderly as he watched Ning Kur tidy his clothes. Ah? Ning Kur was taken aback, then bit her lip and nodded gently. Okay. You know, I'm back this time to invest in some projects in Shocheng. I can't stay here all the time, I'll have to return to Modu in a couple of days. I plan to leave the projects here in your hands. What do you think? Hearing this, Ning Kur felt a bit insecure and replied, Can I do it? There's nothing you can't do. If I say you can, then you can. Chu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. It's not a particularly big project. The initial investment is just 20 billion. You can practice a bit. Actually, Ning Kur knew that Chu Chen was planning to invest in projects when he returned. They had mentioned it during dinner the night before. However, she hadn't heard how much he would invest. Now, hearing that the initial investment was 20 billion, she was completely stunned. 20 billion. That's 20 billion. Although she knew that the amount Chu Chen was investing was substantial, she truly didn't expect it to be as much as 20 billion. To put it in perspective, Jufu Manor, a century-old restaurant in Shocheng, is only valued at a little over 2 billion. In the entire Shocheng, there isn't a single private enterprise valued over 20 billion. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that Chu Chen seemed to regard 20 billion with disdain. Just an initial investment of 20 billion? You can practice a bit? Ha? Practicing with 20 billion? Wasn't the clever young master back then just practicing with 5 billion? So, her practicing with 20 billion was equivalent to 4 clever young masters? In that moment, Ning Kur was completely stunned. But the next second, she became even more flustered. This is 2 billion. If she were to be the project supervisor and mess things up, how could she bear that responsibility? Ah, I'm afraid my abilities aren't enough. Ning Kur furrowed her brows and hesitantly spoke. You don't need to think too much. I'll send someone over when the time comes. Just keep an eye on things for me in the meantime, Chu Chen said with a slight smile. This was true. While 2 billion wasn't much for him, it was still a significant amount. Moreover, if this money was used well, it could bring tremendous economic benefits to his hometown, which Chu Chen valued greatly. However, he was still in the development stage, and his business focus was naturally on the Magic City, where he spent most of his time. In Shocheng, Chu Chen needed a spokesperson, and since Ning Kur was now his woman, having her stay in Shocheng as his spokesperson was perfect. Don't feel pressured, after all, I'm here. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Ning Kur bit her lip and nodded. You can stay in the villa for now. Chu Chen gently caressed Ning Kur's face, speaking tenderly. Ning Kur softly responded, her face flushed and quite alluring. I just got back, and there are some things at home, so I'll head back first. I'll have someone find some servants to come over later. With such a large villa, it wouldn't do to be without help. Okay, you go ahead and take care of your business. Ning Kur understood that Chu Chen must be very busy. Although she wished he could stay with her a little longer, she knew that a man had to work outside, and she couldn't be of help, nor could she hold him back. After returning home from the villa, Chu Chen had a simple home-cooked meal. As soon as he got home, the aunts and neighbors from the village hurried over. It was needless to say, they were all eager to introduce him to potential brides. Although Chu Chen had just returned for a day, everyone in the surrounding villages knew that the Chu family had produced an extraordinary figure. Not to mention, the 5,000 yuan cash he gave to every household in the village made the villagers drool with envy. Now, who wouldn't want their unmarried daughters to marry Chu Chen? For such matters, Chu Chen could only politely decline one by one. "Dad, you can't refuse this Maybach S680, you can let go of the Rolls-Royce." When Chu Chen returned, he had already had the Maybach S680 brought back. "This car is nice. It looks much more low-key than your Rolls-Royces," Chu Chen's father said with a smile, taking a puff of his cigarette. A son honoring his father, he couldn't keep refusing. Previously, their family was average, and not having a car was fine. But now the situation was different. Everyone in the surrounding area, even the entire Shoucheng, knew they were wealthy. It would indeed be unreasonable not to have a car for outings. Moreover, this was his son's face. As a father, he couldn't let his son's reputation suffer. "I'll go take the car for a spin." Chu Chen's father took the car keys, hands behind his back, and although his face remained calm, the joy was evident. After all, he was a man who didn't like cars. Just as he settled his father, Xin Xingwei called him. "Young master, the negotiations in Haiyu City have been finalized." Xin Xingwei's capabilities were undoubtedly impressive. She was steady, precise, and highly efficient. In less than a day, she had wrapped things up. "Xingwei, thank you for your hard work. Hey, the leaders in Haiyu City heard that we are going to invest over 10 billion here for projects, and they immediately expressed their full support." Xin Xingwei actually didn't expect things to go so smoothly. After all, it was her first time in Haiyu City, and being unfamiliar with the place naturally meant that the efficiency of getting things done would be significantly reduced. Fortunately, Haiyu City is indeed a vibrant first-tier city, and the leadership team is quite capable. When Xin Xingwei and her team approached to express their investment intentions, they were immediately met with a warm welcome. It makes sense, considering Xin Xingwei was bringing over 10 billion in investment. Not only was it a show of sincerity, but such a large investment would undoubtedly benefit the local economic development immensely. Moreover, as the technology capital of the country, Haiyu City aligns perfectly with the three projects that the Chuman Group intends to invest in. Whether it's new energy, biotechnology, or smart home technology, the technological content is indeed quite high. Of course, the leadership team in Haiyu City is not naive. They promptly verified the strength of the Chuman Group. To their surprise, they found that although the Chuman Group was newly established, its strength was indeed substantial. The turning point came when they confirmed that there were over 10 billion in cash sitting in the Chuman Group's corporate account. The leadership team of Haiyu City quickly made the right decision. No matter what, they had to keep the Chuman Group, and as long as the Chuman Group had requests that weren't too excessive, they would naturally accommodate them. Alright, by the way, Xingwei, there's one more thing. Try to recruit some top-notch research talents. In a couple of days, once I sort out my matters here, I want to personally meet with them. On the business front, Chu Chen certainly wouldn't forget. Okay, got it. Regarding compensation, our Chumen Group will definitely not let these top research talents have any concerns. Let's offer them double their original annual salary and tell them that as long as they can make breakthrough progress on the project, the bonuses will be unlimited. When it comes to attracting talent, Chu Chen is certainly generous. With heavy investment, a large number of cutting-edge technology talents will be willing to work for him. He understands this principle well. Alright, young master, I understand everything. Do you have any other instructions? By the way, I'm going back to my hometown, and the top leader of the county came to see me right away. Chu Chen also mentioned to Xin Xingwei about his plan to invest 20 billion in his hometown, asking her to think about what kind of projects would be suitable for investment. Okay, young master, I need to research the market first and we'll get back to you later. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, sitting on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, and sipping tea, feeling quite comfortable. As for Ning Kur, after Chu Chen left the villa, she returned to her own home. After all, as a girl, staying out all night, even though she had informed her parents, it was already the next afternoon, and if she didn't go back soon, it would inevitably worry her family. Upon returning home, Ning Kur felt as if everything was like a dream. She liked Chu Chen, had liked him since school. However, she really didn't expect to be with Chu Chen, and now he had become much more outstanding than before. Although she wasn't clear on how powerful Chu Chen was now, on the other hand, if he wasn't concerned about 20 billion, how wealthy must he be? Ordinary people might not grasp how much 20 billion really is. For example, a certain top influencer in the country took 5 years of hard work to earn just 20 billion. Or, a listed company might only make a profit of a few tens of millions in a year. 20 billion is an astronomical figure for 99% of people.
But why does it seem that for Chu Chen, he doesn't care much about this money? Ning Kor's thoughts drifted, but the blush on her face looked particularly charming. Kor, where did you go last night? Ning Kor's mother, seeing her daughter return with a rosy glow, couldn't help but frown and ask. Ha?
Ning Kor came back to her senses, noticing her mother sitting beside her, staring intently. She instinctively averted her gaze.
I just stayed at my best friend's house. Which best friend? Xiao, the one who often comes to our house.
Hee. Your best friend came to our house looking for you last night. Ning Kor's mother looked at her daughter with a serious expression.
She knew her daughter well. This little girl had never been good at lying. Ah, Mom, I'm in a relationship. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Kor chose not to hide it any longer and laid it all out. I was with him last night.
Ning Kor sighed in relief. After all, there was no need to conceal such matters.
Besides, her parents were always urging her to find a partner. Ning Kor's mother was momentarily stunned, unable to react to what Ning Kor had just said. You're dating someone? What does he do? How old is he? Do you know his family situation?
Ning Kor's mother fired off several questions in quick succession, worried that her innocent daughter might be deceived.
He's my high school classmate, Chu Chen. He's a year older than me, I think. Your high school classmate? Chu Chen? Why does that name sound so familiar? Ning Kor's mother furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself. Isn't that the one?
Suddenly, she recalled where she had heard the name Chu Chen. That morning, while buying vegetables, she had overheard the vendor talking about a super rich person who had recently returned to Shoucheng, arriving in a luxury car worth tens of millions, and the most outrageous part was that he had given every villager in his hometown 50,000 yuan.
Mom, you've heard about it too. Is it true? You were with him last night? That guy, he really is your high school classmate? Yes, he really is my high school classmate.
When it came to Chu Chen, Ning Kor briefly mentioned that he was planning to let her take charge of a 20 billion project, and her mother was left completely stunned. After all, ordinary people have no concept of 20 billion.
But there's no denying that 20 billion is an astronomical figure. Daughter, are you saying he's letting you be in charge of a 20 billion investment project? He hasn't decided on the specifics yet.
But what's certain is that he really wants to invest 20 billion. The county head personally received him last night, and I was there. Hearing her daughter say this, Ning Kor's mother became excited.
A golden son-in-law. This is a true golden son-in-law. A 20 billion project, and he's letting her daughter be in charge? He really let you be the project leader? What's he thinking? That's 20 billion. Ning Kor's mother looked at her daughter in disbelief. First, he won't be in Shoucheng for long, and second, he probably wants to train me a bit?
Ning Kor's lips curled up slightly. Of course, I won't be solely responsible. He said he would send someone to help me later. When talking about Chu Chen, Ning Kor's eyes sparkled with excitement. If an ordinary boy had taken her daughter out for the night, Ning Kor's mother would have had a lot to say. But this was Chu Chen, the super rich person everyone in Shoucheng was talking about. It's not that Ning Kor's mother was materialistic, but which mother wouldn't want her son-in-law to be a capable young talent? Especially, Chu Chen is not a typical young talent that can be compared to others. That is a 2 billion project, and it was actually handed over to his daughter to manage? Even though his daughter is now his woman, isn't this a bit too? Now, Ning Kor's mother has started to feel anxious. In the afternoon, Chu Chen had nothing much to do, and since it was rare for him to come back, he decided to stay at home and spend more time with his parents. However, that afternoon, quite a few relatives came to their house. Most of them were there to introduce potential matches. If this were the same time last year, Chu Chen's mother would probably have been grinning from ear to ear. But now, she had started to be picky. One by one, she turned down those relatives who came to play matchmaker. At first, there was laughter and conversation, but later, she became a bit impatient and got straight to the point. Our Chu Chen already has a girlfriend in the Magic City, sorry. Upon hearing this, the faces of those relatives showed disappointment. Of course, there were still some who were not willing to give up, as they would say. They were just boyfriend and girlfriend, which didn't count for much. As long as they weren't married and didn't have a marriage certificate, there was still a chance. At this moment, Shu Yu's importance became apparent. She smiled slightly, her lips curling up as she said softly, "My sister-in-law is a university student from a prestigious school, young and beautiful. My brother really likes her." Chu Chen didn't show up, comfortably playing mobile games in the study. With his mother and younger sister around, those relatives were more than enough to handle things. Fame brings trouble. Let's see if you dare to be so high-profile in the future. Once his mother had dealt with the visiting relatives, she walked into Chu Chen's bedroom, looking tired but smiling at her son. "Well, I didn't expect these people to be so enthusiastic. Brother, you're quite the catch now. Any family with daughters would want you as their son-in-law. Shuyu laughed, linking her arm with her mother's. TSK, wait a couple of years until you graduate from university, and those people will come to matchmake for you. Shu Chen looked at Shuyu, a slight smile on his face. Ha? Why? Shuyu was taken aback. You're the one with money, not me. But you're my dear sister. If they can't catch a golden turtle son-in-law, they'll settle for second best. If they can marry you, that's still a connection to our family. Upon hearing this, Shuyu instantly frowned. This. She was stunned. To be honest, what Shu Chen said was indeed possible. However, it must be said that not everyone could enter the Chu family's door. Shu Chen had come back this time to pay respects to his ancestors. The day after tomorrow was the Qingming festival, and he had asked his subordinates to prepare for it. Speaking of which, this time Shu Chen came back. It could be said to bring glory to his ancestors. The Chu family used to be a small household, but in Shoucheng, the Chu family was considered a big family. The Chu clan had an ancestral hall and dedicated personnel to manage family affairs. The day after Chu Chen returned, the elders of the Chu family heard that a standout had emerged among their younger generation, arriving in 4 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Even the county head rushed over to welcome him. With such an impressive figure among their descendants, the elders of the Chu family couldn't sit still, one by one putting aside their pride to personally visit Chu Chen's home. After all, Chu Chen was from the younger generation and wasn't very familiar with these elders. However, as a junior, he didn't act aloof just because he had become successful. His attitude was respectful and considerate. I plan to donate 10 million for the repairs of our Chu family ancestral hall. By the way, I heard that the family genealogy is being compiled. When it's done, I'll contribute some more to support it. Chu Chen casually mentioned 10 million, which left the elders somewhat at a loss. However, soon every face was adorned with a relieved smile. After all, that was 10 million. The Chu family ancestral hall had only cost around 400 to 500,000 to build back in the day, and with Chu Chen's casual donation of 10 million, it was enough to rebuild several new Chu family ancestral halls. But who would complain about having too much money, right? In no time, the family elders were showering Chu Chen with praise. Chu Chen remained calm, while his father busied himself attending to the family elders. Once everyone was sent off, Chu Chen's father finally sat down in a chair to catch his breath and rest for a moment. You gave away that 10 million too easily. That's not good. After all, that money didn't come flowing in like water. Chu Chen's father wasn't a stingy person, but 10 million was still 10 million. It was hard not to feel pained when his son's hard-earned money was just given away like that. Dad, actually, making money isn't as hard as you think. Chu Chen knew his father was worried about money, but even more so about him. However, as Chu Chen said, making money really wasn't as difficult as his father imagined. Not to mention, he had a system. In just a few days, he had picked up cash worth over $1 billion. If he could pick up financial market prediction cards, making money would be as easy as water flowing. Besides, he didn't even bat an eye at 20 billion. A mere 10 million was even less significant. Hearing Chu Chen say this, his father frowned slightly and cleared his throat. I know you have great abilities now and can make money easily, but money isn't meant to be spent like this. A favor for a grain of rice, a grudge for a bucket of rice. If you spend money like this now, a bunch of people will come asking to borrow money later, and I wonder how you'll handle that? His father's concerns were not without reason, but Chu Chen was no ordinary person. How could he let such matters control him? Dad, you can rest assured, I have it under control. Besides, the money is mine. If I don't want to lend it, can they really take it? Chu Chen smiled slightly. But you're right, Dad, money shouldn't be spent like this. I didn't think it through just now. With Chu Chen saying this, his father had nothing more to say. These were small matters, and naturally, Chu Chen didn't take them to heart. The next day, the Chu siblings took a stroll around the county town. One couldn't help but say that the economy in the country had developed rapidly in recent years, and the quality of life for the people had indeed improved significantly. Even in a small county town like Shoucheng, which was considered an 18-line city, the benefits of national development had led to considerable progress. The high-speed rail station opened last year, and the highways were well connected. Even the airport was only 70 to 80 kilometers from the county town. After all, Shoucheng wasn't far from the provincial capital, and although the airport was in the provincial capital, it was actually built within Shoucheng's territory. Our hometown has really developed well in recent years. Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Of course. The transportation is much more developed than before. To get rich, you must first build roads. Brother, when you come back to invest in a big project, our county's economy will probably improve significantly. Shuyu was in a good mood today, linking her arm with Chu Chen's, her lips curling up as she spoke with a smile. Speaking of investing in big projects, Chu Chen hadn't yet decided what to invest in. After all, it was a 20 billion investment. Money wasn't the issue, but the investment had to bring benefits to his hometown. After wandering around the county town, Shuchen also got in touch with Xin Xingwei. Young master. On the other end of the video call, Xin Xingwei stood straight, her professional attire highlighting her strong woman aura. However, it must be said that in the past few days, the leadership team of Haiyue City had given Xin Xingwei plenty of face. After all, Xin Xingwei came with an investment of over 10 billion, and the strength of the Chu Group is evident. With over 10 billion in cash on the books, this is solid. There haven't been any issues in Haiyue City, right? Xu Chen asked Xin Xingwei with a smile. No, everything is fine. Xin Xingwei nodded and said, by the way, young master, about the 20 billion project you mentioned yesterday for investing in Shoucheng, I thought about it, and we could build the new energy project factory over there in Shoucheng. What do you think, young master? Building the new energy factory in Shoucheng? Xu Chen murmured softly, then said, that works. Yes, the land prices in Haiyue City are still quite high. As for Shoucheng, I checked the map, and there are large vacant areas near the airport that we can utilize. Although we are not short on money, it's still better to save where we can. Xin Xingwei looked at Chu Chen and continued, young master, if we want the new energy project to develop, our subsequent investment will need to be at least over 100 billion. Of course, even if we invest that much, whether we can achieve any breakthrough progress is still uncertain. I know that, Xu Chen nodded. If the new energy project were that easy to make progress on, we wouldn't have to wait for our turn. This is indeed true. After all, new energy is the development trend of the future world. Whoever can seize the new energy track will be unmatched in less than 5 years. But how can research on new energy projects make progress so easily? All the major companies worldwide are conducting research on new energy projects, yet so far, there hasn't been a milestone new energy breakthrough. A milestone new energy would be one that could completely replace fossil fuels and coal. Alright then, the leaders in Haiyue City have no objections, right? What objections could they have? We are here to invest. Where we build the factory is our freedom. Xin Xingwei, after all, is not from Huizhou province and is not particularly familiar with Haiyue City. As the capital city of Huizhou province, Haiyue City has always been known for its strong appeal. The Chu Group's investment of over 10 billion is quite an attractive investment even for Haiyue City. And as a particularly cash-intensive new energy project, if it can stay in Haiyue City, that would be even better. However, regardless of how it goes, this investment is still within Huizhou province. Moreover, as Xin Xingwei said, the money is ours, we are here to invest, so what objections could they have? By the way, how is it going with the research experts I asked you to reach out to? Xu Chen shifted the topic and directly asked about this matter. After all, with the system backing him, having contact with people could trigger rewards. If he could obtain rewards related to technology, that would be fantastic. Young master, as per your request, I spent the whole day today interacting with the research bigwigs here. Xin Xingwei had been visiting the research leaders in Haiyue City all day. Don't underestimate the research environment in Haiyue City. Due to the National University of Science and Technology being located in this city, over the decades, Haiyue City has become a veritable capital of technology. The U.S. has Silicon Valley, and Huagua has Haiyue City. It must be said that this is precisely why Xin Xingwei proposed investing in a factory in Haiyue City. A city with a research atmosphere is definitely a great boost for scientific research. How is it? What did they say? Do they have any thoughts? Xu Chen was quite concerned about attracting talent. So far, it's been very smooth. I've already met with 16 research leaders, and after hearing the conditions we offered, they are all willing to come work with us. After all, the conditions offered by the Chu Group were indeed too generous. Even though these research giants were not particularly materialistic, they couldn't help but be tempted by the substantial rewards presented by the Chu Group. Research elites are still human, they have to consider their families. The research environment in the country has improved significantly in recent years, but when compared to the research environments in developed countries abroad, it still falls short in many ways. Just in terms of salary, how many research giants abroad are worth over 100 million? Even more. But domestically, even the top players in the industry may not have a net worth of 100 million. Even if they are wealthy, they dare not flaunt it. After all, once exposed, a swarm of online trolls would question where their money came from. I remember there was a report about a retired academician from a certain research institute who lived his entire life in a small room of just over 10 square meters, struggling to make ends meet. Xu Chen was not short on money. To attract talent, he offered compensation that was unparalleled in the country. In addition to generous salaries, Xu Chen decided to invest a huge amount of money in the research institute. According to the plan, the Chu Group would build at least 3 top-tier international research laboratories within the next 3 years, which was an immense attraction for any researcher. Hearing that Shin Xingwei had already recruited 16 research giants, Xu Chen was in high spirits. Yes, these are all talents, Xu Chen said with a smile, his lips curling up. Xingwei, since they have chosen us, we can't treat them poorly. Let's set the relocation fee for top industry leaders at 10 million. For PhDs, the relocation fee will be 5 million. Ah, young master, isn't that a bit too much? Shin Xingwei was taken aback, knowing that the conditions they had previously offered were already quite generous. There was no need to spend so much more. Not too much, not too much. Also, for any employees in Huyue City who work for 3 years, our group will give them a free 300 square meter apartment. The more Chu Chen spoke, the more excited he became, which startled Shin Xingwei. She was well aware of Chu Chen's capabilities, but even with a lot of money, could he really afford to spend like this? Offering 10 million for a relocation fee to industry giants was acceptable, but 5 million for PhD students seemed a bit excessive, right? Moreover, giving a relocation fee and then offering a 300 square meter apartment after 3 years of work? Young master, isn't that a bit too much? Not really. How about this, aside from the 3 projects we discussed earlier, let's acquire some land and build a commercial street around it. We can also construct the apartments for our employees ourselves. That should save us some money, right? Xu Chen suggested, leaving Shin Xingwei somewhat speechless. Well, the saving money that the young master mentioned actually meant building a CBD himself? However, Shin Xingwei didn't want to say much. After all, the money belonged to Chu Chen, and he could spend it however he liked. Besides, after witnessing Chu Chen's money-making operations in the stock market, she had become much more extravagant with spending. This was the confidence that Chu Chen had given her. After hanging up the phone, Shin Xingwei couldn't help but smile wryly. Now, they would have to spend several hundred million more than the budget. In comparison, the 5 million or 10 million relocation fees seemed trivial. According to Chu Chen's plan, just building a CBD around the Chu Group's branch in Huyue City would likely cost several hundred billion, right? Does young master really have that much money? Shin Xingwei couldn't help but murmur to herself. But then she shook her head and steadied her thoughts. She wasn't sure about others, but she was clear about Chu Chen's capabilities. You should know that Chu Chen is the kind of person who can make hundreds of billions in the US stock market in just a week. The speed at which money comes in is much faster than robbing a bank. Alas, the young master makes money quickly, but spends it even faster. Shin Xingwei couldn't help but sigh. Chu Chen, on the other hand, didn't care. It's just money. If it's gone, he can earn it back. At worst, he could find some time to travel around the country, meet more rich second-generation heirs, and pick up some rewards. If he could also pick up some special rewards, like occasionally getting a financial market prediction card, making a few hundred billion would be a matter of minutes. After explaining the work to Shin Xingwei, Chu Chen had nothing else to do and simply stayed in his study. Sipping tea, watching the news, smoking a cigarette, he found it quite enjoyable. This saying is really good. In good times, do not be lazy. In bad times, do not lose heart. With the heart, control the environment, everything can be achieved. After achieving financial freedom, Chu Chen had become fascinated with life philosophy. Compared to making money, he preferred to explore philosophical ideas. Overall, making money held little significance for Chu Chen. Studying philosophy showcased his sophistication even more. So these days, whenever he came across inspiring words, he would read them a few more times. In good times, do not be lazy. In bad times, do not lose heart. With the heart, control the environment, everything can be achieved. Chu Chen couldn't help but silently read it a few more times in his heart, then cleared his mind, took a sip of tea, and thought, if someone could truly achieve this, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a sage, right? Chu Chen didn't want to be a sage, he just wanted to live a better life with his family and friends. Of course, if he could do something meaningful for society within his capabilities, that would be even better. When poor, one should focus on self-cultivation. When rich, one should benefit the world. To be honest, very few people can achieve this, as everyone has their own selfish interests. Who would willingly donate their money to others? Chu Chen asked himself if he was that great, but there were still some things within his reach that he could do. For example, investing 2 billion in Shoucheng. If you really think about it, Chu Chen had no obligation to put out that much money, yet he casually agreed. That was 2 billion. To put it in perspective, Shoucheng's annual GDP is only a little over 200 billion. With just a casual remark, Chu Chen committed to investing 1/10 of Shoucheng's annual GDP. Of course, if the new energy project factory were built in Shoucheng, the subsequent investment would exceed 100 billion at the very least. Chu Chen didn't dwell on it too much, took a sip of tea, and leisurely lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. But then again, one should enjoy life. The next day, Qingming Festival. The Chu family ancestral hall was bustling with people. The news that Chu Chen would come to the ancestral hall to pay respects had spread long ago. Aside from the Chu clan members, many others had come to see what Chu Chen looked like. Although Chu Chen had only returned a few days ago, there were already many legends about him in Shoucheng. After all, he had returned driving 4 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, which was quite a spectacle in a small county like Shoucheng. Furthermore, the news about Chu Chen planning to invest 2 billion in Shoucheng for a project had also spread like wildfire. In fact, Chu Chen didn't even need to think. It was definitely Zhang Jia who had intentionally leaked the information. Although Chu Chen had verbally agreed to invest in his hometown, it was merely a verbal commitment. In the past few days, Chu Chen hadn't discussed the investment details with Zhang Jia, who was also afraid that Chu Chen might backtrack. After all, that was 2 billion. If Chu Chen really decided not to honor it, even though he was the top leader in Shoucheng, there was nothing Zhang Jia could do about it. I let it slip, intentionally or not, that Chu Chen plans to invest 2 billion in Shoucheng, so that everyone in the county would know. Even if Chu Chen wanted to back out, he would have to think twice. However, Chu Chen didn't seem to care much. It was just 2 billion, he didn't take it seriously. He hadn't contacted Zhang Jia these past few days mainly because it was rare for him to be back home, and he wanted to spend quality time with his parents. Before the ancestral worship ceremony began, Zhang Jia arrived with some county leaders. Normally, it wouldn't be appropriate for outsiders to attend a family ancestral worship, but Zhang Jia was clearly anxious. He was worried that Chu Chen hadn't contacted him for days because he was having second thoughts and might back out. Brother Chu, Zhang Jia spotted Chu Chen in the crowd and walked straight over. Brother Zhang, Chu Chen smiled slightly upon seeing Zhang Jia and welcomed him. They exchanged pleasantries without discussing the investment project. After Chu Chen finished the ancestral worship, Zhang Jia approached him again. Brother Chu, about the investment project you mentioned earlier, don't worry, Brother Zhang, I've already thought it through regarding the project, Chu Chen said with a slight smile. Although he said this, he was thinking, as expected, he's worried about me. On the other hand, Zhang Jia perked up when he heard that Chu Chen had already considered the investment project. Brother Chu, could you share a bit? Our county is ready to cooperate with your work. The Chu Group has recently drafted 3 projects, one of which is the new energy project. Initially, we planned to build a factory in Haiyue City, but since I mentioned investing in my hometown, I couldn't think of a better project, so I decided to place the new energy project here in Shoucheng. Chu Chen didn't hold back and spoke directly. New energy project? Zhang Jia was taken aback at first, then he was overjoyed. Although Zhang Jia wasn't a science or engineering major, he was a top student and understood that new energy projects were key initiatives for the future world. Moreover, researching new energy wasn't something that could be solved with 10 or 20 billion. Hundreds of billions wouldn't even be a starter. To achieve results, one would need to invest at least a few hundred billion in research funding. For Shoucheng, this would undoubtedly be the largest investment project in history. Great! The new energy project is excellent. In the future world, new energy is absolutely crucial. Brother Chu, you have a long-term vision. Zhang Jia felt so happy that he could hardly contain his smile. Regardless of whether the Chu Group would make groundbreaking advancements in the new energy project or even succeed, as long as Chu Chen committed to this new energy project, the total investment would not be less than 100 billion. If the Chu Group could indeed develop a groundbreaking new energy solution, Shoucheng would undoubtedly benefit immensely in the future. Zhang Jia's joy was beyond imagination. You have to know that when Chu Chen first returned, Zhang Jia was only hoping that Chu Chen could invest a few tens of millions to support the development of his hometown. But then, Chu Chen casually mentioned 2 billion, which completely shocked him. Although Chu Chen hadn't contacted him these past few days, today he came and immediately gave him such a huge surprise. Whether it can succeed is still uncertain. Many large companies are already laying out plans for new energy projects. Our Chu Group is starting late, who knows, we might end up investing hundreds of billions and not even get a taste. When Chu Chen mentioned investing hundreds of billions, Zhang Jia's heart couldn't help but skip a few beats. Although he had anticipated that the Chu Group would not invest just 20 billion in the new energy project, and that such projects typically require hundreds of billions to start, the excitement was still overwhelming when his expectations were confirmed. Brother Chu, don't worry. We may not be able to help in other areas, but as long as we can assist you with policies, I can guarantee that our Shoucheng will definitely give the Chu Group a green light all the way. Zhang Jia, as the top leader of Shoucheng, theoretically shouldn't have said such things, but he was willing to take the risk to ensure that Chu Chen felt secure about keeping the new energy project in Shoucheng. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with it. If a company comes to a small city like this and invests hundreds of billions at once,
How could the local government not even provide a green light in terms of policy? Let's put it this way, if Chu Chen were not from Shocheng, there would be a 100% chance that such a project would not be built within the city. Hundreds of billions in investment could definitely be considered a major project. Any city in the country would surely offer a plethora of favorable conditions to keep the Chu group. After all, he donated 10 million to the Chu family, and as a rising star within the family, Chu Chen naturally earned the respect he deserved. After the ancestral worship ceremony, several elders of the Chu family specifically stood up to announce Chu Chen's 10 million donation in front of everyone. Wow, 10 million? Just like that? I'm so envious. So young and already so successful, the future is limitless. How did he do it? As far as I know, the Chu family doesn't seem to have any background, right? How do you think he did it? By studying hard. He's a college student. A college student can earn that much money? Don't kid me. I recently saw in the news that the average salary for college students is less than 3,000. Everyone around began to discuss with envy. As for Chu Chen, he didn't linger there for long. After the Qingming festival and ancestral worship, he was preparing to head to Haiyue City. Staying at home for too long without making money wasn't an option. He needed to go out more, meet wealthy people, and earn more money. That was the priority. However, before leaving Shocheng, Chu Chen brought a large travel bag for his mother. Inside were a total of 108 property certificates for 2 school district buildings in Binyang South Expansion Community, along with all the keys to the houses. Mom, I came back and saw that this school district property was good, so I bought 2 buildings directly. Here are the property certificates and keys. These houses are school district properties. Not only are they valuable, but they are also easy to rent. Hearing Chu Chen say this and seeing the pile of property certificates stacked like a small hill, Chu Chen's mother was completely stunned. 2 school district buildings. Over 100 apartments. Why did you buy so many houses? What a waste of money. Mom, that's not right. Houses are hard currency, and these are all school district properties, so they won't lose value. I've looked into it. The rent there starts at 2,000 a month, and these houses can bring in 2 to 300,000 just from rent. Chu Chen smiled slightly, his lips curling up as he said, "You and Dad have worked hard for most of your lives. It's time to enjoy life. Let others farm the land at home. You can just collect rent every month, drink tea, and play cards. If you want to travel, I'll arrange for a driver to take you around the country first, and when we have time, we can all go abroad together for a few months." Over 100 apartments weren't that many. If Chu Chen's parents knew that he had over 1,000 properties in the Magic City, including more than 10 large villas, then this 100+ properties back home wouldn't seem like much at all. Before leaving, Chu Chen also called Ning Kor, asking her to go to the villa in Linhai Ancient Town. Ning Kor hadn't stayed at the villa for the past 2 days, and Chu Chen knew this from their conversations. Upon receiving Chu Chen's call, Ning Kor didn't dare to think too much and went straight to the villa in Linhai Ancient Town. Chu Chen actually intended to explain things to Ning Kor face to face. After all, he would be returning to the Magic City, and it would be at least a month or 2 before he came back again. Ning Kor was, after all, his woman. It wouldn't be right not to see her before he left. Originally, Chu Chen planned to meet her briefly and then leave, but as soon as they met, Ning Kor rushed into his arms. Having refrained from women for the past 2 days, could Chu Chen really withstand Ning Kor's enthusiasm? Although it was broad daylight, he still took 2 hours to satisfy her. "Kor, there are still many things waiting for me to handle back in the Magic City. I've almost wrapped up everything here in Shocheng, so I'm planning to head back today." Chu Chen got dressed, sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "You should stay here from now on. Also, I've ordered a Porsche for you. It will be delivered in a few days." Hearing this, Ning Kor felt less happy. After all, Chu Chen was leaving for the Magic City today, and it would probably be a month or 2 before they met again. However, she didn't show any signs of unhappiness, obediently nodding and softly responding with an By the way, I mentioned before that I was planning to invest 20 billion in a project here in Shocheng, but the situation has changed a bit. Chu Chen looked at Ning Kor and smiled, mainly because there aren't any particularly good investment projects, so I'm shifting the original plan to invest in the new energy project in Haiyue City to Shocheng. This is one of the 3 major investment projects of our Chu group, and there will be a dedicated person in charge. Hearing this, Ning Kor understood what Chu Chen meant. She quickly expressed that it was no problem. After all, if she were to be responsible for a 20 billion project, she would indeed be worried about any issues arising. Even if Chu Chen didn't blame her later, she might blame herself. Well, the investment in the new energy project is huge, starting at over 100 billion. It wouldn't be good for you to practice on that. Chu Chen felt somewhat apologetic. After all, it was a bit unfair to Ning Kor if he made promises he couldn't keep. How about this?
I'll get a piece of land here in Shocheng, and you can decide what you want to do. Hearing this, Ning Kor's eyes lit up. Really, I can decide? Once I say it, it's set in stone, you can decide. Chu Chen smiled gently, his lips curling up. I want to build a Chinese-style hotel, specifically for hosting Chinese weddings. Do you think that's okay? Ning Kor asked timidly. A Chinese-style hotel, specifically for Chinese weddings? Chu Chen murmured softly, then his face lit up with joy as he said, of course it's feasible. Not only feasible, but it's also a great idea. With the rapid development of the domestic economy and the increasing affluence of the people, their demands for life have also risen. Traditional Chinese weddings are high-end, elegant, and absolutely outshine Western weddings by several streets. Chu Chen had often seen videos on Douyin of wealthy people hosting traditional Chinese weddings, and he had to admit they were indeed much more impressive than Western weddings. As for the comments section, it was filled with envy. Of course, the most common comment was this: it's not that we don't want to host a Chinese wedding, it's just that we don't have the money. This is indeed true. Chinese weddings pay great attention to detail, and being high-end and elegant definitely requires a financial foundation. However, if there were hotels specifically hosting Chinese-style weddings, the wedding venue could be reused multiple times, which would naturally lower the cost of hosting Chinese weddings. That's a great idea. If done well, we could open several more. Chu Chen wasn't just saying this casually, he had to admit that Ning Kor's idea was indeed quite promising. After all, Ning Kor had previously worked as the lobby manager at Ju Fu Lu, so she had a certain level of expertise in hotel management. Speaking of which, when Chu Chen appointed her as the overall manager for the 2 billion project, she felt a bit anxious. With her capabilities, managing a hotel was not a big issue, but she was still afraid that she might not be able to handle such a significant project. So when Chu Chen said he couldn't let her continue overseeing the investment project in Shocheng, she actually felt a sense of relief. One must have a correct understanding of oneself. Ning Kor was not the type to make unreasonable demands, and besides, Chu Chen had already given her quite a lot. The villa in Linhai ancient town, although located in Shocheng where houses weren't particularly valuable, was still worth millions. Now, with Chu Chen promising to spend money to build her a hotel, she couldn't be happier. However, it must be said that Ning Kor's suggestion for a Chinese wedding hotel was indeed good. Even Chu Chen was pleasantly surprised by it. After sharing some tender moments with Ning Kor, Chu Chen returned home, tidied up a bit, and then took Chuyu directly to Haiyue City. I have some matters to handle in Haiyue City, and you still have classes at school. I'll have someone drive you straight back to Modu. In the car, Chu Chen smiled at Chuyu and said. Chuyu knew that her brother's Chu Group was preparing to invest in several major projects in Haiyue City, so he would definitely be very busy during this time. Chuyu nodded lightly. Okay, brother, I understand. If you need anything after returning to Modu, just contact me directly. If you can't reach me, you can contact your sister Xinxingwei, she will help you handle it right away. Chu Chen unconsciously rambled a bit more, and hearing him say this, Chuyu kept nodding in agreement. Alright, brother, don't worry, I understand. After all, Chuyu was his biological sister, and Chu Chen didn't want to see anyone bully her again. The journey from Shocheng to Haiyue City would take about an hour and a half if they took the highway. A convoy of 4 Rolls-Royces first exited the highway, and then Chu Chen had someone drive Chuyu back to Modu, while the remaining 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms headed towards the largest 5-star hotel in Haiyue City, the Binhu World Trade International Hotel. Xinxingwei and her team had been staying at the Binhu World Trade International Hotel since they arrived in Haiyue City. To facilitate their work, Xinxingwei even booked the entire 39th and 40th floors of the hotel. In the past 2 days, everyone at the Binhu World Trade International Hotel knew that a big shot had arrived, as dozens of high-level executives and business tycoons had come to meet Xinxingwei. Those in the know had learned that Xinxingwei and her team were in Haiyue City to invest in projects. When they heard that they were investment giants from Modu with an investment amount exceeding 10 billion, the hotel staff dared not neglect Xinxingwei and her team. However, just half an hour ago, Xinxingwei, along with all the executives who came with her, stood at the hotel entrance, clearly waiting for a big shot to arrive. It's been almost half an hour. Who on earth could make them wait outside for so long? Not sure, but you can tell just by thinking about it that it's definitely someone even more impressive. Isn't that obvious? Yes, anyone who can make these people wait outside so respectfully must be an even more impressive figure. The development of Haiyue City in recent years has been truly rapid. Chu Chen sat in the car, looking at the cityscape outside, and couldn't help but exclaim. As the capital city of Huizhou province, Haiyue City has often been teased for its ability to attract people, but it must be said that the momentum of its development is indeed fierce. It's hard to believe that it has grown from an 18th-tier city 30 years ago to a new first-tier city, and the growth shows no signs of slowing down. This is also one of the reasons why Chu Chen and the others chose Huyue City. The 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms certainly attracted a lot of attention. One would be fine, but 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms with consecutive license plates made it clear to anyone that these cars belonged to the same person. Damn, wow, I'm so envious and jealous. The happiness of the rich is truly enjoyable. A Rolls-Royce Phantom costs over 10 million each. What a tycoon. The wealthy from Magic City must be here to invest in projects in Huyue City. So envious. Along the way, anyone who saw the cars couldn't help but feel envious. The car drove through the city center of Huyue City for more than half an hour, and according to the navigation, Chu Chen and his group finally arrived at the entrance of the Binhu World Trade International Hotel. Many of the hotel staff noticed the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and couldn't help but murmur a few words. Another 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, just like the previous 2. That means the higher-ups from their company have come? Maybe the big boss himself is here. No wonder those people went out so early to wait. It turns out their boss has arrived. I wonder if their boss is handsome. I really want to see him in person. How many rich people are actually handsome? To be honest, you shouldn't be daydreaming. Whether he's handsome or not, he wouldn't look at you. While the staff were talking, Chu Chen had already stepped out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Xin Xingwei led the group behind her to greet him, and upon seeing Chu Chen, everyone respectfully called out, "Young master." Chu Chen smiled slightly, looking at Xin Xingwei, and said, "Xingwei, you've worked hard these past few days. Let's go in and talk." "Yes, young master." Chu Chen walked ahead, with Xin Xingwei walking respectfully at his right side. The other senior executives of the Chu group followed behind Chu Chen and Xin Xingwei, but their expressions were serious, not daring to speak. After all, they were not Xin Xingwei, she was Chu Chen's personal housekeeper, and her relationship with him was not something they could compare to. When they reached the elevator, everyone else stopped in their tracks. Chu Chen initially wanted to invite them in as well, but Xin Xingwei directly closed the elevator doors. Chu Chen didn't say anything about it. Downstairs, the senior executives of the Chu group felt a sense of relief as they saw the elevator doors close, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Chu Chen had always been in a good mood and treated them quite politely, they still felt a bit nervous and uncomfortable in front of their boss. I have to say, young Master Chu's aura is really powerful. Young Master Chu seems to have become even more handsome. I envy Manager Shen. Being young Master Chu's capable assistant shows that Manager Shen's abilities are indeed extraordinary. Manager Shen is after all young Master Chu's confidant. We can't compare. Downstairs, the senior executives of the Chu group couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Knowing that Chu Chen was coming today, Xin Xingwei had also asked the hotel to thoroughly clean the presidential suite in advance. The price for one night in this presidential suite is 58,000 yuan, but for the wealthy Chu group, this amount is hardly anything. Xin Xingwei's efficiency at work is beyond doubt. Of course, as Chu Chen's personal butler, Xin Xingwei's meticulousness also greatly satisfies Chu Chen. "Young master, your tea." Chu Chen sat on the sofa smoking, while Xin Xingwei approached him with a cup of premium Longjing tea that she had personally brewed, bending down to pour a cup and hand it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement, taking the teacup and sipping gently. "It's a bit late today. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, have the recently recruited research experts come over. I want to meet them." Chu Chen was actually eager to meet those research experts, but it was a bit late now, and calling them over would indeed be inappropriate. Besides, after a long journey, he was feeling a bit tired. "All right, I'll notify them shortly." Xin Xingwei nodded in agreement. "By the way, there's one more thing." Chu Chen smiled at Xin Xingwei and said, "I was planning to invest 2 billion in Shoqing for a project, but since we've decided to build the new energy project there, we can forget about that 2 billion project." Chu Chen took another sip of tea and continued, "Recently, I ran into an old classmate at home. She gave me a great suggestion for a Chinese wedding hotel, which I think is quite good. I agreed to let her build one in Shoqing first to see how it goes." Xin Xingwei listened to Chu Chen without interrupting, but when he mentioned meeting an old classmate, she was slightly moved. However, speaking of a Chinese wedding hotel, the project did sound promising. "A Chinese wedding hotel sounds great," Xin Xingwei commented. She wasn't just flattering, she genuinely thought the project was good. "Then it's settled. After finishing up here in Huyue City, you take someone to Shoqing. First, go to the airport area to finalize the site for the new energy project. Second, find a piece of land close to the city and buy it, so we can build the hotel later." Naturally, Chu Chen couldn't handle everything himself. Of course, he wouldn't let Xin Xingwei do all the running around without compensating her. "As for the hotel, my old classmate will help manage it. Her abilities are limited, so you should assist her more." Chu Chen smiled and continued, "I'll send you a few WeChat contacts shortly, you can add them." "Okay, young master." Shin Xingwei dared not say much. After all, everything she had now was given by Chu Chen. I'll give you 20% of the hotel shares. You can draft the contract yourself when you get back, Chu Chen said casually while smoking. Although investing in such a hotel would require at least a few $100 million, to Chu Chen, it was just a small venture. Shin Xingwei was busy every day, so giving her 20% of the shares was not unreasonable. However, when Shin Xingwei heard that Chu Chen was giving her 20% of the shares, she was somewhat taken aback. Serving the young master is my duty. I think I'll pass on the 20% shares? Shin Xingwei truly hadn't planned on taking shares in the hotel, as what Chu Chen had already given her was more than enough. Not to mention, the properties in the Magic City were all managed by her, and she earned a considerable commission from them. As for the Chu Group, she also held 1% of the shares. 1% of the group's shares may not sound like much, but given the potential of the Chu Group, it could very well become a trillion-dollar unicorn in the future. By then, 1% of the shares would be worth at least tens of billions. Of course, after being by Chu Chen's side for a long time, she had become somewhat numb to money. Besides, as long as she remained Chu Chen's personal housekeeper, staying by his side without having to spend her own money while enjoying the highest quality of life, wasn't that appealing? It's fine, although it's a small investment, you'll need to keep an eye on it. 20% of the shares isn't much, so there's no need to refuse. Since Chu Chen said so, Shin Xingwei didn't refuse any longer. I'm going to take a break now, you can go ahead and get busy. Chu Chen took a sip of tea, looked at Shin Xingwei, smiled, and said, Okay, I'll head out first. If you need anything, just call me. Shin Xingwei stepped out, and Chu Chen stood up from the sofa, stretched, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to admire the night view of Haiyue City through the tempered glass. When he was young, Chu Chen had visited Haiyue City with his parents, but the Haiyue City in his memories was not as prosperous as it was now. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for his sudden stroke of luck in binding the system, he really couldn't imagine where he would be now. After all, his family background was ordinary, and his parents could not provide him with much help. The pressure on young people today is indeed overwhelming, not to mention the 996 work schedule. The key issue is that despite all the hard work, they still can't earn money. High housing prices have turned almost all young people in the country into mortgage slaves. If he hadn't bound the system, let alone living in a villa in the Magic City, even buying a house in Haiyue City would probably drain his parents' life savings. Life's circumstances, who can predict what will happen in the next moment? After a dreamless night, Chu Chen woke up before 8 the next morning. After getting dressed, he comfortably sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He made a call to notify Shin Xingwei to come over. Shin Xingwei lived next door to Chu Chen, and within a minute of receiving his call, she stood in front of him. Xingwei, have you had any contact with the local tycoons in Haiyue City? Chu Chen looked at Shin Xingwei beside him, a slight smile on his lips as he asked. Today, in addition to wanting to connect with some research bigwigs, he also planned to reach out to the local wealthy individuals in Haiyue City. I've had some contact, but not very familiar. Shin Xingwei replied candidly upon hearing Chu Chen's question. Get in touch with them and have them come over for lunch. After all, since we're developing here in Haiyue City, it's essential to build good relationships with the local tycoons. After Chu Chen finished speaking, Shin Xingwei nodded in agreement. Although with the strength of the Chu Group, there was no need to curry favor with these people. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Why be enemies when you can be friends? Young master, I've arranged for the hotel to prepare breakfast for you. Would you like to eat first while I make some arrangements? Sure, no rush. Chu Chen chuckled and waved his hand at Shin Xingwei, signaling her to go ahead with her tasks. On the second day after Shin Xingwei arrived in Haiyue City, no fewer than 10 local tycoons came to visit her. All in all, it seemed that at least 20 or 30 wealthy individuals were familiar with Shin Xingwei. Of course, they weren't just interested in getting to know her, they primarily wanted to board the big ship of the Chu Group. Those with a bit of connections had more or less heard some news about the Chu Group. Although the Chu Group had only been established for a short time, it had to be acknowledged that its strength was quite formidable, especially since they had also learned some information about Chu Chen, the newly emerged super-rich young man in the Magic City, who had a very good relationship with top young elites like Qin Bin. Moreover, they had also learned through their channels about the purpose of the Chu Group's visit to Haiyue City. If they could establish a cooperative relationship with the Chu Group, it would definitely be more beneficial than harmful. Shin Xingwei was naturally aware of the intentions of these people, but on the other hand, it was indeed necessary for the Chu Group to establish good relations with the local natives in Haiyue City, especially since they had not yet firmly established their foothold there. Over the past few days, aside from discussing project development with the city's high-ranking officials, Shin Xingwei had also met with several wealthy locals from Haiyue City. Of course, Not everyone had the capability to become a partner of the Chu group. Shin Xingwei immediately had someone investigate the backgrounds of these individuals and selected families with relatively strong capabilities to become partners of the Chu group in Huiyue City. Since Chu Chen had given the order, she proceeded to call each of the selected wealthy individuals to inform them. As for the others, either their strength was too weak or their reputation was too poor. Such people had no qualifications to become partners of the Chu group. However, even those chosen by Shin Xingwei could only be considered average in terms of strength from the perspective of the Chu group. A fortune of several billion might be unimaginable to ordinary people, but it was truly insufficient in the eyes of the Chu group. So when Shin Xingwei informed them that their young master, Chu Chen, would be treating them to lunch today, they all appeared quite flattered and surprised. Meanwhile, Chu Chen was leisurely enjoying breakfast. Although it was prepared by the head chef of a five-star hotel, for various reasons, the quality of the breakfast did not compare to that prepared by his own chef back in Modu. However, it was just breakfast. Chu Chen was not that delicate. After finishing breakfast, he checked the time and saw it was almost 9 o'clock. The night before, Shin Xingwei had already notified those research bigwigs about Chu Chen's meeting with them today. After all, Chu Chen would be their future boss, so when they learned that the big boss would personally meet with them today, they were somewhat nervous. After all, the salary offered by the Chu group was unparalleled nationwide. If they accidentally offended the big boss, that would not be good. In the presidential suite, there was a conference room, and Chu Chen instructed Shin Xingwei to bring those research bigwigs to the conference room. Inside the conference room sat 30 middle-aged individuals, the youngest of whom might be around 40. Since they were all engaged in research, most of them knew each other. Before Chu Chen arrived, they began discussing among themselves. What do you think the big boss called us here for today? How would I know? But I heard from General Manager Shin that it doesn't seem to be anything major. We just joined the Chu group. I hope the big boss isn't having second thoughts and wants to. That's unlikely. The Chu group is quite strong, which is why I chose to leave my stable position and join a private company. Exactly. Not to mention the 1 million relocation fee for research bigwigs. Even we PhD students have a relocation fee of 500,000. Plus, after 3 years, we can get a large flat. Such benefits might not even be available abroad. Although they were a group of middle-aged scholars, their desire for money was not too high, but they were still human, and they had families to support. The Chu group not only offered astonishing benefits, but more importantly, they were preparing to build an internationally top-tier research institute, which was absolutely irresistible for someone in research. They had never met Chu Chen before and had no idea what kind of person he was or what his personality was like. However, since he was able to establish the Chu group and become the chairman of a 100 billion group, he must be quite capable, right? In the conference room, a group of research bigwigs eagerly awaited Chu Chen's arrival. The conference room door opened, and everyone's gaze turned in that direction. When they saw a young man who looked to be barely 20 walk in, no one thought he was Chu Chen. However, the next second, when they saw Shin Xingwei approach him and respectfully call him young master, everyone present couldn't help but be taken aback. No way? He's the chairman of the Chu group? He's way too young, right? Is he a rich second generation? Everyone couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. Chu Chen, however, didn't put on airs in front of these research bigwigs. With a slight smile, he walked over to them. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Chen, the founder of the Chu group. It's an honor to meet all of you industry leaders today. Hearing Chu Chen's self-introduction, they still found it hard to believe. To be honest, before seeing Chu Chen, they thought he must be at least in his 40s or 50s. They truly didn't expect the chairman of the Chu group to be so young. I'm very glad that everyone has chosen the Chu group. If you have any requests in the future, feel free to bring them up. As long as we can do it, I will do my best to meet everyone's needs. Chu Chen's easygoing nature made everyone present feel a surge of goodwill towards him. I didn't come here for anything else today. I mainly wanted to connect and get to know all of you industry leaders. Chu Chen said with a smile, so don't be shy, feel free to share any suggestions. With Chu Chen not putting on airs, the atmosphere immediately became much more lively. Meanwhile, Shin Xingwei had also arranged for peanuts and sunflower seeds from the hotel. They initially thought the big boss of the group was coming to assert authority, but it turned into a casual chat. Under Shin Xingwei's introduction, Chu Chen also got to know everyone present one by one. Young master, this is Professor Lin Xiaoyang. He is an expert in nuclear power research. When Shin Xingwei introduced Professor Lin Xiaoyang, who specialized in nuclear power, to Chu Chen, at the same time, Chu Chen picked up a reward next to Lin Xiaoyang. Ding, you have picked up the controllable nuclear fusion technology version 1.0. Wow, awesome. The moment Chu Chen heard the system prompt, he couldn't help but exclaim. However, Chu Chen's shout made Professor Lin Chaoyang smile wryly. Young Master Chu, you flatter me. I study controllable nuclear fusion, but after 20 years of research, I still haven't made any substantial breakthroughs. The concept of controllable nuclear fusion has only been proposed for a few decades, and Professor Lin Chaoyang has dedicated more than half of his life to this topic. However, while controllable nuclear fusion is conceptually possible, achieving it is another matter. For instance, some steps are known, but due to material limitations, those steps cannot be realized at all. For example, materials that can withstand high temperatures need to endure temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, and currently, there is no material that can withstand such high temperatures. That said, technology is advancing rapidly, and perhaps one day in the future, humanity will master controllable nuclear fusion technology. The energy issue is a major problem that plagues all of humanity. Whoever can master controllable nuclear fusion technology will have the power to speak from the pinnacle of the world. Currently, globally, aside from countries capable of researching nuclear energy, many large companies are also increasing their investments in the research and development of controllable nuclear fusion technology. Of course, it must be said that due to current technological limitations, many people view controllable nuclear fusion technology as a pipe dream. At present, the mainstream new energy focus is on the development of new batteries, which have already been widely applied in new energy vehicles. However, the shortcomings of current new energy vehicles are self-evident. Can't run long distances, and the charging time is long. In the eyes of those research bigwigs studying controllable nuclear fusion technology, the current new energy projects are just low-level stuff. Chu Chen's exclamation of "Wow, amazing!" made Lin Chaoyang blush, but he didn't know that Chu Chen was astonished because he had just received a system reward. After a 2-second daze, Chu Chen came back to his senses, his face still beaming with excitement. Controllable nuclear fusion technology. Although it's just version 1.0, this is controllable nuclear fusion technology. Chu Chen was overjoyed, his excitement evident. The others looked at Chu Chen's expression and thought he was a bit of a fanatic, their hearts trembling slightly. Professor Lin, I have high hopes for the research direction of controllable nuclear fusion, so work hard. Chu Chen adjusted his excited emotions and then proceeded to get to know all the researchers present. Ding! You have picked up the nerve repair liquid extraction technology. Just after Chu Chen got acquainted with a big shot focused on bioengineering research, he picked up another technical reward. Nerve repair liquid? What is that? Chu Chen wasn't a professional, but just hearing the name gave a sense of grandeur. No matter what it was definitely impressive. Ding! You have picked up a secret whitening essence mask formula. After Chu Chen got to know everyone present, he had indeed reaped a lot. Aside from the controllable nuclear fusion technology version 1.0, he also picked up the nerve repair liquid extraction technology and the secret whitening essence mask formula. Products from the system are bound to be high quality. This point was beyond doubt. Speaking of which, it was impossible for Chu Chen to invest so much money in these 3 projects and not care about the returns. After all, it involved hundreds of billions in funds. Although Chu Chen made money quickly, he couldn't just disregard money. Now that he had picked up these cutting-edge technologies from the system, he had nothing to worry about. At noon, besides hosting these research bigwigs, there were also local wealthy tycoons from US City. Under the introduction of Shin Xingwei, Chu Chen got to know these tycoons one by one. Ding! You have picked up cash worth 100 million. Ding! You have picked up a school district house in Binhai Century City Phase 1. Ding! You have picked up a Porsche 911. Ding! You have picked up a Range Rover Evoque. Ding! You have picked up cash worth 100 million. In one meal, Chu Chen picked up dozens of rewards, cash totaling 1 billion, 16 luxury cars, and 15 school district houses, not to mention 6 villas. These local tycoons are really wealthy. Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, his smile becoming even brighter. After finishing the meal, Shin Xingwei sent everyone away before returning to Chu Chen's side. Chu Chen sat comfortably on the sofa playing a mobile game, and when he saw Shin Xingwei return, he put away his phone. Xingwei, I just remembered that I also invested quite a bit in real estate here in US City. When you have time, help me manage these properties. Chu Chen casually mentioned, and Shin Xingwei nodded without any surprise. Naturally, she wouldn't find it shocking that her boss loved investing in real estate. Although the housing prices in US City were not low, averaging over 20,000 per square meter, compared to the prices in the Magic City, it was really nothing to mention. By the way, I bought a Porsche 911. Please have someone drive it to Shoching for me. Okay. Shin Xingwei was taken aback for a moment, then directly responded affirmatively. As for why Chu Chen arranged things this way, she didn't ask. After all, some things are better left unasked.
as Chu Chen's personal housekeeper, she understood this principle. Also, I've bought quite a few villas here in Haiyue City. Pick one, it's a gift for you. Chu Chen was never stingy with his own people. A villa in Haiyue City was nothing, the most expensive one was only a few tens of millions, and besides, they were all rewards he had collected. Giving one to Xin Xingwei was naturally no problem at all. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Xin Xingwei was quite moved. Young master, I think it's unnecessary? Xin Xingwei's first reaction was to refuse. Although she had been working tirelessly during this time, being gifted a villa as a reward left her a bit flabbergasted. However, Xin Xingwei was not unaware of Chu Chen's personality, and after saying this, she felt a bit regretful. It's fine, just a villa. You're now the general manager of our Chu group. This little reward isn't much. Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Alright, let's leave it at that. You can go back to your work now, I'm going to take a nap. Hearing this, Xin Xingwei had nothing more to say and nodded before leaving. Chu Chen had a bit to drink at noon and slept until after 6 in the evening. After waking up, he took a hot shower, and he looked much more refreshed. Xin Xingwei's work efficiency was naturally not to be doubted. Everything in Haiyue City had been arranged quite well. Xingwei, want to go out for a stroll with me? Sure, young master. Although Chu Chen was from Huizhou, he hadn't spent much time in Haiyue City. Each visit lasted at most a day or two. One could say that as a Huizhou person, he might not be as familiar with Haiyue City as Xin Xingwei. The development speed of Haiyue City in the past decade or so was indeed astonishing. The city was filled with towering skyscrapers, and the transportation network was extensive. The resident population had surpassed 10 million, and its GDP had already entered the trillion club 3 years ago. It was a city predominantly inhabited by young people, brimming with vitality. Xin Xingwei drove, and Chu Chen couldn't help but express his thoughts while sitting in the car. Looks like our choice was indeed the right one. Chu Chen chuckled, a young city is more creative, and there will be more opportunities. Yes, young master. During these past few days in Haiyue City, what impressed me the most is that their leadership team is quite bold, and the staff are generally young, with very high efficiency. However, on the other hand, Xin Xingwei was representing the Chu group to invest in construction, and starting with an investment of over 100 billion, they had no reason not to take it seriously. Driving around the provincial capital, they stopped by a roadside stall to enjoy some authentic Huizhou cuisine. One must say, after getting used to delicacies, the roadside food seemed particularly delicious to Chu Chen. However, eating at a roadside stall while driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom certainly attracted the attention of many passers-by. Wow, this rich person is really something, driving a Rolls-Royce to eat street food? This Rolls-Royce looks a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Don't you remember? There were 2 Rolls-Royces parked at the Binhu World Trade International Hotel. We went there for a banquet before, and you even took pictures. Oh right. The license plate matches too. This is a real rich person. I heard from a friend that they seem to be from a big group company in the Magic City, coming to invest in a project, and the initial investment is said to exceed 100 billion. The young couple chatting was somewhat well connected in Haiyue City, but at this moment, they were whispering enviously. As for the other passers-by, some merely glanced at the Rolls-Royce a couple of times, while others discreetly took a few photos with their phones. After Chu Chen had his fill and wiped his mouth, he walked straight towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside. After settling the bill, Xin Xingwei hurriedly followed him. When the onlookers watched Xin Xingwei respectfully open the car door for Chu Chen and saw him get in, everyone present couldn't help but envy him. It wasn't until Xin Xingwei drove away that the crowd began to discuss their envy. He bought a Rolls-Royce at such a young age? Definitely a rich second generation. So enviable. His secretary is impressive too. Great figure, and so beautiful, truly a winner in life, making people envious. Sigh, being born into the right family is a skill. Some things you just have from birth, and you can't envy them. Not necessarily. What if he earned it through hard work? How is that possible? He looks like he's just over 20, and that car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth over 10 million. Anyone who can afford that must have a fortune of at least 100 million, right? How could someone so young earn that much? Chu Chen had no idea that just moments ago, 2 people had argued heatedly over whether he was a rich second generation. Back at the hotel, Chu Chen returned to his suite, where Xin Xingwei had already prepared tea and cut fruits, standing by waiting for his instructions. Chu Chen was quite relaxed, smoking a cigarette while scrolling through Douyin videos. Xingwei, you need to keep a close eye on things here in Haiyue City. I'll transfer another 10 billion to the account. In the early stages, we need to tighten up our experimental research institute and factory. Previously, the Chu Corporation had 100 billion in cash,
but since they were undertaking 3 projects simultaneously, the funds were still somewhat tight. However, with another 100 billion transferred to the company account, the initial phase should be more than sufficient. Understood, young master. Shin Xingwei nodded in agreement without saying more. Also, we need to increase our efforts in recruiting talent. This is very important. Shu Chen had always been clear about his attitude towards talent. As long as you have the ability, the Chu Corporation is willing to offer generous salaries. Shin Xingwei understood this without needing further explanation. After all, talent is the foundation of a business. Without sufficient talent reserves, development is impossible. By the way, young master, it's currently peak season for campus recruitment. Should we also go to universities to recruit some fresh talent? Sure, you can arrange that. Okay. Shin Xingwei had initially thought about suggesting they go together for campus recruitment, but upon hearing Chu Chen say to let her handle it, she decided not to say more. Her young master was quite the hands-off manager. How could she possibly ask him to join her for campus recruitment? Young master, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Alright, I'll call you if something comes up. Chu Chen had nothing much to do, just smoking, drinking tea, and watching a live stream for a while. Speaking of which, it had been some time since he last played around with live streaming. Now that he had some free time, Chu Chen ended up spending tens of thousands in just a short while. As soon as he entered the live stream room, it was like a carnival. If the host caught his eye, it would start with 10 gifts, and if they had some talent to keep him engaged longer, dozens of gifts would definitely follow. After all, he was a level 60 maxed out player, and anyone who enjoyed live streaming, as long as they weren't a newbie, would surely recognize the ID Chu Men de Xiao. Wherever Chu Chen went, his fans followed. There are quite a few small streamers whose live streams only attract a dozen or 20 viewers, but as soon as Chu Chen arrives, the number of viewers can instantly soar to over 100,000. Young Master Chu is simply a walking traffic code. You can't deny it, that's really the case. I really envy the streamers favored by young Master Chu. At the very least, they get a carnival. But speaking of which, why isn't young Master Chu as fierce as before? Could it be that he's lost his touch? Ha, what you said is just hilarious. If you've lost your touch, it doesn't mean young Master Chu has. Shu Chen looked at the barrage of comments on the screen and didn't say much. The money was his, and he could spend as much as he wanted. With that thought, Shu Chen happened to come across the game streamer XAN, who had previously imitated a frog croaking. Ever since Chu Chen had generously spent 200 carnivals in her live stream last time, he hadn't returned. Initially, it did bring her a lot of traffic, but in recent days, the viewership had clearly dropped significantly, with only about 700 or 800 fans watching live. However, when Chu Chen entered XAN's live stream again, the number of online viewers instantly surged to over 100,000. Isn't this the streamer who croaked like a frog 60,000 times? Streamer, come out and greet us. Young Master Chu, let the streamer croak a song Liang this time? Wow, you're such a bad person. But I like it. XAN was still playing a game and hadn't noticed the change in her live stream until Chu Chen directly sent 200 carnivals, leaving her completely stunned. Streamer, are you still croaking? This time I'll give you a discount. You just need to croak 50,000 times. But you have to croak a song Liang. Chu Chen's barrage flew across the screen, and the fans joined in the excitement. XAN was so excited she was almost in tears. Croak, 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 croak. With 200 carnivals dropped, the casual fans in the live stream erupted in excitement. Who just said young Master Chu had lost his touch? One carnival is 3,000. My salary is also 3,000. Young Master Chu just spent what I earn in 200 months, 16 years of salary. 60,000. In all of Douyin, young Master Chu is the most generous person I've ever seen. I envy the streamer so much. She didn't do anything and just earned hundreds of thousands. The barrage in the live stream was flying, mainly because those 200 carnivals were dropped so fiercely without any pause, completely shocking many newcomers who had just started using Douyin. You guys keep an eye on things for me, I'm leaving now. Shu Chen didn't have time to play around in the live stream for long. After sending a barrage, he slipped away. The female streamer XAN hadn't even had the chance to express her thanks before Chu Chen had already exited the live stream. The next morning, Chu Chen was preparing to leave Haiyue City and return to Modu. As for Shin Xingwei, she still couldn't leave Haiyue City for the time being. Young master, I'll head back once things here in Haiyue City are mostly settled. Alright, if there's anything in Haiyue City, contact me in a timely manner. Okay. Shin Xingwei nodded, watching Chu Chen get into the Rolls-Royce, and only turned around to instruct the group executives on the upcoming work projects once she could no longer see the car. The Chu Group's investment in Haiyue City was a major project, and as the general manager of the group, Shin Xingwei naturally had to fight on the front lines. Of course, the Chu Group had hired so many executives, all personally selected by Shin Xingwei, who were highly efficient. Once the projects in Haiyu City got underway, Shin Xingwei planned to return to Modu. After a 6-hour drive, although it was a Rolls-Royce, it was still a bit unbearable after such a long time. Back in the villa in the Magic City, the household servants stood in 2 rows. As Chu Chen got out of the car, everyone shouted in unison, "Welcome home, young master." Chu Chen looked at them, a smile on his face, and waved his hand to signal them to go about their business. The happiness of the wealthy is something ordinary people can hardly imagine. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, the servants brought over freshly brewed tea. Of course, there were also seasonal fruits, all cut and arranged nicely. Chu Chen didn't even have to lift a finger. The servant beside him would bring the food to his mouth. After a tiring journey, he stood up from the sofa, stretched lazily, and lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. If it weren't for the system, a life like this is something an ordinary person could hardly dare to dream of, even after a lifetime of hard work. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just as he was reflecting on life, his phone vibrated. "Chu Xiao, you're back in the Magic City, right? How about tonight? The brothers want to welcome you. Song Gui, your news travels fast. I just got home, and you're already calling." Chu Chen replied with a smile. "Isn't it that Bin Xiao just saw your Rolls-Royce convoy on the road?" Wang Song chuckled. "So, are you free tonight?" "No problem, send me the address, and I'll be there shortly." What could Chu Chen have to do tonight? Since Wang Song had called, he couldn't refuse and agreed right away. After hanging up, Wang Song sent over the dinner address. "Chu Xiao, this place is a new restaurant opened by my brother Shi Hao. We're going to support him tonight, so drive your poison over." "Sure, no problem." Seeing the message from Wang Song, Chu Chen quickly replied. Since it was Wang Song's brother's new restaurant opening, he naturally couldn't go empty-handed. Fortunately, there were still plenty of cigarettes they had sent over at home, so Chu Chen had 2 packs prepared, along with a bottle of Romani Conti worth over $1 million. He understood the ways of the world. The Lamborghini poison glided effortlessly through the streets of the Magic City, and everyone on the road couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Even though this was the Magic City, where luxury cars were abundant, what kind of supercars hadn't they seen? But this was a Lamborghini poison, a supercar worth over $100 million, an existence that was incredibly cool and flashy. Is that a Lamborghini poison? Wow! It's so damn cool. There really is a Lamborghini poison in the Magic City. I heard it's Chu Xiao's? Who is Chu Xiao? I've never heard of him. You haven't heard of Chu Xiao? Just search for Chu Men de Xiao online, and you'll know. He's a level 60 god of wealth on Douyin, often throwing money around in live streams, and he's not the type to show off. Even Song Xiao admits that Chu Xiao is richer than him. Although Chu Chen always adhered to the principle of being low-key, as long as he drove a supercar like the Lamborghini poison, no matter how low-key he tried to be, he would still be recognized. After all, in the era of multimedia and the internet, hiding oneself is only possible if one lives deep in the mountains. He drove directly to the city center, where the restaurant was located in a villa across from the Bund. To be honest, anyone who could be Wang Song's brother was certainly wealthy. To open a restaurant in this location, one must have a fortune of at least $1 billion. At the entrance of the villa, luxury cars were already gathered, and Wang Song and Qin Bin were waiting outside, alongside several wealthy young men and women. Song Xiao, the Chu Chen you mentioned, I've never heard of him before. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Be careful not to be fooled by him, haha. The young man speaking was somewhat arrogant, and his tone suggested he didn't regard Chu Chen at all. Long Ming, what do you mean by that? Don't think just because you're from the Long family in the capital. Qin Bin couldn't hold back his anger and said indignantly. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Song. Seeing this, Long Ming became even more arrogant. What? Why aren't you speaking now? A bunch of locals, not on my level. With Long Ming's words, the others dared not say much. After all, he was the young master of the Long family in the capital, and they really couldn't afford to provoke him. As they spoke, Chu Chen arrived at the villa entrance in his Lamborghini Veneno. Long Ming, who had been indifferent, suddenly lit up at the sight of Chu Chen's Lamborghini. He owned several luxury cars, but he had never had a Lamborghini Veneno. Previously, he had spent a fortune trying to acquire one from abroad, but honestly, who could afford that car? Moreover, those who owned it abroad were mostly princes from oil-rich countries. Even if the Long family was powerful domestically, it didn't carry much weight internationally. However, a few days ago, he heard that a local in the Magic City owned a Lamborghini Veneno. Initially, he didn't believe it until he saw a video online, which prompted him to come to the Magic City in person. It really is a Veneno. Long Ming's lips curled into a smile as he walked directly towards Chu Chen. You must be Chu Chen, right? I want this Veneno. I'll give you 100 million, sell it to me, Long Ming said in a condescending tone. Chu Chen was taken aback, but he didn't indulge Long Ming, he simply brushed past him without acknowledging him. Wang Song and Xinbin quickly approached. Chu, you're finally back. We missed you so much. Xinbin moved in for a hug, but Chu Chen dodged. Xin Xiao, no, I'm not into that. As Chu Chen chatted and laughed with his friends, Long Ming interrupted. Hey, Chu Chen, I'll say it again. I want this car. 100 million, sell it to me. Long Ming was always arrogant and had never regarded Chu Chen as a threat. Who do you think you are? Just because you want it, I should sell it to you? Chu Chen frowned and said rudely to Long Ming, don't talk about 100 million, even if it were 1 billion, I wouldn't sell. The young and fearless Chu Chen, who had a system and was gradually gaining strength, had nothing to fear. However, while Chu Chen was unafraid, the others dared not confront Long Ming so boldly. Gasp! The others present, including Qin Bin and Wang Song, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chu, brother. Wang Song wanted to prevent the situation from escalating, but before he could finish, Long Ming gritted his teeth and said viciously to Chu Chen, you local bumpkin, say that again. Before Long Ming could finish his sentence, Chu Chen slapped him across the face. Smack! The sound was crisp and clear. The moment the slap landed, the entire venue fell silent. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Long family in the capital. Trash! Chu Chen showed no mercy and slapped him again. Long Ming tried to dodge, but how could he escape? Another smack, and Long Ming was left with 2 large handprints on his left and right cheeks. The Long family in the capital, huh? Go back and tell your family that if they want to take revenge on me, they can try, but they should consider whether they can withstand my wrath. Chu Chen chuckled, completely disregarding Long Ming. However, he did not hesitate to pick up the transparent small balls that appeared around Long Ming. Ding! You have picked up cash worth 1 billion. Ding! You have picked up 5 courtyard houses within the second ring of the imperial capital. Ding! You have picked up 2 S-rank demon seed guards. There were only 3 transparent orbs, but the cash of 1 billion yuan and the 5 courtyard houses in the second ring of the imperial capital were regular rewards. It was the last transparent orb that caught Chu Chen's attention. S-rank demon seed guards? What is this? Chu Chen immediately checked the information about the S-rank demon seed guards, and upon seeing it, he was so shocked that he almost couldn't speak. Damn! These demon seed guards are way too powerful. S-rank demon seed guard, a king-level powerhouse of the demon seed clan, kills invisibly, has fierce combat power, a humanoid meat grinder in the starry sky fighting arena. Combat power, 5,000 points to put it this way. After obtaining the unparalleled martial arts skill, Chu Chen's strength was equivalent to that of a master-level powerhouse, capable of taking on 100 opponents without difficulty. But if we estimate Chu Chen's strength based on combat power, it would be around 100 points at most. What does 5,000 points of combat power mean? In front of an S-rank demon seed guard, a human martial arts master is as weak as a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. In this world, that is the existence of a humanoid nuclear bomb. This should be my biggest trump card so far, Chu Chen murmured in his heart. On the surface, his expression showed no waves, but inside, he was overjoyed. I was a bit worried after offending Long Ming earlier. But now, if the Long family in the imperial capital dares to retaliate, then they have no reason to exist. Chu Chen's lips curled slightly upward, thinking to himself. Long Ming was also furious as he left, while Wang Song and Qin Bin were too scared to speak. Although Long Ming was annoying, he did have a point. No matter how rich they were, in front of the Long family, a super family with a history of hundreds of years, they were completely insignificant. Brother Chu, Sai, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you come today. Otherwise, you wouldn't have provoked that guy Long Ming. Wang Song looked at Chu Chen with some guilt and continued, although Long Ming is annoying, he is after all from the Long family in the imperial capital. Brother Chu, you might not be very clear about the Long family's power. Let's put it this way, even if my family and Qin Bin's family combined were multiplied by 10, we still wouldn't have the strength to be their enemies. Wang Song thought Chu Chen was unaware of the Long family's strength and immediately gave a brief introduction. Brother Song, if you say that, I have to say something to you. Chu Chen said somewhat displeased, it's just the Long family in the imperial capital. If they dare to act up in front of me, I wouldn't mind erasing them from this world. If it were before, although Chu Chen was not afraid of the Long family, completely erasing such a family with a history of hundreds of years would still be somewhat difficult. But now, it was no longer a challenge at all. After all, he had 2 S-rank demon seed guards with 5,000 points of combat power. If the Long family dared to retaliate against him, he wouldn't mind using his trump card. If the S-rank demon seed guards took action, annihilating a mortal family would be a piece of cake. Hiss! Hearing Chu Chen say this, Wang Tsung and Xin Bin couldn't help but gasp. To be honest, they weren't particularly clear about Chu Chen's background, but one thing was certain: the power behind Chu Chen was definitely not simple. Although the Long family in the imperial capital was not the top family, it was one of the 10 major families in the capital, with a history of hundreds of years and unfathomable depth. They had been considering whether their family could compete with the Long family while neglecting how powerful Chu Chen's backing was. Now, hearing Chu Chen's words, it was clear that he didn't take the Long family seriously at all. Especially when Chu Chen just said that he wouldn't mind having the dragon family of the imperial capital completely erased from this world. They could feel that he was not just speaking casually, he truly harbored murderous intent. But on the other hand, the dragon family of the imperial capital is known for their vendettas and has a terrible reputation. Brother Chu, I know the forces behind you are strong, but as the saying goes, one must always be wary of others. Wang Tsung quickly reminded Chu Chen as he regained his composure. Chu Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing Wang Tsung's words. After all, today was a momentous occasion for Wang Tsung's brother, and although there was a slight hiccup, it didn't affect the overall mood. Brother Chu, let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Shi Hao, whose family specializes in high-end dining. They have branches all over the world. Hello, young Master Chu. I've heard so much about you from Brother Tsung and always wanted to find an opportunity to meet you. I was too busy before, but today I finally get to see you. Just as the outside world describes, you are indeed a young talent, Shi Hao said, holding up his glass, his face glowing with excitement. Young Master Chu, I toast to you. I hope you'll take good care of our business in the future. After finishing his words, Shi Hao tilted his head back and downed a glass of baijiu in one go. Brother Hao has a great capacity for alcohol. Chu Chen also stood up, a slight smile on his lips as he said softly. While speaking, he raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Wang Tsung and Xin Bin had witnessed Chu Chen's drinking capacity before, so they didn't dare say much, fearing that if Chu Chen got too happy, he might challenge them to a few more rounds, and then they wouldn't be able to leave tonight. Tian Tai Restaurant, a newly opened private kitchen restaurant in the Magic City. Restaurants of this caliber are generally not open to the public, as ordinary people simply cannot afford to dine here. Shi Hao's family has been in the high-end restaurant business since the economic reforms in the country, and their connections are naturally quite impressive. Today was the grand opening of his new restaurant, and besides inviting the rich second generation from the Magic City, he also specially invited many celebrities and internet influencers to join the celebration. Of course, those who were invited are top-tier figures in the entertainment and influencer circles. Brothers, after we eat and drink to our fill, I have special arrangements, Shi Hao said with a grin, revealing a mischievous expression that all men understand. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback but then heard Wang Tsung and Xin Bin say, "This kid Shi Hao is quite generous. I just inquired privately, he invited over 10 popular actresses, and as for internet influencers, he invited more than 100 TSK, doesn't that mean he won't be able to handle them all?" Chu Chen, not being a naive young man, instantly understood what Wang Tsung and Xin Bin were implying. However, to be fair, Chu Chen was indifferent to celebrities and influencers. At his level, he truly wasn't lacking in beautiful women. Brother Chu, I've heard that all the guests today are beautiful women. What do you think? Are you interested? Wang Tsung shot Chu Chen a lewd smile. Not at all, Su Rui replied bluntly. After all, it was because Chu Chen was surrounded by beautiful women that he had become almost immune to them. Brother Chu, can you stop pretending to be serious when you come out to have fun? Wang Tsung chuckled. I really have no interest. Chu Chen shot Wang Tsung a glance, planning to head back to the villa to rest after the banquet. However, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Wang Tsung and Xin Bin forcibly dragged Chu Chen to the back garden. With hundreds of beautiful women gathered in the back garden, along with the dim lighting and romantic champagne, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Wang Tsung and Xin Bin, two playboys in the realm of romance, completely ignored Chu Chen and plunged straight into the waves. Although everyone here today was a well-known rich second generation, when it came to fame, Xin Bin and Wang Tsung were undoubtedly the stars of the show. The beautiful women were more than happy to gather around them. After all, if they could get involved with these two, the benefits would be plentiful. As for Chu Chen, he wasn't particularly interested, but since he was already there, he took a stroll around the back garden. The beautiful women, however, didn't seem to have much discernment. Although Chu Chen was handsome, no one made a special effort to strike up a conversation with him. One reason was that Chu Chen usually kept a low profile, and his exposure in the public eye was minimal. Another reason was that he came off as aloof, making the women hesitant to approach him. Lastly, Chu Chen looked quite young, not fitting into the hunting list of those beauties. Rich families feast while the streets are filled with frozen bones. In this situation, Shuchen couldn't help but sigh softly. After wandering around, he initially wanted to tell Wang Tsong and Qin Bin that he was heading back, but he looked around and couldn't spot either of them. However, in his line of sight, he noticed a girl in a black long dress sitting gracefully in a corner chair. "May I sit here?" Shuchen walked over to Zhao Meyer, a slight smile on his lips as he asked softly. Zhao Meyer looked up at Shu Chun and nodded in agreement. "It's so lively here, but you don't seem very happy?" "The company assigned me a task. I actually would rather go home and sleep." Zhao Meyer pursed her lips and said, "Mainly because I don't really like this kind of occasion." "Are you a star? You look a bit familiar." Although Chu Chen wasn't a fan, he would occasionally watch movies and binge on dramas when he was bored. "Just a minor star," Zhao Meyer said self-deprecatingly. "Were you the one who played Han Duer in Wandering Blue Star?" Shu Chen finally remembered where he had seen Zhao Meyer. "Yes, that's me." Zhao Meyer looked at Chu Chen and confidently admitted it. "You're young, but your acting is really good." Shu Chen didn't hold back on his praise. After all, Zhao Meyer left a deep impression on him because her performance in the movie was indeed outstanding. Compared to those popular stars, Zhao Meyer could be considered a little acting prodigy. "Thank you. Sigh, what's the use of good acting?" Upon hearing Chu Chen compliment her acting, Zhao Meyer first thanked him, then sighed. "What's wrong? The resources in the domestic entertainment industry are limited. The popular stars take a large share, the veteran actors occupy a lot of resources, and those with capital backing are heavily promoted. For someone like me, with no status or background, what good is good acting? I can't get any resources at all." Zhao Meyer hadn't intended to say so much, but thinking of her grievances, she poured out her feelings to Chu Chen like popping beans. "Well, that's true, since you've chosen this industry, you must hold firm to your beliefs." Chu Chen smiled at Zhao Meyer and said, "After all, the path is chosen by yourself. Even if it's difficult, you must persist. Isn't there a saying? Gold will shine wherever it is. Let me share a saying with you. The road is long and obstructed, but if you walk, you will arrive. Keep moving forward, and the future is promising." "Thank you." To be honest, Zhao Meyer was indeed feeling a bit down today because several roles that originally belonged to her had been taken by actresses with backgrounds. Although her acting skills were quite good, she lacked any powerful background and was unwilling to engage in those dirty under-the-table deals, so her journey in the entertainment industry had been fraught with obstacles. Recently, she had even considered stepping back from the entertainment circle, but after hearing what Chu Chen had just said, she instantly solidified her resolve. "The road is long and difficult, but if you keep going, you'll get there. How wonderful." Zhao Meyer stuck out her tongue at Chu Chen. "By the way, we've talked so much, but I still don't know your name." "Shu Chen. Heh, nice to meet you." Shu Chen extended his hand to Zhao Meyer, who also reached out to shake his hand. "By the way, I don't know if you've heard of Chumen Entertainment Media Company?" Zhao Meyer frowned slightly at Chu Chen's question, then looked at him and said, "Is it the Chumen Entertainment Media that spent 30 million to buy out Mu Yunqi's contract?" After all, Zhao Meyer was in the entertainment industry, and she knew Mu Yunqi. Previously, Mu Yunqi was similar to her, both having talent but lacking a strong background. However, not long ago, after attending a party and meeting a mysterious rich second generation, Mu Yunqi suddenly had the potential to soar. As for the Chumen Entertainment Media that signed Mu Yunqi, although it was a newly established company, it seemed that it wouldn't be long before it secured a place in the domestic entertainment industry. "Yes, I am the chairman of Chumen Entertainment Media." Shu Chen chuckled and said, "How about you switch to our company? As long as you have the talent, we can provide you with plenty of resources." Zhao Meyer was taken aback, but she had no doubt about what Chu Chen said. Although Chumen Entertainment Media had been established for less than 2 months, as an industry insider, she had heard a lot about the company. For instance, in terms of funding, they seemed to have no shortage of it, with rumors of immense backing. She had also heard that Chumen Entertainment Media recently spent a large sum to acquire the rights to many major IPs. It was known that the rights to these major IPs could easily cost tens of millions or even over 100 million. Of course, the value of these major IPs was also foreseeable. With a large fan base for the original works, as long as they could be filmed and released, there was no fear of lacking viewership. However, filming a major IP required a significant investment, ranging from 1 or 200 million to potentially limitless amounts. After all, the costs for post-production special effects in film and television were like burning money. Why have domestic film and television productions favored young idols in recent years? It was because young idols could attract viewership, thus reducing some of the expenses on special effects. But ultimately, this was somewhat misguided. After all, in a good work, the actor's performance should come first. With so many young idols filling the roles, even the best script couldn't hold up.
Zhao Maya never expected to be so lucky. After all, she hadn't deliberately tried to curry favor with those big shots, yet she had encountered Chu Chen. Can I really? To be honest, Zhao Maya was quite tempted, her tone trembling as she spoke. Of course. Chu Chen smiled slightly at Zhao Maya and said, "Which entertainment company were you with before? How much is the penalty for breaking the contract? I can have someone help you get released right away. Xiaoshang Entertainment Agency, I signed with them right after graduating from university. The penalty isn't much, but it's still 100,000. Although Zhao Maya's acting was good, she was still a newcomer in the entertainment industry, so the penalty wasn't high. Moreover, Chu Chen had never even heard of Xiaoshang Entertainment Agency, so it seemed to be a relatively unknown small company. However, in fact, Xiaoshang Entertainment Agency does have some strength, and it has quite a few first and second tier artists in the entertainment industry. Although its power is certainly not as strong as Jige Entertainment Media Company, it is definitely not the kind of obscure small company. Isn't that just a matter of a word? When Chu Chen heard Zhao Maya say her penalty fee was 1 million, he chuckled and said, 1 million, for an ordinary person, might be a huge sum, but for Chu Chen, 1 million was just the cost of a meal. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Chu Chen directly called Xingwei, there's something I need you to send someone to handle. Yes, it's Xiaoshang Entertainment Agency, the artist is Zhao Maya, and the penalty fee is 1 million. Xingwei responded without any hesitation, okay, young master, I'll send someone to take care of it right away. After hanging up, Chu Chen smiled at Zhao Maya and said, alright, your company should notify you tonight, and tomorrow you can sort out the matters over there and report to me? Zhao Maya didn't expect Chu Chen's efficiency to be so fast, but thinking about it, for someone at his level, many things could be resolved with just a phone call, and naturally, there would be people to help handle the issues. Mr. Chu, then I'll be your person from now on. Zhao Maya stood up, speaking a bit shyly. You have great potential. Our company should be acquiring quite a few top-tier IPs recently. You can choose suitable scripts. If there's nothing you like, and you have your eye on any IP, just let the company executives know, and I'll arrange for someone to buy the rights. If it weren't for Chu Chen saying this, Zhao Maya would have thought he was just boasting. But sitting in front of her was indeed the newly emerged top rich young man of Modu, and the facts proved that he truly had this capability. Thank you, Mr. Chu, I will definitely work hard and live up to your appreciation. Zhao Maya was very touched. After all, such opportunities are rare. As the saying goes, good horses are common, but good trainers are not. For Zhao Maya, Chu Chen was her good trainer. Chu Chen didn't expect any repayment from Zhao Maya. He waved his hand and said, I still hope that domestic film and television dramas can develop well. Our company isn't short on money, in any case, it's just a small contribution. What Chu Chen said wasn't really a problem, after all, his involvement in the entertainment media company was more of a hobby. It was true that he provided the funds, but since the company was established, he hadn't really managed it, it had always been Xingwei helping to run it. Moreover, he didn't expect to make money from Chumen Entertainment Media Company. After all, if it came to profitable projects, Chumen Entertainment Media Company wouldn't even rank on his list. Not to mention anything else, just the controllable nuclear fusion technology he recently acquired could bring him endless wealth. Chu Chen had drunk quite a bit, so he naturally couldn't drive back. As for calling a chauffeur, don't joke, that was a Lamborghini Veneno, and probably no chauffeur in the country would dare to take on Chu Chen's order. The car couldn't be driven away. But when he called Xingwei earlier, he had also asked her to send someone to pick him up and take him back to the villa. Xingwei could delegate other matters to others, but for coming to pick up Chu Chen, she definitely had to come personally. No matter how glamorous she was outside recently, she understood one thing, everything she had now was given by Chu Chen. Moreover, as Chu Chen's personal housekeeper, taking good care of him was her primary job. Brother Song, I'll lend you my car for a couple of days, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Chu Chen saw Wang Song walking towards him with a young internet celebrity in his arms, and he directly shoved the car keys into Wang Song's hand. Ha! Wang Song was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he was quite tempted by a top-tier supercar like the Poison, but if it got scratched or dented, Chu Chen would be the one feeling the pain. If I scratch it, don't you feel bad? What are you talking about, Brother Song? It's just a car, what's there to feel bad about? Chu Chen truly didn't care, even if it was the world-class supercar that every top-rich second generation dreamed of. Brother Song, I'm off then. Xingwei was already waiting at the door, and after saying goodbye to Wang Song, Chu Chen walked straight out of the hotel. Zhao Maya had been following Chu Chen closely, standing obediently to the side while he greeted Wang Song, like a well-behaved little kitten. Wang Song smiled slightly at Zhao Maya as a form of greeting. However, Zhao Meyer was still a newcomer in the entertainment industry, and although Wang Tsong was known as the disciplinary committee of the entertainment circle, he couldn't possibly know everyone in the industry. But since Zhao Meyer was next to Chu Chen, he instinctively thought there was some relationship between them, and his attitude was indeed much better than towards other stars. However, when Zhao Meyer saw how familiar Chu Chen was with Wang Tsong, she gained a deeper understanding of him. This is a real big shot. Zhao Meyer didn't say it out loud, but she couldn't help but think it. She could sense that Wang Tsong's attitude towards Chu Chen seemed to have a hint of flattery. Even more so, she felt that Wang Tsong showed her a special respect. Young master. Xin Xingwei hurriedly approached as she saw Chu Chen coming, respectfully taking the coat he handed her and calling him young master. Chu Chen nodded. Let's go back. Yes, young master. Xin Xingwei personally opened the car door for Chu Chen, and only after he got in did she follow suit. Today was the first day of the Tiantai Hotel's opening, and everyone there was from the wealthy second generation of Magic City, with luxury cars filling the hotel entrance. Although the Rolls-Royce Phantom was also a multi-million luxury car, it seemed a bit inconspicuous here. Once they drove out from the hotel and onto the road, the charm of the Rolls-Royce Phantom became apparent. Even in Magic City, where most people's horizons were a bit broader than in other parts of the country, anyone would turn to look when a Rolls-Royce passed by. Inside the car, Chu Chen closed his eyes to rest, while Xin Xingwei sat upright, not daring to slack off for a moment. As they reached the city center, they entered a congested area. In a world-class city like Magic City, the permanent population alone was around 24 to 25 million, and with the floating population, it easily surpassed 30 million. With such a large flow of people, it naturally caused some traffic congestion, even with the implementation of odd-even license plate restrictions. With so many people and cars, the congested areas remained congested. Drive slowly, no rush, Chu Chen said softly, opening his eyes and looking at the driver with a smile. The driver nodded in response. At a traffic light, the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a slow stop. After waiting for about a minute, when the red light turned green, just as the driver was about to step on the gas, an old lady with a cane suddenly rushed towards the Rolls-Royce. The driver was sharp-eyed, and he remembered what Chu Chen had just said, so he wasn't too anxious. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, having just moved a couple of steps, came to a halt, maintaining at least a meter of safety distance from the old lady with the cane. The sudden break made Chu Chen furrow his brows slightly as he glanced ahead, just in time to see an elderly woman leaning on a cane, looking somewhat at a loss. What's going on? Chu Chen asked. Young master, she suddenly jumped out from the side of the road, and it seems like she intends to crash into us, the driver said with a mournful expression. Could it be a scam? Chu Chen chuckled, but then Xin Xingwei also frowned and said, Young master, I'm afraid you guessed right. She pointed at the front of the car, where the elderly woman had let go of her cane and was slowly lying down on the ground. Damn, she's really going for a hard scam. Not to mention whether there were cameras outside, just the fact that this car was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury vehicle worth millions, meant it surely had a dashcam. Sigh, is it the old who have turned bad or the bad who have grown old? Chu Chen sighed as he looked at the old woman lying on the ground. Young master, what should we do? Honk the horn to warn her, Chu Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately honked twice, but the old woman clearly didn't want to let go of the fat sheep that was right in front of her, lying stiffly in the middle of the road. Damn it, my temper. Chu Chen opened the car door, got out, and walked over to the old woman who was trying to scam them. My car has a dashcam, you know what just happened, so I won't say much. I'll give you 30 seconds to get up and crawl away. Respecting the elderly doesn't apply to people like her, so Chu Chen had no intention of being polite. However, the old woman clearly didn't take his words to heart. She was relying on her age, thinking, if I just lie here and don't move, what can you do to me? Seeing her lying there with her eyes closed, not taking him seriously, he decided not to waste time, returned to the car, and said to the driver, drive past her, scare her a bit. Be careful not to actually run her over. If he hadn't had a drink earlier, he would have dealt with this personally. Understood, young master. The driver quickly grasped Chu Chen's intention and responded excitedly. Dealing with such shameless scammers required a strong approach. And to be honest, even if they did hit her today, what would happen? At most, he'd spend a few years in jail, but with the young master's influence, he could hire the best lawyers in the country, and he might not even have to go in. And if he did end up in jail because of this, would the young master treat him poorly? He started the car, lightly pressed the accelerator, and saw the Rolls-Royce moving towards the old woman. You bastard, are you serious? The old woman, who had seemed ready to die a moment ago, flipped over and quickly got up from the ground with surprising agility. Witnesses on the side of the road,
who initially thought to blame Chu Chen for being heartless, suddenly realized when they saw the old woman so nimbly get up that she was just a scammer. Damn, I thought the one driving the Rolls-Royce was heartless, but it turns out this old hag is a scammer. I'm shocked. Her physical condition is better than mine at 20. If I encountered someone like this, I'd just run them over without hesitation. Meanwhile, nearby traffic police arrived promptly. The elderly woman, who had been moving slowly, took one look at the police and immediately turned to run. However, after all, she was an elderly woman, and the traffic police quickly caught up with her. Xin Xingwei got out of the car. There was no need to trouble Chu Chen to handle this matter personally. Comrade traffic police, this person was just trying to scam us. We have a dashcam in our car. The traffic police glanced at Xin Xingwei and then at the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby, and in the next moment, he made a decision. He pressed down on the old woman's arm and smiled at Xin Xingwei, saying, "Could you please give me the storage card from the dashcam? I need to take it back to copy it." "No problem." Xin Xingwei turned and went back to the car to retrieve the storage card, then returned. "Here's my business card. If there are any issues, you can contact me directly. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way." The traffic police took the business card along with the storage card containing the footage of the attempted scam. "Alright, no problem." He held the scamming old woman down with one hand while watching the Rolls-Royce drive away. "People like you really have lived enough. Don't you even look at what kind of car they're driving? With your kind of scamming behavior, even if they ran you over, they wouldn't be responsible at all." The traffic police didn't show any sympathy for the scamming old woman and gave her a thorough lecture on the spot. As for the attempted scam, Chu Chen didn't take it too seriously. After all, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. He had seen quite a few malicious scams on Douyin before, but he never expected such a thing to happen to him today. Back at the villa, Chu Chen went straight to the study. Extract S-Class Demon Seed Guards. The cash-in mansion he had picked up earlier didn't matter much to Chu Chen, but the S-Class Demon Seed Guards truly excited him. Guards with such combat power in this world were like human nuclear bombs. I slapped Long Ming in public. The Long family in the capital should act soon. Chu Chen had learned a bit about the strength of the Long family from Wang Tsong and the others. A prestigious family with a history of hundreds of years, one of the 10 great families in the capital, and the Long family was notoriously arrogant, always seeking revenge for the slightest grievance. Teaching Long Ming a lesson in front of so many people undoubtedly slapped the Long family in the face, and according to their style, they would surely come looking for trouble soon. With Chu Chen's current strength, no matter how they approached him, he could handle it. However, some people don't play by the rules. If they couldn't gain anything from him, they might turn to target his family and friends, and Chu Chen didn't have a good way to solve that problem immediately. "We have seen the master." Chu Chen sat upright in his chair, looking at the two S-Class Demon Seed Guards kneeling on one knee before him, and he steadied his mind. "If the Long family dares to seek death, let them disappear completely." Chu Chen murmured to himself, then looked at the two Demon Seed Guards. "So you're both female? What are your names?" In response to the master, "We are lowly guards without names." I see one of you is dressed in black and the other in white. From now on, you shall be called by Wu Chang and Hei Wu Chang." These two S-Class Demon Seed Guards were one of his biggest trump cards. Once used, it would definitely be bloody. "Thank you for the name, Master." The two S-Class Demon Seed Guards lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chu Chen's gaze, for in their minds, he was their master. Even though their combat power was dozens of times greater than his, before Chu Chen, they felt as if they were under a natural bloodline suppression. "By Wu Chang, go to my hometown and secretly protect my family." Chu Chen looked at the two and said, "As for Hei Wu Chang, you go to the imperial capital. If the Long family has any intentions of retaliating against me, you know what to do?" "Yes, Master, I understand." Hei and Bai Wu Chang naturally obeyed Chu Chen completely, immediately accepting the order and quietly disappearing from Chu Chen's study. With the two S-Class Demon Guards, he felt a sense of relief regarding the trouble with the Long family. Moreover, the key point was that Hei and Bai Wu Chang's combat power was off the charts. As his hidden cards, many matters that were inconvenient for him to handle could be directly entrusted to them. On the other side, Long Ming was applying an ice pack to his swollen face, gritting his teeth. "Chu Chen, I want you dead. I want your whole family dead." As the legitimate young master of the Long family in the imperial capital, he had never been scolded, even when he had done countless bad things, let alone being slapped in front of so many people. He couldn't understand how a nouveau riche who suddenly appeared, with just a few stinky bills in his pocket, dared to do this. "Useless. Useless, all of you are useless. I told you to investigate Chu Chen's family situation. How's the investigation going?" Long Ming erupted in anger, especially when someone from the imperial capital sent a message inquiring about his beating. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The gossip about the young master of the Long family in the imperial capital being beaten in the Magic City spread quickly among the second-generation rich. The circle is not that big. In just a few hours, Long Ming was almost a laughingstock in the imperial capital. Damn it! Damn it! Chu Chen, I want to chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish. Just thinking about how Chu Chen had slapped him several times in front of so many people made Long Ming wish he could find Chu Chen right now to take revenge. However, he calmed down. He wanted to take revenge on Chu Chen, but before that, he wanted Chu Chen to see his family members being attacked one by one. Young master, Chu Chen's parents are in Shoucheng, a little-known 18-line county. He has a younger sister named Shu Yu, who is a student at Magic City University. Here is the information about Chu Chen from childhood to now. Long Ming took the information and the more he read, the more he felt something was off. This Chu Chen is indeed a fraud. I don't know what means he used to become a nouveau riche. Heh, a little bug. Squashing him is as easy as squashing an ant. Long Ming sneered, send the family's dark guards to Shoucheng and capture Chu Chen's parents for me. As for his sister, have someone bring her over. If his brother insults me, I will take it back tenfold or 100-fold from his sister. Yes, young master. Long Ming's family servant couldn't help but tremble, then hesitantly said, but young master, his sister should be living in Chu Chen's villa recently, it might be difficult to handle. Damn it, you won't wait until she's at school to do it, will you? How the hell did the Long family end up with a bunch of useless people like you? Long Ming exploded in anger, kicking his servant to the ground. Get out. Yes, young master. I will contact the dark guards immediately. The servant, kicked to the ground, didn't dare to say more and crawled out of the room. The Long family in the imperial capital had been a lineage for hundreds of years. Unlike ordinary wealthy families in the country, they kept a large number of servants. As for the dark guards mentioned by Long Ming, they were servants specifically tasked with handling the family's dirty work. Brother, have some fruit. Chu Yu came directly to the villa after class today, holding a fruit platter as she walked into the study, smiling slightly at Chu Chen. Brother, I have a lot of classes recently, so I won't come over tomorrow. I'll come back when I have time on the weekend. Chu Chen nodded. Academics are important. There are a few nice neighborhoods near your school. How about I buy you a few apartments there? Upon hearing this, Chu Yu waved her hand. No need, brother. I'll just stay in the dorms. It's actually quite good, mainly because it's lively. Alright then, but if you find a place you like, I'll buy a few apartments for you as a wedding gift from your brother when you get married. Naturally, Chu Chen wouldn't be stingy with his younger sister. Although houses in the Magic City were expensive, for Chu Chen now, it was just a matter of choosing where to buy and how many to buy. That night, just as Chu Chen was about to go to bed, Wang Song's call came in. Brother Song, what's up? Shu, big trouble. Wang Song's tone was serious. You slapped Long Ming's face in front of so many people this afternoon. This matter has already spread in the rich second-generation circles in the capital. Isn't that normal? Good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles, especially in this information age. Shu Chun chuckled. I thought it was something serious. Brother Song, don't be so jumpy next time. I thought something happened to you. Shu Chen didn't take it seriously and teased him. Hearing this, Wang Song was extremely anxious. Shu, the Long family in the capital is known for their vendettas. I just got a call from a friend in the capital saying the Long family has mobilized their dark guards. Wang Song, being one of the top rich second-generation heirs in the country, had quite a few friends in the circle. Since Chu Chen slapped Long Ming that afternoon, he had kept this matter in mind and immediately asked his friends in the capital to keep an eye on the Long family's movements. If anything happened, they had to inform him right away. In Wang Son's view, the Long family would definitely retaliate against Chu Chen, whether openly or secretly. After all, Chu Chen slapped Long Ming in front of so many people, and Long Ming was the Long family's legitimate son. It was akin to publicly slapping the Long family's face. However, Wang Song didn't expect the Long family's retaliation to come so quickly. It hadn't even been a few hours, and they had already started mobilizing their family's dark guards. Dark guards? Upon hearing Wang Song mention dark guards, Chu Chen couldn't help but frown and ask. Yes, the Long family in the capital has been a prestigious family for hundreds of years, and their family power is not to be underestimated. Such large families usually keep house servants, and dark guards are typically selected from the most loyal servants. They are specially trained. In short, these people are completely loyal to the Long family's assassins. Wang Song explained briefly, his tone very serious. Moreover, I heard from my friend that the Long family has dispatched a group of dark guards to Huizhou. Shu, isn't that where your hometown is? After Wang Song finished speaking, Chu Chen snorted coldly. The Long family is asking for trouble. I was just planning to warn them, but I didn't expect them to dare to provoke my family. Shu Chun chuckled and continued, "Thanks for the heads up, brother Tsong. I'll handle it, no need to worry. Since the Long family doesn't play by the rules, they can't blame me for taking action." Hearing this, Wang Tsong couldn't help but shudder. "Alright, as long as you're prepared, I won't disturb your rest." After hanging up Wang Tsong's call, Shu Chun quickly contacted the Black and White Impermanents. As their master, no matter how far apart they were, Shu Chun could communicate with them through his mind. "White Impermanents, I've received news that a group of people is heading to Shoucheng, targeting my parents. Eliminate them discreetly, remember to be covert." "Understood, young master." White Impermanence understands. Shu Chun wasn't worried at all. Even if the Long family sent someone to his side, he could handle it. However, his parents were ordinary people, and they definitely needed to take the Long family's hidden guards seriously. After briefing by Wu Chang, Shu Chun quickly contacted He Wu Chang, who was heading to the capital. "Hey Wu Chang, the Long family in the capital has angered me. No need for warnings, just eliminate them." "Understood, young master." He Wu Chang replied expressionlessly, cold as ice, immediately agreeing. As an S-rank demon guard, humans were nothing but insects in her eyes. So when Shu Chen mentioned extermination, she didn't care at all. In her understanding, the master was paramount, and everyone else was expendable. Moreover, demon guards were born to kill. If it weren't for Shu Chen restraining them, they would have rushed to annihilate the Long family in the capital at the first opportunity. "Shu Chen, I want you to watch helplessly as all your loved ones die before your eyes." Long Ming roared, his expression growing increasingly sinister. From childhood to adulthood, Long Ming had always been pampered. He had never faced such humiliation. Just thinking about how Shu Chen had publicly humiliated him earlier that afternoon made him wish he could tear Shu Chen apart right now. However, compared to directly killing Shu Chen, he would feel even more vindicated if he could make Shu Chen see his loved ones die at his hands. Upon learning that the family's hidden guards were already heading to Shoucheng in Huizhou province, Long Ming was thrilled. "Tomorrow morning, Shu Chen will kneel before me, begging me to spare his family." "Ha!" Long Ming muttered to himself while sitting in a chair, fully trusting in the strength of his family's hidden guards. Besides, how could a team of 18 hidden guards not handle 2 ordinary people? In the early morning, 3 luxury cars with capital city plates pulled up at the highway entrance to Shoucheng. Is it really necessary to send a whole team for just 2 ordinary people? Young Master Long Ming was publicly slapped in the face. That's equivalent to slapping our Long family's face. Hee, the clan leader wants us to resolve this matter with overwhelming force and also to show others that our Long family is not to be trifled with. Speaking of which, that guy named Chu Chun from Magic City really doesn't know when to quit. He dares to offend our Long family. Just a nouveau riche, he doesn't even know how he got a bit of wealth and thinks he has the strength to challenge a powerful family? What a joke! Inside the luxury cars, the hidden guards of the Long family were discussing the matter. To them, dealing with 2 ordinary people was a piece of cake. After all, Shoucheng was a small city, and by 7 or 8 in the evening, there weren't many people on the streets. Now that it was past midnight, there were hardly any cars in sight. Following the navigation, the 3 luxury cars headed towards Chu's village. However, as they drove onto the rural road, death was drawing closer. Bai Wuchang stood directly on the essential path to Chu's village, dressed in white, arms crossed, standing in the middle of the road. The luxury car at the front suddenly slammed on the brakes, provoking a round of curses from the hidden guards in the 2 cars behind. "Damn it, how are you driving? What's going on? What the hell? Why did we suddenly stop? Sorry. Damn it, I just got dizzy. It looked like I saw a woman standing in the road." Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils dilated, and in an instant, his throat was slit by a sharp blade. The others in the car hadn't reacted yet and were all silenced by Wuchang's swift strikes. Why is no one talking? Something's wrong, an incident has occurred. All units on alert. The dark guards in the 2 luxury cars behind also became alert, but in the next second, Bai Wuchang, like a ghost, swiftly cut the throats of all the remaining people in an instant. In their final moments, the expressions on their faces were all filled with horror and disbelief. After all, they hadn't even seen who their opponent was before their throats were slit. At the same time, at the Long family estate in the imperial capital, He Wuchang was already standing at the entrance of the Long family mansion. Dressed in black, he was nearly invisible in the night. He twirled 2 short blades in his hands, and with a swift movement, he entered the Long family mansion. Inside the ancestral home of the Long family, Long Tongue, the head of the Long family, sat in his study with a serious expression. Just moments ago, his butler had reported to him that the dark guards they sent out had lost contact. How careless! That nouveau riche named Chu Chun from Magic City is definitely not as simple as he appears. It should be known that the Long family's dark guards had undergone various brutal training since childhood, and after reaching adulthood, they were sent abroad for over 5 years of mercenary training. Only those who survived could join the Long family's dark guards. To put it this way, each member of the Long family's dark guards is comparable to a king of soldiers. Yet, such powerful dark guards from the Long family might have been silently dealt with by someone else. You immediately call Long Ming back to the imperial capital, and as for that Chu Chun from Magic City, arrange for someone to go and apologize quickly. Being in the position of the head of the Long family, Long Tang was undoubtedly a shrewd person. Upon learning that there might be a superpower backing Chu Chun, he immediately chose to apologize. However, the opportunity had already been given to them by Chu Chen. For potential threats, Chu Chen generally preferred to crush them in the cradle. Yes, sir, I will call the young master back right away. Long Yi was the Long family's old butler, who had been absolutely loyal to the Long family for decades. But in the next second, the unusual chaos in the mansion made Long Tang very dissatisfied. He frowned deeply and said, "What's going on outside? What are these servants making noise about? Master, please calm down, I will go see what happened." Long Yi was also very angry and immediately exited the study, thinking that he must teach those unruly servants a lesson today. However, as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he froze in place, his legs going weak, and he collapsed to the ground. The Long family mansion was stained red with blood, and there were corpses lying everywhere. Compared to the previous chaos, it was now much quieter. He Wuchang silently approached Long Yi, and with a swift motion of his dagger, he mercilessly slit his throat. Long Yi looked at the figure in black with terror, his eyes wide with fear, wanting to scream but unable to make a sound. In the study, Long Tang leisurely sipped his tea, oblivious to the chaos in the courtyard. This ungrateful son, Sai, has brought a big trouble to the family again. Long Tang sighed, but despite his words, he didn't feel much concern. After all, with the power of the Long family, there was no need to bow down to any force. Although he planned to apologize to Chu Chen, it was merely a delaying tactic. Once he clarified the forces behind Chu Chen, he would definitely seek revenge against Chu Chen and the powers backing him. As Long Tang thought this, the door to the study was suddenly pushed open. Long Tang was quite displeased. Who is the one who doesn't know the rules? Get in here. He Wuchang stood at the door, holding 2 daggers, looking at Long Tang with a mocking expression. Seeing that no one responded, Long Tang frowned and raised his eyes to look towards the door. Who are you? Long Tang saw the calm demeanor of He Wuchang, dressed entirely in black. He still didn't know that he was the only survivor left in the entire Long family ancestral home. If you provoke the master, there's only one outcome. He Wuchang's figure flickered, and he appeared directly beside Long Tang, the dagger silently slicing across Long Tang's neck. Blood gushed out, and it was only at that moment that Long Tang's eyes filled with terror. In that instant, he thought of many things. He regretted sending someone to take revenge on Chu Chen. Because he finally understood one thing, Chu Chen was someone he could never provoke. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. He widened his eyes, and his body fell straight to the ground. Amidst the flames, the Long family ancestral home was completely consumed. After doing all this, He Wuchang returned directly to Magic City, because in Magic City, there was still the loose end of Long Ming. In Magic City, Long Ming was embracing 2 beautiful women, lost in sweet dreams, completely unaware of what had happened in the imperial capital. But over in the imperial capital, all the families were in a state of panic. The Long family ancestral home is engulfed in flames, and no one survived? The Long family provoked someone they shouldn't have, and were directly slaughtered? Is this true? That's the Long family, one of the 10 great families of the imperial capital. How could they not resist at all, like little chicks being slaughtered? It's true, the Long family ancestral home has indeed been burned to the ground. The fire has been extinguished, and although those people are burned beyond recognition, the only thing we can be sure of is that they weren't burned to death, they all died from a single cut to the throat. Such a huge event, even in Magic City, many people had already learned through their channels about the Long family's extermination. Damn! At this hour, is there anyone still awake? A shocking scoop has arrived. What the hell? What's going on? I'm still awake, what shocking scoop? Hurry up and tell me. Do you know the Long family in the imperial capital? Just tonight, they were completely wiped out. Over 200 people in the entire Long family ancestral home, not a single survivor, and even the ancestral home has been burned to ashes. Wang Song was still awake at this hour, but he hadn't spoken when the shocking scoop was being discussed in the group. When he saw the words Long family exterminated, he jumped straight out of bed. What? The Long family was exterminated? Wang Song was stunned. He knew that the Long family was one of the 10 great families of the imperial capital. Who was so powerful that they could wipe out such a prominent family?
But the next second, Wang Song thought of something and was left dumbfounded. He remembered that Chu Chen had previously told him that the Long family was just a small family, and if they didn't know their place, they would be wiped out. At that time, Wang Song didn't take Chu Chen's words seriously, he even thought Chu Chen was just venting. In his view, the power behind Chu Chen was indeed formidable, but the Long family in the imperial capital was definitely not made of paper. How could anyone just be exterminated like that? But now, he was engulfed in deep fear. The Long family was really exterminated? Could it really be that Chu Chen sent someone to do it? Wang Song had already felt a bit sleepy, but after learning about the extermination of the Long family in the imperial capital, he was wide awake. Such news, although absolutely sealed off from ordinary people, spread wildly in the circle of the rich second generation. Long Ming was completely unaware of this, he was still embracing the beauty, lost in his dreams. Chu Chen understood the principle of cutting the grass and removing the roots. With the Long family in the imperial capital exterminated, although Long Ming posed no threat to him, he would not let Long Ming off the hook. The principle that being merciful to the enemy is cruel to oneself was something he understood, so He Wuchang rushed back to Motu from the imperial capital overnight. The first thing he did was to find Long Ming. "Young master, it's bad." "Young master." A house servant burst into Long Ming's bedroom, panic written all over his face. Long Ming was awakened by the servant's noise. "Give me a reason not to kill you." In Long Ming's eyes, the servant was no different from a beast. He could be beaten or even killed without a second thought, his life as insignificant as grass. "Young master, there's news from the imperial capital. The Long family has been exterminated, and the ancestral home has been burned to the ground." The servant fell to his knees with a thud, tears and snot flowing freely, truly a sight of despair. Furious, Long Ming jumped out of bed and grabbed the servant by the collar. "You dog servant, what are you saying?" "Young master, it's true. The news from the imperial capital. It's already spreading. I just received the message." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Long Ming's face was filled with terror. Although he said it was impossible, he had already believed more than half of it in his heart. The servant would never joke about such matters. But the extermination of the Long family? It sounded like a joke. Long Ming lowered his head to find his phone, while the two beauties on the bed groggily snuggled up to him. At this moment, Long Ming had no time to be gentle. He pushed them away. "Get out." The two beauties trembled in fear and hurriedly fled the bedroom. Long Ming grabbed his phone, and as soon as he unlocked the screen, he saw several group chats with 99+ messages. These were groups of the rich second generation from the imperial capital, where hardly anyone chatted on a normal day, but now, there were 5 or 6 groups with 99+ messages. "This is impossible." Long Ming panicked because the discussions in the groups were all about the extermination of the Long family. He picked up the phone to contact the Long family in the imperial capital, but after 7 or 8 calls, not a single person answered. Although it was already past 4 in the morning, the fact that so many groups were discussing the extermination of the Long family could only mean one thing. It was basically true. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Long Ming was hysterical, his whole body trembling. Without the Long family, he was nothing. Have the dark guards we sent out returned? Long Ming calmed down slightly and turned to ask the kneeling servant. "Young master, the dark guards we sent out can't be contacted at all. Could it be him?" Long Ming's eyes went blank as he thought of Chu Chen. After all, he had recently provoked him. Moreover, the dark guards sent to capture Chu Chen's parents had all lost contact. "Chu Chen, I want you dead." Long Ming gritted his teeth and shouted in impotent rage. But the next moment, the bedroom door that had been closed suddenly swung open. A cold breeze swept over Long Ming, and he turned to look outside the bedroom. Dressed in black, He Wuchang stood at the door like a ghost, and the moment Long Ming saw him, he trembled all over, turning into a statue. He could feel the killing intent radiating from He Wuchang. "Was it you who exterminated my Long family?" Long Ming asked, his voice trembling as he looked at He Wuchang. "Yes." He Wuchang looked at Long Ming with a mocking expression, as if he were his prey. "Can you tell me who sent you?" Long Ming knew he could no longer escape. Although he was afraid, he wanted to know the truth. "Cannot." He Wuchang snorted coldly, his figure moving swiftly, and the dagger in his hand was as fast as lightning, slicing across Long Ming's neck. The carotid artery severed, blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. Long Ming actually already had the answer in his heart, but he had no way to regret it now. After resolving the major trouble with the Long family in the capital, Chu Chen's life returned to calm. Since returning to his hometown, he hadn't been in touch with Li Zihui for a while. After finishing breakfast and sitting on the sofa smoking a cigar, the image of the obedient girl Li Zihui involuntarily floated into Chu Chen's mind. He picked up his phone, ready to contact Li Zihui,
but unexpectedly, the next second, she sent him a WeChat message. "I might be pregnant." Just those simple 6 words left Chu Chen momentarily blank when he saw the message. However, calculating the time, it was indeed possible that Li Zihui was pregnant since their first intimate encounter. "Where are you now?" At first, Chu Chen was a bit dazed upon seeing the message, but he quickly regained his composure. "I'm at home. My period has been delayed for almost 2 weeks, and I bought a pregnancy test." 2 lines. Li Zihui was hiding in the bathroom, looking at the pregnancy test stick with 2 lines in her hand, her head lowered as she bit her lip helplessly. To be honest, she didn't know what to do now. Setting aside the fact that she was pregnant out of wedlock, the key issue was that she was still unclear about Chu Chen's attitude towards this matter. "Wait at home, I'll be there soon." Chu Chen scratched his head. This was a one-time hit. Naturally, Chu Chen had no doubts about Li Zihui's pregnancy. First, she had always been the obedient girl, and he was her first man. Second, he believed that Li Zihui wouldn't cheat on him with other men. After all, with a high-quality man like him, other frogs probably wouldn't catch her eye. Third, for a wealthy man like Chu Chen, a paternity test would definitely be done after the child was born, and it couldn't be hidden. At first, Chu Chen was indeed a bit flustered. After all, he was just in his early 20s and had never considered having children before. But then he thought it through and felt relieved. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Li Zihui, as his woman, would definitely have to bear him children in the future to carry on his lineage. The thought of becoming a father in 10 months excited Chu Chen a little. He immediately got into his Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove towards the Tangchenipin. When Li Zihui saw the 2 lines, she was also a bit at a loss, but after thinking it over, she decided to tell Chu Chen about it. Naturally, Li Zihui was overjoyed. They say a mother is valued by her child, which might not be apparent in an ordinary family, but in a wealthy family, this saying holds quite true. Li Zihui knew that Chu Chen couldn't belong to her alone, but if she could help him have a son or daughter, her status in his heart would at least rise a level. Will he want this child? Li Zihui felt a bit anxious because, in her understanding, those rich young men usually asked the girl to have an abortion after getting her pregnant. Li Zihui was very anxious inside. Although she was still young and in college, theoretically, she shouldn't want this child. But the child was innocent, and if possible, she still wanted to keep the baby. However, if Chu Chen didn't want the child, she had no choice but to follow his arrangements. Chu Chen had already arrived at Tangchenipin in his Rolls-Royce. At the entrance, Mu Yunqi saw 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms driving into the community and immediately recognized that it was Chu Chen's vehicle. After all, the license plates of Chu Chen's Rolls-Royces were too easy to identify. From Hua 00001 to Hua 00010, all 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are consecutive numbers. Yunqi, isn't that Chu Xiao's car? Is he coming over? Should I avoid him? Hong Jie was quite perceptive. She knew about Mu Yunqi's relationship with Chu Chen. Recently, Mu Yunqi had been inundated with resources, leaping from a third-tier actress to a hot domestic star. The reason for this was none other than Chu Chen's presence. Ha! Mu Yunqi was momentarily stunned, her expression unconsciously a bit dazed. Yunqi? Oh, it's nothing. Chu Xiao shouldn't be looking for me, he hasn't contacted me. Mu Yunqi bit her lip, instinctively lowering her head. Hearing Mu Yunqi say this and noticing her slightly dejected expression, Hong Jie, as someone who had been through it, immediately picked up on the unspoken words. Sister Hong, I'm tired. Let's go back. Mu Yunqi had finally managed to take a day off today, originally planning to stroll around the community, but her earlier enthusiasm had suddenly vanished. Sigh. Alright. Hong Jie sighed and supported Mu Yunqi with her hand. On the other side, 3 Rolls-Royces drove directly to the entrance of Li Zihui's building. You all wait downstairs. Chu Chen adjusted his clothes and said to the servants waiting by the car. Yes, young master. Chu Chen went upstairs alone, and when he reached the door, he sent Li Zihui a message. I'm at the door, open up, be careful. Knowing that Chu Chen was coming, Li Zihui began to feel restless. She hadn't told her family about her pregnancy yet. After all, she really didn't know how to bring it up with her parents. Moreover, it was uncertain whether she could keep the child. Zihui, what's wrong with you today? You seem preoccupied. Li Zihui's mother noticed her daughter's expression and couldn't help but frown and ask. Oh, it's nothing. Mom, Chu Chen is coming over later. I might need to step out for a bit. Li Zihui bit her lip and quietly said while looking into her mother's eyes. Chu Chen is coming? Why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing that Chu Chen was coming, a hint of joy appeared on Li Zihui's mother's face. He just got back from a business trip, and I only just found out he was coming. As Li Zihui spoke, her phone vibrated in her hand, and she glanced down, instantly tensing up. Mom, Chu Chen is here, I'll go open the door. As she spoke,
Li Zihui walked directly to the door. Opening it, she saw Chu Chen standing there with a smile. "Auntie, you're recovering quite well." Chu Chen noticed Li Zihui's mother, who was holding a mop, and smiled gently. "Chu Chen, you're here. Come in and sit," Li Zihui's mother said with a beaming smile. "No, I came to see Zihui about something." Chu Chen didn't enter. After speaking, he directly took Li Zihui downstairs. Li Zihui, being pulled by Chu Chen, obediently followed him. Her heart raced, but she didn't dare say a word, fearing that Chu Chen might directly suggest she terminate the pregnancy. "Young master, go to the M City Maternal and Child Health Hospital." Once they got in the car, Chu Chen instructed the driver to head to the M City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. "Okay, young master." The driver was curious about the situation but didn't dare gossip about Chu Chen. "Chu Xiao, can I not have an abortion? I want to keep this child." Once in the car, hearing Chu Chen instruct the driver to go to the hospital, Li Zihui panicked, instinctively thinking that Chu Chen didn't want the child and was taking her to terminate the pregnancy. When Chu Chen heard Li Zihui say that, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. But when he saw the worried expression on Li Zihui's face, he immediately understood what she was thinking. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Chu Chen gently poked the tip of Li Zihui's nose with his finger. "You're carrying my first child, how could I possibly want to get rid of it? I like it too much." Hearing Chu Chen say this, Li Zihui lifted her head, her brows relaxing. I'll take you for some checkups. This is my first child. We can't let anything happen to it," Chu Chen said, holding Li Zihui's hand. "You should apply for a leave of absence from school for now. You can go back to classes after the baby is born." "Okay." Li Zihui nodded in agreement. "I have a villa at Dongjiano. One courtyard, you can live there from now on. I'll have Xingwei arrange for the servants." "Ha?" Li Zihui was momentarily taken aback by Chu Chen's words. "Is that really necessary? I think living here is just fine." "No way, the environment here at Tangchenipin is mixed, there are all kinds of people. Plus, the environment at Dongjiano. One courtyard is much better, which is good for your pregnancy," Chu Chen insisted, directly arranging the matter. "Alright then." Li Zihui knew she couldn't argue with Chu Chen, so she could only nod in agreement. At the Shanghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Chu Chen had already informed Xingwei to arrange everything before they arrived. When they got there, all the medical procedures were guided by a dedicated nurse. Consultation, blood draw, ultrasound. The series of checks went smoothly without any issues. "Wow, I really envy those rich people. Being wealthy is great, even at the hospital, they don't have to wait in line." The patient volume at the Shanghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital was naturally high, and many pregnant women had to queue for their checkups. When they saw the accompanying nurse leading Li Zihui to a special clinic for her examination, everyone couldn't help but exclaim how nice it was to be rich. When Chu Chen saw that the blood test HCG level was 100 IU/L, a joyful expression appeared on his face. The doctor had just explained to him that an HCG level greater than 10 IU/L basically confirmed pregnancy. Now with an HCG level of 100 IU/L, it was almost certain that Li Zihui was indeed pregnant. "I can't believe I'm going to be a dad." Chu Chen clenched his fist, whispering softly to himself. Looking at Li Zihui, his gaze became even gentler. Chu Chen really liked children, and given his current financial situation, he could afford to raise not just one child, but even 100 if it came to that. When they left the hospital, Li Zihui was still in a daze. At first, she was worried that Chu Chen wouldn't want the child, after all, he was still young. Based on her understanding of rich second-generation kids, she naturally thought they wouldn't want children. After all, having a child comes with certain responsibilities. But Chu Chen's attitude truly moved her. Not only was he caring and attentive, but his attitude towards the child was also crucial. Li Zihui secretly glanced at Chu Chen's profile, biting her red lips, her eyes unconsciously becoming moist. To be honest, when she first found out she was pregnant, she was both shocked and delighted. She was still a college student, only 19 years old, and she had never imagined she would be pregnant and have a child at this age. But life is sometimes like that. If it weren't for her mother's serious illness needing money for surgery, she wouldn't have gone to Yangfu Palace, nor would she have ended up sleeping with Chu Chen on her first day at work. But unlike other rich second-generation kids, Chu Chen not only paid for her mother's surgery but was also exceptionally good to her. "I'm going to Dongjiano. One courtyard now. You send someone to Tangchenipin to bring the young lady's parents over." Sitting in the car, Chu Chen directly called Xingwei to give her instructions. Xingwei had also learned about Li Zihui's pregnancy news immediately. At first, she felt a bit uncomfortable, but she quickly returned to normal. "Yes, young master, I'll send someone over right away. Shin Xingwei's efficiency in handling matters was always on point. Upon learning that Chu Chen wanted to bring Li Zihui to the villa at Dongjiano, one courtyard for her pregnancy, she immediately began to arrange things. The villa at Dongjiano. One courtyard was large, so naturally, some servants needed to be arranged to take care of it. Not only cleaning staff, but also chefs, drivers, and security personnel. Shin Xingwei even specifically arranged for a professional private obstetric medical team. Chu Chun enjoyed a luxurious quality of life, and as his personal butler, Shin Xingwei was constantly learning. Generally, wealthy families would hire incense masters. Simply put, incense masters are responsible for lighting incense in the villa and its garden. However, professional incense masters are not only rare but also command high salaries. Fortunately, there were specialized training programs for incense masters at Yangfu Palace, and Shin Xingwei directly hired a team of incense masters. A team of 6 had a monthly salary reaching 600,000. On average, each person's monthly salary could reach 100,000. For an average middle-class family, 600,000 was almost their annual income. However, for Chu Chen, hiring a professional incense master team for 600,000 was truly a bargain. Shin Xingwei wasn't thinking of saving money for Chu Chen. She directly hired another professional incense master team from Yangfu Palace to the villa at Dongjiano. One courtyard. Of course, as for the servants, chefs, drivers, and security personnel, she hired them directly from Yangfu Palace. Yangfu Palace, besides being the top private club in the Magic City, also trained various talents to provide services for the wealthy in the area. With so many servants, the monthly expenses alone would exceed 3 million, but for Chu Chen's wealth, this amount was just a drop in the bucket. At Tangchenipin, Li Zihui's mother had also called her brother's family over. "Sister, what's the matter? Why did you call us over in such a hurry?" Li Zihui's uncle had recently returned to his hometown to sort out and sell all the family assets, and now he was moving to the Magic City with his family. He had previously run a small processing factory in his hometown, earning over 500,000 a year. While that was decent, compared to the truly wealthy, his income was nothing. Just considering the supplements that Chu Chen had given to Li Zihui's mother, he would have to go without food and drink for 2 or 3 years to match that. How expensive were the houses at Tangchenipin? The average price was over 300,000 per square meter, and the large flat that Chu Chen gave to Li Zihui was nearly 800 square meters, worth 2 to 300 million. Although Chu Chen didn't directly say he was giving that large flat to Li Zihui, it was practically the same. In his eyes, Chu Chen was definitely a top-tier rich second generation. Later, after returning to his hometown, he decided to sell all his family assets and come to the Magic City to develop after careful consideration. As long as he could leverage his relationship with Li Zihui to cling to Chu Chen, he might achieve a leap in social class and directly enter the upper echelons. He didn't live with Li Zihui and the others, as it was inconvenient. By the way, Chu Chen just came and took Zihui out. Li Zihui's mother showed a worried expression. As someone who had been through it, how could she not see the relationship between Chu Chen and her daughter? She didn't say anything, but she understood very well in her heart. "Sister, this is a good thing." Li Zihui's uncle stood up immediately upon hearing that Li Zihui had gone out with Chu Chen, a broad smile on his face. Alas! Li Zihui's mother sighed. She was not the kind of person who would sell her daughter for glory. To her, her daughter's happiness was the most important thing. "Sister, I'm not saying this to criticize you. What kind of person is young Master Chu? Our Zihui being with him means a life of luxury and wealth. Alas! It's all my fault. If it weren't for my illness, Zihui would." "Sister, you're overthinking it." Li Zihui's uncle chuckled. "Although young Master Chu was a rich second generation, I can see that he genuinely likes our Zihui. With him, you can just wait to enjoy life." Just as Li Zihui's mother was chatting with her brother-in-law, Li Zihui's cousin, Zhou Baiting, suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Something big has happened. Zhou Baiting had been silent, sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. Li Zihui knew she couldn't hide her pregnancy any longer, and she didn't know how to tell her mother. So she sent Zhou Baiting a message, informing her of the pregnancy and briefly mentioning that Chu Chen would be sending someone to pick them up to go to the east suburb No. 1 villa. What happened? Why the sudden excitement? Look at you, why don't you learn from your cousin and be a bit more ladylike? Li Zihui's uncle shot a disapproving glance at his daughter. "My sister just sent me a message. She's pregnant." "What?" Upon hearing Zhou Baiting's words, Li Zihui's uncle lost his composure and jumped up. "My sister just went to the hospital for a pregnancy checkup, and she said that brother-in-law wants her to move to the east suburb No. 1 villa. Wow! That's the villa at east suburb No. 1.
Hearing Zhou Baiting's words, Li Zihui's uncle, regaining his composure, said excitedly, "A mother is honored by her child, a mother is honored by her child."
Ding ding ding. Just as Li Zihui's uncle was excitedly pacing the room, the doorbell rang. Li Zihui's mother quickly stood up to open the door. At the door stood the driver sent by Xin Xingwei. "Madam, I am the driver sent by Butler Shin to take you to the east suburb No. 1 villa. The young master means for the young mistress to live there from now on, and he wants you to come along." This. Li Zihui's mother glanced at Li Zihui's uncle. Li Zihui's uncle urged her, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and agree. That's the villa at East Suburb No. 1, your daughter is doing well, and you can just wait to enjoy life." "Enjoy what? Am I not going to take care of her daily needs?" Young Master Chu is willing to let Zihui live in such a nice villa. Do you think he wouldn't be willing to hire a few nannies and servants? When you go, all you need to do is keep Zihui happy. You won't need to take care of her daily needs. Zhou Baiting immediately nodded. "Yes, your task is just to keep my cousin happy during her pregnancy, and then ensure the baby is safely born." "Then, should I go pack my things?" "Hurry up." Soon, Li Zihui's mother had her things packed. Since Li Zihui had just become pregnant, her uncle and Zhou Baiting planned to go along to see her. The driver quickly took the three of them to the entrance of the east suburb No. 1 villa. Xin Xingwei was already waiting at the door. "From now on, you can live here in peace and take good care of our child." After the pregnancy checkup, Li Zihui returned to the east suburb No. 1 villa with Chu Chen. The villa had already been mostly arranged. It was spotless, and all the servants, chefs, drivers, and security personnel were in place. The entire villa is not only luxurious and extravagant, but also set in a beautiful environment, with a refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. Li Zihui nodded, feeling somewhat unreal, as if her feet were treading on clouds, giving her a light and airy sensation. She nestled beside Chu Chen. "Do you think the baby in my belly is a boy or a girl?" This was probably her way of asking whether he preferred boys or girls. Li Zihui felt a bit worried. Perhaps Chu Chen's enthusiasm for her was because he suspected the child in her womb was a boy. What if she ended up giving birth to a girl? All this affection would vanish. "It's only been a few months, how would I know if it's a boy or a girl?" Chu Chen could see through Li Zihui's little worries and pinched her cheek. "I care about the child in your belly not because it might be a boy, but because I like children, and this is my child, so whether it's a boy or a girl, I will love it just the same." Chu Chen's response alleviated Li Zihui's last lingering concerns. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Okay, I will take good care of myself and give birth to a healthy baby, and then we will raise him together." "Good, then you mustn't overthink things." Chu Chen knew that pregnant women could be affected by fluctuations in estrogen levels, which could influence their emotions, making them sensitive, suspicious, and prone to anxiety and insomnia. If not handled well, it could even lead to depression. That's why he had her move to Dongjiano. 1. The environment here was good and had a soothing effect on both the body and emotions of pregnant women. He also answered all of Li Zihui's questions. Chu Chen's words made Li Zihui feel a bit embarrassed. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have thought so much. Chu Chen didn't seem like someone who favored boys over girls at all. "If there's anything about the housekeeper or anyone else that you're unhappy with, just tell me or let Butler Shin know. You mustn't let yourself be wronged, understand?" "I understand." The two sat on the sofa chatting for a while when at the door, Xin Xingwei walked in with Li Zihui's mother, uncle, and cousin Zhou Baiting. Li Zihui's mother's luggage was taken upstairs by the maid. More people brought in brewed tea and fruits. Li Zihui's uncle quietly surveyed the villa, and seeing its luxuriousness, he knew that Chu Chen truly cared for Li Zihui. "Zihui, you must take good care of your health during this time. Eat whatever you want, don't deprive yourself." Li Zihui's uncle looked at her with a warm smile, his eyes filled with affection. Li Zihui nodded. "Got it, uncle." Just then, since Li Zihui's uncle and Zhou Baiting were present, Chu Chen invited them to stay for a meal. "The chef here is newly hired, you can try his cooking." Li Zihui's uncle was pleasantly surprised and agreed. Xin Xingwei immediately went to the kitchen to have the nutritionist prepare today's menu, ensuring it included nutritious meals for the pregnant woman while also catering to everyone's tastes. Once the nutritionist received the news, she quickly drafted the menu for the day, handed it to the chef, and began cooking. Li Zihui's family chatted with Chu Chen in the living room. After a few exchanges, Zhou Baiting, who was playing on her phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Look at this in the group." Chu Chen sat in the middle, with Li Zihui on his right and Zhou Baiting on his left. Before Zhou Baiting could finish her sentence, Chu Chen interrupted her. "Don't be so startled." After saying that, he gave her a knowing look. Zhou Baiting immediately understood his meaning and secretly forwarded the group message to Chu Chen.
This is a local business group from our hometown. I don't know who sent the message, but it must be someone familiar. Joe Biding typed out a quick message, her expression filled with anger. Li Zihui quickly noticed her face and couldn't help but glance at her phone. Just then, in a group chat that had been muted, she saw the striking words sponsoring a rich man. She immediately clicked in. Yeah, it's that Li Zihui, the one who got into a good university. Didn't she lose her dad a long time ago? Her family situation isn't good, and her mom is sick. I was wondering how her mom suddenly had money for surgery. Turns out she went to be someone's sugar baby. What a shame for a female college student. I can't believe she's so shameless. It's precisely because she's a female college student that her price is high. You guys should say less, as if the person is in this group. It can't be that coincidental, right? Whatever, even if she is in this group, so what? If you dare to do it, don't be afraid of what others say. That makes sense. The discussion in the group had already reached 99 plus messages, most of which were unsightly comments. Only a small number of people defended Li Zihui, but they were quickly drowned out by the flood of insults. Li Zihui's face turned pale. How did the people back home find out about her pregnancy? Zihui, are you okay? Chu Chen was still scrolling through the message history, trying to find the instigator. Li Zihui's mother had already noticed something was off with her. Li Zihui forced a smile. I'm fine, Mom. You saw those messages in the group, didn't you? She had originally wanted to keep this matter under wraps, but unexpectedly, Li Zihui had seen it. Chu Chen patted her back. It's okay, I won't let anyone who spreads rumors get away with it. Although society is quite open now, being slandered as a female college student who was a sugar baby is still a terrible reputation. Chu Chen's eyes burned with anger. Without even thinking, she could probably guess who did it. Li Zihui had only told her mother and cousin about her pregnancy. Now, the only people who knew were the five sitting in the living room. As for Xin Xingwei and the servants in the villa, there was no need to worry. Xin Xingwei wouldn't go around spreading rumors, let alone talk nonsense in this group. The servants in the villa were also trained. One of the contracts they signed before starting was a confidentiality agreement. If they dared to talk outside, they would be in big trouble, and no one would be foolish enough to jump into a pit of fire. So, the only remaining suspects were the hospital staff. Xinu, why are you playing on your phone again? Hurry up and check the rooms. In the Moto Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the little nurse Xinu was slacking off. She and Li Zihui came from the same place. 2 years older than Li Zihui, she studied nursing and ended up at Moto Maternal and Child Health Hospital as an obstetric nurse after a tough graduation. When she was in her senior year, Li Zihui was a freshman, and because Li Zihui was pretty, she had heard of this junior. At that time, a guy she liked confessed to Li Zihui. Although Li Zihui didn't accept, Xinu disliked her very much. She never expected to see Li Zihui at the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, and even for a prenatal checkup. She calculated in her mind that Li Zihui should still be in college. Moreover, it was said that she paid for a green channel for the checkup. Wasn't that clearly being a sugar baby? Just a girl who was a sugar baby, yet still pretends to be pure. Now, if she spreads this news, it would ruin her reputation back home. Let's see how she continues to act high and mighty. As Xinu got up to check the rooms, she kept an eye on the group's activity. This was a customer group for a supermarket in their small county, with 500 members. Since this group often posted about discounts, the people who were active in it were mostly strong-willed aunties. Once they found out, it was as if half the county knew. In less than half a month, everyone would know who Li Zihui was, and then let's see how she would pretend. After checking the rooms, it was time for her to get off work. She was looking at her phone while chatting with another nurse beside her about Li Zihui's prenatal checkup today. Do you remember that girl named Li Zihui from today? I remember, she's a very beautiful young girl, but it's a pity she got pregnant at 19. According to regulations, you can only get a marriage certificate at 20. This is what they call being pregnant before marriage. What's there to pity? She's just indulging in her own downfall. Xinu snorted. She used to be such a proud and impressive goddess, who would have thought? Before she could finish her sentence, there was suddenly a commotion at the hospital entrance. Chu Chen walked in with Li Zihui, accompanied by a few others, striding into the hospital. Not only that, but the director of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital was also following behind them. The director's expression was not good. The little nurse who had just been gossiping about Li Zihui turned pale at the sight. Just moments ago, they were talking behind her back, and now the subject of their gossip had appeared. How awkward. They didn't even know if she had heard them. Most importantly, the other party looked very displeased, and with the director by her side, the atmosphere was too strange. Hello, director. She cautiously stepped aside and greeted.
XINU followed suit. Then, a group of people passed by her. Once they disappeared into the elevator, XINU immediately burst into laughter. Why did they come in the morning and then again in the afternoon? Could it be that they found out it's a girl?
The other little nurse sighed in relief. Stop talking about nonsense, it's almost time to get off work, let's tidy up.
Isn't this kind of thing interesting? XINU huffed, if you don't want to talk to me, I'll just tell someone else.
At that moment, she still didn't know that disaster was about to befall her. In the director's office of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Shuchen helped Lee Zihue sit down, and Lee Zihue's mother, uncle, and Joe Biding also took a seat. The director of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital looked serious, glanced at the screenshot provided by Chu Chun, and handed it to the logistics director. Quickly find out which nurse in our hospital is using this profile picture.
The logistics director didn't dare to waste time and hurried off to find out. In less than 10 minutes, the suspect was confirmed. It was a little nurse from the obstetrics department, who had been in the hospital for less than a year, usually responsible for caring for and monitoring the condition of pregnant women, named XINU. Call her over, quickly. When Shin Xingwei contacted the director, he could hardly believe that someone from their health hospital could do such a thing, but it turned out to be true. His expression darkened immediately, and his tone became quite serious, carrying the calm before the storm. Damn it, a little nurse with no background and no ability actually dared to slander a big shot? Isn't that just asking for death?
If she wanted to seek her own death, that was one thing. The problem was, if this matter wasn't handled well, it would definitely implicate the entire maternal and child health hospital. Therefore, the director had to be cautious in handling this matter.
Yes. This time, the logistics director didn't slack off and went directly to the obstetrics department to find XINU. Who was XINU?
When her name was called, XINU had just finished packing her things and was getting ready to leave work.
When she saw it was the logistics director personally looking for her, she was taken aback. What's the matter, director?
The logistics director, aware of the seriousness of the situation, looked at her solemnly. You need to come with me to the director's office.
Ha? What's going on?
At this moment, when the logistics director called her to the dean's office, XINU not only felt no danger but was instead pleasantly surprised.
The logistics director smiled coldly. What's with all the nonsense?
If I tell you to go, just go.
Oh, okay. XINU probably glanced around at her colleagues. Sorry, you all go ahead.
The dean wants to see me alone. There might be something important. What could be so important that the dean wants to see her alone?
She can't really have connections, can she?
I heard our head nurse is going to be transferred in a few months.
There are so many experienced nurses in the hospital, they wouldn't let a newcomer be the head nurse, right? Who knows?
Under the envious gazes of her colleagues, XINU straightened her collar and quickly took the elevator to the 12th floor with the logistics director. The door to the dean's office opened, and she followed the logistics director inside. There, she saw Lee Zihue sitting on the sofa, sipping tea.
A bad premonition washed over her. Hello, Dean, you called for me? Look at what you've done. The moment the dean saw XINU's innocent expression, she felt like hitting someone.
She almost wanted to slap her face. She glared at XINU and ordered, hurry up and apologize to young Master Chu and the young mistress.
Young Master Chu? Young mistress? XINU looked at Lee Zihue in disbelief. Her? Young mistress? Lee Zihue keenly caught the disdain and contempt in XINU's gaze and couldn't help but ask, You're XINU, right? I don't think I know you. Why are you targeting me like this? Spreading rumors about me in the group? You. What are you talking about? What rumors? XINU instantly felt guilty.
It suddenly dawned on her that she had forgotten to switch accounts when she spoke in the group.
And now, it was easily traced back to her. But she absolutely couldn't admit to it. The dean and the director were both alarmed. If she admitted it, wouldn't that be the end for her? Is this the talent of your hospital?
Shuchen glanced at the dean indifferently. If you don't want to sit in this position anymore, there are plenty of people who would. The meaning of this statement was clear. If you don't satisfy me with this matter, then don't expect to keep your position as dean. Although she didn't know Chu Chen's background, when he arrived at the hospital, he drove 10 matching Lamborghini Phantoms.
And he even had a personal butler.
Clearly, he was not someone to be trifled with. He was just a dean, looking quite impressive, but that was only to ordinary people. In front of wealthy and powerful individuals, he was nothing. If they really took a disliking to him and wanted to deal with him, it would basically just take a few words. He understood this principle all too well to have reached his current position. Slap. Without any hesitation, he slapped XINU across the face. The slap was delivered with full force, leaving a very obvious handprint on her face.
Dean, you. XINU was completely stunned by the slap.
Of course, it was only at this moment that she truly felt how angry the dean was. And Li Zihui's man was not just a little handsome and somewhat wealthy. He was likely extremely rich. Otherwise, why would the dean's attitude be so humble? Apologize. The dean coldly spat out these two words again. It was clear that if Xinu didn't apologize, she wouldn't mind giving her another 2 slaps. Xinu bit her lip and looked at Li Zihui. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just purely jealous. Of course, she didn't dare to say that. I just acted without thinking. After saying that, she quietly looked at Li Zihui, hoping she would quickly forgive her. Chu Chen was the first to speak. Is that it? What else do you want? Xinu almost blurted out this question, but she didn't dare to say it. Her lips trembled several times, but nothing came out. Show me some sincerity. The director kicked Xinu in the knee. With a thud, Xinu knelt in front of Li Zihui. Just as she was about to get up, the director pressed her head down. The director leaned close to her ear. Our women's and children's health hospital in Magic City is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. Just look around, where else could you fit? Who knows, if you leave here, you might have an accident in a couple of days. The director was submissive in front of Chu Chen, but it was easy to handle a little nurse. Xinu immediately understood the director's meaning. She quickly began to bow to Li Zihui. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I admit I was jealous of you, but I didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. I was just jealous of you. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. As she spoke, she became increasingly desperate. Li Zihui had never seen such a scene and was a bit stunned. How about we forgive her? Joe Biting interjected. Cousin, what's there to forgive someone like her? Luckily you have your brother-in-law backing you up, otherwise she definitely wouldn't apologize. I think she deserves it. What kind of talk is that? Li Zihui's uncle scolded her. Our Zihui is kind-hearted and can't stand such scenes. How about we leave? Okay. Chu Chen stood up, wrapping his arm around Li Zihui as they walked out of the office. By the way, when they reached the door, he turned back once. Director, you should understand how to handle the situation from here, right? Understood. The director, drenched in cold sweat, saw Chu Chen out of his office. After sending Chu Chen away, he turned back, coldly staring at Xinu. Originally, Xinu wanted to come up and plead for mercy, but she was frightened back by the chilling look in his eyes. Director, what nonsense did you say outside? Hurry up and clarify it clearly. Also, you don't need to come to work tomorrow. The director shot her a sidelong glance. You know how to clarify it, and it's best not to pull any tricks, or I can't guarantee you won't be blacklisted by other hospitals. Didn't they say she was going to be the head nurse? Is this it? I heard she offended a pregnant woman who came for a checkup, spoke ill of her, and got found out. TSK, she deserves it. She really does deserve it. Someone like her is no good. As Xinu packed her things with a handprint on her face, a group of little nurses gathered at the door to watch the excitement. She usually loved to gossip behind people's backs, and many had long been unable to hold back. One little nurse asked with a grin, Xinu, weren't you going to be promoted to head nurse? Why are you leaving? Right, aren't you the one who loves to say these things the most? So tell us, why did you offend her? Did you seduce her husband? Xinu exploded in anger. You're the one who seduced her husband. Your whole family seduced her husband. Oh, I was just saying a few casual words, and you got so worked up. The little nurse laughed even harder. Looks like this is true. You. What? Are you going to hit me? Xinu glared, so furious she felt like spitting blood, but she had no choice but to pack her things and leave in disgrace. It was unclear how the director handled it, but in any case, no one in the group ever spoke ill of Li Zihui again. Li Zihui was truly touched. She gently stroked her belly, smiling softly as she murmured to herself, Baby, look how much Daddy loves you. You must come into this world healthy and safe. This world is wonderful, and Mommy really likes it. You have a very impressive father. Remember to meet him on time. After Li Zihui became pregnant, Chu Chen stayed in the villa to accompany her these days. Li Zihui's mother was overjoyed at this scene. She truly didn't expect her daughter to be so fortunate. Truly, heaven blesses her. Although Chu Chen had been at home these days, he wasn't idle. He began to ponder how to construct the headquarters building. He asked Xin Xingwei to find several top designers to draft some sketches of the buildings for him to review. The exterior of the building must have character, while the interior should be designed with humanity in mind. Ideally, he wanted the headquarters building to become a landmark. Therefore, the location of the headquarters building was also very important. He called Wang Song to discuss the land issue. After listening, Wang Song smiled. If you want to acquire land, with your strength, it's a piece of cake. But if you want a good piece of land, it gets tricky. Recently, the third batch of land in Dingjia district of Magic City is up for auction, and the best is the new city plot in Dingjia district, with an area of 65,233 square meters and a starting price of 2,732 billion. Xu Chen wasn't very familiar with Dingjia district and asked, "Isn't that place quite desolate now? Why is the land so expensive?" You don't know, many people have received insider information that Dingjia district is about to launch a new city construction project. They will fully implement a high-quality business plan, with 64 key projects scheduled for next year, totaling over 30 billion in investment. As long as you acquire this piece of land, it will definitely be a guaranteed profit. Wang Tsong's words piqued Xu Chen's interest. Is this information reliable? Don't you think about what my dad does? I heard this news from him. It's definitely reliable. Then let's go for this piece of land. Seeing how relaxed he was, as if the land was already secured, Wang Tsong couldn't help but pour cold water on him. I advise you not to be so optimistic. This land is a fat piece of meat, and there are plenty of wolves eyeing it. At least 8 major real estate companies are targeting this land. If you want it, you'll have to fight for it. Then you come with me. Xu Chen planned to invite him. If we get the land, I'll cover all the expenses for the night. Alright, you prepare first. After finishing with Wang Tsong, Xu Chen called Xin Xingwei and informed her about the land auction. He asked her to get ready. Participating in such a high-level auction requires a lot of materials, and some preparation time is necessary. When Xin Xingwei saw that Xu Chen wanted to acquire such a large piece of land, she was secretly astonished. She also paid attention to the news in this area and found that those vying for the land were all real estate giants. For an entertainment company to acquire such a large piece of land just to build a headquarters seemed a bit wasteful. However, she had already grown accustomed to Xu Chen's ways. At Xu Chen, are you coming? Xu Chen was watching TV with Li Zihui when his phone rang. It was from the high school group. The former school beauty, Su Lin, had organized a birthday party and sent out an invitation in the group, specifically tagging him. Xu Chen clicked in to take a casual look. The Su family still had some money. This birthday party was being held at a 4-star hotel banquet hall called Jinjiang Hotel, and not only did they invite their class, but the entire grade as well. Most people in Magic City expressed that they would definitely come. Some even tagged Xu Chen. Xu Chen actually didn't want to go. His wife was pregnant. Wouldn't it be better to stay home and accompany her? A school beauty? What does that matter? Go, you shouldn't just stay at home with me all the time. Seeing Xu Chen typing a refusal, Li Zihui pressed his hand down. A man like you shouldn't just stay at home with me. I'm afraid you'll get bored. Your classmate's birthday party is a good chance for you to relax. She had noticed all the good things Xu Chen had done for her during this time. Li Zihui also understood very well that Xu Chen wouldn't always be by her side. These past few days, with Xu Chen staying at home, she worried he might get restless. Alright, then I'll go take a look. I'll just have a few drinks and catch up before coming back. You just wait for me at home, okay? Sure, staying at home these days meant no income, and at a birthday party, who knows, there might be quite a few rich second-generation kids attending. It would be a good opportunity for him to pick up some cash. The money from the auction would just come in, right? So, Xu Chen planned to go take a look the next day. Since Xu Chen had agreed, he wouldn't break his promise. The next day, he set out in the afternoon with a convoy. At the entrance of the Jinjiang Hotel, Su Lin's birthday sign was already set up. She stood at the door in a black off-shoulder dress adorned with diamonds, welcoming guests as they entered the hotel. Those who could attend her birthday party were basically doing well in the city, otherwise, they wouldn't dare show up. After all, not to mention the level of the Jinjiang Hotel, the classmates all arrived in luxury cars. It would be embarrassing to take a taxi, right? That would make it hard to even speak. Hey, Lin, look at you, not inviting me to your birthday. A black business car stopped at the entrance of the Jinjiang Hotel. A rich second-generation man dressed head to toe in Gucci stepped out. He looked quite wealthy, but he was older and a bit greasy. This made Su Lin frown involuntarily, but she still forced a smile. Yuangu, I just got busy and forgot. The birthday party was arranged too hastily, and there were too many things to do. I'm really sorry. It's okay, I heard the news and came right over. Isn't it brotherly love? The man called Yuangu said, reaching out to touch Su Lin's face. You look as beautiful as ever tonight. No, even more beautiful than usual. Yes, Yuangu loves me. Come on in, we have quite a few beauties here today. Su Lin subtly dodged his inappropriate hand and made an inviting gesture. Zhou Yuan smiled. Then I'll go in first? Go ahead. After finally getting Zhou Yuan to move past her, Su Lin disdainfully wiped her hands with a tissue, preparing to go inside when she saw 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms appear in the night. And most importantly, these 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms belonged to one person. How did she know? Because all 10 cars had consecutive license plates. Who is 00001 to who is 00010? What kind of license plate number was that? How much money would it take to gather such license plates? Su Lin shook her head, seeing that the guests were arriving in droves, and she planned to head to the banquet hall on the second floor. But after just a couple of steps, she heard a familiar voice behind her. As soon as you see me, you want to leave? What, not welcoming an old classmate? Chu Chen's voice rang out behind Su Lin. She turned around in shock and saw Chu Chen stepping out of one of the Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Her eyes widened instantly. These 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms actually belong to Chu Chen? Why are you staring at me like that? Didn't you invite me here? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? He said, extending his hand and waving it in front of Su Lin. Su Lin still couldn't believe her eyes. It's just, I can't believe you made such an entrance. Should I take a taxi next time? Pfft, you're still so humorous. Su Lin looked at Chu Chen, who seemed familiar yet completely different from her memories, and broke into a radiant smile. Come on, let's go inside. The two walked side by side towards the banquet hall on the second floor of Jinjiang. The hall was bustling with activity. Su Lin's father was in the clothing business and knew many business partners, almost all of whom had come this time. In addition, there were Su Lin's invited close friends, classmates, and others. The entire hall had at least 100 people, with a mix of elegant attire and lively chatter. Upon seeing Su Lin, everyone approached her to wish her a happy birthday. Of course, they couldn't help but notice Chu Chen standing beside her. Who is this? Your boyfriend? Is this grand birthday party because something good is coming up? Everyone knew Su Lin was single. The question was filled with probing intent. Usually, Su Lin would openly deny such insinuations, but this time, she smiled subtly. I would like him to be my boyfriend, but not for now. Not for now, which means it could be possible in the future. Many understood the implication behind Su Lin's words. Suddenly, Su Lin linked her arm with Chu Chen's and took a cocktail from a server, handing it to him. Here, have a drink. Chu Chen raised his glass towards her. She playfully asked, you haven't wished me a happy birthday yet today, you need to make it up to me later. How do I make it up? Dance the first dance with me tonight. Sure. After agreeing with Chu Chen, as the birthday girl, Su Lin gracefully walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and her sweet voice echoed throughout the hall. Hello everyone, today is my 23rd birthday. Please allow me, on behalf of myself and my family, to express my gratitude to all the friends present today. It is your presence that makes today so vibrant and lively. She spoke briefly for 5 minutes, then stepped off the stage and headed straight towards Chu Chen. As the music began, couples, whether paired or formed on the spot, took each other's hands and entered the dance floor. She held Chu Chen's hand and began to dance gracefully. Who is he? Isn't that Chu Chen? I think he was in the same grade in high school. Doesn't look quite the same, though? High school days felt too distant, and most classmates had changed. Many didn't dare to recognize Chu Chen, who looked completely transformed. Some even thought he was a rich second-generation kid that Su Lin knew. After the song ended, several classmates approached Chu Chen to greet him. Is it really you, Chu Chen? I almost didn't recognize you. Chu Chen, Miss Su actually danced the first dance with you at her birthday party. Tell me, is there something going on between you two? Don't tell me you're just good friends. Lin, what's the deal with that young man? When did you meet him? Su Lin returned to her father's side. He was holding a glass and could no longer contain his curious, gossiping heart. The reason he organized such a grand birthday party for Su Lin was obvious. His daughter was already 23 and so beautiful, it was time to find a suitable match for her. He had hinted to his business partners to bring their eligible single sons along. Many promising young men had come, and he had his eye on a few. Yet, his daughter had taken a liking to a young man of unknown background. He needed to investigate this situation. Dad, what kind of question is that? He looks good, right? He is quite handsome. Su Lin's father shifted his tone, but in this day and age, what does being good-looking matter? Strength is what counts. What did I tell you before the birthday party? Dad, you just don't get it. So what if he's handsome? As I watched my dad about to make a scene, Su Lin continued, even if he looks handsome, he still has the strength. He came here in 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, 10 of them. 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms? That's a bit exaggerated. But our family can afford it. These 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms have consecutive numbers. After Su Lin finished speaking, she saw her dad holding a wine glass and striding away. Dad, where are you going? I'm going to toast your classmate. On Chu Chen's side, he had just finished dealing with classmates who came to greet him when he saw Su Lin walking over with her dad. Just a moment ago, Chu Chen had picked up a few million in cash from those ordinary classmates. There wasn't much to pick up around Su Lin either. However, Su Lin's dad had plenty to offer. Ding, you picked up 20 million in cash. Ding, you picked up a building in Century Plaza. With such a big haul right at the door, Chu Chen's attitude towards Su Lin's dad was nothing but warm. After shaking hands, they exchanged a few pleasantries. Then Su Lin's dad glanced at Su Lin. Lin, make sure to take good care of your classmate. Got it, Dad. As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, Zhou Yuan's voice rang out, Uncle Su, even though I'm not Lin's classmate, our families have known each other for many years. Are you really not going to let Lin treat me well? That's too biased. Oh, Xiao Zhou. Seeing Zhou Yuan appear, Su Lin's dad showed a kind smile. You're a distinguished guest, of course, you should be treated well. How about we have a drink together? Since Uncle thinks so highly of me, I'll give Lin a big gift, Zhou Yuan said, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Chen. Chu Chen understood. So this guy saw him as a rival. But who did he think he was? With a half smile, he asked, what big gift? Let me see. Unexpectedly, it was Chu Chen who took the initiative to speak. Zhou Yuan was a bit surprised, but he quickly lifted his chin and arrogantly asked, Lin, if I remember correctly, you should really like Zhao Meyer, right? Zhao Meyer was a hot little star in the recent circle. She started out acting in web dramas, but with some good luck, she later starred in a few small productions as the lead and suddenly became famous. She also appeared in Wandering Blue Star, and many people knew her. Su Lin really liked watching her shows. Unfortunately, her status was quite high now, and they couldn't invite her. As soon as Zhao Meyer was mentioned, Su Lin's eyes lit up. You know her? Of course I do. Zhou Yuan, seeing Su Lin's attention shift to him, felt quite pleased. She's so popular now, busy every day, it's really hard to get an appointment. Oh, Su Lin felt a bit disappointed. But, recently she has a collaboration with my dad's company. I've had a few meals with her, and our relationship is pretty good. If you really like her, I can get her to come over. Really? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? What kind of relationship do we have? Of course, it's not a bother. Saying this, Zhou Yuan took out his phone and directly called Zhao Meyer. After half a minute, Zhao Meyer finally answered the phone. Zhou Yuan walked aside and started talking to her. 2 minutes later, he returned, Lin, I've already got Zhao Meyer. Remember to be polite to her when she comes. Okay. To be honest, Su Lin really liked Zhao Meyer. So when she heard that Zhao Meyer was coming, she immediately got excited and announced the news on stage. Unfortunately, Zhou Yuan and Su Lin didn't notice Chu Chen's amused expression the whole time. Zhao Meyer was actually coming? It seemed she didn't want to mix in anymore, accepting an invitation from someone like Zhou Yuan. I think she's the most beautiful among the recently popular female stars. I wonder what she looks like in person. We'll find out soon, right? It really wasn't a wasted trip tonight. Exactly. Someone like Zhao Meyer, you really can't see her in person these days. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, after waiting for over an hour, the figure of Zhao Meyer's bodyguard finally appeared at the entrance. Su Lin was chatting with Chu Chen, and upon hearing the cheers at the door, she realized Zhao Meyer had arrived. She quickly joined the others and walked towards the entrance. Zhou Yuan certainly didn't fall behind. After all, she was the birthday girl tonight, so as she walked towards the door, the crowd automatically parted for her. Soon, she reached the entrance on the second floor, ready to welcome Zhao Meyer. She really is beautiful. I think she's okay. Not as good looking as on screen. Okay? Show me what you think is okay. Under the protection of 7 or 8 bodyguards, Zhao Meyer walked out from the elevator. She wore a bright red off-shoulder floor-length gown, draped in a white Chanel-style coat, elegant and stunning, radiating brilliance. Her appearance was far from what Chu Chen had seen last time. Zhou Yuan was the first to step forward. Meyer, you're here. I still have to give you face. As soon as Zhao Meyer finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Zhou Yuan was about to ask her what was wrong when she walked straight towards Chu Chen. How come you're here? Chu Tian smirked. Why, if you can come, I can't. No, that's not what I meant. Realizing Chu Chen was unhappy, Zhao Meyer panicked and quickly apologized. If you don't like it, then I'll leave. Recently, she had been getting resources easily, with various advertising endorsements going well. To put it simply, it was Chu Chen supporting her from behind. Everyone in the company knew she was personally signed by Chu Chen, so her resources were certainly more than those of ordinary newcomers. Moreover, the company had even paid $1 million in breach of contract fees. They found her a top-notch manager, provided her with a chauffeur-driven car and bodyguards. One could say everything she had was given by Chu Chen. If Chu Chen was unhappy, she would be finished. She just never expected that today she had only accepted Zhou Yuan's invitation to attend a birthday party, intending to say a few words and leave. But who knew she would run into Chu Chen? and it was clear that Chu Chen was not very happy about her presence. Meyer, you don't know this person, do you? Their conversation naturally attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Yuan noticed that Zhao Meyer actually knew Chu Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed, couldn't help but say, don't pay attention to him. After Zhou Yuan's words, Zhao Meyer finally understood why Chu Chen was unhappy. She shot Zhou Yuan a glare, shut up. Then, she anxiously explained to Chu Chen, I'm not very familiar with him. I just recently took an advertisement from their company, had a meal together, and he added my contact information at the table, so we got to know each other. I didn't want to come, but he kept calling me. I couldn't refuse, so I just came to take a look. Zhao Meyer's hurried explanation left everyone present stunned. What was going on? A big star like Zhao Meyer actually had moments like this? Chu Chen usually kept a low profile, and no one present really knew his identity. Su Lin knew he was quite wealthy but didn't know him well. Zhao Meyer knew him. Not only did she know him, but it seemed she was also quite afraid of him. Who exactly was he to Zhao Meyer? Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, felt quite embarrassed by Zhao Meyer's words. He grabbed Zhao Meyer's wrist. Meyer, why are you trying to please him? What is he even worth? I can give him everything he can give. Zhao Meyer wished she could sew his mouth shut. She suddenly shook off Zhou Yuan's arm. If she wanted to die, she could go die alone. Don't drag her down with him. If she offended Chu Chen, her acting career would definitely be ruined. If the company decided to shelve her, it would only take a word from Chu Chen. The golden period for a female actor is only a few years. If she were shelved for a few years, who would recognize her when she came back? She looked at Chu Chen pleadingly. I know I was wrong. I really have no other relationship with him. Brother Jiang, if you're unhappy, just punish me. Oh, punish you? Chu Chen glanced at her and asked Su Lin. She said to punish her. What do you think the punishment should be? As the birthday girl of the night, Su Lin didn't dare to speak. Chu Chen didn't wait for her. Forget it, tonight is Miss Su's birthday party, and you're dressed so grandly, stealing her spotlight is too much, so your punishment is, take off all your clothes and apologize to Miss Su. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Zhao Meyer was a female star. How could she be asked to strip in public? And completely naked? If she really did that, she would have no face left. How could she survive in the industry after that? This was too outrageous. She shouldn't really strip, right? Such a request is too humiliating. She definitely won't. If a female star strips, she can forget about her career. However, she looks so good. I really want to see what her figure is like. I heard female stars wear padding, did she? The onlookers were enjoying the spectacle. Their gazes on Zhao Meyer were both probing and teasing. Some comments were downright unbearable. Zhao Meyer certainly heard them, but she had no choice. She bit her lip, placed her hands on her coat, and slowly began to take it off. Oh my! She's really doing it. She actually wants to strip. Is it really possible to feast our eyes today? Hurry and take out your phones to take pictures. This is too immoral. Are you all filming? Then I will too. After taking off her coat, Zhao Meyer placed her hand on the zipper at her side. She slowly pulled it down. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. She really didn't want to do this. But if this was the only way to survive, then she had to comply. If she didn't, she would definitely be finished. Soon, the zipper was halfway down. Alright, that's enough. Just as Zhao Meyer's hands trembled and she couldn't hold the zipper anymore, Chu Chen finally spoke, waving his hand at her. I'll let you go this time, but there won't be a next time. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Meyer felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, quickly zipped up her coat and thanked Chu Chen repeatedly. I promise I won't dare again. I will focus on acting and won't attend such chaotic parties anymore. Chu Chen nodded, but since you're here, and Miss Su likes you very much, why don't you go on stage and sing a birthday song for her? Yes. Zhao Meyer didn't hesitate at all, going straight on stage to sing a birthday song for Su Lin. However, while she sang on stage, very few people in the audience were actually listening. What a pity, they actually stopped her at such a crucial moment. I've already taken off my pants, and this is all I get to see? Who exactly is this Chu Chen? How does he have such power? Zhou Yuan barely managed to call her over, but Chu Chen tells her to strip and she strips, tells her to sing a birthday song and she sings it. It feels less like treating a female star and more like treating a family maid. Who knows? What is her relationship with you? Su Lin couldn't help but ask, looking at Zhao Meyer's obedient demeanor towards Chu Chen. She is an artist under my company. Chu Chen glanced at Zhou Yuan, whose face was unpleasant. She interacts with all sorts of people, so a little punishment is to be expected. An artist under your company? Su Lin exclaimed, you have a company? Why can't I have a company? That's true. Su Lin realized she had asked an extremely foolish question and felt a bit embarrassed. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, took advantage of the distraction and quietly slipped away. He couldn't even handle Zhao Meyer, let alone Chu Chun, who could do whatever he wanted with her. He knew very well that he had kicked a hard board this time. If he didn't leave quickly, something was bound to happen. So he hurriedly made his escape. After Su Lin finished singing the birthday song, Zhao Meyer came to Chu Chen. "It's done. Now you can go back." "Yes." Zhao Meyer felt as if she had been pardoned and quickly left. After Zhao Meyer left, Su Lin became even more enthusiastic towards Chu Chen. "Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know how to get rid of Zhou Yuan. Now, he probably won't have the face to show up in front of me again." Su Lin's dad also came over, chatting with Chu Chen and encouraging Su Lin and Chu Chen to keep in touch more. Su Lin blushed and nodded. "Got it, Dad." After attending the birthday party, Chu Chen drove away. Su Lin saw him off to the door. When he got home, Su Lin even proactively sent a caring text. "You must be home now, right?" "I'm home." He casually replied to the message and then started asking Li Zihui about her day. Li Zihui smiled and rubbed her belly, looking gently at Chu Tian. "The baby was very well behaved in my belly today, not a bit restless." "Really? What a good baby." Chu Chen leaned down, resting his head on Li Zihui's belly. His action made Li Zihui giggle. "The baby is only 1 or 2 months old. You can't even tell the gender yet. How could there be any movement? You'll only hear it when the months go by. Just want to listen a bit early." As soon as he finished speaking, his mom's call came in. He picked up the phone and connected to the video. On the other side of the video, his mom had a worried expression. "I told you that you bought too many houses. Although they can be rented out, they are just not renting fast enough. I've been busy for several days and have only rented out a dozen or so." The last time Chu Chen bought those school district houses, there were over 100 in total, and renting them all out was a huge project. She thought it was a waste to leave those houses empty. If they sat idle for a month, that would be 300,000 in rent lost. So she had been actively advertising to rent them out, but unexpectedly, there were too many houses, and many tenants inquired. After all the back and forth for so many days, only a dozen were rented out. It had worn her out. Chu Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. "Mom and Dad, I bought those houses for you to rent out to make things easier for you. I didn't expect it to tire you out so much. How about this? Don't bother anymore. I'll find a few people to help you rent them out, and you can just sit back and collect the money." "How can that work?" To his surprise, Chu Mom flatly rejected Chu Chen's suggestion. "We have to handle this ourselves." But there were just too many houses. They couldn't rent them all out, not at all. After Chu Mom finished speaking, she asked him, "What are you doing? Have you eaten?" Chu Chen glanced at Li Zihui beside him. "Mom, I have some news for you, but don't get too excited." "You went bankrupt?" "Chu Chen, it's fine if you go bankrupt, just sell all those school district houses at home. Selling houses and renting houses are the same." Chu Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. "No, can't you wish for something good for me? How could I possibly go bankrupt so easily?" "What news is that? You're going to be a grandparent." "Oh, as long as it's not you going bankrupt, that's fine." "What?" 2 seconds later, Shuma suddenly raised her voice, excitedly asking, "I didn't hear wrong, did I? I'm really going to be a grandparent?" Chu Chen smiled and nodded, pointing the camera at Li Zihui. "Look, this is your grandson's mother." It was Li Zihui's first time meeting Chuma, and she didn't expect it to be so sudden. She shyly and gently said, "Hello, Auntie." After saying that, she lowered her head. Good, good, good. Seeing such a beautiful and gentle girl on the screen, Chuma couldn't stop smiling. "You really are a quiet one, getting big things done. In just a few days, you've brought back both a wife and a grandson. I'm going to tell your dad right now. Give me an address, and tomorrow your dad and I will come to see the grandson." "Mom, didn't I say not to get too excited?" Chu Chen shook his head. "Your grandson is only a little over a month in the womb. You'll have to wait another 9 months to see him." Chuma was very happy and kept pulling Chu Chen to talk about many precautions. Chu Chen showed her the nutritionist, various servants, and the medical team he had hired. "Don't worry, Mom, I will take good care of your grandson. Look, so many people are here to take care of your grandson, you should feel reassured now, right? But they all look so young. Have any of them had children?" Shu Ma was still worried. Chu Chen directly hung up the phone. "Mom, I'm busy right now. I'll talk to you later." After hanging up, the screen showed him chatting with Su Lin. Li Zihui was beside him. She glanced over but didn't ask anything. She knew very well that Chu Chen had more than just her in his life, but she didn't care about such things at all. For a man like Chu Chen, being with him was already a stroke of luck. How could she ask for so much? Moreover, Chu Chen treated her so well. How many average men out there have no money, no ability, yet still demand that women adhere to traditional virtues? Aside from caring for and loving her, Chu Chen had never shown any dissatisfaction.
Good men like him are hard to find, even with a lantern. What's there to complain about? Besides, just now, Shu Chen introduced her to Chuma. That counts as meeting the parents. She had been a bit worried before about what would happen if the child was not recognized by the Chu family after being born. Although Chu Chen acknowledged it, it still felt unofficial. She could endure some grievances, but it would be bad for the child to suffer. Unexpectedly, Chuma was just like an ordinary little old lady, very fond of children. If it weren't for Chu Chen stopping her, she would have flown over to take care of them. One could imagine that if the child were born, they would definitely receive love from their grandparents. This child would surely be a happy one in the future. As a mother, she asked for nothing more than for her child to have a good life after being born. After spending some time with Li Zihui, Shu Chen returned to his study. After chatting a bit more with Su Lin in the study, he saw that Mu Yunqi had sent him a message. It only contained 2 words, "Are you there?" As soon as Chu Chen saw her name, he remembered. Since the last time he returned to his hometown, he hadn't seen Mu Yunqi. The closest he had been to her was when he went to pick up Li Zihui. At that time, Li Zihui was pregnant, and even though Mu Yunqi lived in the same neighborhood, he hadn't gone to see her once. Li Zihui had only been pregnant for a few days, and the pregnancy was still unstable. Although Chu Chen had been there with her, he didn't dare to do anything. After all, he was a young man full of vigor, and he had really been holding back these days. He guessed that Mu Yunqi had also been missing him a lot during this time. He did not reply to Mu Yunqi's message. Directly downstairs, she drove herself to Tangchenipin. After parking, she went upstairs and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Mu Yunqi felt a bit upset because Chu Chen had not replied to her messages, and now someone was knocking on her door so late at night. It made her a little irritated. She casually put on a thin silk coat and opened the door. "Brother Jiang." As soon as she saw Chu Chen, she almost jumped up and directly hugged his neck. "Brother Jiang, I haven't seen you in a long time. I sent you messages, but you never replied. I thought I had upset you." Although Mu Yunqi had always restrained her feelings for Chu Chen, she wasn't jealous, didn't get possessive, and wasn't overly clingy. His absence made her a bit anxious. Every day, she could only numb herself with work. But after work, returning to her empty home, she couldn't help but overthink. Had he grown tired of her? Or was there already a beautiful woman by his side who could replace her? Every time she thought of this, her heart ached to the point of breathlessness. Chu Chen patted her back, tracing her soft curves. "Why would you think that? Who told you to ignore me all the time?" Mu Yunqi said pitifully, "And you still don't reply to my messages." Seeing her like this, Chu Chen had no other choice but to try to comfort her. After a night of passion, Mu Yunqi contentedly leaned against Chu Chen's embrace. "Alright, I know you still love me as long as you know." Chu Chen stroked her hair. "Been busy with work lately? If not, in a couple of days, I'm going to bid on a piece of land. Come with me." "Sure, as long as you invite me, I'm never too busy." A week later, it was time for the auction of the new urban area in Dingjia district. Chu Chen drove with Mu Yunqi to meet Wang Song and Qin Fun, and then they arrived at the Public Resource Auction Center in Modu City. The auction center covered an area of 1,600 square meters, with a total of 8 auction halls of various sizes. The largest hall could accommodate over 500 people, while the smallest could hold 100. Today, the auction for the Dingjia district new urban area was taking place in the largest hall 8. At the entrance of the auction center, various business vehicles were parked, indicating a significant turnout. After getting out of the car, Chu Chen led Mu Yunqi inside. "This piece of land has quite a bit of competition." After glancing at the cars, Wang Song walked up to Chu Chen's side. "Brother Chu, do you have a psychological price expectation for this auction?" "No expected price." Chu Chen shook his head. "But since I set my eyes on this land, it has already belonged to me." What a bold statement. If the major real estate companies competing in this auction heard Chu Chen's words, they would surely think the same thing. Even Wang Song and Qin Fun found it absurd upon hearing this. After all, the starting price for this land was in the hundreds of millions. With so many real estate companies eyeing this land, how could it be as simple as saying it was his? However, Wang Song and Qin Fun exchanged glances. Based on their understanding of Chu Chen, he never boasted. After all, he had once casually mentioned wiping out the Long family, and the Long family truly vanished. Although on the surface, the extermination of the Long family seemed unrelated to Chu Chen, and no one had even pointed a finger at him, Wang Song and Qin Fun did not believe it was mere coincidence. In fact, they had always harbored some doubts about this matter. They just hadn't found the opportunity to ask. Seeing no one around, Qin Fun couldn't help but speak up. "Brother Chu, what are your thoughts on the Long family situation?" "What can I say? Those who do evil will bring about their own demise. The Long family's situation has nothing to do with you. You're not suggesting that I was behind the Long family's downfall, are you?
Shu Chen curled his lips. Imagination is quite rich. His attitude was extremely ambiguous, leaving Wang Tsong and Qin Bin unsure of what he meant. As they entered the inner hall of the auction, the two of them stopped talking. After sitting down in their pre-arranged seats, Shu Chen chatted with Mu Yunqi.
Meanwhile, Wang Tsong was busy socializing. Young Master Wang, you're here too? Did your dad send you? Of course not. I came with friends, just here to join the fun. Oh, good thing you're just here for fun, otherwise we wouldn't have a chance. What are you saying?
Most of the attendees were from major real estate companies, and Wang Tsong naturally knew them, so he went over to greet them. After he exchanged pleasantries and sat down next to Chu Chen, he introduced him.
See that bald guy? He's the president of Manhwa Trade. That guy with the inverted triangle eyes and big waves is from Haizhong. The one over there who looks particularly serious is from Libao Development. Chu Chen smiled. You know quite a few people. I actually don't want to know them, but what can I do?
We had a few meals together before, but my dad was always there.
Respected leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, welcome everyone to the second batch of land supply auction in Magic City.
Before the registration deadline, a total of 39 real estate companies or individuals registered. The seating order and number plates in our auction hall are strictly arranged according to the order of registration, so please take your seats according to your number plates. To ensure the order of the auction hall and effectively protect the legal rights and interests of all parties involved in the auction, please adhere to the following rules during this auction. While Wang Tsong was introducing people to Chu Chen, the auction on stage had entered the speech phase. After a long series of speeches, relevant leaders were invited to speak. Then the auction officially began. This time we are auctioning the Dingjia District New City plot, with an area of 65,233 square meters, starting price of 2.73 billion, and each bidding increment must not be less than 10 million. The auction officially starts. As the host's voice fell, the price war officially began. 2.74 billion, 2.75 billion, 2.76 billion. Since it was just the beginning, everyone was bidding rather cautiously, increasing by 10 million at a time, testing each other's bottom line.
Chu Chen wondered how long this would go on.
He directly instructed Mu Yunqi beside him to raise the paddle, pushing the price to
2.8 billion.
Many people glanced in Chu Chen's direction, noticing they didn't recognize him, and seeing him sitting next to Wang Tsong, they immediately labeled him as one of Wang Xitsong's friends, feeling he was just there to cause trouble. So after a quick glance, no one paid him any more attention and continued to bid at their own pace.
2.81 billion, 2.82 billion, 2.83 billion, 3 billion. Chu Chen didn't give them a chance to test each other and raised the price to 3 billion. What's this kid's situation? Playing with Wang Tsong, what good could he have? This is too chaotic. Should we send someone to ask Wang Tsong? That works.
Soon, a manager from Haizhong walked over to Wang Tsong and started chatting him up.
Young Master Wang, this guy is your friend, right?
The Haizhong manager pointed at Chu Chen.
Wang Tsong nodded. Yeah, my good brother, what's up?
Wang Tsong certainly knew what was up. This question was just a pretense. Xiao Wang's friend seems to be very interested in this piece of land.
Not just very interested. Just as Wang Tsong was pondering how to respond, Chu Chen spoke directly. It's a must-have. Go back and tell your people to return early.
The manager, who had originally come over politely to gather information, was usually quite adept at handling situations, but Chu Chen's words were so impactful that they left her stunned. Her brain seemed to short-circuit for a few seconds, and she didn't know how to respond.
This attitude was too arrogant. Did he even know who he was dealing with? Did you not hear? If you heard, hurry back.
It was Wang Tsong who took the initiative to speak, ending the awkward situation.
The manager quickly left. The auction continued. Chu Chen was like a catfish thrown into a school of salmon. No matter how the remaining companies bid, he had Mu Yunqi raise the stakes by 100 million each time. Even though Mu Yunqi was a star, always under the spotlight and facing seemingly murderous gazes from all sides, she was starting to feel the pressure. Beads of fine sweat began to form on her forehead. She whispered to Chu Chen, "Brother Jiang, isn't this a bit what? A bit not so good." She felt like she was being dissected by people's stares. Chu Chen, however, smiled slightly. "Once you finish your recent engagements, I'll invest in a big IP for you. Let's start with 10 billion. Mu Yunqi quickly sat up straight. So what if people were looking at her? What was so special about that? Brother Chu, this is too exaggerated. Why not just invest in a drama for me?
Everyone online knew that Wang Tsong was famously generous to his girlfriend, giving cars, houses, and bags, and even after breaking up, he wouldn't ask for them back. So, although he had many ex-girlfriends and changed partners quickly, very few of them spoke ill of him. There was no way around it, he simply gave too much. But when it came to Chu Chen, Wang Song realized that what he had given was hardly worth mentioning. In his view, Chu Chen was already treating Mu Yunqi very well. After all, the Chumen Entertainment founded by Chu Chen had strong financial backing, and they were not lacking in resources at all. This meant that Mu Yunqi was essentially not lacking. Yet he was still adding another 10 billion specifically to invest in an IP for her. He wasn't even marrying her, that was too good for her. 40 billion. After intense bidding for over a dozen rounds, the price reached 40 billion. This price was, of course, raised by Mu Yunqi. Most companies had a psychological expectation of around 38 billion, 40 billion was already a serious overshoot. Therefore, some real estate companies that knew they couldn't compete had already withdrawn from the bidding, remaining only to watch the excitement. The few large real estate companies still struggling were also bidding with great reluctance. 40 billion 10 million, 41 billion, 40 billion 100 million, 42 billion. Anyway, Chu Chen wasn't lacking in money, he had hundreds of billions in cash in his account, so 42 billion was a piece of cake for him. Thus, in the end, those large real estate companies began to take his presence seriously. I just checked, that person is called Chu Chen, indeed a friend of Wang Song, and he founded the Chumen Group, which has an entertainment company and has invested in. From the current situation, it seems that the Chumen Group has strong financial resources and is currently developing rapidly. Many people from real estate companies went to investigate Chu Chen's background. However, they could only find some information displayed by the Tianyan system. But this information was enough to shock them. The Chumen Group was established not long ago, but its scale was impressive. It seems the Chumen Group is preparing to enter the real estate market next. Many people began to speculate. 4 billion 200 million once, 4 billion 200 million twice, 4 billion 200 million 3 times. Bang! Deal! Congratulations to the Truman Group for acquiring the new urban land in Dingjia district at the price of 4 billion 200 million. Soon, the host's serious and solemn voice echoed on stage. This meant that Chu Chen had successfully secured the land. Wang Song laughed. Brother Chu, you said you would treat us tonight. Sure, let's go to Tian Thai restaurant. After saying that, he wrapped his arm around Mu Yunqi and walked out with Wang Song and Qin Bin. Just as they reached the door, a large group of media rushed over with cameras. It suddenly dawned on Chu Chen that such a big auction would definitely attract media attention. If it were an ordinary real estate company, they would never refuse such interviews. This was a great opportunity for them to expand their fame. But Chu Chen wanted to keep a low profile. He stopped in his tracks. How about we wait for the media to leave before we go? Got it. Wang Song understood immediately. Let's use the back door. After leaving through the back door, Chu Chen took Wang Song and Qin Bin straight to Shi Hao's Tian Thai restaurant. As friends of Shi Hao, they were led to a private room as soon as they entered. Not long after, Shi Hao arrived as well. Brother Chu, you're really taking care of my business. Here, I just got a shipment of fragrant wine, let me open a bottle for you to try. After saying that, he slapped a bottle of wine onto the table. Wow, this wine looks good. It tastes just okay, but the wholesale price is high, so it sells for a lot, and it's quite popular with customers. I just negotiated a batch with the winery, not many, 8,000 bottles. If you like it, I'll bring you 2 bottles back after you finish. Chu Chen asked, just arrived? Then save me 100 bottles. Brother Chu, this wine is 55,000 a bottle, 100 bottles is not cheap. 55,000 a bottle, 100 bottles is over 5 million. Wang Song smiled and spoke up, why are you thinking so small? Brother Chu just secured a piece of land worth 4 billion 200 million, do you really need to worry about that little bit? Just go for it. 4 billion 200 million land? Shi Hao was shocked. Brother Chu, what do you need such a large piece of land for? To enter the real estate market? Enter the market my foot. I'm building a headquarters. Chu Chen chuckled. Oh my. You don't need such a big piece of land for a headquarters, do you? Aren't I thinking about improving the surrounding environment a bit? If the employees feel good looking at it, their mood will improve, and if their mood improves, their health will improve, and then efficiency will go up, right? Then this money is well spent. After eating and drinking to their fill, they all went home. Chu Chen got into the Rolls-Royce sent by Xin Xingwei and arranged for another car to take Mu Yunqi back. Mu Yunqi reluctantly wrapped her arms around Chu Chen's neck. Brother Jiang, how about tonight? Not tonight, be good. Oh, okay then. Mu Yunqi, feeling dejected, touched her belly and obediently got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. After returning home, she immediately went to the bathroom and started practicing handstands. When Hong Jie walked in, this was the scene she saw. She asked in surprise, Yunshi, what are you doing? Mu Yunshi awkwardly came down, nothing. You can't be telling me you want to get pregnant, right? Hong Jie looked at her with disappointment. Her little actions could fool others, but not Hong Jie. Mu Yunshi's expression became evasive. Sister Hong, what are you talking about? No way. What do you mean no way? I know you too well. Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Mu Yunshi sighed softly. Sister Hong, I've already cleaned myself out a long time ago. It's too late to want to get pregnant now. Besides, even though it's always that, I also take medicine. I'm just exercising. As long as you know. Hong Jie touched Mu Yunshi's hair. You are at a peak in your career right now. You can't do anything foolish. Not to mention that pregnancy can make one age and lose their looks. The main point is that being pregnant is a huge waste of time. It at least means she won't be able to work for over a year. That's just handing over good resources for nothing. But someone is pregnant. Mu Yunshi knew about Li Zihui's existence. Although Chu Chen hadn't told her that Li Zihui was pregnant, she had guessed it from the snippets of conversation he had with Li Zihui. She truly felt envy and jealousy. Someone else being pregnant is their own business, their own path. You are different. Hong Jie glanced at her. You've already got him. One shouldn't be too greedy. How could I not know? Mu Yunshi murmured with a hint of melancholy. But I also want a baby with him. Hong Jie looked at her expression and understood her feelings. The baby thing isn't urgent. If it really doesn't work out, we can look at it in a couple of years. Zihui, call your uncle over. Let's have dinner together tomorrow. After dinner, I have something to discuss with him. After returning home, Xin Xingwei welcomed everyone. Chu Chen had let her handle the follow-up procedures for the Dingjia District New City plot. Then he called Li Zihui and informed her of the news. Li Zihui nodded. Great. My uncle said he would come to see me tomorrow, and he even asked if you would be home. I told him you might not be here, but he would definitely be very happy to see you. I'll call him right now. What? He has something to say to me? Good. I got it. Li Zihui's uncle, upon receiving her message, was so excited he couldn't sit still. After hanging up, he stood up in excitement and went to find Li Zihui's aunt. Quick, let's add a few more bottles of good wine and good cigarettes. Li Zihui's aunt was taken aback. We've already given Zihui plenty of supplements, all of which are good stuff. We've already spent over 20,000. Do we really need to bring more wine and cigarettes? Zihui doesn't lack for anything right now. Is it necessary to bring so much? What do you know, you woman? Li Zihui's uncle slapped his thigh. Let me tell you, our family is about to rise. What does it mean when one person achieves success and the whole family rises? This is it. Li Zihui's aunt didn't say anything after hearing this and hurried off. The next day, Li Zihui's uncle, along with Li Zihui's aunt and Zhou Baiting, arrived at the villa in Dongjiano, one carrying a large pile of items. After Xin Xingwei received the gifts and arranged them, she smiled and invited them to the dining room. Dinner is ready, please take a seat. After dinner, Li Zihui's aunt and Zhou Baiting went to chat with Li Zihui, while Li Zihui's uncle went into the study with Chu Chen. Uncle, take a look at this piece of land. Chu Chen handed over the documents related to the land use rights in Dingjia district that he had taken today to Li Zihui's uncle. Li Zihui's uncle looked down and was immediately shocked. The land use rights for such a large piece of land in the Magic City. That's something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream about. I plan to build a headquarters building for the Chumen Group. This project needs a general manager. Li Zihui's uncle was somewhat incredulous. Just this piece of land alone is worth 40 billion. Adding the construction of the building and the improvement of other facilities, this project could reach over 100 billion. Such an important matter handed over to him? Is that not possible? Of course. How could a man say it's not possible? Then it's settled. Chu Chen looked at him. Uncle, trust is essential. Since I've entrusted this project to you, I absolutely believe in you. Go ahead and do it. When the building is completed, if you do well, then this building will be under your responsibility. Don't worry about the money. I'll pay you an annual salary of 2 million. If you do well, there will be bonuses. How does that sound? Chu Chen's words made Li Zihui's uncle extremely happy. When he had a small factory back in his hometown, he worked tirelessly every day and only earned about 500,000 a year, and that was during a good period. Now that he was here with Chu Tian, not only was the work much easier, but his salary had quadrupled. He knew that the decision he made back then was the right one. Good. I'll definitely work hard. That's the spirit. After discussing matters in the study, Li Zihui's uncle, beaming with joy, walked out of the study with Chu Chen. Li Zihui's aunt looked at the smile on his face and couldn't help but tease. What good news did you get? You look like you're about to remarry.
Li Zihui's uncle chuckled, can't say, still can't say, making it all mysterious. How about this, I'm planning to take Zihui shopping later, do you want to join us? Then let's go together. Just then, Shu Chen had nothing to do, so he decided to accompany Li Zihui for a stroll. 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms set off in sequence towards the nearby pedestrian street. The parking situation at the pedestrian street was tight, so Shu Chen instructed the remaining 9 cars to go directly to the underground parking garage, while the last car was driven to the entrance of the pedestrian street, allowing Li Zihui to walk fewer steps. Li Zihui felt sweet about Shu Chen's thoughtfulness. After all, who wouldn't want to be pampered by their husband? But just as the car arrived at the entrance of the pedestrian street, they saw a large crowd gathered in a circle, seemingly watching something exciting. Li Zihui immediately looked over with interest. It seems like there's something juicy to watch. Sure enough, people in the country just love to gossip. It's a nature that can't be changed. Since Shu Chen had nothing to do, he simply had the driver pull the car a little closer and went over to enjoy a piece of the fresh excitement. Once the car got closer, they discovered that the crowd was surrounding a Mercedes-Benz. The female driver was honking her horn furiously. While honking, she shouted, "Are you going to let me in or not? If you don't, I'll complain about you. The big gate is open, why can't I go in? Who do you think you are, trying to make things difficult for me?" The security guard at the entrance looked helpless as she scolded him, but he still patiently explained, "Ma'am, I'm really not trying to make things difficult for you, we have regulations. The fire lane cannot be entered. You can take a slight detour and enter from the back underground parking entrance. Isn't the gate open for people to walk in? Are you going to let me in or not?" "Ma'am, it's not that I'm not letting you in. It's just that we have regulations." "I don't care about your stupid regulations, I just want to go in." The security guard, in his early 30s and looking quite honest, probably had never encountered such a situation before and was very troubled. As the crowd around them grew larger, he finally made up his mind. "Fine, you can go in." "That's more like it." The female driver pulled her head back into the car, started the engine, and drove in, saying, "The gate is for people to enter. What are these regulations for?" After saying that, she drove the car inside. The security guard felt helpless. "Ma'am, since you have a special situation this time, I can make an exception for you, but please don't use this entrance next time." He even kindly provided an excuse for the female driver. However, he didn't expect that upon hearing this, the female driver exploded. "Who do you think you are? Ha? You really think I won't do anything to you? Let me tell you, you're just a lousy security guard. Even if I kill you, no one would dare to say anything." Saying this, she suddenly pressed the gas pedal and charged towards the driver. The crowd scattered in fear, genuinely not expecting this female driver to be so irrational and actually go for it. On the other side, Li Zihui was also frightened and tightly grabbed Shu Chen's hand. Shu Chen let Aunt Li Zihui support her into the mall first, saying he would catch up shortly. Then he had the driver get out and took the driver's seat himself. The onlookers, fearing they might get involved, had already scattered. His car smoothly crashed into the rear of the Mercedes. Bang! A huge collision sound erupted. The back of the Mercedes was directly crumpled in. The female driver in the Mercedes, who had been full of herself, screamed in fright, instantly losing her previous bravado. However, she quickly realized her situation. She had been deliberately hit. What the hell? Are you blind? Or just stupid? Who? Seeing the female driver get hit, the security guard who had narrowly escaped breathed a sigh of relief, but then grew worried. He had no idea who had crashed into this shrew. This shrew would definitely not let it go easily. Sure enough, the female driver got out of the Mercedes, hands on her hips, angrily cursing at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. "You dare to crash into me, you worthless piece of trash? Let me tell you, I want you to pay until you go bankrupt. You scum, get out of the car." "Ha!" Shu Chen rolled down the window and gave the female driver a cold smile. The female driver was momentarily stunned, misunderstanding the situation, and then shouted, "Don't think just because you're handsome, I won't make you pay." "Pay? Of course, I will pay." Shu Chen smirked, "Not only will I pay for your car, but I will also take your life. Just don't know how much your life is worth." After saying that, he slammed on the gas and charged straight at the female driver. Are you crazy?" The female driver never expected Shu Chen to be so reckless, and as he charged at her, she was instantly terrified, her legs trembling and letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The crowd that had already dispersed gathered back again. Awesome! Indeed, when facing such unreasonable women, violence is the answer. Did you see that she's driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Her family must be loaded. How can we ordinary people afford to pay if we hit someone? That woman just peed herself.
Seeing the female driver from the Mercedes so scared she made a funny face, everyone clapped and cheered. In truth, who doesn't have a heart for justice? It's just that most people lack the ability. If they stepped up, they would be the ones in trouble. However, while they couldn't step up, they were more than happy to watch others do so. I was wrong. Stop, bang. In the midst of the female driver's tearful expression, Chu Chen mercilessly crashed into her. The female driver was knocked back a meter. Even as her body flew out, she still couldn't believe she had really been hit. She looked up at Chu Chen, and a wave of pain swept over her entire body. Chu Chen opened the car door and got out. He saw the crowd around him holding up their phones to film and waved at them. Everyone, cooperate, don't film me, I'm a low-key person. After saying that, he walked directly in front of the female driver. He squatted down. Stop playing dead, that hit just now wouldn't kill you. Chu Chen said directly, I know what you're thinking. I'm giving you two options. First, hurry to the hospital and later honestly post a video apologizing for what you did today. Second, you can choose to confront me, but I guarantee that no one standing on your side will get a good outcome. Only the dead don't speak. Give me an answer within 3 seconds, or you will be considered dead. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the female driver lying on the ground pretending to be dead quickly opened her eyes. I choose one. She looked at Chu Chen, drenched in sweat, as if she were staring at a living king of hell who had crawled out of hell. She was just putting on an act, but he really dared to kill someone in the street. Faced with the even more ruthless Chu Chen, she could only admit defeat. Very well, remember your choice, you only have this one chance. Chu Chen said with satisfaction, standing up from the ground, not even glancing at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and directly walked towards the mall. The female Mercedes owner lay in her own pool of urine, pleading with those around her to call 120. The people around her all avoided her. She had to do it herself. Sir. Chu Chen had only taken a few steps when the security guard from earlier chased after him. He looked at Chu Chen with gratitude. What is your name? Thank you so much for what you did. No problem. Just do your job well. Chu Chen turned to look at him, patted his shoulder. As long as you are diligent, there will definitely be rewards. Keep it up. The security guard watched Chu Chen's figure grow distant, unable to help but nod and softly reply, I will. I'm dying of laughter. Look at this Mercedes owner. She totally deserves it. She kicked a hard board. Online, the video of the Mercedes owner went viral on major video platforms, the popularity skyrocketing. Because Chu Chen had asked everyone not to film him, those who posted the video deliberately blurred his image. So, in the video, only Chu Chen's silhouette could be seen, and no one could tell who he was. This is simply an unsung hero. I suddenly thought of a line of poetry, with a flick of the sleeve, I leave, hiding my merits and fame. This is true masculine charm. Put. In the mall on the pedestrian street, Aunt Li Zihui helped Li Zihui sit down to rest, when she suddenly saw her laughing while holding her phone. Aunt Li Zihui looked at her, what's wrong? What are you laughing at? Really, pregnancy makes you silly for 3 years. Who said that? Look. Li Zihui showed the video to her aunt. After watching, Aunt Li Zihui looked a bit confused. The problem is, what are you laughing at? Didn't you see how handsome brother Jiang is? Looking at the video, which showed nothing but a woman and a blurred figure, Aunt Li Zihui patted her head, thinking, this child, could she be hallucinating? It had only been a few minutes. Was her lovesickness that severe? The matter is resolved, let's go. Soon, Chu Chen came to Li Zihui's side and put his arm around her shoulder. Li Zihui nodded, stood up, and curiously looked at Chu Chen, a bit worried as she asked, Brother Jiang, you made that woman suffer so much, won't she call the police? As long as she dares to report it, her next fate will be even worse. That's true. Li Zihui linked her arm with Chu Chen's, no longer thinking too much, and went shopping with him. However, after walking a few steps, they saw that the second floor of the mall on the pedestrian street was surrounded. A film crew was shooting over there. No wonder there are so many people here today. It turns out someone is filming. I wonder which star it is. Li Zihui curiously glanced into the crowd. Chu Chen was unconcerned. If you want to meet someone, I can just call them over. You don't need to go see them in person. Okay, Li Zihui nodded. Then I'll go to the restroom. You wait for me here. All right. Chu Chen nodded, watching Li Zihui's back as she walked away. Li Zihui reached the restroom door but paused for a moment, because she saw a sign saying it was out of order. It wasn't even cleaning time. Why was it closed? So strange. But the problem was, she was feeling a bit desperate. Since it wasn't cleaning time, Li Zihui decided to go in anyway. Just as she approached the restroom door, she was stopped by someone. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you can't use the restroom here right now. Didn't you see the sign at the door that says it's prohibited? The restroom has been requisitioned by our crew, so please go to another restroom. The restroom is public. Why should it be requisitioned by your crew? I'm sorry, but we've already informed the mall in advance, and this is allowed by the mall. If you really need to use the restroom, you can go upstairs. This is outrageous. Li Zihue felt her face flush with anger as she lifted her leg to head upstairs, but after just 2 steps, she felt a wave of discomfort and stopped. The staff member who had blocked her earlier was watching her coldly from behind, as if waiting to see what trick she would try. When he noticed she had stopped, he revealed a look of satisfaction. Li Zihue didn't think much of it. She turned around and looked at the crew member, feeling very embarrassed. I'm really sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Just let me in for a moment, it will only take 2 minutes, I won't delay your work. Who knows what you're thinking? Whether it delays work or not is not up to you. The staff member rolled his eyes. I told you we can't make exceptions. Hurry up and go upstairs. If you had spent this time going upstairs, you would have been there by now. You. Li Zihue took a deep breath and pulled out her phone to check the time. The staff member stared at her as if facing a formidable enemy. Just as she turned to leave, she saw a slender figure appear in the restroom. How can you be a staff member? Didn't I tell you not to let idle people approach here? Now I've been photographed. The woman, in her 20s, had undergone slight cosmetic procedures but still looked quite natural. Although not particularly beautiful, she carried an air of confidence typical of a stunning woman. The staff member hurried over, bowing and apologizing. I'm really sorry, Sister Min. This girl is being unreasonable and insisted on using the restroom here. I just told her off and sent her away. She won't affect you. That's more like it. The young star, referred to as Sister Min, nodded proudly, then frowned slightly and pointed at Li Zihue's phone. Take her phone and check if she's recording or taking pictures of me. I just came out of the restroom, and I don't look good. I can't let her spread it everywhere. Understood. The staff member nodded and walked directly towards Li Zihue, reaching out to snatch her phone. Li Zihue stood frozen, initially thinking she would just wait for the discomfort to pass before heading upstairs. She didn't expect the staff member to rush over and grab her phone, leaving her completely stunned. It wasn't until her phone was taken that she realized what had happened. She panicked. What are you doing? Why are you taking my phone? Give it back to me. Not only did the staff member not return her phone, but he also wore a serious expression and said, Ma'am, we are doing this to protect our artist's privacy. Please tell me your phone password so I can check your photo album. If everything is fine, you can leave. Li Zihue felt like her ears were malfunctioning. Not only had they taken her phone, but they were also asking for her password. Did they think she was an easy target? I didn't take any photos. Besides, I just came here to shop. Why would I take pictures of you? I had no idea you were filming here. But no matter how Li Zihue explained, the staff member was unwilling to let her go. Instead, he looked at her coldly. Ma'am, if you cooperate, you can leave soon, but if you don't, I will have to call our staff to have a proper talk with you. Talk? What's the point of chatting? Chu Chen's cold voice appeared behind Li Zihue. He had come over after hearing the commotion and sensing something was off. Li Zihue's aunt followed closely behind. Seeing this, she instinctively shielded Li Zihue behind her like a mother hen protecting her chick. How can you bully a young girl like this? Oh, look, there's even a helper. Sister Min glanced at Chu Chen. Not bad looking. You could make more money as a male model than in this line of work. How about I introduce you to modeling? The staff noticed Chu Chen's aggressive approach and called over a few crew members. They couldn't afford to lose face. Chu Chen glanced at Li Zihue, who seemed distressed, and directly grabbed her wrist, heading toward the restroom. Li Zihue's aunt hurried to keep up. Stop right there. Sister Min, seeing Chu Chen's actions, roared like a lioness challenged in her authority. Chu Chen ignored her. Frustrated, she directed the staff, have I been feeding you all this time for nothing? Get moving. Throw them out. Yes. Sister Min had a wealthy backer. This drama was heavily funded by her patron, a fact that wasn't a secret in the crew. Even the director and producer treated her with respect. The ordinary crew members were even less daring to defy her. So, upon receiving her orders, they went straight to grab Chu Chen's shoulder. This gentleman. Bang! Before the staff could touch Chu Chen, he swiftly executed a sweeping kick, sending them crashing to the ground. The others fell in a heap. He stepped on one of the staff members, saying, if you don't want to die, just lie still. His foot felt like a ton of bricks. The staff members struggled briefly but remained motionless. They immediately cowered. Seeing the situation, the remaining staff pretended they couldn't get up. Let's go. Li Zihue's aunt supported her into the restroom. Inside, it was clean, and the air even carried a faint scent of gardenias. You shameless. Sister Min's face turned a deep shade of purple with anger. She glanced at the staff rolling on the ground, furious, and turned to leave. Then, she exploded in rage at the filming location. The director, seeing her angry, rushed over to placate her. Min, don't be mad. It's not worth it to stoop to their level. Look at the useless bunch you've hired. They can't even handle a weakling. How can I focus on filming? Min shouted, pointing a finger at the director. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind her. Bang! Someone had smashed a camera. Sister Min's first reaction was to think the director had done it. She spun around. You dare give me that attitude? But she saw the director had already dashed to the side of the smashed camera, his face filled with anguish. This was a monster 8K full-frame film camera, over 600,000 each. They usually handled it with utmost care, and now it had been smashed. The culprit was none other than Chu Chen. He had brought Li Zihui out shopping today, initially in a good mood, but after the restroom incident, he didn't expect this woman to have such a filthy mouth. So, he decided to teach her a lesson. This camera costs 600,000, and you've delayed our filming schedule by smashing it. You will have to compensate for this loss. The director was in agony. What a madman. He probably didn't even realize how expensive this camera was. Sister Min also noticed Chu Chen. She was momentarily stunned, then went completely mad. You little brat, how dare you lay a hand on me? Just wait, I'm calling someone over right now. Don't think no one can deal with you. Go ahead, call them over, the more the merrier. Chu Chen wanted to see who gave her the guts. If there's going to be a cleanup, let's do it together. Don't you dare leave. After saying that, Sister Min pulled out her phone and walked aside to dial her benefactor's number. Ninggu, where are you? Your precious is being bullied, do you know that? The Ninggu she mentioned was in the clothing business, originally starting in S-City, but clearly, after expanding, the market in S-City could no longer satisfy his appetite, so he directly moved to the Magic City. He planned to take a chunk of the entire Magic City market. Recently, his focus had been on the Magic City. Zhou Ning was still waiting at the elevator entrance of the underground parking lot. Upon hearing Sister Min's coquetry, he frowned. Aren't you filming in the crew? I've already talked to the crew, no one would bully you there. It's not the crew, it's the people in this mall. They're about to bully me to death. Whatever it is, we can talk about it later. I'm busy right now. As someone without roots in the Magic City, wanting to take over the market there was like asking for the moon. He had finally gotten the lead on Huang Qinbin's whereabouts and was currently lying in wait. Ning Gu, don't hang up on me, I'm really being bullied, the whole crew is being bullied. If you don't come, I'll die in front of you. Sister Min was best at crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang herself. And Zhou Ning just happened to fall for this tactic. He stopped in his tracks, sighed, you really leave me no choice. Ask that person what their name is, I'll call a friend to help you. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Sister Min said, his name is Chu Chen. What? Chu Chen? Zhou Ning raised his voice to repeat it. Just then, the elevator door in the underground parking lot opened, and Qinbin walked out. Hearing Zhou Ning mention Chu Chen's name, he glanced at him in surprise. Does this guy know Chu Chen? President Qin, hello. Seeing Qinbin come out, Zhou Ning immediately hung up the phone and looked at him with flattery. There had been people like this before, but Qinbin usually couldn't be bothered. Today, however, he surprisingly stopped and looked at him. Are you looking for me? Ah, yes, I know this might be a bit abrupt, but here's my business card, Zhou Ning said, handing over his card. Qinbin glanced at it and casually put it in his pocket. His action made Zhou Ning feel delighted. But then he asked a rather unrelated question, do you know Chu Chen? Ah, Zhou Ning was taken aback, looking at Qinbin's expressionless face, thinking that perhaps Chu Chen had offended him, so he explained his little lover's situation. After he finished, he didn't notice the fleeting amusement on Qinbin's face. Now there was a good show to watch. How dare someone provoke Chu Chen? Bored, he decided to follow along to watch the drama, and then smiled. Your own woman is being bullied, this matter can't just be left alone. Let's go see together. What the hell? Qinbin actually suggested going to see it with him? Is Qinbin going to intervene in this matter? Zhou Ning felt the surprise was too sudden. If Qinbin intervened, it goes without saying that it would be a big deal. After all, who is Qinbin? He is someone who walks with swagger in the Magic City. If this matter is well publicized today, everyone will definitely think he has a good relationship with Qinbin, and when he goes out later, who wouldn't give him some face? Just thinking about this made Zhou Ning want to jump for joy. Qinbin casually took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Song, first dropping a location, then adding, there's a commotion, hurry over. A commotion? What kind of commotion? Wang Song asked for clarification, but Qinbin didn't reply. Since he was nearby, he decided to run over and see what the fuss was about. It wouldn't hurt. Soon, Zhou Ning arrived with Qin Bin, striding confidently to the second floor of the shopping mall on the pedestrian street. Ning Gu. That poor girl, boo-hoo. As soon as she saw Zhou Ning, Sister Min changed from her previous arrogant demeanor and threw herself into his arms, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, completely unrecognizable from the fierce tigress she had been before. The transformation was astonishing. The director, upon seeing Zhou Ning, also forced a smile. Zhou Ning thought about how she had brought him closer to Qin Bin and felt that she was not only beautiful but also had a lucky fate. He patted her back and gently comforted her. "It's okay, I'm here to support you, right? Now tell me, where's that guy named Chu Chen?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Bin smiling and walking towards Chu Chen. "Brother Chu, this is the downside of being too low-key." Wang Song, who had followed behind, happened to see this scene and laughed so hard his mouth nearly reached his ears. "Let my brother Chu apologize, impressive." Zhou Ning, who had been patting his little lover's back, suddenly froze. What did Qin Bin and Wang Song call Chu Chen? Brother Chu? The tone didn't sound like they were acquaintances at all. Sister Min didn't know Qin Bin, but she knew Wang Song. Seeing Zhou Ning and Wang Song come over together, she felt quite proud, but now hearing Wang Song call Chu Chen brother Chu, she was dumbfounded. This person actually knew Wang Song? So what was their relationship? Zhou Ning pushed Sister Min away and, trembling, looked at Qin Bin, forcing a smile. "Mr. Qin, you know each other?" "Of course, just came to see the commotion." Qin Bin stood next to Chu Chen. "Aren't you here to support your little lover? Come on." This is a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to support her." Qin Bin's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhou Ning, chilling him to the bone. He quickly forced a smile, pulling Sister Min forward. "This woman is ignorant and doesn't understand. It's her fault. I'll make her apologize to Mr. Qin's friend." Sister Min's face turned extremely ugly. She certainly knew what the situation was. "Apologize? What are you waiting for?" Zhou Ning pushed Sister Min. Sister Min bit her lip, glancing around at the crowd. The director looked completely bewildered, but this had nothing to do with him, so he tried to minimize his presence, shrinking to the side like a quail. The staff didn't dare to breathe. She could only mumble an apology. "I'm sorry." Chu Chen looked at her coldly, clearly dissatisfied with such an apology. Seeing Chu Chen's expression, Wang Song also realized that he was genuinely angry. Qin Bin spoke with a half-smile. "Boss Zhou, there are all kinds of people in the Magic City. You better think carefully about what to do." I've thought it through. With Qin Bin's words, Zhou Ning suddenly came to his senses and without a second thought slapped Sister Min across the face. "You shameless woman. You can't even apologize, can you? If you can't apologize, then learn how to do it properly until you can. Get down on your knees." After slapping her, he pushed Sister Min again. Sister Min was completely stunned. She never expected to encounter such a situation. She had originally hoped to make a splash with a low-budget web series and become a big star. Seeing Sister Min dumbfounded, Zhou Ning didn't dare to be foolish. He directly gave himself a hard slap across the face. "Mr. Chu, it's all my fault. I didn't manage my people well. Please, have mercy and let me off this time." After saying that, he slapped himself a few more times. Although he was the one hitting himself, he showed no mercy at all. The sound made everyone present wince in pain. After he finished, he noticed that Chu Chen didn't react. With a determined heart, he pulled Min Jie in front of him and smiled apologetically at Chu Chen, Qin Bin, and Wang Song. "This woman is unreasonable, and I don't know how to discipline her." "You can do whatever you want. What kind of brain do you have? How could you even think of saying something like that?" Qin Bin couldn't help but voice his disdain upon hearing this. "You think we need your leftovers? We're that desperate for women?" "President Qin, I was wrong. I didn't mean it." Zhou Ning was sweating profusely, cautiously glancing at Qin Bin, and was so frightened that he knelt down. He knew very well that the relationship between Qin Bin, Wang Song, and Chu Chen was not just ordinary. Offending one of them meant offending the entire circle. If they wanted to ruin him, it would be a piece of cake. "Get out of Shanghai, and don't let me see you again." Chu Chen saw that their attitude of admitting fault was acceptable and didn't plan to go to extremes. Also, think carefully before doing such things in the future. "If I encounter this again." He didn't specify. But Zhou Ning was already grateful, pulling Min Jie to thank him. "Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I promise I won't step into Shanghai again, and nothing like this will happen today." "Oh, then let's go." Chu Chen left with Li Zihui by his side. Qin Bin and Wang Song, having enjoyed the show, happily followed along. As Chu Chen and the others' figures disappeared at the elevator, Zhou Ning finally let out a slow breath. The director immediately stepped forward. Mr. Joe, should we continue filming this scene? We can always change locations. What else is there to film? Can't you see I've been kicked out of Shanghai? We're not filming anymore. Seeing him in a rage, the director silently dared not speak. Meanwhile, Min Jie anxiously grabbed Zhou Ning's arm. Brother Ning, you promised to continue investing in me once this drama became popular, right? If we can't finish filming, I definitely won't become popular. How can you still ask me for investment? If it weren't for you causing trouble here, would I need to be kicked out of Shanghai? Zhou Ning pushed her away. Get as far away from me as you can. From now on, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Brother Chu, today was worth it. We saw a fantastic show. Exactly, it really was worth it. Qinbin looked at Li Zihui, who was beside Chu Chen. This must be your wife, right? No wonder Brother Chu isn't interested in the wildflowers outside. It turns out he has a beautiful peony hidden at home. You flatter me too much. I'm not a peony at all. Wang Song and Qinbin were so popular online that Li Zihui naturally recognized them. Seeing this super rich second generation calling her sister-in-law made her feel unhappy, but she couldn't deny it. Brother Chu likes you, you are a peony. Wang Song said, bumping his shoulder against Chu Chen and winking at him. So, Brother Chu, you prefer the virtuous wife and good mother type, huh? What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Chen pushed them away. Alright, I promise to take her shopping today. We'll gather again when I have time. You've had your fun watching. It's time for you to leave, right? Yes, we've seen enough. Let's meet again another day. After sending Wang Song and Qinbin away, Chu Chen leisurely walked with Li Zihui to the entrance of a gold shop. In the glass display case outside the shop, there was a set of gold jewelry for children. In the box made of bright red acid wood, a pair of pure gold bracelets, anklets, and a Lucky 8 treasure necklace lay quietly. Not only were the patterns exquisite and intricate, but the openings of the bracelets, anklets, and necklace were also inlaid with 2 thumb-sized pieces of imperial green. They were stunning. When Li Zihui saw that set of gold jewelry, her gaze lingered for an extra 2 seconds. Chu Chen followed her gaze and, without hesitation, pulled her directly into the gold shop. The female clerk in the shop approached, giving the two a quick glance before breaking into a warm smile. Welcome. May I ask what you would like to see? Chu Chen pointed directly at the gold jewelry set over there. Wrap that set up for me. Oh, sure. The clerk's expression was confused for a second. This doesn't seem to follow the usual shopping process, does it? Shouldn't one first look at the items and then ask for the price? However, she quickly regained her composure, hurriedly wrapping the set of gold jewelry in a gift box, then took out the machine and handed it to Chu Chen. Hello, sir, that will be a total of 998,000. When she stated this price, the clerk felt a bit anxious. After all, that price was truly outrageous. What? Sure enough, upon hearing the price, Li Zihui exclaimed. She thought that although this set of gold jewelry was beautiful and made of gold inlaid with jade, it was meant for a baby, and the materials weren't that extravagant. In her mind, the price should only be a few tens of thousands at most, yet it was over 1 million. Over 1 million? Yes, that's 998,000. The price is a bit high, but this set of gold inlaid jade is the final work of the renowned designer VE, with only 9 sets released, each one extremely precious and highly collectible. Buying it is definitely worth it. Although she felt it was indeed expensive, the clerk still maintained her professional ethics and smiled as she promoted it. But the next second, a successful payment notification sounded from the clerk's side. Li Zihui grabbed Chu Chen's arm. Brother Jiang, this is too expensive. My child, wearing this would be a waste, it's just for casual wear. Chu Chen smiled, picked up the box, and walked out. Let's go, we'll buy some other things. Just tell me what you like, our child deserves the best. As they spoke, they walked out of the gold shop hand in hand. The clerk took a long time to react. What kind of divine husband is this? After working in the gold shop for so long, she had seen too many women crying, throwing tantrums, and even threatening to hang themselves for jewelry from their husbands, yet this was the first time she saw a wife complain about the price and her husband pay without blinking. And it was 1 million. No wonder so many girls want to find a rich man, it makes sense. Chu Chen took Li Zihui shopping for an hour, spending millions. As long as Li Zihui paused to look at something for even a second, Chu Chen would buy it without furrowing his brow. Eventually, Li Zihui even became afraid to look at things randomly. She quickly pulled Chu Chen home, otherwise, the things they hadn't bought would fill several cars. Li Zihui's aunt accompanied them the whole time, going from being dumbfounded at first to being calm and collected later. Sigh, such a good husband, why doesn't Tingting have such good luck? She silently sighed to herself. After returning to the villa, Li Zihui's aunt and mother helped her to rest while sorting out the things they had just bought. Xin Xingwei found a masseur to come and give her a massage while also reporting on the situation in Haiyue City. Mr. Chu, the first batch of housing in factories in Haiyue City has been completed. We have already arranged for researchers to move in, and it is expected to be fully occupied within a week. The factories just need to set up the production lines now. What do you think we should do next? After Chu Chen listened to Xin Xingwei's report, he opened his eyes and said, let's first establish a sub-brand for cosmetics under the Chu Men Group and set up a production line for whitening products. The secret formula for the whitening essence mask he had picked up from those research bigwigs was just right to put into production. Chu Chen had seen the introduction of the whitening essence mask. It was a leave-on sleep mask, with one box containing a week's worth of product, promising to brighten one shade with each box. Which girl doesn't want to be fair and tender? Xin Xingwei was a bit taken aback. Was her boss's thought process really that erratic? He hadn't mentioned anything about skincare products before. How did it suddenly come to this? Truly, money allows for such whims. Here's the formula for you. Have the lab people make a sample first. Chu Chen extracted the formula for the whitening mask from the system and handed it to Xin Xingwei. She took a glance at it. Although she wasn't a professional in this field, she was quite familiar with skincare products. How could she not tell what this skincare formula was for? Chu Chen noticed her confusion and explained, this is a whitening mask. A whitening mask? Where did this formula come from? Bought it. Xin Xingwei looked at the so-called secret formula again and finally had to helplessly remind Chu Chen, young master, this formula. With all due respect, there are many whitening products on the market, and the few that have been proven effective are not included here. This is likely a not very effective formula. The term intelligence tax was something Xin Xingwei had to swallow back. Chu Chen waved his hand, just have the lab people make the sample. Once it's done, you can try it out, right? Yes. Xin Xingwei nodded and turned to give the formula to the relevant lab, asking them to make 10 samples first. After all, whether it worked or not would be clear once the samples were out. This is a formula for a whitening mask? The people in the lab were equally baffled after receiving and reviewing the formula. Although the chemical formulas written on it looked very professional and seemed plausible, they were engaged in related research, and the formulas written here were worlds apart from their research direction. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like a formula for a whitening mask at all. Forget it, just make the samples for the whitening mask. After all, Xin Xingwei had given them a lot. Compared to those previous clients who made inexplicable demands without paying, this was much more comfortable. As long as there was money to be made, that was what mattered. Why were they doing research? Was it for dreams? Of course, it was for money. After receiving Xin Xingwei's instructions, the lab officially started working, and their efficiency was incredibly high. In just a week, they produced the first batch of samples. However, looking at the samples, they still felt uncertain. The samples were quickly sent to Xin Xingwei. She held the samples and went to find Chu Chen. She placed the samples on the table. Young master, this is the sample you wanted. I don't know if it's what you were looking for. What was on the table was a green, algae-like goo. It really didn't look very appealing. Could this thing really whiten? Chu Chen glanced at the whitening mask on the table and directly handed Xin Xingwei a box. Take it and use it. Xin Xingwei was stunned for a moment. Was he joking with her? Even if he wanted to find a guinea pig, it shouldn't be her. But she quickly took a jar. Young master, if I end up disfigured, you have to support me for the rest of my life. Don't worry, you won't have that chance. Chu Chen was quite confident in this mask. After all, it was a formula provided by the system. If the system produced it, how could it be fake? After giving Xin Xingwei a jar, Chu Chen took another jar to Li Zihui's room. Li Zihui was sitting in front of the mirror in her room, lost in thought. After becoming pregnant, a few small spots suddenly appeared on her face, and her complexion had become somewhat sallow. Although the doctor said this was all normal, as a girl who loved beauty, she still found it hard to accept. Here you go. Chu Chen placed a box of whitening masks on the makeup table in front of Li Zihui. What is this? Li Zihui looked at the items on the table with confusion. It seemed to be some kind of skincare product. The green substance looked like seaweed jelly, emitting a faint fragrance. But the packaging was just too simple. It wasn't that she looked down on the item, it was mainly that she didn't expect Chu Chen to give her something so plain. It's for whitening, and it can also improve skin texture and change your complexion. You should give it a try. Really? Li Zihui completely trusted Chu Chen now, so she believed his words without doubt. As soon as she heard him say that, she immediately scooped some with her hand and applied it to her face. Unlike what she had imagined, The texture was very light and comfortable. Almost as soon as she applied it, her skin absorbed it, leaving her face feeling very refreshing. "This is a sleeping mask, just put it on and go to sleep." Chu Chen coaxed Li Zihui to bed. Before they knew it, a week had quickly passed. Xin Xingwei got up early in the morning, looked at herself in the mirror, and incredulously touched her face. She was already a beauty and usually paid great attention to her appearance, so she naturally noticed any changes in herself. After Chu Chen gave her a box of whitening masks, although she was skeptical about the effects, she still used it. The first day felt nothing special, the third day seemed to show some changes, but they weren't obvious. On the fifth day, someone complimented her, but she didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until the seventh day that she realized she had truly lightened a shade. Originally, her skin was a wheat-colored yellow, and she usually used concealer and foundation that were just slightly lighter than her skin tone. But now her skin was even whiter than the foundation shade she used. She had genuinely lightened a shade. This whitening mask was indeed effective, and the results were remarkable. She couldn't contain her joy as she looked in the mirror again, confirming her skin was tender and completely free of any side effects. "Young master, you truly have a discerning eye. This whitening mask is really effective, and the results are significant." Xin Xingwei excitedly walked up to Chu Chen, who was having breakfast. Chu Chen was not surprised. "Of course, it's my product. How could it not be effective?" "Alright, then let's quickly put it into production and launch it, with the earliest time being 3 years. 3 years? Chu Chen, who was eating breakfast, almost choked on a fried dough stick. "Why does it take 3 years? I can't help it, young master." Xin Xingwei smiled helplessly. According to the current legal regulations, cosmetic and skincare companies must use over 9,000 raw materials listed in the Huagua Approved Raw Materials Directory to manufacture products. However, several ingredients in this whitening mask are not on the list. These raw materials need to be registered, and newly registered materials must undergo a monitoring period of at least 3 years before they can be included in the directory. So, 3 years is already the fastest speed. Rules are dead, but people are alive. "Do you mean?" Even though Xin Xingwei was exceptionally intelligent and had outstanding work abilities, sometimes she couldn't quite grasp Chu Chen's intentions. "Find a way to arrange a dinner with the relevant personnel for me." Xin Xingwei felt a bit troubled. "Young master, I can only try this. As for whether it will succeed, I can't guarantee." "Alright, you go try first. If it doesn't work, just let me know." Xin Xingwei spent several days reaching out to various connections, but indeed, all were rejected. There's no way around it. The Huayao administration is not an ordinary institution. Every day, there are too many people trying to find connections, and without certain relationships, they really might not pay you any mind. Chu Chen directly called Wang Song, asking if he knew anyone at the Huayao administration. Wang Song thought for a moment. "I do have a friend who works there, but I'm not very close with him. If I ask him for help, money is not an issue." "Brother Chu, I also think money isn't a problem, but the issue is, this guy has a few screws loose. He doesn't care for power, beauty, or money." His tone was somewhat helpless. "He's into nerve repair research, and he spends all day in the lab. If you want to see him, you'll have to go to his lab, but I don't think you'll have much hope persuading him. I think you'd have a better chance persuading his dad. Why not take a beautiful woman to visit his dad? He really likes beautiful women, a nerve repair specialist? Didn't Chu Chen just happen to have a formula for a nerve repair solution?" He interrupted Wang Song. "Take me to see him, forget about his dad. I think his dad has a higher success rate. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Alright, Brother Chu, since you're so confident, I'll take you to see him tomorrow." The next day, Wang Song arrived as promised, and together with Chu Chen, they drove to a research institute in the suburbs of the Magic City. There weren't many people at the institute. At the entrance, an intern was waiting. When he saw the two arrive in a limited edition sports car, he was momentarily stunned. "It's President Wang and President Chu. I'm Xiao Fong. My boss Bango asked me to wait for you here. He's currently conducting a double-blind experiment, and he was supposed to have results by now. He could meet you during lunch, but there was a little problem during the experiment, and he probably won't be out for a while. How about I take you around the park?" Wang Song exchanged a glance with Chu Chen. "See, I told you this kid isn't normal, right?" But Chu Chen directly asked Xiao Fong, "Take us to your boss Bang Ji's lab." Let's go." Wang Song and Chu Chen clearly looked like big shots, while Xiao Fong was just a small intern, so he obviously didn't dare to offend them. He could only force a smile and lead them toward the lab. Once inside the lab, they saw a man in a white lab coat walking out with his head down. He glanced at Wang Song and greeted him. "Brother Song, you're here. This must be your friend Chu, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Lin Bang. Let's go, I'll treat you to lunch." After a brief greeting with Wang Song and Chu Chen, he turned and walked away. He seemed to be just going through the motions. When Wang Song and Chu Chen arrived at the cafeteria, they realized he really was just going through the motions. When he said he'd treat them, he meant he was treating them to the cafeteria. And it was the kind of very simple boxed meal. Just one meat, one vegetable, one soup, and white rice. Wang Song twitched his mouth. Usually, he enjoyed eating street food with his girlfriend for fun, but what was this? Chu Chen took a look and was also a bit disdainful, mainly because the food looked so unappetizing, even worse than what he could cook. Yet Lin Bang was eating heartily, looking up at them while chewing. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Wang Song could no longer hold back and got straight to the point. Brother Bang, actually, we came here today because we have something to discuss with you. What is it? Lin Bang asked without looking up. If it's about business, you should go find my dad. I don't really handle those matters. Wang Song really wanted to give him a smack. But it was clear this guy had some issues, and you couldn't really hold it against him. Chu Chen stopped Wang Song and cheerfully asked, I heard from Brother Song that you're doing research in nerve repair, right? Well, this is the direction of my lifelong research, Lin Bang said, willing to elaborate when it came to his specialty. It's just a pity that I've invested a lot of time and money, yet there's been no progress. That's quite a dream. This isn't a dream, it's about benefiting humanity. If I can achieve research results in this area, I could save many families shattered by spinal cord injuries and traumatic brain injuries, and also, he spoke passionately, saliva flying everywhere, directly spraying the lunchbox on the table with his spit. Alright, now I definitely can't eat. As he continued talking, he felt his mouth getting a bit dry, finished the soup in front of him, and then noticed that Chu Chen and Wang Song weren't eating, so he drank their soup as well. Wang Song couldn't take it anymore and had the urge to send Lin Bang to a mental hospital. If they hadn't been neighbors before, he probably wouldn't even bother with Lin Bang. Chu Chen quietly listened until Lin Bang finished talking about his dreams, then spoke up, isn't it just nerve repair? I have developed a nerve repair solution here that has significant effects on spinal cord injuries and traumatic brain injuries. Would you like to take a look? Lin Bang looked up, no way? Wang Song also looked at Chu Chen in disbelief, unsure if he had gone crazy along with Lin Bang or was trying to deceive him. Why not? My nerve repair solution only needs one injection, and it takes effect immediately. The patient can be up and about the next day. Chu Chen pulled out a vial from his pocket. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. The vial on the table was about 3 grams, emitting a faint blue glow. Lin Bang laughed out loud. I'm specifically researching this area, but don't think I'm just holed up in the lab. Every morning, I read the latest related newspapers and various industry news. If there were such a good thing, the industry would have exploded by now. How could there be no reaction at all? Trying to fool me with this is pointless. Is this your research spirit? The thing is right in front of you, and you won't even test it, just jumping to conclusions here. Lin Bang had a lot of shortcomings, but he had one strength. That was listening to advice. Hearing what Chu Chen said, to prove he was talking nonsense, he immediately took the vial from the table and left. Really crazy, it's been so long, and I haven't even talked to him about the main issue. Wang Song cursed Lin Bang. Should we go find his dad instead? It's fine, let's smoke a cigarette to calm down. He'll come looking for us soon, and who knows, he might even have a change of heart and invite us to eat something good. Wang Song looked at Chu Chen suspiciously. Is that true? Why was he so skeptical? But to see the results, he patiently lit a cigarette, then played a few rounds of PUBG Live with Chu Chen. Wang Song often streamed games with various streamers or friends, so as soon as he went live, many people flooded into his stream. Chu bro, I've got people here. Bang bang bang. Chu Chen, holding his sniper rifle, said, alright, they're already dead. Chu bro, I've been shot. Chu bro. Chu bro. Although Wang Song loved esports and even started an esports club, he was actually just average at gaming. He usually played with top streamers leading him, and he was both bad and loved to curse. But today, throughout the whole match, he kept calling out Chu bro. And every time, this Chu bro would live up to expectations, dropping down from the sky and scoring a headshot. What the hell, who is this Chu bro? I'm getting brainwashed just calling him. Is there really a streamer named Chu bro? Did Brother Tsung pay for a companion? This companion is top-notch, perfect skills, and a nice voice. I want to order one too. Companion? Have you ever seen Brother Tsung call that player Chu Lauri? Their relationship is clearly not ordinary. My God. My heavens. My lord. Just as Chu Chen and Wang Song were engrossed in their game, Lin Bang suddenly rushed over, calling out joyfully. He looked almost manic. Wang Song glanced at him, having just been killed in the game. He frowned in dissatisfaction. Can't you see I'm playing? Can you keep it down? Lin Bang completely ignored him, his eager gaze fixed on Chu Chen as if he were a rare treasure, his eyes radiating fervent light. Chu Chen lowered his head, staring at the screen. Keep it down. Lin Bang immediately shut his mouth, obediently waiting for Chu Chen to finish the game. Wang Song was somewhat displeased. Lin Bang, we've been neighbors for a few years, and you treat me like this. Lin Bang interrupted. Shut up. Can't you see Chu Gu said to keep it down? Wang Song. After a long wait, Chu Chen finally finished the game. He put away his phone and glanced at Lin Bang. Did it work? Yes, yes, yes. The effect is really remarkable. I experimented on a white mouse, using only 0.1 G, and its nerves completely recovered. In just over an hour, the mouse returned to the state it was in before the spinal cord was damaged. This stuff really works. Lin Bang was so excited he was incoherent. This is truly the greatest discovery of modern times. If this can be mass-produced, the issue of spinal cord injuries will be completely conquered. This is definitely a major miracle in the medical field. Your name will surely be recorded in history. You will be remembered for ages. Chu Chen had anticipated this. He coughed lightly. I came today because I need your help with something. Boss, just say it. Whatever you need, just ask. Do you know anyone at the National Medical Products Administration? My family is in the cosmetics raw materials business, of course I know. Lin Bang nodded. The deputy director is my uncle. Do you want to meet him? I can have him come over tomorrow. Chu Chen patted his shoulder. Alright, then I'll leave this matter to you. What do you mean, leave it to me? It's my duty. Lin Bang was still full of excitement. It's my honor, and my uncle's honor, to serve someone like you. Should I call him now to come visit you? Meeting someone like you would be an honor for him too. Wang Song watched the scene from the side, feeling that something was off. With Lin Bang as the intermediary, Chu Chen smoothly met with Lin Song, the deputy director of the National Medical Products Administration. Lin Bang arranged the meeting at the Tian Tai restaurant, and Wang Song tagged along for the fun. I've known Lin Bang, that late-stage brain cancer patient, for over 10 years, and he's never been this generous with me. Wang Song sighed. Today, I'll treat him to a good meal. They were not on the same wavelength. Wang Song had always looked down on Lin Bang. Lin Bang felt the same way about Wang Song. Just as Wang Song finished speaking, Lin Bang's voice came from behind. I didn't invite you. After a pause, he added, forget it, since you're a friend of the boss, I'll let you tag along for a meal. After the three entered the private room, it wasn't long before Lin Song arrived with his wife. Uncle, aunt, long time no see. Lin Bang greeted them as they approached, making an inviting gesture. Lin Song glanced at Wang Song and Chu Chen in the room. I knew you little brats suddenly wanted to treat us to dinner for some ulterior motive. You called us over just for this? Hee hee, uncle and aunt, let me introduce you. This is Wang Song, you should know him, he was our neighbor before. And this is Chu Chen, also my friend. He wants to get to know you today. Lin Song looked helpless, but he still sat down to give Lin Bang face and greeted Wang Song and Chu Chen. Next came the small talk and ordering dishes, toasting and drinking. It wasn't until Lin Song was slightly tipsy that Chu Chen took out a box and handed it to Lin Song. Director Lin, this is a small token of my appreciation. Lin Song pushed the box back. I can't accept this. You misunderstand. Chu Chen opened the box, revealing a seemingly ordinary folding fan and a box of whitening facial masks. This box of whitening masks is for your wife. I noticed she hasn't been looking well, and I believe she will be pleasantly surprised after using them. As for this folding fan, it's just an ordinary fan, a trivial little thing. I don't ask for anything in return, just hope for an opportunity. Some things are better left unsaid. Among those present, only Lin Bang didn't understand, even Wang Song got the message. However, he was just there to tag along for a meal today. He heard it but pretended not to. Uncle, aunt, just accept it. Lin Bang saw that Lin Song was still reluctant, so he pleaded. After thinking for a moment, Lin Song thanked Chu Chen and accepted the items. However, after accepting the gifts, Lin Song stood up with his wife to take their leave, saying he had matters to attend to. After Lin Song left, Lin Bang hurried over to Chu Chen to take credit. Brother Jiang, I handled this pretty well, right? Not bad, not bad. Then I'll go settle the bill. Lin Bang stood up. After I settle the bill, Brother Jiang, would you like to come to my house for a visit? We'll see after you settle the bill. Alright, Mr. Lin, this card has been frozen and cannot be used. Would you like to try another bank card? The receptionist at Tian Tai restaurant smiled as she returned the card Lin Bang had handed over. Lin Bang looked at the card in disbelief. How is that possible? How could my bank card be frozen? Wang Song was also shocked by his actions. You little brat, you have no money and still dare to treat us to a feast? This meal costs several tens of thousands. I think you'll be washing dishes here for several years. How about this? The restaurant is run by a friend of mine. I'll ask him to give you a 9% discount so you can wash fewer dishes. Shu Chen, however, didn't mind and casually handed over his card. Use mine. Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect my dad to take such drastic measures. Lin Bang scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. The three of them walked out of Tian Tai restaurant. Wang Song couldn't hold back. What on earth did you do to make your dad so angry that he froze your card? They were all from the same circle and knew that as they grew up, various issues inevitably caused some friction with their families. But usually, unless things had escalated, families wouldn't freeze cards. Lin Bang scratched his head and looked at Chu Chun. Last night, I went home and had a serious reflection. I decided to stick with Brother Jiang and join his lab in Haiyue City. Wang Song was full of question marks. Although they were both rich second-generation kids, they were different in many ways. He, as a playboy, truly couldn't understand Lin Bang's thought process. How could this person be so peculiar? If Wang Song remembered correctly, Lin Bang was the only heir in his generation. The family fortune would definitely be his. Why did he have to go to medical school, take graduate exams, and after graduating, establish a lab for research? His family had indulged him all along. Now he actually wanted to go to Haiyue City. No wonder his father was so anxious. If it were him, he would be anxious too. Simply ungrateful. Indeed, not getting married and not having children is the right choice. Wang Song thought for a moment and then asked, "Your dad is working so hard to find a woman. It can't be to practice for a younger model, right?" Lin Bang shrugged. Whatever he thinks, it's none of my business. I want to hang out with Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, don't worry, I'll slowly pay you back for today's meal. Anyway, your benefits are good, I heard. Are you sure? Chu Chen looked at Lin Bang helplessly, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Don't be fooled by how professional and impressive Lin Bang's lab looks. In reality, after researching in his field for so long, he hasn't produced anything of value. Of course, Chu Chen didn't need to waste his brainpower thinking about Lin Bang's level. The most straightforward way to judge was through the system. When he first met him, the little balls floating around him were all money, nothing else. The difference from a research big shot was obvious. It was destined that he would only be able to muddle through in his field for the rest of his life. He might as well go back and inherit the family business. Of course, Brother Jiang. Lin Bang nodded. Brother Jiang, I've already sent someone to the hospital to sign the agreement. If the patient really gets better from this medicine, we can expand the scope of the experiment. Once the experiment matures, your dream will be fulfilled. After that, go back and inherit the family business. Okay, I also think that hanging out with you, Brother Jiang, will definitely lead to success. What? You want me to go back and inherit the family business? Lin Bang was stunned. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by that? Chu Chen patted his shoulder. Think about it carefully. Don't be too rash. After all, your parents raised you and indulged you to this point. Rebellion is fine, but you can't keep rebelling forever. After saying that, he turned and got into his car. Sir, the registration for the raw materials of the skincare products has been completed. This morning, as soon as she got up, Shin Xingwei reported this good news to Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded. However, the folding fan we sent out hasn't received any response from Director Lin's side. During her free time, Shin Xingwei had her subordinates open an antique shop. This folding fan came from that antique shop. The folding fan itself isn't worth much. Its value depends entirely on a single statement. The box of the folding fan has an address, and logically speaking, being in Director Lin's position, he should understand the meaning of the folding fan. But so much time has passed, and he hasn't brought the folding fan over. Yet he still managed to get things done. No response means no response. After all, it's just a folding fan. It's best to wait for the right time to use it. Yes. Shin Xingwei nodded. I've also prepared for the press conference. Next, we will arrange for someone to live stream the process of using the nerve repair liquid, and after the results appear, we will arrange for experts to be interviewed. Originally, Chu Chen wanted to schedule the nerve repair liquid after the whitening mask. But since it's being used now, it's better to start promoting it right away. By the way, do some good. Before the nerve repair liquid is officially put into use, he can offer 1,000 trial drug slots. These 1,000 trial drug slots are basically equivalent to doing charity. Patients who want treatment will go online to draw lots, and those who win will receive free treatment. Mom, if it can't be cured, then forget it. In the ward of the first hospital of Magic City, a boy in the prime of his life was being tormented by illness, his body emaciated. He held his mother's hand, already nearing despair. His mother was crying uncontrollably by the bedside. His father passed away early, and she had worked hard to raise him. He was independent and sensible, with good grades, and got into a decent university after the college entrance examination. But to make up for the tuition fees, he worked during the summer, and an accident while moving bricks led to spinal cord injury and high-level paraplegia. Now he had no sensation below his neck, and everything from eating to using the bathroom relied on others for care. That heartless boss saw it was a bottomless pit and simply paid a symbolic amount for medical expenses before running away. Every year, his mother took him from a small county town, wandering around for treatment. In 2 years, they bought a house and borrowed money everywhere, going from initial hope to despair in just 2 years. The hospital staff felt sorry for him and decided to let him try this nerve repair solution. Since he was the first test subject, various unexpected situations could arise, and there would be no compensation if something went wrong. At first, his mother did not agree to sign any contract. It was the result of his insistence. "Don't cry, Mom. If I can't be cured, just donate everything I can, my corneas, my organs, whatever can be used. That way, you can think of me as still alive." In truth, he didn't have much hope for this experiment either. After all, before coming to the Magic City, someone had told him about nerve repair injections, which cost $8,000 per shot, but they had no effect on him. This nerve repair solution probably wasn't much different, right? The reason he agreed to sign the agreement was that he really didn't want to burden his mother any longer. Every day he lived meant a bottomless pit. Not only did his mother have to cook for him, clean up after him, and help him turn over, but most importantly, she had to spend money on treatments everywhere. No one was willing to lend them money anymore. His mother cried uncontrollably. She held his head, feeling utterly hopeless. It wasn't until the doctor and the expert team appeared in the ward that she finally let him go. Under the various live streaming cameras, he appeared very calm and recounted his experiences. His despairing emotions spread through the screen, affecting many people. The live stream's popularity gradually increased. "My son is in the same situation, but as long as I live, I will not give up hope." So tear-jerking. Does this nerve repair solution really work? Don't give people hope only to let them down. What hope? There is no hope at all. Anyone with a little medical knowledge knows that spinal cord injuries are irreversible. Basically, it's a lifetime of paralysis. Living like this is worse than being dead. Following the procedure, after recounting his past experiences, he looked at his attending physician. "Can we start?" "Yes." His attending physician sighed as he looked at him, his eyes filled with compassion. "Nyen nyen, after this injection. It's fine, I can accept any outcome." "All right." The doctor took out a syringe, facing the live stream camera. "This nerve repair solution is provided free of charge for the experiment by Truman Group's Truman Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. We will document this experiment in detail. Using humans for experiments is too cruel. He's already paralyzed. What will his mother do if something goes wrong and he becomes a vegetable? Are you being stupid? You just said he's already paralyzed. What's the fundamental difference between being paralyzed and being a vegetable?" "Exactly, living like this is worse than being dead. Contributing to humanity and hospitals counts as contributing to one's own value. Would you be willing to contribute your value?" Generally speaking, the detailed experimental process and results are only announced after the results are out, and they are never live-streamed. Because live streaming has too many uncontrollable factors. If a medical accident occurs, it would be a disaster for the hospital or research institute. Not only would funding for research be cut off, but they would also be pressured to take responsibility. Even the public's criticism could drown someone. Therefore, to be able to live stream this was undeniably a bold move. The hospital had considered many factors and signed several liability waivers before agreeing to this live broadcast. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Nyen Nyen's attending physician used a large syringe to inject a tube of bluish nerve repair fluid into Nyen Nyen's spine while monitoring various data displayed on the nearby instruments. Fortunately, all the data remained stable without any fluctuations. The relevant experts behind him were also continuously recording and observing the related data. The most excited was Lin Bang, standing in front. "It will definitely work. It will definitely work." "Quiet." The attending physician glanced at Lin Bang, then withdrew the syringe and asked Nyen Nyen, "How do you feel now?" "This." Nyen Nyen closed his eyes to feel carefully, then shook his head. "I don't feel anything." The attending physician reassured him, "Not feeling anything is normal. We just injected the nerve repair fluid. Based on previous experimental results, it should take about an hour to take effect. You should take a nap, and after an hour, we will check on you." "Okay." After hearing too many comforting words, Nyen Nyen had become numb. He slightly closed his eyes. The room was left with only a camera for the live broadcast. How hopeless. This live broadcast is truly inhumane. What kind of drug experiment is this? It's simply torture. Being tormented by illness is already painful enough, and now they have to broadcast their suffering for others to see. This is just feeding on human misery. Perhaps Nian Nian's expression was too desperate, causing many viewers in the live stream to report it. The live stream was indeed shut down. Moreover, there was no way to appeal. After receiving the report from the staff, Xin Xingwei directly informed Chu Chen. Without hesitation, Chu Chen called Jin Xiao, the CEO of Douyin. "This is Chu Chen. We just had a live stream, and it got shut down. Can you help me get it unblocked?" Although Jin Xiao had never formally met Chu Chen, he had heard of his reputation in the Magic City. With the call coming to him, he couldn't afford to offend him. Okay, please send me the room number of the live stream, and I'll have the technical team unblock it for you." Jin Xiao quickly responded. Seeing that Jin Xiao's attitude was good, Chu Chen greeted him and then had Xin Xingwei post detailed information about the experiment on the official account of Chumen Pharmaceuticals. This experiment has a success rate of up to 90%. If it really fails, our company will not stand by and do nothing for Nian Nian and her mother. If Nian Nian needs further treatment costs, our company will cover all of it. Additionally, if Nian Nian passes away, our company will also take responsibility for her mother's pension. However, even with the explanation, the comments below were still filled with curses. What nonsense are you talking about? Can such an experiment really have a success rate of 90%? Who knows if you will take responsibility or not? Unethical company. Those cursing the company received a lot of likes, causing comments from those speaking in favor of the company to be completely overlooked. Chu Chen scrolled through the comments and sighed. Life is too good for these people. The group cursing him must have been sheltered flowers, never experiencing poverty or illness. For Nian Nian and her mother, they were not only facing the loss of life but also a mountain of debt to repay. If they did not undergo this experiment, their final outcome would only be more tragic. This experiment was their chance for rebirth. Who shut down the live stream of Chumen Pharmaceuticals? Jin Xiao ran to the back end and shouted at the staff with full vigor. One of the new interns raised his hand and stood up, looking quite pleased. "It was me who shut it down. This live broadcast room has already been reported by thousands of people, and the content conveyed inside is not positive enough, filled with negative emotions. I'm worried about such a live broadcast room. You're just a fool." Before he could finish his sentence, he was given a big slap by Jin Xiao. He was stunned. Mr. Jin, I was following the rules. If you were really following the rules, you wouldn't have the authority to permanently ban the live broadcast room right now." He was taken aback. "I used my master's. I never authorized him to use it." A middle-aged man rushed over, pointing at him and scolding loudly. "If you want to die, I won't stop you, but after you came in, I was still quite nice to you. How could you want to drag me down with you?" After saying that, he looked at Jin Xiao. "Mr. Jin, I did tell him the password to my back-end permissions, but I never let him make the decision to permanently ban the live broadcast room on his own. Such matters need to be discussed first. I don't care how the process went, just hurry up and lift the ban on the live broadcast room, then send me a statement of wrongful ban. Also, get rid of this reckless kid. I don't want to see him again." "Yes, Mr. Jin." The live broadcast room was quickly unbanned. Originally, after the reports, many reporters were feeling triumphant, spreading the news of their success, but before they could celebrate, the live broadcast room was unexpectedly unbanned. Not only was it unbanned, but a statement of wrongful ban was also issued. Many people couldn't take it. The live broadcast of Douyin was suddenly criticized harshly. However, Douyin pretended not to know and continued the broadcast as usual. A group of people vented their anger, ultimately redirecting their frustration towards Chu Chen's live broadcast room. Although these people came to vent their anger, they inadvertently caused the popularity of the live broadcast room to soar. Xin Xingwei was also paying attention to the developments of this matter. She felt somewhat helpless. "Young master, should we mute all these people?" But Chu Chen told her not to worry. 2 hours later, the scene in the live broadcast room changed. The previously quiet Nian Nian, lying in bed, suddenly woke up from his sleep and looked at the duty doctor beside him. "Doctor, I'm thirsty." The duty doctor called someone to consult with Chu Chen. "You can drink water, but don't drink too much at once." After receiving Chu Chen's approval, the duty doctor quickly brought a cup of warm water, inserted a straw, and handed it to Nian Nian. Nian Nian immediately started drinking. After the straw slipped from his mouth, he instinctively raised his hand to adjust the straw. Once he completed this action, he was stunned on the spot. The duty doctor, however, had not noticed anything unusual and asked him, "Have you had enough? If you've had enough, I'll take the cup away." As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of doctors waiting for the results rushed in. "His hand can move? Nian Nian, how do you feel now?" Is there any discomfort? Notify the imaging department, arrange a comprehensive examination for him immediately. The duty doctor who had just fed Nian Nian water was pushed aside. Nian Nian was overjoyed to discover that his previously completely numb limbs were now under his control. He incredulously raised his hand to look at it again, then tried to sit up. Nian Nian, don't move yet. Two doctors carefully supported him on either side. Wait until we confirm that your condition is not dangerous before you try to move on your own. Okay. Nian Nian nodded, holding the doctor's hand. Doctor, I don't feel any discomfort right now. Please arrange for my examination immediately. Soon, under the hospital's arrangement, Nian Nian underwent spinal X-ray, spinal CT scan, and spinal MRI examination. Due to the special circumstances, the results were prioritized. An hour later, everyone, including the experts and doctors, shouted in disbelief that it was a miracle. Spinal cord injuries are very complex, especially when paralysis occurs after such an injury, making the hope for recovery extremely slim. If it is partial paralysis, or complete immobility has not occurred and the paralysis has lasted for a shorter time, there is still a possibility of recovery with active treatment. But for someone like Nian Nian, whose paralysis symptoms are severe, with almost all motor functions completely lost and having been paralyzed for 2 years, many motor neurons may have died, leaving no hope for recovery at all. However, according to various tests conducted, Nian Nian's nerve damage was miraculously beginning to recover. Moreover, the speed of recovery was astonishing. At this rate, if nothing unexpected happened, his motor neurons would likely be completely repaired within a day and night, returning to the level of a normal person. How could this not be called a miracle? Is it really better? It can't be a performance, right? Hey, upstairs, did you bring your brain? Look at what kind of hospital is doing the tests. It's a top-tier hospital. Is the whole hospital acting? This kind of paralysis can actually be cured? Then my legs are saved. What about the haters? Why aren't they talking? Because the entire process of the experiment was live-streamed and transparent, both those who understood and those who didn't saw the results. Some conscientious haters quietly went into hiding. The heartless haters continued to criticize, but no one paid them any attention. Everyone focused their attention on the hospital. The first hospital of Magic City was suddenly overcrowded. Most of the patients rushed to the first hospital of Magic City as soon as they heard the news, demanding the nerve repair solution for treatment. Some wealthy individuals even chartered flights overnight just to get the opportunity. Major authoritative magazines and media also took notice of the live broadcast, with countless reports flying around like paper scraps. Fortunately, Xu Chen had anticipated this situation long ago and arranged for people to answer reporters and external media's questions promptly. However, there were still people continuously coming to the first hospital of Magic City to handle admission procedures. This led to the hospital being overwhelmed. The beds at the first hospital of Magic City were in high demand, requiring reservations months in advance, and even then, there was no guarantee of availability. Under pressure, the hospital director had to step forward to explain, "I apologize for the inconvenience caused to everyone, but our hospital is only so big, and our capacity is limited, so we cannot accommodate all patients. If your condition is not very serious, please transfer to a regular hospital for treatment. As for the nerve repair solution, our hospital does not have stock. These are experimental products provided by Chumen Pharmaceutical Company and are still in the trial phase, not officially on the market. We sincerely apologize again. If you need treatment, please be patient." Chumen Pharmaceutical? Truly impressive. No way, I need to get the repair solution for my son, even if I have to use connections. How is Nian Nian doing? Amidst everyone's eager anticipation, after undergoing tests, Nian Nian was found to be recovering well and was transferred to a regular ward. Nian Nian's mother, tears streaming down her face, personally went to take care of him. After a long 24-hour wait, Nian Nian's sensation began to gradually return, starting from his hands. When the 24 hours were up, he slowly sat up from the bed, then lifted his legs, got out of bed, found a pair of shoes to wear, and poured himself a glass of water. Nian Nian's mother was so overjoyed that she nearly fainted. Nian Nian looked at himself in disbelief. "Mom, I'm better. I'm really better." Due to the attention surrounding the events year after year, although he was 2 years late, the university that originally admitted him made an exception and allowed him to re-enroll. He stayed in the hospital for another week, and after all his physical recovery, he would undergo another examination. If the results were satisfactory, he could be discharged. The nerve repair solution created such a miracle in front of the public that it was directly elevated to a divine status. In no time, everyone wanted to get their hands on the nerve repair solution, rushing to get treated. The official account of the Chumen Pharmaceutical Group received countless messages and comments every day, and Shen Xingwei, as a relevant person, had numerous people trying to use connections to get her to help them cut in line, but all of them were rejected by Shen Xingwei. So, on this day, Qin Fun, Wang Song, and Sher Hao all came to visit. Brother Chu, you really are a miracle this time. Of course, they didn't come empty-handed. Everything they brought was valuable, a 20-year-old vintage wine, ginseng as big as a white radish, luxury watches worth over $1 million each, and even a piece of imperial green jade. Each of these items was worth a fortune. Just one of them could be a prized possession in an ordinary small shop. But now, Wang Song and the others treated these items as ordinary gifts and presented them to Chu Chen. Chu Chen asked Shen Xingwei to serve them tea but rejected all the gifts. I know what you are here for, you can take all these things back. Although these items were extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary people, to Chu Chen, they were just some ordinary trinkets, and he had no interest in them at all. Wang Song, Qin Fun, and Sher Hao had already pushed as much as they could, and the reason they came this time was just to make an appearance for those who couldn't push. They had long anticipated this outcome. Then we'll just take them back later. Wang Song took a sip of tea. Brother Chu, you have no idea. Because of this nerve repair solution, my phone was almost blown up. Goodness, I never knew I was so popular. Many ordinary people sought the nerve repair solution either to make money or to treat illnesses. But for the wealthy, it was different. Even if they weren't sick, they didn't want to miss out on such a good thing and planned to get some to keep at home for emergencies. So, naturally, they sought connections and help. It was well known that Chu Chen had a good relationship with Wang Song and the others, so they set their sights on them. Who isn't the same? I saw that my phone was blown up, so I just turned it off, and the next morning, I woke up to find a dozen people waiting at my door to visit. Xinfen said helplessly, I came here to find some peace. If I stayed at home, I would be driven crazy. Brother Chu, this thing of yours is truly miraculous. When do you plan to launch it? It will definitely sell like crazy. I also want to find someone to help launch this thing. But you all know that launching a new drug isn't that simple. There are too many procedures to go through. Chu Chen took a sip of tea. Don't worry, this thing won't be in short supply in the future. Brother Chu, when it does launch, you have to give us a definite answer. Sher Hao said with a long face, otherwise, I won't know how to explain it when I go back. Several of my relatives treat this thing as a potion for immortality and want me to bring back a few bottles to stock up. Where am I supposed to get them? A few bottles? Your relatives really have some wild ideas. There's no helping it. Several of them are nouveau riche, rich but not very smart. The three of them vented their frustrations to Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled leisurely. Actually, it's not difficult for you to get this nerve repair solution. The company has plans to select trial participants from patients nationwide, with a total of 1,000 spots. Wang Song immediately understood. Alright, Brother Chu, I don't need too many slots, just give me 5. I want 5 too. Me too. The three immediately expressed their intentions. Chu Chen nodded and forwarded them a small program. You can request as many as you want, just upload your medical records there and wait for the results. The three suddenly lost their enthusiasm. Qin Bin asked, Brother Chu, can't you make an exception? You all know how precious this is. If there's a need, I can certainly make an exception, but if there's no need, just wait for now. Once the medicine is on the market, you won't be short of money and will definitely be able to afford it. Wang Song immediately asked, this stuff must be very rare. We might not even be able to buy it after it hits the market. You will definitely be able to buy it, the supply is ample, it's just that the price is a bit high. Hearing Chu Chen say this, the few of them suddenly understood. The news of 1,000 trial medication slots was quickly published on the Chu Men Pharmaceuticals official website. Many people went crazy. There are actually 1,000 slots. My daughter is saved. Download it now. Is there any risk with this? The person is already paralyzed. What risk could there be? These 1,000 slots gave many ordinary families hope. In just one night, the backend had already received over 300,000 registrations. However, to help those who truly needed it, merely registering was not enough. They also had to upload relevant medical records. After being selected, relevant staff would verify the information. 1,000 slots may sound like a lot, but in reality, for those needing the nerve repair solution, it was just an insignificant number. When giving out slots, try to prioritize families with poor conditions. Once the nerve repair solution is on the market, a single injection will cost at least 100,000. For families with good conditions, 100,000 is really too cheap. Even $1 million wouldn't seem expensive to them. For families with average conditions, 100,000 is not a small amount, but if it can cure paralysis, they can definitely come up with it. However, for those poor families, 100,000 is an astronomical figure. Many people might not even be able to scrape together that 100,000. So Chu Chen reminded Shen Xingwei,
Shin Xingwei nodded and went to take care of it.
After finishing these tasks, Chu Chen went to check on Li Zihui in her room, then went to find Mu Yunqi. When she saw Chu Chen coming, she was very surprised and pulled him to review some martial arts techniques like the Foshan Shadowless Kick.
After they finished reviewing, she remembered to ask Chu Chen, "Brother Jiang, did you come to see me for something important?"
"I mainly came for two things.
One is that I previously mentioned I would invest in a big production drama for you. The other thing is, I want you to be the spokesperson for a whitening mask under my brand."
Chu Chen took out a sample of the whitening mask. "You can try this for 7 days and do a review on your personal account."
"Okay."
Mu Yunqi cheerfully took the sample and looked at it for a while. "Brother Jiang, if I get disfigured using this unbranded product, will you support me for life?"
Chu Chen glanced at her but didn't answer.
She immediately realized she might have said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. "Brother Jiang, I didn't mean that. I was just joking." After saying that, she immediately opened the sample and applied it to her face to show her determination.
Chu Chen lit a cigarette. "Let's talk about your script. What kind of drama do you want to act in next?" "I want to challenge a big female lead historical drama."
"Alright, then let Shin Xingwei buy you a good IP."
Although Chu Chen didn't watch much TV drama, he was aware that female-led dramas had become quite popular in recent years.
If the script was good, the costumes and set design were well done, and they found a good screenwriter and actors, along with effective post-production promotion, they could likely create a phenomenal drama.
"Thank you, Brother Jiang."
Mu Yunqi leaned against Chu Chen's chest, her fingers restlessly drawing circles.
"Brother Jiang, you're so good to me, how should I repay you? This is enough."
After leaving Mu Yunqi, Chu Chen asked Shin Xingwei to look for a major IP to see what could be filmed. Shin Xingwei immediately brought up a web novel she had been following for a long time, Glazed Tiles. "Young master, this author is a PhD from Tsinghua University, honing their craft for 10 years. Although it's a web novel, the writing is sophisticated, the plot is reasonable, and the character design is rich, definitely far surpassing the average level of existing web novels. It's really good, and if adapted into a TV drama, it will definitely be a hit."
"Then let's go with what you said, film this."
Shin Xingwei was taken aback for a moment.
"Young master, you agreed just like that? Why wouldn't I agree?"
Chu Chen patted her shoulder. "I know your choice of this novel must have some personal interest, but you've been with me for so long. I trust your judgment, your character, and your ability.
Let's just film this one."
"Young master."
Shin Xingwei was very touched by Chu Chen's trust and secretly made up her mind. "I will coordinate all parties well and make sure this drama is done right. I will not let you down. As long as you have confidence, let's start preparing."
Chu Chen stroked his chin.
"First, let's prepare for casting. Draft a list of candidates and bring them over for me to see. We'll have a launch ceremony then."
"Okay." Shin Xingwei turned around happily and began to assemble the production team. The directors she invited were all experienced and renowned, not to mention the producers, cinematography team, and props team. After all, Chu Chen had invested $1 billion, so the crew was not short on funds. Once the team was set up, Shin Xingwei discussed with the director about starting to invite actors. Glazed Tiles is a multi-character novel, and there isn't a true female lead. The female lead just has more screen time and serves a connecting role, but her storyline is also very exciting. In addition, there are at least 8 important roles, each with different identities, a wide age range, and rich character backgrounds. To closely align with the character images and performances, Shin Xingwei and the director locked themselves in a room for a day and night to discuss, finally confirming a list. The female roles were assigned to Zhang Yi, Zheng Feng, Yang Mi, and Chen Shuling, while the male roles were assigned to Hu Gechen, Zhang Xing, Wu Sancher, and Guo Lin.
The remaining roles would be played by artists under their management.
After confirming the roles, Shin Xingwei showed the list to Chu Chen, and after he nodded, she began contacting the artists to confirm their participation. Once they heard about the $1 billion investment and read the script, almost everyone agreed to come on board. In just a week, all parties were gathered. Shin Xingwei also specially created an official account for the drama and announced the upcoming filming on it. The stars she invited brought their own fanbase, and with their spontaneous promotion, the account quickly gained over 1 million followers.
Glazed Tiles became a hit even before filming began. Many fans urged for the filming to start quickly.
Seeing that everyone was gathered, Chu Chen decided to hold a launch ceremony. Although it was called a launch ceremony, it was essentially just everyone gathering to eat and drink, with Chu Chen giving a few words to help the actors get familiar with each other.
The launch ceremony was directly set at Tian Tai restaurant.
He called Sherhao. "The day after tomorrow I want to hold a launch ceremony, let's do it at your restaurant. Is it okay if I book the whole place?"
"Book the whole place?"
Sherhao was taken aback. "If it's a full booking, it might not work for the day after tomorrow." Several guests have already made reservations. I don't care about the situation, just make it happen for me. Hey, hey, hey. Watching Chu Chen hang up, sure how could only helplessly call each client to coordinate. Red Jia, do you think my makeup is okay? In the car, Mu Yunxi nervously adjusted her dress in the mirror. Although it was just a launch ceremony, so many famous actresses were coming, and she certainly didn't want to be outshone. What if Chu Chen took a liking to someone else? Red Jia repeatedly reassured her, don't worry, my young lady, your makeup is already perfect, and there's nothing wrong with your dress. Be a bit more confident. But Mu Yunxi still couldn't relax. She was tense all the way. Soon, they arrived at Tian Tai restaurant. Before entering, Red Jia kindly helped her adjust her dress. She took a deep breath and gracefully walked into the restaurant. Is that Mu Yunxi? She really looks good. Let's go over and say hello. Xu Xiao's taste is indeed high. Due to the special nature of today's launch ceremony, most of the stars arrived early. By the time Mu Yunxi got there, they were already chatting animatedly with drinks in hand. As soon as they saw Mu Yunxi appear, all attention shifted to her. Mu Yunxi smiled slightly and calmly walked over to a waiter, taking a cocktail from his hand. Indeed, holding something in her hand gave her a lot more confidence. Yunxi, hello, I'm Zhang Yi. Hello, I'm Yang Mi. Yang Mi and Zhang Yi knew each other, so they came over together to greet Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi was a bit flattered. Hello, seniors, I am Mu Yunxi. Seniors? You're the leading lady of this drama, we're just supporting roles. When Yang Mi said this, her tone was filled with envy and teasing. I'm a few years older than you, just call me Mi Jia. Mi Jia, hello. Yi Jia, hello. Mu Yunxi obediently changed her address and humbly said, I'm just a newcomer. Being able to play the leading role this time is purely luck. In terms of acting skills and experience, I definitely can't compare to you two sisters. Once we get into the crew, we have a lot of scenes together, so please teach me if I do anything wrong. Seeing her humble and sweet-talking, with no arrogance in her attitude, Zhang Yi and Yang Mi had a good impression of her. Yang Mi simply linked her arm with hers. I've seen your drama. Your acting is already quite good among the new generation of actors. You don't need us to teach you. Instead, we were thinking you could say a few good words for us in front of Chu Xiao. Mentioning Chu Chen, Mu Yunxi was taken aback and felt a bit shy. What good words? How could I influence him? We know quite a bit. Zhang Yi and Yang Mi exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. Just as the two were talking, Chu Chen appeared at the door with Xin Xingwei. Everyone immediately surrounded them. Xu Xiao. Hello, Xu Xiao. Finally, you are here, Xu Xiao. Xu Chen greeted everyone one by one. Hello. Then he walked over to Mu Yunxi's side and wrapped his arm around her waist. You look very beautiful today. Today, she wore a long golden sequin dress, adorned with a full set of diamond jewelry, elegant and noble yet not losing the girl's delicate charm. Hearing Chu Chen compliment her, she was very happy. Jiang Ge, then you tonight. She said halfway, then remembered that Zhang Yi and Yang Mi were still beside her, and quickly changed the second half of her sentence. Then you must drink a few more glasses with me tonight. Don't worry. Chu Chen patted her hand, walked up to the stage that had long been prepared, picked up the microphone and said a few words. After finishing, he lit 3 incense sticks, led everyone in a bow to the gods, and once the incense was placed, the opening ceremony was considered complete. Next, everyone was free to eat, drink, and socialize. Chu Chen stepped down from the stage and took his seat. His position was at the main table in the center, where apart from director Mu Yunxi and Xin Xingwei, the remaining seats were occupied by 8 leading actors with significant roles. Young Master Chu, I toast to you. Hu Ge stood up first and walked over to Chu Chen. Chu Chen graciously accepted the drink and then patted his shoulder. The dramas you filmed have always been great. I have high hopes for you, so make sure to do well this time. Absolutely, young Master Chu, your choice of scripts is excellent. This drama is bound to be a hit. This script wasn't chosen by me, it was her. Chu Chen pointed to Xin Xingwei beside him. Xin Xingwei smiled, young master, even if I chose the script, it still shows your good eye for talent. Picking me as such a good manager otherwise, how would I have the chance to choose such a great script? Don't flatter yourself like that. At the table, everyone was chatting and laughing, creating a warm atmosphere. Before long, the director stood up and introduced a few male stars he knew to Chu Chen. Young Master Chu, this is Huang Yu, Li Xian, and Rin Jieja. They came specifically for today. The 3 greeted Chu Chen with smiles. Welcome, welcome. Chu Chen glanced at them. These were all male stars with their own representative works. Although they weren't top tier, they had carved out a place for themselves in the entertainment industry, so it was certainly appreciated that they came to support the opening ceremony today. Young Master Chu, actually, we came here not just to celebrate the opening of Liuli Tile. Right, after the official account announced the news about this drama, we checked out the original novel, and it's really well written. With such a conscientious team behind it, it's bound to be a huge success. We wanted to ask if we could get a role? The three shyly explained their intentions to Chu Chen. Chu Chen declined, but the main cast for this drama has already been confirmed. No, we just need some minor roles. Isn't that too much of a compromise for you? Not at all, not at all. We'd be happy to make a guest appearance. In fact, many dramas operate on a supply and demand basis. Like those ordinary assembly line products, without good screenwriters or scripts, they can only spend a lot of money to hire a top-tier actor to hold the scene. However, a drama like theirs, with a top-notch team, quality IP, and a strong star lineup, is destined to succeed. Even if they don't seek compensation and just want to make an appearance, they can ride the wave of popularity and increase their market value. For them, it's a win-win situation. Alright, since you all say so, if I refuse, it would seem unkind. But I'm not very knowledgeable about casting. Chu Chen glanced at the director. You recommended them, so see what roles they might fit into and arrange something for them. Understood, young Master Chu. After the three left, several other small stars came by wanting to request minor roles. Chu Chen simply let the director handle all the arrangements. Brother Jiang, I'll walk with you. After eating and drinking to their fill, Chu Chen bid farewell to everyone and left the Tiantai restaurant. Mu Yunxi immediately chased after him. Chu Chen glanced at her. I have something to do today, so I won't be going back with you. He had promised to accompany Li Zihui for prenatal education in the evening. Now that Li Zihui was pregnant, of course, her side was more important. All right. Mu Yunxi felt a bit disappointed when he said that, but she quickly pulled him into her car. Brother Jiang, let me show you the advertisement I shot for the whitening mask. It will only take a few minutes, okay? Sure. Chu Chen got into the car. Mu Yunxi took out her phone and played a segment of the advertisement she had filmed, then leaned softly against Chu Chen, looking at him with watery eyes. Chu Chen sighed. Alright. After it ended, Chu Chen got out of Mu Yunxi's car and instructed Hong Jie to take her home, while he got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom and returned to Li Zihui. After calming Li Zihui down, he scrolled through his phone for a while. The official account of Liu Tile had updated the list of supporting characters again, featuring a lineup of well-known first and second-tier stars, making it quite impressive. Many fans below were voicing their discontent for their idols, feeling that these minor roles were unworthy of their favorites. But there were more rational fans. I've read this novel, and it's really well written. The casting for the main characters is also quite good. If they film it seriously, I think this drama could very well be the most popular one of the year. With such a strong lineup, just getting a role in it would be great. Why be picky? The most anticipated drama of the year. After reading those comments, Chu Chen scrolled through his phone for a bit longer before falling asleep. The next day, after breakfast, he noticed the sun was nice and decided to take Li Zihui out to bask in the sunlight. Xin Xingwei hesitated for a moment, glancing at him a few times before finally sending him a link. Chu Chen clicked on it to take a look. It was the advertisement for the whitening mask that Mu Yunxi had shown him yesterday. He thought it was quite well done. However, the comments below were filled with criticism. She just got popular and already lost her conscience, daring to put such a 3-no product on her face. How could she really use this kind of product? Didn't you see all the big brands on her table? It's just for show. How much did the manufacturer pay you? Did you let your conscience be eaten by a dog? If the whitening effect were really that good, I'd just stand on my head in front of a fan. The things Chu Chen had Mu Yunxi handle, she always put her heart into it. She had used the whitening mask herself before filming the advertisement, and the 7-day comparison photos were all real shots. However, since she was already quite fair, the effect after using it wasn't as obvious as Xin Xingwei's, but it still had results. After 7 days of use, her skin not only became a bit whiter but also looked translucent and radiant, as if she had just done a facial mask, plump and hydrated. But the problem was that the effect of this product was so good that many people didn't believe it, thinking it was fake. Of course, there were too many fake advertisements online, and it's not unusual for celebrities to endorse these whitening products. The reason Mu Yunxi was being criticized so harshly was that she had been targeted by a review account with hundreds of thousands of followers. The owner of the review account was a female PhD working at a research institute in the capital. She had published hundreds of professional reviews, analyzing the pros and cons of various cosmetics and skincare products. Because her work was straightforward and very professional, and she never accepted money for advertising, she had many fans and a very high level of trust. So when she publicly criticized the video Mu Yunxi posted, countless fans flocked in. Mu Yunxi looked at Chu Chen. Young master, I've checked this lady named Song Ci. Her identity and education are both fine, and she indeed works at the research institute in the capital. Her comments have already had a significant negative impact on Miss Moo Yunchi's reputation and our product. I had the staff message her this morning to ask her to delete the comments, but she refused. Do you think we should sue her directly? Sue her for what? Shuchen casually closed the video, a slight smile on his lips as he said, "Isn't she just promoting us for free? Whether we can seize this opportunity depends on you. You should understand what I mean, right?" Shin Xingwei certainly understood what Chu Chen was implying. She immediately instructed her subordinates to hire online trolls to counter the other side. With this provocation, the online buzz about the incident skyrocketed, and everyone knew that Mu Yunchi was promoting a subpar product. How shameless. Unfollow. I've been following you for years, since before you became popular. I liked your face, thought you were a kind girl because you look so good, but I never expected to be so disappointed this time. This is the inevitable path of a star after they become famous, just like how internet celebrities end up selling products. Many of Mu Yunchi's fans were also disappointed in her. She lost 10,000 followers overnight. Those were real fans. She felt a pang in her heart. What should I do? Mu Yunchi said, feeling troubled. Sister Hong patted her hand to comfort her. Yunchi, you've been with young Master Chu for so long, don't you know what kind of person he is? Just trust him. Do whatever he tells you to do. In this situation, keep quiet for now and see what happens in a few days. Mu Yunchi glanced at Sister Hong with concern. But the pressure on your side must be great too, right? Is there anyone in this industry without pressure? Mu Yunchi's reputation was damaged, and she was losing followers rapidly. Several brands she endorsed had already come to ask about the situation, and the 2 guest roles she was about to start filming were also looking for her, giving off a vibe that if she couldn't handle it, they would just replace her with AI face swapping. But those people were all sent away by Sister Hong. Sister Hong reassured Mu Yunchi, just focus on doing your job well, the rest I'll handle. Listening to Sister Hong's words, Mu Yunchi went straight into the crew of glazed tiles, shutting out the outside world and concentrating on filming. The stars in the same crew were sharp. Seeing her caught in such a storm, they didn't demand a change of the female lead, knowing her position was stable and treating her well. Sure enough, within 2 days, Mu Yunchi received a message from Chu Chen asking her to issue a statement, advising her to be as sincere as possible. Mu Yunchi might not excel in many things, but acting was her forte. She quickly filmed a sincere apology video for Chu Chen to review. No, forget it. I'll come over and guide you personally. Half an hour later, Chu Chen appeared at Mu Yunchi's door. He instructed her, the video you sent me was sincere, but it lacks a bit of emotion. I think you can be more dramatic. It would be best if you cried. Cry? That would be too exaggerated. Mu Yunchi hugged Chu Chen, but I can't cry even while holding you. Chu Chen smiled. Want to cry? That's easy. You'll be crying soon enough. Ha? How? 10 minutes later. Woo woo woo. I can't take it anymore. Woo woo woo. Mu Yunchi's eyes were red, and she was sweating profusely as she clutched Chu Chen's arm, looking utterly pitiful. Chu Chen was very satisfied with her current state, shoving his phone screen in front of her face. I'll keep boosting you, just film. The more sincere, the better. Our main angle is to play the victim. Woo woo. Okay. Mu Yunchi pointed the camera at her face, starting to recite her lines in a choppy, breathless manner that sounded like she was about to cry. However, she kept gasping in surprise mid-sentence. As a result, a 1-minute apology video took 7 or 8 takes to finish. After they were done, Chu Chen was very pleased and helped her upload the video. Mu Yunchi got up to check the comments. I wonder how this video is doing. Chu Chen stopped her. This video will just get you criticized. Ha? You'll have to endure a few days. Alright then. Mu Yunchi's video pushed the event's popularity to a new height, and everyone was criticizing her for being shameless. How could she, who endorsed a product with no credentials, dare to come out and cry? Mu Yunchi was still filming with the crew. As the heat of the incident was about to die down, the official account of the Chu Men Group's skincare sub-brand stepped in, directly confronting Song CI. Dear MS. Song, our company adheres to the philosophy of safe and effective, beauty with method, creating a fair-skinned beauty for the East. We have invested countless efforts to develop this whitening mask for our people, and we let our spokesperson Mu Yunchi try it. However, MS. Song, you have not seen the actual product and have concluded that it is a scam based solely on your subjective judgment, claiming it is a product with no credentials, which seriously infringes on our company's reputation and interests. After discussion, our company sincerely invites you to use our product. We hope that after trying it, you can change your view. We have already sent you a private message. Please remember to send us your address, and we will send you samples for free. After saying this, they also tagged Song CI. Typically, brands that get dissed by Song CI either lash out or threaten to hire lawyers, This was the first brand to actively request her to try their product. Fans, regardless, just kept criticizing. It was clearly a trap. However, after Song Si stepped out of the lab and saw this message, she felt that her previous conclusion was too hasty. After all, she was a researcher, and researchers should rely on experiments and data. For the whitening product endorsed by Mu Yunxi, she had only made a subjective judgment based on her experience. Although she was confident that she was mostly right, her statements could only convince ordinary people who believed her. If professionals looked at it, they would find it lacked rigor. This matter had escalated too much, and she decided to accept the samples sent by Chumen Company to create a detailed chemical report. After receiving the samples, the Chumen Skincare account began inviting her to conduct real-life experiments. To ensure fairness, Chumen Skincare decided to let her choose the testers for the skincare products, and she would also provide the experimental environment. Chumen Skincare would only be responsible for providing samples and 4 supervisors to ensure the openness and transparency of the experiment. This was a direct confrontation. It must be said that this move by Chumen Skincare left Song Si very puzzled. She had no idea what they were trying to do. If her inspection report and experimental data came out and so many people were paying attention to this matter, then Chumen Skincare would really be in trouble. However, if Chumen Skincare was willing to take the risk, she wouldn't stop them. Just a kind reminder, if you think you can bribe me to alter the experimental data and results, that's impossible. I have principles. I never take ads and would never speak untruthfully for money. In the end, Song Si still reminded Chumen Skincare in a private message. Soon, Song Si received the samples sent by Chumen Skincare. There were only 10 in total. She casually took one to the lab to analyze the ingredients and found 9 testers to try the whitening mask. Originally, Song Si intended for these testers to take photos and record data daily, but Chumen Skincare proposed to livestream the entire process for transparency and to avoid any underhanded dealings. Song Si did not refuse. Of course, she had no reason to refuse, as Chumen Skincare had already prepared the venue and personnel for the livestream. So, the livestream officially went online a day later. Sister Song, are you serious about this? I think it's better to just let it go. It's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Song Si came from a family of researchers. Her grandfather and father were both big shots in their respective fields. Growing up surrounded by this environment, she displayed an extraordinary talent for research, skipping grades and completing her doctorate by the age of 25. She has been working at a research institute in the capital for 3 years now, during which she has published countless professional papers and applied for 4 patents, earning her the title of Genius Female PhD. Her skincare account was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and she never expected to gain 1 million followers in such a short time with her professional and rigorous style. Of course, her actions have encroached on many people's interests. Many have long wanted to take action against her. However, her strong background made it difficult for anyone to touch her. After starting her account, she refused all advertisements and did not seek profit, leaving many people helpless against her. Seeing her actually confronting Chumen Skincare head-on, her fellow disciples couldn't help but investigate Chu Chen's background, fearing she might suffer losses. To their surprise, they found out that the Chumen group was quite formidable, so they planned to advise her to be cautious. If things went poorly, they feared the other side might act out of desperation. But Song Si didn't care at all, saying, "I'm not the one chasing after them, they came looking for me. If they're not afraid of death, why should I be? As long as I conduct myself properly, I'm not afraid of what they might do." Her senior brother shook his head. "You're lucky you chose to do research, otherwise, with your personality, you'd suffer a lot in society. I know you're worried about me, but I'm fine." The ingredient testing report for the whitening mask came out quickly. The report was divided into 2 parts. One part was the biological indicator testing of the skincare product, including total bacterial count, mold and yeast count, fecal coliform, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, etc. All of which passed. The second part was the physicochemical indicator testing, including methanol, lead, mercury, pH, moisture content, cellulase, glycosidase, and other tests, all of which also passed. However, these 2 ingredient testing reports could only confirm that the whitening mask was relatively healthy and would not harm human skin, but they could not indicate its effectiveness. So when these 2 reports were released, many people dismissed them outright. But the live experiment officially began. Since there were 9 remaining samples, Song Si found 9 test subjects, all of whom were pure amateurs, differing in age, skin type, lifestyle, and dietary habits, striving for authenticity. Because the previous incident between Chumen Skincare and Song Si had caused quite a stir, this time, no promotion was needed, many people flooded into the livestream. At the start, there were over 100,000 people online simultaneously. The 10 test subjects would live under the camera for 7 days, conducting skin tests and taking photos for comparison at a fixed time every day at 7 o'clock. Is it really that bold? I feel like Chuman's skincare is quite confident. Staying indoors for so many days, their skin will definitely get whiter. It's only been 7 days, even if they stay indoors and get whiter, it won't be that noticeable. Netizens online were making all sorts of predictions and arguments. Xu Chen didn't care. Xin Xingwei also knew that the outcome would surely have a twist, so regardless of the chaos outside, she calmly made 2 trips to Haiyue City to get the factory there up and running, officially starting production of Chuman's skincare's whitening mask, which was expected to hit the market in half a month. Of course, in addition to that, she also needed to screen candidates for the nerve repair liquid trials. This selection process was quite troublesome. Many people attempted to take advantage of the situation by using someone else's medical records. As a result, when they checked, the uploaded medical records did not match the facts. Such incidents were numerous. What was originally expected to take a week to select candidates for the trials ended up taking an additional week. It's already the 7th day, the experimental results should be out by now? Is it just my illusion? I really feel like these 7 people are getting whiter by the day. It must be your illusion. Even if they really did get whiter, would I be able to notice that so easily? Soon it was 7 o'clock on the 7th day. Song Si arrived at the scene. The audience in front of the live stream had already been waiting in the chat room. Is this real? As soon as Song Si entered the live broadcast site, she looked at the 9 experimental subjects, and her expression changed dramatically after just one glance. Because these subjects had indeed become whiter. Not only that, their skin had improved, becoming more radiant. These subjects were all found by her. On the first day of the experiment, she personally tested their skin and recorded some data. After that, she returned to the lab and hadn't come back much these days, so the comparison was very obvious to her. But she couldn't believe that the whitening mask would have such a good effect. She brought people in to have the 9 subjects wash their faces under her supervision, and then they went for skin testing. The results of the experiment shocked her. These women's skin had indeed improved. After comparing with a color card, their skin had become a whole shade whiter. So it really worked? I didn't even notice. My skin is so hydrated. The effect is so good, there won't be any side effects, right? The 9 subjects were also very surprised by the results of the experiment. They were paid to participate and had previously signed a waiver stating that the experimenters would not be held responsible for any accidents during the experiment. They thought they were just being used as guinea pigs. They never expected to gain such good results. This can't be possible, right? Just 7 days, and they became a whole shade whiter. Even the best whitening products on the market can't achieve such results. Is this cheating? These subjects have been under the live stream camera the whole time. How do you expect them to cheat? Some people in the comments were convinced by the results, while others were shocked. But there were still those who remained skeptical, not believing that whitening products could really have such good effects. I now have to apologize to my fans and the audience in the livestream. The experimental data and results were clearly presented, and Song Si had to admit that it was true. She sincerely apologized in front of the camera. I'm sorry for my previous judgment of this Truman skincare whitening product based on past experiences. I shouldn't have been so arrogantly decisive. My previous actions caused a lot of trouble for Truman skincare, and I publicly apologize here, sincerely asking my fans and the vast number of netizens to remove their biases against Truman skincare. This whitening mask produced by Truman skincare is indeed very effective. Wow, Song Si admitted it. This is real. Aren't products developed by others? Technology is always advancing. It's not impossible to research effective whitening products. This product is amazing. Song Si is an authority in skincare, and with the testing report and the live experiment as her trump cards, plus her public apology, the netizens exploded. I'm sorry, Truman skincare, I admit I was too loud in criticizing you before. Why don't you criticize me back? The worst off must be my Yunchi baby, right? Being inexplicably attacked. Yunchi baby, I'm sorry. After the reputation of this whitening mask turned around, Mu Yunchi's reputation also experienced a dramatic reversal. Those internet trolls who had previously criticized her harshly all came forward to apologize. Fans who had unfollowed her also followed her again. Her popularity not only remained but increased. Under the suggestion of her agent, Hong Jie, she released a video in which she not only forgave the netizens who had insulted her but also showcased a whitening mask she continued to use, displaying her glowing white skin, and casually included a skincare tutorial. In just 5 minutes, the video garnered over 10 million views, 5 million likes, and more than 1 million comments. In a short time, she earned the nickname of a skincare guru. Hongjia beamed, "You, my dear, are just lucky. If this momentum continues, as long as you don't actively sabotage yourself, your status will be solid. Young master, Miss Song would like to see you, what do you think?" Over at the villa, Shin Xingwei had also found Shu Chen. Shu Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Which Miss Song?" "Young master, you really forget things easily. It's Miss Song CI, the genius PhD. "Oh, her? Alright, let her come in for a meeting." "Yes." Soon, Shin Xingwei brought Song CI into the villa's living room. Song CI was only 28 this year, and when she usually appeared online, she often looked plain, wearing large frame glasses and a white lab coat. Although she seemed reassuring, she lacked vitality. Today, she wore a black coat with a touch of makeup, holding a black briefcase, looking intellectual and elegant, exuding a strong presence. If Shin Xingwei hadn't introduced her, Shu Chen might have almost failed to recognize her. "I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in private," Shu Chen complimented her, asking Shin Xingwei to serve tea. "What do you want to see me about?" "I didn't expect the chairman of the Chu group to be so young." The strong background in her years of research had cultivated Song Si's composed demeanor. She got straight to the point. "Young Master Chu, to be honest, I think your laboratory has great potential, and I want to join you." She took out her resume from her bag and pushed it across the table. "I know your lab has many talented people, but I hope you won't rush to reject me. At least take a look at my resume first." Chu Chen glanced at the thick resume on the table and shook his head. "No need to look at the resume. Young Master Chu, are you rejecting me without even giving me a reason? At least read my resume." Song CI interjected anxiously. Chu Chen smiled slightly. "What I mean is, you're already hired." "Ah, I can tell from your resume that you are talented. Your previous outspokenness against the Chu Group's skincare made me feel you have courage and principles. You are a person of character." Chu Chen extended his hand towards her. "Our team lacks someone like you. How could we possibly not want you?" Song CI was taken aback for a moment and could only smile. "Young Master Chu, you have good taste. You have good taste too." Chu Chen pointed to Shin Xingwei beside him. "Let her handle the specific arrangements. She will discuss salary and other matters with you. I believe she will offer you a satisfactory deal." As they spoke, a servant entered and announced that Wang Song was outside. Song CI politely stood up to bid farewell to Chu Chen. He did not try to keep her. "Miss Song, I have someone else to meet, so I won't keep you. Xingwei, see Miss Song off." "Yes." Shin Xingwei accompanied Song CI towards the door, just as Wang Song walked in carrying something. Wang Song looked at Song CI with surprise. Song CI found his gaze somewhat unpleasant but smiled at him out of politeness. The two passed each other. "Chu, have you changed your taste recently?" Wang Song approached Chu Chen directly. "This woman looks tough to deal with, quite different from the ones you liked before, but she's pretty exciting." Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. "If you have something to say, say it, if not, get lost." Hey, I call you brother, so we are brothers." Wang Song chuckled, placing the wine he brought over on the table. "Look, it's a 20-year-old vintage, collected by my dad. I specially brought it to honor you, Brother Chu." "I can't accept that." Chu Chen pushed the wine back. "Take it back, drinking this will shorten my life." "How can it shorten your life?" Wang Song shamelessly held onto Chu Chen's hand. "Brother Chu, I have something to discuss." Chu Chen already knew. "Actually, this matter is just a small thing for you, Brother Chu." Isn't there a new whitening mask under your brand recently?" Chu Chen understood his meaning and was a bit surprised. "After all these years, I haven't seen you take care of yourself. Why the sudden change?" "Oh," Wang Song sighed. "It's nothing much. I've recently taken a liking to a skincare influencer I'm pursuing. She wants you to promote this whitening mask. She said if I can get this whitening mask, I can send it to her." "Let me send it to her. Isn't that hint obvious enough?" "Brother Chu, this is a big deal concerning the happiness of your brother. You can't just sit back and do nothing, right?" Chu Chen clicked his tongue and directly had Shin Xingwei get him a sample. The whitening mask had become famous after the livestream, and the news of Song CI joining Chumen's skincare had caused quite a stir online. However, since the whitening mask had not yet been released, and there had been no news about its launch, although netizens were eager to buy it, they couldn't get their hands on it. This led many marketing accounts to exploit the situation, claiming they could obtain insider information and samples, deceiving many people. As a result, the official account of Chumen's skincare and the official website issued a statement urging everyone not to believe those false messages online. Yet, the false information still reached Chu Chen's ears. It was Sure Hao who called to inform him. "Brother Chu, your whitening mask is set to launch in a week, right?" Chu Chen frowned. "How do you know?" Hearing his tone, Sure Hao immediately realized he had guessed correctly. "Brother Chu, you don't need to hide it anymore, When the people from your lab came to our restaurant in EU, they mentioned it.
Shu Chen's expression darkened. Who treated them to the meal?
I don't know who treated them, but after a few drinks, he revealed quite a bit.
Probably got a little too loose-lipped.
Brother, thanks for this, but the internal information has already leaked. I will handle it, and the launch date for the whitening mask will be changed, as well as the quantity available.
Ha? Change what? I was planning to stock up a bit to make some money. Right now, how many people online were willing to spend tens of thousands just to get a jar of whitening mask?
Once the mask was released, it would definitely sell out quickly, leaving a gap for a while.
Shihao was still thinking about making a profit.
Shu Chen ignored Shihao and hung up the phone, asking Xin Xingwei to check who from the lab had been invited out to dinner recently.
Xin Xingwei quickly provided a list. There were 3 names on the list.
Shu Chen glanced at it and then instructed Xin Xingwei to notify the team that they would be having a video conference with the lab personnel. No matter what they were busy with, they had to stop and finish this meeting first.
What is this meeting about? Who knows? I was in the middle of an experiment when I got pulled over. Now I have to start over. Starting over is fine, they pay you so much, can't they buy your silence?
That's true. Dozens of research elites from various fields interrupted all their tasks within 10 minutes and gathered in the conference room for the video meeting. They had been in the lab for so long, yet it was the first time they were pulled in for such an urgent meeting, and they couldn't help but wonder what it was all about. Soon, Shu Tian's face appeared on the large screen in the conference room. Unlike the humble and gentle young man they had met last time, this time his expression was very serious.
Hello everyone, it's been a while. Are you all getting used to being in the lab lately?
Although they didn't quite understand what he meant by that, everyone still made an effort to praise the lab. After all, the top-notch equipment in the lab was available for their use, and many experiments they couldn't do before were now possible. In just a month or two, they had already applied for several patents for the lab. Although none of them were major patents, they were still quite good results. If there's anything in the lab that makes you uncomfortable or dissatisfied, please feel free to speak up.
You are all talents of the nation and also talents of our company.
As long as your requests are within a reasonable range, our company will find a way to meet them.
We wouldn't dare.
The conditions you've offered are already very good. Not to mention that the salary and benefits were several times, even a dozen times higher than those of other labs. Just the several million to tens of millions in relocation fees were amounts that some people would never earn in their lifetime. Here, they could use the most advanced equipment for immersive research without any worries. It was simply paradise.
How could there possibly be any dissatisfaction? Since the conditions I've offered are already very good, why are some of you still accepting bribes and leaking company secrets?
Shu Chen's words immediately caused an uproar in the conference room. Aside from a few bad apples, most of the people were dedicated researchers, spending their days and nights in the lab, neglecting food and sleep for their experiments. They never expected that there would be such traitors among them.
Who exactly leaked the company secrets? It can't be you, old Nyo, right? How could it be me? I haven't been home for a week. Bah! I haven't even left the lab for a week. Then who else could it be? You're the only big mouth here.
I may be a big mouth, but I just talk a lot. I wouldn't go out and blabber. Upon hearing that someone in the company had leaked secrets, the people in the conference room began to whisper among themselves. Shu Chen silently looked at everyone in the room. Whoever leaked the company's secrets, step forward.
He added calmly.
No one spoke, all exchanging glances.
All right, I've already given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being rude.
Shu Chen's gaze grew heavier as he directly looked at Xin Xingwei. Xin Xingwei made a phone call.
A minute later, several officers came in and directly took 3 people away. I'm innocent. Young Master Chu. It really wasn't me. Young Master Chu, I didn't do anything. Why am I being arrested?
The 3 people taken away all wore expressions of unwillingness, as if they had suffered a great injustice, truly feeling wronged.
Xin Xingwei scolded them, shut up. What are you making a fuss about?
Young Master has already given you a chance, it was you who didn't step forward. Since we've called the officers to arrest you, it means we have enough evidence.
If you want to protest your innocence, do it outside with the officers. The 3 were successfully taken away.
The atmosphere in the conference room immediately became tense, and several people stood up to express their loyalty. Shu Chen's lips curled slightly. Alright, I know that aside from these 3, everyone else here has done very well.
But I know even better that the world is full of temptations, and human greed is limitless.
I hope that if anyone is short on money, they can speak up directly and not accept ill-gotten gains, doing things they will regret later.
Otherwise, don't blame the company for being unsympathetic. Alright, that's it for today's meeting. Everyone can disperse.
After giving everyone a little wake-up call, Shu Chen relaxed again. Xin Xingwei poured him a cup of tea and began to report on the progress of the headquarters building's construction. Young master, the basic outline of the headquarters building has been completed, and it is expected to be finished in 2 months.
Shu Chen nodded. Good, let them work hard.
Additionally, I have already selected all the candidates for the drug trial. In 3 days, we will take these people to a designated hospital for the injection of the nerve repair solution. Xin Xingwei paused. Moreover, the projects in Haiyue City are all progressing smoothly. The main thing now is to decide on the launch date for the whitening mask.
When do you think would be a good time?
Given the situation, let's push the launch date back by another half month.
Shu Chen thought for a moment. Also, find 11 more spokespersons.
Don't hesitate to spend money. If we're going to do this, let's make this whitening mask an international product.
Understood.
Following Chu Chen's instructions, Xin Xingwei found 11 new spokespersons, in addition to Mu Yunxi.
Among these spokespersons, there were both men and women, all top-tier stars currently in the limelight.
These stars had significant clout, so Xin Xingwei had to personally handle many matters. It took half a month to finalize all the deals with these stars. Each spokesperson's endorsement fee ranged from 8 million to 20 million a year, meaning the annual expenditure for just the endorsement fees was around 150 million.
Just as they finalized the endorsements, it was time for the whitening mask's launch.
Shu Chen instructed Xin Xingwei to prepare for a launch ceremony for the whitening mask, inviting all 12 spokespersons. Such an event, of course, could not be refused by the spokespersons.
Xin Xingwei also made the necessary arrangements.
That evening, Shu Chen planned to attend as well. He hadn't had time to accompany Mu Yunxi for the past half month, so after the launch ceremony, he would go spend some time with her. However, just as he arrived at the launch venue, where the staff were busily preparing, Xin Xingwei received a phone call, and her expression changed.
What? They want 50 million? Shu Chen glanced at her.
After hanging up, Xin Xingwei looked apologetically at Shu Chen and explained, "Young master,
there's been a problem with the spokespersons. The people below can't make decisions, and I need to go take a look."
"What problem?" "One of the spokespersons agreed to sign today, but unexpectedly, he raised the price at the last minute."
"Let's go, I'll go with you to see." The spokespersons each had their own lounge backstage, so even though the backstage was in chaos, they could still rest and do their makeup without much disturbance. Shu Chen quickly led Xin Xingwei to the backstage area.
"I'm sorry, young master, I've been too busy lately to keep up with the endorsement's signing progress, but I had already negotiated the price with them beforehand."
"This isn't your fault, you don't need to feel guilty. What was the price we agreed on?"
"It was 9 million. Xin Xingwei's expression was grim, but just now they demanded it be raised to 50 million.
That was quite a hefty demand. Soon, they arrived at Su Ji's lounge door. To ensure the spokesperson's condition, there weren't many people around, and it was quite quiet.
Inside Su Ji's lounge, he was talking with his manager.
Shu Chen gave Xin Xingwei a look.
Xin Xingwei immediately stopped in her tracks.
50 million? That seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?
In the lounge, Su Ji had already finished his makeup and was ready to go on stage. The opening ceremony would start in an hour. He was chatting with his manager. The manager proudly lifted her chin. "Of course I know 50 million is too much, and no one would offer such a high price.
I'm just trying to make them anxious. And by the way, raise your market value."
"Of course, the most important thing is to give them room to negotiate. In the end, I estimate we'll sign for 20 or 30 million.
Su Ji laughed at his manager's words. "It's still you, Zhang Jie."
"Of course." Zhang Jie was very pleased. "Do you think I've been dragging out the signing time for no reason?
It's all to wait for this day. What if they don't sign?
They're such a big company, they're not short on money. As long as the opening ceremony goes perfectly, they will definitely compromise on this matter, so don't worry."
"All right then." Su Ji glanced at the time. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet?
As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly kicked open. Zhang Jie was startled.
Su Ji's face turned pale from the shock.
But once they saw who had come in, both Zhang Jie and Su Ji's expressions changed.
"What's going on here?" Shu Chen glanced at her. "Nothing, all irrelevant people get out."
"Irrelevant people?" Zhang Jie huffed, her face full of disbelief. "I know you're the boss of Chumen Skincare, but you should also understand that Su Ji is your invited spokesperson."
"When did he become irrelevant?"
Xin Xingwei coldly stared at Zhang Jie. "You raised the price first. We don't want to say much, just leave."
"What do you mean by raising the price? When did we raise the price?"
After Zhang Jie spoke, seeing no one respond, she nervously added, "Besides, the price is negotiable. Why be so rude?" Xin Xingwei reminded her. "The price we agreed on before was 9 million, but now you want 50 million.
Isn't that raising the price?"
"Yes, the previous price was indeed 9 million, but there was no contract signed before." In the past few days, we have secured several major IPs, and our value has increased. This is unavoidable. You know how the prices of stars in this circle change daily. Seeing Chu Chen and Xin Xingwei's firm attitude, Zhang Jia couldn't help but soften her tone. How about this? We won't ask for 50 million for the endorsement. Let's do it for 25 million. This price is already a huge bargain for you. Moving forward, our endorsement fee will start at 30 million. Throw them out. Chu Chen interrupted Zhang Jia. Xin Xingwei nodded, yes. After saying that, she directly called the security on site, pointing at Su Ji and his manager Zhang Jia. Throw these two out. Although the security recognized Su Ji and Zhang Jia, they were paid by Chumen's Skincare, so they naturally listened to Chumen's Skincare's orders. They grabbed Su Ji and Zhang Jia by the arms and began to drag them outside. Su Ji and Zhang Jia were stunned by the sudden price increase. Are they really throwing us out? Do you know who we are? Let go of me. The security showed no mercy, dragging the two of them to the entrance, and in front of a crowd of staff with strange looks, they were thrown out at the door. Zhang Jia and Su Ji shouted and screamed as they were unceremoniously tossed out. Passers-by nearby saw Su Ji, rubbed their eyes, thinking they must be mistaken. Is that Su Ji? Who else could it be? Quick, take a picture. Due to the overwhelming number of onlookers, Su Ji's role as the spokesperson for Chumen's Skincare's whitening mask had already been widely publicized. Now that the spokesperson had been abruptly dropped, many people began to gossip. Is this for real? Chumen's Skincare is so ruthless? Chumen's Skincare is really disrespecting their spokesperson. The official statement has already been released. Su Ji is not their spokesperson at all. While netizens were heatedly debating Su Ji's situation online, the launch ceremony for Chumen's Skincare's whitening mask was officially completed, opening the sales portal online. Those wanting the whitening mask could go directly to the official page to buy. However, when a large number of people entered the official website, they were left dumbfounded, because a bottle of the whitening mask was priced at 9,999, 10,000 yuan. Not only that, but it was also specifically noted that each bottle contained only 21g, enough for 7 days of use. This price is robbery. 21g for 7 days means you have to spend 1,400 a day on average. No wonder they can afford to hire 12 spokespersons. It turns out the money is just being thrown around without a care. This price. Fine, I just don't deserve it. Most people are ordinary, usually spending only dozens or hundreds on skincare products, and even the better ones are just over 1,000. Plus, a set can last for several months or even half a year. In comparison, this whitening mask is simply exorbitant. You just don't know how to do the math, otherwise, how could you always be poor? Those skincare products that cost dozens or hundreds may be cheap, but using several sets is just a psychological comfort. They won't make you whiter or more beautiful. But their whitening products can actually show results. If you give 10,000 to a hospital, do you think they can make you a degree whiter? No, right? If you have money, everything you say is right. With all this talk, why not buy a few more sets to use? I've already bought 10 sets, 5 for my family, and the remaining 5 for myself. Although the high price of the whitening mask sparked a lot of controversy, there are no shortage of wealthy people in this world, especially wealthy women, and the sales of the mask remained very strong, with the 100,000 bottles sold out on the first day. Sales exceeded 1 billion. As for the reputation, that would be left to time. After the whitening mask issue was resolved, Chu Chen was in a good mood and took a stroll around the film set. To put it simply, he was there to check on Mu Yunqi's filming. Mu Yunqi was dressed in palace attire. Chu Chen had never thought this outfit looked good before, but on her, it had a unique charm. Young Master Chu, you're here. The director and crew members happened to be on break, and upon seeing Chu Chen, they immediately greeted him respectfully. Chu Chen waved his hand to the crowd. I just came to take a look. You should continue your break. These are snacks brought by the young master for everyone. You've all worked hard. Xin Xingwei had the pre-ordered milk tea and some snacks brought in, then began distributing them. Wow, snow tea. And my favorite durian milfai. Today's afternoon tea is quite nice. This lava chocolate is the best. Working in such a film crew can be quite tough for ordinary staff. Many are doing physical labor, and a single box meal isn't enough to fill them up. They especially love high-calorie desserts like these. Mu Yunqi also received her portion. Xin Xingwei smiled at her. You can eat with peace of mind. This is a sugar-free cake I specially had the shop prepare for you, with only half the calories of a regular cake, so it's fine to eat a bit more. Thank you, Sister Xingwei. As Chu Chen's right-hand person, although Xin Xingwei was only nominally a housekeeper, Mu Yunqi held her in high regard. Xin Xingwei nodded, closed the lounge door, and walked out. In the lounge, only Chu Chen and Mu Yunqi were left. Chu Chen walked over and wrapped his arms around her waist. How's the filming of this drama going?
It seems to be going well, right? The progress isn't very fast right now.
Mu Yunqi smiled, mainly because the director is not satisfied with the props that have been made, saying they lack texture.
This drama is a palace drama, and the director is a perfectionist.
The initial scenes were built quite well, and they have been filming for quite some time, but as the plot developed, the director became increasingly dissatisfied with the items brought in by the props team. Many props, although made to look realistic, still felt fake. Due to the materials used, they always had a plastic smell when filmed, which made the director unhappy with what was presented on camera.
Did I spend so much money for nothing? How can there be no texture? It's not a matter of money.
Mu Yunqi shook her head. The props team the production hired is already the best in the industry. Some things are unavoidable, like the hairpin I'm wearing. The craftsmanship is too complex, and the props team can only imitate it to a certain extent.
Then just buy the real ones.
Mu Yunqi smiled wryly. Brother Jiang, real hairpins are very expensive, and basically, no one makes such things anymore.
If you want them, you can only buy antiques.
Even the most ordinary set is worth $1 million, and the expensive ones can be worth tens of millions. If these things come to the production team, they are like ancestors, and we have to take care of them.
Chu Chen didn't respond to her words, just sent a red envelope in the group chat.
In a group of over 400 people, Chu Chen sent out 200 red envelopes of 200 each, several times.
Wow! Young Master Chu is awesome. Young Master Chu is so generous. Red envelope rain. The legendary red envelope rain.
Everyone enjoying afternoon tea received a huge surprise. After all, no one had to lift a finger for that. It was $1,000 in hand.
Who wouldn't be happy about such a comfortable thing? Is this what makes you happy? It seems everyone is easily satisfied.
Chu Chen smiled slightly and announced good news in the group. This afternoon, I'm giving everyone a paid day off. You can leave now and go rest well.
Ha! A paid day off? Everyone was stunned. Young Master Chu, you're not joking, are you?
The director, who had just grabbed 2 red envelopes and was quite happy, was also taken aback by this news. Young Master Chu, are you
serious? Of course I'm serious. Do I seem like someone who enjoys joking?
Once it was confirmed that Chu Chen was telling the truth, everyone happily left. Only the director was left sighing. He still had to catch up on the schedule. The current footage was already unsatisfactory, and now this was just delaying the filming. There's a saying, sharpening the knife doesn't delay the work of chopping wood.
Let's take a day off today, and we'll talk about anything tomorrow.
The director smiled helplessly. What young Master Chu said is right. What young Master Chu said is right. It's just half a day's off. That's only right. After saying that, he looked at Mu Yunqi. Yunqi, go home and rest well. Mu Yunqi nodded with a flushed face.
Chu Chen took her directly home. At home, Chu Chen fed Mu Yunqi until she was satisfied, then dialed Wang Tsong's number. Bro, do you know anyone who collects? I want to get some hairpins. Can you help me ask around? Hairpins? Wang Tsong was confused for a moment. What is that? Chu Chen hung up the phone directly and asked Qin Bin.
He said he knew about it, but hairpins like that are generally collected in museums, and ordinary collectors rarely have them. It's quite niche, and he didn't know anyone. Later, Chu Chen called Shi Hao. Shi Hao slapped his thigh. Chu, my old brother, you asked the right person about this matter.
If you had asked someone else, they definitely wouldn't know. Have you already asked someone else? Hurry up and say it, no more nonsense. He. Shi Hao chuckled. I have a client at home. We privately call her the princess.
She's particularly spoiled and has a lot of demands, but she's quite wealthy, with several buildings in her family. Besides that, her other businesses are quite extensive. Her hobby is collecting jadeite, and she has several cabinets full of it at home. It's not an exaggeration to say that she has more than what's in a museum.
If you want, I can help you get in touch with her.
But this woman isn't easy to deal with, and she's very spoiled.
I'm afraid you won't be able to handle her when you meet. It's fine.
Alright, there are actually no other precautions for meeting this woman. Just remember, don't bring any pretty women along.
Chu Chen hung up the phone.
He glanced at Mu Yunqi. You heard that just now, so just stay at home obediently this afternoon and wait for my good news.
Although Mu Yunqi was reluctant, she could only see him off.
Shi Hao quickly arranged a meeting for Chu Chen, and even set it up at the other party's home, so Chu Chen and Shi Hao planned to go directly to her house to meet. Although the woman's residence was in the suburbs, it was a well-known villa area, and it was clear that her family was indeed very wealthy. Chu Chen and Shi Hao met at the entrance of the villa area, and Shi Hao got into Chu Chen's car.
This woman probably doesn't have many friends because of her personality.
I managed to set up the meeting for you, but Chu, whether you can borrow something from her really depends on your own skills. Chu Chen patted the box he was carrying. Don't worry, I've already prepared the money.
The two quickly arrived at the villa entrance.
A thin male butler received them. Then, they walked into a magnificent hall. On the right side of the hall, there were two huge display cabinets, each at least 3 meters high, filled with various antiques. A plump woman was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, and when she saw the two approaching, her eyes lit up. "Oh, boss, sure. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were bringing such a handsome guy over?" Her eyes were fixed on Chu Chen, unwilling to look away. "You are young Master Chu? Oh dear, it's all my fault. Butler, quickly bring out the best tea." Sure Hao looked at this scene in disbelief. He had dealt with this woman many times, but it was the first time he saw her treat someone so kindly. Chu Chen sat down on the sofa and placed the box he was carrying directly on the table. "Sister Jean, right? I believe Sure Lao Di has already told you why I'm here today? I'm here with sincerity. This box contains 5 million. How about I borrow some of your jadeite for a while? The money inside can be considered a deposit." "Oh dear, those broken things in my cabinet aren't worth much. If you want them, I'll lend them to you. Why bring so much money? Talking about money hurts feelings." Sister Jin's tone was as if Chu Chen were her younger brother. Sure Hao's eyes widened as he looked at Chu Chen, then at Sister Jean. Wasn't today their first day meeting? Where did this affection come from? "Boss, sure, you are also a good person. I admit my attitude towards you was a bit poor before. Stay for dinner tonight, and I'll have the chef make some good dishes for us to drink, as an apology to you." "Ha!" Sister Jin's attitude left Sure Hao somewhat flattered. He coughed lightly. "Thank you, Sister Jean, but there's no need to be so polite. We're just here to borrow some jadeite. I already said, if you want jadeite, just have a meal." Sister Jean didn't even look at the money on the table. "No need to give me money. It's just a meal, nothing serious." Chu Chen nodded and readily agreed. However, Sure Hao pulled him aside. "Chu, something feels off today. This Jean Jia seems like she's been cursed or something. She's not usually like this. I think you're just seeing things through tinted glasses. Jean Jia isn't as hard to get along with as you say." You." Sure Hao couldn't explain himself at all. He sighed. "Let's just eat. I'm just afraid that after the meal, you won't be able to leave. This woman can really drink." "Can drink?" Chu Chen smiled slightly. Was he afraid of drinking? As Sure Hao had expected, at the dining table, aside from the delicious dishes, there was nothing but alcohol. Seeing Chu Chen and Sure Hao staring at the drinks, Jean Jia laughed and said, "What's the point of eating without some drinks? Let's just have a little. Don't overthink it." "Sure Hao." Chu Chen cheerfully sat down. "You're right. What's a meal without drinks? And they're all good wines. We must drink more today." Jean Jia smiled like a blooming flower. Yes, it's still Chu younger brother who understands. If you drink too much tonight, just stay here. I have plenty of empty rooms, and you can leave tomorrow." "Alright, Jean Jia, but if I get drunk, you can't find me annoying." I won't. Jean Jia was already eager. She sat down and had the butler open a bottle of wine. "Come on, let's start with a bottle of Lafite to whet our appetites." After 3 rounds of drinks, under Jean Jia's encouragement, the dishes on the table remained mostly untouched, while the wine was nearly finished. Sure Hao was already slumped over the table. Jean Jia also had rosy cheeks. Only Chu Chen remained steady, firmly holding his wine glass. "Jean Jia, if you can't drink anymore, don't force it. Your health is important." "No way, I still want to drink." As Jean Jia continued drinking, she started counting towards Chu Chen. 1, 2, 3. "Why are there 3? Should I get 1 too?" Seeing this, Chu Chen stood up and went to the restroom. However, when he returned from the restroom and looked at Jean Jia again, he was truly shocked. Had she gotten drunk? Or had Jean Jia spiked the drinks? "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you recognize me?" Jean Jia smiled slightly, making Chu Chen feel dizzy. But he quickly reacted. "Where did Jean Jia go? You're so boring." The girl looked about 70 to 80% like Jean Jia but was much more beautiful, as if Jean Jia had put on heavy makeup and was a 10-level beauty filter version, polished to the point that even her mother wouldn't recognize her. But she was indeed very pretty, with a hint of a mixed German-Chinese look. "My sister drank too much, so she went to sleep. Before she left, she told me to take good care of you." The girl quickly pulled out a phone from her bag and opened the friend request interface. "You came to borrow my sister's things, right? Then add me as a contact. I'll lend you everything on her behalf. You can come here tomorrow to take whatever you want. But borrowing is one thing. These things are my sister's treasures, collected over decades, so be careful when you use them." "Ah, okay, of course." Chu Chen didn't expect to borrow these things just from having a meal. He was a bit surprised. "You don't want to stay and rest, do you? I see you're not drunk yet. How about you just go back first?" Chu Chen looked at her with a half-smile. "Are you that eager to send me away?" "Not really." The girl felt a bit embarrassed by Chu Chen's words and extended her hand. "By the way, I'm Jean Shanxue. If my sister didn't take care of you properly today, I apologize on her behalf."
Shu Chen. After greeting Jin Shanhua, Shu Chen pulled Shihao away. The next day, Shu Chen sent someone to the Jin family to move things to the film crew. Shihao also called. Shu, was it you who sent me back yesterday? Did you manage to borrow the stuff? If it wasn't me who sent you back, could it be that you flew back by yourself? The things have been borrowed. That's good. Shu, you didn't lose anything, right? I saw that old woman seemed to have some intentions towards you. Alright, she was quite hospitable. Did you see the husband I picked out for you yesterday? Not bad looking, right? Most importantly, he's young and accomplished, meeting both my criteria for finding you a husband and your own. You can't let such a good husband slip away. Early in the morning, Jin Jia rushed to Jin Shanhua's room. Jin Shanhua shook her phone in her hand. Did you see? I've already added him to my contacts. Not bad, not bad. Jin Jia was very satisfied. My sister is finally getting married. Sis, he is indeed quite handsome. I even checked his background, he's really impressive, but someone like him might not look at me, right? Why wouldn't he look at you? Jin Jia slammed the table. My sister has money, beauty, education, and insight, plus the dowry I'm giving. Sis, as long as you're willing to marry him, I'll add 2 billion to your dowry. Sis, you've got the cause and effect wrong. It's not that I don't want to marry him, it's that he doesn't want to marry me. Jin Jia was taken aback. That can't be possible, right? Just wait and see. Jin Shanhua shrugged helplessly. Jin Jia poked her arm. Stop worrying so much. Since you have his contact information, just have a good chat with him. What if feelings develop? Even if feelings don't develop, it's fine. Your sister can drink a lot, and with us sisters working together, are we afraid we can't win over one man? Once he gets drunk, we can do whatever we want. Thinking of Chu Chen's demeanor yesterday, Jin Shanhua sighed. It would be tough to win him over. Wow, this is the real deal, right? At least 100 years old. How can something from the first half of the year still look brand new? Otherwise, how could it be called craftsmanship? Since Jin Shanhua said to borrow casually, Shu Chen didn't hold back and borrowed most of Jin Jia's collection, except for the emeralds, her collection of gold hairpins, and various ornaments. At least 4 to 500 million worth of collectibles were moved over. Not only did all the staff stop what they were doing to come and see the excitement, but even the director rushed over. He looked here and touched there. Good stuff. Really good stuff. So beautiful. This will look just right on camera. Come, Yunqi, try on this emerald headpiece, it will definitely suit you. In the end, he picked up a set of emerald crowns and handed them to the stylist to put on Mu Yunqi. Sure enough, the beautiful colors complemented Mu Yunqi's beauty. Mu Yunqi gently touched her head. It's a bit heavy. This thing is a good item. A bit of weight is normal, but you mustn't drop it. It's worth at least 5 million on your head. The director was knowledgeable and cherished these items. He personally supervised the placement of the items and then called to thank Shu Chen. Shu Chen smiled. Just focus on making a good film. No need to thank me for such small matters. I invest in you, hoping for a return. Don't worry, Shu. I will definitely deliver results. After the director finished speaking, he turned and began to motivate the actors under him. After the emerald matter passed, Shu Chen didn't think much of it. However, the next day, a guest arrived at the villa. It was Jin Shanhua. She wore a black trench coat, and her leather boots accentuated the lines of her thighs and calves to near perfection. Her golden long hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, giving her features a dreamlike beauty. She looked like a seductive woman straight out of a TV drama. Young Master Chu, I came today to pay you back. She placed the metal box that Chu Chen had lent her on the table. Those things were borrowed by me and my sister, so you don't need to pay for them. Chu Chen glanced at Xin Xingwei. Xin Xingwei picked up the box, intending to put it away. Besides paying me back, is there anything else? Well, my sister is hosting a dinner at the Tiantai restaurant, and I came specifically to deliver the invitation. Alright, I'll go then. Since she had returned the items without any fuss and there was no payment involved, he was willing to give her this face for a meal. So, he agreed. Tomorrow at 7 in the evening, don't be late. Jin Shanhua didn't linger, leaving after conveying her message. Xin Xingwei, however, walked over. Young Master Chu, there's been a bit of trouble lately. Aren't we currently filming Luliwa? Since yesterday, there have been a lot of negative news about it online, claiming that the original work of Luliwa was plagiarized. Moreover, several actors have expressed their intention to terminate their contracts with Luliwa. Xin Xingwei took out a report, and I just received a call from the production team saying that our studio has been sealed off due to fire safety violations. Although Xin Xingwei didn't say it outright, Shu Chen understood. Someone was behind the scenes trying to undermine him. You find a way to handle it for now. If it really doesn't work,
let the crew take a few days off. It's impossible for everything to go smoothly. Encountering such issues is quite normal. After all, Chuman Entertainment has strong financial backing and is developing rapidly. If they enter the market in this manner, it will surely encroach on others' interests. The market is only so big, and the cake is only so large. In recent years, various film and entertainment companies, regardless of size, have found their own positioning, and the rabbits have already divided the cake. If such a giant as Chuman Entertainment enters the scene, it will undoubtedly take a large slice of the cake from them. Many people will definitely be unhappy. Okay. Shin Xingwei nodded with some concern, then reminded him, "Young master, I see that the other side is coming on strong. There may be more than one party with grievances against us, so we need to have a countermeasure." Chu Chen nodded and went online to check the news. Indeed, there were many negative reports about Luliwa online, but Luliwa had numerous fans defending it. However, the saying goes that 3 people can create a tiger. As long as those negative reports are repeated over and over, even the truth can be twisted into a lie. This is quite normal. Not only the Luliwa crew and the original work and author faced various attacks, but the actors who had not terminated their contracts with Luliwa also faced all sorts of negative news online recently. In contrast, those small actors who had terminated their collaboration with the Luliwa crew received quite a few desirable roles. These roles came from different movies and TV shows, belonging to various entertainment companies. One could easily guess that this incident was closely related to these entertainment companies. But now, who in the entertainment industry doesn't have connections and skills? Especially those established entertainment companies. The reason they can still stand firm in today's entertainment industry is not just because of their strength, but also due to the complex relationships behind the company and the significant influence of their bosses. It's just a small piece of cake, and I'm already reluctant to part with it. I really need to broaden my horizons, Chu Chen muttered to himself. Moreover, the counterattacks from a few major entertainment companies were nothing extraordinary. Next, the suppression and encirclement of Chumen Entertainment by these companies intensified. The reason those entertainment companies could achieve their current scale and produce stars so quickly was that they definitely had a large number of marketing accounts and hired online trolls. It was impossible to outmaneuver them in public opinion. As for offline, those entertainment companies didn't let Chumen Entertainment off the hook either. Not only was the filming of Luliwa subjected to various difficulties, but the filming of other IP dramas under their banner also faced many challenges. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were brought down. Shin Xingwei was at her wit's end. "Young master, these people are too despicable. They don't have our financial strength, so they resort to underhanded tactics behind our backs." Wang Song's family had previously been involved in the film industry, and he spent every day online. Of course, he had seen those negative news reports. He called to inquire about Chu Chen's situation. "Chu, I see your recent situation isn't very optimistic. Let me tell you, those companies behind your back are all black-hearted. Those people used to be involved in the underworld. Although they have gradually cleaned up over the years, their old connections are still there. It's easy for them to target you. My suggestion is that you might as well have a meal with them and discuss things. These matters can be negotiated." Chu Chen's expression was unchanged. "They are not worthy?" Wang Song, who was drinking water, sprayed it out upon hearing Chu Chen's words. "Chu, we can't just say anything. This group of old guys is scheming. You know our family used to be in this business. And then? Then my dad was useless, and all the shares were transferred, right?" After hanging up Wang Song's call, Chu Chen directly summoned Shin Xingwei. "You should fly to Huyue City in the next couple of days." Go by land. Don't worry if the location is remote. We can build roads if it's far, but it must be large, and the bigger, the better." Shin Xingwei was a bit confused about what he was planning. Chu Chen smiled. "Just hurry and go." "Yes." Now, Chu Chen's words were like a royal decree. Shin Xingwei nodded. "I'll pack my things and set off tomorrow if nothing unexpected happens." To be honest, if Chu Chen truly found these people unbearable, he could easily call upon the forces of darkness to eliminate them. They would vanish overnight without a trace. Moreover, his hands would remain clean. But killing was not the point. What fun was there in that? What were they most afraid of now? Wasn't it just losing the cake in their hands? In the past, he only thought about entering the market to share the spoils, believing that as long as everyone relied on their own strength, no one would starve. But now, he wanted half of the entertainment industry. If they had the ability, let them try to stop him. However, while he could remain calm, the artists under his company and the director and actors of Luliwa could not sit still. Most of the actresses in Luliwa were already successful artists. They weren't too worried. After all, they had backup plans. If this drama failed, they could still rely on their previous fame to land other roles.
But the ordinary artists signed with Chumen Entertainment were in a dire situation. They hadn't even made a name for themselves before being caught up in this war between big shots. One misstep, and they would be finished. Recently, there was some negativity and lethargy within Chumen Entertainment. Chu Chen sensed it. However, he didn't care and still went to meet Jean Shanxue the next day at the Tiantai restaurant for drinks. Sister Jean wasn't short on money and directly booked a large private room. In the private room, fine wine and delicious dishes welcomed only Chu Chen, Jean Jia, and Jean Shanxue. Jean Shanxue had changed her look again today, radiating charm. If she were on the street, she would definitely turn heads with a 300% return rate. If she entered the entertainment industry, she would surely have a bright future. However, Chu Chen had seen so many beauties by now, no matter how many styles she changed or how beautiful she was, to him, it was just ordinary. Chu, my brother, you're here. You must have met my sister yesterday, right? Jean Jia warmly took Chu Chen's hand. I raised my sister myself. She's smart, good-looking, and has even studied abroad. Now she's starting her own business, just 2 years younger than you. You young people will definitely have something to talk about together. Chu Chen understood. This was matchmaking. Jean Shanxue was indeed beautiful, but he wasn't lacking in women around him. He couldn't just accept someone because they were pushed onto him, right? He smiled and didn't respond. Since Jean Jia is treating me to drinks, let's just drink and talk about other things later. Jean Shanxue's face flashed a hint of embarrassment. However, she quickly smiled and invited Chu Chen to take a seat, pouring him a glass of wine. Come on, Chu Xiao, I'll toast you. Chu Chen smiled. All right. After drinking a few glasses with Chu Chen, Jean Jia began to praise Jean Shanxue again. Jean Shanxue felt so embarrassed from the compliments that she kept stepping on Jean Jia's foot under the table. It seems our alliance is showing initial results. In another large conference room, the core figures of the 4 major film and television giants were all gathered. In addition, there were key personnel from various film and television shooting bases. A staff member was reporting on the recent status of Chumen Entertainment. Recently, the major IP Luliwa under Chumen Entertainment has been halted, and the 16 TV dramas currently in production have all encountered various accidents, with 12 of them halted and the remaining 4 also nearing the same fate. After hearing the staff member's report, the people in the conference room showed satisfied expressions. It seems that this Chumen Entertainment, which claims to have abundant funds, is just waving a tiger skin to make a flag. In reality, it's not that impressive. Recently, Chumen Group has expanded too quickly that funding is a bottomless pit. No matter how much money is thrown in, it just makes a sound. How much can it actually give to Chumen Entertainment? This kid just doesn't know how to work. The reason they were besieging Chu Chen like this was mainly because they felt he had broken the rules of the industry. The film and television industry had developed from that difficult era to now, going through a period of wild growth and rapid development, and it had now been completely divided into different pieces of cake by the major film and television companies. Moreover, they would hold regular meetings to jointly formulate the shooting direction for the next year, ensuring that their audience demographics did not overlap. As for those struggling small film companies, most of them were basically making dramas with refined market positioning and differentiated competition, like police and gangster themes. Anyway, their funding wasn't strong enough. Whether they could make money depended entirely on luck. They had already had their share of the meat and didn't mind others drinking a bit of soup. But for someone like Chu Chen, who came in wanting to snatch the meat right away, that was just too much. Since Chu Chen was so arrogant, they would make sure he couldn't continue. They had been in this industry for too long and were well aware of all the trends and situations. Wanting to deal with Chu Chen was an easy task. They could find ways to make the dramas he was currently filming stop. They could ensure that the dramas he had finished filming wouldn't pass the review. Even the dramas that had passed the review, they could find ways to ensure they wouldn't be aired. After all, from the start of filming a drama to its final broadcast, there were too many steps in between. If any one step got stuck, then the entire investment in the drama would be equivalent to throwing it away. The investment in a play is so large that even if you have money, you can't afford to let so much investment go to waste. Isn't Chumen Entertainment supposed to have strong financial backing? I want to see just how strong it is. Yeah, how about we celebrate with a dinner tonight? Isn't it a bit too early to celebrate now? I think it's just right. Alright, then let's all have a drink together tonight. Chu Xiao, if you need money, just tell me. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of money. As my future brother-in-law, whatever you need, I can provide. Over here, Chu Chen and Sister Jean had already had a few rounds of drinks. Sister Jean usually talks nonsense, and when she's drunk, she becomes even more unfiltered, causing Jean Shanxue to keep giving Chu Chen sidelong glances, signaling him not to take it to heart. Chu Chen chuckled, Sister Jean, you've already given me enough.
He had certainly picked up a good amount of cash from Sister Jean. Altogether, it was nearly 2 billion. That was already quite a sum. Upon hearing his words, Sister Jean thought he was referring to Jean Shanshua, and she immediately squinted her eyes and laughed. Yes, I've given you my most precious sister, that's quite a lot. Alright, you two young people can chat slowly. I'm getting old, so I'll leave the space for you youngsters. After saying that, she drunkenly walked out. Jean Shanshua escorted her to the door before returning to sit beside Chu Chen. Chu Xiao, please don't take it to heart. My sister is just like that, but she's really a good person. Jean Shanshua paused for a moment, and my sister knows that you've encountered some trouble these days. She genuinely wants to help you. You've already helped me. Chu Chen curiously asked, you and your sister don't look quite alike. They did share some resemblance, but it was only a little. However, the effect of similar features on different faces can be quite different. One is an ordinary person, and the other is a stunning beauty. Oh, my sister and I have different mothers. My sister is from my dad and his legitimate wife, while I'm from my dad and my mom. My mom is the so-called mistress? Accidentally stumbling upon such a big revelation, Chu Chen showed a perfectly awkward expression. But Jean Shanshua didn't mind. Although my mom was a mistress, she didn't know beforehand because she was abroad. Later, she died in a car accident, and I was brought back to the country. But because my dad cheated, his legitimate wife didn't really care for me, so I was raised by my sister. Later, my dad and his legitimate wife died, leaving me 10% of the inheritance, which I think is pretty good. After sharing her family story, Jean Shanshua, emboldened by the alcohol, looked at Chu Chen half-jokingly. Chu Xiao, actually, being with me wouldn't be a loss for you. Why not give it a try? No, I don't want to get married for now, and I can't marry you. Chu Chen had quite a few women already, and with Li Zihui pregnant, he had no thoughts of marriage. They were also smart and had never brought up the topic of marriage with him. They probably understood his thoughts. But someone like Jean Shanshua, who was so eager to marry, if they really got together, she would likely push him to marry. I knew your answer would be like this, but my sister doesn't believe it. Jean Shanshua sighed. My sister is a staunch anti-marriage person, afraid of pain and unwilling to have children, yet she keeps urging me to get married. It's really frustrating. She tugged at her hair, looking both sexy and cute. Chu Chen thought for a moment and suggested, how about this? You see, Shihao, Wang Song, and Qin Bin are all single now. Why not see if they are interested? My sister doesn't think much of them. Why not? They are quite wealthy. They have such a bad reputation. Who doesn't know they mess around in the circle? Like those rich second-generation kids, such as Wang Song, they are quite popular online, with various female internet celebrities at their disposal. After all, they can gain benefits from them. Who wouldn't want that? But at the same time, such talk also tarnishes their own reputation. Girls from well-off families, who are also wealthy, have no interest in marrying them. As for the female internet celebrities they fancy, their families would never allow them to marry into such a family. Back and forth, that's how it ended up. Seeing them frolicking in the flower beds, it seemed like such a life wasn't too bad. Chu Chen thought for a moment, I have quite a few women too, you probably don't know that. My sister has known about this for a long time. She was originally thinking about how to connect with you, but didn't expect you to come directly to her, Jean Shanshua said while eating. My sister said that although you have several women, they all come from clean backgrounds, are honest and simple, and their status isn't very high. If we get married, it doesn't matter if you continue to interact with these women. After all, they definitely can't shake my position. If those women have children, just reward them with a house and a car, and set up an education fund for the kids to ensure they can receive the best education. As for where those kids will be raised, if those women are willing to raise them, let them do so. If they don't want to, they can bring them home and call me mom. At that time, just hire a nanny to take care of them. My sister said I'm good in every way, just that I'm a woman. If I were a man, she wouldn't have to worry so much. Chu Chen was utterly impressed. Indeed, the mindset of these wealthy families is quite open. After chatting with Jean Shanshua for a few hours, she got drunk. Chu Chen helped her downstairs and sent her home. At the right moment, Shihao approached. Chu, you really have good fortune with women. I had no idea that Jean Jia had such a beautiful sister. If I had known earlier, how could it have been your turn? You talk as if anyone would look at you. Chu Chen shot him a glance. You haven't leaked my information to Jean Jia, have you? He, Chu, I'm just thinking about your happiness. Chu Chen gave him a warning look. He immediately touched his nose. I was wrong. Next time, I'll try not to say anything. After leaving the Tiantai restaurant, Chu Chen had the driver take him back to Jean Jia's place. Then, he went to Mu Yunqi's side. Just in time, Schumann Entertainment was being jointly targeted by major entertainment companies, and many companies that got the news were hastily terminating contracts with Schumann Entertainment, fearing they would lose both money and talent. Now that Luliwa has stopped filming, Moo Yun-chi's advertisements either haven't been shot yet, or the companies have run away, or they have already been endorsed, and now they are in a dispute over compensation for breach of contract. She was at home, surprisingly idle. However, she wasn't completely idle. She had been listening to Chu Chen, constantly learning, and had reviewed the acting lessons she had learned before. Indeed, some things need to be learned continuously. She was wearing home clothes, holding a book titled Essence of the Stanislavski System. A lot of what the teacher said back in school I didn't fully understand. Now looking at it again gives a different feeling. Your mindset is good, Chu Chen said as he walked over, sat down beside her, and stroked her hair. Aren't you feeling anxious without work lately? Not anxious, Moo Yun-chi shook her head, resting her head on Chu Chen's shoulder. After all, I have you to support me and I'm not completely useless, right? If I can't act anymore, I can do something else, like opening a guest house or something? Anyway, I've saved some money now. Chu Chen's gaze revealed a hint of appreciation. As long as your mindset is good, don't worry. After all, you are my woman, how could I let you miss out on filming? Brother Jiang, do you mean? Pack your things, tomorrow I'm taking you to Haiyu City. We're going on a trip. Moo Yun-chi had a rough understanding of the company's situation. With so many film companies targeting Schumann Entertainment, shouldn't they be a bit more low-key? She was running around traveling now. If she got photographed, she would probably be criticized again. It would be better to stay at home. However, she really couldn't bear to miss the opportunity to travel with Chu Chen. It's not just the two of us, everyone from Schumann Entertainment is going. The crew is going too. Go pack. Although Moo Yun-chi was shocked, she quickly went to gather her things. At least the trip would take some time, and during that time, Chu Chen would be hers alone, which made her happy. After Moo Yun-chi went to pack, Chu Chen opened the work group and notified everyone in various groups to get their things ready. They would set off for Haiyu City the day after tomorrow. Traveling to relax is nice, but isn't it a bit inappropriate to travel at this time? Traveling to Haiyu City will cost quite a bit, right? If we interrupt work halfway, how will we get paid this month? Hearing the news about the trip, some were happy while others were worried. The younger ones were excited at the thought of not working and going on a trip. However, those who were middle-aged with families wore frowns. If Schumann Entertainment went bankrupt, where would they go to collect their salaries? Salary was one thing, the most important thing was that traveling costs money. I forgot to mention, it's a chartered flight on the company's expense. Just as everyone in the groups was worried, Chu Chen suddenly added this line in the group. Shu Xiao is awesome. I've packed my things. We're leaving the day after tomorrow, right? Everyone worked for money, who wouldn't be happy to travel on the company's expense? The group instantly became excited. Chu Chen also gave them a dose of reassurance. I know everyone is worried about their future, but I can assure you that the company won't have any financial issues. For now, everyone should go travel and relax. Filming matters will wait for further notice. During this trip, all expenses will be covered by the company, and salaries will be paid as usual, but since there won't be any work, performance bonuses will be off the table. The thing everyone feared most during this time was the company suddenly going bankrupt. As soon as they heard Chu Chen guarantee that not only would the trip be on the company's expense, but salaries would also be paid as usual, they were instantly excited and showered him with compliments. Chu Chen didn't think too much about it and returned to Li Zihue to say goodbye, as he would be going to Haiyu City for a while. Although Li Zihue was reluctant, she understood and didn't make a fuss. On the third day, Chu Chen and the employees of Schumann Entertainment boarded the plane in batches and flew to Haiyu City. Now, Chu Chen was a giant in Haiyu City. His investments had genuinely brought many benefits to the area, creating at least tens of thousands of jobs. Therefore, knowing he was coming, many leaders came to pick him up at the airport. He, of course, had to go and deal with them. After handling that, he checked into the hotel at night, with Moo Yun-chi quietly following him. As soon as they entered the hotel, she took off her mask and twirled around under the hotel's huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The view here is really nice. This suite was, of course, the presidential suite arranged by Xin Xingwei. It was the same one Chu Chen had stayed in last time. Because he felt quite good after staying there, the presidential suite hotel reserved the room for him directly. Every time he arrived, he only needed to swipe his ID to check in. After all, this was a presidential suite costing 58,000 a night, chosen for its best view, striving to provide a comprehensive care for the guest's experience. Not bad, why don't you stay here with me? He said, wrapping his arms around Moo Yun-chi's waist from behind and giving it a casual squeeze. I've seen you eat quite a bit every day, but your figure is well maintained. Maintaining my figure is a must for a female star, and of course, I have my own exclusive secrets. Really? Let me check just how effective your secrets are. Ding dong, just as the two were about to ignite their passion, the doorbell rang. Chu Chen couldn't guess who would come at this time. Generally, if it were work-related, they wouldn't rush over at this hour, especially since everyone knew he had just come from the Magic City and needed rest. The hotel staff wouldn't do that either. Shin Xingwei knew he was with Mu Yunxi and certainly wouldn't be inconsiderate enough to interrupt him. But Mu Yunxi had already gone to the door first. I'll go see who it is. After saying that, she opened the room door. Standing at the door was a fresh and beautiful woman. She didn't recognize her, so she asked, "Who are you looking for?" Ning Kor looked at Mu Yunxi, stunned for a second, her disappointment visible, but with a hint of expectation and hope. "I wanted to ask, is Chu Xiao staying here?" "Yes, what do you need him for?" Ning Kor didn't know what to say. She knew that someone like Chu Chen couldn't possibly have only her as a woman, but seeing this scene still made her feel very sad. Kor. Chu Chen heard Ning Kor's voice from inside the room and remembered her. He walked to the door and gave Mu Yunxi a glance. Mu Yunxi immediately understood and went to the balcony. "Jianggu." Ning Kor suddenly threw herself into Chu Chen's arms. "Jianggu, I really miss you. I saw on the news that you came to Haiyu City, and I thought you would come to find me. I couldn't help but come to see you. I didn't expect it to be like this, I just wanted to check on you." Her aggrieved expression made Chu Chen unable to bear blaming her. "I'm not blaming you. Why are you so aggrieved? As if I've bullied you." Woo. Ning Kor held Chu Chen tightly. "I really miss you. You haven't contacted me for so long. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I forget you when you're so beautiful?" Chu Chen stood at the door, comforting Ning Kor for a few moments. "I'll come find you tomorrow, but you should go back today." "Okay." Although Ning Kor felt wronged, she still left understandingly. After Ning Kor left, Mu Yunxi came back from the balcony to the room. She thoughtfully made a cup of tea for Chu Chen and brought it to him. Chu Chen looked down and saw it was filled with goji berries and mulberries. "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and drink it, I specially made it for you." Chu Chen smiled wryly and drank half a cup. That night, Mu Yunxi was particularly enthusiastic, full of temptations. Chu Chen didn't fall asleep until midnight. He only got up the next noon. After waking up, Mu Yunxi was already full of energy, bringing him breakfast. "Jianggu. Jianggu has things to do after breakfast." "Okay then." Chu Chen certainly knew what Mu Yunxi was thinking. However, he didn't pay attention to her little thoughts. After finishing his meal, he directly took Mu Yunxi to join the group for sightseeing while he went to meet Ning Kor as scheduled. Ning Kor was busy at her traditional wedding hotel. As soon as Chu Chen appeared, she ran straight towards him. "Jianggu, you're here. What do you think of the hotel I've decorated?" This hotel was meant for Ning Kor to practice her skills. Although she had Shin Xingwei help buy the land and oversee things, in reality, Shin Xingwei was so busy that she hardly had time to spare, leaving most of the work to Ning Kor. She was involved in all the renovations and designs. The hotel was adorned with intricate carvings and had an antique charm, embodying the essence of ancient Huagua. The hotel had 3 floors. The first floor was the lobby, the second and third floors were small banquet halls, and the top floor was a large banquet hall. The entire hotel covered an area of about 5,000 square meters, capable of hosting 5 Chinese weddings simultaneously. The renovations were nearing completion, and it would be ready for use in a month. During this time, Ning Kor had also been busy. She invited many of her friends to take ancient costume photos here and posted them on various platforms. Many people had already shown interest in the place. 3 pairs of newlyweds have already booked their wedding banquets with me, and I've arranged everything for them. Ning Kor linked her arm with Chu Chen's and took him on a tour of the Chinese wedding hotel, then showcased the results of her efforts over the past period. After Chu Chen praised her a few times, she pulled him back to the villa. It had been a long time since they last met, and she was truly craving his company. Chu Chen had no choice but to indulge her a few times. Fortunately, his stamina and physique were extraordinary, otherwise, at this rate, he would eventually be drained dry. "It seems you still love me." Ning Kor contentedly lay in Chu Chen's arms, playfully drawing circles on his chest. Chu Chen stayed with her for a few days. #Chumen Entertainment employees on a high-profile trip. #Chumen Entertainment's Mu Yunxi caught eating snacks at the Moon Market Snack Street. The entire cast of Luliwa checking in at a popular internet celebrity store with nearly 1,000 people, including various crews and contracted small stars. It was impossible for Chumen Entertainment to hide their whereabouts, so they simply let them play openly. As a result, many trending topics appeared on major social media platforms in the past few days. This left many film and television companies puzzled.
What exactly was Chumen Entertainment up to? They even urgently held a meeting to discuss the matter. Is Chumen Entertainment throwing a smoke bomb? Who knows what they're doing? It feels like they're out of their minds. I think they might just be putting on a show.
Chumen Entertainment was already quite large, and managing the daily expenses of so many people was no small feat. Maintaining such a big company could easily cost millions every day.
Yet, Chumen Entertainment was not in a hurry to work and even took their employees out to have fun? Is this something a normal person would do? Just throwing so much money away every day?
The possibility of it being a performance is low, I've checked, and all the money spent on the outings was covered by Chumen Entertainment.
Has Chumen Entertainment gone mad? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Other entertainment companies aim to make money. Chumen Entertainment's operations seemed as if they had too much money to burn.
Whether they're mad or not is uncertain, but it is indeed hard to fathom.
Should we take the initiative to inquire directly with him? No one knows Chu Chun from Chumen Entertainment. Isn't he close with Wang Tsong? Lao Lin, didn't you acquire shares from Wang Tsong's family before? Can't you ask him?
Given the situation, there was no other choice. So Wang Tsong soon received a call for inquiries. After the initial pleasantries, old Lin, under the gaze of a dozen pairs of eyes, posed the core question of the meeting. Xiao Tsong, I heard you have a good relationship with Chumen Entertainment. Wang Tsong hadn't been in touch with old Lin for ages, only exchanging greetings at various banquets. The sudden private contact made him suspect something was amiss. He chuckled, we just hang out occasionally, I wouldn't say we're close.
You know what he's been up to lately, right? How would I know about that? Xiao Tsong, that's not very honest of you.
I don't mean anything by it, I just want to chat. Our families have known each other for many years.
Just tell me the truth. What's Chumen Entertainment doing with all this traveling lately?
Wang Tsong was taken aback for 2 seconds, shaking his head. Uncle Lin, to be honest, I can't read his mind at all. If you ask me, I can only tell you he's enjoying himself.
With that, he quickly hung up the phone. Soon after, a call came through to Chu Chen. Chu, what's going on with you lately? Why are people asking me about you, both openly and covertly? Chu Chen joked, so you've come here to be a spy? Spy? I just want to be in the loop. Wang Tsong couldn't make sense of Chu Chen's actions. Just tell me, satisfy my curiosity, or I'll suffocate.
As you can see, I brought my employees out for a trip, just as a perk.
Is that a problem? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Go online tonight and see for yourself. Hey, after dealing with Wang Tsong, Chu Chen sent a message to Shin Xingwei, asking, have you sorted out the land issue?
Done already, Shin Xingwei replied. I secured over 205,000 acres.
That's quite a lot, right? Acquiring land wasn't simple, the paperwork was incredibly complex.
Shin Xingwei had been busy with this for a while, attending no fewer than 5 banquets a day. Fortunately, Chu Chen had previous collaborations with Haiyue City and Shoucheng, so many connections opened doors for them. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to secure so much land in such a short time.
That's plenty. Chu Chen chuckled. Go announce that I'm investing 10 billion to build the largest film base in the country and even the world.
What? Although Shin Xingwei had guessed it, she was still taken aback by Chu Chen's grand plan.
Just like that, he was investing 10 billion. He clearly didn't treat money like money.
In recent years, our country has placed great emphasis on industrial development.
Shoucheng is a renowned historical and cultural city.
With the recent influence of the internet, Shoucheng's popularity has soared, promoting its tourism and allowing more people to appreciate its charm. Coincidentally, Chumen Entertainment has encountered some obstacles in their recent filming, so they've decided to invest 10 billion to build a film city in Shoucheng. The construction is set to begin this March, with plans to complete it within 6 months. We hope that once it's built, it will attract more ambitious young people to develop here and encourage more excellent film crews to choose us.
There will definitely be unexpected surprises. Before long, Shin Xingwei announced this news on Chumen Entertainment's official account.
Simultaneously, major newspapers like the Haiyue City Evening News and Shoucheng Express, along with local television stations, broadcasted the news.
This announcement was like a thunderclap, leaving the 4 major film companies stunned. They simply couldn't understand where Chu Chen got so much money.
Building a film city worth over 100 billion just like that.
It was as if it were a game. Not only that, but Wang Tsong couldn't sit still either. Chu Chen showed him the news, and it turned out to be this? My goodness, a film city? So the Luliwa crew collectively stopped work to go to the construction site to move bricks? Seriously, no matter how impressive, can it be more impressive than the Changdian Film City? Chumen Entertainment really has money. Whether they have money or not, they shouldn't boast like this. A place that big, built in 3 months, how is that possible?
I also think it's too much bragging. Even the Fire God Hospital back then didn't have such speed. The onlookers online were, of course, also enjoying this gossip, leaving comments and messages. Various self-media outlets began analyzing the situation of the film city. As for mainstream media, they were constantly calling Chumen Entertainment to arrange an exclusive interview with Chu Chen. However, all were rejected by Chu Chen. It didn't matter that Chu Chen refused, they could still interview Shin Xingwei, but she also chose to decline the interview. As for some people from Chumen Entertainment, although they were cornered, they didn't reveal any useful information, not because they were tight-lipped, but mainly because they had no idea what Chu Chen was thinking. So, reporters with no place to interview had to go to the construction site to wait. They actually managed to get quite a bit of information. There were at least 200,000 workers at the construction site. This scale was terrifying. However, later, an official came out to refute this news. It's not 200,000, it's 400,000. These workers were recruited from all over the country and were all very experienced hands. They might not be good at other things, but in infrastructure, they were professionals. This also explained why Chumen Entertainment dared to say they would build the film city in 3 months. Since Chumen Entertainment announced the construction of the film city, many people have been paying attention to this matter. Chu Chen simply had Shin Xingwei release some news. The Shoqing film base would create 29 major scenic spots spanning thousands of years of history, including Datong Night, Flower Thousand Trees, Modern Era, gathering almost all regional characteristics of Huagua, as well as 4 super-large modern studios and countless small studios, almost meeting all filming conditions. Once this news came out, people could intuitively feel how terrifying the Shoqing film base was. This was several times larger than the Changdian film base. Moreover, there were more scenic spots, satisfying more filming needs. The main point was that there were also many modern studios here. Even if they wanted to shoot a sci-fi blockbuster, it could be done here. This place was too exaggerated. Awesome. If it's not shoddy construction, it really is awesome. I must go travel there when the time comes. Such film bases generally have diversified sources of income. When there are films, they can shoot, and when there are no films, they can do tourism or rent it out for large events. Anyway, they won't lose money. What should we do? The situation regarding the Shoqing film base was causing a stir online, making the 4 major film companies in the alliance look extremely grim. If Chu Chen really built a Shoqing film base that was more impressive than the Changdian film city in a short time, then their previous advantage over Chu Chen would be completely gone. We don't know if this matter is true or false yet, so let's not confuse ourselves. Someone with a serious face suggested, how about we send someone to take a look in person? With so many official announcements online, it can't be fake. Even if you send someone to check, what difference does it make? You can't just take their word for it. The truth is often mixed with lies. You don't think about how such a large film and television city could possibly be built in such a short time. How long has the Changdian film base been around? It's been decades. Why should he think he can surpass a place that took decades of hard work to build in just a few months? What a delusion. Old Lin's eyes glinted with menace. Besides, isn't he trying to build his own film base? With such a large area, there are bound to be oversights during construction. As soon as he said this, the others at the table immediately understood what he meant. They had all come up from the bottom, and they understood this all too well. Alright, then who will go? Old Lin looked around. No one spoke. They weren't very familiar with the place on the other side. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Some things are easy on your own turf, but not so easy on someone else's. I'll go. Old Lin's son and another man stood up almost simultaneously. One was Song Chi, the eldest son of Ihua Film, and the other was Old Lin's youngest son, Lin Zhou. Old Lin wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Young and promising. To prevent these two from regretting their decision, compliments came pouring in from all directions. Old Lin, Old Song, you both raised good sons. They have your youthful spirit. Exactly, my kids are useless, they can't do anything all day. Mine is even worse. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Our generation of waves is getting old. Amidst the sweet talk from everyone, Song Chi and Lin Zhou resolutely accepted the task. After the meeting room dispersed, Old Lin and the chairman of Ihua Film stayed behind, looking at the 2 young kids with worry on their faces. Do you two understand the saying about the bird that sticks its head out getting shot? You're still too young, daring to take on everything yourself. Is this something you can handle? You have no idea of your own capabilities. Dad, someone has to do this. We can't all just hide like turtles, right? What's the point of that? Yeah, Dad, don't overthink it. Lin Zhou and Song Chi had a good relationship and shared the same views. Nowadays, there are many rich second-generation kids, and these two are among the more outstanding ones. Not only did they perform well academically, but they also went abroad early to earn their degrees and came back to the company to intern honestly. However, their abilities could only be described as average. They hadn't achieved anything significant in their internships. With such a good opportunity before them, they certainly didn't want to miss it. They had no other intentions. To put it simply, they wanted to prove that the older generation's thinking was wrong and that they were capable too. You two really? Old Lin was at a loss. The chairman of Iwa, seeing they wouldn't listen, could only remind them in another way: take more people with you when you go. Don't get too excited when you arrive, gather some information first. As for what to do specifically, we'll discuss it based on the situation at that time. Don't act on your own. During this time, Chu Chen had naturally spent more days accompanying Ning Kor since he hadn't seen her much. Ning Kor also knew that Chu Chen had Mu Yunqi lurking nearby, so she had been using all her tricks to keep Chu Chen by her side. It must be said that Ning Kor's skills had really improved during this time. If it weren't for her clear whereabouts, Chu Chen would have suspected she had gone somewhere to study. No, if this continues, I'm going to lose my position. Mu Yunqi called Hong Jie to discuss this matter. Hong Jie, I haven't seen Brother Jiang for almost a week. What should I do? I originally thought I could spend some time here with Chu Chun, but unexpectedly, after just one night, someone intercepted him halfway. This made Mu Yunqi gnash her teeth in jealousy behind the scenes. But jealousy aside, she couldn't really do anything to Ning Kor. However, with Li Zihui and Ning Kor both in the picture, Mu Yunqi felt a sense of crisis. Li Zihui was already pregnant. If Ning Kor got pregnant too, she didn't dare to think any further. If you didn't see him, then you didn't see him. What else can you do? Hong Jie sighed bitterly. As a woman, the worst thing is to be overly concerned about gains and losses. Mu Yunqi sighed. I understand now. Hearing Mu Yunqi's disappointment, Hong Jie felt a bit sorry for her. She said, if it really doesn't work, I can tell you a method, but you can only use it once or twice, not frequently. Mu Yunqi's eyes lit up. What is it? 2 minutes later, she asked suspiciously, Hong Jie, do you think this method will work? I feel like it's so unreliable. Isn't this just a tactic that women often use in those dramas? I know this kind of method is common, but have you thought about why it's so common? It's because it works. Hong Jie earnestly taught Mu Yunqi. If you want to use it, then use it. If you don't want to, just stay put. After hanging up the phone, Mu Yunqi gritted her teeth, lay on the bed, and weakly called Chu Chen, Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang. I feel so uncomfortable. When Chu Chen received the call, he was having lunch with Ning Kor. Ning Kor had just taken a few satisfactory photos when she saw Chu Chen answer the phone. Although Chu Chen didn't put it on speaker, the place they were having lunch was a private room with excellent soundproofing, so Ning Kor could vaguely hear that the caller was a girl. A girl with a very pleasant voice. She immediately thought of Mu Yunqi, whom she had seen at the hotel that day. She instinctively put away her phone and bit her lip. What's wrong? Hearing that Mu Yunqi was unwell, Chu Chen was quite nervous. He didn't realize that Mu Yunqi was doing it on purpose. First, Mu Yunqi had never acted like this before. Second, he always thought Mu Yunqi was very sensible. Mu Yunqi's voice was weak. Brother Jiang. My stomach really hurts. A lot. I don't know why. I'll have someone take you to the hospital. Can you come and keep me company? I don't want to go to the hospital right now. Okay, I'll come and see you. Chu Chen looked at the half-eaten lunch and pinched Ning Kor's cheek. Alright, I have a friend who's not feeling well. I'll go check on her. You be good and finish your lunch. When I have time, I'll come back to see you. Okay. Although Ning Kor was reluctant, Chu Chen had already accompanied her for a week, so she could only see him off. However, as soon as Chu Chen left, her expression changed immediately. Really, this is so unfair. Ning Kor was furious and felt competitive. Since Mu Yunqi could take someone away from her, why couldn't she take someone away from Mu Yunqi? Are you okay? It still hurts a bit, but it's not as bad as before. When Chu Chen returned to the hotel, he saw Mu Yunqi lying on the bed in a thin silk nightgown, exuding charm, with a pitiful expression on her face. He immediately understood Mu Yunqi's ploy. However, Mu Yunqi was indeed quite tempting now, and he couldn't bring himself to blame her. He could only walk over. Not feeling well, huh? Let me give you a massage, it should help. Disgusting seeing Chu Chen's expression, Mu Yunqi knew he wasn't angry, and her heart immediately filled with joy as her soft arms coiled around him like a snake. The two had been in a sweet and tender phase for only a couple of days when Chu Chen received a call from Ning Kor, who said she was also feeling unwell. It was the same old routine and formula. Chu Chen offered to take her to the hospital, but she was unwilling. With both of them feeling unwell and refusing to go to the hospital, Chu Chen began to suspect something was amiss. He left the hotel without taking Mu Yunqi with him. Of course, he didn't go to Ning Kor's side either. After leaving the hotel, he sent a message to Xin Xingwei, asking her to find 2 experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctors to take a good look at Ning Kor and Mu Yunxi, and prepare 2 prescriptions for them to drink. Make sure you supervise them to drink it all. After all, women who are so weak and sickly need to be properly nourished. Xin Xingwei, having been by Chu Chen's side for so long, immediately understood the underlying meaning in his words. Understood. That evening, Xin Xingwei found 2 reputedly skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctors locally and personally delivered them to Mu Yunxi and Ning Kor. She first went to Mu Yunxi. Miss Mu, this is the old Chinese medicine doctor that the young master specifically asked me to bring to you to check your pulse and help you with your health. Okay. Upon hearing it was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Mu Yunxi's expression turned a bit shy. She extended her hand to the doctor. The doctor pretended to examine her for a while before directly prescribing medicine, instructing her to take it 3 times a day. At first, Mu Yunxi didn't quite understand the situation, happily holding the bowl of medicine and sweetly taking a sip. However, after just 1 sip, she immediately spat it out. What is this? This is way too bitter. No, I can't drink this. Xin Xingwei looked at her with a serious expression. Miss Mu, I told you when I came here that this is the old Chinese medicine doctor the young master found for you because he heard you were unwell. These medicines were personally prescribed by the doctor to help you recover, so you must not let down the young master's good intentions. Mu Yunxi immediately understood Xin Xingwei's implication. With a pained expression, she reluctantly picked up the bowl of medicine again, pinching her nose as if she were going to the execution ground, and drank it down, tears streaming from her eyes. Alright, I've finished drinking. Can you go back now and report? Mu Yunxi grimaced, finally managing to finish the medicine in the bowl. After she finished, Xin Xingwei smiled. Miss Mu, although this medicine is indeed a bit bitter, the young master is thinking of your health. Not only do you need to drink this medicine, but Miss Ning also needs to drink it. After all, if both of you are unwell, who will take good care of the young master? So you must take good care of your health. Her tone was caring, but it also concealed a fair amount of warning. This made Mu Yunxi's alarm bells ring. She knew this was Chu Chen's punishment for her. But, how many days do I have to drink this medicine? Drink it 3 times a day for 3 days, and that should be enough. Xin Xingwei answered with a smile. Alright, Miss Mu, take a good rest. I have other matters to attend to. After leaving Mu Yunxi, Xin Xingwei immediately went to Ning Kor. So, while Ning Kor was lying in bed pretending to be sick, waiting for Chu Chen, she instead received Xin Xingwei. Xin Xingwei had the old Chinese medicine doctor go in to check Ning Kor's pulse. Just as Ning Kor was worried about being exposed, the doctor started spouting a bunch of terms she didn't understand and then prescribed her a lot of medicine. This made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief, even considering whether to give the doctor a red envelope later to thank him. However, a bowl of dark, murky herbal medicine was soon placed in front of her. The thick, viscous liquid emitted a nauseating smell that made one feel particularly uncomfortable just by inhaling it, let alone consuming it. Ning Kor instinctively pinched her nose and waved her hand to disperse the odor, then said to Xin Xingwei, Sister Xingwei, I'll just keep this medicine and drink it slowly. Xin Xingwei smiled at her. Miss Ning, this is the young master's concern for you. He has already instructed me in advance, saying that your health is not good and you must take good care of yourself. This medicine is specially prepared for you, and I must ensure you drink it. Is that so? Ning Kor had originally planned to secretly pour it out after Xin Xingwei left, but since Xin Xingwei had said that, she could only brace herself and lift the bowl of dark medicine. Mainly because Xin Xingwei was there, she didn't dare to resist. Who didn't know that Xin Xingwei's current status was even higher than those women of Chu Chen? Almost all of Chu Chen's enterprises were managed by her. After mustering her courage and trying again and again, Ning Kor gagged several times and finally managed to finish the bowl of medicine. She then wiped her mouth and said, Now, Sister Xingwei, after drinking this bowl of medicine, I feel like I'm already better. I don't need to drink the rest, right? How can you not drink it? The young master said that your health is very important, so this medicine needs to be taken 3 times a day for 3 consecutive days. To ensure you obediently take your medicine, the young master asked me to personally tell you that for the next 3 days, someone will be assigned to watch you drink it. Ning Kor widened her eyes, finally realizing that what they were given was not a good thing at all, but a form of punishment. Xin Xingwei smiled at her and left. Watching Xin Xingwei's departing figure, Ning Kor regretted it deeply. If I had known it would end up like this, I wouldn't have done it. Ugh. After giving Mu Yunxi and Ning Kor a little lesson, Chu Chen also ignored them for 2 or 3 days. After being reprimanded, they realized their mistakes and hadn't contacted him or caused any trouble during these days. Meanwhile, Chu Chen took a good rest. He couldn't help but reflect that having too many women might not be a good thing after all. No wonder those ancient emperors had such short lives. With so many women taking turns, their bodies simply couldn't handle it. After some reflection, Xu Chen had played enough in Haiyue City during this time and planned to take a stroll around the Shouqing film and television base to check on the progress. However, Xin Xingwei came over and handed him a document. "Oh, have you been reading too many internet jokes?" Looking at the document, he raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a hint of sarcastic amusement. "Let's go, accompany me to the construction site." "Yes." Xin Xingwei and Xu Chen got into a Rolls-Royce Phantom and soon arrived at the Shouqing film and television base. Here, 40,000 workers were working simultaneously every day, and the entire construction site was bustling with dust and activity. However, no one was slacking off. After all, the wages offered by Xu Chen were double that of ordinary workers. Although the living conditions weren't great, the meals provided were fresh and varied every day. They didn't dare to slack off while working here, as 3 months of work here equated to a year's worth of work back home. "Young master, here are the masks and safety helmets." Since it was a construction site, safety was very important, so before getting out of the car, Xin Xingwei handed Xu Chen the safety helmet and mask. Xu Chen didn't refuse and put on the helmet and mask before getting out of the car. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw a group of people not far away confronting the foreman arrogantly on the construction site. The foreman was from the Shouqing film and television base, followed by more than 20 people confronting this guy. "I told you, no entry here. I don't care who you are, without permission from above, not even a fly is allowed to come in. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal watchdog. How much did Truman Entertainment pay you to act like this? Watch your mouth. Heh, no matter how dirty our mouths are, they're cleaner than you lot, all of you stink." The two sides were at a standoff, fiercely arguing, completely unaware of Xu Chen and Xin Xingwei's arrival. It wasn't until Xin Xingwei coughed that everyone noticed them. The foreman had never seen Xu Chen, he only recognized Xin Xingwei, so he instinctively looked at her first. Then he realized Xin Xingwei was standing next to Xu Chen. The foreman immediately understood that Xu Chen's identity was not simple, but he didn't know who Xu Chen was and could only look at Xin Xingwei. Xin Xingwei introduced, "This is the young master. What are you all doing?" "Hello, young master." The foreman and his group greeted Xu Chen, then pointed at the troublemakers. "Young master, General Manager Xin, these people inexplicably came over wanting to enter the construction site. We told them they couldn't enter, but they insisted on barging in. What do you think we should do about this?" Xin Xingwei frowned at the group, feeling that the two leading ones looked somewhat familiar. Xu Chen smiled and pointed at one of them, asking, "If I remember correctly, you're the young master of Ihua Film and Television? You do have some insight." Recognizing this young master, Songqi from Ihua Film and Television sneered, looking down at Xu Chen. "Xu Xiao, I didn't expect you to have such leisure to come to the construction site personally. Is it because you've received some news?" "What news?" Xu Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. "They didn't even know?" Songqi exchanged glances with Lin Jiao and burst into laughter. "Xu Xiao, people outside think you're so impressive, but it turns out you're just like this. If you haven't received the news, it doesn't matter, you'll find out sooner or later." "Exactly, the people are already on their way." The determined expressions of the two immediately alarmed the foreman. If something happened at the construction site and work suddenly stopped, they would be the ones to suffer the most. If they lost this job, where would they find such good work this year? "What tricks are you two up to?" The foreman's expression was one of wanting to hit someone. Lin Jiao laughed. "The ones who should be worried aren't worried yet. What are you, a little lackey, panicking for?" Before he finished laughing, he felt a document smash into his face. Furious, he picked up the document, intending to throw it back without even looking. But Xin Xingwei stepped directly in front of Xu Chen, coldly staring at him. "Lin Xiao, why don't you open it and see what's written in that document?" "You," Lin Jiao, prompted by her, angrily opened the document, but upon seeing it, his body shook, and he looked up in disbelief. "You, where did you get this?" The document clearly contained the report he had someone prepare in advance about the construction site excavating an ancient tomb. "You don't think such petty tricks can make me stop work, do you?" Xu Chen looked at them as if they were clowns. For an ordinary construction site, such low-level tactics might actually work. Even if they couldn't stop the work, they could delay a lot of working hours. But what was his current identity? He built the new energy factory in Haiyue City, established the laboratory in Haiyue City, and attracted so many talents to Haiyue City, creating at least tens of thousands of long-term jobs for the city. He is the god of wealth of Haiyue City. People like him are so valued in Haiyue City that they would rather support him than cause him trouble. Therefore, many local businesses that disapprove of Truman Entertainment have all been blocked. This report letter was barely sent out before it reached his hands. There's no need to think too hard, the Shoching film and television base is so popular online right now. If it's completed, just imagine how much income and traffic it would bring to Haiues City. Even if Chu Chin is in a bad mood and wants to stop work, the leaders of Haiues City would kneel and beg him to come back and continue. Outsiders wanting to stir up trouble, isn't that just asking for trouble? You, just wait for me. Lin Jiu and Song Chi exchanged a glance, realizing their plan had failed, and decided to retreat, turning to leave. Chu Chen immediately gave the foreman a look. The foreman understood, called his men, and surrounded Lin Jiu and Song Chi. What's this? You think you can just leave after showing off? Do you treat this place like your own home? Lin Jiu and Song Chi had only come to test the waters, bringing only 4 or 5 people. Seeing the situation, they felt a bit intimidated. What are you doing? Song Chi held his head high. Are you sick? Can't we just take a stroll here? Why can't we leave? I'm telling you, if anything happens to us today, you definitely won't be able to run away. You can't afford to mess with my dad. Unfortunately, their bluster didn't scare anyone. Seeing that the crowd showed no fear, Lin Jiu tugged at Song Chi's shirt and looked at Chu Chen. Young Master Chu, we really have no other intentions in coming here today. Please let us go, we won't come back next time. You think you can come and go as you please? Xin Xingwei scoffed. Apologize. Apologize? Lin Jiu frowned. We didn't do anything, we just strolled around the construction site. Why should we apologize? What do we have to apologize for? Watching Lin Jiu and Song Chi act like they weren't afraid of anything, Chu Chen smiled. In his eyes, they were less than 2 ants. He had originally wanted to give them a way out, but unfortunately, these two weren't cooperating. Whether you apologize or not doesn't really matter. If it doesn't matter, then why don't you hurry up and let us leave? Don't just say it doesn't matter. Seemingly catching a flaw in Chu Chen's words, Song Chi spoke triumphantly. Alright, then you can go. Chu Chen shrugged. Xin Xingwei didn't stop them either, she just smiled at the foreman. Hurry up and let our esteemed guests leave. Yes. The foreman was somewhat reluctant to let them go just like that, but since Xin Xingwei had already spoken, he certainly didn't dare to continue blocking them. Then we'll be leaving. Song Chi looked at Chu Chen, who really let them go, and couldn't help but sneer at him. See you again, young Master Chu. Chu Chen said nothing, just calmly watched them get in their car and leave. After they left, Xin Xingwei waved her hand at the foreman. You all did pretty well today, go back to work now. I'll take the young master around the site. Yes. Watching the foreman take his men away, Xin Xingwei tentatively asked Chu Chen, Young Master, Song Chi and Lin Jiu don't seem friendly. Although they can't stir up much trouble, if they do something, it could still be quite annoying. How about this? I'll find a few people to keep an eye on them, and if they make any moves, I'll stop them in time. No need, let's just walk around the site. Chu Chen shook his head. After entering the construction site, Chu Chen casually wandered around for a bit before finding a secluded spot to summon the black and white impermanents, instructing them to find Song Chi and Lin Jiu. Just don't kill them. At least leave them a breath. Yes. After receiving the order, the black and white impermanents set off without a trace. Meanwhile, Chu Chen leisurely sipped tea in the lounge while scrolling through his phone. There had been quite a bit of negative news about Chumen Entertainment online these past few days. Any celebrity even slightly connected to or having collaborated with Chumen Entertainment had been having a rough time lately. It seems these major film companies are really putting in the effort to deal with me. Chu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he said to Xin Xingwei, so, I can't give them a shabby gift. Don't you think? Chu Chen's smile was somewhat eerie. Xin Xingwei didn't dare to respond casually and didn't know how to reply, so she could only nod silently. After finishing his tea, Chu Chen had Xin Xingwei drive around the construction site. Everyone was working diligently, and no one was slacking off. Chu Chen was very satisfied with this work attitude. Let's give each of them a small red envelope today, telling them to finish these 3 months of work honestly, and after that, there will be a big red envelope waiting for them. Yes. With 400,000 workers, a small red envelope here and there would easily add up to tens of millions. But who could blame Chu Chen for being willing? Xin Xingwei hurried off to take care of it. The young master said that as long as everyone works hard, there will be a big red envelope waiting for them. Compared to empty promises, real cash incentives were far more motivating. Thus, with the money in hand, everyone clearly worked even harder. I think this Chu Chen is just a paper tiger. I don't know why everyone is so wary of him. Exactly. I thought he was more impressive. On the way back, to make conversation easier, Song Chi and Lin Jiu decided to share a car. One drove while the other sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the breeze, sipping drinks, taking in the scenery, and boasting. Although their attempt to report Chu Chen had failed, they hadn't really expected it to succeed. To put it plainly, they were just trying to probe Chu Chen's bottom line. They had thought Chu Chen was formidable, but they didn't expect him to let them go so easily.
To put it bluntly, he didn't dare to confront them head-on. So what were they afraid of? So what do we do next?
Song-chi pondered for a moment. This place isn't our territory, and some things are hard to handle.
What's so hard about it?
Lin-jo sneered. It's simple and straightforward, just do it.
How do we do it?
To be honest, this situation felt somewhat challenging for Song-chi.
After all, he was the Prince of Iwa. In the entertainment industry, he was like a king, and wherever he went, people fawned over him.
Not to mention those pretty little stars, even some small bosses would bow and scrape when they saw him. Those who had offended him usually didn't need him to say a word. Many would willingly help him resolve his troubles. Moreover, on his own turf, everything was pre-arranged. Doing anything was just a matter of a word or a phone call. But here, even though he was the Prince of Iwa, people only gave him a bit of face on the surface, but in reality, they hardly paid him any mind. So, he was feeling a bit of a headache. What else can we do? Just confront them directly.
After hesitating for a moment, Song-chi asked, should we go and? Equipment? What good is that?
Lin-jo sneered. Even if you destroy his equipment, it would only delay progress a bit. He isn't short on money. If necessary, he can just buy another batch of equipment. This kind of thing has no real impact on him.
Then? Song-chi looked at him in confusion.
He spoke directly. If we're going to do this, let's be ruthless.
Just let him lose dozens of lives on the construction site. Damn! That's too harsh. Song-chi almost jumped up.
He was so scared that he lost all interest in the scenery, quickly rolled up the car window, and instinctively lowered his voice. There's no need to cause any deaths, right?
If it leads to deaths and it's traced back to us, we won't be clean either. Besides, that's dozens of lives.
Although this incident would basically ruin the Shoching film and television base project, such a big matter would definitely be thoroughly investigated.
They could easily be found out.
If I say you're stupid, you really aren't smart.
Can we handle something like this ourselves?
Of course, we need to find someone to do it. Lin-jo's smile gradually darkened. You're afraid it will be traced back to us, so we just need to find a scapegoat, right?
Song-chi fell silent.
Lin-jo patted his chest. Brother, given our current situation, if we want to achieve something, we have to be ruthless.
Otherwise, why should anyone look up to us?
Stop being so scared. I just want to ask you, do we want to do this together? You just need to provide the money. I'll find a scapegoat for us, and they definitely won't trace it back to us.
Seeing that Song-chi clearly disagreed with this approach, Lin-jo couldn't help but scoff. With your personality, you still want to achieve something to make your dad look at you differently?
I think you'll never have that chance in your life.
Alright, tell me your plan, and if it works, we'll implement it.
I have to say, Lin-jo's few words really hit Song-chi's sore spot. Although Song-chi was a rich second generation, the kind referred to as a prince, he had his own troubles since childhood. After all, no one wants to live their whole life in the shadow of their parents. Even though he was the only son in the family, and the huge family fortune would definitely be his, he was unwilling to let others say he was just lucky to have this position. He also wanted to show others that he could handle things his dad couldn't.
That's my good brother.
Seeing him agree to this matter, Lin-jo finally freed one hand to pat his shoulder, revealing a satisfied smile. I've already investigated this. When this kid's construction site just started, there was a conflict between two construction teams over dormitory allocation. Although it was resolved quickly, such an incident can't be easily suppressed. I've already contacted a member of one of the construction teams. His wife has leukemia, and his son has congenital heart disease. Two elderly people at home are taking care of his wife and son, and he really needs money right now.
What if we give him 5 million, and ask him to do something small during construction? Would he be willing?
Song-chi then realized that Lin-jo had already planned everything. He admired Lin-jo with a glance. Brother Lin, you're really impressive.
From now on, I'll follow you. You have to help me out.
Our families are old friends, and we've grown up together.
How many years have we known each other? Do we still need to be so polite? This time, we'll split the money evenly, 250,000 each. Just transfer the money to my account. Alright, happy cooperation. After making up his mind, Song-chi felt less nervous than before. He rolled down the car window again. Give me a can of iced Red Bull. The car fridge opened, and a bottle of Red Bull was handed to him. But as he opened the Red Bull, he caught a glimpse of Lin-jo, whose hands were still firmly on the steering wheel, never leaving it. So where did the Red Bull in his hand come from? Almost immediately, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. You little brat, your hands are pretty quick. Let me have a sip too. Lin-jo saw that Song-chi hadn't taken a drink for a long time, reached out, snatched the Red Bull from his hand, and tilted his head back to take a big gulp. It's still better cold. Wasn't this Red Bull given to me by you? I didn't give you any Red Bull. Then where did this bottle of Red Bull come from?
The two exchanged a glance and saw fear in each other's eyes, then instinctively stepped back to take a look. The expressionless faces of the black and white impermanents appeared before them. What the hell? Song-chi was so scared that his face turned pale, and he screamed. Lin Jio wasn't much better off. The color drained from his face, and his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. For the sake of conversation, there were only the two of them in the car, and they had checked carefully before getting in. The car had been moving fast, and there was no way anyone could have gotten in midway. Where did these two people come from? Could they be ghosts? The young master asked us to send his regards to you too. The black impermanence chuckled as he placed a hand on Lin Jio's shoulder. Lin Jio felt a jolt of numbness throughout his body. He uncontrollably slammed on the gas pedal, and the car lost control, heading straight for a large tree ahead. The two screamed even more tragically. Song-chi cried out for mercy, even trying to jump out of the car, but he soon realized the door was locked tight. I don't even know who your young master is. I haven't done anything wrong. If anyone should be punished, it should be Lin Jio. If you want revenge, just take it out on him, please don't involve me. Bang! Unfortunately, his pleas went unheard. The next second, the car violently crashed into the tree. The two were instantly knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, the black and white impermanents, having completed their task, vanished in an instant. Chairman. In the chairman's office of Iowa in the Magic City, the chairman was having an in-depth discussion with his secretary when the door was suddenly pushed open by an assistant. The secretary quickly adjusted her clothes. The chairman felt a bit awkward and scolded. Xiao Zhao, do you not want to work anymore? You barged into my office without knocking. If you don't want to work, just get out. Xiao Zhao looked panicked. Chairman, no, it's bad. You better have something important to tell me. If it's trivial, I'll twist your head off. The chairman straightened his clothes. Speak. You should sit down first. The chairman sat in his office chair, picked up his cup to drink water, his expression very impatient. Now, what is it that you can finally say? The young master is in trouble. What happened? There was a car accident. He was in a car accident on the highway with young Master Lin. At that time, there were only the two of them in the car, and young Master Lin was driving. The car crashed into a tree by the roadside, and now he's in the hospital for emergency treatment. The situation isn't looking good. The assistant finished speaking in one breath, feeling as if he had lost half his life from the tension. The chairman immediately spat out the water in his mouth. What did you say? He suddenly stood up from his chair. You better clarify this. Why would my son have a car accident when he was fine? I don't know either. Where is he now? At the Hyuas City People's Hospital for emergency treatment. Get me a plane to fly over right now. Yes. The assistant quickly arranged for a private jet, which took off in an hour. Before taking off, the chairman of Iwa called Old Lin and had a heated argument. However, despite their quarrel, they both arrived at the hospital one after the other, as their sons were lying in the hospital. By the time they reached the hospital, the two had already passed the critical rescue period and were lying in the ICU. They immediately called for the attending physician to inquire about the situation. The attending physician's expression was very grave. The two patients have temporarily escaped life-threatening danger. But what? Can you get to the point? Both patients have suffered severe head trauma, resulting in intracranial damage, which could very likely lead to serious impairment of cortical function. Explain it clearly. What does that mean? The attending physician took a deep breath. In that case, the patients will enter an irreversible deep coma state, very likely losing consciousness, and will only rely on the subcortical centers to maintain autonomous breathing and heartbeat, commonly known as a vegetative state. What? Old Lin had several children at home. Even if one was lost, there were still others. But the chairman of Ihua only had one son, Song-chi. If Song-chi became a vegetative state, what hope would he have for the rest of his life? So, upon hearing that both could become vegetative, the chairman of Ihua nearly fainted. However, he quickly took a deep breath and forced himself to stand up. Have you figured out the cause of this car accident? Who did it? He couldn't believe this accident was just a coincidence. After all, the timing of the accident was too coincidental. The attending physician and nurses quietly left as they discussed these matters. Old Lin's expression was also serious. Are you saying this accident was man-made? It definitely was. The chairman of Ihua nodded solemnly. On the way here, I had someone extract the dashcam footage from the car, and the vehicle has already been sent for inspection. I am certain someone tampered with their car. Otherwise, how could a perfectly good car suddenly veer off the road when there were no other vehicles around? It simply didn't make sense. Someone must have acted maliciously. Old Lin clenched his fists. It's Chu Chen. At this point, it seems to be him. The chairman of Iowa's face was filled with grief and anger. Just before their accident, they had just reported Chu Chen's construction site.
I'm going to confront him for an explanation.
Old Lin stood up and headed for the door. But he was grabbed by the chairman of Iowa. Don't get too worked up. When striking a snake, aim for its 7 inches.
Let's find the key evidence first, then we can catch him.
If you act now, it will definitely backfire and make him more alert.
Alright.
Old Lin stood up. I'll find someone to set up a video conference to discuss this matter. After all, it was the sons of 2 film company moguls who had been in an accident, and the location of the accident was very suspicious. Coupled with the recent undercurrents of competition, this incident quickly became a trending topic.
Such events inevitably lead to conspiracy theories. Many major accounts began to analyze the reasons for the accident frame by frame. No matter how you looked at it, this accident didn't seem like a simple accident. Damn! Chumen Entertainment wouldn't go this far, would they?
I don't think it was Chumen Entertainment, it's just too obvious.
What if Chumen Entertainment is that arrogant? Damn!
This. Not only did the online community suspect Chu Chen was behind this, but the moment Wang Song saw the news, he was also stunned. He almost instantly confirmed that this was indeed the work of Chu Chen. After all, last time he had dealt with the Long family so decisively, taking care of 1 or 2 small fry was nothing.
But isn't this too obvious for his subordinates? The major film companies will definitely not let him off.
He quickly found Shin Bin and told him about this matter. Shin Bin was also shocked.
However, his expression soon calmed down. Brother Song, this is just an accident. What does it have to do with Brother Chu? I think you're overthinking it.
Wang Song certainly understood what Shin Bin meant. He hesitated for a moment. No matter who did this, anyway, Brother Chu and those major film companies have really become enemies now. You know what those people did in their early years, they definitely won't let it go easily. If they are not convinced, they need to have the ability to be unconvinced. Shin Bin sneered, it's good to teach them a lesson, you know what kind of old rascals they are.
Who hasn't had a few lives on their hands when they were young? At least their sons are still alive now. What right do they have to complain? So what should we do now? Aren't you familiar with that old Lin? Then I'll make a call and ask.
Old Lin knew about the relationship between Chu Chen and Wang Song, so Wang Song would definitely not be able to gather any news from him.
However, Wang Song was just throwing a smoke bomb.
With such large film companies, any activities they have cannot be hidden, there are so many eyes watching.
If he really wanted to gather information, how could he not find out?
So it wasn't long before he called Chu Chen with the information he had gathered.
Brother Chu, you've gotten into big trouble.
He started with this line, let me tell you, the chairman of Iowa and Old Lin are gathering people from the film companies for a meeting. You can guess with your toes that they are plotting something big.
I know you're not afraid, but I still want to remind you.
Don't think that the 4 major film companies are always in open conflict and have a lot of friction. They actually have a pretty good relationship since they mixed together in the early years.
Didn't you see how united they were when they dealt with you?
Chu Chen had just returned from inspecting the construction site and was sitting in the presidential suite, enjoying the view and drinking tea.
After hearing Wang Song's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh, I didn't expect they would plot something big. What is it? Tell me. How would I know?
Anyway, I heard that the old man from Iowa was almost driven to death. Although he has quite a few women, he got hurt when he was out in the world back then, and now he only has that one precious daughter, Song Chi.
Brother Chu, I'm not joking with you. Be careful recently. Ha, alright, thanks for the reminder. Chu Chen laughed and hung up the phone.
He then glanced at the time, it was almost lunchtime. He got up, and Shen Xingwei understood his intention, arranging for someone to drive him to a nice private restaurant nearby.
This restaurant was recommended to Shen Xingwei by someone.
She thought it was good, so she arranged for lunch there.
On the way, Chu Chen suddenly remembered Mu Yunqi and Ning Kor.
These two were quite sensible. After being reprimanded by Chu Chen for their jealousy, they had been behaving themselves and not bothering him for the past few days.
Eating alone wasn't much fun.
He simply instructed Shen Xingwei to bring the two of them over for lunch together. After all, aside from their occasional jealousy, they were quite understanding. Plus, they were beautiful, so dining with them was quite pleasing to the eye.
Really?
Mu Yunqi and Ning Kor, who received the notification from Shen Xingwei, were both incredulous at first, then they became delighted. To be honest, they had long regretted their previous jealous behavior. Chu Chen treated them so well, as long as they didn't cause trouble and provided him with emotional value, he would definitely not treat them poorly.
What if this time Chu Chen got annoyed with them?
It would be a total loss. So the two of them reflected on their behavior over the past couple of days and fully recognized their ideological mistakes, now feeling particularly regretful.
Upon receiving the notification from Shen Xingwei,
they were almost moved to tears. Shin Xingwei smiled and nodded, saying to Mu Yunxi, "Of course it's true, but let me remind you, the young master didn't just invite you alone this time. You understand how to behave when you get there, right?" Mu Yunxi was taken aback for a moment, then obediently nodded, "I understand." Shin Xingwei naturally conveyed this to Ning Kor as well. After both of them dressed up elegantly, they were soon sent to the entrance of the private kitchen. They got out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and thanks to Shin Xingwei's prior reminder, they weren't particularly surprised to see each other. They just nodded and smiled in greeting. "Hello, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Mu Yunxi." Ning Kor. Both of them had put in a lot of effort into their appearance today. One was elegant and charming, while the other was pure and intellectual, making a delightful sight together. Of course, although they appeared calm on the surface, there was inevitably some silent comparison between them. Finally, it was Mu Yunxi who broke the silence. "That bracelet on your wrist is quite special. Where did you buy it?" Ning Kor was a bit surprised but immediately smiled. "You noticed it's special? This bracelet isn't bought. I collected the beads one by one and strung them together. Isn't it pretty?" "It's very pretty, and it matches the dress you're wearing today perfectly. Your necklace and outfit match well too." Women's friendships sometimes come unexpectedly. After exchanging compliments, the atmosphere between them relaxed, and they even started chatting on the way to the private room, feeling increasingly like they had known each other for a long time. By the time they reached the door of the private room, they were already calling each other sisters. So, when they opened the door to the room, they walked towards Chu Chen, one on the left and one on the right, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. "Brother Jiang, I missed you so much." "Me too." The two leaned against Chu Chen's shoulder like little birds, and he laughed. "Not causing trouble anymore?" "No more trouble, we were just being narrow-minded before." "Right, we won't do that anymore." "That's good. Order whatever you want, this is my first time here too, but I've heard the food is quite good." Chu Chen handed them a menu. The two of them immediately began to order with smiles. However, before they could finish ordering, the door to the private room was pushed open. young master me, this won't do. There are already people in here, you can't do this." Two people rushed in. One was a young man in his 30s, and the other was a waitress, her face full of apology and anxiety. "What are you doing?" Mu Yunxi put down the menu and frowned as she asked. The waitress was almost in tears, desperately explaining that this matter had nothing to do with her. "I'm really sorry, I told young master me that this room is already occupied, but he didn't believe me." This was a private kitchen, decorated quite upscale, but due to its nature, there wouldn't be many private rooms. Especially since the room Chu Chen booked was one of only 2 large private rooms in the kitchen, capable of accommodating more than 10 people for dining. Any more than that wouldn't work. After hearing the waitress's explanation, young master me didn't take it seriously at all. "Why are you so nervous? They're just people, they won't eat you alive." After saying that, he clasped his fist towards Chu Chen. "Brother, you look unfamiliar. I guess it's your first time eating here, right? This private room you're sitting in is one I come to often. I brought quite a few friends today, and those smaller rooms can't fit us. Since there are only 3 of you, how about you just let me have this room?" Mu Yunxi disagreed. "When it comes to dining, we should respect the order of arrival. We booked this room first, why should we give it to you?" "Of course, I know that dining should follow the order of arrival, but isn't this a special situation?" Misha pointed to his own face. "How about you just give me a favor?" "Giving you a favor doesn't mean we won't eat. You can switch to a smaller room, there are plenty of those here." Misha was getting a bit impatient. "At worst, I'll cover all your expenses today." The waiter beside them was trembling and didn't dare to speak. A head popped up next to Michao, looking about the same age as him, and asked, "Michao, didn't you say you were going to find a private room? Why are you standing here at the door?" "I'm negotiating with them." "Negotiating what?" The person was about to say something when his gaze fell on Mu Yunxi, then he looked at Chu Chen, and his expression suddenly became extremely interesting. He grabbed Mishao's arm, trembling. Mishao, this isn't right. You need to come with me." Without waiting for a response, he pulled Mishao away. "Is there something you can't say there? Why do I have to go with you?" After walking about 100 or 200 meters, they reached a corner of the corridor, and Mishao's friend finally wiped his sweat, looking at Mishao with disappointment. "Mishao, are you here to treat us or to lead us to our doom?" Mishao still didn't understand what was happening and looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean by that? Do you know Wang Song?" "I know him." Mishao nodded. "Isn't he acquainted with you?" "I just know him, we're not close." Mishao's friend looked at him seriously, extending his pinky to gesture. "You know, in front of Brother Song, I'm like this." "And then? What are you trying to express?" "But the person sitting inside just now is a good friend of Brother Song." "Ha?" Mishao was taken aback.
You can't be mistaking him for someone else, right? How could he possibly know Brother Song? It's definitely him. I've seen his photo in Brother Song's circle. And did you see those two women beside him? One of them is called Mu Yunxi, she's his woman. I've heard Brother Song mention her, there's no mistake. Nishao's friend sighed, let me put it this way, even if Brother Song came, he probably wouldn't dare to fight him for the private room. If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead, I'm not going to die with you. Ha! Nishao's expression shifted from shock to fear, what you're saying is true. What should I do now? Am I done for? Hurry up and apologize. I'll go right now. So, just after Chu Chen finished ordering, Nishao came over again. For Chu Chen, the earlier incident was just a small interlude during the meal, since nothing was wrong, he didn't take it to heart. But this person kept causing trouble. He couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to give the other party a piece of his mind, he saw Nishao with a long face, repeatedly apologizing. Big brother, I'm so sorry, it's my fault for not recognizing the great mountain. I was wrong. I. Please, have mercy, don't hold it against me. I really know I was wrong. This guy's attitude has completely changed, he was so different from before. Originally, Chu Chen wanted to teach him a lesson, but he was left speechless by just a few of his words. He frowned, what should you do if you know you're wrong? What should I do? Chu Chen intended to tell him to get lost quickly so that he wouldn't ruin his appetite, but unexpectedly, Mishao misunderstood. After a moment of shock, he decisively grabbed a waiter from the side and pointed at Chu Chen, saying, did you see? This person is my big brother. His bill is my bill. From now on, whatever he eats or drinks will be charged to my account. Do you understand? The waiter nodded, yes, Nishao. After doing all this, Nishao turned back and looked at Chu Chen with a flattering smile, is this okay? Chu Chen waved his hand at him, get lost. Yes. Nishao saw that Chu Chen had no further comments and immediately breathed a sigh of relief as he left, even kindly closing the door to the private room behind him. Put. After Nishao left, Ning Kor suddenly burst into laughter. This is the first time I've seen Nishao so scared. Mu Yunxi asked, you know him? Of course, his family is in the renovation business. Didn't I work in a restaurant before? He used to come to the restaurant where I worked often, always making a big scene and bringing friends along. Ning Kor chuckled, it's the first time I've seen him so cowardly, so arrogant. He didn't take us seriously at all. This kid is probably just a young bull not afraid of tigers. He doesn't know what we used to do. Since he's so arrogant, I don't mind going back to my old profession. Right, we have to take him down, otherwise, how will we old folks have any face to mix in the outside world in the future? Meanwhile, the 4 major film companies quickly held a video conference. After learning about the car accident, they all felt slapped in the face, as the outside world now knew they were all in this together. Chu Chen acted directly, wasn't that a blatant slap in their faces? And it hurt. They had been struggling in the outside world for so many years and hadn't felt such a painful slap in a long time. The chairman of Yelwa looked pained, alright, having everyone say this is enough. After all, they were the 4 major film giants, and their response was very swift. The day after the meeting, someone from the capital sent a special investigation team down to specifically look into the car accident. Naturally, Chu Chen was also invited for tea. Mr. Chu, we are now questioning you according to the law. You should answer our questions truthfully. Of course, you have the right to refuse to answer questions unrelated to the case. Do you understand? Chu Chen had a good attitude, sure, feel free to ask. In the case of the Shoucheng Expressway car accident you are suspected of, the victims had come to your construction site looking for work before getting on the highway, right? They had also reported your construction site before that. Yes, I happened to bump into them at that time, and we chatted for a bit at the entrance, but after a few words, they left, and then this accident happened. It was completely an accident, and I feel very pained about it. Some people suspect you tampered with their car. That's completely unfounded. How could I do such things? Chu Chen smiled slightly. How could he do such low-level things that were easy to get caught for? So what do you think about this car accident? As I said before, it was just an accident, and it really has nothing to do with me. Chu Chen took out a USB drive from his pocket. Oh, right, because our construction site is too large and difficult to manage. For safety reasons, we installed cameras all over the site. The place where we were talking that day also happened to have a camera, so everything I discussed with them and what they were doing at that time was clearly recorded. You can check the video for yourselves regarding what happened that day. After the interrogators received his USB drive, they handed it over to the technical staff. Once the technical staff confirmed that the content was completely fine, the others began to watch. The surveillance footage clearly captured the scene of Song Qi and Lin Jiu bringing people over to cause trouble.
Although there was a verbal conflict between the two sides, there was no physical altercation. Lin Jiu and Song Chi attempted to enter the construction site at the entrance but were unsuccessful and left shortly after. The footage showed that the car Lin Jiu and Song Chi arrived in was right behind them the entire time, and no one tampered with that car. This complicated matters. The chairman of Iowa had always suspected that someone had tampered with the car during that time, but now this suspicion was directly cut off. The remaining time made it even less likely, because before summoning Chu Chen, they had already investigated all his movements. He and his people had no interaction with Lin Jiu and Song Chi in the past 2 days. There was nothing unusual on Lin Jiu and Song Chi's dashcam footage, everything appeared normal. Although modern dashcams are advanced and can capture 360 degrees without blind spots, even recording the interior of the car, Lin Jiu and Song Chi had turned off the interior recording for convenience during their conversation. So no matter how they investigated, this matter had no connection to Chu Chen. But this situation was too bizarre. Theoretically, it shouldn't be possible. I'm really sorry, I know you suspect that I did this, but it was just a coincidence. Chu Chen was eating and drinking at the station. When the time for the summons arrived, there was nothing they could do. Due to insufficient evidence, they had no choice but to release him in the end. Impossible. That video must be fake. According to the technical staff's assessment, the video is indeed authentic. It's the surveillance from the entrance of the construction site that day. Then he wouldn't send someone to take action? The young master only arrived in Hua City in the past 2 days, and during these 2 days, apart from his own people, no one else had any contact with the car they were driving at the time of the incident. Impossible. That would be absurd. The only one with a motive is him. The chairman of Ihua insisted on this matter. But the others had already started thinking in another direction. Perhaps this really was just an accident? This is impossible. Investigate it for me. The chairman of Ihua was getting angry, and an emergency meeting was urgently convened in the group. He opened the group chat and found that the person calling for the emergency meeting was the chairman of Dongfeng Film and Television. He impatiently entered the online meeting room. Are you calling us for a meeting because you've found something? The other party did not answer his question but instead asked a very strange question. What is the current situation? The chairman of Ihua tugged at his hair, his expression grim. Nothing has been found. Oh, the chairman of Dongfeng Film and Television glanced at him, his expression quickly becoming serious. Next, I need to tell everyone something, and after that, we can make a decision. Just say what you need to say, don't beat around the bush. Everyone looked at him mysteriously and was somewhat impatient. The chairman of Dongfeng Film and Television fell silent for 2 seconds. I know what I'm about to say sounds absurd, but just say it. Everyone knows about the Long family in the capital, right? Unexpectedly, he suddenly brought up the Long family, and the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. Why mention the Long family at this moment? Old Lin directly confronted him. If you have something to say, get to the point. What does the Long family have to do with you? Besides, isn't it said that the Long family has been wiped out? Yes, that's exactly the point I want to make. The Long family has been exterminated. The chairman of Dongfeng Film and Television glanced at everyone. What kind of existence the Long family was, I believe I don't need to elaborate here, right? Have you ever thought about why such a large family could be wiped out overnight? The Long family was a century-old prestigious family. If we talk about influence, they were indeed much more formidable than people like them. At best, they used to be a bunch of small-time thugs who got lucky and rode the wave to success. But the Long family was different. While they were still in their diapers, the Long family was already a dragon-like presence. Even now, they might not be able to match the Long family. Yet, the Long family was so easily wiped out. Initially, they were shocked to hear the news of the Long family's extermination, but after the shock, they didn't think much of it. First, although the Long family was powerful, it wasn't unique. What if another big family saw them as a threat and plotted their downfall? Second, the extermination of the Long family was too horrific, and much of the information was suppressed. Most people didn't know what the truth was. However, they couldn't understand why the chairman of Dongfeng Film and Television brought this up. The capital was so far away. What did it have to do with their city, Magic City? And even less with Hiyu City. I know you find it unbelievable that I brought this up, and what I'm about to say might sound like a fairy tale, but some things are just outrageous, whether you believe it or not. The chairman of Dongfeng Film and Television took a deep breath. I suspect that the extermination of the Long family was done by Chu Chen. After he said this, everyone was stunned. They looked at each other for a while. Finally, someone broke the silence. What you're saying is too far-fetched. How could that be possible? How could he have such power? Besides, if he had that ability, he would have wiped us out long ago. Exactly, you can't say things that are too outrageous. Even if he wanted to wipe out the Long family, he would need the capability to do so. The crowd simply didn't believe his words. When I first found out, I also thought this speculation was unbelievable. But sometimes, the truth is just that incredible. The chairman of Dongfeng Film and Television sent a group file to everyone. This is what I've recently discovered, take a look for yourselves. If you still hold on to your opinions after reading it, then there's nothing I can do. Everyone opened the file and began to read. The more they read, the more their expressions changed. Eventually, they turned to fear. Even if they didn't want to believe such a conclusion, facts spoke louder than words. Chu Chen had a conflict with the Long family's heir. Shortly after the conflict, the Long family was suddenly exterminated. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Could it really be that Chu Chen did it? The expressions on everyone's faces after reading the file were nothing short of spectacular. They never imagined that the extermination of the Long family could actually be related to Chu Chen. And it's very likely that he did it. This kind of thing sounds as unbelievable as a fairy tale. Maybe this is just a coincidence. The chairman of Dongfeng Film and Television sneered, if you really think this is just a simple coincidence, then what about the car accident? Do you still believe that was just a coincidence? I can't decide how you think, but I have a wife and children, and I'm about to retire. I can't mess around with you anymore. From now on, I will have the company withdraw its sanctions against Chumen Entertainment. After he finished speaking, he didn't give anyone a chance to refute and directly exited the video conference. The chairman of Iowa was furious to see him leave so easily, cursing him for being ungrateful. We've been brothers for so many years, and when something happens, he has this kind of attitude. It's simply disheartening. After the chairman of Iowa finished cursing, he realized that no one was echoing him. Everyone's face looked grim. He couldn't help but question, you don't think the same way he does, do you? I'm really sorry. Everyone looked ashamed. After all, their initial intention to deal with Chu Chen was just for their own benefit. They couldn't possibly risk their lives for that little profit, could they? They certainly didn't want to be the next family to be wiped out. You actually believe such rumors? The Long family is such a large family. If they were wiped out, there must be deeper reasons. If Chu Chen did it, where would he get that kind of power? Fine. Even if he had that power, why hasn't anything happened to him after wiping out such a large family? Don't you all think for yourselves? You just believe whatever others say, a bunch of fools. The chairman of Ihua was the most anxious among them. After all, one of the four major film and television giants had already clearly stated their withdrawal, and another one hadn't suffered much loss. As for old Lin, although he had a son who had been turned into a vegetable by Chu Chen, he had many sons, and there were quite a few illegitimate children outside. Losing one son was nothing to him. Only he had truly lost a beloved son. We can't do anything about it. If you want, think of a way to cultivate another heir. Exactly, anyway, your son. Of course, I'm not saying he's bad. A group of people advised him, and after that, they decisively chose to run away. The chairman of Ihua let out a deep sigh. Overnight, he seemed to age 10 years. Although a special task force was sent to investigate this matter, after investigating, they found no connection to Chu Chen at all, and they had to give up classifying the incident as an accident. Chu Chen was not affected by this incident. He happened to see a place in the center of Haiyue City where police dogs were being auctioned, so he took Mu Yunqi and Ning Kor to join the fun. This auction was an official one. They called it police dogs, but in fact, they were dogs that had not passed the police dog test. However, even so, they were much smarter than ordinary dogs. Therefore, such police dogs were generally in high demand. It was said that the highest-priced police dog had been auctioned for hundreds of thousands. Mu Yunqi and Ning Kor both expressed great interest, so Chu Chen decided to go take a look. After all, in his villa, there weren't many other places, just a lot of gardens. Raising a few dogs in the villa, not to mention guarding the house, mainly made it feel more comfortable. After all, the villa was too big, and having a few dogs could add a bit of liveliness. Xingwei, call the people at the villa and have them prepare a few luxurious dog houses for me. I want to raise a few dogs. Recently, there had been too many drinking parties, and eating and drinking every day made Chu Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. The dog kennel hosting the auction is located in the suburbs of Haiyue City. You wouldn't believe it, the scenery in the suburbs is quite nice. On the roadside, we even stumbled upon a place resembling a farmhouse restaurant. Chu Chen parked the car and took Mu Yunqi and Ning Kor to stroll around. The farmhouse restaurant is family-run. Upon seeing that Chu Chen drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and was accompanied by two beautiful women, the owners were a bit flustered and called their whole family over to serve him. The restaurant's specialty dishes are fishy-old hen soup and golden sauerkraut fish. Chu Chen ordered one of each and then asked them to bring a few light and tasty cold dishes. The owner immediately went to prepare. After the owner left, Shu-chan went to check the owner's counter. He found that there weren't any good wines, so he asked Mu Yunchi to get 2 bottles of good wine from the car's fridge. Wow, this chicken soup is amazing. The owner was an honest man, using only authentic free-range chickens and simmering the soup with spring water for just the right amount of time. The broth was clear, the meat was white, and the chicken soup glistened with a golden sheen, making it particularly appetizing and incredibly delicious. Mu Yunchi took a sip and was instantly amazed, drinking 2 bowls of soup right away. Ning Kor smiled proudly. Of course, Feishi Old Hen Soup is a unique method here, and the owner makes it authentically. The owner is from Feishi, right? Yes, we are from Feishi. The owner smiled shyly. I've been running this farmhouse restaurant for over 10 years. The old hens used for the soup are brought from my hometown, and we raised them for a month ourselves. Everyone who has tried it says it's good, and even other restaurant owners come here to eat. Today, 7 or 8 other owners have ordered my old hen soup. Shu-chan also thought the food here was quite good. With beautiful mountains and clear waters, delicious food and wine, enjoying a drink was very pleasant. After eating and drinking to their fill, Shu-chan paid the bill and stood up to leave with Mu Yunchi and Ning Kor. The owner chased after them. Sir, your wine. Earlier, Mu Yunchi had brought 2 bottles from the car. They had only finished one, and the other was still unopened. Shu-chan waved his hand. You can keep it. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's fine, it's just ordinary wine, drink it casually. Seeing that Shu-chan said so, the owner couldn't refuse and accepted it. He noticed the wine bottle's packaging was nice and thought it must be worth several hundred yuan, so he simply placed it in the wine cabinet. Dad, where did this wine come from? Just as he put the bottle away, the owner's son exaggeratedly walked over, looking incredulously at the bottle. The owner was taken aback. It was given by that customer just now. Given? No way. Dad, would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, check the surveillance. But, the owner's son cautiously picked up the bottle. Dad, you don't know what Wolyanya 501 is? Wolyanya isn't that expensive of a wine, is it? Wolyanya 501, limited to 501 bottles each year. Each bottle costs over 100,000. Such good wine, you might not even be able to get it through connections. Dad, did he really give it to you? Are you sure he didn't forget it? The owner was stunned when he heard the wine costs over 100,000. He trembled as he touched the wine bottle. Son, it really was given by him. If it was given, then let's keep it. This is like money falling from the sky. After hearing his father's assurance, the owner's son excitedly said, Dad, don't think too much about it. It seems we've encountered a super rich person today. They don't care about this little money at all. There are quite a few luxury cars here. Meanwhile, Shu-chan's car had also stopped at the entrance of the dog kennel. He noticed that several luxury cars were already parked at the entrance, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Mu Yunchi curiously got out of the car and asked, Are these eliminated police dogs really that popular? Of course. These police dogs are usually only 1 or 2 years old, trained to be very obedient. Some dogs are eliminated not because of personality issues, but simply because their ears don't meet the perfect standards for police dogs. So strict? Yes, and such good opportunities don't come every year. It can take several years to encounter one. Many local bosses like to buy these dogs to guard their homes, similar to how people used to buy Tibetan Mastiffs back in the day, but these dogs are much more obedient. The group was soon led by the staff to the auction area. Many bosses were already seated there, at least from the middle class. When they saw Shu-chan arrive with 2 beautiful women, many turned to look. TSK, being young is great, surrounded by beauties, enjoying the blessings of having it all. Yeah, I can barely handle the old hag at home, let alone anything outside. I'm really envious. With this level, I could still make an effort. Many people cast envious glances at Shu-chan. He didn't pay much attention, playing with his phone while Mu Yunchi and Ning Kor, feeling bored, peeled grapes and apples for him. Before long, the auction officially began. The first item up for auction was a Belgian Malinois, in good condition, eliminated for being timid. The starting price was 200, with each bid increasing by 50 yuan in whole numbers. Compared to the Malinois, Mu Yunchi and Ning Kor preferred the honest and adorable German shepherds, so the Malinois were mostly being competed for by local bosses. The price soared. It quickly jumped from the starting price of 200 to over 10,000. I have to say, this price really shocked Shu-chan. After all, a dog like this, even with pedigree, would only cost a few thousand at most, but here it easily reached over 10,000. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem too exaggerated. After all, the dogs here have added value. 15,200 once. 15,200 twice. 15,203. I bid 50,000. Shu-chan directly shouted out a price of 50,000. Everyone present looked at him in surprise. Since there were more dogs later, they didn't compete with him and let Shuchen take the Malinois for 50,000. Shuchen had already thought of a name. He would call this Malinois Xiaojia. Later, Shuchen didn't hold back, not only bidding for a German Shepherd for both Mu Yunqi and Ning Kor, but he also bid for 3 Malinois and 4 German Shepherds himself. As for the names, he simply decided on Jia, Yi, Ding, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung, and Xian. Brother Jiang, buying so many dogs. Isn't that a bit too much? How will you take care of them? Raising dogs actually requires quite a bit of energy, especially large dogs, which not only eat a lot but also need dedicated care for their exercise and daily needs. However, these concerns were nothing for Chu Chen. What's there to worry about? At worst, I'll just hire a nanny for them. Chu Chen stroked his chin and called Xin Xingwei, instructing her to find a dog nanny. Ha? A nanny for the dogs? Xin Xingwei was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Okay, young master, I understand. Yes, find 8 nannies, 1 for each dog. Got it. The wealthy people sitting around Chu Chen listened to what he said, and 3 question marks slowly appeared above their heads. They were quite dissatisfied with Chu Chen bidding for 10 dogs by himself, especially since there were only over 50 dogs in total, and he had taken 10, leaving many unable to bid, which made them quite angry. Secretly cursing him for buying so many dogs, could he really take care of them all? And he actually hired a nanny for each dog? Even these local bosses were left dumbfounded. Moreover, some staff members were secretly complaining. Goodness, a nanny for each dog. These dogs have a better life than I do, if only I could be auctioned off. In this world, people are worse off than dogs. Who says otherwise? After the auction ended, they left the auction hall, paid the money under the guidance of the staff, who then gave them a receipt. They just needed to take this receipt to the designated location to pick up the dogs. Chu Chen entrusted the task of picking up the dogs to Xin Xingwei. As for the dogs, they would temporarily stay in the villa in Linha Ancient Town, since there was no one living there anyway. It was a good idea to take care of the dogs for a while, get them familiarized, and then transport them to the Magic City for proper raising. Within 2 days, Xin Xingwei brought the dogs back. Chu Chen also went to the villa in Linha Ancient Town, planning to stay for a couple of days. As soon as he entered, he saw 8 temporary workers that Xin Xingwei had found, each holding a dog, waiting at the door to greet him. It's fine, let them go. Although 4 of these dogs were considered aggressive breeds, one important criterion for being selected as police dogs was their lineage and parentage. They had no history of biting for at least 4 or 5 generations. Therefore, their temperaments were quite gentle. The reasons for their elimination varied widely. Some were too timid, some lacked strength in their hind legs, and some were too soft-hearted. In short, none of them had biting issues. Chu Chen walked over, petted one dog after another, gave a few commands, and saw that they executed them well. He then took out some food and started playing games with them. Dogs are naturally social animals, much like wolves. They could quickly sense the hierarchy here and soon became obedient to Chu Chen, treating him as their master. After playing with the dogs on the grass for 2 hours, they were all exhausted. Chu Chen happily set up a lounge chair, lay in the yard soaking up the sun, while a group of dogs obediently lay at his feet, snoring away. Rarely enjoying such a pleasant time, Chu Chen took out his phone, ready to scroll through it, when a game notification popped up. It was a mini-game. Such mini-games are essentially money-making schemes. In the past, he wouldn't have paid any attention to such ads, because he didn't have money back then. If he had played those games at that time, he would have only been part of the background for paying players. He always found such games boring, but now that he had more money in his pocket, his perspective on these games had completely changed. He wanted to experience what it felt like to be a big shot. The minigame was just average, with a cutesy, retro art style, but the leveling up mechanism was interesting, combined with various psychological tricks to keep players engaged. The early stages were quite enjoyable. To level up quickly, he directly chose to click on the recharge option. The minimum recharge amount was 6 yuan, followed by 32, 98, 198, 328, and 648. These were the common recharge amounts for most games. Chu Chen didn't hesitate to recharge 648, but despite being just a mini-game, the 648 yuan could be spent in a flash with just a few draws. It was like money flowing like water. However, Chu Chen didn't care. He came to play this little game just to experience the feeling of spending money freely. So he directly recharged 10 times at 648. But after recharging, he felt a bit tired. Why was this game so slow at processing payments? Didn't it say there was a special recharge entrance? He found a customer service contact and added them directly. Hello, do you have any questions about your order? This kind of small game company only has about 10 people, and to save costs, Customer service is handled by whoever is free. Someone checked that Chu Chen had recharged 10 times at 648, and seeing him suddenly reach out, their first reaction was excitement, thinking he wanted to come to the back end to request a refund after recharging. But generally, such payments are definitely non-refundable. Why do they make this game? Isn't it all for the money? Who would give back the money they have earned? Of course I have questions. Chu Chen typed back, "What's going on with your recharge? Why isn't there even an entry for large recharges? The maximum recharge amount for our game is 648. If you need, you can recharge multiple times." The person acting as customer service this time was an artist, and after replying to this, he went back to his work. The manager next to him saw his reply and suddenly jumped up. "A big client like this, and you guys aren't taking care of them properly?" After saying that, he personally sat down in front of the computer and asked, "Hello, how much would you like to recharge?" "Let me recharge 1 million first." 1 million? Wow! Upon hearing this number, the manager jumped up in excitement. You have to know that their small game company only has 10 people, and of course, the game doesn't generate much income, only about 100,000 a month. If they're lucky, it might be 200 to 300,000. But Chu Chen wanted to recharge 1 million right off the bat. That million was their performance for half a year. "Okay, please wait a moment, we will quickly create a special recharge link for you and get back to you soon." After replying to Chu Chen, he immediately called all the technical staff to the company. "What's wrong with you guys? You don't even have a special recharge entry." He scolded several technical staff members. After all, they are a small company. The technical staff didn't indulge him. "What special recharge entry are you talking about? That takes time and effort, okay? There are only a few of us, how can we find time to make a special recharge entry?" Exactly, making a large recharge entry takes time and effort, and mainly, where do you find so many big spenders? Right, who has the time to suddenly recharge hundreds of thousands in a game? If you have that money, why not spend it on something better? You could book a whole KTV room. Choose any girl you want. If you have hundreds of thousands, you're still thinking about KTV? With that much money, you could hire a small celebrity. The manager sneered, "You guys don't want your bonuses for this month, do you?" He slammed the chat records on the table. "Hurry up and make me a recharge entry. I don't care what method you use, just get it done within 2 hours. How could it possibly be done in 2 hours? Then how long do you need? At least 12 hours. Then you guys work overnight tonight to get it done. At the end of the month, I'll give each of you 20,000 as a bonus." Upon hearing that there was an extra 20,000 bonus at the end of the month, staying up late to work was obviously not a problem. Without saying a word, they all dove in and got to work. By the time they finished and completed the entry, it was already 5 in the morning. Rubbing their sore temples, they began to lament. What do you think these rich people are thinking? With that 1 million, what's wrong with finding a small celebrity? Why do they have to recharge in a game? What's the point of recharging in this game? Exactly, if I had 1 million, I'd just find a small celebrity. Is it possible that someone has 1 million to recharge the game and another 1 million to find a little star? Maybe they are already tired of looking for celebrities, and that's why they are bored enough to spend money on the game? Now that you mention it, I think I can understand. After they set up the recharge entrance, they woke up the manager who had been sleeping in the office. The manager didn't let them leave, saying, "You can just make do with a makeshift bed in the office for now. Around 9 o'clock, I'll notify the boss to come recharge. If any issues arise by then, I can call you to resolve them." Although this request was quite excessive, they gritted their teeth and endured it, thinking about the 20,000 bonus at the end of the month. After Chu Chen got up, he ate the breakfast that Xin Xingwei had sent over. Then Xin Xingwei had someone prepare 8 pounds of various fresh meats and some vegetables. "Young master, would you like to feed the dogs in the yard yourself, or should I have someone do it?" Chu Chen was in a good mood and took the plate of meat. "I'll do it myself." To have a good experience with dog raising, one still needs to invest some time. He carried the plate over. These dogs were well trained. Xiao Jia. At his command, Xiao Jia came out and obediently sat in front of him. He glanced at the plate. These dogs were fed twice a day, with each meal consisting of about 250 grams of fresh beef, 100 grams of fresh chicken breast, 100 grams of fresh duck meat, and around 50 grams of offal and egg yolk, along with half a pound of vegetables and staple food, which looked quite appetizing. He placed the plate on the ground, and Xiao Jia looked at him eagerly, starting to gobble it up only after receiving his command. He did the same for the other dogs. These dogs had never lacked food since they were young, so their eating habits weren't particularly exaggerated, except for Xiao Jia, who ate a bit hurriedly. The others were quite refined in their eating. After feeding the dogs, he played with them on the lawn for a while. Then, he received a call from the game company, notifying him that the special recharge entrance had been opened for him, and he could proceed to recharge. He sat in the rocking chair and directly recharged 1 million. Don't be fooled by the fact that 1 million doesn't sound like much. If each recharge is limited to 648, it would take hundreds of times to fully recharge. It would take at least 1 or 2 hours to finish recharging. What could he do during that time? After recharging 1 million, he looked at the infinite golden ingots in his account, along with a bunch of gifts, basically an endless stream of clicks. Just a few clicks and he leveled up and increased his combat power. A few more clicks, and he directly became the top combat power in the game. If you think about it seriously, it's not surprising that this kind of game is popular among those local bosses. After all, once you recharge, you can mindlessly click to get a ranking, and there's no difficulty involved. The only thing left to do is to accept the worship and flattery of the commoners in the game. If he found worship and flattery boring, he could also explore in the game. After all, in many dungeons, ordinary people would be instantly killed if they tried to enter without someone like him. Chu-Chen played for a day and actually found it quite novel, considering it was his first time encountering such a game. By the end of the day, he had consumed more than half of the 1 million he recharged in the morning. He directly became the number one in the server, widening the gap with the second place significantly. However, while it was fun to play casually, it wouldn't be interesting to play continuously. So after playing a bit, he logged off. He logged off? Does he think our game is boring? Of course he has to log off after trying all the gameplay. Surely, one can't be immersed in games all day long, right? Or maybe our game content isn't rich enough. For games like theirs, ordinary users simply didn't matter. After all, many users came in and didn't spend a dime, not even for a $6 initial recharge. They treated such ordinary users with a hands-off approach. What they wanted were big spenders. Just one big user could sustain their entire game. So, they spent the whole day monitoring Chu-Chen's gaming activity in the background. The moment they saw Chu-Chen log off, they immediately became anxious. Especially the manager, who quickly started to think the game wasn't rich enough and decided to launch the prepared events ahead of schedule. Launch early? Isn't that a bad idea? We've already been criticized endlessly for having too many events. If we launch early, won't we get scolded to death? The technical staff hesitated. The manager sneered, let them criticize as they wish. What does it have to do with us? Our goal is to make money. As long as we serve the big spenders well, what else matters? Not only were the events launched early, but they also had the art team work overtime to create an unparalleled mount for Chu-Chen, the only mount in the entire server, which would blind everyone as he walked through the crowd. As for how he obtained this mount, well, as soon as Chu-Chen logged in, he casually clicked on his mailbox, and the mount was in his hands. He equipped the mount and took a stroll through the crowd, causing the world to explode. This game has such a mount? When did it come out? How come I didn't know? The special effects are too dazzling. It's blinding my eyes. Seriously, this is even more dazzling than the number one exclusive effect. I remember the number one exclusive effect only required 200,000 to get. So how much do you need to recharge for this effect? I don't know. Seeing those chat records in the world, Chu-Chen finally realized that this mount was unique to him. That was quite thoughtful. He wasn't short on money, so in a fit of joy, he recharged another million into the game. He was getting impatient with playing, finding it annoying to keep clicking, so he went to play with his dog and casually handed his phone to a nanny he had hired to take care of the dog, asking him to help level up and complete some dungeons. The nanny, upon receiving such a premium account, was initially hesitant to mess with the contents, but after getting Chu-Chen's approval, he had a blast playing all afternoon. Not only did he clear all the dungeons that Chu-Chen had found tedious, but he also completed the daily tasks and various small quests, while conveniently gathering a lot of materials in the mining area for Chu-Chen. Chu-Chen was very satisfied with him. Continue helping me play tomorrow. Yes, young master. Another million in the account. Did you see that? Listen to me, if we serve this big spender well, we can keep going until our game shuts down. $1 million a day. For their small game company that had invested over 200,000, achieving such results was already a blessing. As long as they kept Chu-Chen happy and entertained, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. The technical staff also didn't expect another million to come in today. He immediately gave the manager a thumbs up. Manager, you're the best. Stop flattering me here, go create a dedicated customer service link for him, and transfer it to me. I'll serve him 24 hours a day. Okay. In fact, Chu-Chen was just playing the game casually. He spent less than an hour a day in the game, with the rest of the time finding others to play for him. But with 2 million spent, he unknowingly became the biggest spender in the game. Plus, since he was online for quite a long time every day, people's attention on him grew increasingly high. After a week of playing, Chu Chen had already recharged 4 million into the game, averaging about a million each day. But the service of this game is really good for Chu Chen. He casually mentioned to customer service that the model didn't look good, and the next day it was changed to his satisfaction. He casually said that grinding monsters was too tiring, and they directly arranged a one-click clear screen skill for him. It can be said that this game is very responsive to suggestions. No matter what he proposed, the game staff would make adjustments the next day. I have to say, this kind of customized game service made Chu Chen decide to play for a few more days. Dog Agent, isn't this broken game too unethical? Making an agent so obvious? No matter how much I spend, I can't even get on the leaderboard. Leaderboard is occupied by an agent. This broken game really dares to come out. That day, just before going to bed, Chu Chen was about to play the game to relax, but as soon as he logged in, he saw that the world was particularly lively today. Those loudspeakers costing a few bucks were constantly spamming about agents. At first, Chu Chen didn't pay much attention. It's normal for games to have agents. If there are agents, then so be it. After all, he was just playing casually to pass the time, so it didn't matter to him whether there were agents or not. However, after looking a few more times, he realized that the agent being cursed by the second place on the leaderboard seemed to be him. When did he become an agent? Dog Agent deserves a bad end. Quitting the game. Did you see? Cursed like this, even the dead agent doesn't dare to speak. Although being cursed a couple of times doesn't hurt, being inexplicably targeted and cursed while playing a game is quite annoying. Chu Chen directly asked, "When did I become an agent?" You're pretending pretty well. As soon as Chu Chen appeared, a group of people swarmed around him like flies, attacking him indiscriminately. Seeing that this group couldn't communicate at all, he was too lazy to waste words with them and logged off directly. Is the number one brother an agent? Who the hell spread this rumor? There's a saying, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. Chu Chen didn't care about such trivial matters in the game, but the game company couldn't sit still. The big brother spends $1 million a day, real money poured into their company. They know best whether he has the strength. If he didn't have strength, who could spend $1 million a day on the game? As a result, he was actually slandered as an agent. If the big brother got angry and stopped playing, wouldn't that be a loss for the game company? The manager quickly had someone write a notice to be posted on the homepage the next day, clarifying that Chu Chen was not an agent. So the next day, a clarifying statement appeared prominently on the homepage. But this kind of statement was like trying to cover up a fire. It not only failed to clarify but instead intensified the resentment in the game. Dog Planner, if you admit that these are all agents your company hired, I would still respect you as a man, but your statement is meaningless. Do you take us for fools? Quitting the game. Quitting the game. Chu Chen watched as the situation escalated and had no intention of getting involved, but soon received a private message from the second place on the leaderboard challenging him. You said you're not an agent, right? Then prove it to us. I see your location in your friend circle is in High City. Tomorrow I'll treat you to dinner. If you dare to come, I'll respect you as a man. If you don't come, your whole family will have a bad end. Cursing him was one thing, but bringing his whole family into it made him want to see how big the other party's background was. He sneered, "Alright, if you want to come, just give me a location." Just Minglan Private Banquet. Minglan Private Banquet? Isn't that the place where he had dinner with Mu Yunqi and Ning Kor before? The food there was quite good, and it had been a while since he last went there, so going there for a meal would be nice. Chu Chen did not reply to the message, but he had already instructed Xin Xingwei to go there for dinner tomorrow night and to inform Mu Yunqi and Ning Kor to join if they had no other plans. Xin Xingwei nodded, "Alright, young master, I'll go arrange for a reservation for you right away." The next day, Chu Chen did not log into the game. He spent the day wandering around the laboratory, giving them some encouragement. He had lunch with the crew of the Luliwa, and the actors, after some time of rest, all looked quite well. However, they were a bit anxious to start filming. After all, they were receiving salaries from the crew, enjoying the crew's expenses while eating, drinking, and traveling, and staying in 5-star hotels. They felt they had taken enough advantage this month, and not working every day made them uneasy. More than that, they felt guilty. Chu Chen patted their shoulders, smiling as he comforted them, "You don't need to rush, just get your state adjusted. The crew is already setting up the filming studio, and it won't be too late to start shooting once it's ready." Seeing Chu Chen being so accommodating, Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young Master Chu, since the crew hasn't arranged any work for us during this time, can I take on a commercial?" The contract initially stated that everything was to follow the crew's arrangements. Now that the crew was arranging for them to travel and have fun, they were indeed quite happy, but it was also taking up their time. In fact, everyone had wanted to raise this issue for a long time, but they were afraid of being seen as ungrateful. After hearing the question, Chu-chan smiled, since you all are free anyway, you can take on a commercial or make a cameo in another production, as long as you can return in time when the crew starts filming. Oh, right, be careful on the road, and pay attention to your personal safety. I wouldn't want to start filming without one of you. Everyone was surprised that Chu-chan was so easygoing, and they all thanked him. Chu-chan left the meal with a smile. You all take your time eating. I'll head back first. I have a few things to do after dinner. After lunch, he returned to the villa to feed the dog and rested for the afternoon until it was time for dinner. Shin Xingwei had already arranged for a car to wait for him at the door. He got into the car, which took him directly to the Minglan private banquet. The staff had recently learned about his identity, and since he had made a reservation in advance, the manager was already waiting for him at the entrance. As soon as he entered, the manager greeted him with a smile. Welcome, young Master Chu, please come in. Chu-chan nodded and took out his phone to check on the second-ranked player to see where he was. Suddenly, someone approached him with a fawning smile. Young Master Chu, you're here? I haven't seen you since our last meeting. Chu-chan nodded coldly in response to him. However, Mixiao did not retreat at all due to his indifference. Instead, he warmly invited him to join for dinner. Young Master Chu, I also reserved a private room today, and I'm here with a few friends who would love to meet you. Why don't you come eat with us? Thanks, but no. Oh, then that's fine. Seeing Chu-chan refuse, Mixiao did not insist but cheerfully started talking about something else. Young Master Chu, do you know why my friend is hosting a banquet here today? Chu-chan ignored him, but he continued to talk to himself with a smile. My friend's family runs a processing factory and has quite a bit of spare money. He doesn't have many other hobbies, just loves to play small games, pouring money into them by the thousands, tens of thousands. Of course, I know that amount of money is nothing to you, but for an ordinary person, it's quite a lot. Recently, my friend started playing a new minigame, right? He invested over $1 million into it, thinking he had secured the top spot, but unexpectedly, the top spot was taken by a dog-like player. That dog-like player is particularly pretentious. My friend plans to invite him out for a meal to teach him a good lesson. Chu-chan immediately understood. The one who had provoked him for the second place was actually Mixiao's friend. He hadn't intended to pay Mixiao any mind, but after hearing about this second place situation, he changed his mind. What did you just say? I said my friend. Not about your friend. I said you should come sit in our private room. Let's go. Chu-chan's sudden change left Mixiao stunned for 2 seconds, unable to grasp what he was really thinking. However, someone like him, a lower-tier rich second generation, was already used to being treated this way by the upper-class rich second generation, so he didn't take it to heart and cheerfully pulled Chu-chan into the private room. Once inside, he gave the most prominent seat to Chu-chan and proudly introduced him to everyone. Xu Xiao, a good friend of Song Xiao. Also my big brother, here to have a few drinks with us today. Hello, Xu Xiao. The small rich second generation in the room, with only a few million in family assets, perhaps couldn't even be considered rich second generation in front of Chu-chan, at most being called middle class. So everyone was a bit taken aback by Mixiao suddenly bringing him over. Everyone, don't be shy, I'm just here to chat with you all. Chu-chan smiled, scanning the room. I just heard Mixiao say that some of you seem to really enjoy playing mini-games? I do, Xu Xiao, it's me. One man with a darker complexion stood up, grinning foolishly. Xu Xiao, you wouldn't be interested in such mini-games too, would you? What kind of mini-games do you usually play? How about we play together? Such hobbies are quite niche among us. My friends don't really play, but my dad's side plays a lot. Unfortunately, I don't get along well with my dad's side, so we don't usually play together. If I had a like-minded friend like you to play with, that would be great. The man with the dark complexion spoke excitedly. Chu-chan picked up a wine glass and toyed with it, appearing to listen attentively. The people around were quite envious of the dark-faced man, who, running a processing factory, could connect with such a wealthy second generation because of a minigame. If they had known minigames had such benefits, they would have played too. Mixiao attempted to join the conversation. Are these minigames really that fun? Xu Xiao, why don't you show me? I want to play too. Chu-chan ignored Mixiao and instead asked the dark-faced man, I heard you're second on the leaderboard in the minigame you're playing? The dark-faced man nodded. Yeah, I should have been first, but a dog-like player took my top spot. Dog-like player? Chu-chan's lips curled slightly as he chuckled. What a coincidence. I happen to know the dog-like player you mentioned. Ha? You know him too? The dark-faced man was completely unaware of the danger, thinking Chu-chan was on the same side, and was even very excited. I never expected things to be this coincidental. It seems this dog-like player is a professional. Xu Xiao, you must really dislike him, right? No worries, if he dares to show up today, I'll teach him a good lesson for you. Yes,
will definitely help you teach him a lesson. People like him should be cut off completely. Listening to them, Shuchen calmly picked up a teacup, blew away the tea leaves floating on the surface, and took a sip. His expression remained unchanged. After everyone had scolded for a while, they realized he had a blank expression and couldn't help but fall silent. Shu Xiao, you don't seem very happy. Mainly because I've been scolded the whole time, so I really can't be happy. Shuchen took out his phone amidst their confused faces, decisively logged into his account, and then revealed his ID. I heard you all saying I'm a plant? Silence. Everyone's faces froze in place. If there had been a crack in the ground, they would have definitely chosen to dive in without hesitation. What were they doing? Cursing the big shot in front of him? Cursing the big shot to extinction. Shu Xiao. You pour me some tea. Ni Xiao was the first to react, trembling as he stood up, picked up the kettle, and filled Shu Chen's teacup. Shu Chen raised an eyebrow. You want me to pour you tea? Ah, no. Mi Xiao then realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. Let the tea come to you, he. Ah, no. I mean pour tea. After talking for so long, he found that his words made no logical sense, and his fear grew larger, almost making him cry. I was wrong, Shu Xiao. I really did it unconsciously. I didn't know this would happen. After saying that, he plopped down and knelt. The remaining few followed suit, trembling as they knelt down, repeatedly admitting their mistakes. Shu Xiao, we shouldn't have spoken so freely. This is just a misunderstanding. It's really a huge misunderstanding. We really didn't mean to scold you. All the mistakes are mine. Shu Xiao, if you're really unhappy, why don't you just hit me to vent? I promise I won't have any objections. Yes. Looking at their snot and tears, Shu Chen wasn't angry. He tapped the table with his knuckles and smiled. It's not as serious as you say. You can get up now. Otherwise, it would make him look like a bully. Clearly, he was the one being scolded. Shu Xiao, why don't we just stay kneeling? We don't feel at ease sitting. Mi Xiao said with a bitter face. We'll treat you to this meal, eat whatever you want, and we'll put it on our tab. It's just a game. Misunderstandings happen all the time. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, isn't that good? Shu Chen smiled and suddenly raised his voice. Get up. Whoosh. The person was so scared that he jumped up from the ground. That's right, sit down and eat. Although the game had been misunderstood as a plant, he had also seen the actions of the black-faced person during this time. Besides scolding him due to the misunderstanding, the black-faced person wasn't a bad guy. His reputation in the game was quite good, otherwise those players wouldn't have helped him deal with the dog plants. Such a person isn't a bad person, and since he had a good attitude in admitting his mistakes, of course, he wouldn't hold on to this matter. Alright, let's eat. You order. The black-faced person pushed the menu in front of Shu Chen, smiling innocently. Shu Chen leisurely ordered a few dishes. Not long after, Mu Yunqi and Ning Kur also arrived. Since Shu Chen was here to eat, he simply cancelled the private room next door, allowing Mu Yunqi and Ning Kur to join them in this room. When everyone saw Mu Yunqi and Ning Kur, they tacitly made way for them, enthusiastically greeting them, calling them big sister-in-law. This title made Mu Yunqi and Ning Kur overjoyed. You guys are too sweet-tongued. With the atmosphere led by Mu Yunqi and Ning Kur, the previously gloomy atmosphere in the private room dissipated, and everyone gradually relaxed. Mi Xiao curiously asked, Shu Xiao, so you also play these kinds of mini-games? It's nothing, just playing around. Shu Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. Are you surprised? Yeah, it's quite surprising. We never expected the number one on the leaderboard would be you. Isn't this a misunderstanding? After Mi Xiao finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with the man with the dark face. The dark-faced man immediately said, Right, Shu Xiao, this really is a misunderstanding. I created a player group before, and you joined it, didn't you? But after joining, I found your social circle was too ordinary, so I concluded you were a fake. What do you mean by ordinary? That's called simplicity and returning to the essence. Yes, returning to the essence. The few of them flattered him again. Only then did Shu Chen slowly speak. You mean that player group? The people in that group aren't me. It's a nanny who takes care of my dog at home. Most of the time, my account is played by that nanny. I remember he told me he joined a player group. This was indeed something the nanny had mentioned to him. But to him, it was such a trivial matter that he didn't pay it any mind. Who would have thought it would lead to such a big misunderstanding? Oh, so that's how it is. It seems it really was a misunderstanding. Mi Xiao was somewhat amused and looked at the dark-faced man. You were a bit shallow. I didn't expect to run into a big shot like Shu Xiao in the game. I was just deceived by too many fakes. He scratched his head. Shu Xiao, I'm really sorry about this. Mainly, I was too stimulated by the dog fakes before and spent too much money in the game. My dad even threatened to break my legs. Shu Chen smiled. What good would breaking your legs do? Next time, break your hands, that way, you can't play games. Shu Xiao, that's a bit cruel. The dark-faced man chuckled. Shu Xiao, you probably aren't too familiar with Haiyu City, right? How about this, let's be friends over this incident. Tomorrow, I'll formally apologize and invite you to play, how about that? Sure. Since Chu Chen wasn't busy staying here, it would be nice to go out and have some fun. Then I want to go too. Ni Xiao interjected, patting the dark-faced man's shoulder. You can't be biased, you have to cover my share too. The dark-faced man gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll cover it. After enjoying a delightful dinner, Chu Chen said goodbye to Mi Xiao and the others, and simply took Mu Yunqi and Ning Kur to the villa. Once inside the villa, Chu Chen went to play with the dog. Mu Yunqi and Ning Kur also loved dogs and played with it for a while. However, it wasn't long before the two went to take a shower. After Chu Chen finished interacting with the dog and took a shower, he just came out to see Mu Yunqi already waiting for him at the door in a silk robe. He walked over. Where's Kur? Since both women were in the villa, he definitely had to choose one to sleep with tonight. To be honest, this kind of choice was quite difficult. Kur is already inside. Mu Yunqi smiled and pointed towards the master bedroom. Then she took Chu Chen's hand. Let's go in too. Chu Chen was taken aback. You don't mean? Ah, brother Jiang, just come in first. Alright, since he liked both. Not having to choose wasn't bad. After all, they were all going to exercise tonight. Wouldn't it be livelier with all three of them? The next day, after getting up, Chu Chen felt refreshed as he had breakfast and casually opened a minigame to take a look. No one in the world was cursing him as a dog fake anymore. Instead, the number 2 on the leaderboard was constantly spamming. The number 1 is my big brother. From now on, don't curse him anymore. Cursing him is like cursing me, got it? Chu Chen smiled and casually completed a few daily tasks before logging off. After breakfast, he drove directly to the Qingfeng private club where he had arranged to meet Mi Xiao and the others. He had been to such a club in the Magic City before. He didn't expect there to be one here as well, and its scale was not smaller than that of the Magic City. It looked quite nice. After getting out of the car, Mi Xiao swiped his VIP card and walked inside with Halian and Chu Chen. Chu Xiao, let me tell you, Qingfeng Private Club should be considered the highest-end club in Haiyu City. Basically, all the big shots and major clients in Haiyu City come here to dine and spend. In fact, high-end private clubs are pretty much the same. They mainly offer various customized services. As long as you have money, you can get whatever you want here. Of course, ordinary people generally can't enter such places. The threshold to get in is to pay the club's membership fee. Generally speaking, such clubs require an annual fee, and the most basic membership costs $1 million a year. Not to mention those with even higher membership levels. Xu Xiao, this place is not bad, right? I'm not exaggerating when I say that among private clubs, Qingfeng Private Club ranks among the best in the country, and some people come here specifically to have fun. After swaggering into the club with Chu Chen, Mi Xiao began to show him around, pointing out various places. He particularly pointed to the horse racing track. Look at this racetrack, it's pretty good, right? The best racetrack in the country is probably right here. The horses here are all good horses. Many of them have won places in racing competitions. Chu Chen nodded and looked towards the racetrack. The grass of the racetrack was clearly well maintained, lush and green, with a dozen trainers riding their horses across the grass. Those horses were well fed, strong, and their coat shone. They were clearly good horses. Xu Xiao, are you interested in horses too? Mi Xiao followed his gaze and then asked with a smile, if you're interested, why not go in and take a look? If you find one you like, you can buy it. Before he could finish his sentence, he let out a startled scream. The sound of hooves clattering past him. The hooves leaped high in the sunlight, full of muscular tension and explosive power. If this scene were captured, it would definitely make a great photo. Unfortunately, if you were standing under those hooves, it wouldn't feel so good. Mi Xiao was so startled that he stepped back several paces. If it weren't for the netting around the racetrack, he would have probably fallen flat on his face. Halian was not much better off. He was equally startled. Chu Chen, however, was not particularly afraid, mainly because he had already sensed someone approaching. You two are as timid as ever. Do you think I could step on you? The man on the horse was a lean figure wearing gold-rimmed glasses, laughing in a way that didn't quite match his refined demeanor. Mi Xiao's face turned pale. Although he was nearly scared to death, he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction and instead greeted him with a smile. So it's you, Li Xiao. Your horse still has that bad temper, huh? Yeah. Li Shumi stroked the horse's mane as if comforting it, but his eyes were full of pride. There's no helping it. You know my horse's temperament. It's just a bit irritable with outsiders. Only I can tame it. Of course. This is the second generation of Ocean Biscuit. Naturally, it's intelligent. Halian also chimed in with praise. Li Shumi clearly enjoyed the compliments, his gaze swept around before finally landing on Chu Chen. This one looks a bit sharp, is he your new friend? Ah, yes, this is Chu Xiao. Alright, got it. Have fun. Just as Mi Xiao was about to properly introduce Chu Chen, his words were interrupted by Li Shumi, who pulled on the reins and turned the horse around, seemingly preparing to leave. Just as he was about to leave, just as Mi Xiao and the black-faced man were about to watch Li Shumi leave, he suddenly tightened the reins and charged straight at Chu Chen. Chu Chen stood still, coldly staring at the horse's eyes. Then, he raised his hand and suddenly snapped his fingers loudly. Snap! Although such a massive creature as a horse looked terrifying, its understanding was limited, so it was very afraid of objects it perceived as potential dangers, such as various animals it had never seen before or sudden sounds. Chu Chen's unexpected snap startled the horse. Its rhythm was disrupted, and it turned to flee. Dabing! Dabing! It's okay, Dabing! Li Shumi hadn't expected this to happen and almost fell off the horse, but fortunately, he held tightly to the reins. However, the frightened horse completely ignored his commands and bolted away. He kept soothing the horse while not forgetting to cast a sinister glance back at Chu Chen. Chu Chen provocatively smiled at him. He actually thought he could scare him. Wasn't that just reaping what he sowed? Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up 20 billion in cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up a top-quality thoroughbred horse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up new energy battery technology. As Li Shumi left, the system's notification sounds kept ringing in Chu Chen's ears. Among the items he picked up this time were quite a few impressive things. In comparison, he had only picked up a few tens of millions in cash from Mi Xiao and the others, so it seemed this person was quite significant. However, no matter how significant he was, in front of him, he was just a joke. It's over, it's over. Mi Xiao and the black-faced man looked at Li Shumi's departing figure, their faces pale, looking utterly despondent. From their expressions, one would think they were about to be buried. Chu Chen didn't feel anything, instead asking, "What do you mean it's over? Chu Xiao, how should I say this to you? Do you know who that person was just now? He is the richest man in our city," Mi Xiao said, his face pale. His name is Li Shumi, the youngest son of the Li family, the richest family in our city. Although he used to be inconspicuous, in the past 2 years, one of his brothers was paralyzed in a car accident, and the other brother was eaten by a fish while swimming. He has now become the heir of the Li family. The old man of the Li family is in poor health and is now in a nursing home, so he handles all the affairs of the Li family. He is the real power holder of the Li family now. We've offended him. It's over. The black-faced man's expression was worse than when they offended Chu Chen yesterday. Although he seems easy to talk to on the surface, he is actually a psychopath. Those who offend him end up being retaliated against. Moreover, his most prized possession is that horse named Dabing. You actually scared his horse. Do you know how serious this is? It's worse than offending him personally. Mi Xiao's eyes gradually filled with despair. Isn't that horse always kept in the horse farm? I heard someone say that a horse trainer was trampled by Dabing, and after he recovered, he planned to train Dabing, but the next day, he was hit by a car and was split in two. As he spoke, he felt a wave of sadness, as if he had become that man who was split in two. Chu Chen frowned and asked, "Why is that horse called Dabing? Is it named after the big pancake in Mahjong?" This name was too unappealing. Dabing, speaking of that name, it has quite a history. Mi Xiao instinctively wanted to boast, but then he panicked. What time is it, Chu Xiao? You still have time to care about this kind of question. I was just asking casually. Why don't we hurry up and run away? Blackface looked at young Master Mi in panic. I'll go home and discuss with my father, see what we should do about this. What are you running for? I'm right here, can I let anything happen to you? Chu Chen shot them a sideways glance. Come on, tell me the origin of the name Big Cake. Li Shumi couldn't afford to offend them, and neither could Chu Chen. But if they had to choose, to be honest, they were more afraid of Li Shumi. Both were powerful and wealthy, but a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. After all, Li Shumi was the richest man in the city, with connections all over. It would be much easier for him to deal with them. Moreover, compared to Chu Chen's tolerance, Li Shumi was a petty man who would repay every slight. If the previous incident with the dog had happened to Li Shumi, they might have already had their legs broken. Young Master Chu, why don't you just let us go? Young Master Mi swallowed hard. We really can't compare to you. Speak. Yes. Chu Chen insisted, and young Master Mi and Blackface could only comply. They deeply regretted bringing Chu Chen to the Qingfeng private club today, who knew that pervert Li Shumi would be here. If they had known, they should have checked the calendar before going out. Do you know about Ocean Biscuit?
With no other choice, young Master Mi had to tell Chu Chen about the origin of the name Big Cake. Ocean Biscuit is a legendary racehorse from the beautiful country. Basically, everyone who plays with racehorses knows this horse. Ocean Biscuit was originally a descendant of racehorses but was short, small, and had a bad temper, always finishing last in races. Later, 2 trainers took over and turned it into a champion horse. That's about the process. Big Cake's name was taken from Ocean Biscuit. Li Shumi probably thinks his experience is similar to Ocean Biscuit's, so he dotes on Big Cake. He comes here to see his horse at least half a month every month. So, young Master Chu, now you know the importance of this horse, right? Chu Chen summarized, so, in the end, isn't it just a horse? If you had to say it that way, there really wasn't much to argue about. Gentlemen, young Master Li requests your presence, please come with us. While the 3 were talking, a staff member from the club approached, looking at them with some pity. They didn't know how these 3 had offended young Master Li, but his expression was so grim it looked like he could eat someone. With Li Shumi's temper, they were definitely in for a rough time today. Young Master Mi trembled in fear. He had said they should run quickly, but Chu Chen wouldn't listen. Now that they were invited, there was no way to refuse. He hesitated for a moment, grabbing the staff member's arm. Can I ask, how is young Master Li right now? The staff member naturally knew what he wanted to ask. Young Master Li is very angry right now. Young Master Mi, we should hurry. If we keep him waiting, he'll only get angrier. Upon hearing this, young Master Mi and Blackface felt so desperate they wished they could commit seppuku on the spot. Let's go. Let's meet him. Chu Chen calmly instructed the staff member to lead the way. The staff member looked at him in surprise and led them into the lounge of the racetrack. Though it was called a lounge, it was exceptionally luxurious. When Chu Chen and the others walked in, Li Shumi was sitting on the sofa, his face dark as he smoked. His horse had just been startled, and it had taken a lot of effort to calm it down. Now that the horse was safely in the stable, he had to settle the score with that reckless kid. Li, young Master Li, hello. After young Master Mi and Blackface entered the lounge, they looked at Li Shumi timidly, behaving like the servants there. Chu Chen, however, walked straight to the sofa and sat down. The assistant standing behind young Master Li saw Chu Chen sitting down so boldly and immediately scolded. Did young Master Li tell you to sit? Chu Chen was just about to make a move when Li Shumi suddenly raised his hand and waved it. No need. After saying that, he shot him a glance. The assistant immediately took out his phone and began to read. The horse raised by the young master, Big Cake, is a breed of horse known for its speed and endurance. The annual feeding and care costs amount to 8 million, not to mention the immeasurable value of Big Cake itself. Your actions today have upset Big Cake, so you will need to compensate at least 1 million. 1 million? For just this beast, 1 million in compensation? Chu Chen felt like he was being taken for a ride, his eyes opened wide. But when Mi Xiao and the black-faced man heard the assistant's words, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was just 1 million. That was manageable. At worst, it was just a financial loss to avert disaster. Alright, you hand over the money, then go apologize to Big Cake. Once Big Cake is in a good mood, you can leave. If Big Cake remains upset, you will stand by and keep apologizing until he feels better. The assistant was not negotiating with them, he was simply informing them. After delivering the message, he stood up to lead Chu Chen and the others. Mi Xiao and the black-faced man quickly accepted this arrangement. 1 million in compensation was acceptable, and apologizing to Big Cake was fine. Although Big Cake couldn't understand, it didn't matter. To put it bluntly, it was just Li Shumi in a bad mood, finding ways to make them squirm. This kind of open torment would only cost them a bit of dignity. What they feared was the kind of underhanded trick that could leave you in pieces. By the time you realized what happened, it would be too late. Let's go, young Master Chu, you should come with us. After Mi Xiao and the black-faced man reached the door, they noticed that Chu Tian hadn't moved at all, and they quickly called out to him. Halfway through their call, they realized he was quite the Lord himself. Mi Xiao quickly changed his tone. Forget it, young Master Chu, we can handle this. You just sit here and wait. The assistant spoke up, coldly staring at Chu Chun. Our young master said, this young Master Chu must go too. The black-faced man shivered. Young Master Chu, how about? You come with us? Go to hell. Chu Chen shot them a glance, a half-smile on his face as he looked at Li Shumi, unable to resist clapping his hands. I didn't expect the local tycoon of Hanwha City to play this way. Making someone apologize to a beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone in the room froze. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Li Shumi. Everyone here knew that Li Shumi hated it most when others referred to his horse as just a beast. After all, he treated Big Cake like his own son. In this top-tier private club, Big Cake could go wherever he pleased, running freely outside the stable, always accompanied by 4 or 5 staff members to take care of him, ensuring he could drink fresh, clean water flown in from afar whenever he got tired. Ordinary members would even greet Big Cake when they saw him. Big Cake was extremely pampered. There was a small material supplier who wanted to get in good with the Lee family, but no matter what he did, the Lee family ignored him. When he learned that Lee Shumi treated Big Cake like a son, he directly came to this private club to become a member, then waited for Big Cake to appear, and immediately bowed 3 times to acknowledge Big Cake as his godfather. Such a thing would be explosive anywhere else, but it actually pleased Lee Shumi. He directly allocated 10% of the Lee family's orders to that small supplier. So almost everyone who had been to this private club knew how high Big Cake's status was. In fact, many people later imitated that supplier, coming to acknowledge Big Cake as their father. But now, Shu Chen actually called Big Cake a beast. This was a recipe for disaster. The assistant observed Lee Shumi's expression, not daring to make a sound, silently praying that he wouldn't get dragged into this mess. As for Mi Xiao and the black-faced man, they were now completely at a loss for words. Not bad, not bad. 3 seconds later, Lee Shumi suddenly sneered and said, "You think De Bing is a beast, right? Have you heard of a human pig? Tell me, which is more noble, a human pig or a horse like De Bing?" This was a threat. A blatant threat. Human pig. It's over. Mi Xiao and the black-faced man muttered those 2 words, their eyes completely devoid of light, as if they had already seen themselves transformed into a human pig. Shu Chen lazily glanced at Lee Shumi. "I heard you, this beast, run very fast? You've won a lot of awards?" A dark cloud surged in Lee Shumi's eyes. He nodded, "Yes. Well, that's convenient, I have a horse too." Shu Chen clapped his hands. "I think it's a bit more impressive than your beast." He. Since he took power, it had been a long time since anyone challenged De Bing's position, so Lee Shumi was quite intrigued. He directly said, "Oh? Then why not bring your horse over for everyone to see? And by the way, let's have a competition." Shu Chen smiled, "Sure." Lee Shumi stared at Shu Chen, his tone unfriendly as he scolded his assistant, "Did you not hear what I want to do? Hurry up and prepare. Oh, right, call over some more spectators. The more people who witnessed him crushing others, the better. Tomorrow." Shu Chen yawned, "Let's compete at this time tomorrow, and I'll have someone bring the horse over." "Alright, competing tomorrow is fine, just write that De Bing is in a bad mood today." Lee Shumi chuckled a couple of times, "But I hope you can arrive on time tomorrow. I really don't want to send someone to drag you back. That would be quite embarrassing." Shu Chen ignored him. He stood up and left. Mi Xiao and the black-faced man quickly followed. They soon exited the horse racing grounds. It was only then that Mi Xiao and the black-faced man realized their clothes were completely soaked. The black-faced man incredulously touched his hands and feet. "I can't believe I actually managed to walk out in one piece. Let's hurry home and discuss our countermeasures." Mi Xiao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Shu Chen, however, looked at them strangely. "Didn't you say you invited me here to have fun? We just strolled through a horse racing ground, and now you want me to go back? Fun? What time is it? They still had the mood to play?" Mi Xiao looked at Shu Xiao with a mournful face. "Shu Xiao, I know you're not afraid of Li Xiao, but we are." "Exactly, Shu Xiao, we really don't want to become human pigs, please spare us." These 2 were really timid. Shu Chen clicked his tongue, "You 2 figure it out. If I'm not satisfied today, I'll turn you both into human pigs right now." He was just joking, but clearly, Mi Xiao and the black-faced man took it seriously. The 2 were so scared they didn't dare to breathe. Shu Chen found their expressions quite amusing, so he put on a stern face to tease them and wandered around the private club. Compared to the luxurious extravagance of the Magic City Club, this place had a geographical advantage, with a fresher and more elegant environment. The club even featured a small bridge with flowing water and scenic designs. These landscapes were crafted very naturally, clearly taking a considerable amount of thought. It wouldn't have this effect without years of cultivation. Shu Chen waved at Mi Xiao and the black-faced man, "Get 2 bottles of good wine over here. Let's have a few drinks before we leave. After all, whether you stick your head out or pull it back, it's still a death sentence, so it's better to choose a more straightforward way to go. At least enjoy a bit before dying." Holding such thoughts, Mi Xiao quickly prepared a table full of dishes and a few bottles of good wine, accompanying Shu Chen to drink and eat meat. Alcohol emboldens the timid. After a few glasses of strong liquor, Mi Xiao and the dark-faced man broke into a sweat, shedding their earlier timidity. "Shu Xiao, to be honest, we are truly finished this time." Mi Xiao gulped down a mouthful of wine. "I know better than you what kind of person Li Shumi is. After offending him today, we definitely can't stay in High US City. When we get back today, I'll clarify this with my father and have him take my wife and kids to run away quickly. At worst, we can just flee abroad. As for me, I only have this worthless life. I've enjoyed enough of eating, drinking, and having fun in the first half of my life. If I die, then so be it, I have no regrets. The dark-faced man nodded. Right, after 18 years, I'll still be a good man. That's a bit premature to say. Shu Chen chuckled. How do you know that it's definitely you who will die and not him? We don't have that kind of strength. Mi Xiao sighed. The Li family has been wealthy for generations, and they have deep roots that have allowed them to thrive even today, even establishing a voice in electronics. It's not just that they are rich, they have connections all over Haiyu City. Whatever they want to do, as long as they gather their family members to discuss it, it will definitely get done. Their power is truly terrifying. The dark-faced man nodded. Exactly, otherwise, why do you think someone even confirmed that Broken Horse as a godfather? Xu Xiao, having offended him, you definitely won't be able to stay in Haiyu City either. How about this, you charter a flight tonight to escape. First back to Modu, and once the paperwork is sorted, go abroad to avoid the storm. Mi Xiao advised Chu Chen. I know you are a big shot like Songgo, but even Songgo wouldn't dare to offend Li Xiao in Haiyu City. What you just said has some truth, but there's also a flaw. Chu Chen sipped his drink, standing against the wind. Your Songgo is no match for me. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Even after drinking, Mi Xiao and the dark-faced man wouldn't dare to boast like that. Has the alcohol gone to their heads? You two drink slowly. I'll take my leave. Remember to come on time to watch the match tomorrow. It will definitely surprise you. Chu Chen ignored them, patted their shoulders, and left directly. What? Someone wants to challenge Li Xiao's big pie? Is that true? Who is the reckless one wanting to commit suicide? They might as well jump off a building. On the other side, Li Xiao's assistant informed people in the circle about tomorrow's match. After all, there were quite a few people in the Li family's circle. It almost covered the entire second-generation rich circle of Haiyu City. Anyone with a bit of wealth and influence knew about the big pie horse. They also knew that there was a shortcut in this world called recognizing a horse as a godfather. In their eyes, actively challenging the big pie was akin to seeking death. After all, who would dare to challenge the authority of the Li family? Let me tell you, it's not just a challenge. They call the big pie that. That what? Those two words. Oh my, thunder rolling. This news became increasingly explosive, making the people in the group restless. What kind of background does that person have? It said they are from Modu, the one who recently made headlines for investing 100 billion to build the Shoqing film and television base. So rich. No wonder they are so arrogant. A strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. Although this kid indeed has the capital to be arrogant, clearly, he is being arrogant in the wrong place. Everyone discussed this matter. However, most were not optimistic about Chu Chen. Although he is wealthy, in this world, having money alone does not allow one to walk with swagger. What matters more is strength and connections. How many years has the Li family been in Haiyu City? Their relationships are deeply intertwined, firmly rooted in every corner of the city. Chu Chen is probably going to be kicked out this time. This news has even reached Wang Song and Xin Bin, who are far away in Modu. Both of them called Chu Chen to verify. Chu Chen smiled. Yes, there's a competition tomorrow. Xu Xiao, you really. He truly knows how to stir up trouble. However, he can stir up trouble, and he is indeed impressive. Now that he has offended so many people, all of them have disappeared, and he is the only one still bouncing around. Moreover, he is bouncing around more joyfully. Xin Bin and Wang Song were also excited. Then we'll come to watch tomorrow. Right, I'll charter a plane over now. Let me hitch a ride. Without a second thought, the two of them immediately booked a flight to come over, arriving in Haiyu City early the next morning. They didn't even have time for breakfast and headed straight to the villa in Linjiang ancient town where Chu Tian was. They then saw on the lush green lawn, 7 or 8 dogs frolicking, and a robust, shiny-coated horse grazing leisurely on the grass, looking relaxed and content. Chu Laudi, we're here. The two walked into the villa. At first glance, it looks like a zoo. When did you develop a fondness for raising dogs? Wang Song glanced at the dogs. Having a pack of dogs is actually quite nice. The one I have at home looks a bit lonely. When I return to Modu, I'll send my dog over to play. Sounds good. If he remembers correctly, Wang Song's dog should be an Alaskan, a huge one, and quite the internet celebrity. Xu Chen pointed to the thoroughbred horse beside him. Isn't this horse nice? Is this the horse you're competing with today? Wang Song looked at the horse. Xu Laudi, I didn't know you had such a good horse. This should be a purebred thoroughbred, right? Thoroughbreds are a breed specifically crossbred for racing, with a light head, long neck, powerful back, and a lightweight, long-limbed physique. Most importantly, they have very high explosive power, making them the fastest horses for middle to short distances. Such horses have achieved remarkable results in many competitions. Therefore, impressive thoroughbreds are extremely expensive. Some horses can even sell for over 100 million. Looking at the physique and color of Chu Chen's horse, one can tell it must not be cheap. Good eye. Chu Chen nodded. Since this horse was a reward from the system, he initially thought he would need to get familiar with it, but unexpectedly, the horse's favorability towards him was already maxed out. In the morning, he rode this horse for a lap and felt quite good, so he casually gave the horse a nice name, Feifei. This horse is very smart. After calling its name just a few times, it already knew it was its name, truly deserving of being a system reward. Seeing that it was almost time, after chatting with Qin Fun and Wang Song for a bit, Chu Chen directly set off with the horse to the private club. The private club was much livelier today than yesterday. The entrance was almost filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Those who didn't know would think a luxury car exhibition was being held here. Chu Chen brought Wang Song and Qin Fun straight to the racetrack. Today, the racetrack was exceptionally lively, already gathering hundreds of people, all of them various rich second-generation heirs here to watch the excitement. They were all gathered around Li Shumi. As expected of Dabing. I heard he won first place in the international horse racing competition last month. If I remember correctly, Dabing should be 9 years old this year, right? What kind of memory do you have? My godfather turned 9 last year, and in a month, it will be his 10th birthday. You all have to come then. A group of people laughed and flattered Li Shumi. Although Mi Xiao and the black-faced man were also present, it was as if they carried a virus. No one dared to approach them, creating a clear space around them. It was quite awkward as people stood there, touching their noses and listening to the chatter. When Chu Chen appeared, the voices abruptly stopped. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison towards Chu Chen. Oh, you're here, Li Shumi said, glancing over at Chu Chen. Upon spotting Wang Song and Qin Bin, he seemed somewhat surprised. If I remember correctly, one of you is Wang Xiao, and the other is Qin Xiao, right? These two were also top-tier rich second-generation heirs. Although Li Shumi had never met them before, he had heard their names. Wang Song and Qin Fun nodded. Yes, we heard there would be some excitement here, so we specially came to see the fun. You wouldn't mind, would you? Welcome, welcome. I was just worried that I didn't have enough audience here, and I didn't expect you to come. For such top-tier rich second-generation heirs, Li Shumi gave them face and arranged for them to sit down. Chu Chen also took a seat. He had the staff bring his horse over. Feifei proudly trotted onto the grass and quickly spotted his opponent on the field, Dabing. As the two horses locked eyes, a fierce spark ignited between them. That's a thoroughbred. That horse must be expensive. Of course it's not cheap, but what does it matter? In horse racing, the more expensive isn't necessarily the better. Exactly, can any expensive horse compare to our Li Xiao's Dabing? Li Xiao's Dabing is the best horse. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Shumi's eyes brimmed with pride and arrogance. Clearly, he had confidence in Dabing. After all, Dabing had won numerous awards over the past 2 years and was in excellent form. Most importantly, Dabing was at its peak right now. At this moment, even winning a world championship would be no problem. Alright, you guys stop the nonsense, it's annoying to hear you all day. Li Shumi scolded the chatter, then turned to Chu Chen. Chu Xiao, although we decided to race today, just running might not be interesting. How about we bet on something? Whatever you want, since you brought it up, you should know what to bet on, right? Of course. Li Shumi smirked sinisterly. Let's do this. The winner gets to turn the loser into a human pig. How about that? What the hell? As soon as Li Shumi said this, everyone around froze. Isn't this a bit too extreme? Ha 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 ha. But soon he burst into laughter again. Look at your faces. Why do they suddenly look so grim? I was just joking. Turning someone into a human pig is illegal. We are law-abiding citizens. How could we openly do such a thing? Chu Chen ignored him. He continued speaking to himself. But if we don't bet on something like that, I really don't know what to bet on. After all, I'm not short on money. At that moment, his assistant cleverly stepped forward. Young master, how about this? The losing horse gets killed, and we have a whole roasted horse here tonight. That should be fine, right? Clearly, this bet was in line with Li Shumi's idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. This bet is pretty good. The weak don't deserve to live. It's been a long time since I had roasted horse. It'll be great to liven things up tonight. Li Shumi waved his hand, silencing the crowd, and looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, what do you think of my assistant's proposal? I think your assistant is truly talented. He came up with such a good bet. Chu Chen clapped his hands. But I'm afraid you won't be able to part with your beast. As soon as the word beast came out, everyone standing next to Li Shumi was stunned. It turned out that Chu Chen really had the guts to call Dabing a beast. Truly reckless. The only word that floated in everyone's mind was, a true warrior. This was a rhythm of no retreat. A vein throbbed on Li Shumi's forehead, but he quickly regained his composure. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Alright. Li Shumi stood up, almost simultaneously heading towards their respective horses with Chu Chen. The two quickly arrived at the starting point of the racetrack. Bang! With the sound of the starting gun, thick smoke billowed from the barrel. De Bing and Fei Fei charged out from the starting line. As racehorses, both horses had strong explosive power and competitiveness. The speed at which they started was nearly identical. Li Shumi looked at Chu Chen with arrogance and mockery in his eyes. It was well known that thoroughbreds excelled in short bursts. The advantages of Chu Chen's horse were insignificant compared to De Bing, and it was even less likely to surpass De Bing later on. De Bing was destined to win today. Don't look at me like that. Look at your De Bing. Chu Chen shot him a sideways glance, squeezed his horse's belly, and Fei Fei immediately picked up speed, pulling ahead of De Bing by several lengths. Of course, Li Shumi urged De Bing to accelerate as well. Unfortunately, even at its fastest, De Bing was gradually left behind by Fei Fei. What is going on? De Bing. Is De Bing not in good form today? Are we really going to have roasted De Bing today? Saying such things, do you want to die? Silence fell. A group of people watched nervously from the stands as Fei Fei and De Bing widened the gap, which only grew larger. In the end, De Bing could no longer catch up to Fei Fei. No one dared to speak, but Wang Tsong and Qin Bin dared. The two, enjoying the spectacle, cheerfully asked, "Why aren't you cheering? This is such an exciting race." Everyone. Qin Bin asked, "By the way, we're having roasted whole horse tonight, right?" Of course, didn't everyone hear that? Wang Song chimed in, stroking his chin. "Speaking of horse meat, I've had it before, but I've never had roasted whole horse, let alone one from such a physically demanding race. I wonder what it tastes like." Everyone watched the two discuss as if they were the only ones present, not daring to utter a word. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to actually eat De Bing. Mi Xiao and He Lian, seeing Chu Chen win, quietly moved behind Wang Song and Qin Bin to get closer. Qin Bin cheerfully said to Mi Xiao, "Go ask the staff if the grill is ready. We don't want to end up without a grill." Mi Xiao nodded, yes. Soon, Chu Chen reached the finish line. He patted the seated Fei Fei, indicating that it had done well, and Fei Fei shook its hooves, clearly in a good mood, letting out a few snorts. Li Shumi's face was almost as dark as the finish line. His expression was so grim it could drip ink. Everyone looked at his face, momentarily unsure of what to say. But they didn't dare to speak. Wang Song and Qin Bin were not so afraid of him, cheerfully asking, "Li Xiao, the race is over, shall we proceed with the process?" Li Shumi glared at him with a sullen look. Qin Bin raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong, Li Xiao? It's just a horse, right? You won't be reluctant to part with it, will you? Truly, a top-tier rich second generation. How bold to say that." A short, chubby man jumped out to mediate. "It was just a joke. Do you really want to eat horse meat? What's so good about that? How about this, since everyone seems to be having a good time, I'll treat tonight, let's go have a whole roasted lamb. How does that sound?" Yes, he's right. What's so tasty about horse meat? Roasted lamb is the best. I just happen to have 2 little lambs from Mangbian. They taste really good. I'll roast them and let everyone have a taste. Everyone knew that Li Shumi treated the big pancake like his own son. Roasting it would be like roasting his own child. Even if he was willing to roast his own son, no one had the guts to eat it. In front of so many people, he actually thought about skipping out on the bill? The moment Chu Chen saw Li Shumi, he knew he was no good, but he never expected him to be so shameless. Skipping out on the bill so obviously? It's just a horse, can't you take a loss? Qin Bin sneered. Although they were just here to watch the fun, they were on Chu Chen's side. With them around, it wouldn't be so easy to skip out on the bill. What do you mean skipping out on the bill? Why say it so harshly? To put it plainly, it's just a joke among friends. Everyone here is a witness. Don't you all agree with me? The short, chubby man spoke again. Everyone glanced at Li Shumi's ugly expression and naturally echoed him. Chu Tian smiled at the short man. "If I remember correctly, you should be that beast's godson, right?" Mi Xiao seized the opportunity and quickly stood up. Yes, that's him. He just can't bear to see his dad die." Put. Wang Song and Qin Bin immediately burst into laughter. The others found it funny too, but couldn't laugh out loud. They could only try to hold it in. The scene suddenly became quite comical. It's just a horse, right? The one who broke the deadlock was Li Shumi, whose expression was quite something. He scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Chu Chen. "Indeed, you're right. It's just a beast, a useless waste, not worthy of living in this world." As he spoke, he glanced at his assistant. The assistant shivered and quickly called for the horse trainer. With a shot of veterinary anesthetic, the big pancake's massive body was instantly brought down. Under everyone's gaze, Li Shumi casually picked up a fruit knife from the table, walked over to the pancake, and plunged it directly into the horse's neck. Bright red blood gushed out immediately. It splattered all over him.
It also splashed all over his face. The sight was quite terrifying. No one dared to speak. They could only watch with glee as Chu-chen was forced to witness Li Shumi kill the pancake. What was the difference between that and forcing Li Shumi to kill his own child? Seeing Li Shumi's crazed demeanor, the feud between the two couldn't be resolved anytime soon. At this rate, one of them would surely die. If this were in Modu, Chu-chen might have a better chance, but the problem was this was in Haiyu City. Even though Chu-chen had invested so much, compared to the Li family, it was still not enough. Clap, clap, clap. Watching him slaughter the pancake, Wang Song took the lead in applauding with glee. The others could only awkwardly join in. Seeing Li Shumi's increasingly ugly face amidst the applause, Wang Song whispered to Chu-chen with a smirk, "Little brother Chu, did you see his expression? It's truly spectacular." Shinbin chuckled, "I've heard of this Li Shumi before, he's quite the pervert. I heard he's responsible for the deaths and injuries of all his brothers, and he even killed his own nephew, and he can't have children himself, he's completely cutting off his family line." With that said, Li Shumi was indeed impressive. He had someone take the pancake away to prepare it for roasting while he went to the lounge to change clothes. "Everyone, get ready to eat roasted horse." "Alright." Shinbin cheerfully found a spot to sit down and couldn't help but give Chu-chen a thumbs up. This horse is worth at least tens of millions. Following young Master Chu, it's definitely a life of luxury. After boasting, he leaned in and whispered to Chu-chen, "Young Master Chu, I suspect that Li Shumi is up to some shady business. It's all fun and games, but we still need to be careful on the way home tonight." "Got it." Chu-chen smiled, but his tone suddenly turned serious, however. "I don't think he has the time to do anything to me." "Why's that?" Seeing Chu-chen smile, both Jin Bin and Wang Song felt a chill run down their spines. Chu-chen didn't answer Wang Song's question. He casually glanced at Michao beside him. "Go keep an eye on the staff roasting the horse, don't let them add anything extra." "Yes." Michao hurried off. His condition visibly improved. After all, he had thought he was done for. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Not only was he fine, but Li Shumi was also forced to kill that dead horse of Debing. In short, one word to describe it would be exhilarating. Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag, veins bulging, struck the reinforced mirror in front of him with all his might, instantly cracking it with spiderweb-like fissures. Bang! The owner of the fist followed up with another punch, and the mirror shards immediately clattered down onto the sink, all stained with blood. Li Shumi seemed oblivious to the pain, and only after venting did he coldly take out a medical bandage and begin to methodically tend to his wounds. His assistant stood by, not daring to breathe, trying hard to minimize his presence. Once he finished bandaging, he finally looked at his assistant. "You should have contacted him by now?" "Already done." The assistant cautiously glanced at his watch. "He'll be here in no more than 5 minutes. "Good." Li Shumi nodded, casually finding a spot to sit down, closing his eyes to rest. Only his slightly trembling hands revealed the anger within him. Soon, 2 thin, dark men walked in. Though they looked unremarkable, they had a pair of sinister, inverted triangular eyes, with more white than black, making them appear quite terrifying. As soon as they appeared, Li Shumi immediately opened his eyes. The assistant took a photo from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table in front of the 2 men. "You should get to know this person, your target is him." The 2 glanced at the photo on the table and nodded to indicate they understood. One of them asked, "Young master, what kind of death do you want this time? No matter what method you come up with, I want him captured alive. I want to kill him myself." Li Shumi's eyes seemed poisoned, fixated on the photo of Chu-chen, as if he could already envision himself carving pieces of flesh from him. The 2 men exchanged glances. "Young master, we don't know how many bodyguards this person has. It might take some time to capture him alive. As long as you can capture him alive for me, I'll grant you freedom for the rest of the time, and I'll give each of you 5 million. Upon hearing such a good offer, the 2 immediately became energized. "Alright, hurry up and get going." Li Shumi waved his hand to the 2 with his eyes still closed. They quickly left. After they had gone, the assistant stepped forward. "Young master, if you're really not feeling well, should I find someone to give you a massage? We still have to go eat roasted horse meat. Are you going?" "Of course I'm going, why wouldn't I?" Li Shumi licked his lips. "But what's so good about roasted horse meat? I think the best thing to eat should be roasted pork, right? Would you like me to get some Italian black pig belly for you if you want to eat pork?" "The pig I'm talking about is a human pig." The assistant shuddered. "Yes. By the way, don't I have a book on the 10 most cruel tortures on my bookshelf? Go find it for me. I want to take this time to study it properly." "Yes." The assistant quickly brought the book. Li Shumi leaned back on the soft sofa, a look of delight on his face, and began to read the book page by page, his expression genuinely serious. The assistant felt a chill run down his spine. He had only seen this expression on the young master twice,
once after he had mutilated the eldest young master while torturing the nephew by the eldest master's bedside. And the other time was when the second young master died at home. It seemed that this time, that young master Chu would die a terrible death. His thoughts were quickly interrupted by a knock on the door. Who would come at this time? How inconsiderate! Fearing that Li Shumi would get angry, the assistant hurried to the door and opened it. But the next second, a high-pitched scream erupted. The scream was filled with terror. It was almost piercing to the eardrums. Li Shumi's reading was interrupted by such a sound, and he glanced coldly at the assistant. You better have a reason for this, or you can accompany the dead. The assistant, however, did not respond to him. Drops of fresh blood fell slowly onto the floor. The assistant slowly turned around. Under the light, his two big eyes bulged out, and even the blood vessels on his eyeballs were clearly visible. It was only then that Li Shumi noticed a long bloodstain appeared on the assistant's neck. His mouth opened and closed, making a faint hissing sound, but he didn't know what to say. Who is it? Li Shumi's mental fortitude was quite good. If an ordinary person saw such a scene, they would probably have fainted from fear, but he not only didn't scream or panic, he instead walked directly towards the door. The assistant's body fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't even glance at the corpse, simply kicking it aside. At the door stood the two short men from earlier. Those two men were already dead. Seeing that he wasn't scared, the person controlling the short man's body simply threw the short man onto the ground. Black and white impermanence simultaneously revealed their expressionless faces. You two are quick, ruthless, and precise. Not bad. Li Shumi faced black and white impermanence without fear, only admiration. I don't care who sent you, but I think you should consider working for me. No matter how much the other side offers you, I can give you double, even 10 times. The reason he could survive until today was that he understood human nature deeply. People are greedy, especially those who lick blood at the knife's edge. As long as enough temptation is offered, no one can resist. Black and white impermanence looked at Li Shumi with expressionless faces. If you think my offer isn't enough, feel free to ask for anything you want. Whatever you desire, I can give it to you. Li Shumi looked at the indifferent expressions of black and white impermanence, swallowed hard, and finally felt a hint of fear. But this fear did not make him retreat. It only made him more excited. If he could take down these two in front of him, he would be invincible. So, after retreating to the emergency button, he did not press it but still tried to negotiate with the two. If you think money is no longer an issue, then what about company shares? Women? Oh, it's my fault. If there's money, company shares and women are easy to come by. Let me think about what you lack. I think what you lack the most should be challenges, right? I guarantee that as long as you follow me, I will definitely meet your utmost demands. Anything can be satisfied. Isn't this something to consider? Heibai Wuchang watched him ramble on for so long without pressing the emergency button behind him, his expression growing somewhat impatient. You really talk too much. After saying this, Heibai Wuchang directly struck him down with a single blow. For them, killing Li Shumi was no different from squashing an ant. How could they negotiate with an ant? The only reason they hadn't killed him for so long was that they were waiting for him to press the emergency button, ensuring that someone would arrive within a minute of his death to witness the scene, thereby clearing others of suspicion. Otherwise, who would listen to him ramble on for so long? But who would have thought he would keep talking without pressing the button? So Heibai Wuchang simply gave him a fatal strike. Then he took his finger and pressed it on the emergency button. Let's go. After doing all this, the two of them vanished from the spot. Li Shumi couldn't believe until his death that the two of them were not even slightly tempted by the conditions he had offered. Although he understood human nature well, he did not realize that these two people were not ordinary at all. When a strong person faces an ant, what does it matter if the ant brings its entire ant kingdom as a bargaining chip? It would never make the strong person feel the slightest bit of temptation. Someone pressed the emergency button, location pinpointed, expected to arrive at the scene in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The security center of the private club quickly received the signal from the emergency button. This was one of the security services provided by the Qingfeng Club. Each VIP lounge had an emergency button. If a VIP encountered a threat to their personal safety, they could press the emergency button directly. Once the security center received the signal, they would immediately dispatch the nearest personnel to the scene, with the fastest response time being 30 seconds. However, the racetrack was quite large, so it would take a little over a minute. The security personnel quickly reacted and arrived at the lounge door in about a minute and a half. But they were stunned by the situation inside the lounge. The scene before them was something they could never have imagined. For corpses lay sprawled on the ground, their blood still emanating heat, yet they had encountered no suspicious individuals on their way here, and there were no footprints, fingerprints, or any traces left on the ground. But Li Shumi was dead. As the most esteemed member of the private club, The moment the security personnel sought his body, they knew this matter had escalated. All units on alert! All units on alert! Seal off the scene! Lock down all entrances and exits of the club. What is that sound? Is there a fire? Why is there an alert sound? What happened? The crowd waiting to enjoy the roasted horse at the racetrack had no idea what was going on, and upon hearing the alert, their expressions turned blank. However, although this group of rich second-generation heirs might lack ability, they still had a certain keen sense for such emergencies. 2 minutes after the incident, someone immediately found out the exact news. He stood pale among the crowd. Li Xiao. Li Xiao. What happened to Li Xiao? Li Xiao is dead. What? Hearing this news caused an uproar in the crowd. They could hardly believe it. How could Li Shumi, who had gone to the lounge to change clothes perfectly fine, suddenly die so quietly? How? How did he die? Apparently, he was assassinated. I didn't ask for the specifics. The person trembled. Upon hearing that Li Shumi had been assassinated, almost everyone turned to look in one direction. Wang Song, receiving the gazes of the crowd, stepped forward. Why are you all looking at Chu Xiao like that? Everyone has been sitting here quietly from beginning to end without leaving, not even making a phone call. Are you all blind? The crowd immediately fell silent. With such a significant incident occurring, the owner of the Qingfeng private club, Xinyu, had to rush over to handle the situation. She had already received news on the way, so when she arrived at the scene, her expression was very calm. Everyone, please remain calm. There has been a small incident at the club. I understand this has caused quite a bit of trouble for you all, and I ask for your cooperation to not leave the scene for the time being. Our staff has already called the police, and once the police conduct their search and gather evidence, you will be free to leave. She looked apologetically at the crowd. Today, all your expenses will be covered by our Qingfeng club. Moreover, we will provide free lounges, tea, and a buffet. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves, no need to be polite. Her voice gently reassured everyone. The crowd quickly calmed down. It was Wang Song who touched his chin and said, I didn't expect the owner of Qingfeng club to be a woman, and a stunning beauty at that. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyu walked over with a smile. Although she appeared to be in her early 30s, she was exceptionally well maintained, her skin looking as delicate and radiant as that of a 25 or 26-year-old girl, her smile carrying a hint of innocence amidst her poise. You must be young Master Chu, young Master Wang, and young Master Qin, right? I am the owner here, Xinyu. I've heard of you, and I didn't expect such esteemed guests to come to my place. She extended her hand. I've had some light drinks prepared. Would you three do me the honor of joining me for a drink? Of course, we must give face to a beauty. Xin Bin stood up. Wang Song did not refuse either. Shu Chen chuckled, then let's go. Mi Xiao and the man with the dark face hesitated for a moment but then eagerly followed behind. Watching Xinyu gracefully lead the way, seemingly unfazed by the incident of a death in the club, Xin Bin leaned in and asked, your club had a death, don't you feel scared? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't fear ghosts knocking at your door. Xinyu smiled brightly. Anyway, the security services I provide are reliable, and the police have been notified. The final responsibility for this incident will be determined by the police. I'm just someone running a business. As long as I provide good service, why should I be afraid? If I must say I'm afraid, it's that I'm afraid you won't come back. Boss Qin is a remarkable woman. I must drink a few more with you later. Wang Song immediately expressed. Great. Soon, the three arrived in front of a quaint three-story building, with the plaque reading Qingjing Building. The surroundings featured winding waters and pavilions, with beautiful scenery. You five go in first, I'll be there shortly. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked to the other side. Mi Xiao watched her departing figure and couldn't help but swallow. Qingjing Building. This is specifically used by Qingfeng Private Club to host top-tier members. Usually, we wouldn't even qualify to enter such a place. Boss Qin is being too generous today. The man with the dark face flattered Chu Chen and the others. It seems that young Master Chu, young Master Song, and young Master Qin have quite the status. Here are the access card for Qingjing Building and the Black Diamond membership card. After walking to the side, a female assistant was already waiting for Xinyu. Xinyu took the cards and was about to leave when the assistant called out to her. The assistant hesitated and looked at her. President Qin, there was a conflict between young Master Chu and young Master Li before. This incident is very likely to have been caused by young Master Chu. Since we are so close to him, it might not be good, right? What if the Li family comes to investigate? Ha! After listening to her, Xinyu turned back to glance at her, then looked up at the sky. Did you not notice that the weather in Haius City has changed today? Starting today, the richest person in Haius City will change hands, and the heavens will shift as well. As for the Li family, they were already in fierce internal conflict. Previously, Li Shumi had suppressed them with an iron fist, which is why nothing happened to him. You say he's dead. Do you think those people in the Li family will seek revenge? They probably can't wait to set off firecrackers in celebration. There's a saying that when a person dies, the tea cools. We are in the business of living people, not dead ones. We need to know our place. After saying this, he took his access card and membership card, smiling as he walked into Xingjing Building. Inside Xingjing Building, Shu Chen and the others had already started drinking. Sorry, I got held up by something, so I'm late. I'll drink a cup as punishment. Xin Yu directly sat down next to Chu Chen. Shu Chen didn't refuse. Instead, after she got closer, he collected the few small floating balls around her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up 1 billion cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up a building from Tianshanrenjian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for picking up a set of top-grade emerald jewelry. It seems that Xin Yu is quite well off. The things picked up from her are all excellent items. After punishing herself with a drink, Xin Yu handed her access card and membership card to Chu Chen. Shu Xiao, this is a little gift for our meeting. I hope you won't decline. As soon as Mi Xiao saw those two cards, his eyes widened. Wang Tsong and Xin Fen also noticed that these two cards were extraordinary. Shu Chen raised an eyebrow. What is this? The first card is our Qingfeng Club's Black Diamond membership card. We only have 3 Black Diamond membership cards in total at Qingfeng Private Club, and with Li Xiaogan, his position is now yours. With this membership card, you can freely enjoy the entire Qingfeng Private Club. This is your territory now. There are only 3 Black Diamond membership cards issued in the entire private club. The weight of this card is unimaginable. The other card is the access card for Xingjing Building. This will be your exclusive place from now on. As for what you want to use it for, you can decide that yourself. I won't interfere, Xin Yu said with a smile. Facing Xin Yu's goodwill, Shu Chen didn't hold back. Alright, I'll accept it. Thank you, Boss Qin. No need to be polite, Shu Xiao. I'm just here to provide you with a home-like service. President Qin, there's a sir outside saying he wants to summon Shu Xiao and the others. Not long after drinking, a waiter came to the door. Shu Chen stood up. Since it's sir's job, as law-abiding citizens, we have the obligation to cooperate. Let's go give a statement. The group at the racetrack was very close to the incident site, and almost everyone was summoned for routine questioning. Their statements posed no issues. Shu Chen also cooperated with them. With so many eyes watching and the surveillance recording, of course, they couldn't find any problems with Shu Chen. So after various interrogations, the 5 were finally released smoothly. After all this commotion, it was already evening. Shu Chen went straight home. Wang Tsong and Qin Fen returned to the hotel. What do you think about today's incident? Wang Tsong came to Qin Fen's room, bringing some food and drinks, and started asking for his thoughts. Qin Fen was still shaken. What else is there to think? Of course, we just sit back and watch. Luckily, we didn't offend him back then, but became friends with him. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we'd die. Although there was no evidence for this series of events, Wang Tsong and Qin Fen were now quite certain. These things were done by Chu Chen. But, even if they knew, what could they do? They couldn't find any evidence. There were no witnesses. Chu Chen had never admitted it to them directly. Yeah, he's hidden much deeper than we imagined. Wang Tsong also said this softly. Afterwards, he and Qin Fen tacitly stopped discussing the matter. Clearly, in front of Chu Chen, they were not worth mentioning at all. Being able to be his brother was already a stroke of luck. In the future, no matter who they offended, they could not offend him. Young master, you're back. When Chu Chen returned to the villa, Xin Xingwei had already taken care of most of the internal affairs of the villa and welcomed his return with the servants. He nodded, walked into the villa, sat down, and listened to Xin Xingwei report on recent matters while sipping tea. By the way, young master, Miss Ning and Miss Mu happen to have their birthdays on the same day, which is a week from now. Do you need me to prepare gifts for you? Their birthdays, huh? Chu Chen thought for a moment. Then you should prepare well for them. Choose 2 sets of jewelry for them as gifts, and also arrange a birthday party. Let's prepare a fireworks show for them at the birthday party. Okay, young master, I'll arrange it right away. After receiving Chu Chen's instructions, Xin Xingwei immediately contacted a company that specializes in fireworks. Soon, the manager of the company was brought to the villa. Upon seeing the villa in the ancient riverside town, along with the dogs and horses in the yard, the manager knew this was definitely a big deal. He didn't dare to be negligent. Manager Zhang, right? Please have a seat. Such a person naturally didn't need Chu Chen to personally receive him. Xin Xingwei stepped in and took 5 minutes to meet him. He looked at Xin Xingwei, who was so beautiful and graceful, and thought she was the mistress of the house, immediately standing up to flatter her. However, Xin Xingwei smiled at him. Manager Zhang, I'm just the housekeeper here, you don't need to be so polite to me. Alright, I have other matters to attend to, and I only have 5 minutes to meet you, so let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Just a housekeeper, yet with such an imposing presence, Manager Zhang felt very nervous. He nodded. You say, I'm listening. Let's prepare for the fireworks show for 3 hours, starting from 8 o'clock next week until 11 o'clock. The location will be around this villa. As for the fireworks, you should have brought the list, right? I brought it. Manager Zhang respectfully placed a list on the table. These are some mid to high-end fireworks from our company, you can choose freely. Xin Xingwei picked up the price list and glanced at it. The prices ranged from several thousand to over 10,000 each. She directly chose the most expensive one, the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Let's go with this 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. How long can it burn? This 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains has a total of 1088 shots, costing 100,000 each, and can last about 20 minutes. Then let's start with 100,000 miles of rivers and mountains. 100,000 miles of rivers and mountains? One costs 100,000, so 100 would be 10 million. This was indeed a big client. However, 100,000 miles of rivers and mountains could last the entire night. In the first hour, let's start with the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. In the second hour, let's customize some text. And in the third hour, let's have musical fireworks, projecting the lyrics into the sky. As Chu Chen's housekeeper, Xin Xingwei had recently grasped Chu Chen's character. Chu Chen was not short on money at all. As long as the effect was good, the cost was completely irrelevant. And Manager Zhang was already dumbfounded. President Xin, do you mean the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains will be launched from 33 boxes simultaneously? 100,000 miles of rivers and mountains, each lasting 20 minutes. If more than 30 were launched together, they could finish 100 in just 1 hour. Yes. Xin Xingwei returned the price list to him. I'll have someone send you the exquisite text later. Our young master values this fireworks show very much, so I hope you can put in extra effort. Just give me a quote for how much it will cost. To meet your requirements, this fireworks show will cost at least 35 million. Manager Zhang reported the price tremblingly. To achieve such an effect, it indeed required that much money. He thought Xin Xingwei would haggle, but she nodded. Alright, that's the amount. She then served tea and sent him off. Manager Zhang could see she was busy and tactfully stood up to leave. The news of Li Xiao's death at the private club quickly made headlines in major newspapers, with countless media outlets rushing to report the incident, causing it to spread rapidly throughout Huiyue City. Just the next day, the matter was known by everyone. The Li family, aside from officially urging the police to solve the case quickly, took no other action and plunged directly into the family's internal power struggles, with dozens of power holders fighting to the death, leaving both sides severely wounded. Anyone with eyes could see the Li family was finished. Even if the Li family's reputation still lingered, it had gradually fallen apart, no longer the Li family of old. Those rich second-generation heirs who had witnessed Chu Chen and Li Shumi's confrontation at the racetrack also knew the Li family was done for. Huiyue City had become Chu Chen's domain. Moreover, with all his various projects in Huiyue City proceeding normally, many rich second-generation heirs came to apologize and get close to him. Young Master Chu, look, this is a gift for you. Just some tea leaves we grew ourselves. Young Master Chu, what's that broken tea? This is a fortune cat ornament, pure gold. Young Master Chu. Chu Chen casually entertained them and had Xin Xingwei send them away, then went to the study to receive Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. The two also brought a friend. Chu Chen recognized him at a glance. Aren't you the one who makes videos? You actually know me, young Master Chu? Zhao Yang was overjoyed to hear this. Yes, the car number that little Yang mentioned is mine. Zhao Yang was also a rich second-generation heir, though he couldn't compare to Wang Tsong and Qin Bin. However, he had a passion for cars, so he created an account to film luxury cars and occasionally made some skits. Over time, his account surprisingly accumulated over 1 million followers. While not a particularly big internet celebrity, he was somewhat well-known. He was lively and hospitable, so he had many friends among rich second-generation heirs from all over. He was genuinely a good person, which made him well-liked in the circle. Otherwise, Wang Tsong and Qin Bin wouldn't have brought him to meet Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled, young and promising. I'm just a video maker, what young and promising? It's just that you big brothers think highly of me and are willing to be friends. Zhao Yang was quite humble. Wang Tsong patted his shoulder, young brother Chu, aren't you having a birthday party in a couple of days? Isn't there going to be a fireworks show at the party? My friend here does live streaming, can you let him stream at the party? Of course, that's no problem. Chu Chen nodded. However, there will be many people at the party, and they are all from the circle, so please don't speak carelessly or invade anyone's privacy. Thank you, young Master Chu. Don't worry, I've done so many live streams, I know how to handle this. Zhao Yang immediately assured Chu Chun. Soon, the day of the birthday party arrived. Although the invitations had long been sent out, they only indicated that they were invited to a dinner, without specifying what it was about. Invitations were sent to all the rich second-generation heirs and relevant personnel in Haiyue City. They all confirmed they would attend. Meanwhile, Mu Yunqi and Ning Kor were still in the dark. Early that morning, the two received a diamond jewelry set sent by Xin Xingwei. This is a birthday gift from the young master to you. Happy birthday! The gift givers also sent their birthday wishes at the same time. Although Mu Yunqi was very happy to receive the gifts, she also felt a bit disappointed. She couldn't help but ask, Brother Jiang, did Brother Jiang say when he would come today? Or I could come over too? Sorry, Miss Mu, I'm only responsible for delivering the gifts to you, I don't know the specifics. Oh, upon hearing this, Mu Yunqi felt even more disheartened. But she also understood that the person delivering the gifts was just a runner and didn't know much. Ning Kor was in a similar situation. However, at least they received gifts. This diamond necklace was worth at least several 100,000. The two of them sat at home waiting for a day. Besides this gift, there had been no other news from Chu Chen, and they thought he had forgotten about them. However, around 6 in the afternoon, both received a call from Xin Xingwei. The young master asked me to take you to the villa, please prepare well, it's best to dress a bit more formally. Although Xin Xingwei didn't explicitly say what they were going to the villa for, both understood the hint and happily changed into their little dresses from the wardrobe, put on diamond jewelry, and got into the car sent by Xin Xingwei. On the way, Mu Yunqi couldn't help but feel joyful and chatted with the driver. Did you see anything being prepared at the villa when you came over? The driver shook his head. I didn't really pay attention to that. Mu Yunqi felt a bit disappointed. Oh, okay then. So it's a birthday party. Our Chu Xiao really knows how to treat women. Of course, just look at who our Chu Xiao is. Most of the guests at the villa in Linha Ancient Town had already arrived, and they all realized after arriving that this was a special birthday party, with the birthday girls being Ning Kor and Mu Yunqi. The rich second-generation guests were all saying nice things. The female companions brought by the rich second generation were all envious. After all, such a birthday party was not something just anyone could afford. Our birthday girls are about to arrive, someone shouted at the door, and all the guests turned to look. Ning Kor and Mu Yunqi held hands and walked in under the crowd's adoration. Upon seeing the guests in the courtyard and the huge billboard, they realized that Chu Chen had actually planned a birthday party for them. The two were very surprised. Amidst the envious gazes of everyone, they walked towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen clapped his hands, and immediately, a servant pushed a huge 3-tier birthday cake forward. Everyone sang the birthday song, made wishes, and blew out the candles. Then Chu Chen handed each of them a knife, allowing them to cut the cake together. After cutting the cake, they shared it with everyone. Soon after, magnificent fireworks exploded around the villa, stunning everyone present in an instant. So the highlight of today is this fireworks display. Isn't it beautiful? Chu Xiao is so romantic. The landscape painting of thousands of miles exploded around the villa, countless flowers blooming simultaneously in the night sky, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the heavens in an instant. It was breathtakingly beautiful. It dazzled everyone. Countless people were immersed in this unparalleled romance. Zhao Yang found a good spot and opened the live stream. The fireworks I promised everyone have arrived on time. Let's witness this romantic fireworks rain together. It's expected to last about 3 hours, and even during the new year, you might not see such a grand scene, so please enjoy this visual feast. Even through the screen, the shock of the scene was felt. An audience member immediately recognized that what was being displayed in the sky was the landscape painting of thousands of miles. Oh my god! I really didn't expect someone to display the landscape painting of thousands of miles like this. At least a dozen boxes of the landscape painting of thousands of miles must be set off at the same time to achieve this effect, right? I don't think a dozen boxes of the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting can achieve this effect, at least around 30 boxes. Isn't the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting 100,000 per box? If you put out 30 boxes at once, that's 3 million. Rich. Truly rich beyond humanity. Zhao Yang had actually released the news about the fireworks show quite early, but most people didn't take such a show to heart. After all, it wasn't the new year, and who sets off fireworks for no reason? Even if they did, it wouldn't be particularly grand. But no one expected that this fireworks show would feature the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting. Even through the screen, the spectacle was so grand. How enjoyable it would be to see it live. The live stream quickly attracted a large number of viewers, many of whom asked for the address and drove thousands of miles to see it. The display of the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains lasted a full hour.
At least 10 million is gone. That's 10 million. If it were cash, it would fill several big boxes. I can't even burn that much paper for my mom during the holidays. The world of the rich is truly beyond comprehension. The first hour ended perfectly, and the fireworks in the sky gradually dimmed. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, bursts of fireworks exploded from all directions. Dazzling fireworks soared to the highest sky, leaving behind two names: Mu Yunxi, Ning Kuer. After these two names gradually faded, four big characters appeared: Happy birthday. Seeing this scene, both Mu Yunxi and Ning Kuer covered their mouths. No woman dislikes romance, especially this kind of extravagant and money-burning romance. Mu Yunxi couldn't help but glance at Ning Kuer. Kuer, how did you find such a boyfriend who loves you? Ning Kuer was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nudged her arm. What nonsense are you talking about? I know who Mu Yunxi is, but who is Ning Kuer? In the live stream, upon seeing these two names, many people understood for whom this fireworks display was set off. Many girls exclaimed that it was romantic to death, but quite a few men jumped out to pour cold water on it. Romantic? You don't really think this kind of romance is rare, do you? Didn't you see the two names up there? What's wrong with two names? Ha, you can't be women from another time, can you? This guy is keeping two women and then celebrating their birthdays together. Do you still think this is romantic? Put. Many men scoffed at such statements. On the contrary, the girls didn't care at all. A lifetime and eternity are just things that losers use to deceive girls. Once you get married and have kids, you'll know that feelings aren't important at all. What's important is how much a man is willing to spend on you. With money, at least no matter what happens, life can be guaranteed. What's wrong with crying in a BMW? As if sitting behind a bicycle means you can laugh. Xu Xiao. Thank you. This live stream gained me 1 million followers. Zhao Yang fixed the live streaming equipment at a good angle and ran in front of Chu Chen to share the good news. I filmed so many luxury cars, but none can attract as many viewers as a fireworks show. Chu Chen patted the little dog Xiaojia squatting at his feet and nodded. As long as the followers increased, that's good. Oh. A rich second generation came over to toast, and the little dog Xiaojia saw the steak in his hand, showing strong interest, and immediately rushed over to play around him. The rich second generation immediately fed the steak to the dog. Hee hee, Grandpa, eat more. Xu Chen saw the scene. He frowned immediately. Can't you just be a person? Why call a dog Grandpa? Originally, the rich second generation called Xiaojia Grandpa to please Chu Chen because he saw how much Chu Chen doted on the little dog. Hearing Chu Chen's words, he was momentarily taken aback, then forced to smile and said, Hee hee, who told you this is your beloved dog? It's only right for me to call you Grandpa. Go away. Why are you so eager to get close? If you miss Grandpa, just go home and buy something to honor him. Don't just randomly call someone Grandpa here. Zhao Yang noticed that Chu Chen's expression was not good, and stepped in to smooth things over. Does our young master Chu need you to elevate his status here? Chu Chen said nothing, just glanced at Zhao Yang, then left. Watching his departing figure, Zhao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the rich second-generation heir, helplessly admonishing him, do you think young Master Chu is like that psychological freak Li Shumi? He doesn't play that game. Didn't you see how bad his mood was? If you do this again, you'll be in trouble. The birthday party continued until 11 at night, and only after all the fireworks had burned out did the party begin to wind down. At this time, everyone was still busy. Miss Ning, my wife and I are about to get married, and my wife loves those ancient-style things. We have a whole bunch of hanfu at home, and she said she wants a traditional Chinese wedding. I don't know much about this. I heard you run a hotel for Chinese weddings, so we'll be counting on you for our wedding. The reason these rich second-generation heirs came over was, to some extent, driven by ulterior motives. But regardless of their motives, the core was to build a good relationship with Chu Chen. However, Chu Chen lacked nothing, and he wasn't keen on accepting gifts, so they could only try to win him over in other ways. For the sake of Mu Yunxi and Ning Kuer, he went to great lengths, clearly showing his affection for the two. After Zhao Yang's hint, those flattering rich heirs turned their attention to Ning Kuer and Mu Yunxi. Upon learning that Ning Kuer was running a hotel for Chinese weddings, they began discussing the hotel. Ning Kuer was somewhat flattered and instinctively glanced at Chu Chen. Chu Chen gave her an encouraging smile. Ning Kuer replied with a beaming smile, sure, if you want to hold a wedding, I'll make a reservation for you. Then make one for me too. My nephew from my mother's side is getting married, and the young people think Western weddings are boring, so they want something different. Me too, me too. Yes, make one for me too. Old Lin, your son and daughter have already gotten married. What are you reserving for? Can't I have a silver wedding with my wife? Although the Chinese wedding hotel hadn't officially opened yet, the promotion had already been out for a while, and they had only received 3 reservations so far. But in just this moment, over a dozen wedding reservations came in.
Ning Kaur simply took out her phone and started jotting down names, feeling a bit dizzy from the busyness. At this rate, her wedding schedule for the next month would be fully booked.
Yunchi, you're so beautiful in person. I heard you've not been too busy lately? Young Master Chu, with a beauty like Miss Mu, if you were to keep her in a golden house, that would be such a waste. Of course, everyone was not only enthusiastic towards Ning Kaur but also did not neglect Mu Yunchi.
Mu Yunchi received all sorts of compliments.
In the end, someone asked Chu Chen to lend them a person. Young Master Chu, if I remember correctly, Miss Mu shouldn't have any plans recently, right? Can I borrow her for a few days?
Sure, but it still depends on her own wishes.
Chu Chen glanced at Mu Yunchi.
Mu Yunchi, nestled beside Chu Chen, chuckled lightly. Sure, I happen to be free these 2 months.
Oh, that's great.
Our company just happens to need a brand ambassador.
Miss Mu, please don't decline.
We really can't find an actress as outstanding as you to endorse our brand.
If you have time, it would be best if you could come to our company tomorrow, and we can sign the contract then. Filming will start the day after tomorrow.
Miss Mu, if you're not busy, we have a hotel opening ceremony at my place in half a month.
Could you possibly come? And me. We have a 100-day banquet at my house in a month.
Such a good opportunity to curry favor must be seized. In no time, Mu Yunchi's schedule for the next 2 months was completely filled, leaving almost no free time. Of course, during this time, Chu Chen was also busy. Every time someone came over, he frantically picked up everything around him. In just this short while, he had collected over 100 billion in cash. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring virtual mobile phone technology. Just when Chu Chen regretted not having obtained anything good, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. However, he didn't have time to see what it was before he was pulled away to talk again. The banquet lasted until after midnight, and everyone reluctantly left. Chu Chen returned to the bedroom with Mu Yunchi and Ning Kaur. Mu Yunchi and Ning Kaur didn't come unprepared this time. Looking at the little toys they brought, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's true what they say, a man remains a boy at heart. These little toys are really fun. The next day, due to arrangements, after having breakfast, Chu Chen had Xin Xingwei arrange a car to send Ning Kaur and Mu Yunchi away. After he finished his breakfast, he called Li Zihui. He had been in Huanyu City for a month now. That meant he hadn't seen Li Zihui for a month. Yesterday, he had thrown such a grand birthday party for Mu Yunchi and Xin Xingwei, inviting many people, so Li Zihui must have heard about it and felt a bit uncomfortable. Therefore, Chu Chen had long instructed Xin Xingwei to prepare a gift for Ning Kaur. It should have been received by now. Brother Jiang, I received the dress you customized for me. It's just the right size, but I can't wear it now. Once I give birth to our baby, I can wear it when the call connected. Li Zihui's mood was not as low as Chu Chen had imagined. Instead, she had a radiant smile on her face. Chu Chen chuckled. It seems you really like the gift I sent you. Of course I do. Li Zihui chatted happily with Chu Chen. She knew he was very busy, so she never expected much. As long as he remembered her amidst his busyness, she was very satisfied. After all, she was now free from worries about food and clothing, with her mother and various nannies taking care of her. If she got bored, she could play with whatever she wanted, and she could also take walks in the huge garden. For her, this was a life she had never even dared to dream of before. What more could she ask for? Moreover, although Chu Chen celebrated Mu Yunchi and Ning Kaur's birthdays yesterday, he hadn't forgotten to prepare a gift for her, and she truly felt his thoughtfulness. After chatting about recent events with Li Zihui, Chu Chen opened his phone, intending to scroll through some short videos, but a news notification popped up. It was about the Huawei Group. In recent years, the Huawei Group had risen rapidly, with its mobile phones selling increasingly well. Not only had it quickly captured a large market share domestically, but Huawei phones were also seen everywhere abroad. According to recent statistics, Huawei had become the third largest mobile phone brand in the world by shipment volume, with a frightening growth rate, even surpassing the Fruit phone. This made the leaders of the beautiful country feel very uneasy, so they decided to impose sanctions on Huawei. The Ministry of Commerce of the beautiful country has directly issued regulations requiring large domestic technology companies to prohibit the provision of chips and various key technologies and equipment to the Huawei country. After looking at this, Chu Chen gradually furrowed his brows. He searched for similar news and found quite a lot of it. Due to the technological backwardness of his own country, most of the mobile phone chips are imported from abroad, and many advanced devices and technologies also rely on foreign procurement. Therefore, with such sanctions, most domestic manufacturers are quite troubled. After all, survival is more important. So many small manufacturers in the country chose to compromise after seeing this situation. They continuously paid fines to the beautiful country just for an import license. Some manufacturers initially held on,
but later had no choice but to pay. Now, only Hua Wan and Mi Jia are left struggling, and they even issued a statement that no matter how difficult it gets, they will never compromise. Both companies have also increased their investment in technology. Since being sanctioned, in just 3 months, the two companies have added over 20 billion in technological investments. It is clear that they are determined to fight to the end. Almost forgot. After reading these news articles, as a citizen of Hua country, Chu Chen couldn't possibly feel nothing. Of course, if it were someone else, they might just be angry for a moment. But Chu Chen is different. He hasn't forgotten the virtual phone technology he picked up at the banquet. He quickly opened the system to check what this virtual phone technology is all about. Awesome! After a preliminary understanding, Chu Chen couldn't think of anything else, only these two simple and crude words floated in his mind. It's not that he couldn't find words to describe it, it's just that this is really amazing. It's a truly groundbreaking work. In the face of this virtual phone, all the phones in the world become trash. This virtual phone can meet any function required by a mobile phone. However, unlike ordinary phones, the materials used in the virtual phone are very special, and the chip algorithm is powerful. Not only can the phone be folded, but it can also be folded down to the size of a thumb. When not in use, it can be disguised as an accessory, but when needed, you can choose to open it using projection or in the manner of a modern phone. It truly achieves convenience and speed without being cumbersome. Moreover, this phone is equipped with solar charging and 5-second fast charging. If you charge it at home, you only need to place the phone on the charging dock for about 5 seconds to fully charge it. When charging is inconvenient, you can directly turn on solar charging. Although solar charging is not as fast as charging at home, in sunny places, it only takes half an hour to fully charge the phone. What has been mentioned above is just the hardware part. As for the software part, it is even more impressive. All apps on the market can run smoothly and perfectly, achieving a 0.1 second seamless opening. It can also connect to brainwaves and irises, allowing control of the phone through brainwaves and iris recognition. It is absolutely a level that technology will not reach in the next 50 years. It is ahead by several centuries. Once this phone is released, what is there to worry about regarding technology blockades? It will be the beautiful country that should be worried then. Xingwei, go contact the chairman of Hua Wan and Mi Jia for me, just say I have something important to discuss with them. Oh, okay. Xingwei has already gotten used to Chu Chen's spontaneous ideas. After receiving his instructions, she immediately found a way to contact the people from Hua Wan and Mi Jia. Recently, Ren Rushi from Hua Wan and Lei Jun from Mi Jia have also been quite busy. When the assistant informed them of the message, both were somewhat surprised and puzzled. The things that Chumen Entertainment and Chumen Skincare are doing have nothing to do with technology at all. How did they end up on their heads? However, recently, Chuchen's development has been thriving, looking as if they are not short on money at all. The world is so big, perhaps there will be cooperation in the future. It's good to meet and get to know each other now. At worst, it will just take 1 or 2 hours. So after studying the schedule, I arranged the meeting for a week later. Lei Jun also scheduled it for about the same time. When Chuchen saw that the time was almost right, he directly arranged a tripartite meeting. Chuchen immediately returned to the laboratory and took out the technical drawings in his hand, asking the technicians to make a sample first. This phone probably can't be realized, right? It's too far-fetched. The technicians were dumbfounded when they first received the drawings. At first glance, they thought this phone was impossible to exist, but the more they looked at the later pages, the more shocked they became. Although it seemed on the surface that this phone could not be completed with current technology, the drawings detailed various methods for developing the technology. The content involved was extensive, covering various core technologies such as chips, materials, and equipment. Each core technology could be applied for a patent on its own. And they were significant patents. God! The technicians were so excited they almost fainted. After seeing the drawings, they felt a particularly disjointed sensation. Although their laboratory did not gather all the world's elites, the people here were still top-notch tech talents. However, the results they worked tirelessly on every day in the lab were completely insignificant compared to what was produced in these drawings. Young Master Chu, why didn't you bring this out earlier? Chuchen smiled slightly. Isn't research supposed to take time? Mainly, he had only just picked it up recently. Of course, he couldn't say that. After hearing his words, the technicians misunderstood and thought this was his research achievement, and their gazes toward him instantly turned into unparalleled admiration and fervor. They had previously only thought Chuchen was wealthy, but they never expected their boss to be the hidden big shot. Such things cannot be bought with money. Young Master Chu, we really feel ashamed.
With such high salaries and relocation fees, yet the things they researched all day long were practically useless, a group of researchers couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Chuchen comforted them with a smile. Everyone has their own role. No matter what, you cannot belittle your sweat and effort. I haven't even made a specific sample after drawing my conclusions. You all get the sample to me as quickly as possible. Let me take a look first. Yes, we guarantee to complete the task as quickly as possible. After leaving the laboratory, Chuchen, having nothing to do these days, went home to visit his parents. As soon as they got home, they pulled him aside to talk about Li Zihui's pregnancy. I think your girlfriend is a good girl. When do you plan to get married? So we can prepare in advance. Chuchen, who was drinking water, sprayed it all out. Mom, when did I say anything about getting married? Chuchen's mother looked at him strangely. The girl is already pregnant, and you still don't plan to get married? Are you planning to be a scumbag? Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry about so much. If I plan to get married, I will let you know, but I don't have that intention right now. Chuchen's expression was a bit helpless. It's not that he didn't want to get married, but he didn't want to marry just because of the child. In today's society, there aren't so many taboos anymore. As long as good material conditions and a good educational environment can be provided for the child, whether the child is born within marriage is not important. You child, your thoughts have been quite strange lately, Chu's mother complained. Chu's father waved his hand. Forget it, if our son doesn't want to get married, you can't force him, can you? If he doesn't want to marry, then so be it. After all, you have a grandson now. Right, having a grandson is still good news. Chu's mother sighed. Son, how are we going to meet the girl who is pregnant with your child? Even if you don't get married, we should at least meet her, right? How about you arrange a time for us to go to the Magic City and see her? Chu Chen did not refuse this matter. He nodded. Just in time, I will be going back to the Magic City in a week, so you can come with me. Okay. After confirming this, Chu Chen also asked Shen Xingwei to help arrange it. A week later, Chu's father and mother arrived at the airport with large and small bags, greeted by Shen Xingwei. Looking at the pile of things, Chu Chen was astonished. Mom and Dad, what on earth did you bring? Anything you need can be found in the Magic City, there's no need to bring so much. Chu's father nodded. I told your mother the same thing, but she wouldn't listen. What do you men know? Everything I brought is for my daughter-in-law. When a woman is pregnant, she needs to be well nourished. You have never given birth, so how would you understand? Chu's mother's words left both Chu Chen and his father speechless, and so, they boarded the plane in a grand manner. As for the car, Shen Xingwei arranged for someone to send it over overnight. They soon arrived in the Magic City. After getting off the plane, Chu Chen planned to go to Huawan to meet Ren Rushi, while Chu's father and mother asked Shen Xingwei to arrange for someone to take them directly to the villa to meet Li Zihui. On the way, Chu Chen called Li Zihui to inform her of this. Upon hearing this, Li Zihui became very nervous. Jiang Gu, should I prepare something? I just wanted to give you a heads up so you can be mentally prepared. Shen Xingwei has arranged everything at home, you don't need to do anything. Just wait at home for my parents to come see you. My parents are quite easy to talk to, if you chat with them, they will be very happy. Although he said this, after hanging up, Li Zihui still worriedly told her mother about the news. Upon hearing that Chu Chen's parents were coming, Li Zihui's mother also felt a bit nervous. After all, Chu Chen was so wealthy, and his parents must be well off too. She was somewhat afraid that they would not be satisfied with Li Zihui. After hesitating for a moment, Li Zihui's mother decisively grabbed her daughter's hand. Come on, let's go upstairs together. Mom will help you change into a nice outfit. Yes, I need to change. This outfit looks too shabby. For her health, Li Zihui was currently wearing a loose cotton nightgown. The two quickly went upstairs, and Li Zihui changed into a beige long dress, looking more dignified and gentle, and even put on some light makeup. Li Zihui's mother spent half a day helping her get ready, finally achieving a look she was satisfied with. Mom, don't just focus on dressing me up, hurry and tidy yourself up too. Ah, okay. Upon hearing this, Li Zihui's mother immediately returned to her room to change into formal attire. After all, she was a wealthy lady, she couldn't appear too shabby. Amidst their flurry of preparations, a servant soon came up to inform them that Chu Chen's parents had arrived at the villa. In fact, it wasn't just them, it was also the first time the servants in the villa had met Chu Chen's parents. Shen Xingwei had long instructed them to serve carefully and to ensure that nothing went wrong. They had quite a bit of experience as maids before and knew that such wealthy ladies were meticulous about details, with some even being excessively picky, making them very difficult to serve. Therefore, they had prepared early and were nervously waiting at the door. The environment here is quite nice, very suitable for pregnancy. Soon, Mr. and Mrs. Chu got out of the car. After seeing the surroundings of the villa area, Mr. and Mrs. Chu were very satisfied. "Hello, Mr. Chu. Hello, Mrs. Chu." As soon as they reached the door, 2 rows of maids greeted them in unison. This startled Mr. and Mrs. Chu, as they did not expect there to be so many maids inside the villa. Mrs. Chu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said to everyone, "Hello, hello. All you young ladies are so beautiful, no need to be so polite with me, just go about your business." After saying this, she stopped everyone. "I didn't expect there to be so many of you here, and I didn't prepare any gifts for you. I have some fruits here, please take them and share." After saying this, she handed out a bag of fresh fruits to everyone. "Thank you, Mrs. Chu." They were surprised that the couple was so easygoing and friendly, which made them feel good as they thanked her for the fruits. It was then that Li Zihui and her mother were called down. What they saw was this scene. Li Zihui nervously pinched the hem of her dress and walked over awkwardly. "Uncle, Auntie, hello, I was a bit delayed with something upstairs, so I couldn't come down to greet you in time. Normally, one should wait at the door when they know the other party is coming. This was quite a big breach of etiquette." Mr. Chu waved his hand. It's okay, come in and sit." Mrs. Chu grabbed Li Zihui's hand and looked her up and down. "My son's taste is really good, finding such a beautiful girl like you, he is truly lucky." Mrs. Chu's words left Li Zihui flattered and she quickly waved her hands. "Auntie, I am the lucky one to meet someone as wonderful as Jiang Gu." "Alright, enough of that, let's go in and sit down." Mrs. Chu pulled Li Zihui into the living room, greeted Li Zihui's mother, and then had someone start moving things into the living room. Li Zihui's mother, who had thought Mrs. Chu was a refined lady from a wealthy family, was dumbfounded as she watched Mrs. Chu have a large number of various agricultural products brought in, all piled up in the living room, almost forming a small mountain. Not only that, but people outside were still continuing to move things in. "Hui, these are the various agricultural products I bought for you from the countryside before coming here. I personally selected these items, all natural, green, and pollution-free. Compared to those from the big supermarkets in the city, these are much more nutritious." Mrs. Chu said with a smile, holding Li Zihui's hand. "Of course, since I haven't met you before, I don't really know what you like to eat, so I bought a bit of everything. Please don't dislike them. Auntie, I'm so touched by how good you are to me, how could I possibly dislike these things?" Seeing Mrs. Chu's attitude, Li Zihui felt much more at ease. The maids quickly moved those items to the kitchen for storage. Mrs. Chu then pulled out a gift box from behind her, which contained 2 large gold bracelets, each weighing over 100 grams. "This is also for you. It's not anything precious, just wear it for fun." These 2 bracelets were worth over 100,000, how could they not be considered precious? Li Zihui quickly pushed them back. "Auntie, Jiang Gu has already given me so much. I can't accept this. Take it if I give it to you, it's just a gift. Later, I'll have someone transfer 500,000 to your account." "Ah?" Li Zihui was a bit flustered. "Auntie, really, I don't lack anything right now. Brother Jiang has given me so much." She already felt a bit guilty accepting what Chu Chen had given her. Now, Chu's mom was bringing agricultural products to see her, sending her gold bracelets, and transferring money. "That brat gave you what he gave you, we are giving you what we are giving you. You're going to have a baby, and you need to keep some money on you. Whether you need this money or not is another matter, mainly, it's for peace of mind." "Auntie, thank you." Li Zihui couldn't help but tear up. She was truly lucky. Not only had she met a good man, but she had also encountered a good family. "Young Master Chu, please. Over here." Chu Chen had already arrived at Hua Wan's office to meet Renrushi. Renrushi had been waiting for a long time. Although he already knew that Chu Chen was very young, he was still quite surprised when he saw him in person. He was so young. To achieve what he had today was truly impressive. He smiled at Chu Chen. "Young Master Chu, the younger generation is formidable. Please, have a seat." "Okay." Chu Chen nodded and casually found a spot to sit down. "Young Master Chu, is there something you want to discuss today?" Renrushi's time was very precious, and of course, he didn't have time to chat idly like they were having a meal, so he directly got to the point. However, Chu Chen did not answer his question but asked another. "Where's Director Lei? Why hasn't he come yet? Didn't we agree that today was a tripartite meeting?" "Young Master, I just received a call. Director Lei is on his way, but he's stuck in traffic, so he might be a bit late." Xin Xingwei, who was following Chu Chen, whispered. Renrushi had no idea what he was planning. He glanced at the time on the wall and smiled. "Young Master Chu, if you have something to say, please say it quickly. I've only reserved an hour for our meeting, and 10 minutes have already passed. Let's wait for Director Lei." "Alright then." Chu Chen remained calm, and Ren Rushi was not in a hurry. After all, he had already informed him that there was only this 1 hour. If this time was wasted by Chu Chen, it had nothing to do with him. His subsequent schedule was already arranged, and he would leave when the time was up. This was also giving Chu Chen face. Chu Chen was not anxious either. He leisurely sipped his tea, looked around Ren Rushi's office, and shifted the topic to the office's decor.
Ren Rushi didn't mind. I like simplicity, there's nothing fancy in the office.
Young Master Chu, if you want to appreciate something, you can take a tour of the company.
Although we advocate a wolf culture, we also don't lack warmth. Just as the two were chatting, Lei Jun walked in.
Both were seasoned players in the tech field, so they naturally knew each other. Lei Jun greeted Ren Rushi familiarly, long time no see, old Ren.
If it weren't for young Master Chu, we wouldn't have met today. After saying that, he turned to Chu Chen, young brother Chu, I've heard your name for a long time, but I never had the chance to meet you in person. As soon as you invited me, I immediately pushed my work aside to see you. Chu Chen exchanged a few pleasantries with the two, then shifted the conversation. Since everyone is here, let me state the purpose of my visit. I recently saw in the news that the beautiful country is implementing a technology blockade. Major companies are forced to accept exploitation just to survive, but you two have been holding on and refusing to compromise. I've been watching all of this.
I know you have been struggling recently to break through the technology barrier, and I came here this time to help you resolve your current predicament.
What?
They initially thought Chu Chen was reaching out to them for a potential collaboration between their companies, but his words left Ren Rushi and Lei Jun dumbfounded.
Did they hear him correctly? Was Chu Chen really offering to help them out of their current crisis? Both Ren Rushi and Lei Jun's first reaction was disbelief. They felt that Chu Chen was being overly audacious. Seeing them silent, Chu Chen directly stated his terms. I can invest with technology and I don't need much from you. I only want 30% of your company's shares. That's not an exaggeration, right?
Listening to Chu Chen's words, Ren Rushi and Lei Jun were stunned. After so many years of life, they had seen their fair share of arrogance and bold demands, but Chu Chen was the first person who left them completely speechless.
His money couldn't possibly come from scamming people, could it? Did he even know how much Huawan and the Mi family were worth now? He actually wanted 30% shares from both companies? This was simply absurd. Young Master Chu, you really know how to joke. After 3 seconds of silence, Ren Rushi couldn't help but speak up. He glanced at the time on the wall. Young Master Chu, old Lei, I have a meeting to attend shortly, so you two can chat slowly. I'll take my leave first. To be honest, Lei Jun also wanted to leave. Aren't you going to at least take a look at what I brought that is worth 30% of your shares before you leave? Chu Chen clicked his tongue. Actually, if I were to do this myself, I would definitely make more money. However, if I did it, no company would survive.
You two are companies I have high hopes for, and this is also an opportunity I'm giving you.
Young Master Chu, do you know who you are talking to?
Ren Rushi's assistant couldn't help but speak up. I'm really sorry, but President Ren's time is extremely valuable, and we don't have time to listen to your nonsense.
Please feel free. How could this person be so unreliable?
Huawan was indeed currently under a technological blockade from the beautiful country, but they had already gathered many top talents to research technology and developed their own chips. Breaking through the technological blockade was just around the corner. Chu Chen did not respond to their words. He slightly opened his palm, and what was once an inconspicuous object suddenly expanded to the size of a tablet. After scanning Chu Chen's iris, it unlocked, revealing a smartphone interface. Chu Chen's eyes moved, and he opened VX. This scene left Ren Rushi and Lei Jun completely dumbfounded. Both of them understood technology and immediately recognized the high level of technical content involved.
Ren Rushi almost instinctively moved closer to Chu Chen and asked, Is this a phone? To be precise, it's the latest developed virtual phone.
Chu Chen closed his palm, and the screen that had just been the size of a tablet instantly folded down to the size of a piece of gum, displaying only the time.
Anyone who didn't know would think it was a magic trick.
The assistant was also stunned. President Ren,
hurry up and apologize to young Master Chu.
Almost instantly, Ren Rushi made a decision.
The assistant wasted no time and immediately apologized.
However, after apologizing, he cautiously looked at Ren Rushi. President Ren, your next meeting is starting in 5 minutes.
What meeting? Just push it back for me. Cancel all activities for today. Understood.
Ren Rushi excitedly approached Chu Chen, respectfully inviting him to sit down. Young Master Chu, I apologize for what happened earlier.
It was our oversight, and we hope you won't hold it against us. Lei Jun also looked at Chu Chen with the same respect. Chu, my young brother, we were wrong just now. It's not a big deal. Chu Chen didn't hold it against them. I've already shown you the product. If you need, I can give you a detailed demonstration again. As for the shares, you can decide. If possible, each of you can give me 30% of the shares. If not, then forget it. Shu, this is such a big matter, you have to give us some time to consider. Renru was forced to smile bitterly. It's not that I don't want to give, but our company's equity structure is special. Even I only hold 2% of the shares, the remaining 98% is in the equity union. If you want 30%, this matter needs to be discussed further. Shu Chen glanced at Lei Jun. What about you? Lei Jun almost immediately expressed his stance. Shu, I have no problem on my side, we can sign at any time. You can draft the contract, and when we find a time, we can discuss the terms in detail. If everything is fine, we can sign directly. I have time every day, just come find me whenever you can. Lei Jun started from a technical background, and he knew that the product in Shu Chen's hands was revolutionary. Once it hit the market, it would definitely cause a revolutionary upheaval in the mobile phone industry. Such an incredible technology might not even be developed if he invested his entire company into it. And now, Shu Chen only wanted 30% of the shares. This was simply too cheap. Seeing Lei Jun agree so decisively, Renru shot him a glare, feeling as if he had betrayed them. At least negotiate a bit. Lei Jun helplessly shrugged. Old Ren, let me remind you, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Don't play tricks with me. Although you only hold 2% of Huawan's shares, you are still the actual power holder. Splitting off 30% of the shares shouldn't be too difficult, right? Alright, I'll call a shareholders meeting right now. Seeing Lei Jun like this, Renru, fearing he might miss this opportunity, nodded without hesitation and made the decision. Okay, since you are so straightforward, I'll be straightforward too. Tomorrow, I'll deliver the contract to your company. If you find no issues with the contract, we can set a time to sign it. Good. Renru and Lei Jun were excited to agree with Shu Chen's promptness. Lei Jun immediately returned to his company, gathering a few small shareholders to announce the matter. Most of the shares of the Mi family were in his hands. His decisions would be followed even if other shareholders opposed. Renru's situation was quite the opposite. Although he was the actual power holder, the remaining 98% of the shares were not in his hands. If he wanted to transfer these shares, it would definitely require discussion within the equity union. Sure enough, as soon as his proposal came out, it faced strong opposition from all sides. The voices of dissent were extremely loud. General Manager Ren, our equity union has been here since the company was established. Employees do not have equity certificates, only dividend rights, and this has been in place for so many years. If you want to transfer 30% of the shares, who will give up their dividend rights? General Manager Ren, I think you should consider this matter carefully. General Manager Ren. In the large conference room, a group of people were confused upon hearing this news, feeling that Renru was getting old and confused. Thus, the opposition was particularly loud. Almost everyone was expressing their opinions. Renrushi sat calmly in the chairman's position, watching the crowd below him, listening quietly to their complaints and fierce opposition. Once they had finished expressing their thoughts, he asked, now that everyone is aware of the company's situation, I want to know, who among you can resolve the current predicament? Old Ren, it's not difficult to solve the company's troubles. Everyone in the company is working hard, and we will soon have a breakthrough. Sighed Hua Wan's vice chairman. Old Ren, with the storm approaching, your sudden changes will greatly affect the company's stability. The most important thing for the company right now is to maintain stability. As long as we can hold steady during this phase, things will gradually improve. Renrushi had anticipated this response and glanced at his assistant. The assistant immediately pulled up the surveillance footage from today's meeting with Shu Chen and projected it onto the large screen in the conference room. The people in the conference room watched the assistant's actions in silence, puzzled and unsure of what Renrushi was doing. Renrushi ignored them, leisurely sipping his tea while waiting for them to finish watching the footage. This kid actually asked for 30% of the shares? Does he think this is a small company? Is he completely out of touch? That's just outrageous. What? What does he mean that if he makes a phone, our companies will be doomed? Are we really worse off than him? The attendees were confused about Renrushi's intentions and had to patiently continue watching the video. However, halfway through, they couldn't help but start to voice their frustrations. What Shu Chen said was truly excessive. The vice chairman stood up several times in anger to interrupt the assistant's playback, even asking Renrushi, is this Shu Chen your illegitimate son? How could you give him 30% of the shares? Your two daughters don't even get such treatment. Renrushi remained silent. The assistant approached Hua Wan's vice chairman, carefully supporting his arm. Please don't get too worked up. You will change your mind after watching the whole thing. He ultimately returned to his seat.
The video continued to play. Soon, they reached the moment when Chu Chen revealed the virtual phone. Almost everyone's eyes widened. They stared in disbelief at the effects on the screen. Is this special effects? It really looks like special effects. Mr. Ren, this can't be real, right? Having reached their current positions, none of them were fools, so they watched the video with skepticism. Logically, Renrushi could not possibly have brought in special effects to deceive them. But if what was shown in the video was real, then it was simply unbelievable. Whether 30% of the shares is worth it, you can decide for yourselves. After watching the video, Renrushi didn't say much more, just casually dropped that line. Now, no one dared to oppose Renrushi. In Hua-Wan, aside from the 2% of shares held by Renrushi, the remaining 98% were all held by capable individuals. Everyone present had significant shares. Although they couldn't take these shares away, they enjoyed the dividends from them. If they transferred 30% of the shares to Chu Chen, they would inevitably receive much less in dividends in the short term. Give it. Yes, give it. But they quickly made their decision. If this 30% of shares could be exchanged for such impressive technology, then the company would surely reach new heights in the future. Who would worry about not having money to take later? I knew you would make the same decision as I did. Renrushi smiled with satisfaction. So, what to do next? I don't need to say, right? Yes, President Ren. If the shares are to be divided, the procedures are quite troublesome. If someone among them does not cooperate, the process will indeed be difficult. Renrushi stood up, resting her hands on the table, her authoritative gaze sweeping over everyone present. Since everyone agrees to this matter, I hope we can all work towards the same goal. If I find out that someone is making small moves behind the scenes to hinder this matter, don't blame me for being unkind. After Chu Chen finished discussing matters with Renrushi and Lei Jun, he returned to the villa to see Li Zihui. It was just mealtime. The chef in the villa prepared a splendid array of nutritious dishes, both visually appealing and delicious. Chu's parents, Li Zihui, her mother, her uncle, and her cousin Zhou Baiting were all waiting to eat. Brother Jiang, you're back. Seeing Chu Chen, Li Zihui walked over and linked her arm with his. Let's eat. At the dining table, Chu's mother praised Li Zihui endlessly. Xiaohui is really a good girl. You're quite lucky, son. Make sure to come back and spend more time with her when you can. Got it, Mom. Chu Chen nodded with a smile and asked, have you been going for regular checkups at home? Of course, since I'm doing it at home. The doctor said the baby in my belly is very healthy. Li Zihui gently stroked her belly. Right, the doctor said our Zihui is at the best childbearing age now. The child born at this time will be smart and healthy. Li Zihui's uncle was particularly attentive to the child in her belly, even more so than when Zhou Baiting was born. No matter how busy he was, he would call every day to ask about the situation and would come over every few days to check on the baby and bring supplements. They enjoyed a warm and harmonious meal together. Afterward, Chu Chen took Li Zihui's uncle to the study to inquire about the construction progress of the headquarters building. Seeing that he had completed his tasks well, Chu Chen praised him a few times. Since Ning Kor and Mu Yunqi stayed in Haiyue City and did not come alone, Chu Chen simply stayed in the villa to accompany Li Zihui. Xin Xingwei prepared the contract and sent it to Renrushi and Lei Jun. Later, at an arranged time, Xu Tian planned to sign the contract with Renrushi and Lei Jun. Tell them to keep a low profile. Before the signing, Chu Chen specifically reminded Xin Xingwei, who conveyed this message to Renrushi and Lei Jun. Now that Chu Chen was a father, Renrushi and Lei Jun naturally had to accommodate him, and such a small request was something they could comply with. So on the day of the signing venue only included Renrushi, Lei Jun, Chu Chen, and their respective assistants and lawyers. After both sides' assistants and lawyers confirmed that there were no issues with the terms of the contract, the three signed the document, and the signing ceremony was considered complete. After the signing was completed, the next step was the technical handover. Chu Chen was generous. He brought all the technical personnel who had participated in the sample development to Motu and lent them to Hua-Wan and Mijia. Renrushi and Lei Jun were so happy that they couldn't hide their smiles. Although I have the decision-making power of the company, I'm quite busy usually, so you don't need to come to me for every little thing. Just let Xingwei know, and if she can't decide, then come to me. According to the provisions in the contract, Chu Chen had a veto power over the decisions of the company's shareholders meeting. Now, on the surface, the power holders of the two companies were Renrushi and Lei Jun, but in reality, the equal rights holder had become Chu Chen. Renrushi and Lei Jun were somewhat hesitant about this clause, but after a brief moment of hesitation, they compromised. Chu Chen's contributions fully warranted this. Hua-Wan and Mijia acted quickly. After all, with such great technology, the future was right in front of them. Although mass production still posed certain difficulties, it would take at least 6 months before the phones could hit the market. However, in just half a month, the two companies had developed a concept phone and organized an online live stream for it. Huawei only held an internal live stream, which was relatively low-key. But Lei Jun was different. His forte was in promotion, so he made the live stream vivid and engaging. Before the live stream began, various promotions and teasers had already started. However, there wasn't much positive feedback online, especially from those Apple fans. Can you just focus on making a good phone? If you can make a good phone, then just concentrate on that, stop with all these gimmicks. No matter how many gimmicks you come up with, if the phone is still a piece of junk, stop bashing me, Jia. Today my grandma said the stove at home couldn't cook sweet potatoes properly and asked me to buy her a stove. Guess what? I opened me Jia's phone and played a game, and the sweet potatoes were done. Pulling such stunts will only ruin your reputation. Learn from Apple. Their phones are just amazing. Looking at those voices online, Lei Jun actually found them quite annoying. Although Jia's phones had never been perfect, he admitted that they did have various shortcomings. But he could honestly say that he had never treated consumers as fools. Every penny he earned was money he deserved. In this regard, he felt he was already better than most manufacturers. However, showing his conscience to everyone in return brought him endless insults. These online trolls were truly something else. But after being criticized for so many years, he wouldn't be easily shaken by just a few words. At least he had achieved what he had believed in all these years, allowing everyone to enjoy the fun of technology. After casually browsing the internet for a while, the live stream was about to start. He personally welcomed Chu Chen, who had come to watch, and led him to the center of the audience. Young Master Chu, you sit here. Sister-in-law, you're here too. We've prepared some fruits just for you. Chu Chen was accompanied by Li Zihui. Now, Chu Chen was the largest shareholder of Mijia and held absolute control over the company. Lei Jun certainly took great care in arranging everything for him. Chu Chen nodded. The live stream is about to start. You go prepare well, and let the staff take care of this side. Yes. Soon, the live stream officially began. Lei Jun stepped onto the stage. Behind him was an endless darkness, with only a beam of light shining on him. He took out all the products his company had produced over the years. He briefly talked about the launch dates of all the products, their pros and cons, as well as their prices and profits, making everything transparent. Then, patting his chest, he said, although the products our company makes are indeed not perfect, we have always been striving. 80% of the profits generated by our company are reinvested into new technology research and development. What we present to everyone is our company's sincerity and effort. Moreover, regarding pricing, I personally believe our company has never let consumers down. But there have always been voices online saying our phones are not that great, not comparable to certain brands. As for which specific brand, I won't mention it here, but I believe everyone has a scale in their hearts and understands what I'm talking about. He paused for a moment and said, well, if many people think our phones are too cheap, we can raise the price. Everyone knows that in 6 months, we will launch a new model. This time, I won't show you the phone first. I'll talk about the pricing of the new model. A9 appeared on the large screen behind him. Then another 9 appeared. Finally, another 9 appeared. I think a phone priced at 999 is already quite cheap. Internet trolls, please stop complaining. What can you buy for 1,000 yuan these days? If you're selling it cheap, it's just electronic waste. A phone for 999? I can buy one as a backup. The people in the comments section could feel Lei Jun's frustration, and various jabs started pouring in. However, many still praised him for being conscientious. But soon, after the 3 9s, another 9 appeared. The price jumped straight to 9,999. The comments section exploded. What phone can sell for 9,999? That's too outrageous. Exactly. What kind of phone is 9,999? Is it made of gold? Apple phones sell for over 10,000. Why don't you say they're made of gold? Almost everyone had an opinion about such a high price. In their eyes, Xiaomi was just a low-end brand. Selling for 1 or 2,000 would be good enough. How could they sell for 9,999? It was simply unbelievable. I just looked at the comments, and many people think this price is too high. I anticipated this situation long ago, but once we present the product, you will find this price to be worth every penny. Lei Jun confidently raised his palm. On his palm appeared a metal square the size of a fingernail, stamped with the Xiaomi logo. Soon, that metal square rapidly unfolded, transforming into a large, colorful screen right in his palm. What? What is this? Special effects? If you're selling phones, just sell phones. What's with the special effects? Against a pure black background, this scene appeared. and it must be said that the effect was quite shocking, but many people simply did not believe this was a phone. They thought it was all special effects. Special effects? Do you think this is special effects? Lei Jun was very pleased with the reactions in the comments. I know you find this unbelievable. After all, I thought it was unbelievable when I first saw it too. But I want to tell you that this is happening right in front of you. This phone is that amazing. After saying this, he began to slowly demonstrate the phone's features. Weren't you complaining that previous phones charged slowly? This phone charges fully in 5 seconds and comes with solar charging, which can almost guarantee you will never run out of power. Weren't you complaining that many phones are too heavy? This phone weighs only 21 grams. You probably don't know what 21 grams feels like. A regular egg weighs about 50 grams, so 21 grams is roughly the weight of half an egg. As Lei Jun introduced and showcased the various features of the phone in his hand, the sentiment in the comments section suddenly changed. Wow, there really is such an amazing phone. If this isn't special effects, then this is definitely the most incredible phone on the market. Has technology really advanced to this level? Come on, no need to gloat. In 2 years, Apple phones will be like this too. Then you can go with your Apple phone. I want to use Xiaomi's phone from now on. $99.99 is still a bit too expensive, right? Such an amazing thing for $99.99, and you still think it's expensive? Then go buy an Apple. The live broadcast was a huge success. Within an hour after the stream, the discussion around this concept phone from media skyrocketed online. Not only did major media outlets cover the phone in various ways, but netizens also pushed the concept phone to trending status. Many loyal media fans expressed that they were already saving money, determined to grab this new phone as soon as it hit the market. There were also many who became fans on the spot, exclaiming how amazing media was. Lei Jun was very satisfied with the results of the live broadcast and couldn't help but excitedly share his feelings with Chu Chen while they were eating. Awesome! After so many years, media has finally made it. Chu Chen smiled. Keep up the good work. After having a meal with Lei Jun, Chu Chen took Li Zihui back to the villa. Li Zihui couldn't help but exclaim, our country's technology is really getting stronger and stronger. Yes, Chu Chen nodded, pulling out his phone to scroll through various news online. Sure enough, no matter which app's homepage he opened, there were discussions about media's concept phone. Even many foreign media quickly discovered this hot topic and reported on it abroad. However, those people abroad were in a state of skepticism after seeing the concept phone. This is obviously special effects, right? Huawei's technology is so backward that they can't even produce phone chips. How could they possibly have such an amazing phone? Such an amazing phone might indeed exist in the world, but it must have been produced by our country. Has Huawei been dumbed down by our country's technological blockade? They actually brought out this kind of special effects to deceive people. Not only did those abroad not believe it, but there were also some traders at home who completely doubted it. I'm really getting more and more disappointed in our country's people. If we can't match their technology, that's one thing, but now we've learned to brag. The special effects are indeed well done, but unfortunately, these effects will never appear in movies, only in occasions like this. Is this it? Is this it? Can't they be a bit bolder with the special effects? After looking around, I still think the fruit phone is better. I've been a loyal fan for 10 years. I also think the fruit phone is good. The one I bought 5 years ago is still very smooth. If I switched to media, I'd probably only be able to watch PPT every day. Of course, some people flattered the beautiful country, while others cursed them. Chu Chen was getting a bit worked up reading these comments, liking every post that criticized the beautiful country. In the end, he felt it wasn't enough, so he directly used the official account of Chuman Entertainment to post a message. In the next 4 hours, anyone who has liked the official account will receive a free media concept phone worth 9,999. If you don't want the phone, you can exchange it for cash. As soon as this message from Chuman Entertainment was released, it instantly sparked a frenzy online. Chu Chen didn't rest either, starting to like posts like crazy. After he got tired of liking, he had Li Zihui take over. When Li Zihui got tired, she had her mother come. When Li Zihui's mother got tired, she had Chu's mom come. In just 4 short hours, he liked over 4,000 posts. These were all unconsciously liked for those media fans. Wow! I got liked. Chuman Entertainment is amazing. They really give money. I got liked too. If I don't want the phone, can I exchange for cash tomorrow? The winning rate was so high it was hard to believe. This move directly made many fruit phone fans lower their flags and ceasefire. Didn't you say the fruit phone was good? The fruit phone doesn't have this kind of event. Exactly, our Chuman Entertainment really gives money. I asked customer service, and I can exchange for cash. Only a fool would exchange for cash. This phone will definitely be sold out as soon as it hits the market. I guarantee it will be hyped up to over 50,000. After establishing such a correct direction online, Shu Chen logged off with satisfaction and instructed Xin Xingwei to ensure the quota was secured. Xin Xingwei nodded. Young master, Mr. Zhao just called me, saying he wants to make an appointment with you for tomorrow. Do you have time? What does he want to make an appointment for? It should be about the car. The Mr. Zhao that Xin Xingwei mentioned was Zhao Yang. He runs a live streaming account for cars. Shu Chen had a good impression of him and thought he had nothing to do tomorrow, so he nodded. Alright, let him make the appointment. Let's meet at the Tangong Villa. I'll go over after breakfast. He only left a few everyday cars at the east suburb No. 1 Villa. The sports cars were all parked at the Tangong Villa. Understood. The next day, after having breakfast, Shu Chen said goodbye to Li Zihui and arrived at the Tangong Villa. Zhao Yang was already waiting there. He, young Master Chu, we meet again. Zhao Yang happily ran over to greet Shu Chen. He was also driving a sports car, a Ferrari worth over 3 million, which was quite a nice car among sports cars. You don't usually live here, do you? As one of the top 10 luxury villa areas in the Magic City, the Tangong Villa was quite impressive. Zhao Yang looked on with envy, but seeing Shu Chen come from elsewhere, he realized that Shu Chen didn't seem to live here. Shu Chen led him into the villa and nodded. Yeah, I usually live at the east suburb No. 1 Villa. After all, Li Zihui was pregnant, and he needed to spend more time with her. Plus, the environment at that villa was also quite nice, not worse than this one. Ah, east suburb No. 1. Impressive. Young Master Chu. Zhao Yang knew Shu Chen was wealthy, but the extent of his wealth was constantly refreshing his understanding. It seemed like he had villas all over the country. Shu Chen, however, didn't care. Just a few villas. How much can that be worth? Hello, young master. As soon as they entered the villa, a servant came over to greet them. After all, he had already mentioned yesterday that he would come today, and Xin Xingwei had made arrangements in advance. After casually having some tea in the villa, Zhao Yang began to explain his purpose. He raised his phone, looking a bit embarrassed as he spoke to Chu Chen. Young Master Chu, previously, young Master Song and young Master Qin told me that you are also a car enthusiast and own quite a few sports cars, so I was wondering if I could come over to film the sports cars in your garage. Just for filming. I usually deal with a lot of sports cars and have quite a bit of experience in this area, so I definitely won't cause any damage to your cars. No problem, feel free to film. My cars are all parked in the garage. Shall we go? Let's go. Shu Chen had nothing to do anyway, so he stood up and chatted with him all the way to the garage. How much do you usually earn from filming these videos? Well, it depends on whether the video goes viral or not. Actually, if we just count the views, it doesn't earn much. The main income comes from ads and selling products. My account can earn about 2 million a month. Zhao Yang didn't hide anything. Shu Chen smiled. Earning over 2 million a month? That's at least 20 million a year, which is quite good. Young Master Chu, you make me feel embarrassed saying that. Zhao Yang scratched his head. The money I earn is probably less than your monthly pocket money. Ha, it's not that exaggerated. Shu Chen chuckled. Actually, I'm quite frugal. Right, frugal. Soon, Shu Chen brought Zhao Yang to the garage. As soon as Zhao Yang saw the supercars parked inside, his eyes lit up. They were all supercars worth tens of millions. Moreover, many of them were limited editions. Just like the Lamborghini Veneno. This car is truly stunning no matter how many times you see it. Zhao Yang opened his filming equipment and carefully approached the Lamborghini Veneno, using the car key to unlock the door and then sat inside. The feeling of sitting in this car is really great. Ordinary sports cars just don't have this vibe. Shu Chen stood by watching him film, bored, and casually flicked at the small glowing orb floating beside him. Ding, congratulations, you have picked up 10 million in cash. Ding, congratulations, you have picked up a Bugatti Vision GT. After picking up items multiple times, Shu Chen had a rough idea of what he could obtain each time. Zhao Yang didn't have much money, and he knew he wouldn't find anything valuable with him, so he didn't pay much attention to him. Sure enough, with Zhao Yang, he only picked up 10 million in cash. However, it wasn't a complete loss. He still got a nice sports car. The Bugatti Vision GT. When he first heard about this car, Shu Chen thought it was just an ordinary sports car, but after looking at the introduction, he realized there was only one in the world. The Bugatti Vision GT is even rarer than the Lamborghini Veneno. This car had only appeared a few times at auto shows before being collected by wealthy individuals. At that time, it was sold at a private auction. At the auction, this car fetched a sky-high price of 400 million. It can be said to be one of the most expensive sports cars. Shu Chen also extracted this sports car. Seeing Zhao Yang excitedly filming the cars, he smiled at him. Don't just focus on those few. Want to take a look at that one over there? There's another one? Zhao Yang looked in the direction Chu Chen pointed, and upon seeing it, he was completely stunned, unable to take his eyes off it. What did he see? It was actually the Bugatti Vision GT. However, since this car was so rare, he doubted his own recognition, and for a moment, he didn't dare to speak. Chu Chen smiled and asked him, "What do you think of this sports car? Is this a Bugatti?" "Yes." Chu Chen nodded. "Can you tell which model this sports car is?" "I'm afraid if I say it wrong, you'll laugh at me." "If you say it wrong, then you say it wrong. How could I laugh at you? After all, I didn't recognize this car the first time I saw it either. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Bugatti Vision GT, right?" Zhao Yang's voice trembled with excitement. Chu Chen thought he had indeed recognized it and smiled, praising him. "You really are an expert in sports cars. You even recognized such a niche car. It's not surprising to recognize cars like the Lamborghini Veneno. After all, these models have been posted all over various platforms. It's rare for a guy not to recognize them." But the Bugatti Vision GT had only briefly appeared at auto shows, and after being auctioned off to a wealthy collector, it had never been seen again, making it a relatively niche model, with very few people able to recognize it. "It really is the Bugatti Vision GT? My God!" Zhao Yang didn't expect his casual guess to be correct, and he immediately ran over as if he had discovered a new continent. He knew about this car and liked it a lot. However, he had only seen this car briefly in a video once and hadn't seen any news about it since. "I only heard that it was bought by a super rich tycoon, but I didn't expect this car to actually end up in Chu Chen's hands. Young Master Chu, can I take a picture of this car too?" "Sure. Go ahead." Zhao Yang excitedly snapped photos of the car from every angle, then hesitated and looked at Chu Chen. "Young Master Chu, you want to take it for a spin, right?" "Ah, yes. Then let's go." Chu Chen took the passenger seat and let Zhao Yang have the driver's seat. Zhao Yang quickly got into the car, his face still dreamy as he touched the steering wheel. "I never thought I would have the chance to experience this car in my lifetime. Even if I die, it's worth it. It shouldn't come to that, right?" "It definitely should." Zhao Yang drove the car out from the Tang Palace Villa, circling around it as Chu Chen encouraged him to drive boldly. He swallowed hard. "So I can really be bold?" "Go for it." Zhao Yang drove the sports car onto the highway, taking a few laps, truly indulging himself. Chu Chen also enjoyed the breeze. "Driving this car feels amazing. Basically, no one dares to cut in front of you." Zhao Yang glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing that all the cars deliberately kept their distance from his car, and even when they saw him speeding, they would make way for him. It felt like royal treatment. He felt like an ancient emperor on a journey. "What kind of car is this, Dad?" In a Wuling Hongguang following behind the Bugatti Vision GT, two people were discussing. The son recognized it as a sports car but couldn't identify the model. The man in the driver's seat said, "It should be a sports car." "Dad, I know it's a sports car. I'm asking what model it is. Didn't you say you know cars best? How would I know what model this is?" "Oh, Dad, if you don't even recognize it, it can't be that impressive." The man quickly denied. "Wrong. Son, let me teach you something. The less you recognize a sports car model, the more expensive it is. Many sports cars are basically custom-made, and if there's only one, it's rare, and rarity means high price. We ordinary people might not recognize it, but that doesn't mean it's not impressive." Of course, Chu Chen and Zhao Yang had no idea what the two were discussing in the car. After driving for over an hour on the road, they realized they had left their cigarettes in the living room and now had none on them. Not only were there no cigarettes, but since the car had been unoccupied for a long time, there were also no drinks prepared in the fridge. So, they found a place to pull over and went into a convenience store to buy drinks and cigarettes. "You wait in the car for me, I'll just go to the restroom." After buying cigarettes and drinks, Chu Chen tossed the car keys to Zhao Yang, telling him to wait in the car while he went to the restroom. Zhao Yang took the keys and walked towards the car, but when he got close, he saw two girls sitting on the car taking pictures. The two girls were dressed quite nicely and had good figures, but the only downside was their overly plastic faces. They had that exaggerated influencer look. Normally, if he saw girls like this taking pictures on a car, he would be very happy, as such girls usually attract attention, and if he could get them in the frame, he might gain some traffic. But the problem was, this car belonged to Chu Chen, and it was a Bugatti Vision GT. This couldn't be taken lightly. If he accidentally scratched the paint, even he would find it hard to afford the repairs. He hurried over to stop the two girls. "What are you two doing? Get down from the car right now." The two girls were startled by him and, after glancing at him, replied with dissatisfaction, "Why are you shouting? Can't you see we're taking pictures?" Zhao Yang was somewhat speechless. "This car isn't yours. Shouldn't you ask the owner first if you want to take pictures? We're just borrowing the car to take some photos, not stealing it. Why do we have to tell the owner? We can just leave after we're done." The two girls showed no awareness of their mistake and looked at Zhao Yang impatiently. "Are you the owner of this car? If you're not, then stop talking nonsense. We don't have time to listen to you." Zhao Yang was almost infuriated. However, as he got closer, one of the girls recognized him. "Hey, aren't you that Xiao Yang who talks about cars?" Although someone recognized him, Zhao Yang felt no joy and looked at the two of them with exasperation. "Can you two get down from the car now?" They continued to sit on the car's hood while talking. "This car is yours, right? Don't be so stingy." One girl with messy braids pouted at him. "We're in the same group, can't you give me some face?" In the same group? Zhao Yang was taken aback. He didn't remember knowing these two girls. The girl with braids took out her phone and pulled up one of the group chats, which was a chat for internet celebrities. Only influencers with over 100,000 followers could join this group, as they were all in the same circle, chatting and sharing resources. The group was quite active. Zhao Yang indeed had this group, but he knew everyone in the group. "Look, this person called Xiao Yang Duo is me." Zhao Yang glanced at the profile picture of Xiao Yang Duo and then at the girl with braids. Unable to hold back, he blurted out, "You two's photo editing skills are truly remarkable." It was impossible to tell that the person in the picture was the same as in reality. The girl with braids didn't care about his comment. Who on the internet doesn't edit their photos? It's a normal thing. After saying that, before Zhao Yang could react, she plopped back down on the sports car. "Alright, since we all know each other, don't be so stingy. Just let us borrow your sports car for a bit. It's just for a few photos. This isn't my." "Get down." Just as Zhao Yang was about to stop, the two girls, Chu Chen, who had just returned from the restroom, spoke up first. He coldly stared at the two girls. "Who allowed you to sit on the car and take pictures? Why are you so rude? You're not the owner, so what does it have to do with you?" After being scolded by Chu Chen, the girl with braids felt particularly embarrassed. Chu Chen shot a cold glance at Zhao Yang. "Did you allow them to get on the car and take pictures?" That look nearly shattered Zhao Yang's courage. He shook his head frantically. "I didn't agree to these two women taking pictures on the car. I told them to get down a long time ago, but they absolutely refused. I can't do anything about it." "Zhao Yang, how can you be like this? You clearly agreed just now." The girl with braids interjected. Zhao Yang wished he could slap the girl. "Don't slander me here, there are dashcams in the car. If you don't believe me, you can check the footage." Having said that, Chu Chen naturally believed him. The girl with the dreadlocks looked at him explaining and then asked disdainfully, "After all that talk, this car isn't yours, is it?" "It was never mine. When did I say this car was mine?" Zhao Yang was extremely annoyed. "You two get off my car right now, and roll as far away as you can." Zhao Yang usually maintained a polite demeanor with most people, but he really couldn't keep his gentlemanly composure in front of these two girls, because they were just too annoying. "Since this car isn't yours, what right do you have to say anything here?" Upon hearing that the car wasn't his, the dreadlocked girl immediately shot her a disdainful glance and turned to Chu Chen with a coy look. "Hey handsome, can we borrow your sports car for a photo? We'll buy you drinks tonight. I'll say it one last time, get off my car." "Don't be so heartless." The girl twisted around on the car hood. The scene was almost unbearable to watch. But Chu Chen had never hit a woman in his life. Zhao Yang had never hit a woman either, but he knew that if he didn't take action soon, Chu Chen would really be driven to the brink. It would be hard to settle this later. He walked directly in front of the two girls and pulled them down from the car. "Get off my car right now." Hey, who do you think you are, being so rude?" The two girls were very dissatisfied to be pulled down. Zhao Yang couldn't be bothered with them and started checking the car. Such an expensive and rare vehicle, he was careful even just touching it, while these two girls were reckless. However, his face quickly turned pale, because while inspecting the car, he found a not-so-obvious scratch on the hood, most likely caused by the studs on the dreadlocked girl's outfit. He touched the scratch. It was indeed a scratch, not dirt. "Forget it, you people really don't know how to cherish beauty. Even when given a chance, you can't seize it." After saying this, he intended to leave. But Zhao Yang called him back. "You two stop right there. Your clothes have scratched the hood of my car, and you definitely have to compensate." The two girls widened their eyes in disbelief. "No way. We just sat on it to take a photo. How could there be a scratch? I checked this car carefully before it was driven out and even recorded a video showing there were no scratches. This scratch only appeared after you sat on it, so I have ample reason to believe that you two caused it." Zhao Yang even presented evidence. With the facts laid out, the two girls couldn't play dumb anymore and could only sulkily leave a contact number. "It's just a scratch, right? You can take it to the shop to get it fixed." We've left you our contact info, just give us a quote later. The two girls had no idea how serious the situation was. To them, although this car was a sports car, it was only worth a few million. They could afford to buy one themselves. Mainly, it just wasn't cost effective. And if the car's paint had a scratch, it could just be touched up at a shop. At most, it would only cost a few thousand. After leaving their contact information, the two girls shot them an annoyed glance and then swayed their hips as they walked away. Watching the two girls leave, Zhao Yang felt almost too ashamed to look at Chu Chen's face. Chu Xiao, I'm really sorry. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened today. I'll take responsibility for fixing this car. What does their lack of manners have to do with you? Chu Chen patted his shoulder. Don't be too hard on yourself. But although Chu Chen was tolerant, Zhao Yang still felt quite guilty towards him. A car as expensive as this would be a disaster with even a slight scratch. If it weren't for him saying he wanted to take it out for a spin, this problem wouldn't have happened. So, Zhao Yang was running around trying to arrange for repairs, which was quite a hassle. However, when he finally contacted the Bugatti headquarters and received the repair quote for the car, he was shocked by the price. To repaint the entire car would actually cost 5 million. Because this model was very special, any scratches would definitely require a full repaint, and the paint was unique, only available at Bugatti headquarters. My goodness! Right now, Zhao Yang was most grateful that he hadn't damaged the car. If he had, all his hard work for the past 6 months would have been in vain. After confirming the price with the headquarters, Bugatti sent an entire team to indicate they would come to perform a complete repair, repaint, and maintenance on the car. Subsequently, Zhao Yang also sent the quote to a girl influencer named Xiaoyang Duo, who had dreadlocks. After looking at the quote, she immediately transferred 5,000 yuan. Zhao Yang was confused about what she was doing and sent a back. The other side quickly showed that they were typing. I say, do you have no shame? It's just a little scratch on the car's paint. Just touch it up later. 5,000 yuan is more than enough, and you actually want 5 million from us? Are you trying to scam us? I can sue you. Looking at the girl's message, Zhao Yang almost laughed out of anger. First, please understand that it was you who damaged our car. If anyone is going to sue, it will be us suing you. Secondly, this repair fee is the quote sent by the headquarters. We are not exaggerating. After saying this, Zhao Yang decided to explain to the girl why it would cost 5 million to repaint the car in order to successfully get the compensation. The girl did not reply. 5 million is not a small amount. For a rich second generation like her, spending that much at once would be a bit painful, so it was understandable that she needed time to raise the money. Therefore, Zhao Yang did not rush her. However, after 2 hours, the girl's reply almost made him explode with anger. Is your car a Bugatti Vision GT? Yes. I just asked my friend, who works in a 4S shop, and he said there is no Bugatti Vision GT on the market. Don't use this car to show off and deceive people. Be careful, or I might really sue you. Not only that, but Xiaoyang Duo also turned this incident into a video, which someone shared in the influencer group and tagged him. Millionaire influencer scams money. A small scratch actually costs 5 million to repair. He clicked in to watch the video and was almost driven mad by its content. In the video, Xiaoyang Duo downplayed the situation, saying she accidentally scratched a passerby's car, and the other party was asking for 5 million in compensation. It was really just a tiny scratch, almost invisible. We already transferred 5,000 yuan to the other party and apologized sincerely, but they sent me a quote that said 5 million. Is the car made of gold? Even if it were made of gold, it shouldn't be that expensive. Exactly, 5 million could buy several pounds of gold. Duo, we support you in defending your rights. We are all your backing. Stand up to him, don't be afraid. Under Xiaoyang Duo's eloquent narrative, netizens all felt that he was the one scamming money. This really made Zhao Yang furious. He directly used his big account to question Xiaoyang Duo in the comments section. Do you dare to tell the truth? Did you really scratch someone else's car? Did you really take photos on someone else's car without their consent? I don't care whether you agree or not. Anyway, the quotation I sent you is real. Because this fee was simply outrageous, he was ruthlessly criticized in the comments section. Even his own comment area was overwhelmed. Although many of his friends came to speak up for him, many influential figures who didn't quite understand the situation analyzed it and thought the quote he provided was fake. The Bugatti Vision GT does exist, and it is indeed very expensive, but as far as I know, after the car show ended, it was bought by a foreign prince for a hefty sum. There is only one of that car in the world. How could it possibly appear in our country? It must be a fake. The person who posted this video was also an influential figure, named Song Xiao, who also ran a car commentary account and had even more followers than Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang was infuriated by what this influencer said. Have you even seen this car to say it's fake? What I'm saying is all objective facts. With Song Zhao's involvement, his reputation was completely ruined, even many fans unfollowed him, and several partner companies subtly wanted to terminate their contracts with him. He had no choice but to seek help from Chu Chen. After hearing the whole story, Chu Chen naturally chose to help. He thought for a moment, how about this? The maintenance team sent by Bugatti headquarters will arrive here tomorrow. Why not do a live stream? What could be more direct than a live broadcast? Thank you, Chu Xiao. Zhao Yang had thought Chu Chen would help him, but he didn't expect him to help in such a way, which touched him deeply. So he turned around and seriously prepared for the live stream, ignoring the online discussions over the past 2 days. It wasn't until his fans were almost gone that he announced the live stream. Chu Chen had nothing to do anyway, so he went to watch the excitement. However, he reminded Zhao Yang, I'm not a fan of being too high profile, so don't show my face during the live stream. Chu Chen wasn't afraid of anything else, he mainly didn't want to become a well-known internet celebrity like Wang Song. Otherwise, it would be boring to be recognized on the street and have people take pictures of him. Yes, I'll be careful, Chu Xiao. What is this live stream about? I'll give you a chance to argue. You've been hammered like this, and you still won't admit what you did? Bullying a little girl, how shameless. He hadn't made any moves for the past 2 days, and as soon as he started the live stream, quite a few people showed up, but most were haters and trolls. There were also fans of Song Xiao and Xiao Yang Duo. Of course, his fans didn't dare to speak at this time. Seeing the audience in the live stream cursing so harshly, Xiao Yang pointed the camera at his face. The quality of this audience really needs to improve. As soon as he said this, the insults against him intensified. However, he didn't care at all. Recently, there has been a lot of controversy about me online, and the most talked about issue is that 5 million quotation. I know that for ordinary people, a 5 million quotation is indeed an astronomical price, but I think you should believe that such a quotation does exist in this world. I see that Song Xiao has come to the live stream, right? I hope you can see clearly during my live stream whether the car is really a Bugatti Vision GT. Also, I want to inform Xiao Yang Duo in advance, before you made such a big fuss, we could still negotiate a solution, but now that you've blown this matter up so much, it has caused significant damage to my reputation. I hope you can prepare the compensation money as soon as possible. He finished speaking and pointed the camera at Chu Chen's Tangong Villa. I believe everyone is familiar with this place. Chu Chen led him towards the garage. Let's go. Wow, isn't this the Tangong Villa? Zhao Yang actually got in? Wow, what a huge yard. I could race horses in this yard. Is this what a rich person's villa looks like? The viewers in the live stream quickly shifted their attention to the house, but they soon arrived at the garage. When they saw the luxury cars inside the garage, everyone was stunned. Lamborghini Veneno? Bugatti Veyron? Lamborghini Aventador? Is this some kind of luxury car exhibition? This is too exaggerated, too exaggerated. However, in the footage, these luxury cars that are usually unseen flashed by in an instant, and finally, the camera focused on a very cool sports car. This car is the Bugatti Vision GT. Zhao Yang introduced the basic information about the Bugatti Vision GT to the viewers in the live stream, then pointed the camera at the scratch on the hood. This scratch was caused by Little Sheep Duo. At that time, the car owner and I just parked the car by the roadside to buy a bottle of water, and we saw Little Sheep Duo taking pictures on the car. This scratch was made by the studs on the clothes Little Sheep Duo was wearing at that time. After he finished speaking, he pointed the camera at the 12-member repair team. The repair team was all foreigners. These people are the repair and repainting team sent by Bugatti headquarters. All of them flew in overnight from headquarters. They are all top automotive designers and repair technicians, and you can find their specific information on the official website. Zhao Yang continued, I know that for ordinary people, a repair fee of 5 million is indeed very expensive, but this fee includes not only material costs but also very high labor costs. This top repair team takes 3 days for a round trip, and of course, all their expenses during these 3 days are on us. Besides, the paint used for this car is also unique in the world, made by. After the complete introduction, the viewers in the live stream were swayed. Wow, a car that exists only in the world. Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem that expensive. This car is too cool. If I had a car like this, I would definitely treat it like my ancestor. If anyone dares to sit on it and take pictures without my permission, I would definitely break their legs. After the initial reversal of public opinion, Zhao Yang specifically at Song Xiao, the one who talked about the car, asking him to come out and confirm whether this car is indeed the Bugatti Vision GT. Although Song Xiao had been defending Little Sheep Duo before, after seeing the car, he had to admit that it was indeed the Bugatti Vision GT. I am really sorry, I was too rash about this matter before.
This car is indeed the Bugatti Vision GT, all the characteristics match perfectly. Moreover, those top designers and repair technicians appearing in the video are indeed the people listed on the official website. I apologize for my previous criticism of Zhao Yang. Song Xiao didn't try to argue much. After seeing that the car was real, he straightforwardly released an apology video, which was quite sincere. Many of the haters also went to Zhao Yang's account to apologize. However, Little Sheep Duo panicked. She hurried to find Song Xiao. Brother Song, I really didn't mean to make that scratch. Didn't you say it wouldn't cost that much? What should I do now? Do nothing, just hurry up and prepare the money. Song Xiao was in a mess because of her issues, and naturally, she had no good feelings towards her. After dismissing her with a few words, he deleted her. Little Young Duo had no choice but to pin her hopes on Zhao Yang. With a pitiful expression, she went to find Zhao Yang. Brother Zhao Yang, I'm young and don't understand. You're already 25 years old. If you were 15, I could barely say you don't understand. Are you telling me you still don't know anything at 25? Little Young Duo bit her lip. Brother Zhao Yang, I really can't come up with 5 million. Although she was a big internet celebrity with millions of fans, she spent her days traveling across the country for photo shoots, checking in at expensive restaurants, and buying designer bags and clothes to adorn herself. Even though she earned hundreds of thousands a month, most of that income was spent, and she hardly had any cash left. I don't care whether you can come up with 5 million or not, but you definitely have to pay this money. And don't try to argue with me, you know this car isn't mine, it's my friend's. When he mentioned the word friend, Zhao Yang seemed a bit proud. After all, someone like Chu Chen was not someone everyone had the chance to know. Little Young Duo bit her lip and, along with her girlfriend, pitifully grabbed Zhao Yang, asking, Can you help us? Can you introduce us to your friend? You can tell him we can do anything. As an adult, Zhao Yang certainly understood what Little Yang Duo meant. Zhao Yang sneered, You two toads want to eat swan meat? You should see who he is. What kind of beauties hasn't he seen? Do you think he would look at you two toads? After saying that, he issued his final ultimatum to the two. You two better prepare 5 million quickly. I'll give you a week. If I don't see the money in a week, I'll sue you. By then, everything you own will be executed, your bank accounts will be frozen, and your consumption and travel will be restricted. I won't be responsible for any losses then. After saying that, he directly closed the door. Little Young Duo and her girlfriend turned pale. They were filled with regret. Given their previous situation, even if they didn't eat or drink, it would take them several years to gather 5 million. But after this incident, their reputation was ruined, and it was impossible to earn that much money. 5 million was an astronomical figure for them. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken that photo. Little Young Duo said with a mournful face, How could a car be so expensive? Initially, they just thought the sports car looked cool and casually took a photo, wanting to show off on their accounts later, but they never expected to pay such a heavy price in the end. After Little Young Duo's matter came to a close, Hua Wan and the Mi family's mobile phone production design were also progressing rapidly. However, after solving the technical issues, achieving large-scale production would require a significant amount of effort. Chu Chen would occasionally go over to check the situation. Ren Rushi and Lei Jun were recently studying how to dismantle the previous production line, planning to use all the production lines for this virtual phone. However, although this virtual phone was impressive, the production difficulty was indeed high. All production lines had to be replanned, and the existing workers had to be retrained. All of this would take time. The phone was expected to be officially launched in 6 months, and to avoid a rush at that time, they would definitely need to expand the production lines. But that would require money. Listening to their debate on how to maximize production investment, Chu Chen was looking at the news on his phone. Our country's flexible employment personnel have reached 200 million. What does this data indicate? Due to the shocks of the past 2 years, the current economic situation is indeed dire, and the unemployment rate is gradually rising. The term flexible employment sounds nice, but to put it bluntly, it means unemployment. Flexible employment is merely a fig leaf. Although among these 200 million flexible workers, there is certainly a proportion of high-income individuals, the majority are undoubtedly just gig workers or unemployed. Aside from a portion who do not wish to work, most are still diligent workers. Sometimes it's not that they don't want to work, but rather there are simply no jobs available for them. He thought for a moment and called for Xingwei, invest 10 billion in building 4 electronic factories nationwide. Chu Chen was very clear that the orders for these 4 electronic factories would come from Huawan and Mijia. Whether they make a profit or not is not important. What matters is that these 4 large-scale electronic factories are expected to provide 500,000 jobs.
For 200 million people, 500,000 jobs may seem like a drop in the bucket, but at least it can save 500,000 struggling families. This could be considered his contribution to society. Yes. Shin Xingwei nodded at Chu Chen's words. Where do you want to build the factories? Where do you think is suitable? As a professional in this field, Shin Xingwei had been busy with many related matters recently, so she quickly provided her expert advice. I think Shangshui City, Hengtian City, Jingchu City, and Changyang City are all quite suitable for building large electronic factories. If you are not satisfied with these places, I can find a few more. The common characteristics of the cities Shin Xingwei just mentioned are low operating costs, high-quality labor, and good transportation for freight, making them indeed suitable for factory construction. Chu Chen nodded. Let's go with these places. For the next few days, don't get busy with anything else. First, go investigate these 4 cities. If large factories are to be built, local policies and social environments must also be considered. Understood. Shin Xingwei nodded. Seeing her busy every day, Chu Chen felt a bit guilty and patted her shoulder. Once you finish this busy period, I'll give you a week off. Find a place to rest well for a week. After all, you're a girl, and you need to take care of yourself. Young master, you've given me so much money, of course, I have to work hard. Otherwise, how can I feel at ease with this money? Shin Xingwei smiled slightly, and having money is the best form of maintenance. What she said was actually quite right. Although she was indeed very busy, with countless big and small matters needing her attention, being with Chu Chen allowed her to enjoy many conveniences that ordinary people could not. For example, the chefs in the villa, although they were Chu Chen's chefs, she could also enjoy the services of top nutritionists and chefs. She could even lie down and enjoy a massage while working. The environment she spent her days in was also very pleasant. Chairman Chu, the headquarters building has been completed. After about 3 months, the headquarters building that Chu Chen had entrusted to his uncle Li Zihui was finished. He asked Chu Chen if he wanted to visit the building. Of course, he wanted to go. Not only did he want to visit, but he also wanted to move all the employees of Chu Men into the building. Since Shin Xingwei was on a business trip, Chu Chen directly notified everyone in the group. All employees of Chu Men Entertainment, Chu Men Technology, Chu Men Skincare, and Chu Men Pharmaceuticals were to move into the headquarters building. The office floors would be on the 2nd and 4th floors. Are we moving again? Aren't you happy about moving? It's not that I'm unwilling, but we haven't been in this office for long, have we? Although the previous offices of the subsidiaries were just temporary locations, the rented offices were quite nice, and the facilities inside were complete, making people somewhat reluctant to leave. However, once they arrived at the entrance of the Truman Group headquarters, any lingering reluctance vanished. Is this entire building filled with our Truman Group people? Of course. Didn't you see the big characters on the company sign? And the group logo? Isn't our group a bit too wealthy? Just look at who our big boss is. Of course, we're rich. Under the manager's guidance, the employees from various subsidiaries arrived at their respective floors. When they reached their floor, they were even more shocked. The luxury of the offices was needless to say, and each person's workspace was a full double the size of before. Moreover, each department had its own designated area. This way, it wouldn't be chaotic, nor would they interfere with each other. Not only that, but the office was also equipped with central air conditioning and a 24-hour air purification circulation system. They even thoughtfully planted quite a few green plants. Look, is this the employee lounge? After taking a tour of his office, the general manager was secretly pleased with himself. However, he also discovered the most human-centered design of the office. Behind each designated workspace, there was a corresponding lounge. The lounge wasn't very large, only about 4 square meters, just enough to fit a single bed. But this lounge was independent and soundproofed. Clearly, it was meant for employees to take their lunch breaks. This was simply a heavenly treatment for workers. The company is too good to us, right? Which genius designer came up with this design? So awesome. I need to work hard and definitely not get fired by this company. Seeing such thoughtful and human-centered designs, many employees were moved to tears on the spot. Since graduating, they had been struggling in various companies and had long gotten used to being treated like beasts of burden. This was their first encounter with a company that truly cared for them. Moreover, the company's treatment was top-notch. Where could they find such a company? With the company treating them this way, if they didn't work hard, it would simply be inhumane. What to do? I slacked off for 5 minutes today, and now I feel so guilty. I now feel that even worrying about taking a dump is a sin. Forget it. I won't say anymore. I'm going to work. Just as everyone was about to get to work, the general manager of Truman Skincare appeared again, smiling as he said to everyone, "You don't need to rush to work this morning. the higher-ups just notified us to let everyone familiarize themselves with the company. Someone jumped out, "Manager, the company is this big, we've already familiarized ourselves, right? You guys are still too young." The general manager chuckled. "You don't think our company is just this one floor, do you? There are several floors for the office? Even if there were several floors, they wouldn't need them at all. Just follow me upstairs." The general manager of Truman Skincare led the employees from various departments in batches to the 12th floor. The 12th floor is the employee cafeteria. "You all will come here for lunch." The cafeteria is divided into two areas. The left area is the self-service area, where if you eat in the self-service area, the company will subsidize 80%. The right side is the ordering area, where if you eat on the right, the company will subsidize 50%. Of course, if you don't want to eat in the cafeteria, you can also order takeout. Although it was their first time coming here today, the cafeteria was already in full swing. The variety of dishes from different specialty areas was dazzling, and even the buffet had hundreds of options to choose from, all prepared to perfection in terms of color, aroma, and taste, making one's mouth water just by looking at them. Is there really a subsidy for eating here? With an 80% subsidy for the buffet, it was practically free. Even just having a few dishes here was quite economical. The general manager helplessly said, "Am I supposed to deceive you about what was communicated from above? With such a good cafeteria, who would want to order takeout?" "Exactly. Manager, can I add another meal now? Since this is your time to get familiar with the company, eating is also a way to get to know the company. If you want to eat, you can do so now. Those who don't want to eat, come with me to the 13th floor." "What are we going to do on the 13th floor?" "We're going to visit the 13th floor. I've told you before that the company is much larger than this." After some hesitation, aside from a few foodies who stayed on the 12th floor to eat, most people went to the 13th floor. The 13th floor was a gym, and a large one at that. Not only was all the equipment fully equipped, but there were also shower rooms, and even 10 personal trainers with great physiques. All these personal trainers were free. The gym is open from 7 in the morning to 10 at night, as stated in the announcement. If you have time, come over to exercise and pay attention to your health. The general manager's eyes were glued to one of the beautiful female personal trainers. The female trainer was around 25, with fair skin, stunning looks, and long legs. Moreover, she had the right curves in all the right places. Her entire body was filled with aesthetic lines. The key was that she looked quite good. He had already thought about how to strike up a conversation with her. "Manager, you're about to drool," someone reminded the manager. The general manager wiped the corner of his mouth and rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Stop talking nonsense." After touring the gym on the 13th floor, the general manager took them to the 14th floor to check out the entertainment room, which was also very well equipped, with various ball sports and board games available. Not only that, but there was also free karaoke. As for the 14th floor, it was an entire floor dedicated to a swimming pool. The pool was surrounded by glass, allowing one to enjoy the view outside while swimming. This isn't a company. This is simply paradise. From now on, the company is my home. Anyone who dares to say my home is bad is going against me. General manager, can I apply to work overtime every day in the future? This request was quickly and ruthlessly rejected. The notice from above said to pay attention to employees' health. Overtime is inhumane. If it's not necessary, you won't be allowed to work overtime. After work, just go home and enjoy life. While the general manager was showing everyone around the office and entertainment areas, Shu Chen had also arrived on the 18th floor. The entire 18th floor was his office. Of course, Shin Xingwei's office was also arranged here. There was no need to mention the luxurious decoration of the 18th floor. The various designs were very much to Chu Chen's liking. "Mr. Chu, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, please feel free to mention it." Li Zihui's uncle had been following Chu Chen closely, observing his expression, which had remained calm throughout, making him feel a bit uneasy inside. "This place is a bit too quiet. Get me a few birds to keep in the office. And this area, make a large fish tank on one wall and put some tropical fish in it." Chu Chen was very satisfied with the overall design and layout of the office. However, having such a large space all to himself felt a bit too quiet. Li Zihui's uncle quickly took note. Chu Chen pointed to a spot nearby. "Let's put a grand piano over there, and later we can invite a pianist." "Never mind, I'll handle this myself. You just take care of the fish and birds, remember, they must look good." "Yes, yes, yes." After interacting with Chu Chen so many times, Li Zihui's uncle had grasped some of his thoughts. After all, he wasn't short on money, but the quality of the items had to satisfy him. Just make sure to pick the best. The office layout is right, but I still feel like something is missing. Chu Chen wandered around his office. His office had a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling glass, and the view outside was quite nice, but there were still some flaws. "What is that area over there?" he asked, pointing to a piece of land behind the office garden. The land they bought was quite large. Besides building the headquarters, they also constructed a big garden and several staff dormitories. The staff dormitories were not yet in use, and next to the garden was an old building that looked to be several thousand square feet. Li Zihui's uncle took a glance. "Oh, that's an old shopping mall. It was originally planned to be a large supermarket, but since there aren't many people around here, it later turned into a promotional market, selling very cheap bedding and clothes." "Do you know the owner of that old shopping mall?" "I've had a few meals with him." "Then bring him to my office now." "Yes." Although he didn't know what Chu Chen wanted, Li Zihui's uncle didn't dare to ask too much and quickly contacted the owner of the market to come over. The owner, Jin Yutian, was a plump middle-aged man. When Li Zihui's uncle contacted him, he looked quite confused. "Why do you want to see me?" "He wants to see you, so hurry up and go." "To be honest, I don't know what he wants either." Li Zihui's uncle called him over. A person like Chu Chen was not someone Jin Yutian could afford to offend, so he hurriedly drove over and arrived at the headquarters of Chu Men Group half an hour later. Li Zihui's uncle quickly went to greet him. "Why did you come so late?" "I was out having dinner with friends when you called me. As soon as I got the call, I came right over." Jin Yutian wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking a bit anxious as he glanced at Li Zihui's uncle. "You really don't know what Chairman Chu wants me for?" "I really don't know. If I did, I would have told you long ago." "Well, okay then." Jin Yutian anxiously waited at the entrance of the 18th floor while Li Zihui's uncle went in to report. Standing on the 18th floor and looking down, everything seemed to be thriving, while his old building appeared pitiful and outdated among them. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. It was all due to his poor decision-making back then. If the supermarket had succeeded, he might have had the money to build a new building by now. Unfortunately, the supermarket didn't take off, and his building had fallen into a low-end market, resulting in particularly low rent, earning only a few $100,000 a year. In other places, earning a few $100,000 a year would be good, but this was the Magic City. "Alright, you can go in now." Li Zihui's uncle came out. "Chairman Chu seems to be in a good mood. Him calling you should be a good thing. Remember to be a bit careful when you speak." Okay, I got it." Jin Yutian smiled as he walked in. "So you are Boss Jin? Please, have a seat." Chu Chen's office had a designated reception area, where there was a huge tea table carved from a century-old root sculpture. Chu Chen sat behind the tea table, leisurely boiling water and brewing tea, filling the room with the fragrant aroma of tea leaves. Jin Yutian walked in, somewhat hesitant to sit down. Li Zihui's uncle nudged his arm. "Chairman Chu said you can sit, so just sit." "Ah, yes. Only then did Jin Yutian carefully take a seat, but he dared to sit only half on the chair, stealing glances at Chu Chen. He was clearly just a young man in his early 20s, yet his aura was so powerful. It was rare for him to see such a strong presence in someone so young. After he sat down, Chu Chen poured him a cup of tea and started chatting. "Boss Jin, that big shopping mall in front is yours, right?" "Yes, that shopping mall is mine." "How long has it been there?" "About 20 years. That's quite a long time." Chu Chen thought for a moment. "I happen to have some free time today. Would you mind showing me around?" "Ah." Jin Yutian was taken aback. "I don't mind, but my little place can't compare to your Chu Men Group." "That's not important." Since Chu Chen wanted to visit, no matter what he thought inside, Jin Yutian certainly had no right to refuse. He could only nod and take Chu Chen for a tour. On the way out, he made an excuse to go to the restroom, pulled out his phone, and called the building management, urging them to clean the floors and restrooms thoroughly and to do it within 10 minutes. The building management, receiving such a strange request, could only agree. From a distance, this place doesn't look very big, but up close, it's quite spacious. Chu Chen stopped at the entrance of the shopping mall, walked over to the nearby greenbelt, and noticed that the greenery was particularly well maintained, so he curiously asked, "Boss Jin, your shopping mall isn't much, but the greenbelt here is well taken care of. You must have put a lot of thought into it, right?" Jin Yutian shook his head. "Chairman Chu, my annual rent is only a few $100,000. With such cheap rent, how could I spend so much on labor to maintain the greenbelt? These plants were planted long ago, and we don't fertilize them regularly, just trim them twice a year, and let them grow wild. Whatever they grow into is what they are." "All right." Chu Chen nodded, glancing at Li Zihui's uncle. "You go dig out a clump of soil the size of a chicken egg from the greenbelt." "Dig soil? What for?" This request was too strange. "Okay." Although filled with doubt, Li Zihui's uncle quickly ran over and dug up a clump of soil to hold in his hand. "Now take this clump of soil to a testing agency to check its composition." "Yes." After Chu Chen left,
Jin Yutian couldn't help but say, "Young Master Chu, you don't think this soil is some kind of gold nugget, do you? It's just ordinary soil, it won't have any other functions." Chu Chen ignored his words. "This big supermarket of yours should be able to sell it, right?" Hearing this, Jin Yutian was overjoyed. "Young Master Chu, are you interested in buying? But we need to be clear, I won't sell for less than 80 million. Then it's 80 million. It wasn't even a billion-dollar deal, so Chu Chen couldn't be bothered to haggle and directly settled on the price. Jin Yutian was stunned. "Chu, young Master Chu, are you serious?" He thought Chu Chen was joking. "Do you think I called you all the way here just to joke around? But you already have the headquarters of Chu Men Group, such a large place. Why buy my little rundown land? It's too ugly." Chu Chen pointed towards the floor-to-ceiling glass of his office on the 18th floor. "You see, from over there, all the scenery looks pretty good, but your side is rather ugly, so I've decided to optimize this area." Jin Yutian, "Just because it looks unpleasant, you spent 80 million to buy it and tear it down? Once I buy this place, I plan to set up a small tea garden here. It would be nice to grow some tea when I have nothing to do." Chu Chen's words made Jin Yutian feel increasingly incredulous. Spending 80 million to buy such a large piece of land just to grow tea? This is land in the Magic City. It would be such a waste to use it for growing tea. With 80 million, you could buy several tea gardens in places that specialize in tea cultivation. Although Jin Yutian didn't understand, he respected Chu Chen. Moreover, fearing that Chu Chen might regret it, he went home that night and drafted the contract, rushing over the next day with a lawyer to sign it with Chu Chen. After the contract was signed, the soil testing report sent over by Li Zihui's uncle also came out. He casually glanced at the soil testing report. It was about what he had guessed, with a pH value of around 5. It was considered very good acidic soil. Although the terrain here wasn't particularly suitable for growing tea, the climate was warm and humid, and the soil was decent. Soil with a pH value of around 5 can help tea trees absorb nutrients and moisture, resulting in tea leaves with good flavor and aroma. Although it might not compare to those famous teas, there's always a unique flavor to things grown by oneself. Grow. Tea? Li Zihui's uncle was also quite incredulous upon hearing Chu Chen's idea. This is land in the Magic City. Using such a large piece of land to grow tea is too wasteful. Chu Chen glanced at him. "What, do you have any objections?" "No, none." Li Zihui's uncle immediately adjusted his expression. "I think growing tea is quite good. It can improve air quality and help with self-cultivation." I think so too." Chu Chen nodded. "Then you find someone to level that piece of land for me as soon as possible." "Yes." After Li Zihui's uncle left, Chu Chen sent a message in the group with Wang Song and Qinbin. "Do you know anyone who grows tea?" Wang Song was the first to jump in. "Chu, why are you asking this? You're not thinking of switching careers to grow tea, are you?" I've got a small piece of land behind my headquarters building, planning to set up a small tea garden. I need some good tea seedlings. If you know anyone, please introduce them to me." "Headquarters building?" Qinbin also chimed in. "Chu, when did you get a headquarters building? Where is it?" "It's the piece of land we shot together last time. I turned it into a headquarters building. If you have time, you can come over and take a look." Since Chu Chen said so, Wang Song and Qinbin didn't hold back and said they would come by to check it out. However, they hadn't returned since their last trip to Haiyue City and planned to see it when they got back. "Chu, you need tea seedlings, right? I'll take care of this. I have a friend with a nice tea garden. I'll ask him to get some for you." "How many do you need?" Chu Chen estimated the size of the area. "Just get me 1,500 for now." "No problem, leave it to me." Without hesitation, Qinbin took on the task of getting the tea seedlings for Chu Chen. Of course, Chu Chen didn't stand on ceremony with him. After the contract was signed, the merchants in the large market couldn't find a buyer for a while and couldn't move out. Chu Chen directly compensated each shop 200,000 to hurry them along with their move. After they moved out, they directly demolished the large supermarket, then surrounded the area and built a simple pastoral-style fence, and turned the soil. During the soil turning, Chu Chen personally turned quite a bit himself. Weeding at noon, sweat drips onto the soil beneath the crops. While turning the soil, he couldn't help but think of this poem, which every elementary school student probably learned when they were young. Unfortunately, the person who wrote this poem was a great corrupt official. This poem is truly ironic. Chu Chen felt that his recitation of this poem was also quite ironic, but he just enjoyed the moment. After a week of cultivating the land, Wang Song and Qinbin brought tea seedlings to the Magic City. The two used 2 large trucks to transport the tea seedlings. Upon seeing that Chu Chen had indeed cultivated such a large piece of land, they couldn't help but be curious. "Brother Chu, isn't this a bit wasteful?
Such a large piece of land could build several buildings, worth several hundred million if sold, and you actually set up a tea garden in such a place. Although tea leaves can be profitable, it's clear that ordinary tea leaves do not make much money, especially the tea grown here. Growing tea here is purely a loss. One reason is the high cost, and the other is that this place is not particularly suitable for growing tea. The tea produced can only be consumed personally, and selling it wouldn't fetch a good price. It turns out there was a large supermarket here, which wasn't very aesthetically pleasing. Did you see my building? The windows face this way. Of course, I need a good view to be in the mood to work. Wang Tsong laughed heartily and nodded. Right, Brother Chu is absolutely right. Look at the tea seedlings we brought back for you. The two large trucks stopped at the entrance of the tea garden, and Shinbin found a master to bring over 3 seedlings. The 3 small tea seedlings varied in height, clearly different varieties. Brother Chu, I specifically went to my friend's tea garden to take a look and selected these 3 varieties for you. This one is High Mountain Oolong, this one is Chiman Black Tea, and this one is Zhengshan Shouzhong. They are all quite suitable for growing here, and the seedlings are from his good tea plants, cultivated from old trees, so the tea produced will definitely be good. Great! Chu Chen nodded. Let them unload the goods first, and I'll take you to take a look at my headquarters building. Sure. Wang Tsong and Shinbin were also quite curious about this headquarters building. They simply went in to take a look. Chu Chen first took them to the cafeteria on the 11th floor. At this time, it was just work hours, and the chefs in the cafeteria were busy preparing lunch, but there were not many people coming to eat. Such a large cafeteria? There are even stir-fried dishes. Wow, the food here is indeed quite good. Wang Tsong and Shinbin looked around and couldn't help but praise the variety of dishes here. Wang Tsong even saw spicy hot pot here, the kind sold on the roadside. However, the spicy hot pot here was not only delicious but also definitely much cleaner than those sold on the street. Since there weren't many people, he simply found a spot to sit down. Brother Chu, do you mind treating me to a meal? Of course not. If you want to eat, just go ahead. The hot pot had a rich variety of ingredients. Basically everything you could find on the roadside was available here. Wang Song was sweating profusely from eating. This is the taste. I used to accompany my girlfriend to eat spicy hot pot on the roadside, and to be honest, the taste was indeed good. I've missed that flavor for a long time. Shinbin teased him. Are you missing your girlfriend or the spicy hot pot? Of course, I'm missing the spicy hot pot. What's there to miss about a girlfriend? I don't even remember which girlfriend I went with, but that spicy hot pot really left a deep impression on me. I thought such low-end food wouldn't be tasty, but who knew it would be so satisfying? Wang Song finished speaking, rubbing his stomach with lingering fear. Of course, what I remember more vividly is the few trips to the bathroom after eating the spicy hot pot. It almost sent me to the hospital. Some roadside stalls do have great flavors, but their hygiene is definitely questionable. No matter how tempting the food is, he wouldn't go to such unhygienic places again. After all, no one likes to have diarrhea to the point of weakness. After finishing the spicy hot pot, Chu Chen took them to the gym and swimming pool. Upon seeing the few beautiful female personal trainers in the gym, Wang Song nudged Chu Chen's shoulder, his eyes filled with ambiguity. Chu, I didn't expect you to be so serious usually, but you actually play around quite a bit. The girls we introduced to you didn't catch your eye. Turns out you prefer this kind. Those girls had great figures, fair skin, and long legs. They were indeed exceptional. They thought this was something Chu Chen had prepared for himself. But Chu Chen shook his head. This is a public area, and those are also public personal trainers. What do you mean by me playing around? You're not interested in such beautiful girls? Wang Song stared at one of the girls with a pointed face, stroking his chin. Chu, if you're not interested, then I might just make a move. If you can win her over, I have no objections. Chu Chen shrugged. Alright, then let me show you what it means to flirt. Wang Song walked over proudly. He patted his target's shoulder. Hi, I'm Wang Song. I see you're training really well. I've been working out recently too. Can I ask you if I have any questions? The girl had actually noticed the 3 of them as soon as they entered. However, due to regulations, she wouldn't take the initiative to strike up a conversation. Seeing Wang Song approach her, she was quite surprised, but she quickly smiled. Of course. Can I add you for contact? I don't come here often. I usually train at my home gym. If I have any questions, I can ask you online. That would be more convenient. Wang Song smoothly got the girl's contact information. He added her and said, how about we play a little game? What do you think? Sure, what game? How old are you this year? 25. Wang Song directly sent a transfer of 2,500. What's your height? 172. He sent another transfer of 1720. What are your measurements? Seeing him transfer money again and again, the girl blushed. My measurements are 84, 62, 86. Not bad, Wang Song said, and without stopping, he quickly transferred 8,400, 6,200, and 8,600. In the course of their conversation, he had already sent over 20,000. The girl felt a bit embarrassed. You really don't have to do this. Wang Song smiled, don't feel shy, consider it my payment for your personal training. We'll be in touch next time. After saying that, he returned to Chu Chen and Qin Bin. He looked at the two of them triumphantly. Did you see that? This is a textbook method of flirting. Who else? Qin Bin scoffed, undermining him. The moment you said your name, your flirting was already successful. You don't need to show off here. TCH. Wang Song clicked his tongue. Shall we make a bet? That girl will definitely contact me proactively tonight. No way I'm betting with you. Qin Bin rolled her eyes at him and said to Chu Chen, Shu, your headquarters building is really impressive, but the facilities here are too good. Are those employees here to work or to enjoy themselves? This is called humanitarianism. When employees come to work for me, I can't possibly treat them like animals, can I? The swimming pool and gym are both meant to maintain their physical health. If they're not too tired, they can come here to exercise. Of course, it ultimately depends on them. If they don't want to work out, there's nothing I can do about it, Xu Chen said as he led the two into his office. His office was already mostly arranged by Li Zihui's uncle. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by two large tropical fish tanks, with various precious fish swimming leisurely in the water. After passing through the reception area, they finally reached his office. Inside, there were also bird cages hanging, housing 4 parrots, 2 Amazon parrots and 2 gray-headed parrots. Although there were cages, the doors were open, and the 4 parrots flew freely around the office, occasionally squabbling and even cursing at each other. Shu, you really have a leisurely spirit. This doesn't look like an office at all, it's basically a recreational room. Qin Bin walked over and teased one of the gray parrots. You're a parrot, right? Can you talk? The gray parrot glanced at him disdainfully. Are you a human? Can you speak human language? Shu, let's stew this parrot and eat it for meat. Beast! Beast! The gray parrot seemed to understand what he was saying, cursed a couple of times, and quickly flew away. Chu Chen stood by the window, watching as the workers unloaded the tea seedlings from the truck, and smiled. Alright, let's go plant the tea seedlings. Wang Song and Qin Bin were taken aback. Isn't it enough to let the workers do this? We don't need to do it ourselves, do we? This is what true self-cultivation is all about. With Chu Chen leading the way, the initially reluctant Wang Song and Qin Bin also made their way to the tea garden. Chu Chen rolled up his pant legs and tossed each of them a hoe. Give it a try, it's actually quite fun. After saying that, he got serious and started working. To be honest, after digging holes for a few days, he was quite skilled at planting tea seedlings. Wang Song and Qin Bin were left dumbfounded. However, the two of them had been pampered rich kids who had never lifted a finger, so while they could handle a little experience in tea planting, it was impossible to get them to work seriously. So after a while of pretending to work, they immediately dropped their hoes and found a shady spot to chat. Since they were already there, they didn't forget to take a photo to show off. After casually snapping a picture of the hoe and their rolled-up pant legs, the two of them posted it on their social media. This is the life of returning to simplicity, so plain and unadorned. Seeing these two usually known for their indulgent lifestyle actually farming, many friends began to ask what they were doing. They replied cheerfully, isn't it because Chu is starting a tea garden? We came to help him farm. You wouldn't believe it, I feel like reciting poetry while farming. Spring sows a grain of millet, autumn harvests 1,000 seeds. TSK, I'm so cultured. Where in the world are you farming? Right in the Magic City. Of course, it's in the Magic City. Magic City? Yes, do you want to come over? If you do, I'll send you the location. Wang Song said, displaying the location from his social media. Looking at the location he shared, everyone in the comments was stunned. They didn't remember there being a tea garden there. Moreover, the land in that area was so expensive, it would be a waste to set up a tea garden. Young Master Song, you must be joking. Setting up a tea garden in that place is purely a losing business. Hey, it's definitely a loss for us mere mortals here, but it's different for others. Wang Song boasted in his friend circle, this is called cultivating one's sentiments. I told you, you wouldn't understand. Why don't you come over and do some farming together? After an afternoon of it, you'll understand everything. Is it really that magical? Of course it's that magical. There's a saying, the great hidden is in the market, and that's what it means. Then we'll really come over. Come over now, if it's inconvenient, I'll send a car to pick you up. Alright. After hanging up the phone, Wang Song leaned closer to Chu Chen. Brother Chu, I've found several free laborers for you. They should be here soon, so make sure to give them plenty of work, don't be shy. Shuchen kicked his leg away with a shovel. You can talk, but why step on my seedlings? Wang Tsong quickly took a step back. Sorry, Brother Chu. Go on, if you're not working, just sit over there. Before long, more than a dozen rich second-generation kids really showed up, all coming in groups to cultivate their sentiments with Chu Chen. Shu Chen didn't bother with pleasantries. He handed each of them a shovel and told them to get to work. Each was assigned a plot of land, and they weren't allowed to leave until they finished. Surprisingly, with some coaxing and persuasion, they each managed to plant nearly an acre of tea seedlings. Shu Chen was generous. After they finished, he took them straight to the cafeteria for a meal. He, on the other hand, returned home. Brother Jiang, you finally came back. You must be tired today, right? I've already prepared hot water for you, go take a shower first. Li Zihui said gently as she helped him take off his coat. Shu Chen snatched the coat back and casually tossed it into a servant's arms. There are plenty of people to do this heavy work, just take care of your health. Okay. Li Zihui nodded. Actually, I feel quite bored at home most of the time. Then I'll accompany you for a walk tomorrow? Sure. Upon hearing that Chu Chen was willing to accompany her, Li Zihui's eyes lit up. Brother Jiang, can you take me shopping tomorrow? Sure. Chu Chen touched her face. If you want me to accompany you in the future, just say so. If I'm free, I'll make time for you, okay? Okay. Li Zihui was a bit taken aback. She always felt that Chu Chen had been good enough to her, so she rarely took the initiative to express her needs. She thought that since Chu Chen had treated her so well, asking for this and that felt a bit ungrateful. Not to mention, after a whole afternoon of hard work, taking a nice hot shower and getting a massage felt incredibly refreshing. Indeed, one can't just enjoy life all the time. If one only enjoys, it always feels like life lacks a bit of flavor. But after a day of work, taking a hot shower made the day feel fulfilling. It seems he should find more things to do for himself in the future. After showering, he went downstairs for dinner. Previously, due to Li Zihui's preferences, the meals were quite light and nutritious. Today, after a day of physical labor, he specifically called the kitchen to add 2 hearty dishes. So, the table had a dongpa pork elbow and a greasy braised pork with preserved vegetables. Although these 2 dishes looked quite rich, mixing the braised pork and dongpa elbow with rice, taking a bite of rice and a bite of meat, was truly delicious. The next day, Shu Chen took Li Zihui to the mall as promised. However, Li Zihui wasn't really interested in shopping. After all, the villa had everything, and they were not lacking anything. Even the baby supplies had been fully prepared by professional caregivers, so there was no need for her to buy anything. Shu Chen accompanied her as they strolled around the mall, and she felt a bit stifled inside. So, Shu Chen simply took her to a nearby park for a walk. On the way to the park, they passed a nice residential community that backed onto the park, and nearby there was a good private kindergarten and elementary school. Li Zihui stopped in her tracks. Zhangge, I think this community has a pretty good environment. Why don't we take a look around? Shu Chen glanced at the name of the community, Dongxing Garden. It seemed somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that he had seen this community on his social media feed before. It seemed that the manager of Chumen's skincare had bought a house there. He nodded, took Li Zihui's hand, and walked into the community. Sure, someone in my social circle bought a house here. From the pictures they posted, the environment of this community is indeed quite nice. If you like this place, I can buy you a house here. After all, this community was considered a school district property. Li Zihui was taken aback. Zhangge, I just thought the environment here was nice and wanted to take a look around. I didn't mean to buy a house. I know you don't want to buy a house, but I want to give this house to our child. Isn't there a good kindergarten and elementary school here? You could easily take the child to live here, and it would be very convenient for them to attend kindergarten and elementary school. On weekends, you could take the child to the park to play. As Chu Chen spoke, he had already led Li Zihui into the community. This community was considered high-end, so the greenery was abundant, and the environment was indeed elegant. There was also a designated children's play area. In the play area, there were a dozen or so children playing. 2 or 3 young girls were swinging on the swings, their silver bell-like laughter rippling in the wind, making the scene very beautiful. Li Zihui smiled. If we raise a child here, it would indeed be a great choice. Just as she finished speaking, they heard one of the girls on the swing scream, "What are you doing?" It turned out that the 3 girls, wearing short skirts, were at risk of exposure while swinging. A 10-year-old girl ran over, holding her phone, trying to sneak a shot under their skirts. The girls quickly approached the little girl to communicate. Can you show your phone to your sister? Did you just take a picture of us? Why should I show you my phone? The little girl raised her chin and suddenly grinned. It's red, you guys are so It's hard to imagine such vulgar words coming from a little girl's mouth. The three girls were clearly taken aback by the little girl's lack of upbringing, stunned into silence. They paused for a moment, then hurriedly went up to cover the little girl's mouth, almost crying. "What are you saying here? Quickly delete the photo." "Yes, if you delete the photo, I won't hold it against you. Be good, it's not right for girls to behave like this." They only knew that little boys could be so lewd, but they never expected a little girl could be so lewd as well, truly refreshing their worldview and lowering their standards. "I don't want to delete the photo." The little girl made a face. "You three are all S. I'm going to show your photos to my classmates, they love seeing photos like this." After saying that, she turned and ran. The three girls were stunned. Embarrassed and anxious, they blocked the little girl's path. "No, you can't send the photo to others. Quickly delete the photo, or we won't be polite to you." "Yes, if you don't delete the photo, we'll go find your parents." Everyone makes mistakes, and knowing one's wrongs can lead to great improvement. The three girls were trying to persuade the little girl. However, the little girl remained completely unmoved and instead began to cry pitifully. "Woo-woo, I'm going to tell my grandma that you bullied me." "Grandma!" Her voice was loud, quickly attracting a crowd to watch the commotion, and of course, it also drew her grandma over.